Zilu stared at the worn-out metalkin in her hands and protested, unable to contain herself. Do we really have to pick up trash? The cold, emotionless system prompt immediately sounded. According to Federal Law Article 250, participating in waste recycling is the duty of every interstellar citizen. But I'm from Earth. I was kidnapped by you guys. Zilu tried to emphasize her victim status, detected dissatisfaction and slander toward the system from the host, deducting 50 points. The system mercilessly declared. Zilu was instantly speechless, only able to scream wildly in her heart. This is simply robbery. Banditry. She was seething with anger, but felt powerless against the imposed rules. The only thing that offered her some comfort was that, although this trash-picking system was overbearing, it did allow her to earn points through labor to exchange for some rare, good items. Even more fortunate was that next to a pile of garbage, she unexpectedly picked up a friendly alien companion, Jansen. Looking at this alien with peculiar scales but a gentle smile, a surge of boldness filled Zilu's heart as she solemnly declared, I declare you my first alien friend. The alien Jansen looked at this fierce yet somewhat adorable little earthling before him, and as he listened to her serious oath, the smile on his face deepened. Indeed, he thought with satisfaction, this little one likes me. Chapter 1. Waste Recycling. This was a small satellite, its surface pockmarked and covered by accumulated interstellar garbage over time, appearing from afar like towering peaks. Only these peaks were silver-black in color. The speckled black stains made these garbage mountains look even more nauseating at this moment. Zilu was struggling to cling to a piece of black metal protrusion, her whole body hanging precariously on the side of the garbage mountain as she climbed up. Her two slender white legs wrapped in radiation-proof pants were flailing in the air, searching for a foothold. After a strenuous effort, she finally made it to the halfway point of the garbage mountain, beads of sweat already dotting her forehead, and the short hair on her forehead stuck too. The side of her face, her pale face showing a flush from overexertion, and she felt utterly exhausted. System warm reminder, there are still 2 kilometers to the destination. I can't do it anymore, let me rest. After saying that, Zilu lay flat on the garbage pile in a star shape. A promising young person from the 21st century. Although she wasn't a rich second generation, she was born into a good family. While not living in luxury, she certainly had enough to eat and wear. The Yin family had loved her, their only daughter, for 3 generations. But unexpectedly, she found herself in this situation after a sudden transition, ending up with the garbage recycling system. To trace back to a week ago, she had accidentally stepped into thin air and fell from the 13th floor, hitting her head and losing consciousness. After struggling to wake up, she found herself not in a hospital with white coats and white sheets, but surrounded by glaring white light reflecting off a pile of discarded metal. Garbage. Before she could react, a system activated in her mind the waste recycling system. And no matter how sad or unwilling she was, she ultimately had to bow to reality, struggling to get up from the ground, picking through and finding 2 pieces of metal scrap, exchanging it for 0.5 points, and still having to redeem a low-quality nutrient solution worth 2 points from the system to support her weak body. After stumbling through a week, Zilu finally passed the beginner phase today and received the identification system generously gifted by the recycling system. The identification system could not only recognize various discarded garbage, but also inform her of items that could be effectively recycled and their functions. It could also detect recyclable garbage within a radius of about 10 miles from her location, which was why Zilu was struggling to climb the mountain. Is it really a big trash that can be exchanged for a lot of points? Zilu felt her hands and feet weak. She was just a fragile college student buried in the vast educational system of Huagua, and after days of picking up trash and enduring high-intensity exercise, her body felt like it had reached some limit, aching all over. Once she lay down, it would be hard to get back up without a huge temptation. Of course, it's worth 100 points. Wonder points. In order to exchange for a radiation-proof suit, Zilu, who had a total asset of negative 12 points, took a deep breath, pressed her dry, peeling lips together, and forced herself to roll over and get up. 100 points could be exchanged for spicy hot pot worth 20 points. Not to mention the spicy hot pot, Odin, skewers, cheesecake. Big trash. Here I come. Zilu's heart surged as she began to fantasize about sprinting toward the big trash mentioned by the system, exchanging points and redeeming her long-desired food. She had been living on low-quality nutrient solutions for a week, which tasted like flat cola that had been sitting out for a long time, with a strange medicinal powder flavor. Of course, no matter how passionate Zilu was, in reality, she was still just slowly moving forward, step by step. System warm reminder, recyclable garbage is within 100 meters of you. Please search for yourself. Navigation ends here. Thank you for using, and wish you a pleasant life. After the identification system finished speaking, it went silent, unresponsive no matter how much Zilu poked it. Indeed, these systems only serve as auxiliary tools and couldn't precisely help her find garbage. Although Zilu felt a little disappointed, she was still quite satisfied. After all, this was already much better than a few days ago when she could only redeem once for every piece of trash she picked up, often failing 100 times before succeeding. Once, working from dawn till dusk every day, she could only redeem a pitiful 2 points. Come on, come on. Delicious food is right in front of you. Zilu patted her face through the transparent protective mask to encourage herself. Having endured so much hardship already, it was certainly even easier now. With determination, Zilu squatted down and sat directly on the garbage pile, starting to search earnestly. Ding! Recyclable garbage detected. Name: titanium. Exchangeable points: 0.5. Would you like to redeem? Zilu picked up a small piece of metal, about to toss it aside, when she heard the automatic detection dialog box from the identification system appear over the metal piece in her hand, accompanied by the system's unique prompt sound in her mind. Redeem. Redeem. Unexpectedly, there was a windfall. It seemed that as long as she touched garbage, the system would automatically prompt her. Great. Zilu's cheeks flushed with excitement. It seemed this identification system was even more useful than she had imagined. With her words, the silver-gray metal piece in her hand disappeared into thin air. The garbage recycling system's flat -12 finally shifted in a positive direction. With this unexpected gain, Zilu clearly felt more motivated. Even with the barrier of protective gloves, her hands moved faster in the search. Not knowing how long she searched, Zilu had built a small hill of garbage around her. The garbage around her noticeably lowered by a section, centering her. Exhausted, Zilu sat on the ground, awkwardly adjusting the tilted headgear with her hands, and she struggled to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead with the mask to avoid them dripping into her eyes. Stretching her long legs forward, she was about to stretch when she accidentally kicked a small, protruding, shiny black object. Ding! Recyclable garbage detected. Name: Sun Metal. Exchangeable points: 100. Would you like to redeem? Zilu's dark cat-like eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly climbed up to carefully dig out the shiny black metal. So it was you. Zilu cherished it and touched it, and after she had looked and touched enough, she mercilessly redeemed it. Looking at the 3-digit numbers in the garbage recycling system's interface, Zilu smiled brightly. Indeed, life was getting better and better. After finding the large trash identified by the recognition system, she no longer lingered in battle and prepared to take a break before returning to her base camp. Those small pieces of trash that were worth only a few points no longer caught her eye. Zilu lay on the pile of trash, her spirits lifted as the gloom of the past week was finally swept away. Boom! Before she could calm her emotions, she saw a dazzling flame streaking across the sky, flying directly toward her. Just as Zilu was startled and sat up, the flame barely grazed the trash mountain she was on and landed. In an instant, the adjacent trash mountain emitted a loud noise, shaking the ground as trash began to fall from above her. Zilu was hit by a few falling pieces of trash and quickly rolled over to crawl toward the foot of the mountain, pressing her thin body tightly against the trash heap and raising her hands to protect her head. Once the violent shaking stopped, Zilu dared to lift her face. What was that? She sniffled, having just been hit on the head by a hard rock, causing her to tear up on the spot, and now her eyes were red. Ding, ding, ding. System warm reminder. Recyclable trash is located within 4 kilometers of your position. Estimated value of 10,000 points. Would you like navigation? 10,000 points. Zilu was shocked and stuttered, instinctively doubting the system's accuracy. But in an instant, uncontrollable joy surged in her heart. Is it really 10,000 points? Zilu's voice lowered, fearing this was a beautiful dream that would wake her up the next second. Of course. Would you like navigation? Navigation. Navigation. Zilu first glanced at the direction provided by the system, then exchanged 5 points for a high-grade nutrient solution. She had been busy all day, and now her hands and feet felt weak. If she didn't replenish her energy soon, she might not be able to hold on. A blue-green vial appeared in her hand. Zilu carefully opened the seal beneath her mask, exposing her mouth, and opened the vial to bring it to her lips. It tastes like Sprite. Zilu gulped down the high-grade nutrient solution in one go, smacking her lips to taste it, feeling it was like a non-carbonated Sprite with double the sugar, her tone unable to hide her disappointment. If needed, you can choose specific flavors below the nutrient solution. Zilu was recycling the glass vial, earning back 0.1 points. She was about to adjust her mask when the system's voice reminded her. Can I choose? Zilu reopened the exchange interface to take a closer look. Indeed, in the nutrient solution category, aside from the inferior and standard nutrient solutions, which had no flavor options, the high-grade nutrient solution had a small arrow below it, and clicking the arrow revealed hundreds of flavors listed at S. What I just drank was standard flavor, the choice of most people. People here like to drink non-carbonated Sprite. Isn't that just sugar water? Zilu moved her tongue again, carefully savoring the residual sweetness in her mouth, still feeling it wasn't that great. However, she didn't dwell on this issue too much. Her heart was filled with satisfaction thinking about that treasure worth 10,000 points. The destination was right next to the garbage mountain where Zilu was, so she needed to climb down her current trash mountain and then up the one across. However, after the recent violent impact, the once towering adjacent trash mountain had now almost become flat land from a distance. She could still see a few clusters of sparks igniting, and compared to the trash mountain she was on, it looked like a small hill. Seeing the situation clearly, Zilu was even more motivated. She carefully lay on the edge of the trash mountain, first extending her foot to reach the protruding trash to support her body, then slowly repeated this step to climb down. Fortunately, this garbage planet had been abandoned, so there were no other people living here. The entire small asteroid was taken over by Zilu. Otherwise, at her speed, even if there were treasures by the time she arrived, they would have already been taken by someone else. Chapter 2. The Treasure Falling from the Sky. After drinking the high-grade nutrient solution, Zilu initially felt nothing, but after a while, she felt her stomach warm and her hands gain strength. Indeed, expensive things are different. The once poor Zilu sighed, and her movements became more nimble. Finally, after her relentless efforts, her feet finally touched the ground. Although the ground was still covered in trash, compared to the thickness of the trash mountain beside her, it was barely covered with a thin layer aside from needing to be. Careful not to trip, walking on it was much smoother than on the trash mountain. But thinking of that treasure worth 10,000 points, Zilu's heart burned with excitement, and she hurried along, nearly tripping several times. Bumping and stumbling forward, Zilu finally reached the much shorter hill of treasure. I'm here. Since arriving on this abandoned planet filled with trash and devoid of people, Zilu had developed the habit of talking to herself from time to time. Fortunately, the system occasionally responded to her. Otherwise, she would have surely gone mad from the silence. As usual, she encouraged herself, and Zilu began to climb the small hill made of trash. System warm reminder. Recyclable trash is within 100 meters of your position. Please search for yourself. Navigation ends here. Thank you for using our service, and have a pleasant day. After finally summoning the energy to climb up, Zilu lay on the ground to catch her breath before slowly getting up to approach the deep pit that had been created. The treasure must be hidden below, right? The system did not respond to her. However, Zilu guessed that the treasure must indeed be in this deep pit. Zilu slowly crouched beside the deep pit, supporting herself on the ground, and cautiously leaned over to look down. The bottom of the pit had been mostly flattened, with a few pieces of trash burning and deforming, emitting a foul smell. In the middle of the deep pit stood a large machine, at least 3 or 4 meters tall, with many pockmarks on it, emitting curling smoke from the high temperature, which was somewhat choking. Could it be a spaceship? Zilu tilted her head to look, struggling to see the distorted shape of the machine due to the impact and damage, making it impossible to discern its original form. It shouldn't be, right? Zilu thought as she turned around, carefully extending her foot to find a foothold to climb down slowly. But if it really was a spaceship, would there be anyone inside? By the time Zilu huffed and puffed her way to the bottom of the pit, she felt the heat hitting her face. Even if there were people, They must have already died, right? The heat from the burning wreckage was already evident outside the machine, let alone inside it. Zilu cautiously approached, slowly placing her hand over the scalding machine. Hiss! Zilu pressed down hard despite the heat, only to quickly retract her hand. Before she could hear the system's prompt, the machine suddenly twisted further, like a shark opening its jagged mouth, and spat out a tightly wrapped humanoid object. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly before Zilu could dodge. The thrown humanoid object hit her squarely, knocking her down immediately. So heavy. So painful. The events unfolded too rapidly for Zilu to brace herself, and her head took another hard hit, slamming into the ground and causing tears to well up in her eyes once again. Nearly suffocated under the weight of the humanoid object. Cough, cough. Through the thin protective suit mask, half of the person's face was obscured, revealing only a gaunt chin, seemingly injured by this throw. The person suddenly coughed, spitting blood that stained the remaining part of the mask red. Tears finally fell from Zilu's eyes. So scary. She really wanted to go home. Zilu gathered her strength for a while, and with all her might pushed the person off of her. Tears streamed down her face, and the grievances of a whole week gushed out like a flood. Unable to be stopped, trying hard to hold back her crying, Zilu inevitably began to hiccup. She stifled several sobs, but her hands were still quick. She struggled to get up from the ground and once again touched the hot exterior of the machine with her fingertips. Beep. Recyclable waste detected. Names: Taijin, Heejin, Duojin. Points redeemable: 25,000. Would you like to redeem? It was even higher than the expected points. Zilu covered her heart, which was already jumping with excitement just from hearing the number. Redeem. Hick. The machine's exterior vanished in an instant, and a dozen pieces of discarded metal fell sparsely from the air. Although she was injured and startled, this operation was still very rewarding. Zilu comforted herself, looking at the huge points in her account, then turned back to look at the person lying on the side. Is this person dead? Zilu asked the system anxiously, her voice still choked with emotions that were hard to calm down. She didn't know if it was because Zilu looked pitiful crying or if the amount of recycling was large enough to satisfy the system. But after a brief silence, the system emitted a few crackling electronic sounds and then responded, based on this organism's vital signs, no. Hearing this, Zilu dared to approach and carefully identify the person's features through the bloodstained mask. Looks like an earthling. Zilu, who had been alone on the desolate garbage planet for several days, couldn't help but feel excited. But upon seeing the person's stature, she couldn't help but have some doubts. The reason was simple: this person was simply too big. Looking at the figure lying horizontally on the ground, Zilu estimated that the person's height should exceed 2 meters, with long limbs. Moreover, the system had mentioned a few days ago that this star system did not have Earth. While pondering, Zilu cautiously moved closer. The mask of the protective suit was already stained with blood, and Zilu could only vaguely see the person's appearance. The features were deep-set and quite aligned with her aesthetic. They did not match the stereotypical image of aliens in Zilu's mind. System, is he an earthling like me? Zilu asked hopefully. According to the system's preliminary assessment, no. Yet the system's words were still so cold. Okay, then what is he? As long as he wasn't some terrifying creature, she could save him since she took his machine. Based on the system's preliminary assessment, this organism has a slender physique, well-proportioned muscles, strength level approximately S, agility level approximately A, and is very likely a fully matured ARI. According to the system's initial judgment, this organism poses a high potential danger to the host and is not recommended for domestication. If needed, the host may purchase the System Mall's Killer Strong Exterminator for poisoning. This person sounds quite impressive. Should she really save him? Chapter 3. Bye. Between the mountains of garbage, sometimes the distance looks short, but for Zilu, it took a long time to walk. Fortunately, there was neither sunrise nor sunset on this asteroid, so when Zilu came out of the deep pit, the sunlight was still dazzling. System, you lied to me. Huff huff. Didn't you say this is the most labor-saving equipment? Zilu gritted her teeth and took one last kick, finally dragging the person behind her out. This is indeed the most labor-saving manual equipment. Whether it was Zilu's illusion or not, the system seemed to emphasize the word manual. At this moment, Zilu was exhausted and out of breath, having no extra strength to argue with the system. After all, it was still her reluctance to spend over 5,000 points to exchange for an automatic transport device. But Zilu also didn't know when she would be able to leave this deserted asteroid. She had a plan for the future, and points had to be saved. The small skateboard behind her carried a person who was tightly bound, moving steadily over the uneven ground. Thanks to it, going uphill wouldn't slip back otherwise. Even if Zilu used all her strength, she probably wouldn't be able to bring someone uphill. Zilu's gaze fell into the distance. Her small camp was hidden behind a mountain of garbage. She had to return there. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zilu rested for a while on the way and drank a bottle of energy potion promoted by the system before finally returning to her small camp. The camp was a rare open space, with a house simply built by Zilu using 3 large metal plates in the middle. Although everything was very rudimentary, at least when she slept here, Zilu didn't have to worry about being buried by falling garbage. Since the small cart was too big to fit inside the house, Zilu pushed the small cart beside the house. After confirming the position, Zilu hesitated for a long time, but still did not loosen the ropes that secure the alien. After all, according to the system, this alien was a dangerous individual. Is he okay? Out of conscience, Zilu decided to help this alien who fell from the sky as much as possible. But to be honest, Zilu was not a doctor and didn't know how to treat him. The alien had suddenly coughed up blood earlier, so he should be seriously injured, but Zilu didn't dare to recklessly take off his clothes to check. After all, according to the system, this asteroid was actually slightly radioactive due to the influence of numerous garbage, and the protective suit on this person was one of the best certified by the system. If she carelessly removed his clothes, regardless of whether there were wounds and how to deal with them, just the radiation from the garbage could worsen his injuries. According to the vital signs of this organism, he is still alive. Is there anything I can do to help him? After all, she had gained so many points relying on his machine. Although the machine was now scrapped for the system, discarded items were still recyclable. Products from the mall are guaranteed to be premium. Strongly recommended rebirth reshaping pill. Regardless of how severe the injury, as long as there is still a breath, it can rejuvenate vitality. Wounds guaranteed to heal within 24 hours and restore plumpness. As if discovering a big order, the system's mechanical voice even had a slight rise. How many points does it cost? Zilu asked cautiously. After all, when the system offered, it was uncertain whether it was premium or not, but expensive items were indeed real. Today's special offer, only 6,999. Only 6,999. Isn't that too expensive? Is there anything cheaper? Zilu cautiously attempted a bargain, but unfortunately, after spending many days together, the system seemed to have understood how to deal with Zilu very well and went mute. Okay, 6,999 it is. Fortunately, this person had brought the machine down. Otherwise, Zilu wouldn't have had the money to save him even if she wanted to. Zilu painfully exchanged for this legendary rebirth reshaping pill and carefully opened a part of the bloodstained mask of the person, pinching the pill and stuffing it into the person's mouth. Will he be able to swallow it? Although the pill was not large, the person was clearly in a state of unconsciousness. Could he swallow it? Please rest assured, the pill dissolves instantly upon entry. Zilu sighed. She could only help to this extent. Taking advantage of the time when the other party opened their visor, Zilu pulled out a tissue from the remaining ones from her last exchange, tore it in half, quickly wiped the blood inside the visor, then stuffed the other half back into the tissue box and closed the visor properly. After finishing everything, Zilu turned around and crawled back in her makeshift triangular house. The triangular house barely accommodated Zilu's body, leaving her delicate feet exposed. There was nothing in the triangular house. Zilu lay on the dark red ground, opened the exchange system, and began to consider how to exchange for living supplies in a cost-effective manner. Comfortable sleeping mat comes with a pillow, 50 points. Sturdy protective suit medium, 100 points. Thick, high, non-slip shoes, 5 points. Fresh and breathable silk shirt, 5 points. Pure drinking water 1L, 1 point. Delicious spicy sauerkraut fish, 15 points. All-inclusive spicy hot pot, 20 points. Sweet strawberry ice cream, 10 points. Soft mochi, ice cream, 10 points. Unknowingly, Zilu's gaze had been occupied by food. When she saw the high total points in her shopping cart, Zilu struggled to tear her eyes away from the food. I can't be so extravagant. Tears unbidden flowed from the corners of her mouth. Zilu painstakingly removed some delicious items from her shopping cart. The most important thing right now was to quickly exchange for a suitable weapon that, if this alien woke up and was not friendly and really tried to harm Zilu, she at least needed to ensure her personal safety. But why were the weapons in the system store so expensive? Zilu scanned around and finally fixed her gaze on the relatively lower price section. Essential Pocket Gun for Beginners Automatic Targeting version comes with bullets 10, 8,888 points. System Warm Reminder, this is currently the most suitable weapon for the host with no strength or vision requirements. Automatic targeting included, can penetrate level bulletproof materials. Alright, exchange. Zilu interrupted the system's incessant chatter, only became so proactive when promoting its services. Thank you for your patronage. Essential Pocket Gun for Beginners has been exchanged for you. Zilu, following her usual practice, extended her hand into the air, thinking she would take a closer look after the exchange, but after a long time, she didn't see anything extra. The question marks in Zilu's mind were almost pushing the system out. System Warm Reminder, just point your finger at your target and silently repeat beginner gunfire 3 times. Zilu found it absurd and speechless, but to ensure that this so-called beginner gun was really useful, she prepared to waste an expensive bullet for a test. She pointed her index finger at a nearby stone and, half believing, silently repeated it 3 times. In the blink of an eye, the stone turned to dust and vanished in a thin air before Zilu's eyes. She hadn't even seen where the bullet went. Zilu looked at her index finger in surprise, confirmed that her finger was fine, but couldn't help but feel a bit worried. What if I accidentally repeat it while I'm sleeping? And the worst part was, the more she tried to remind herself not to silently repeat beginner gunfire, the more she couldn't help but think about it. Please rest assured, host, this mantra will only take effect when you have a clear or firm target in mind. Alright, Zilu timidly retracted her index finger. But speaking of which, that stone was meant for marking. Wait, is it tomorrow now? Thinking of this, Zilu raised her arm, moved her protective suit to reveal the transparent part, and finally saw the time on her watch. Sure enough, it was already 3 a.m. on the second day. Zilu got up, rustled around the triangular house, and finally picked up a small piece of metal, adding a mark in one corner of the triangular house. It was now the 9th day since she arrived on this small asteroid. Chapter 4. Aliens. Zilu was deleting and adding items in her shopping cart like a suddenly rich pauper. Even though she had a lot of points, she still had to consider each point carefully before using them. In the end, Zilu exchanged points for a mattress, with a pillow, an upgraded set of protective clothing, a change of clothes and shoes, a set of toiletries, a spicy hot pot, and a mochi ice cream, spending a total of 210 points. Adding the 150 points for manually pushing the cart, and the 6,999 points for the rebirth reshape, pilling 88 points for the essential pocket gun for veggies. Zilu's account was left with only 8,855 points. Although it hurt to spend points when delicious food appeared, Zilu still felt delighted. She sat with her legs tucked in the triangular house, took off her mask, and eagerly stuffed the long-missed spicy hot pot into her mouth, only to blow on it the next second because it was too hot. The temperature on the asteroid was relatively high, and eating the scalding hot pot made Zilu break into a sweat, her face flushed red. Finally, she finished with a soft and chewy ice cream, contentedly squinting her cat-like eyes. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Zilu prepared to take a shower. She hadn't bathed since arriving on this asteroid, mainly due to environmental and financial constraints. The water here was not only scarce, but also polluted. She had only been able to wipe herself down with a few basins of water she borrowed on credit. Now, she could finally take a proper shower. However, Zilu poked her head out of the triangular house and observed the person lying in the cart for a while. Surely they wouldn't wake up just like that? They hadn't even stirred with such a fragrant smell earlier. After some hesitation, her desire for a shower overcame her concerns. After all, she had a handgun at her side. If the other person woke up and caused trouble while she was bathing and managed to break free from their ropes, she should be able to handle it. She walked to the nearest garbage pile, stood at the corner, and confirmed that the triangular house couldn't see this side before opening the exchange mall, where she found clean, cool, bottled water 3L and exchanged 1 point for a barrel. The sound of water splashing was occasionally mixed with a few cheerful humming notes. The alien lying in the cart frowned slightly, fingers curling as if trying to grasp something, their thin lips parting slightly, yet they couldn't wake from their dreams. After finishing her shower, Zilu crawled back into the triangular house, which was now covered with a thick layer of mattress. She lay on the soft new mattress and sighed in relaxation. Maybe just a little nap. That alien was so badly injured. They shouldn't wake up so quickly. Zilu drowsily thought, and the fatigue of many days washed over her, causing her to sink into a deep, sweet sleep. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly a strange, rustling sound filled her ears. In her dazed state, she thought she had returned home, lying in bed, hearing the sound of her golden retriever chewing on a plastic bag. She wanted to stop it from chewing the plastic, but suddenly remembered that she was on a garbage planet. Where would a dog come from? This completely pulled her out of her half-asleep state. Zilu's cat-like eyes widened, her heart racing in fright, and she felt as if her heart might leap out of her throat. It's okay, it's okay. Zilu patted her chest, calming her startled little heart. Before she could fully comprehend the source of the rustling, a pair of long legs wrapped in thick protective gear stood at the opening of her triangular house. The long legs squatted down, and the alien's light golden eyes, hidden behind a mask that had been hastily cleaned but still bore traces of blood, met Zilu's gaze. Their thin lips slowly opened and closed, producing strange sounds. Zilu's startled scream got stuck in her throat, and before she could react, the system's voice rang in her mind. Anytime, anywhere translator daily rental. 3 points. Would you like to purchase? Buy. Realizing that the other party was speaking to her. Despite being frightened by the stranger, Zilu still chose to communicate with them after not having spoken to anyone for a long time. What are you saying? Zilu was unsure if this alien was friendly, her voice barely above a whisper. You speak Esperanto? That's great. The alien's voice was still deep and magnetic as before. But what reached Zilu's mind was no longer incomprehensible sounds, but clear Chinese. Although she didn't know what Esperanto was, Zilu still responded vaguely. This alien actually broke free from the ropes. Fortunately, they didn't harm her. Otherwise, she might not even know how she died. Zilu felt frantic inside, but maintained a facade of calm. How is your body? Please, don't get better too quickly. I can no longer feel the pain. Thank you. Squatting in front of Zilu was the golden-haired, golden-eyed alien, Gilvy Bishop Jensen, smiling at the small alien curled up before him. In fact, Jensen had sat up directly when he woke up, effortlessly breaking the ropes that had been tied to him. He didn't even realize Zilu intended to bind him. After waking up, he had wandered around the nearby area and hadn't seen any other living creatures. The only one was the sleeping Zilu. The other party's slender figure, small face the size of a palm, and selfless sharing of the camp made the large alien suspect that she might be a Cosima on the brink of extinction. Cosima were peace-loving, warm-hearted, and had healing techniques. But they were small and cute, lacking any self-defense skills and having underdeveloped technology. As far as he knew, there had been a trend of capturing and selling Cosima decades ago. Unfortunately, Cosima were very fragile, and there seemed to be some bond between them. This widespread capturing and breeding activity mysteriously led to the sudden death of numerous Cosima on the same day after more than a decade, and he had even thought they had gone extinct. It seemed that their kin still hadn't learned their lesson. Although they feared strangers, they still selflessly treated strangers and could even sleep soundly in front of them. Zilu had no idea that she was now linked to this silly and sweet race, still secretly extending her index finger toward him, just in case he suddenly turned hostile. My name is Jensen. What is your name? Zilu. The large alien Jensen smiled and nodded as a greeting. However, at that moment, Zilu felt the problem with the anytime, anywhere translator. This translation tone is too strong. It sounds so strange. Users need not worry. The initial translations of the anytime, anywhere translator may be somewhat awkward. After long-term use, the system will automatically match the most suitable translation methods and content for the user. Alright, after all, having it is better than not having it. Are you hungry? The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and it was Zilu who couldn't stand the suffocating atmosphere and took the initiative to break the silence. The machine had given her so many points, and as long as it didn't harm her, She was naturally willing to provide enough food and resources without revealing the system, seeing that the other party had not made any overstepping moves for a long time. Zilu quietly raised her hand and adjusted her protective suit to reveal the transparent part, glancing at the watch that had traveled with her. It was almost 24 hours now. The other party was probably hungry too. Zilu pretended to take out a standard bottle of nutrient solution from behind and handed it to the other person. "Thank you." Jensen smiled as he accepted it, raised his hand to remove the blood-stained mask, and tossed it aside. He flipped the bottle, took a glance, and then tilted his head back to drink the nutrient solution in one go. Since the other party could heal his injuries, there was no need to worry about being poisoned. Therefore, Jensen didn't hesitate and drank the nutrient solution in front of the other person to express his trust. In Zilu's eyes, the way he drank the nutrient solution exuded a sense of boldness, indicating that he was really hungry. Thinking this, she pretended to reach behind her again, purchased another bottle of nutrient solution from the system shop, and handed it to him. Watching Zilu continuously share food with him, the alien Jensen felt surprised by the friendliness of this species. It seemed those rumors weren't false. Now he understood why so many people liked Cosima. The slender fingers of the other party, wrapped in protective clothing, held the glowing green nutrient solution out in front of him. Those distinctly black and white, round eyes were carefully observing him. When he didn't immediately reach out, she hesitated and began to pull her hand back. "Thank you." Zilu thought he was dissatisfied and was about to take it back when Jensen's large hand covered hers. Jensen slowly pulled the nutrient solution from her hand to his mouth. This time, he drank leisurely, but his light golden eyes remained fixed on her, making Zilu feel inexplicably uneasy. Whether it was her illusion or not, Zilu noticed that his pupils seemed to shimmer, but under the glaring sunlight, this shimmer appeared minimal. After waiting for him to finish the nutrient solution, Zilu hesitantly reached out again to take the empty glass bottle from him. "I need the bottle. Glass can be recycled. Although the points are low, it's better than having nothing." Moreover, Zilu was very afraid of this glass-like material breaking in the camp, as it could cause injury. She pointed to the glass bottle in his hand. Jensen immediately handed the test tube to her. She turned around, fiddled with it for a moment, and then turned back. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Just as Jensen was satisfied with observing this rare Cosima and was about to tease her while learning about the situation on this planet, Zilu waved her small hand to signal him to move aside. "I need to get to work." Zilu felt very awkward and uneasy staying here, silently locking eyes with this alien. Moreover, feeling trapped in this small space with him made her feel extremely unsafe, given the significant power gap between them. It was hard to speak plainly. It was better to find an excuse to go out, pick up some trash, and earn some points. "Can I go with you?" It was a good opportunity to personally explore and understand this barren planet. At the same time, Jensen was also curious about how this little one managed to survive in such a visibly barren asteroid. The little one Zilu nodded with a serious face and moved toward the exit. Jensen followed suit, and at nearly 2 meters tall, he appeared intimidatingly large in front of the one. 62 Meter, Zilu. From a distance, Jensen's tall figure blocked the sunlight for Zilu as he followed closely behind her. Chapter 5 Friendly Reception. Jensen is actually the youngest prince of the Aerie clan. The Aerie are warlike and skilled in battle, generally resorting to force to solve any problems they encounter. As the youngest son in the family, he is greatly pampered by his parents and brothers. As a prince of Aerie, who has conquered hundreds of planets, he is respected and treated well everywhere. Unfortunately, recently his father died in a war against the insect race, and his uncle started a civil war within the clan to vie for power. However, he doesn't actually see this as a big problem. For the warlike Aerie, war is a daily occurrence, and dying in battle is even considered an honor. Fallen warriors have the chance to ascend to the hall of the war god. So Jensen does not feel sad about his father's death, nor does he feel upset about his uncle's power struggle. Instead, he feels indignant that his brother sent him away in a severely injured state during the chaos. In short, he rarely experiences delicate feelings like pity. But now, looking at the little one, Cosima, sitting in a pile of garbage in a tattered protective suit, seriously searching through the trash with a stern face, he suddenly feels a pang in his heart. This strange feeling makes his gaze towards Zilu somewhat unusual. Do you do this every day? Bikyab garabaji. The alien Jensen carefully considered his words, but unfortunately, through the translator in Zilu's mind, the meaning was conveyed very straightforwardly. Yes. If you see any glowing black metal, can you bring it to me? Of course. After several days of picking up garbage, Zilu no longer sees it as a problem. Seizing the opportunity to search for trash, she boldly observes this big alien who has been following her and even tentatively asks him to help with the garbage collection. Seeing that he is accepting and does not show any hostility towards her, Zilu feels much more at ease. She decides that today, she not only wants to find the precious metal worth 50 points as indicated by the identification system, but also wants to collect a few large metal plates for this big alien, to make him a triangular house that can block out light and wind, and maybe even provide a little radiation protection. Thinking of this, Zilu looks at Jensen's handsome face, which conforms to human aesthetics, exposed to the air, and asks, "Is it okay to take off your mask? There is radiation here. Radiation, it needs to be covered." Worried that the translator might not accurately convey her meaning, Zilu covers her face and makes a fearful gesture. Jensen holds back a laugh and nods. "It's fine. My skin is very tough. I'm not afraid of radiation." Okay, the alien with tough skin. Zilu no longer dwells on this point and turns back to continue searching for garbage. Jensen watches her for a moment before he starts searching alongside her. Waste sorting and recycling have actually been promoted on major home planets. The scarcity of resources has made various star systems pay attention to this issue. However, for most merchants, the process of selecting and extracting precious and toxic metals requires a lot of manpower and material resources. So aside from strict enforcement on the home planets, the casual disposal of waste is still common on other small asteroids. Some asteroids are even treated as garbage planets after being occupied due to factors like barren land and resource shortages, just like the small asteroid they are on. As for Jensen's claim of having tough skin, it is indeed true. The Aerie are not only warlike, but also skilled in battle. Their bodies, born for combat, are incredibly strong, which is why Jansen, even after sustaining serious injuries, was still able to survive while flying halfway across the star system in an escape pod. His protective suit was automatically donned by the escape pod when a user was forcibly ejected. Unfortunately, Zilu does not know any of this and is still thinking of making a similar small house for the injured person, as well as exchanging for a similar mattress for him. I found it. With the help of the identification system, Zilu's speed in searching for recyclable garbage has increased. After quietly recycling the resources she found, she begins to wholeheartedly search for large, smooth metal plates. Fortunately, this type of metal is relatively conspicuous. After confirming with the system that the metal plates in her hands are neither toxic nor radioactive, Zilu happily shares her findings with Jensen. "This, I will make a house for you." Zilu stretches out both hands, palms flat, and makes a gesture of a small house. Jensen thinks of the simple shelter inside, which she lies. To call it a house is actually a stretch. But considering that she is still thinking of him despite such limited resources, he feels deeply moved and nods in agreement. "Thank you, I really like it." Jensen can roughly identify some recyclable metal materials with the naked eye, so he has also collected quite a bit. 10 small recyclable metals can be exchanged for 5 points. Unfortunately, Zilu cannot recycle them in front of him, so she puts the recyclable metals in the pocket of her protective suit and lets him learn to find materials for building the house. From the beginning, Jensen guessed that she was looking for recyclable metals, thinking that there might be a recycling truck or resource vehicle passing by, and that Zilu was struggling to live on this barren asteroid by exchanging recyclable metals for resources. Filled with pity for the little one, Jensen dutifully starts looking for the cover she requested. With a helper, the speed of finding things also increases. After finding 3 large metal plates, Zilu, now with a large amount of points, no longer wants to linger and leads the alien Jensen back toward the camp. Jensen easily carries the 3 large plates on his shoulder and reaches out to steady Zilu when she stumbles and almost trips over the garbage. Although he wants to simply pick her up, Jensen notices her slight wariness and fear towards him. Perhaps after spending some more time together, things will improve. Jensen thinks, his gaze never leaving Zilu. On such a bumpy ground, He is worried that the petite Cosima might fall and get hurt. The two return to the camp harmoniously. The camp looks the same as when they left, with a simple triangular house set up on a thick mattress, exposing the corners of the mattress. Next to the triangular house is a roller cart, which has several thick ropes placed on it. On the other side of the triangular house are some daily necessities, gathered together and surrounded by small stones, forming a small circle. How about here? Using the triangular house as a starting point, Zilu walks a short distance outwards and gestures for Jensen to place the metal plates here. Jensen looks at the distance on both sides and is somewhat dissatisfied but does not oppose it. Okay, it's good for Cosima to learn to be cautious. Although this caution does not have much practical effect. Jensen places the metal plates on the ground with a dull thud. I can do it. Seeing Zilu trying to help lift the top plate, Jensen quickly stops her. Zilu, blushing, manages to lift it halfway and, upon hearing him, let's go so that Jensen can take over from underneath. Seeing Jensen handle it effortlessly, she thinks it's not that heavy. In reality, these metal plates are twice the size of those on Zilu's side and much heavier than she imagined. Back then, Zilu had to make 3 trips to move the 3 thin metal plates for the triangular house. It's great to be strong. Watching Jensen set up the 3 plates easily, with his muscles slightly bulging under the protective suit, Zilu feels a bit envious of his great strength. But how can she exchange for a new mattress for him without being discovered? Zilu feels a bit of a headache. Jensen carves out 3 deep grooves in the ground and casually uses the 3 plates to set up a larger version of the triangular house. Before he could show Zilu his results, he saw her walking towards her triangular house. Jansen silently followed her. Zilu directly sat on the edge of the mattress exposed at the corner of the triangular house, and when she noticed Jansen following her, she tentatively asked him, "Do you need this?" She patted the mattress beneath her. "No need." Jansen shook his head. Truly a Cosima, he thought, just as he noted her cautiousness. The next moment she was selflessly offering her belongings. Jansen looked at her smooth face and doubted that she could sleep well without a mattress. He was different. During the war, he often slept on the ground, and it was rare to have time to sleep, so he didn't care about such details. Zilu, holding a large amount of points exchanged from Jansen's machine, felt a bit guilty. She almost decided to part with her mattress and give it to him, but fortunately, Jansen didn't need it. In fact, her willingness to make such a gesture stemmed from her belief that he wouldn't stay long. Even without a mattress, it would only be for a short period. Speaking of herself, she would definitely find a way to leave this place. However, where to go and how to leave were matters that required careful planning. The system shop also sold spaceships, but the points required were very high. Even the cheapest small airship cost 50,000 points. Moreover, she didn't know how to pilot a spaceship, not to mention she had no destination to go to. She had once tried to inquire about the whereabouts of Earth from the system, but had not found the Earth she mentioned in this star system. As for other star systems, due to the great distance, the system indicated that it couldn't detect them at the moment. Regarding why she had crossed over, the system always spoke ambiguously or simply played dead. It was frustrating because if the system played dead, Zilu really had no way to deal with it. "Do you remember where I landed?" Jansen saw Zilu patting the spot next to her and naturally squeezed in to sit with her. Zilu's small frame was lightly bumped by him, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. "Sorry, are you okay?" Jansen quickly reached out to support Zilu, steadying her small body. Even through a layer of protective suit, Jansen could easily feel her frailty and vulnerability. "I'm fine. I still remember. Should we go now?" Zilu thought of the discarded metal that fell from the large machine after the exchange and couldn't help but feel a chill. What if I say the machine broke apart? Would he believe it? "No need. Let's rest a bit before going," Jansen said. Seeing Zilu's head droop, and thinking she was tired and unwilling to move, the two fell into a brief silence. However, Zilu was brainstorming how to explain that his large machine had turned into several small parts, while Jansen continued to observe this nearly extinct little Cosima. How did she end up here? He had taken a moment to look around from a height earlier, and everywhere he looked was a mountain of garbage, mostly metallic waste. It was easy to imagine that this planet had been abandoned, but if that were the case, did other life forms still exist on this small asteroid? Thinking this, Jansen asked, "By the way, how did you get separated from your people?" Jansen's pleasant low voice made the translated question sound extremely gentle. However, Zilu, spoiled since childhood and used to many admirers, couldn't discern the rare tenderness of Prince Aerie. People? Zilu was confused, thinking there was an issue with the translator. Did he mean to ask about her family? Chapter 6 Playing dumb, they were all gone. Zilu thought of her family, and her mood sank even lower. She didn't know if she would ever be able to go back in her lifetime. On one hand, she wanted to leave here and find Earth. But on the other hand, she was worried that leaving might mean missing her chance to cross back. Jansen heard the other party muttering with a tone of grievance, and he felt as if his heart was frozen in ice. He could already imagine her being separated from her people, isolated and helpless. Given her weak appearance, she probably couldn't protect herself like he could with a weapon. What about you? Was it an accident? The scene when the machine crashed indicated that it had made an emergency landing, suggesting that the other party might not have intended to come here at all. Since Jansen had asked her, Zilu mustered the courage to ask back. Yes, the escape pod automatically selects the nearest landing site before it falls. But I was already unconscious by then. Jansen had struggled all the way, but eventually fainted from excessive blood loss. He had briefly regained consciousness for a few seconds when the escape pod landed, only to lose consciousness again. The pain from numerous wounds tormented him. But shortly after he fainted again, he felt as if all the pain had evaporated. In his dazed state, he even heard the song of the guardian spirit of the Aerie clan, thinking he had reached heaven. Now it seemed it might have been Cosima's secret method of saving people. Jansen let his thoughts wander. So what are your plans? It turned out that big machine was the escape pod. The name alone indicated that the other party had encountered danger, but Zilu didn't intend to pry further. Instead, she inquired about his plans afterward, thinking perhaps she could take some pointers. My warriors must be searching for me everywhere. But I plan to see if the escape pod is still usable. Maybe I can use it to leave here. Since the other party had been abandoned alone on this garbage planet, perhaps she would be willing to come with him? Jansen decided to wait until they were about to leave to ask Zilu, as they weren't familiar enough yet, and she still had her rare and limited guard up. Hearing this, Zilu felt a shiver run down her spine. Oh my god, I've turned his hope of leaving into points. The two chatted occasionally, and after getting to know each other better, it had already been over an hour. They set off again toward the garbage mountain, where Jansen had made an emergency landing. On the way, Zilu had made up her mind to play dumb. She absolutely couldn't let this strong alien find out that she had tampered with his machine. Otherwise, with her small frame, he could knock her down with one punch. When they reached the foot of the garbage mountain, which had turned into a small hill, Jansen quickly climbed up and then turned back to offer his hand to Zilu. She thought he was going to help her climb, but to her surprise, once he held her hand wrapped in the protective suit, he lifted her off the ground, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist and directly carrying her up. Thus, the small hill that had taken Zilu at least 15 minutes to climb was conquered in under a minute. Wow, you're so strong, Zilu exclaimed as she sat on his powerful arm. Jansen, who could remain unfazed in front of the praise of many soldiers, felt his face grow warm upon hearing this compliment. A clear blush appeared on his fair face. Without the mask to hide it, Zilu could see it quite clearly. This alien had quite thin skin, she thought mischievously. Ahem, is this where we landed? Jansen avoided Zilu's smiling eyes and pointed knowingly at the deep pit created by the crash. Zilu nodded and patted his tense biceps, signaling him to let her down. Jansen carefully placed Zilu on the ground, waiting for her to steady herself before standing up straight. Can I go down and take a look? Will you wait for me here? Zilu eagerly nodded. She did not want to face the pile of discarded parts directly. Jansen felt relieved, jumping down the deep pit right away. Zilu leaned forward to look, and after seeing him land safely, she pulled her head back. Without mentioning Jansen's feelings as he carefully inspected the few remaining broken parts, just a moment he climbed back up from the pit. Zilu could almost feel the low pressure that had coalesced into a solid form. Fortunately, upon seeing Zilu patiently waiting in place, the low pressure surrounding him dissipated in an instant. Are we going back? Jansen found no parts related to his escape pod in Zilu's camp, but did see a few discarded control panels at the bottom of the deep pit. Someone had dismantled his escape pod, taking away the useful parts. Since Zilu had said there were no other people on this small asteroid, Jansen believed she had no reason to lie, which meant this small asteroid must be hiding one or more intelligent beings that Zilu was unaware of. Thinking of this, Jansen looked around again. It was eerily quiet, and even the breeze was rare. I want to explore a bit more. Do you want to go back first? Zilu had not explored much of this asteroid yet. There were still many places she wanted to check out. Rather than sitting in the camp staring at Jansen, she preferred to wander around, hoping for unexpected discoveries. Besides, after a good meal and sleep in the early morning, she didn't feel tired at the moment. With that thought, Zilu pretended to pull out a tube of standard nutrient solution from her protective suit pocket to offer to Jansen. He was tall and muscular. Perhaps his appetite was much larger than hers, and he might want to return to the camp because he was hungry. Jansen shook his head, telling her to take the nutrient solution back. I'm not tired or hungry. Let me accompany you. Jansen was uncertain of how other intelligent beings on this planet would treat the delicate Cosima. If something dangerous appeared suddenly, Zilu would definitely be at risk. In fact, through close observation of Zilu, Jansen increasingly understood why there had been a trend of domestication of Cosima on major planets, and why the Cosima were heading toward extinction. They were just too fragile. Bang! Jansen carefully picked up Zilu and jumped down from the small hill, landing steadily before placing her back on the ground and steadying her. Moreover, they were incredibly selfless. Jansen felt the nutrient solution that Zilu had insisted on giving him, which he ultimately stuffed into his protective suit pocket, silently following behind her. Given the limited resources, he was already starving and thin, but still willing to share food. Zilu had no idea what Jansen was thinking. If she did, her conscience would probably feel terribly guilty. She activated the identification system, changing the criteria to trigger an alarm if it was greater than or equal to 100, and stepped ahead. Based on her experience living in this hemisphere, Zilu guessed that the other half of the planet must be in eternal night. If that were the case, she would have to consider how to exchange for a flashlight without leaving any traces while Jansen was around. How is your escape pod? Zilu mustered the courage to ask Jansen, who had walked up beside her. She needed to know his further plans. The escape pod is beyond repair. I'm considering fixing my mech. Perhaps we can use it to go to the nearest planet. If he directly told her that the escape pod had been dismantled and taken away by unknown creatures, it might scare the little one. So Jansen expressed the dire situation of the escape pod indirectly and then shifted to his new plan. Staying put and waiting for rescue was not his style. He prefers to take the initiative rather than passively wait. Fortunately, as a little prince from a fighting nation, Jansen not only needs to learn the skills of combat, but also needs to understand the principles of various combat and transport machines. Most importantly, he needs to know how to use, operate, and maintain mechas. His mecha has been severely damaged in battle, but if he can find materials, he can perform simple repairs. It might not be able to fly too far, but as long as there are other planets nearby, they can conduct short interstellar travels. At that time, they can either take the public transport ships available on each planet or use local communication devices to contact his warriors. If this small planet is still a barren one, they can repeat the process, believing that they will eventually achieve their goals. When Zilu heard the word mecha, she automatically ignored the word we, thinking that the translator had encountered another small problem. Mecha? The kind that can fight? Zilu waved her fist. How cute. Jansen watched Zilu's actions intently and nodded. Yes, do you want to see it? Although his mecha was damaged, its majestic and handsome appearance would not be diminished by scars. Jansen inexplicably felt a desire to show off. Can I? Zilu's round cat-like eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at him. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Jansen's protective suit began to tear apart, layers of armor overlapping on his body. And in an instant, Jansen was enveloped in the mecha, his figure growing taller. Zilu watched the deep blue robot grow taller and stronger, her mouth involuntarily opening, her eyes filled with a mix of awe and fear. The fully formed battle mecha stood nearly 6 or 7 meters tall, and its lowered head indeed had Jansen's essence. But the surface of the mecha was marked with many deep knife scars and charred marks from gunpowder, showing the intensity of the battles fought. All the scars could be felt by Jansen within it, and any serious injuries would also manifest on him. Zilu was unaware of this at that moment. She saw the mecha, representing Jansen, kneeling on one knee, lowering its head to gaze at her. and when it opened its palm and placed it on the ground beside her, she suddenly had a very strong sense of perception. Perhaps she had truly left her original world. The mecha's fingers lightly touched Zilu's ankle. "Do you want to come up?" Jansen's voice came from the mecha's mouth. Zilu came back to her senses, soothingly patted her racing heart, but nodded without hesitation. "Have you never seen a mecha before?" The startled look on her face was imprinted in Jansen's eyes, making his movements even gentler. Zilu shook her head, carefully stepping onto the mecha's hand, sitting in the palm of its hand as it lifted her up. Wow. Zilu felt both scared and excited. Fortunately, Jansen was also worried that she would be afraid of his mecha, so he lifted her very slowly, ensuring that she did not feel uncomfortable. Chapter 7. A few things about aliens. Jansen's mech was close to breaking at the left knee, so he couldn't carry Zilu around. After enjoying the high-altitude view for a while, Zilu asked Jansen to set her down. "Your clothes." As soon as Zilu landed, she hadn't had a chance to mention Jansen's protective suit that had shattered on the ground, and in the next moment, Jansen transformed back in front of her. Fortunately, he was not as naked as Zilu had imagined. He was wrapped in a layer of form-fitting clothing. The clothes were dark blue, reflecting a faint sheen under the sunlight, resembling satin or liquid. The shine seemed to flow across the fabric as he moved, looking very beautiful. "Wow!" Zilu exclaimed again in awe. "Can I touch it?" The clothing looked extremely comfortable, and she couldn't help but lift her hand. Jansen naturally wouldn't refuse. Feeling Zilu's warm palm against his chest made his heart race a few beats. This clothing was just another form of the mech. But the most important part was the chip embedded in his neck, which allowed the mech to sense his mental energy. However, Jansen didn't explain these details to Zilu, who was simply curious and didn't think she'd have the chance to interact with such things in the future. The two happily resumed their journey, listening to Jansen talk about the mech. "By the way, when will the supply truck arrive on this planet?" Jansen casually asked about the supply truck that was on his mind. If the supply truck came frequently and was willing to lend communication devices, he might not even need to repair the mech on this garbage planet. Additionally, he could exchange valuable jewelry for necessary parts and food, or even trade for a ticket to leave. Jansen thought while touching the water blue earrings on his ears. Supply truck? What is a supply truck? Was this also a translation error? Zilu's confusion made Jansen hesitate, and after some consideration, he spoke again. "Where do you get your food from?" Zilu was so selfless and kind that she shouldn't misunderstand that he was coveting her food. Indeed, Zilu wouldn't misunderstand Jansen's intentions regarding her food. After all, as long as she didn't give it to him, he would be able to obtain it. However, Zilu also didn't want to reveal that she had a system. Although Jansen seemed like a friendly alien so far, it didn't mean he wouldn't harm her. What if she encountered a question she didn't want to answer? Zilu chose to play dumb. She shook her head, pretending she didn't understand what he was saying. Jansen felt a headache, genuinely believing that the language barrier was causing the misunderstanding. He tried several different ways to express himself, even using his own language in the end. Some planets have resource trucks passing by, and these trucks usually stop to trade with the residents of the passing planets. Are there resource trucks passing through here? If there are, we can leave this place. I don't know. Zilu understood what he was actually asking for, but couldn't provide an answer, because during this time, she indeed hadn't seen any so-called resource trucks appear. "You can speak AE language?" Jansen was surprised to hear Zilu fluently speak the language of his race. Zilu didn't know what AE language was, but she realized that the translator sold by the system had been exposed. It seemed that whatever language the other party used, her words would be translated into that language. This was troublesome. Seeing Jansen's obvious excitement, Zilu pressed her lips tightly together, deciding not to speak again for a while. "Which planet did you live on before?" If the other party lived on a main planet of Aerie, it was possible that she had unknowingly crossed paths with him. However, seeing that Zilu suddenly lost her vitality and seemed very tired, Jansen gently shook his head and lowered it to fiddle with his protective suit gloves. I'm sorry." Did his words remind her of the days spent with her own people? Thinking about it, if her family really lived on the planet of Aerie, then being captured as a pet or even a slave was a possibility. With that in mind, not to mention crossing paths, he might even be one of the culprits responsible for her being stranded alone on this desolate planet. After all, The relevant laws had been passed by the nobles. The more Jansen thought about it, the more he felt that he might be one of the reasons this little one ended up alone on this desolate planet. And with that thought, he fell silent. The two walked in silence for a while, their thoughts worlds apart. Although Zilu didn't understand why he apologized, she was relieved not to have to think of excuses to deceive him. However, she was also very curious about this so-called resource truck. Zilu poked at the system in her mind, and after receiving a prompt sound in response, the system began to play a faint sound of electric currents. The most recent supply truck had stopped by 93 years ago for about 30 minutes. Doesn't this imply that there is effectively no supply truck? The system could not predict the future. We apologize for the inconvenience. It seemed that this supply truck randomly passed through here, so the system couldn't know future schedules. It all depended on luck. Zilu sighed, causing Jansen beside her to feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment as well. However, in reality, Jansen wasn't worried about the absence of a supply truck. After all, Zilu's food and attire were the best proof. The nutrient solution she drank was the latest standard packaging from the Alliance, and although her protective suit was worn out from excessive use, the style was new. He believed that there were indeed supply trucks passing through here. He just didn't know the specific schedule, docking locations, and stop durations. However, not being able to know this information temporarily didn't worry Jansen. As an important source of resources, Zilu would definitely go to exchange resources on time, and all he had to do was follow her. As Jansen was thinking this, he turned to look at Zilu, who was looking dejectedly at the ground. From the side of the protective suit, he could only see her delicate nose and the hair that occasionally flew up as she jumped. As their time together increased, Jansen became more and more determined to take Zilu away. She selflessly helped him, and he should adhere to the warrior's code and protect her as much as possible. At that time, he could also take Zilu to the planet's under area to find her family. With him around, no one would dare to bully her. When he returned to the battlefield and regained military power, he would lift those broken laws. What broke Jansen's train of thought was Zilu, who suddenly regained her vitality. I want to go up there. The smooth AE language flowed from her mouth, carrying the soft accent of Southern Chinese. Jansen immediately agreed with her idea and nimbly climbed up, turning back to help Zilu every so often. When they reached a particularly steep section, Jansen didn't even let Zilu touch the ground. He directly picked her up with one hand and sent her up. This alien is so nice. Zilu sighed. She hadn't even said anything, and he had already helped her with everything. The two cooperatively dug out the rare metals detected by the identification system and placed them into Zilu's pocket. Ultimately, the two of them couldn't reach the other hemisphere. Zilu felt her legs becoming soft and weak halfway through and thought it would be better to sweep the nearby junkyard first. When they truly decided to go to the other hemisphere, they could rest on the way and not return to the camp. Zilu thought to herself, but at that moment, she was just forcing herself to walk back. In the end, it was Jansen who couldn't bear to see her like this and repeatedly asked if she needed help, ultimately carrying her back. This alien is really nice. It seems saving him was the right choice. Zilu sighed again. Although there was still a long way to go before returning to the good old days of being served meals and having clothes brought to her, it was at least much better than the laborious days of the past few days. The speed of rummaging through the trash had improved significantly. Zilu touched the bulging pocket of her protective suit. This bag could be exchanged for hundreds of points. How nice, seeing the small dimples in her smile. Jansen couldn't help but smile as well. The two returned to the camp in a harmonious manner. The camp looked just as it did when they left. Zilu was placed on a mattress in the small triangular house, and she softly spoke in AE language, indicating that she wanted to rest. Jansen nodded and consciously walked to his triangular house. Sitting on the ground, Jansen watched from a distance as she crawled into the small house. After a while, a pair of bare feet appeared. Those fair and delicate feet kicked a few times on the mattress before finally disappearing into the humble little house. Jansen couldn't suppress his smile. How could there be such a cute creature? He thought, reaching out to touch the water blue diamond on his ear again. Hidden beneath that diamond was a communication device, but unfortunately, he didn't know whether it was damaged by the passing war or if there was a signal interference here. In any case, ever since Jansen woke up, he had been unable to activate the diamond again. He took out the light green nutrient solution that Zilu had given him, watched the liquid gently sway inside, and ultimately put it back away, turning to crawl into the triangular house and lie down, revealing his long legs. Ever since Zilu arrived on this small planet, she had been waking up naturally every day. However, before, sleeping on the ground was uncomfortable and sweaty, making it hard to sleep soundly even when she was exhausted. Thankfully, now, even though she couldn't take a bath every day because of the alien's presence and didn't dare to sleep too deeply, at least there was a mattress, making resting much more comfortable. When she woke up again, she found herself still in the unchanging daytime. The sunlight was baking the outer metal plates, while an unknown black coating inside kept the heat out, preventing Zilu from being roasted alive in her sleep. After waking up from her dream, Zilu stretched her slender arms, lazily yawning, and, as usual, adjusted her protective suit to check the time on her watch through the transparent section. Then, she slowly adjusted her position, lying on her stomach on the bed, and gradually moved toward one corner of the triangular house. Zilu picked up a small stone piece that was placed in the corner and carved another line on the ground. Zilu, are you awake? The alien's voice was deep and rich, carrying a tenderness he himself wasn't aware of. All right, I have taken in an alien. Zilu thought drowsily while lying on the mattress. Chapter 8. The Iron House area didn't need much rest, so Jansen just lay down for a bit and got up after about 2 hours. When leaving the camp, he went to the little triangular house and carefully watched Zilu sleeping for a while before standing up to leave. Worried that Zilu might be harmed by unknown intelligent beings in the asteroid, Jansen first searched the surrounding environment to ensure it was safe before heading outward. When he was alone, speed was no longer an issue. Jansen gave himself 3 hours, hoping to return before Zilu woke up. Since the trend of keeping Cosima as pets was popular among the nobles, even if Jansen ultimately didn't keep a Cosima, he still knew a lot about their habits. They liked to sleep, starting with 10 hours a day, enjoyed trying various flavors of food, but had a small appetite, were prone to crying and fussing, and their bodies were quite fragile. After more than a decade of this trend, many Cosima began to die for no apparent reason. Jansen still remembered how his brother had rarely shed a few tears over the death of Cosima Pet. After all, Cosima couldn't fight on the battlefield and couldn't receive the protection of the war god, so after death, they couldn't ascend to the Hall of Fame. Their deaths, in Ares' eyes, meant a true farewell. That said, it was Jansen's understanding of Cosima's habits that led him to decide to explore outside the camp while Zilu was asleep, as he was confident he could return before she woke up. Jansen ran and climbed quickly, but unfortunately, he couldn't use his mech. Otherwise, he could have explored the entire asteroid in half an hour. In the end, he reached the edge of eternal daylight in 1 hour. Looking at the dark area on the other side, he thought for a moment but chose to turn back. On the way back, Jansen consciously began to collect supplies. Since he wasn't sure when the supply vehicle would arrive or when they could leave, he planned to build a house for Zilu. A real sturdy house with a roof and walls where she could move around inside. He stopped a few hundred meters from the small camp with a pile of discarded materials, casually threw them on the ground, and after some hesitation, he couldn't resist the urge to return to the camp to check on Zilu. He quickly moved in the direction of the small camp and finally stopped in front of the triangular house, observing the sleeping Zilu through the small door. After nearly 20 minutes, he leisurely strolled back and began to work on the pile of discarded materials. The light on Jansen's clothes began to flow toward his arms, and the long sleeve on the right extended forward, enveloping Jansen's fist to form a layer of protection. Various discarded materials easily bent and deformed under Jansen's hands, and his right fist could easily drive nails made of metal to fuse with various metal pieces. The clanging sounds in this small area continued intermittently for nearly 15 minutes. Jansen set aside the parts made for the roof and started working on the walls. After being busy for almost an hour, he finished all the components and then carried them back to the small camp. Zilu lay on a mattress, slowly waking up before rolling up. Before leaving the triangular house, Zilu specifically exchanged for 20 nutrient solutions, placing them in a corner of her house to pretend they were supplies. These were all for Jansen, so if he needed to search for materials to repair his mech later, he could take them. Then, she exchanged for a new set of toiletries to take with her. Jansen stood at the door of the triangular house, patiently waiting for the little one to poke her head out. "Did you sleep well?" Seeing the little tuft of hair standing up on her head, Jansen couldn't help but smile. Zilu nodded, completely unaware that the short hair on her head was dancing along with her. It seemed like the aliens were in a good mood today, Zilu thought, looking at Jansen's bright smile before turning around and diving back in to share her toiletries with him. What relieved Zilu the most was that consuming nutrient solutions didn't require excretion. It only occasionally made her feel like she needed to go a little otherwise. In the wild, it would be quite a headache. Jansen thanked the enthusiastic Cosima, but still didn't walk away. Zilu was a bit puzzled and took out a nutrient solution for him. Jansen thanked her again and accepted it, but still squatted in front of the triangular house without leaving. Zilu looked at his bright smile, his golden eyes filled with light, and his platinum-colored short hair. "Oh, you want to comb your hair, right?" He was so handsome and beautiful. Surely he cared about his appearance. Zilu thought to herself and went back into the small house. This time she didn't need to exchange for anything. She had already kept a comb in her bedding for when she washed her hair. Her medium-length hair had a slight natural curl, and if she didn't comb it, it would get tangled and stick up, so she had long been teased by classmates and had her hair pulled. Over time, Zilu began to care about her image. Jansen watched as Zilu, like a little hamster, dug out treasures hidden in her nest to share with him. He couldn't bear to refuse her kindness and took the butterfly-shaped comb. Under Zilu's round cat-like eyes, he pretended to comb his hair a couple of times. After he finished, he handed the cute little comb back to Zilu, watching her naturally tuck it into her protective suit to groom her lovely, slightly curled hair. Jansen patiently waited for her to tidy her hair before speaking. "Zilu, don't you want to come out and take a look?" Because he didn't know the difference between surnames and names in Chinese, Jansen thought Zilu was like him, just exchanging nicknames. So he always called her by both name and surname. However, the way he pronounced a language unconsciously had a slight upward inflection at the end, sounding like he was coaxing a child. Yet, the way her family spoke to her was always in this tone, so Zilu was quite used to it. Not knowing what he wanted to express, Zilu nodded and obediently moved out of her small house. Wow, since meeting Jansen, Zilu felt she had been amazed more and more often. Behind the little triangular house, there stood a solid iron house built on flat ground. The iron house was several meters long and wide, rectangular in shape, with a patchwork of black, white, and silver colors, looking like it had many patches. But that was enough to astonish Zilu. She excitedly ran inside through a reserved opening and saw large metal plates stacked against one wall, with two square boxes in the middle without lids, one of which already contained quite a bit of recyclable metal. "Did you make this? It's amazing." Seeing Jansen walk in just barely brushing the top of his head through the opening, Zilu was not stingy with her praise. "Yes, do you like it?" Jansen felt sweet inside, as if he had just drunk a special energy solution. "Of course. I want to make one for myself too." Zilu had always wanted to build a house, but at first, she struggled to make ends meet and simply didn't have the extra energy or time to build one. And the difficulty of building a house was too high. However, now that there was a template in front of her, Zilu was ready to learn from it. If she didn't know how, she could just ask. Currently, her points, barring any accidents, could last for a long time. So the idea of building a house could finally be put on the agenda. With a house, she wouldn't have to curl up to rest, and although so far, Zilu hadn't encountered bad weather on this asteroid, she couldn't guarantee it wouldn't rain or be windy in the future. Speaking of which, there are houses for sale in the system mall, but the required points are very high. In the past, Zilu wouldn't dare to dream about it. But now she has no way to explain to Jansen where this suddenly appearing luxurious house came from. Moreover, if possible, she still hopes to save more points to exchange for a spaceship to leave this place. "No, this house is built for you." Upon hearing Zilu's words, Jansen quickly explained, "This is my territory. The rest is your territory." Zilu looked at the piece of metal plate that Jansen had designated as her territory, then glanced at the remaining area of the house, unsure of what to say for a moment. It seems she has encountered a good alien. Not only does he help her pick up trash, but he also helps her build a house. Zilu was deeply moved and happily ran back into her small triangular house, taking out 20 nutrient solutions and hugging them to give to Jansen, who had followed her. "All for you." Jansen was struck by the sight of Zilu lifting the nutrient solution and looking at him with sparkling eyes. He clutched his heart, feeling an impulse to pull her close and hold her tightly. But that wouldn't do. It would hurt her. Jansen struggled to suppress his strong impulse and restrainedly discussed with Zilu. Thank you. I feel very honored. How about we put these nutrient solutions in the storage box of the house? Zilu naturally agreed. After that, Jansen excused himself to wash up, leaving Zilu to move her things by herself, asking her to wait until he returned to handle the thick mattress. After all, the small triangular house might be hiding her treasures. If someone was around, Cosima might be compelled to part with them to express her friendliness. When Jansen returned after washing up and taking a round, Zilu had already finished washing up, eaten breakfast, and filled one of the boxes with supplies, pretending it was her stock. At that moment, she was struggling to drag her mattress. Seeing this, Jansen quickly stepped forward to help. In fact, Zilu thought she didn't have anything else to do at the moment, so she didn't take Jansen's previous friendly offer to heart. When Jansen wasn't around, she could take care of herself just fine, and after he left, she would still have to learn to take better care of herself, with the first priority being to strengthen her strength. Watching Jansen effortlessly carry the mattress and place it in the house, Zilu followed behind him, filled with envy. It seemed she had to continue working hard to increase her arm strength. This way, whether it was climbing mountains to pick up trash or moving things, it would be much easier. Jansen was unaware of Zilu's ambitions. He just felt good watching the little one following behind him and unconsciously slowed his pace, allowing her to stay by his side a little longer. Has Jansen eaten? Seeing Jansen helping her set up the mattress and even dusting it off, Zilu took out another bottle of nutrient solution from the box without a lid for him. The alien was too shy, always hesitant to take food from her. Since he was so friendly to her, she felt she should take good care of him too. Thinking this, Zilu took his large hand and placed a light green nutrient solution on it. Does Cosima call the nutrient solution food? What a cute pronunciation. This time, Jansen did not refuse and drank the food in one gulp. Chapter 9. An unexpected incident. Peaceful days always pass quickly. In the first few days of spending time with Jansen, Zilu still had some reservations, not daring to sleep soundly. However, after more than a week of interaction, her wariness toward Jansen had diminished to almost nothing, especially on this desolate planet, where he was the only friendly and warm alien she could communicate with. For Jansen, Zilu had helped him first, and his strong combat abilities meant he never regarded her as someone to be wary of. Thus, over the days, the two had become very harmonious. Zilu even unilaterally declared him to be her first alien friend. Although she was perplexed by Jansen's mysterious smile and unwavering gaze when she said that, he kindly expressed that he felt the same way. Both were quite satisfied with that emotional exchange. However, unexpected events always occur when one is relaxed, catching people off guard. Are you still going to the Polanite area today? Since going there with Jansen twice, Zilu had decided to give up on the resources there. For her, the Polar Night area, which was just another garbage dump, not only had poor lighting, but also posed many potential dangers and traps. The dozens of patches on her protective suit were the best proof of that. Yes, are you willing to come with me today? The anticipation in Jansen's light golden eyes seemed almost tangible, making Zilu unable to look him in the eye. No, you go ahead. Jansen's eyes in the Polar Night area were like a cat's, completely unbothered by the darkness. In fact, Zilu had noticed Jansen's superior physical qualities. If they acted separately, his gains would surely be much richer. Yet, she didn't know why, Jansen always hoped to act alongside her. Although the Polar Night area was more dangerous, it seemed to have richer resources, so Zilu knew that, deep down, Jansen was more inclined to go there. He often asked for her opinion before setting out each day, and after being turned down by her for the Polar Night area, he must have understood her reluctance and no longer insisted, only going there approximately every 3 days based on Zilu's observations. Today was the day they were supposed to split up. You really don't want to come with me? The familiar beginning. But Zilu had already learned to lower her head to fend off his enthusiasm. Yes, all right, I'll be back as soon as possible. Jansen's tall figure bent slightly, his forehead gently touching the top of Zilu's head. This was the treatment Zilu received after declaring Jansen as her first alien friend. Although she wasn't sure of the exact meaning of this gesture, She guessed it was a sign of closeness between them. So each time she received this action, Zilu would graciously step forward and gently embrace him. Goodbye. After hugging him as usual, Zilu turned and walked away. She knew that if she hesitated, this occasionally very shy alien might regret his decision and follow her. Even though their time apart was only a dozen hours, after those hours, they would usually return to the simple house Jansen built to rest. Perhaps he also cherished the rare friendship with her. Although she thought this, Zilu didn't want him to slow down his resource collection and mecha repairs because of her. Despite her improved standard of living, Zilu always believed that leaving this garbage planet was the right choice. System warm reminder. The selected recyclable garbage is within 100 meters of you. Please search for yourself. Navigation ends here. Thank you for using it, and have a nice day. Zilu had turned off the system's identification function. So even if she accidentally passed by a place with recyclable garbage, she could receive notifications. She had become very skilled at picking up garbage. However, today, while she was diligently digging through the trash, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly appeared, growing closer and closer until it was right next to her ear. Zilu stood up alertly, looking around. After about a minute or two, she finally spotted a silver, unidentified flying object rapidly approaching her from the horizon, trailing long, cloud-like wings, growing from the size of gravel to that of an egg in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Zilu turned and ran. Is it another escape pod? Her heart raced, and she didn't dare look back, charging forward headlong. At this momentum, if she got hit, her small body wouldn't be able to withstand it. She would surely die on the spot, and in a very tragic manner. As she felt her heart might leap out of her thin chest, a wave of air suddenly surged from behind, knocking her to the ground. Ignoring the pain, Zilu turned her head to look back. It turned out that the silver, unidentified flying object had already hovered behind her, almost blocking the entire sky. Its oval head and long wings stretching out to the sides momentarily made Zilu see the shadow of a shark on this gigantic object. Just as she felt relieved to have escaped this blow, her instincts urged her to leave quickly to escape from here. Stifling the tremors in her heart, Zilu gritted her teeth and got up from the ground, charging forward recklessly again. However, she had just fallen while running, her body hitting the ground, sliding a distance on the surface, her knees scraping against the uneven ground, tearing the patches on her protective suit. She didn't know what she had scraped against during this process, but a deep wound was now etched on her knee, blood flowing down as she ran violently, even dripping onto the ground along the way. Damn it, Zilu felt like she might throw up, her heart pounding as if to accuse her of running for too long, each beat resonating clearly in her chest, ears, and mind. Shouldn't she stop? Once this thought arose, it was hard to refuse. Why should she run? Even if this flying object brought new aliens, they might not necessarily harm her. Jansen was a vivid example, wasn't he? Although Zilu's brain kept searching for reasons, her body's instincts forced her to keep moving. A strong sense of fear and the will to survive spurred her on. However, her physical stamina was ultimately limited. The mask of her protective suit was already fogged up. The road ahead was unclear, her legs felt weak, and she didn't know how long she had been running when she tripped again. This time, it was hard to get back up. Hee. A strange laughter rang out beside Zilu, the sound sharp like nails scraping on a blackboard, making one feel uncomfortable all over. Zilu struggled to turn her body, peering through the foggy mask to see, but the next second, the connected mask was suddenly grabbed by a strange force and violently ripped off her suit. Great. Zilu's scream was choked by fear, her clear black eyes exposed to the air, clearly seeing the creature's appearance. 3 pairs of dark green arms waved excitedly in the air, one of its sharp claws still clutching the torn protective mask, and on its face, if it could be called a face, 3 large eyeballs were embedded, with a long, thin slit beneath that opened and closed, clearly its mouth. The sharp voice came from that narrow gap. Baron, just as Zilu was pointing her index finger at the monster and silently reciting Vegetable Dog launched for the second time. A roar stopped the monster from reaching out its claws towards her again. Cosima was injured, and the price wouldn't be easy to discuss. It was only then that Zilu realized they had come down from the side of an unidentified flying object. The person who spoke looked quite similar to a human, but their muscular limbs and nearly 3-meter height made Zilu clearly aware that the other party was not from Earth. Clearly, Zilu had seen that person standing on the side just a second ago, and the next second, they were already right beside her. She never expected that this trash planet would actually hide Cosima. Upon closer inspection, Zilu noticed that the person's gray-green pupils were extremely elongated. Their sclera filled their eye sockets, and their skin had a pale, grayish hue. They wore a grotesque smile, exposing 2 rows of tightly packed shark teeth. "Come on, tell me." The person directly reached out and grabbed Zilu by the neck, effortlessly lifting her off the ground with an arm as thick as her entire body. "Tell me, where are your kin?" Zilu tightly grasped the person's arm with both hands, her eyes wide open and her face reddening. "Where have you hidden our esteemed prince?" He. The giant's voice, sounding like a ringing bell, mixed with that sharp laughter, buzzed. Chapter 10, Looking for Alien Friends When. Zilu barely opened her eyes. All she could see was endless darkness. After several minutes, she finally remembered what had happened. She had nearly been killed by a group of unknown aliens. Zilu felt pain all over her body. But the most agonizing part was undoubtedly her crushed index finger. System. Zilu tried to call the system in her mind. At this critical moment, the system silently opened the shop for her, directly sliding the shopping cart to the escape-related section, asking her without any extra words if she wanted to make a purchase. Otherwise, she might have died in the next second. The system kindly reminded her that the host had been exposed to radiation for a long time, which could cause irreversible harm to her body. It recommended eating anti-radiation candies, available in 10 flavors, and the host could scroll down to choose. Zilu glanced at it. Each candy only required 1 point, but it was only effective for 24 hours. Why not buy a protective suit? Zilu thought of a possibility and quickly chose to check her remaining points. In that moment, tears streamed inward for Zilu. Those escape items were so expensive. Come chase me. Teleportation item. The user only needs to designate a location in their mind. With an 80% chance of reaching that location, 2,600 points. Zilu had saved up 9,200 points over several days, and looking at the rapidly decreasing points, she sighed. Hopefully, she could still afford medicine. The system recommended that the host exchange the remaining points for healing medicine as soon as possible to treat her finger and knee, increasing her chances of escape. The system's words coincided with Zilu's thoughts. Her finger hurt so much that she was sweating all over. Hearing this, she no longer hesitated over the details and used all her remaining points to buy healing medicine as recommended by the system, leaving her with only 2 points. Not even enough for a flashlight. Looking at her index finger, completely wrapped in cold, glowing metal, Zilu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Point can be saved again. If she's gone, nothing matters anymore. System. How long have I been unconscious? 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Is Jansen nearby? In that critical moment, Zilu just wanted to hurry to find her friend, repeatedly thinking about getting to Jansen's side, to the polar night area. It seemed that she had indeed arrived in the polar night area, but it was eerily quiet here. Zilu's eyes could only see vague outlines in the darkness, and she didn't know whether this meant the teleportation had succeeded or failed. The problem was that she didn't dare shout loudly, fearing it would attract those bad people. The system currently cannot detect nearby life forms. We apologize for the inconvenience. All right, the system's charming time is always so short. Zilu lay there for a moment to recover. Perhaps the pain had made her head spin. Her hands were still trembling, as if the pain from that moment lingered on her body. But she really had no time to rest any longer. Zilu slowly explored her surroundings and then gradually stood up. She squinted her eyes, trying her best to recognize the environment around her, and began to walk. She had to find Jansen quickly and tell her friend everything so he could escape in time. If she remembered correctly, Jansen had said that once his mecha was repaired, he would have a chance to leave here. After Jansen left, maybe she could ask the system for a loan and look for items to hide in the system store. Although a loan of over 100 points would require paying interest, these were trivial matters in the face of life and death. This planet is so barren. Zilu didn't believe those aliens could stay here for long. Jansen. Zilu called softly, feeling uncontrollably anxious, restless, and fearful in the darkness. Jansen, come out quickly. Those aliens have real spaceships. Although they look strange, their speed is not to be underestimated. This planet is still too small. And Zilu felt that her time was running out. Zilu walked a distance based on her intuition and then slowly stopped. In the darkness, she stood in front of a large panel, reaching out to touch it. It felt cold, and she didn't know what kind of metal it was. The system did not provide any prompts, indicating that it could not be recovered. She looked at both sides of the panel. Her naked eye couldn't see how far the panel extended. She took a deep breath in place, adjusting her heartbeat, which had quickened due to fear and anxiety. There was no other choice. Zilu licked her dry, peeling lips, opened her mouth, and then closed it again. After giving herself 2 seconds of mental preparation, she opened her mouth again and shouted at the top of her lungs. Jansen! The voice echoed in the silence. And Zilu felt her stomach drop from excessive tension. Her cold fingers gripped the fabric of her clothes tightly. She hoped her voice would dissipate quickly into the air, not attracting those thugs, while also hoping it would carry far enough to reach Jansen's ears. The short 10 seconds felt like a century. Then, everything returned to silence. In the darkness, Zilu listened carefully for a while, not hearing any other sounds, and she couldn't help but slowly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that being unable to find Jansen was more frightening than attracting those fierce aliens. Just as she thought this, Zilu felt the metal plate she was pressing against with her palm tremble slightly. Zilu's leg, which had just stepped forward, retracted again. System, are you there? Host, I've always been here. Can you detect if there are people nearby? Aliens? The garbage recognition system currently has no function to detect life forms. We apologize for the inconvenience. Zilu felt that the system was brushing her off, but she had no evidence. Better to leave here quickly. At least the system's response gave her some sense of security. Zilu turned to the right again, preparing to advance along the large metal panel and leave this area as soon as possible. However, this time she hadn't walked long when the metal plate beneath her shook violently again, and this time Zilu clearly felt it. She even felt the force coming from the other end of the metal plate. The metal plate tilted slightly toward her, then quickly stabilized again. Zilu felt her breath uncontrollably grow heavy, and she chose to turn around again and run back the way she came. Hiss! Zilu couldn't see well in the darkness and stumbled to the ground, pressing her palm against an unknown sharp object. The pain shot through her, but she couldn't care about anything else and had to crawl forward with her hands and feet. She had a strong intuition. If she fell into the hands of those unknown aliens again, she would definitely die a terrible death. Zilu, only that deep, slightly resonant voice could easily break her fear. Jansen. Zilu stopped moving, squinting her eyes and frantically looking around in the darkness. Is that really you? Before Zilu could hear any other sounds, she felt someone standing beside her, grabbing her arm and helping her up. Zilu's mind went blank for a moment, and then a flood of joy and relief surged through her. She obediently stood up straight, following the hands to feel the other person's arm, and tightly hugged them. What happened? Why did you suddenly come here? The other person's hand gently patted her back. You're hurt? The other party's voice panicked for a moment, and the next second, a glimmer of light appeared before Zilu's eyes. Suddenly exposed to the brightness, Zilu couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw Jensen's golden eyes, which seemed to be filled with flowing light. Did you cry? Jensen's fingers brushed over Zilu's cheek. It was then that she realized her face was damp and cool. I'm Fine. Zilu hastily wiped the tears from her face, avoiding the faint light spilling from Jensen's hand. She quickly recounted the incident with a group of aliens in a few words, not daring to mention that she had used a device to teleport, instead lying that she had escaped while they weren't paying attention. She secretly observed Jensen's expression, but unfortunately couldn't tell whether he believed her or not. Don't worry, I'll make them pay for it. Jensen took Zilu's hand and looked at her slender fingers wrapped in bandages. Zilu felt an inexplicable pressure from Jensen's expressionless face combined with his imposing figure, making her instinctively retract her hand. In any case, you should leave this planet as soon as possible. Is your mech repaired? Zilu asked anxiously. They still didn't know how many of them there were, although Zilu had only seen 2 aliens. The size of their spaceship was too large for her to take a gamble. If she acted impulsively and confronted them directly, it could easily end up being like eggs hitting a rock, leading to her own demise. She couldn't guarantee that the system would still assist her without any point reserves. We do need to leave. Jensen hadn't finished speaking when the vibrations Zilu had felt on the metal plate spread to the ground, and the intensity of the tremors increased. If Jensen hadn't held her arm tightly, she might have unexpectedly made another intimate contact with the ground. Something is coming. After Jensen spoke, he picked Zilu up and sat her on his strong arm. Strictly speaking, Jensen hadn't actually heard Zilu's call. At that time, he was still testing the barely repaired mech Dreamcatcher 1,000 miles away. He came to Zilu's side, partly because his mech Dreamcatcher had detected a similar entity causing the ground to tremble, which reminded him of the creature that had previously dismantled and stolen his escape pod. He rushed over, only to find that he was a step too late. The first time, they had completely destroyed his escape pod. The second time, they had harmed his precious companion. He would never allow them to continue existing in this world and have the opportunity to carry out a third attack. In the faint light, Zilu finally saw that the golden light in Jensen's golden pupils was slowly swirling in circles. Chapter 11, Are We Leaving Together? This is your gift. Jansen held out the light source, clenched in his left hand in front of Zilu. It was a round object, radiating a bright white light, resembling a polished pebble in Jansen's hand. Zilu took it, her fingers wrapping around it perfectly. I was thinking that perhaps with the light, you would be more willing to come here with me. But I think after this, it might not be needed anymore. As Jansen spoke, he carefully observed Zilu's expression. Seeing her cherish the light source tightly, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Jansen could sense that Zilu was very kind and considerate towards him. This kindness was a manifestation of her goodness, rather than a compromise based on his identity or abilities. He was often moved by Zilu's actions and naturally thought about how to repay her in some way. Unfortunately, he could truly be considered as having nothing at all right now, and he couldn't be called a truly good person. The ways he could help Zilu were extremely limited, yet he was still so greedy, always wanting to increase the time they spent together. If this group of troublemakers appeared a little later, Jansen might hide the situation of Zilu's mech repair just to spend more time alone with her. What a pity. Jansen pressed his forehead against Zilu's and held her tightly. Hold me tight. I won't let you down. Zilu was confused but obediently nestled in his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck. Jansen's legs, hidden from Zilu's sight, gradually formed a layer of sleek dark blue mech armor. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jansen took Zilu several meters away. The wind came. Zilu buried her face in his chest. It seemed Jansen believed her words. But it appeared that Jansen hadn't used the mech, so it seemed it still wasn't repaired. But where were they supposed to escape to? Where could they escape to? I wonder if the hiding props can be buy one get one free? A discount would be nice. Perhaps it was the darkness and the rapid speed that disrupted Zilu's sense of direction. It was only after several minutes that she realized they were not hiding from the enemy, but were searching for them. Jiplin, can you be serious? Looking ahead, large piles of garbage were flattened by the shock cannon, the air filled with a burnt smell. The chaotic dark mech seemed unsatisfied, rapidly descending from the sky, using its weight and speed to crush another heap of garbage on the ground, causing the ground to shake and stir up a cloud of dust. Another white mech was noticeably smaller in size, but more agile, swiftly arriving beside the heavy mech, using its blade-like arms to stop the other's attempt to strike again. Gran, why are you pretending to be serious? Cosima is definitely not getting away. Since she came out, just relax a bit. Jiplin, inside the heavy mech, mocked. The blood hole on his head nearly healed. It was the alien that had directly crushed Zilu's fingers. Our target is Prince Jansen. If the argument hasn't captured him yet, do you know how His Majesty Demos will deal with us? Sitting in the light mech, Gran was short, dark-skinned, with sharp nails on the 4 fingers of both hands. And when he spoke, the 4 rows of sharp teeth in his mouth were partially visible. I know. I'm looking for him. You're making such a big fuss. Even if the detected escape pod trajectory is correct, Prince Jansen has already escaped. Do you think Ari is the same as you Morse? You bunch of sneaky sewer rats. Once Jiplin finished speaking, He laughed triumphantly again, as if he saw the other's face twisting with anger. Don't worry. As long as Jansen is really here, the more ostentatious we are, the faster he'll show up. Aerie craved war. It was an instinct ingrained in all their kin. Just thinking about the opportunity to duel with the legendary battle machine Jansen made Jiplin's blood boil. The excitement even slightly suppressing his anger at wanting to devour the fleeing Cosima. Jansen, hurry and go. Jansen coldly stared at the two mechs just a few meters away from them. It was they who destroyed his escape pod. It was they who hurt Zilu. Kill them. Use their blood and flesh to atone. Use their bones and blood to quell his anger. Kill them. Unknowingly, as Jansen concealed Zilu's form, it began to twist gradually. Just as their hidden forms were about to reveal themselves under the mech's suit, a current of air brought a whisper into his mind, immediately sweeping away the intense emotions in his head. Jansen looked down at Zilu, who was resting on his shoulder. She must be very scared. Jansen saw that her usually smiling eyes were now filled with tears. Don't be afraid. Jansen leaned down to touch her cheek, feeling the cold dampness. I will make them disappear. No, there are more than two of them. In a moment of urgency, Zilu raised her hand to hold Jansen's head, preventing his face from moving away. They also have a very large spaceship, and there are others very fast, terrifying when they smile. Zilu said anxiously, suppressing her voice. They stayed here, able to clearly hear their conversation. Thanks to the daily anytime translator which had deducted fees this morning, she could still understand the conversation between the two and recognized one of their voices, but she had no impression of the other. This indicated that the spaceship indeed brought more than two people. Based on the size of that spaceship, Zilu couldn't imagine how many aliens it had brought. If Jansen rushed out, Zilu shivered. Jansen enjoyed the rare closeness from Zilu, thought for a moment, and spoke. Where did you see their spaceship? Perhaps they could leave here in a more relaxed manner, to ensure they could smoothly return to their camp. Zilu indeed confirmed the direction based on the surrounding garbage mountains and terrain before each departure. But now, what are you going to do? From their time together, Zilu knew that Jansen was strong to a certain extent. He was very strong and agile. But all these standards were in comparison to her as an earthling. Zilu did not believe that Jansen could handle so many people alone, especially under the premise that the enemy was so well equipped. If she had known about the hidden abilities of Jansen's mech, she might have leaked some system information to him now, preventing him from being so fish in a barrel. But now Jansen's mech could completely conceal their traces. During this time, they could continue looking for resources to repair the mech. Zilu didn't understand the meaning of Jansen's risk-taking. She released him, looking directly into Jansen's dim golden eyes hidden beneath the mech's suit, trying to persuade him once more. My mech needs a special device. Perhaps we can find it on their spaceship. They can't see us, can they? For some reason, Jansen particularly liked that Zilu was worried about him. Her eyes filled with his image. Zilu looked at his sunny smile, momentarily speechless. Was Jansen too confident, or did he really have a way to achieve it? System. Should I listen to him? Thinking about them having to mix into that massive thing. Perhaps having to squeeze into a space with hundreds of aliens made Zilu's scalp tingle. According to the current situation, the host has a 50% chance of achieving the goal and a 50% chance of facing death. Isn't that just stating the obvious? It seems the system overheard her thoughts, as a screen related to the system mall and hidden items suddenly popped up in her mind. It appears that in the face of life and death, the system is on her side. Why are hidden items so expensive? The cheapest one, hide and seek. I'm not going to be the ghost. It allows other creatures to ignore the user for 3 minutes, 9,999 points. Why not just grab it? If I were to rack up that much debt all at once, I would be paying it off for a lifetime, right? Once the mech is repaired, we will leave here. Will you come with me? Okay. When Zilu was cursing the system for its inhumanity, Jansen lowered his head, effortlessly breaking through Zilu's defenses with his gentle gaze and voice. All right. Zilu heard her own voice. Ugh, it's not her fault. The other party offered too much. If Jansen's mech could really take her away, it would be much better than the future she had originally envisioned. After all, treasures of such a large point value don't fall from the sky every day on this desolate garbage planet. And now it seems that this planet is also being targeted by a group of aggressive individuals. However, risks and benefits are indeed positively correlated. Sci, let us go back to the camp. There I can find the location of a spaceship we encountered before. All right. Jansen couldn't help but gently bump his forehead against the seemingly helpless Zilu, ignoring the mess caused by the two mechs behind them, and turned to head towards their camp. If people who knew Jansen were aware that he would actually let his enemies go, they would probably doubt the authenticity of his soul. This time, they spent less time on the road. Zilu felt that only a few minutes had passed when they arrived at the camp. However, this time she needed some time to barely recognize the original appearance of their little house. The camp had almost been flattened. The metal house was torn into several pieces, and the boxes and beds inside were unrecognizable. The temperature was very high, and a few clusters of flames were stubbornly persisting in the wind. It was probably thanks to the clothes she exchanged for fuel. Zilu clenched her fists, furious, which slightly diminished her previous fear of that rogue alien. It truly felt like a return to the pre-liberation days. Over there, Zilu carefully identified the position and direction where their house used to be, and finally found the original direction they set off in. You burned my stuff. Is it too much to steal a few of your devices? If possible, Zilu would want to catch them all and give them a beating. Chapter 12. The three-armed slit-mouth from a distance. Zilu felt that the spaceship was a colossal object. Now that she was closer, she could only see a corner of the ship, unable to imagine how many aliens were inside. It seemed that the entrance was over there. The camouflage function of Jensen's mech suit seemed to require two people to be close together to activate, so Zilu continued to hug his neck, sitting on his arm. Jensen looked up in the direction Zilu pointed. "Yes, you are really smart," Jensen exclaimed, looking proud of her. If it weren't for the awkward position, Zilu might have been embarrassed enough to scratch out a magic castle with her toes on the ground. She had only happened to see that alien named Jiprin come out from this place when she was attacked. What was there to praise? However, we are here to borrow something, aren't we? Let's go through the small door. Saying this, Jensen quietly led her to the back of the spaceship. This detour allowed Zilu to see many aliens that seemed to be patrolling, each varying greatly in size and skin color. Zilu even saw an alien with wings and a beak flying towards the top of the spaceship. This spaceship was the fourth phase of the Irmo's wing series. The first phase had previously experienced a case of spontaneous combustion and automatic locking, which burned the passengers to death. So subsequent ships in this series would leave 3 escape routes. As Jensen spoke, he walked to the bottom of the spaceship, feeling along the surface. Here was one of the escape routes. It was only for the captain and the first officer, although that area didn't seem different to Zilu under Jensen's exploration. The surface metal quietly began to reorganize rapidly, opening a passage for 2 people to enter. Jensen bent slightly to enter. It was dark inside, and the air carried a slightly spicy scent. "Come on, you can use your light orb." At Jensen's words, Zilu took out the orb from her pocket. Following the method Jensen taught her, she rubbed the surface of the orb vigorously for a few moments, and light slowly seeped out. Using the faint light as a guide, Zilu looked around, guessing that the space here might be larger than a basketball court, stacked with dozens of wooden barrels. And there were many weapons displayed on the wall of the entrance, reflecting a cold light under the light source. "Can you wait for me here?" Jensen asked. "This place is only known to the captain and the first officer, and it's safer for you to stay here." Jensen had Zilu sit on one of the wooden barrels, and as she got closer, she realized that the spicy aroma was emanating from the barrel beneath her. "If that's the case, how do you know?" Zilu had many questions she wanted to ask Jensen about his true identity and the aggressive aliens. But since the incident happened, she had been pushed to move forward and understood that the current situation wasn't suitable for a deep conversation. So she pressed her questions down and nodded obediently. Without her, Jensen's actions would be much more convenient, and she wasn't worried that Jensen would harm her. After all, if the other party wanted to attack, it wouldn't be harder than crushing tin foil. She had seen Jensen casually crumple several metal pieces into a ball. "I'll be back as soon as possible." Jensen, as he did every time before leaving her, closed his eyes, sincerely pressed his forehead against hers, and after a few seconds, he pulled away. "I'll wait for you." Zilu prepared to watch Jensen leave, but found him staring at her, not moving for a long time. "Aren't you going to give me a blessing?" Zilu, as usual, gave her alien friend a big hug. Jensen left quickly, and the dim environment seemed to have no effect on him. Zilu watched him disappear into the darkness, then jumped down from the barrel. Although Jensen said it was safe here and that others were unlikely to come in, whenever Zilu thought about being in the enemy's stronghold, she felt like sitting in such a conspicuous place was no different from being a target, making her feel uneasy all over. Instinctively, she chose to extinguish the light orb and put it away, bending down to hide behind the barrel, squeezing into the gap between the barrels. This dim and cramped space gave her a rare sense of safety. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly, Zilu secretly prayed. As long as Jensen successfully obtained the parts needed to repair the mech and left here, perhaps she might still have a chance to find Earth. Zilu let her imagination run wild, trying to ease her tension and anxiety. After an indefinite amount of time, Zilu unexpectedly heard voices, and before she could feel happy, the sound of heavy objects falling back to the ground made her retract her head. Are you messing with me? Why would the first officer suddenly have us transfer supplies here? I only let you join because I consider you a friend. Do you know what this mission is about? Isn't that obvious? We're here to bring back the 12 princes who violated the warrior's code for trial. Do you know who this 12 prince is? What do you want to say? The increasingly clear, sharp voices made Zilu uncontrollably think of the three-armed slit-mouth monster she saw this morning. She felt a chill run down her spine and cautiously moved further into the corner. That 12 prince is the one who brought down Tianming Star and killed the Dream Eater Godai Weyos. Are you kidding? That was years ago. The 12 prince wasn't even of age then. It's precisely because he wasn't of age and had no fighting rights that he acted on his own to attack Tianming Star, provoking the wrath of the Dream Eater God. So even though he won the war, he wasn't awarded the glory of the next Dream Eater God. Have you never thought about why the next Dream Eater God has never appeared? Are you making this up? Why would he do that? For the Dream Eater God's mech. The last sentence was unusually harsh, as if the fear had compressed the already sharp voice to an unbearable level. I saw in the first officer's room. That's him in the photo. That deep blue mech, that Dream Eater net. Suddenly, the entire space fell silent. Zilu extended her index finger toward the dimness in front of her, her eyes dry, but not daring to blink too much. Her heart raced like thunder, resonating in her eardrums, and she slowly raised her other hand to cover her heart. She was afraid the monster could hear her heartbeat. What should we do? I'm the first officer's pet. He will definitely take me away. Tonight, you have to stick close to me. As for now, that voice was like a sharp knife scraping across a blackboard, getting closer word by word. Almost instinctively, Zilu quickly turned around. Launched the dog, turning back. What was it like to face those three large eyeballs of the dark green monster at close range? Zilu felt that the third command that had been brewing in her mind was unconsciously shouted out, ending with a scream that she swallowed back in time. Her heart nearly burst out with that scream. Dark green blood splattered onto Zilu's face, but she didn't have time to wipe it off. She forced herself to keep her eyes open, looking at the monster that was falling backward. Behind it was another monster poised to strike, with a single enormous eyeball on its dark green face, almost taking up its entire head. Zilu had witnessed their speed and knew that once they really moved, she might not even have the chance to see the enemy's trajectory clearly. Her life now hung by a thread, like a hemp rope about to snap, ready to plunge her into death at any moment. Who are you? Why do you speak, Monroe? The one-eyed monster's eye rolled slightly, glancing at its twitching companion on the ground before turning back. So the command she just shouted was translated into another language? What is Monroe? Does this translation tool not have any hints or explanations? Despite knowing the situation was dire, Zilu couldn't control the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind, as if this unconscious sarcasm could ease her nearly exploding heart. Monroe is the language used by the Mon tribe. Their language has a pitch too high for other races, making many syllables difficult to pronounce. Additionally, since their social status is low and most are slaves, very few other races understand their language system. The fact that they have language and wisdom is known to only a small number of people, let alone directly translating other languages into Monroe. Ignoring the system's attempts to eavesdrop on her thoughts and its subtle show-off, Zilu decided to take a gamble. Do you always work this slowly? If you delay the schedule, Can you bear the consequences? Zilu was a bit worried that the tremor in her voice would diminish the intimidation effect of her words, but to her surprise, the one-eyed monster actually trembled twice. Its limbs lying flat on the ground, not daring to move. It seemed that what Jansen said was not wrong. This was a room designated for the first officer and captain, being qualified to enter here, understanding their language, and having already demonstrated an invisible weapon made her credibility much higher. It should be fine. Zilu licked her dry lips, slightly rephrased in her mind, and mimicked the tone of the terrifying alien, Jiplin, she had encountered. Leave now. Don't let me see you again for a while, you disgusting creature. She wondered if she had successfully switched to the language used by Jiplin and others. The one-eyed monster shrank back, lifted its head, and numerous bluish-white lines quickly crawled up its large eye, resembling blood vessels. Its gaze fell upon the three-eyed creature lying motionless on the ground. That seemed to be its companion. As for it, I will teach it a good lesson. Zilu spoke each word slowly, keeping her eyes fixed on the one-eyed monster, carefully observing its expression. Seeing it lower its head again, revealing its uneven scalp, she kept the last command issued by the little dog in her mind, just in case the one-eyed monster suddenly erupted. I understand, my lord. Fortunately, it bought it. The one-eyed monster crouched down, backed away a few steps, and then turned to dive into the darkness, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 13 Dream Eater Network for Safety. Zilu stood in place for a while, before slowly approaching the motionless creature lying on the ground. Her shot had hit the creature right in the eye at the top, which now only had a bloody hole remaining, with several thick bluish-white liquids slowly flowing down to the ground. The other two eyes below its head were still wide open. Zilu couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but she felt that the creature's originally dark skin was starting to lighten, faintly revealing a grayish-white layer. Could it really be dead? The previous alien, Jiplin, had survived a shot to the forehead, leaving her with a significant psychological shadow. How did the host realize they were speaking different languages? What? After a moment of daze, Zilu finally understood what the system was asking. After the life-and-death moment this morning, she noticed that the system seemed to be more intelligent now, or perhaps it was more human-like. If it were before, the system definitely wouldn't have had emotions like curiosity. That alien, the one called Jiplin, didn't look anything like these Mons and with his arrogant demeanor. Do you think he would be a slave? Since he isn't, according to your logic, he certainly wouldn't need to speak the Mon language and might even be one of the masters of this group of Mons. Oh, system. Something's off with you. Are you questioning my intelligence? Such a simple matter. However, she had to admit that the system's interjection did help to ease her tense nerves a bit. She stretched out her foot and tentatively kicked the three-eyed monster on the ground, but it remained completely still. System, is it really dead? According to the system's preliminary assessment, yes. That's good. Zilu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to sit down, she stopped again. She looked around, turned, and walked over to the weapon wall, starting to choose a suitable weapon. The veggie dog gun was useful, but there were simply too few bullets left, only 7 remaining. She also didn't have extra points to squander, so she had to think about her next move. If that one-eyed monster figured things out and launched a counterattack, or if other Mons arrived here before Jansen, it would be troublesome. At this moment, the Jansen Zilu was thinking of was emerging from a room on a higher floor, holding a piece of tattered cloth, leisurely wiping his hands as he walked. The blood on his hands was slowly being wiped away, and Jansen repeatedly checked to ensure there were no traces left before casually discarding the unrecognizable cloth. Occasionally, someone passed by Jansen in the corridor, but no one stopped to look at him. Jansen had long since gotten used to it. The Dream Eater armor he wore couldn't actually make the user invisible, but it could confuse others, making them unable to notice his presence. Those whose mental power wasn't strong enough couldn't break the psychological suggestion woven by the Dream Eater armor. However, Jansen chose not to inform Zilu of the specific facts in order to enjoy the rare intimate moments with her. After all, such an opportunity to hold his beloved Cosima and show her around was hard to come by. To prevent the peace-loving Cosima from discovering his warlike instincts, he decided on a flanking tactic this time, planning to blow up the spaceship. After all, if the spaceship had quality issues and self-destructed, it wasn't his problem. Jansen smiled as he shook the intelligence brain in his hand, which he had specifically snatched from a room of irrelevant individuals. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about his Cosima being too far from him and encountering accidents. He turned a corner at the end of the corridor, clearly heading towards the spaceship's cockpit. Perhaps because most people were dispatched to patrol, there weren't many well-equipped guards on the way to the cockpit. Instead, there were more Craigs wearing assistive gear with big heads. The mental power and intelligence of the Craigs surpassed most races, mainly engaging in inventing items, piloting spaceships, and other intellectual work. Along the way, a few Craigs glanced in Jansen's direction, either intentionally or unintentionally. However, Jansen didn't care. To him, they were like a few ants. After all, the bites of ants wouldn't bother the tough-skinned area. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. There is an unidentified intruder on the spaceship. All entrances have been closed. All guards, please proceed to the first floor cockpit immediately. Once again, I repeat, there is an intruder on the spaceship. Yes, just like that. It's best to summon everyone back to this spaceship. I want all of you to pay the price. Let you all repent for hurting my Cosima. Repent in the hell of lashes. Jansen smiled as he walked to the cockpit door, where a group of guards had already gathered in front of the semi-transparent door. There, it's the 12th Prince. As Jansen closed the mist created by the Dream Eater armor, the guards raised their weapons, and a few Aerie even fired directly. Several lasers instantly pierced through the wall. Where are you aiming? It seems your mechanical training is lacking. Jansen's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down their spines. Yes, behind you. The guards quickly turned their gun muzzles, but the next second, that figure disappeared again. Those golden eyes became their last nightmare. That glimmer of gold could appear before them at any moment, only to vanish at the moment of firing. Ah, what? You killed Tom. You jerk. Traitor. Kill him. A few minutes later, Jansen stood at the other end of the cockpit, satisfied as he watched the chaos outside the door. Ding! Jansen raised his hand, and, at the moment he did, the armor twisted and deformed on his hand, shaping into a mechanical arm that emitted a deep blue cold light along the lines of his arm. He slowly turned around, glanced at the sharp knife stuck in his arm joint, before focusing his gaze on its owner. Charles, long time no see. The Aerie named Charles had a wheat-colored skin that was different from other races, and at this moment his face was flushed, gritting his teeth as he tried to pull the knife out. Ah, you're still so useless. Jansen slightly bent his mechanical arm, and a sharp knife was easily released. Charles stumbled back in surprise. This time, Jansen didn't wait for him to steady himself. He threw a punch at his face. Bang! Charles only saw the cold light sweeping from the corner of his eye and immediately opened his armor barrier. But the armor barrier shattered into pieces in the next second, and Charles's facial bones fractured under the heavy blow, his body flying outward, crashing through several virtual screens before slamming into the spaceship wall. Charles struggled for a moment on the ground, but in the blink of an eye, he was buried under the debris falling from the wall. Is this the surprise my uncle prepared for me? Jansen shook his head, looking disappointed. Everything before him had concluded in just a few seconds, and the team behind Charles looked pale. However, before they could rush forward, Jansen disappeared before their eyes. Watch your back. Everyone back to back. Coordinate. The team in the cockpit was clearly more orderly, but Jansen's disappearance had nothing to do with their goals. Found you. Are you the captain? The captain of the spaceship is generally the person with the highest mental power among the spaceship managers, as piloting a spaceship now requires less manual operation and more mental manipulation. Therefore, among the Craigs protected by the guards, the one who could break through the illusion woven by the Dream Eater armor and discover his whereabouts first must be the captain of this spaceship. Jansen grabbed the captain by the collar and lifted him up. Compared to his emaciated body, the oversized head swayed weakly in the air. Come on, let's blow up this spaceship, Jansen said, revealing a perfect arc of 8 teeth. If he and Zilu were present, she would surely be moved by his smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jansen's mental energy invaded the poor man's brain. From a young age, Jansen learned to use his abilities to seize the spoils he desired. This time was no exception. His domineering mental energy followed Craig's mental pathways and directly invaded the spaceship's operating system. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The spaceship. Welcome everyone to the Holmes Wing series. Ship number 0271. The destination of this journey is planet number 542 in the Clark star system. The loud, jarring alarm inside the spaceship transformed into a gentle welcome message, accompanied by soothing music. The guards rushing down the corridor were utterly confused, exchanging puzzled glances and slowly coming to a halt. What is going on? Shouldn't the alarm have been lifted? Why is there a boarding announcement? Was the intruder killed? The crowd buzzed with questions, but ultimately, they received no answers. In the cockpit, Jansen released his grip, and the captain, who had been lifted, immediately fell to the ground, his large head tilting helplessly, unconscious. Although Jansen hadn't intended to attack the poor fellow with his mental power, the invasion, especially such a brutal one, had caused significant brain damage to the captain. It was likely that even if he woke up, he would never be able to use his mental powers freely again. Craig is so weak, Jansen sighed, then lost interest and took a few steps away, contentedly admiring the floating virtual screens in the cockpit. They all lit up with bright red countdowns. This was the countdown for the self-destruct system. What happened to the captain? What's going on? Quickly, stop the explosion. Where did that intruder go? Zilu was completely unaware of the chaos caused by Jansen. The moment the alarm sounded, she realized she had lost the ability to understand language. Has it been a day already? Zilu tried to see the numbers on her watch under the dim light, finally sighing in resignation and continuing with her work. Securing the cone she had chosen to her thigh. The fabric came from her now even more tattered protective suit, which hung loosely on her. She stood there looking at the scattered firearms on the floor, trying to find a better replacement. If possible, what she wanted most was a gun. However, most of the weapons here were too heavy, and she couldn't figure out how to activate them without making noise that might attract others or injure herself. For now, she could only look at them longingly. Let's keep looking. Zilu continued to step forward slowly. Just before she could explore the room fully, a ray of light suddenly leaked out from the dimness nearby. It seemed she had Chapter 14. The spaceship self-destructs when Jansen returned to the room. The first thing he saw was not the Cosima he had been longing for, but a filthy corpse lying on the ground. What was his mood at that moment? Anger twisted and burned in his blood, and the Dream Eater mech showed signs of losing control due to its Master-S will, excitedly revealing its unique patterns on its Master-S body. The instinct to devour began to emerge. Jansen's limbs started to subtly twist and deform, but in the next second, his movements froze. Jansen? All signs quietly reverted to their original state in the dim light. A familiar voice spoke in an unfamiliar tone. Jansen turned to look at the source of the voice, and, in the blink of an eye, rushed to Zilu's side, his golden eyes radiating a faint glow. He carefully looked Zilu over and then pulled her into his embrace. Unfortunately, he couldn't forcefully embed her into his arms. He could only hold her gently, as if handling the most fragile golden bell fruit. Zilu was completely unaware of Jansen's emotional changes in those few seconds. She was still immersed in regret. If she had known, she would have checked more carefully before buying the props. It was truly that Jansen's shadow, cast long upon entering the room, appeared both tall and terrifying. In that instant, Zilu seemed to smell the scent of blood. The overwhelming hostility made her immediately decide to take out a huge loan and purchase the hidden prop for hide and seek. I'm not going to be the ghost, which allows other beings, except the user, to ignore the user for 3 minutes, which cost a whopping 9,999 points. She was finished. Would her remaining life be spent repaying the loan? Where did you just go? Jansen released Zilu and carefully observed her expression. The tenderness in his eyes almost turned into a drowning flow of water, but unfortunately, Zilu did not receive it. Oh, I really want to cry. Let's exchange it. Let's exchange it. After all, too much debt doesn't weigh one down, Sci. Thank you for your patronage. Your anytime, anywhere translator has been renewed. Zilu looked up at Jansen, who was staring at her intently, feeling embarrassed to be angry with him. And it was even less likely that she could tell him what had just happened. She could only ask the thing that was most likely to comfort her at the moment. Did you get the device you needed? Of course. After confirming that Zilu was feeling fine, Jansen didn't mind that she had skipped over his question. Instead, he was happy that she cared about him. He couldn't wait to take out the intelligence brain he had with him. I also brought you a gift, perhaps a necklace? A ring? The diamond-shaped flat black intelligence brain emitted a faint cold light in the dim environment. As Jansen spoke, the intelligence brain twisted and transformed into corresponding shapes. Zilu was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. It seemed that the technological development of this world was even better than she had imagined. How amazing. It's just like magic. Zilu reached out to take it, allowing Jansen's hand to rest beneath hers. Imagine this, my dear, will you like? Zilu didn't notice Jansen's change in how he addressed her. She only thought that after the translation device was renewed, it would return to the rigid translation tone of Mr. Yuan, and occasional ambiguities were quite normal. Encouraged by Jansen, she tried to think of a watch that looked exactly like the one in her hand. The plum green strap matched the smooth, round dial, and mechanical hands inside were rhythmically moving forward. Wow, it actually worked. Zilu pinched the strap and brought it closer to her eyes to take a look. The shape was fine, she just didn't know if the hands would move. The lighting conditions here were really unfriendly to her. Thank you, I really like it. Zilu immediately put the watch on her other wrist. Although it felt a bit strange, she really didn't have the leisure to fiddle with this little gadget now. So can we leave? She had really been scared here, and didn't T want to stay a second longer? Of course we can. Cool, me. Jansen opened his arms, and, just like when they arrived, held Zilu in his embrace, letting her sit on his arm. Although, to Zilu, the walls of the room didn't seem to differ. Jansen was still able to clearly find the entrance. Have you ever been captain? Jansen, perhaps knowing that they had obtained the necessary devices and were about to leave. Zilu relaxed a lot. The wall restructured and opened a new passage. Sunlight poured down, and only then did Zilu realize that her hands and feet were cold. Her blood finally began to warm up under the sunlight. Captain? Does flying a spaceship with just one person count as being a captain? Jansen watched as Zilu regained some color in her face under the sunlight and finally felt relieved to leave the spaceship, heading toward the higher place. If Zilu was still not feeling right, he wouldn't mind going back to bring out a few medical personnel from the spaceship. Of course it counts. It's so cool to be the only one in charge of a spaceship. Is it adventurous to pilot a spaceship alone? Zilu felt that Jansen was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. She wondered where the boundaries of privacy were for aliens like Jansen. Would she have the opportunity to hear his stories later? Zilu leaned on Jansen's shoulder, watching the spaceship lie still like a giant shark on the ground, getting further away from them. Thank you for your compliment, but if possible, I would have preferred you to be by my side back then. It seems that the experience back then wasn't very pleasant. In response, Zilu patted Jansen's back to comfort him. Then there was nothing more. Zilu had limited experience and truly didn't know how to verbally comfort an alien with such a rich past. Moreover, this translation device was like returning to the past. The more it translated, the stickier it became. Poor rating. Did the host never consider that maybe that was what he meant? The garbage system expressed its inability to accept the user's slander against its product. Unfortunately, before Zilu could respond, the spaceship in her view suddenly lurched, and the entire shark's head tilted to one side. Zilu hadn't even realized what had happened when a massive explosion sounded in her ears. Flames suddenly shot up into the sky in her view, rapidly engulfing and chewing on the tilted spaceship. Even from such a distance, Zilu seemed to feel the scorching heat wave rushing towards her. What is happening? Zilu nervously grabbed Jansen's shoulder, turning around to look at the only person who might know what was going on. Maybe the spaceship malfunctioned. Jansen calmly watched the sea of fire. His hand, which had been resting on Zilu's shoulder, gently patted her back, hoping to soothe the panicked Cosima. Is it really just a malfunction? Zilu stared blankly at the dazzling flames. It seemed that piloting a spaceship was quite dangerous. This is really unreliable. Can those aliens survive? Let us find a safe place to repair the mech first. Maybe we can come back and take a look later. Jansen tried to shift Zilu's attention. After getting her consent, Jansen walked forward without looking back, putting more distance between them and the spaceship. The self-destruction of the spaceship would release a large amount of its built-in massive lethal weapons, and for a time, the entire asteroid echoed with piercing explosions, smoke billowing, further worsening the pollution on this asteroid. In the choking, thick smoke, two shadows were completely obscured, and their furious shouts were naturally drowned out in the sounds of explosions and destruction unheard by anyone. Jansen, where are we going once the mech is repaired? Zilu and Jansen simply arrived at the polar night zone. Jansen fully deployed the mech and stayed on top to search for the nearest planet, programming their departure from this place. After completely removing the mech, he was still wearing the blood-stained combat suit from the battlefield. It was still designed to fit tightly with the mech, and the dark patterns on it were no longer visible. Originally, it was covered in other people's blood, but had since been completely soaked in his own. Jansen felt troubled for a moment, realizing he had forgotten to tidy up his appearance on the ship. When he washed himself earlier, he had tried to avoid Zilu, and after washing, he immediately put on the mech, fearing that his blood-stained outfit would scare her. Now that the mech was off, was he really going to interact with the timid Cosima while wearing this bloody suit? Sitting next to the mech's foot was Zilu, who had just asked a question, playing with a glowing orb in her hand. Her previously anxious and fearful heart was now filled with confusion and helplessness. What would the new planet be like? Would there be other aliens living there? And would they be friendly? Let's go to Alex Star. Jansen jumped down from the mech. Bare-chested. To avoid scaring Cosima, he finally decided to take off the most blood-stained shirt and threw it away as far as he could, trying to eliminate the evidence. Jansen walked closer to Zilu, squatted down to meet her gaze, and carefully observe her expression as he spoke. I heard the temperature there is very low. It snows year-round, but there are also many hot springs and snow-capped mountains. It should be beautiful. Does it snow? But we don't have winter clothes. One was missing a complete outfit, and the other had lost all possessions in the fire, leaving only the short-sleeved shirt and long pants. Would they really not freeze to death going to another cold planet in such a state? Seeing that Zilu was only worried about their future and not concerned about his appearance, Jansen felt relieved. Don't worry, we can buy clothes when we get there. Jansen reached out to wipe away the black grime from Zilu's face, leaving a faint red mark. Do you have money? Feeling that the question might be a bit rude, Zilu swallowed it back. However, she actually had some other ideas about money now. Can we take a look at that spaceship before we leave? Zilu recalled that the escape pod Jansen had brought was retrieved by the system after it was burned. So could that spaceship also be recycled for points? Thinking of this possibility, Zilu was eager to check it out right away. After all, that spaceship was much larger than the escape pod Jansen had brought before. Of course we can. After all, Jansen still needed to confirm whether the Guardian Zilu encountered at the beginning watch chapter 15. Exterminating bugs. This was the first time Zilu had boarded the mecha with Jansen. Contrary to her expectation of a cold, mechanical interior, the inside of the mecha was completely empty. There was nothing at all. It was truly a void. Zilu clung tightly to Jansen, too scared to put her feet down. All she could see was an endless sea of stars spreading out from where Jansen stood. Dots of starlight moved along their unique trajectories, and being in the midst of it felt like becoming one of the floating planets, without any support. Don't be afraid. The Dream Weaver likes you. Although she knew Jansen meant well, Zilu looked down again, confirming that Jansen was indeed floating in mid-air. There was no ground at all. Jansen sensed Zilu's reliance on him, feeling both happy and somewhat worried. After all, the Dream Weaver, as his mecha, was also part of him. If Zilu didn't like it, suddenly, the scenery around them began to rush backward at a rapid pace. In an instant, the entire interior of the mecha fell into complete darkness, startling Zilu, who looked around helplessly but saw nothing. Jansen? Thankfully, the warmth of his body was still real. It's okay, it's welcoming you. As Jansen's words fell, the surroundings brightened again. Zilu watched as a bed, wardrobe, dressing mirror, and the familiar view outside the window gradually appeared, and she froze in place. Had she returned home? What did her recent experiences mean? Was it a dream? Zilu felt a bit dizzy under the overwhelming impact of happiness. Do you like it here? Jansen brought her to the bedside and gently laid her down. The sunlight poured in from outside, and Jansen seemed to glow in Zilu's eyes, his features becoming increasingly blurred. Then let's rest here for a bit. Jansen's voice grew ethereal and distant, and Zilu felt an unprecedented comfort, as if she were floating in the air or immersed in warm water, making it hard for her to get up. Her eyelids grew heavier, and though she subconsciously wanted to see Jansen again, she couldn't fulfill that wish and fell asleep. Jansen watched Zilu's sleeping face for a while before finally sitting up straight again. The mecha was still surrounded by star clouds, and there were still no boundaries. With no signs of the bedroom scene that Zilu had seen. Although he didn't know what she had seen, there would be no next time. The Dream Weaver enjoyed feeding on others' mental energy, although it didn't resist Zilu's presence and even revealed its true form at first. Everything that could harm her had to be cut off before it could sprout. But now that Zilu's mind was too tense, it was better to let her immerse herself in the dream woven by the Dream Weaver and rest well. Take good care of her. With the protection of the AI and the mecha, it shouldn't be possible for her to fall into danger again. Jansen left the mecha, preparing to scout around the spaceship first, extinguishing any signs of danger. The spaceship's self-ignition had almost stained half the sky red, and the flames were subtly spreading outward. Jansen watched from a high point for a few minutes before beginning to patrol the area around the spaceship at a leisurely pace. The spaceship was large, and it was inevitable that some vermin and bugs would escape. His task was to crush these bugs before Zilu woke up. Is the prince really such a despicable person? Jansen glanced at the Jiplin climbing up the garbage hill in front of him, who showed little reaction to his words. Where are your companions? It would be best to deal with them all at once. Huh, I can handle you. Coward all by myself. Jiplin's grayish-white face was covered in dirt, and there were traces of blood on his shark-like teeth as he spoke. Did you eat your companions? Jansen frowned. Mixed breeds are still mixed breeds. Jiplin's expression turned ferocious at this remark. He spread his arms, and his mottled mecha instantly enveloped him, forming a massive entity several meters wide in the reflection of the flames. However, numerous chaotic patterns appeared on the previously deep black mecha, exuding an ominous aura. Esther's mixed breed? Quite rare. Esther was a branch of the insect race, and they were like water and fire with the Aerie. For the insect race, devouring others' bodies and powers was instinctive, and the powerful Aerie must be seen as the most delicious delicacy in their eyes. But who would have thought of pairing with food? Jiplin's mecha stomped down, crushing the ground beneath him, and charged towards Jansen. Jansen didn't dodge. Instead, he took the opportunity to seriously observe Jiplin's mecha. Multiple people's mental energy mixed in here. It seems the spaceship's self-destruction was a buffet for someone like Jiplin. He hadn't expected so few people to escape. It seemed that after intermarriage among the races, the population was indeed dwindling. Boom! The spaceship beside them erupted in its final explosion, collapsing completely. In the sound of the explosion, Jansen forcibly blocked Jiplin's mecha's incoming fist. Is this all you've got? Jansen's smile was exceptionally dazzling to Jiplin, who gritted his teeth and exerted more force. The ground beneath Jansen gradually formed a dent. Jiplin pressed on, brandishing a blade from the other mechanical arm towards Jansen's waist. I'll make you stop smiling. I want to chop your body into pieces and hang them in the main cities. Ha ha ha. Jiplin seemed to see the goddess of victory bestowing blessings upon him, with bloodshot eyes almost filling his sockets, and his slender pupils stretched to the limit. The brief 2 seconds felt infinitely prolonged. Jansen released his grip, flipped his body, and stepped on the fist that was still pushing down, using the momentum to dodge the swinging blade and leaped onto Jiplin's head. That head looked utterly out of place on the heavy mecha, much like placing an ant's head on a human neck. Since it was out of place, he might as well help dismantle it. Maintaining the smile he had practiced for days, which Zilu liked the most, Jansen slightly crouched down, wrapped his arms around the exposed mechanical head with fangs, and twisted with force. Sparks seemed to flash at the neck of the mecha, but in an instant, only an ugly hole was left wide open. Really ugly. Jansen jumped back to the ground, holding the insect race-themed mecha head, with a few thin wires still exposed at the severed end. Behind him, the heavy mecha slowly knelt to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Should he take it back to show Zilu? Jansen looked disdainfully at the trophy in his hand. It was more important for Zilu to know that those who bullied her had disappeared from this world. Or was it more important for her not to know his bloody side? After some thought, Jansen casually tossed the head away. Defeating a trivial enemy didn't take much time. He continued to patrol the area, killing the fleeing ones as bloodlessly as possible. Only then did he return to his mecha with peace of mind. Zilu was still asleep. The Dream Weaver had the ability to weave dreams, allowing people to fall into nightmares, and naturally, it could also create sweet dreams. Jansen looked at the smile on Zilu's sleeping face and felt a warm sensation in his heart. even more comforting than winning a battle. If only she could always stay by his side. Just like this, always in his mecha. Jansen gently touched Zilu's smooth cheek, and his inner thoughts became clearer and stronger. Jansen? When Zilu opened her eyes, it felt like she was in another world. She didn't know when she had been held in Jansen's arms, sitting together facing a sea of stars. She looked up and saw Jansen's chin. "You're awake?" Jansen smiled at her, a bright smile that made her feel fond of him. "How long did I sleep?" Zilu was a bit dazed. Was it a dream? She remembered that she had clearly returned home, fed the golden retriever Pei, and went out for dinner with her parents. In her dream, she thought that her experiences during this time were just a dream. But who says it isn't? Compared to the content of her dreams, her recent experiences felt more like a dream, or rather, a nightmare. Zilu was skeptical and secretly pinched herself, her face immediately wrinkling in pain. "Are you hungry?" Jansen noticed Zilu's action and was puzzled by her self-harming behavior, feeling a bit worried inside. Zilu shook her head. She had drunk nutrient fluid that morning, which should last 1 to 2 days. But so many things had happened afterward, and her stomach had felt heavy with fear and unease. If Jansen hadn't asked, she would have realized that they had gone without food or drink for 2 days. "What about you?" Zilu thought Jansen, being so big, would need more food than she did. Unfortunately, their resources had been destroyed. She hadn't expected that even the alien spaceships had been destroyed, and now they could only hope that the system would recover the ships later. "I'm not hungry either. We'll leave tonight, and we should reach Alex tomorrow. By then, food and accommodation shouldn't be a problem. What about that spaceship?" Zilu sat up a bit straighter, creating some distance between her and Jansen. "If you want to see it, you can go now." Jansen watched Zilu's movement and reached out to her again, signaling her to wrap her arms around his neck. Zilu didn't refuse and obediently let Jansen carry her out of the mech. As soon as Jansen landed, the mech disappeared in the dim light. Zilu was surprised to notice a flash of light at the back of Jansen's neck. She raised her hand to touch it and could feel that spot was slightly warm. "Wow." Jansen noticed her movement and slightly lowered his head to let her see better. "How amazing. Did it return to your body?" "You could say that, but more precisely, it returned to my spiritual world." It seemed that this world still had many incredible things waiting for her to explore. Zilu marveled inwardly. Jansen carried her toward the location of the spaceship. Perhaps because they no longer needed to evade enemies, Jansen walked steadily and slowly, and Zilu didn't have to worry about her hair occasionally getting into her mouth. However, as they approached the spaceship, Zilu could feel the heat waves, and her heart sank. If the spaceship was still burning, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to get close at all. What to do? This spaceship was essentially Zilu's only hope right now. After all, she not only had 0 points, but also carried a huge debt. "Jansen, what is that?" As Zilu came back to her senses, she saw a massive object standing on the path to the spaceship. Chapter 16. The ups and downs of life. Zilu approached and discovered that what stood on the ground was a kneeling mech that had lost its head. "This." Zilu took 2 steps back and leaned against Jensen. "Is this mech broken?" Zilu thought of a possibility. Yes, it might have malfunctioned. Is the failure rate of machines in this world so high? And what about its owner? It should have an owner, right? In Zilu's view, mechs are not cheap goods. Jensen calmly shook his head, indicating that he was not aware of the situation. "Do you want to get closer and take a look? To see what your former enemy, whom you once harmed, looks like now?" Jensen looked at Zilu gently, patiently waiting for her to make a decision. Zilu hesitated for a moment, but decided to take the initiative to step forward and take another look. It would be even better if she could touch it again. Zilu lightened her steps and approached the giant machine. The mech was black, but it looked very uncoordinated, as if it had been splashed with paint. Its arms were connected to different weapons, now hanging limply. Without a controller, it should be safe. Zilu glanced back at Jensen, who was smiling at her actions, which made her feel a bit more at ease. She walked up to the mech and tentatively reached out to touch its smooth surface. Ding. Recyclable waste detected. Name, titanium. Familiar hammer, trace-free gold. Exchangeable for points, 35,000. Would you like to exchange? Sure enough, her guess was correct. Zilu's breathing quickened. She tentatively looked back. Jensen, still puzzled, was looking at her with those captivating golden eyes. How could she explain the sudden disappearance of the mech in front of Jensen? Although after spending many days together, Zilu had come to trust Jensen, this system was her last bargaining chip. If possible, she really didn't want to expose its existence. Jensen, at Zilu's call, quickly moved closer to her. There seems to be something running over there. Can you check out first? Zilu lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, fearing that her inner unease would be seen through at a glance. Of course, Jensen's attitude remained unchanged. Zilu covered her conscience, allowing Jensen to touch her forehead like he always did before leaving in the direction she pointed. I'm sorry, my friend. I will exchange something delicious for you with the points. Please forgive me. Zilu murmured softly, watching as Jensen's figure disappeared around the corner, and immediately pressed her hand against the mech again. Exchange. Exchange. Life is indeed full of ups and downs. Just a second ago, Zilu was heavily in debt, and now she was filled with joy watching the mech disappear before her eyes. Before she could check her points, a humanoid object suddenly appeared and fell in her direction. What is that? Zilu abruptly stepped back and fell into a squat. Bang! Before she could regain her senses, the humanoid object hit the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Zilu looked down, and the neck of the humanoid was directly facing her toes, a gruesome cut exposed to the air. The head that should have been connected was nowhere to be found, and Zilu could even vaguely smell the scent of blood. Ugh! Zilu covered her mouth, struggling to swallow her scream. What's going on? Could it be that the mech turned into a human? Zilu hurriedly checked her points, which indeed had risen from a negative value to 24,988 points, indicating that her previous debts had been automatically deducted. So what's going on now? Zilu felt like she was going to vomit. Her limbs went weak, and she turned to crawl away a short distance before she couldn't help but dry heave on the ground. The severe injuries on the mech would be mirrored on the bonded individual due to the physical and mental dual binding. The system seemed to sense Zilu's intense emotional fluctuations and finally spoke up. So this person, ugh. Zilu turned back to glance at the distance, and the feeling of nausea surged again. Unfortunately, her stomach was empty, and she couldn't throw up anything. Yes, when the mech was recycled, the body inside would naturally fall out. The system's tone was like it was dealing with a mindless fool, with disdain almost overflowing from its words. But Zilu really didn't have the energy to pay attention to it now. Though her hands and feet were weak, Zilu still crawled forward, staggering toward the corner where Jensen had disappeared. But upon reaching the corner, Zilu slumped to the ground to rest. Let's wait a moment. My condition is too poor right now. It would be bad if Jensen started asking questions. However, more importantly than Jensen's inquiries was to stay here and prevent him from seeing that body. If her companion sent her to scout around and returned to find such a large mech had disappeared, and there was suddenly a body on the ground, Zilu felt she wouldn't be able to explain herself even with 8 mouths. It was too terrifying. What kind of aliens had this spaceship brought? Zilu pressed her sore eyes, trying hard to suppress the urge to cry. Thankfully, they would be leaving here soon. It's okay, Zilu, you're so lucky. Even the alien you picked up is so friendly. Now the bad guys are coming in their spaceship, and you all need to leave, plus you've earned points. Zilu tried to calm her emotions for a while, and in her rapid breathing, her nostrils were filled with the burnt smell and the pungent scent of dust. After a few minutes, Zilu confirmed that her emotions were under control, gritted her teeth, stood up, brushed off the dust on her body, and ran in the direction where Jensen had left. Jensen? She needed to get her companion back to her side quickly. They had to leave soon. Zilu hadn't run far when she saw Jensen slowly coming back. Are you okay? Before Zilu could express her thoughts, Jensen quickly reached her side and asked about her condition. Perhaps she looked particularly disheveled right now. Zilu felt a moment of discomfort. It's okay. I didn't want to be alone, so I came to find you. Zilu's cat-like round eyes sparkled with a hint of moisture as she stared at Jensen unblinkingly. Observing his expression, don't be afraid. Jensen looked just like usual, gently comforting her before attempting to lead her back down the original path. No. Zilu felt her heartbeat quicken. Can we not go see the spaceship? Can we just leave now? She could already feel the high temperature of the burning spaceship here, and Zilu thought the chances of recovery were slim. But if Jensen took her back down the original path, The chances of him seeing the body would be nearly 100%. Can we leave here? Without waiting for Jensen to speak, Zilu grasped the hand he was holding, looked up at him with eager eyes, and softened her tone. Okay. Jensen looked at her glistening eyes, hearing her gentle tone, and felt his mind go blank for a few seconds. Even the hand he was holding felt hot. As for the true intention of this petite Cosima eager to leave, it had become completely unimportant under this gentle request. Jensen's mech reappeared under the scorching sun, and Zilu finally noticed the deep scars still on its legs. Is it okay now? After listening to the system's explanation, Zilu finally faced the wounds on the mech in a true sense. She secretly glanced at Jansen's leg. It's fine. I've temporarily restored its operation. As for this injury, I'm afraid we'll need to find a professional. Jansen's leg had indeed been seriously injured, making it impossible for him to stand. However, under Cosima's secret technique, he and the mech had exhibited this asynchronous phenomenon. This was extremely rare. If their connection hadn't still been intact, Jansen might have thought that the Dream Eater mech had slipped out of his control. Jansen skillfully picked up Zilu and brought her onto the mech. Inside the mech was the same vast universe. As soon as Zilu entered the mech, she felt a pulling force that took her from Jansen's embrace. Before she could react, she felt her body sinking into something soft. Surprised, Zilu looked down but could only see emptiness when she reached out to touch it. She confirmed that she was indeed touching a soft, fluffy object. That's the web woven by the Dream Eater. With it, you'll feel a bit more comfortable. Jansen watched her curiously explore, and once he confirmed that Zilu was not feeling uncomfortable, he threw himself into the boundless nebula. At first, Zilu felt a slight vibration. Then she saw the celestial bodies rapidly moving along their respective trajectories. But in an instant, everything returned to calm. The disappeared Jansen reappeared before her, bringing with him a virtual screen floating in the air. This is the outside? Yes. We'll be able to see the appearance of Alekstar soon. Jansen's senses were connected to the mech, allowing him to see the world through the mech's eyes without the need for this virtual screen. However, as a guest, Zilu did not have such privileges. Fortunately, the mech had functions like virtual screens. If it weren't for Zilu being the first guest, Jansen and the Dream Eater might never have known about this feature's existence. Zilu nodded. Her body was tense in the air. Although she could feel the soft material wrapping around her and the virtual screen diverted some of her attention, she still felt her stiff legs were about to cramp. The vacuum beneath her made her feel nervous, as if she could fall at any moment. If you don't mind. Jansen stood beside Zilu and opened his arms. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zilu accepted Jansen's kindness, thick-skinned. There are tacos for sale on Alekstar. You might like them. Jansen felt the light weight in his arms and thought of a delicious, meaty dish. Are they very cute? Zilu imagined a creature similar to a cat or dog. Well, if you need, we can pick one that looks better. In Aries' view, tacos were hairless, with muscle clusters protruding from their backs, veins bulging, and their facial features closely packed together, which couldn't really be considered cute. However, if Zilu wanted something attractive, he could try to find one. Zilu felt that their conversation seemed to be slightly out of sync, but she nodded in response out of politeness. Chapter 17. Alakexing from a distance. Alakexing looked like a snowball, colored by the mottled buildings on its surface, giving it a rather dirty appearance. As they landed, Zilu felt a tremor again, but it quickly subsided. You're staying here? I'll go find you some clothes and be back soon. Before Zilu could worry about the icy world she saw through the virtual screen, Jansen casually waved his hand, and the floor inside the mech immediately formed a large area of bright blue tiles. Zilu was stunned for a few seconds, wanted to say many things, but swallowing them back. Her feet finally touched the ground. If there's anything, you can talk to the Dream Eating Network. I can hear it too. Jansen supported her, confirming she was steady before pointing to the void around them, and then to his ear. Okay, but it's so cold outside. Are you all right? With solid ground beneath her feet and the unseen abyss of the nebula below, Zilu felt much more at ease. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of the cold, Jansen replied with a smile. After confirming that she was indeed fine, he gently touched her forehead before turning to leave. Zilu watched Jansen leave through the virtual screen inside the mech. Although this alien friend was particularly friendly and warm, she couldn't understand why he, knowing she was afraid of the abyss of the nebula, would rather hold her all the way instead of just changing the structure of the mech first. Sigh. Alien thoughts are truly hard to guess. Zilu squatted down, touched the ground, and carefully sat down. Do aliens really not fear the cold? The alien she was thinking about was exposing his upper body, steadily stepping through the snow that had reached his knees. The cold weather did have some impact on Aerie, but these effects wouldn't manifest too much until the temperature dropped below -30 degrees. Based on what he saw before landing, Jansen smoothly found a nearby town. It was somewhat of a stretch to call it a town, as a few dilapidated small houses stood crookedly on the outskirts. Beyond these old wooden houses were dozens of closely packed ice houses. Each ice house had an entrance about the height of Jansen's shoulders, with a high dome above. Outsider? One of the locals shouted, and several natives quickly ran out, surrounding Jansen. These natives had red and dark complexions, were robust, around 2 meters tall, wrapped in leather clothing, and some even wore cotton skirts, with their lower legs mostly exposed, holding bows and guns. They looked like a mix of outfits from different eras. Quite discordant. Facing this group of hostile natives, Jansen raised his hand to touch the diamond on his ear again. It seemed that the technological development here wasn't very good. The communication ear diamond still showed no response. Just as Jansen was considering whether to seize their resources, a few more people came out from the town. Everyone, don't act impulsively. Lupo says he came from the recently landed mech. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Jansen couldn't understand what they were saying. I need clothes and food. If you have equipment that connects to the Star Network, I can pay double. Jansen shouted before his patience ran out. The crowd surrounding him exchanged wary glances and finally began to slowly retreat toward the town entrance. Money? A young man squeezed through the crowd. His stature was much smaller compared to the natives, probably only around 8 meters tall. Yes, the young man's accent was strange, but Jansen could still tell it was Esperanto. The young man then dived back into the crowd, chattering away before turning back to continue communicating with Jansen. Wait, there's a Star Network. The man shouted, vigorously waving his hand to signal Jansen to follow. The crowd quickly dispersed, but their expressions remained guarded. Jansen didn't mind, following the small native as he weaved through the ice houses until they reached the other end of the town. The houses here were mostly 2-story wooden structures, with neatly arranged round logs on the roofs, looking much cleaner and tidier than the wooden houses at the town entrance. Jill, business is coming. The young man knocked on one of the houses, and the door quickly opened. Upon seeing the person, Jansen wasted no time and swiftly grabbed the man's throat, slamming him hard to the ground. Who are you? Aerie were very sensitive to information about their kind, even though this Aerie's complexion was no longer pale. Signs of age had already crept onto his face. I've been thinking lately. Cough, cough, cough. You bandits, when will you appear? What are you doing? Let Jill go. The young man jumped up beside them. Jansen directly ignored him and carefully observed the Aerie in his hand. Are you pure blood? How'd you end up here? Pure blood Aerie were typically of noble descent. Nobles were very familiar with each other and tended to be exclusive. It was almost impossible for a fallen noble to appear on such a remote planet. Jansen noticed that the elderly Aerie seemed in poor health, and a simple strike nearly crushed him. Given the lack of a translator on this planet, Jansen chose to release his grip. You madman. The young man looked like he was about to cry. He cursed Jansen standing aside while apologizing to Jill with that strange accent, helping the fallen Jill up and onto a chair inside the house. Jansen followed him in. I'm sorry, Jill. I didn't expect this person to hurt you. It's all my fault. The young man, seeing Jill's condition, finally shed tears. I need food and clothes, and also equipment to connect to the Star Network. Unfortunately, no one in the small house paid attention to the crying young man. You want to hunt down the 12th prince, right? Cough, 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 I saw it. I saw everything. Your evil deeds have already been exposed on the Star Network. Jill appeared extremely agitated. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, and his prominent cheekbones flushed with an unusual red. I'm not planning to hunt down royalty. Give me food and warm clothing, and I'll pay double once connected to the Star Network. The calmest person in the house was the outsider Jansen, who coldly watched the two agitated individuals, nearly losing all patience. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Jill gradually calmed down, and the young man's cries slowly turned into soft sobs. All right, before you all go crazy, right? Anyway, you can't escape. Jill's emotions hadn't dissipated yet. He glanced at Jansen a few times before slowly getting up with the support of the table. Lynch, you go back first. Jill refused the young man's help and walked toward the back of the wooden house, with Jansen following him. This wooden house had a decent layout, but it was very messy, with items scattered everywhere. Jansen even stepped on a few screws and some unknown materials on the floor. This is it. Jill pointed to one of the rooms from the hallway. Jansen walked over to take a look. The room only contained an initial state communicator. It was considered in its initial state because the machine was very large, with various old parts crudely connected by exposed wires. For someone unfamiliar with the primitive era, it would be nearly impossible to find the operating panel of this old machine. Jansen glanced at Jill, whose mouth was curved into a proud smile, wrinkles accumulating at the corners of his eyes, and his head, slightly raised, looking very pleased with himself. At that moment, Jill resembled an Aerie a bit. Jansen silently walked into the room, stepping over a few rusty planks, picked up a wire that was hanging on the ground, and skillfully connected it to another panel, activating the machine. Without turning around, Jansen knew Jill's expression was certainly quite something at that moment. What is your communication number? I'll pay with star coins. A virtual screen popped up, and Jansen enabled privacy settings, attempting to connect it to the terminal in his ear. I want 100,000 star coins. Jansen took a moment to glance at the irate old man. It was quite a novelty to see an airy elder bouncing around here. Aryas rarely lived to such an age. They usually died on the battlefield in their late prime due to the decline in physical strength and combat ability. All right, I also need food and equipment. Seeing that the man did not back down from the high price, Jill quickly stormed off in anger. The virtual screen, now accessible only to Jansen, finally loaded the familiar interface, and he relaxed a bit. This indicated that his terminal was not damaged, perhaps when he was near death. The terminal determined he was about to die and performed an emergency lock, which was why it had been unusable until now. In this interstellar world, the terminal was not just a simple tool. It represented a person's social identity. Jansen knew that the moment he reactivated his ID and connected to the Star Network, both his enemies and allies would immediately receive the news and take action. What he needed to do now was, Cosima should like this. Jansen switched to the shopping channel and temporarily gathered the essentials that would suit Cosima. Since this place was relatively remote, the delivery time would take half a month, which displeased Jansen. He spent extra for expedited shipping, reducing it to 4 days. This was indeed the fastest speed available. Jansen helplessly switched to another interface, transferred star coins to the account provided by Jill, and then disconnected. This process took Jansen nearly 10 minutes. He hurriedly walked out of the room, but did not see Jill's figure. Jansen paused, listened carefully to the sounds in the room for a moment, then purposefully returned to the living room and opened the main door. The wind and snow howled into the room. It's snowing. Jansen's words came out with vapor as he frowned and stepped out of the small house. Outside, a number of locals had gathered, huddling closely together, weapons directed at the direction where Jansen stood. Everything is here. Let Jill go. The young man named Lin Chi had snowflakes on his eyelashes, his face flushed, and he was panting as he spoke. Jansen's gaze fell on the bundle in front of them, and he walked forward without hesitation. The crowd immediately recoiled in fear, creating distance between them and Jansen. Is this all? Jansen unwrapped the bundle, lifting out a fur coat and a piece of meat that was frozen solid. Raising his head in dissatisfaction, his gaze seemed to push Lin Chi back a few steps. Chapter 18. Backtracking their nothing good here. Jill also came out of the cabin, holding a young tack beast. Its fragile, half-long ears were pinched in someone's hand, and its heavy body caused it to emit a sharp cry. Here, don't show up again. Jill shoved the tack beast into Jansen's hands, roughly packed the scattered bundles on the ground, and stuffed them into Jansen's arms. Hurry up, hurry up. Jansen was somewhat dissatisfied, but thinking about the time slipping away and Cosima, who was alone in the mech, made him anxious. Everything else suddenly became trivial. Jansen didn't waste any more time with them, turning around with the bundles and leaving. The crowd quickly made way, watching his figure disappear into the snowstorm. He has quite a good temper, Jill muttered softly, feeling curious, knowing that Aerie were mostly hot-tempered. Pure-blooded nobles were even more picky and barbaric. All right, I have nothing to do. Lynch, why are you making everyone run around? The chaotic voices in the crowd scattered into the wind and snow, while Jansen moved briskly against the snowstorm, eager to return to Cosima's side. He quickly left the small town far behind. The tagged juvenile he was holding had no fur. They were cultivated species, usually raised in greenhouses. Now, being dragged into the snowstorm, its cries quickly diminished. In Jansen's view, the familiar mech gradually appeared, and his pace slowed down. The young tack finally seized the opportunity to catch its breath, kicking out with all its might, but unfortunately left no mark on Jansen's fingertip. Jansen glanced at it, thinking of the kind Cosima in the mech, and decisively twisted its head, ending its life. Is that you, Jansen? Zilu, curled up inside the mech, spoke, her breath fogging her vision even more. Since there had been passers-by in front of the mech before, she was now unsure upon seeing the snowman on the virtual screen, until the mech opened its exit to welcome its owner. Jansen, are you okay? Zilu struggled to stand up from the laid tiles, noticing that there were fewer tiles left, only about 5 surrounding her. As soon as Jansen entered, he felt the temperature inside the mech had already dropped. He suppressed a shock and quickly took out the fur coat from the bundles, wrapping the shivering Zilu in it. May the god of war bless us. Jansen rubbed Zilu's cold cheeks. It's you. I'm so sorry. The mech had changed form for a brief interstellar journey, causing energy loss to accelerate. But Jansen still calculated the energy loss based on its pre-injury standards. Previously, Jansen and the mech were in a highly connected state. If energy was tight, he would naturally feel it. But now, Jansen felt nothing at all. It seemed the mech's problems were worse than he imagined. The Dream Eater mech used its last energy at Zilu's feet, but forgot that the fragile Cosima couldn't endure the cold as much as the void support. How do you feel? Jansen held Zilu in his arms, tried to warm her with his own body heat. I'm fine. Although the sudden drop in temperature indeed caused her some suffering, Jansen returned quickly, and the duration of the drop was not long. The actual temperature was much higher than outside. Otherwise, Zilu might have considered the possibility of exposing the system in exchange for warming equipment. Zilu obediently nestled in Jansen's embrace, realizing once again the strength of aliens. I wonder if there's anything in the store that can improve my physical condition. It seems that Earthlings really have a hard time surviving in a blank state. I found a temporary place to rest nearby. How about we go there first? Originally, Jansen was not satisfied with this scouting trip. He wanted to take Zilu to continue forward to another more prosperous town. Unfortunately, the mech's condition was not ideal, and Zilu worried him, so he changed his mind temporarily. All right, Zilu felt her hands and feet starting to warm up, and certainly wouldn't refuse her companion's kindness. We need to leave the mech. Can you hold on? When Jansen met Zilu's focused gaze, his inner turmoil suddenly calmed down. Of course, I also want to learn from you. Zilu smiled back and reached outside the fur coat, grabbing the bundle that had been tossed into the air, pulling out the exposed fur and wrapping it around Jansen haphazardly. You wear it too. All right. The wind and snow grew stronger, and the fur on Zilu was large. Jansen wrapped her tightly and held her in his arms. Instead, the fur on Jansen looked like a bathrobe, hanging down just right with ties on it. Lower your head. Just as Zilu was about to peek out to see their surroundings, Jansen stopped her. He gently rested his chin on top of Zilu's head to prevent her from popping up again. In fact, Zilu wanted to walk herself, but as the snow piled up thicker, her speed clearly couldn't keep up with Jansen's. To avoid holding him back, she temporarily accepted her giant baby status. Perhaps because Jansen was holding her, Zilu felt that the cold was still bearable. It was just the occasional gaps that exposed her edges, making her shiver intermittently. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Jansen thought of the aggressive natives, and, not wanting to scare Zilu, decided to sneak in through the dilapidated house on the other side of the town. Now, it was freezing outside, and there were almost no people on the road. Jansen remembered the location of Jill's cabin and, after winding around, actually found the wooden house. At this time, the door was tightly shut, and the natives outside had long since dispersed. Jansen watched the door before him appear hazy in the fog of his breath, hesitating for a moment. But Zilu's cold shiver urged him to step forward quickly. Knock, knock, knock. Jansen tried to maintain his courtesy as much as possible. There was no response from inside the cabin for a while. Just as Jansen was considering whether to use force, Jill finally opened the door. Who is it? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Jill poked his head out, and upon seeing who it was about to retort when he was frightened back by Jansen's malicious glare. He was quite familiar with that gaze, or rather, it was familiar to all Aerie. It was the look just before slaughter began. You. Jill's words got stuck in his throat, and the next second, Jansen directly pushed the door open, barging into the house with a full load. Close the door. What the heck? You were just saying you have a good temper. Jill grumbled as he quickly closed the door. Just that little time opening the door had already taken away a significant amount of warmth from inside. Jill was already in his old age and couldn't withstand the cold like the young Aerie. Jansen looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the fireplace in the hall was already lit. He hurriedly made his way past the clutter on the ground and placed a person in his arms on the rocking chair in front of the fireplace. Hey, that's my spot. Jill walked over unhappily, but stopped when he saw the person wrapped in the fur. Is this a cub? No, wait. Jill circled to the front of the rocking chair and happened to see Zilu struggling out of the fur, revealing her red-nosed tip. This is Cosima. This is a species that has already gone extinct. After Jier said it, he himself couldn't believe it. He leaned closer to Zilu, but was rudely blocked by Jensen. It's none of your business. Jensen's right hand was held by Zilu behind him, and his tone softened a lot. Jier glanced at their intertwined hands, with many thoughts in his mind, but ultimately chose to walk away. Jensen, who is he? Although Zilu didn't see clearly at first, thanks to the translator, she still understood their conversation. Just a villager. Are you hungry? Jensen squatted down to be at eye level with Zilu. This time, Zilu nodded. It would be even better if there was something warm to eat. She felt the coldness clinging to her body, gradually melting away under the warmth of the fireplace, penetrating into her body, making her feel uncomfortable all over. But she didn't say much. After all, she had already caused Jansen a lot of trouble. Okay, wait for me. As Jansen stood up, he made eye contact with Jier, who had returned to the hall. Here, this is all the food we have. Don't think your 100,000 star coins are impressive. This is a different price. Jier's tone was stiff as he shoved 2 large bowls into Jensen's hands. They were 2 bowls of meat porridge. Zilu even smelled a sweet taste similar to water chestnuts. Jansen didn't respond. He glanced at the meat porridge nearly overflowing from the bowls, then at Zilu, whose eyes were shining, and silently sat down on the floor in front of the rocking chair. Give it a try. Jansen placed one of the bowls on the ground and held the large porcelain bowl to Zilu's mouth. I'll do it myself. Zilu touched the edge of the bowl and found it a bit hot, so she pulled her hand back in her fur, wrapping it in the fur to take the bowl. The first bite was a bit hot, and Zilu didn't taste anything. She hurriedly blew on it a few times and took a few sips. The meat porridge had a slight fishy taste, but it also had the flavor of pig bone soup stewed with water chestnuts, rich yet refreshing, making her unable to resist taking bite after bite. After she drank a third of it, feeling warm all over, she finally looked up. This is really delicious, thank you. As soon as Zilu looked up, she noticed the only 2 people in the room were staring at her. Jansen liked to watch her without moving, and she had gotten somewhat used to it, but unexpectedly, the other stranger in the room also seemed to care about her presence. Zilu forced a smile and thanked Jier, meeting his gaze. Ahem, I'm glad you like it. Jier seemed to just realize that his gaze had been too focused, hurriedly clearing his throat twice and turning his head to stare at a stain on the floor. Jensen, you should eat too. It's really delicious. Zilu urged Jansen, who was sitting in front of her. Eating warm food in such a cold place was the best thing ever. Watching Jansen pick up the bowl, she felt relieved and continued to drink the porridge. Jansen was great in every way, but sometimes he was too attentive. Everything revolved around her, as if he had to take care of her before he could do his own things, which made her feel a bit burdened. Chapter 19. Biwero Center. Zilu and Jansen temporarily stayed in the wooden house. The owner, Jill, seemed fierce at first, but after spending a day with him, Zilu realized he was just shy and tough-tongued. This could be considered a form of introversion, right? Zilu sat in the rocking chair, watching Jill bustling around in front of her. This rocking chair had become her special seat. This morning, she woke up sitting on the floor in front of the fireplace, and Jill had poked fun at her in a half-serious tone, implying that if she didn't sit in his rocking chair, it meant she was rejecting him. Now, Zilu felt she couldn't just sit anywhere. These things are usually very tidy, but it's just been too busy these past few days. You must be curious about what I'm busy with, right? Ahem, that's right, I am the medic, mechanic, and instructor in this town. That's impressive. Zilu noticed Jill's chin slightly raised, and a few blushes appeared on his tanned face, feeling a bit smug inside. It seems this alien's personality is quite similar to Jansen's. Bang! Suddenly, there was a noise outside, and the door quickly opened. Jansen came in from outside, casually hanging his fur coat by the door. Zilu saw that his shirt and pants were already soaked in large patches. The door kept the cold outside at bay. Jansen quickly came to her side. Is everything still going smoothly? Jansen's mech had malfunctioned after the short interstellar journey, and he had gone out early this morning to return to the landing site for a quick check. Zilu couldn't help but worry a bit. It's going smoothly, but it might need a more professional person to treat it. Jansen casually placed his hand on the armrest, but when it brushed against Zilu's hand, he quickly pulled it back. It's okay. Zilu pulled Jansen's hand back with both of hers, wrapping around it. Is it warmer this way? Although Aerie were not afraid of the cold. After being in the icy weather for so long, it was inevitable that their hands and feet would be cold. Jansen nodded, revealing a sunny smile. I also booked tickets to the Biwero Center. There are hotels there where we can rest well. What? You guys are leaving? Before Zilu could respond, Jill, who was standing to the side and constantly picking up and putting down small items, spoke up first. Yes, Haven T, you always wanted us to leave? Jansen replied. I booked an evening ticket. We should arrive before dark, and you'll sleep more comfortably there. The latter part was directed at Zilu, but it made Jill feel a bit uneasy. He lived alone in this wooden house, and apart from the room with the communicator and the hall. The other rooms were in disrepair, drafty, and snowflakes could even drift in through the cracks in the roof. Even sleeping meant just a wooden bed in the corner with the communicator. Of course, Biwero isn't far. Ahem, I still have quite a bit of food stored here. If you want to stay, it's not impossible. The last part of his voice nearly got swallowed by Jill's throat. Thank you, but I don't want to continue bothering you. Zilu met Jansen's gaze. Knowing her partner had already bought the tickets, so he must have made up his mind. What should she do now? Of course, the best thing to do was to fully support her partner. Sure enough, after Zilu spoke up, Jansen's gaze on her became even more affectionate. It was just a pity for the stubborn Jill, who could only pretend to be satisfied and turn his head away. The shipping company said, You're still an intermediary for Rossetti Shipping? Jansen glanced at Jill, who had his back turned to them. So what? Jill threw a piece of scrap he had picked up back into the box. We need 2 tickets to Moses' seat. You guys are going to another planet? Jill asked. When's the next departure? Jansen did not respond to Jill's obvious question. Jill felt a lump in his heart, preparing to squeeze this young Aerie for more, but when he turned around and met the gaze of Cosima, who was sitting in the rocking chair with her bright black eyes quietly watching them, he softened again. The night after tomorrow, at Langlois Port. I'll be there. But, kid, Cosima is not suited for running around. No matter what you are, taking care of Cosima is an Aries duty. You should know they're nearly extinct now. In the end, Jill couldn't stop his chattering mouth, but unfortunately, Jansen's decision to leave with Zilu was already on the agenda. They boarded the transport to the Biwero Center under the glow of dusk. Zilu curled up in her seat, almost completely engulfed by the large chair. Their transport had 4 thick mechanical legs, a rectangular body, and a hollow head. Jansen and Zilu sat inside that head. The view outside was unobstructed, but the wind could not blow in through the hollow openings. Instead, the wooden boards below kept making crackling sounds. We'll be there soon. Jansen sat next to her, pointing out the destination not far away. I hope there's a hot bath waiting for us. For now. That was the only humble request Zilu had in her heart. This massive transport could not enter the city center. Once it reached the stop before the city center, its four legs slowly retracted and curled up, coming to a stop. The transport's owner hurriedly lowered the rectangular stairs, and people began to slowly climb down, while some impatient aliens jumped directly from the top of the stairs. Jansen and Zilu were directed to the central lift staircase, which felt like an airtight iron barrel. However, when they reached the mechanical legs, the stairs came to an end, and in the end, Jansen just held her and jumped down. The stop was still a distance from the city entrance. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zilu finally got a close look at the city's features. To be honest, since arriving in this world, it was the first time Zilu had seen so many aliens. The snow here was trampled dirty by the crowd, and many aliens with different skin colors and varying body shapes gathered in 2s and 3s. Zilu closely followed Jansen, flowing with the crowd into the Biwero Center. At the entrance, there were guards responsible for collecting fees and selling tickets. Jansen just glanced at the instrument beside the guard, and they were allowed in. Don't we need to buy tickets? Zilu grabbed Jansen's hand, following him in a daze. We've already bought them. Jansen smiled and pointed to his ear stud. As long as you have a terminal, it's fine. Your smart brain can do it too. Jansen reached out and touched Zilu's little finger, where the smart brain that used to be a watch had now become a black ring. How do you do it? Zilu was very curious. This was very similar to the QR code payment method in the 21st century, but she hadn't found a way to use it yet. Jansen paused for a few seconds, seemingly unsure of how to explain this habitual thing. I might have forgotten something important. Zilu, do you have a StarNet ID? After being corrected by Zilu multiple times, Jansen finally learned how to address his companion correctly, but now the topic they were discussing. Zilu shook her head. What is StarNet? Jansen's smile showed signs of fading. This is my oversight, Zilu. You don't need to worry. Perhaps you'll be willing to learn about these things before you sleep tonight. Jansen's gaze became sticky again, as if Cosima in front of him were a lost child. Of course, that's fine. I'm more than happy to learn from you. Zilu also wanted to comfort Jansen in return. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the plaza of the Biwero Center. The plaza was circular, surrounded by a ring of buildings, each varying greatly in height and shape, making Zilu feel as if she had inadvertently stepped into an art gallery. The building at the center resembled a mech looking up at the sky, or a completely solidified rock sculpture. While Zilu was focused on observing the rock sculpture, Jansen led them into a nearby building. Zilu hurriedly looked up and saw a virtual screen floating in front of the building displaying today's special prices for accommodation and meals. I actually understood it. Zilu was shocked internally. Of course, the anytime, anywhere translator provided services for reading, listening, speaking, and more, striving for. Zilu didn't listen to the rest of the system's words. Her attention was completely drawn to the scene inside the inn. The lobby had an extremely high ceiling and an expansive area, allowing several aliens, estimated to be over 3 meters tall, to come and go freely. Jansen led Zilu further inside, where a reception area resembling a Z-shape had 5 points with staff members stationed, each of whom was skinny and small. Taller guests naturally communicated with the staff at the top of the Z-shape. Zilu saw Jansen take out a key and hand it to the staff member. Is he one of Lynch's people? The staff member's voice was unusually hoarse. Upon a closer look, Zilu realized that this staff member was truly skin and bones, with the shape of the bones pressing against the thin layer of skin, making one worry whether that dark, thin skin would break at any moment. Jansen didn't respond. The staff member looked Jansen up and down, then squinted his fly-like compound eyes to look at Zilu before pulling out a plaque from the drawer, pressing it firmly against the key and returning it to Jansen. Curiously, Zilu leaned in to look, and Jansen handed her the key. The plaque resembled a piece of amber, completely embedding the key within its body. When Zilu flipped the plaque, she saw some text on it. Room 57, floor 18. Yes, go to the elevator. Someone will take you there. Catching Zilu's faint mumbling, the staff member quickly responded in that unusually hoarse voice. Oh, okay, thank you. Zilu instinctively thanked him, but the next second, she suddenly had a bad feeling. She looked up at Jansen. Ah, that familiar surprise. Sure enough, she had unknowingly spoken in another language again. Chapter 20. The joy that turns to sorrow after the shock. The pride of Jansen almost overwhelmed Zilu, making her lower her head in embarrassment. Fortunately, the elevator located on all sides of the hall arrived quickly, interrupting their conversation. The so-called elevator was an oval-shaped empty room, with walls seemingly playing an introduction to the hotel and various special packages. When Zilu handed the key in her hand to the attendant inside the elevator, the attendant did not take it. Instead, with a glance from those compound eyes, the door closed, and the room instantly became a seamless egg. After a few seconds, the room door opened on the other side. "We're here." Seeing Zilu staring at him without blinking, the attendant waved his hand outward. Jansen and she exited the elevator together. Zilu turned back to look again. The wall had completely closed, leaving no trace of the door opening. If it weren't for a light indicator at the top of the wall, Zilu might not have been able to find the elevator door at all. "Let me try." Jansen smiled as he reached out for her key when he saw her spinning in place. The moment the key landed in Jansen's hand, the other wall cracked open a slit of a door. Under Jansen's gaze, Zilu stepped forward to push the door open. Wow! The room was entirely carpeted with soft material, almost matching the area of the lobby downstairs. Zilu ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as aliens below moved around like ants, and the distant snow-capped mountains looked as beautiful as if painted. "Do you like it here?" "Yeah." It wasn't as cold inside as it was outside, and Zilu was extremely satisfied. Arriving in this room felt like stepping into a toy house, and she curiously explored everywhere. Everything was wonderful. When Jansen helped her run a bath, allowing her to comfortably wash and then snuggle in a bed, this delightful experience became even more tangible. Zilu happily fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she returned to her cozy room, lying in bed watching a show on her tablet, while her golden retriever nestled at her feet. Zilu felt both relaxed and comfortable, but this time was especially brief. In the drama, the male and female leads began to argue, and the noise made her head buzz. She wanted to lower the volume, but the screen remained unresponsive. She hurriedly pressed the side buttons, but accidentally turned up the volume instead. Suddenly, the arguing echoed throughout the room, and the tablet seemed to be unable to handle such volume, starting to emit a piercing, buzzing sound. Zilu covered her ears in pain and wanted to escape the bed and run outside, but her golden retriever suddenly opened its eyes and bit her little calf. That hurts." "What are you doing, Jinju?" Zilu raised her hand to hit its mouth, but only hit air. The golden retriever vanished, the tablet disappeared, and the entire bed disappeared. She suddenly found herself exposed in the snow, the temperature dropping sharply, making her shiver uncontrollably. She looked around in confusion, but saw no one. It was too cold. Struggling to stand in the snow, she took 2 steps forward and stepped on something cold and hard. Zilu looked down to see a headless corpse lying at her feet, its grotesque, severed neck facing her, blood flowing onto her feet. Zilu! Jansen noticed something was wrong in the middle of the night. The sleep time required by Ari was very short, and after resting for 2 hours, Jansen began testing the terminal on his ear drill, preparing a set of educational materials specifically for young children for Zilu, hoping to satisfy her curiosity and desire for knowledge about this world without undermining her confidence. Additionally, arranging for Zilu to have a legal StarNet ID needed to be prioritized. In the midst of Jason's busy schedule, he seemed to hear Zilu's voice. This room had 3 partitions, and Zilu was in one of them. The door was not completely closed, and the faint sound seemed to be leaking from a small gap. Jansen quietly stood at the door, which slid open automatically. Zilu was still obediently lying in bed. Everything seemed normal. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jansen walked over to the bed that hovered in midair. What came into view was Zilu's sleeping face, but she seemed to be sleeping uneasily, her brows tightly furrowed, although her complexion was particularly rosy. Is it normal for Cosima's face to be this red? Jansen tentatively reached out to touch her. So hot. Almost instantly, many bad memories flashed through Jansen's mind. I have no mood to care about uncle's matters. That was the angry, fierce expression of his elder brother. I have tried my best. Cosima has been running a fever and cannot eat. That was the accompanying medic. Where are you going? Your soldiers need you. They still have you. And George. But my Cosima only has me. I must take him back to the habitat. Otherwise, he will die. That was during the chaotic times of war, when his elder brother fled the battlefield. Jansen felt his heartbeat pounding heavily against his chest, and he anxiously pushed Zilu, but she showed no reaction at all. Zilu. Zilu. Zilu's eyes were tightly shut. Her face flushed, her brows knitted, and her slightly parted lips leaked a few painful groans. Jansen raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead, decisively picked her up, wrapped her in a cloak from the bedside, and hurriedly exited the room. Jansen's terminal had already connected to the local StarNet interface. He glanced at the map layout and quickly headed towards the only hospital in the area. The hospital here appeared much more rundown compared to the hotel. The surface of the building was even covered with quite a bit of moss. The heavy door was tightly closed, and Jansen kicked it open. The entrance only had a dim wall lamp hanging, and Jansen did not wait long before seeing a few people running down from the stairwell. Who? The leading figure was a Peeps, with 6 long arms crossed in front of its chest and slender legs cautiously stepping out from the stairwell. I'm here to see a doctor. Seeing the Peeps, Jansen relaxed a little. After all, it was hard to let go of his worries upon seeing such decor. However, Peeps was a species with rare self-healing and healing abilities. They were agile and could distinguish various herbs, serving as doctors in society. Yet, in the context of rapid technological advancement, medical conditions had also greatly improved. Most people would directly take the special medicines sold by various medical companies after falling ill. But Jansen remembered that Cosima was allergic to many medications, and he dared not use any medicines on Zilu casually. Now that there was a doctor present, he felt much more at ease. This Peeps seemed to treasure the rare patient and did not raise any objections to Jansen's late-night visit. It quickly called its assistants and led Jansen into a side room next to the hall. What seems to be the problem? The Peeps turned on the chandelier in the side room, which was also exceptionally simple, with only 3 beds and a corner piled with clutter. It's not me. Jansen pulled off the sheets from one of the beds and placed a wrapped Zilu on it. This is Cosima. The Peep's eyes widened, and it leaned in to take a closer look. Oh dear, her condition is not good, but I have never treated Cosima before. I think having the medication might be beneficial for her. The Peeps mumbled to itself for a while before hurriedly running outside. Eve, I need the waxwood aerosol. Jansen watched him run out, feeling uncertain about his decision. However, on this small planet, the nearest hospital was right here. The pharmaceutical industry has made significant strides, but medical institutions have been dwindling, with most hospitals having disappeared. Ultimately, it comes down to the monopoly of pharmaceutical giants, as low-priced miracle drugs have squeezed out the market. I hope I didn't make the wrong choice. Jansen touched Zilu's feverish cheek, feeling an unbearable agony with every passing moment. When Zilu woke up, she couldn't immediately tell where she was. The ceiling above her was a dull gray, with several old stains. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her cheek. Turning her head, she saw Jansen staring at her. How do you feel? Jansen's voice was soft, and for some reason, Zilu sensed a hint of sadness in him. I'm okay. Where are we right now? Zilu moved her sore limbs and shifted closer to Jansen. We're in a hospital. You were sick. Jansen tightened the blankets around Zilu, which had loosened during her movement. She felt a sense of relief, as this explained everything. After all, she had just escaped a terrifying nightmare and found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. She almost thought the nightmare had become reality. In her dream, they were once again targeted by a group of crazy aliens. While fleeing, there were cold bodies lying everywhere, and at one moment, Zilu felt as if she had become one of them. I'll go find a doctor. Jansen stood up, pressed his forehead against Zilu's for a moment, and then walked out of the room. System, help me find items to enhance my physical condition. Zilu watched Jansen's figure leave the room, sighed helplessly, and poked the system in her mind. The system wasted no time and directly listed the relevant options for her, starting from the lowest price. Copper cast iron. What is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. This buff can increase the user's life limit by 10 points. Please note, There is a 20 chance that this buff will convert into an increase in other limits. Effect duration, 17, 520 hours. Required points, 10,000 points. Zilu carefully counted the zeros after the points, and then turned back to calculate the specific time limit. Couldn't you just say 2 years? What does this other limit refer to? We always uphold a rigorous work attitude. This other limit represents infinite possibilities. It could manifest as obvious changes in height and weight, or as intangible abilities like vision and hearing. Specific content is for the user to explore. Isn't that just like a blind box? However, Zilu had no intention of looking at the next item, as it required 50,000 points, which was beyond her current reach. Just as she hesitated, Jansen returned with peeps, and she watched an alien with multiple arms excitedly run to her side, pulling out a circular ring with a handle and scanning it around her. Chapter 21 Private Transactions. Great. I think she should be recovering. But it's better to be safe. I mean, the last aerosol treatment is still necessary, just like the lubricant before a mech leaves the mech technician. Peeps began his mumbled diagnosis again, speaking in a heavily accented Esperanto, which Jensen could barely understand. All right, let us arrange it then. After Jensen spoke, he turned back to quietly explain the doctor's diagnosis to Zilu. The moment Zilu saw Jensen walk in, she made up her mind to buy copper cast iron. This illness incident was actually quite terrifying upon reflection. If Jensen hadn't known she was sick, or if she had been alone at that time, she might have died in her sleep without even having the chance to seek help from the system. Perhaps it was due to the continuous travel or the prolonged outdoor activities and low temperatures that caused her body to break down. But this alien doctor, Zilu, looked at Peeps, who was slowly walking out of the room, filled with distrust. Didn't the system say there were no Earthlings in this star system? Does he really know Earthlings? Will he treat her like other aliens do, as if she were species of Cosima? Do those medications really have no side effects for Earthlings? System, use copper cast iron. After using it, Zilu waited for a while, almost falling asleep under Jensen's coaxing. But she didn't feel any difference in her body. System, does this really improve my physical condition? Of course. Zilu rubbed her eyes, yawned, and fell into a half-asleep state under Jensen's gentle patting. After a while, when the patting stopped, Zilu managed to break free from that state, forcing her eyes open just in time to see Jensen leaving the room. Where's he going? I need to be away for a while. Jensen found the doctor in the stairwell, and beside him was a strange-looking Peeps, who had lost an arm and hid behind the doctor as soon as he saw Jensen. Oh, okay. No problem. I will take good care of your Cosima. Jensen's puzzled gaze shifted between the two of them. I've paid the deposit. I will be back in about an hour. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After the payment, Jensen granted temporary access to this Peeps account so that the other party could contact him. All right, okay. The two Peeps watched Jensen turn and leave through the door. Did you see that? That's an Aerie. Don't you understand their obsession with Cosima? If he finds out that Cosima is missing, we will definitely be crushed like cockroaches in a toilet. No, it could be worse. Calm down. The one-armed Peeps stopped his cousin's incessant chatter. Nick, I'll just tell you one thing. This Cosima, the Doc S. Lamb, can offer this price. The one-armed Peeps gestured and continued to speak, much to his cousin Nick's shock. With this money, I can pay off my gambling debts, and I won't need to ask you for money anymore. You can reopen a better and bigger hospital. We can leave this place. Their SA train tonight, and it's still time to buy a ticket from Jill. That Aerie has left. What a great opportunity. Peeps's eyes blinked rapidly, clearly torn and tempted. Now, what you need to do is add a little sleeping agent to that Cosima's aerosol treatment, just a little bit. Jensen ran directly towards the outskirts as soon as he walked out of the hospital. He had long suspected that his enemies and allies would come looking for him as soon as they detected the reactivation of his Star Network ID. He just didn't expect that his negligence would cause Cosima to fall ill, nor did he expect this group of people to move so quickly. After a simple recharge, the Dreaming Network was already sensitive enough to detect the presence of similar beings around him. They were approaching rapidly, almost the moment he sensed them getting close. Jensen decided to eliminate them before they reached the hospital. He patiently coaxed Zilu to sleep before leaving after reminding the doctor. Hopefully, he could return before she woke up again. Jensen touched his ear stud, Now his terminal was bound to the smart brain in Zilu's hand. So if her physical condition changed significantly, he would also be able to sense it. The scenery around him was rapidly retreating. The sky was growing darker. When Zilu sat up, the six-armed peeps walked in with the aerosol treatment. There's just one last treatment. You just need to breathe. We won't harm you. Yes, we won't harm you. Zilu watched as the six arms of the other party tightly held the transparent aerosol bottle close to her. He repeated the same words softly, which made Zilu inexplicably tense. Actually, I feel completely fine now. I don't need another treatment. Although the aerosol looked like an ordinary breathing device, Zilu wasn't sure if breathing in that transparent gas would harm Earthlings. No, no, no. Nick suddenly shouted excitedly, startling Zilu, who immediately pulled the blanket to her chest, curling up at the head of the bed. Em sorry, I mean. This treatment is very important. Yes, that's what I mean. Come on, we won't harm you. Yes, not for now. Zilu looked at Nick's neurotic words and was even less inclined to accept this so-called treatment. So where did Jensen actually go? Is this really the doctor he brought? You could just put the aerosol here. I could do it myself. Okay? Although Zilu didn't want to accept this treatment, she was also afraid of angering this unpredictable alien. She pointed to the foot of the bed, hoping Nick would put down the transparent glass bottle with the breathing mask. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Nick's conflict was clearly written on his face, his fingers continuously tapping on the glass bottle, and finally, he raised his head and asked over Zilu's head, "Should I listen to her?" Duke. Zilu felt goosebumps all over her body in an instant. She quickly looked up, only to have a mask placed over her head the next second. Oh, of course not, you fool. Peeps's many limbs were not only very flexible, but also had many fine bristles and hairs, allowing them to move freely on walls like geckos. The one-armed Peeps, Duke, as a qualified thief, had already climbed up the wall while Zilu was focused on Nick, going around to her head to prevent his cousin from screwing up at a critical moment. A large amount of gas was released, spraying Zilu all over her head and face. She struggled to lift the mask off her head, but just as she managed to lift it, the entire world went dark. Zilu's body tilted to the side, and the mask she had just lifted fell to the ground, rolling a few times. Did she faint? Nick picked up the mask that had fallen to the ground and stood awkwardly at the head of the bed. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that she was a Cosima, I would have acted directly. Duke nimbly climbed down the wall, pulled out a compressed sleeping bag, and threw it directly on top of Zilu. The palm-sized sleeping bag instantly opened up upon contact with Zilu's body, wrapping her tightly and finally tying a neat knot. Let's go. We need to book tickets as soon as possible. Rossetti Shipping is a well-known chain shipping company. Its business has expanded to various major planets, but on some declining planets, due to insufficient transportation capacity, language barriers, star network blockages, and various other issues. The frequency of trips is very low, making ticket booking quite difficult. Therefore, they usually assign an agent in each major city to handle all ticket bookings and other trivial matters. Since the ticket price is closely related to the agent's service fee, whether the local agent is unscrupulous generally determines the ticket price. Most people know that shipping agents should not be easily offended. The sky grew darker and the wind began to howl. It seemed snow was about to fall. Duke kept urging Nick, who was carrying many bags. Nick's eyes were still red because Duke wouldn't let him say goodbye to his assistant Eve. After the business at the hospital plummeted, only Eve insisted on staying to help. But now he was about to leave and wouldn't be able to see her one last time. Hurry up. Wipe that sad face off. Think about this, Cosima. We're going to get rich soon. Yes, they were about to have a big income. And then he could open a new hospital to continue his medical research. He believed Eve would be happy for him. Looking at the large package Duke was carrying ahead, Nick felt a renewed motivation surge through his body. They hurriedly walked against the strong wind towards the outskirts of the city. There was no other way. The newly arrived shipping agent on their planet was quite an eccentric, preferring to stay in the dilapidated towns where the lower class lived rather than the bustling city center. Despite Duke's many grievances, when they reached the front door of the shipping agent guild, he quickly pulled a frozen smile onto his face and stepped over the threshold to knock on the door. Hello, we are here to buy tickets. Tickets to Mizizuo for tonight. After waiting for a long time without any response from inside, Duke raised his voice again. The room was quiet for a while, and just as Duke impatiently raised his hand to knock again, the door was pulled open. Gil looked down at him expressionlessly, his extremely light golden eyes making Duke feel uneasy, as if he were about to be attacked. Two people? Fortunately, Gil still had some awareness as a shipping agent. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, and some packages as well. Gil scanned the large bags and packages they were carrying. Were those? His gaze stopped at the long object on Duke's shoulder. This is cargo sold to Lamb. We're not bringing it on board. Duke fearfully turned sideways, trying to block Gil's gaze from the long object. Tonight at 10 o'clock, Lamloa Port. Chapter 22, Lamloa Port. 10 p.m. tonight, Lamloa Port. Wait. Just as Jill finished speaking, he was about to slam the door shut, but Duke quickly reached out to stop him, and the door slammed hard on his hand. Ignoring his swollen arm, he hurriedly continued to ask about the flight's whereabouts. Don't we need to buy tickets? There's no code either? Duke remembered that when he bought tickets before, he had to pay on site, and the agent would provide a receipt. Some even had the authority open directly on personal terminals. Jill shot him a cold glance, and then shifted his gaze to the object Duke was carrying on his shoulder. Just when Duke felt a cold sweat breaking out, Jill finally spoke. I'm going there tonight to see someone off. We'll talk about anything else later. Jill would tell him that he was busy tracking down Ares' military power struggles and the latest developments through the Star Network, and he couldn't be bothered to switch his antique communicator to the ticket purchasing interface. Anyway, when the ship arrives, with him around, the shipping agent would naturally take care of the ticketing procedures for this group of people. Bang! The wooden door was finally slammed shut mercilessly. Duke, what do we do now? Nick timidly spoke up. Ever since he saw Jill, the Ares, he had been too nervous to say anything. And it wasn't until the door was closed again that he dared to speak. It's fine, let's go find Ram. Anyway, as long as the shipping agent is around, the tickets should be secure. Duke gritted his teeth at this turn of events, but still forced himself to appear calm as he led the dazed Nick toward the dock. Meanwhile, Jansen quickly moved toward the direction indicated by the dream-eating network mecha, and when he saw the landmark of his destination, he was slightly surprised. The inscription on it was precisely the place they were coming to tonight, Lamloa Port. At this moment, Lamloa Port was already crowded with people, with a massive spaceship quietly hovering in mid-air, and the temporary boarding stairs were busily loading and unloading passengers and cargo. It seemed that was their flight tonight, heading to Moses' seat. The newcomers had arrived on a large spaceship, which meant they had planned their route even before he had decided to come here. Who could have predicted his trajectory in advance? Jansen walked slowly toward the spaceship, surveying the surroundings. The group of Ares-kin was nearby. Although this place looked exceptionally chaotic, when both sides were eager to find each other and were clearly moving toward their targets, they would naturally converge quickly. Jansen. First came a familiar call. Jansen quickly turned his head and saw a familiar face in the crowd, with pale skin and a robust body. Dorothy. That was the famous general of the Ares, powerful and recognized by the top 10 mech nomads, and Jansen had been educated by her when he was young, but now. Shouldn't you be on the front lines? Jansen had checked the information on Ares after his terminal was restored. The perception of Ares as brutal colonizers had attracted attention from all sectors due to the outbreak of their civil war. Jansen had learned about the full-scale outbreak of the Civil War without much effort. As a strong ally, he couldn't help but worry about her presence here. Dorothy had always had a lot to say about leaving the front lines, and hearing Jansen's words now made her roll her eyes. Yes, thanks to our dear 12th Prince, who acted recklessly and was thrown off the battlefield, we now have the leisure to stroll around here. Sully. It was indeed his foolishness and recklessness that allowed his uncle's schemes to take advantage. It was Prince George who sent us here. He set the route in your escape pod, but we couldn't receive your signal for a long time, so Prince George sent us here. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and come with us. This spaceship has already been taken over by our people, and we're leaving early. Dorothy was tired of the incessant chatter from her subordinates. She interrupted further explanations and slapped Jansen on the back, indicating him to get on the spaceship quickly. It seemed that the landing site his brother originally set for him was this planet. Indeed, although this place was remote, it had sufficient facilities to meet his needs. And he even encountered another pure-blood area here, which was particularly close to the junk planet where he had made an emergency landing. It seemed that his escape pod truly couldn't hold on any longer, which was why it made a nearby landing. However, now is not the time to delve into these matters. Just as Jansen was about to mention Zilu, he received information about her location moving in his ear. What? Dorothy grabbed Jansen by the collar, seemingly afraid he would cause more trouble. I encountered a Cosima, and I need to go pick her up. Jansen almost blurted it out, but ultimately chose to skip over a series of events and stated as succinctly as possible. You and I both know that Cosima is dead. Dorothy seemed to recall an unpleasant scene, her expression serious. I think when that happened, she was fortunate enough to escape. The collective death of Cosima had a huge impact on the Arii who idolized them. It can almost be said that it caused great turmoil in Arii society. If that's the case, then let her escape again. You should know that Cosima doesn't like the battlefield. Are you going to take her to the front lines? Dorothy's gaze made Jansen feel uneasy. This was indeed the case. Cosima feared war, and taking her to the front lines could almost be considered torture. He had originally thought of bringing Zilu back to his territory first, but the full-scale outbreak of civil war had left him at a loss. However, no matter what, he could not leave Zilu behind, especially now when she was likely to be in danger. I must go find her. She might be in danger now. Hey! Just as Jansen turned to leave, he was held back by Dorothy, who pressed down on one of his shoulders. The two engaged in a swift scuffle. The movement so fast that their accompanying subordinates were caught off guard. It's safest for Cosima to be away from an Arii. Dorothy dodged Jansen's punch and grabbed his other shoulder. And you, as a royal, as a general, should consider the soldiers fighting on the front lines. You have to understand that every second that passes, soldiers are dying. Yet you are still thinking about that disruptive Cosima. Sometimes, Dorothy really wanted to knock some sense into these brainless nobles. She intended to directly kick Jansen's shins to take him away, but he quickly dodged. For Dorothy, if the Cosima Jansen spoke of was fake, then everything he did was wasting precious time. If the Cosima he mentioned was real, then his actions were even more infuriating. If the other Arii learned of Cosima's existence, it would be a disaster for the surviving Cosima and would only exacerbate the civil war. If it weren't for George's strict orders, Dorothy would have seriously considered taking Jansen down or simply abandoning him. Have you forgotten how the first Prince Adam ended up? Dorothy caught Jansen's foot and watched as a momentary daze crossed his face, then immediately rolled forward, opened her mech's shield, and pinned Jansen down. Don't force me. The dream-eating mecha began to stir as it sensed its owner's anger and pain. Jensen almost instantly understood why George would send such an important general as Dorothy to find him. She could step forward to rescue him or step back to arrest him. Dorothy's mecha, the Nomad, was extremely agile and had a barrier function to trap prey. Dorothy was notorious for her reckless behavior on the battlefield. Her barriers were always used to suppress from the outside rather than protect from within. Don't push me. I don't have much time to waste here. None of us do. The subordinates who followed Dorothy gradually closed in, both blocking others' views and preventing Jensen from going berserk. Lamloa Port was almost the largest port in the Alex Star, and it seemed nothing unusual could happen there. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and even if they paused, it was only temporary. Duke took the subway with Nick to reach Lamloa Port as quickly as possible. Although it was physically painful to stand in the gale waiting for the train and painful to pay, as long as he thought about quickly handing over the Cosima in his hands for tangible numbers in his StarNet account, he felt all the pain vanish, replaced by a cluster of shrieking flames. They bypassed several crowds gathered together and hurried to the north side of Lamloa Port. Most of the people here were employees of Lamloa Port, busy moving goods in and out. The warehouse doors were wide open, and several transport vehicles were whizzing back and forth. Duke almost became mud under one of the vehicle's wheels. Get out of the way. Nick pulled Duke aside, not daring to say another word amidst the driver's fury. Duke, is that person really here? Of course, I think all this cargo might belong to him. He has wanted a Cosima for a long time. Come on. Duke tugged at Nick's arm and ran toward the buildings next to the warehouse. It was much quieter here, with several box-like buildings lined up, and they moved forward closely along the walls. Bang! Get down. A long beak suddenly extended from an opening in one of the box-like structures, and Nick, caught off guard, had a tuft of hair torn out, blood seeping out immediately. "Where are you from? You've got some guts." Nick looked up with a mournful face. A tall figure had emerged from the box without him noticing. His face was covered with dull patches of various colors, and a long whip draped casually over his arm. He glanced at them and then roughly grabbed the long, sharp beak and shoved it back into the iron box. "We're looking for Lord Lamb. We have good goods to sell him." Duke seemed to see hope and spoke up eagerly. "Good goods?" The man surveyed them again, and his gaze finally settled on the long object Duke was tightly clutching. "All right, finding some fun is fine too. Follow me." The man pulled down the door latch on top of the box, confirming that the window on the box was sealed before waving his hand to signal them to follow. "Duke, this person..." "Shoo!" Nick covered his bleeding scalp, panic within him reaching its peak. He wanted to speak up and give up several times, but seeing Duke's tense expression and bright eyes, he weakly held it back. Their attention was focused on the man leading the way, not noticing that the long object in Duke's arms stirred slightly. Chapter 23. Cage. When Zilu was fully awake, she found herself surrounded by darkness. Memories flashed rapidly in her mind, and she immediately stopped her limbs from moving. She slowly adjusted her breathing and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Seriously? A Cosima? Yes, my lord. She might be the only Cosima in the world. Let's open up and take a look. Almost instinctively, Zilu quickly closed her eyes. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, and through her thin eyelids, she felt an emptiness before her, a faint light pouring on her face, but she dared not move. Even her breathing became extremely subtle. Several dull footsteps sounded, and a shadow covered Zilu, as if someone was standing in front of her. There really is a living Cosima. Rough fingers pinched Cosima's delicate cheeks and lifted them slightly, causing her face to tilt upwards. "What did you get her?" That deep voice sent a chill down Zilu's spine. We just stumbled upon her. Lord Lamb, if you like, we only charge 150,000 star coins. Once we receive the payment, we'll leave immediately." Duke's voice was high-pitched and excited, but in the next second, it was choked off, the last word distorted. Nick's scream was also quickly silenced. "The boss is asking you. Where did you find her? Did you hear the question clearly?" The newly inserted voice spoke slowly, and after a few seconds, Zilu heard Nick sobbing again. Please let Duke go. This Cosima is my patient. We're the bad guys, boo-hoo. It was us who kidnapped her." Bang! Followed by the sound of something heavy dropping and Duke's painful groans and rapid gasps. "Patient?" As soon as the words left, Zilu was supported by her neck and knees, and she was picked up, her body falling into an embrace. Her cheek pressed against the other person's chest, hearing the steady heartbeat inside. She felt the rough palm slowly stroking her arm, as if a tangible gaze was sweeping over her body. Yes, my lord. Her master is an Aerie just like you." Nick's voice was quickly cut off again. "TSK, why do people always mistake me for those brainless fools?" "Boss, should we?" "No need. Keeping them alive will be very useful. Take them down and ask clearly where they caught this Cosima. If we can find a new habitat for Cosima, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." The boss thinks quickly as always. The chaotic voices soon calmed down, and Zilu struggled to control herself, not attempting to secretly open her eyes. "Have Gold bring a medic. After all, you are a rare Cosima, aren't you?" The footsteps hurriedly left from the side, and Zilu felt a finger poke her cheek. Still as timid as before. Zilu endured it, feeling the person holding her slowly moving, the sunset's afterglow baking her cheek. But soon, she was taken into a completely dark, enclosed space, the footsteps echoing in the empty area, and she was quickly placed on the ground. The other party murmured, rustling around, then wrapped her in fabric, isolating her from the cold ground. "Just stay here and be good." Zilu heard the sound of metal clashing. She lay still, and after a while, slowly opened her eyes a crack. Cold bars, a small ventilation window, a floor glinting with cold light. The light here was not as dim as Zilu had imagined. She slowly sat up, cautiously observing this cage-like place. For some reason, the person who had held her gave her a sense of fear reminiscent of a gorgon. She pulled down the fabric wrapped around her, only to find it was a coat. It was easy to guess whose coat it was. Zilu's first reaction was to throw it away. But the cold creeping up from the ground made her frown and put the coat on instead. It was too big, like an overly loose dress. Forget it. As long as I don't catch a cold. Thinking of this, Zilu silently poked the system in her mind, which had been playing dead. Is that item I bought really useful? Or does it enhance my physique? Clearly, when that cover came down, she reacted in an instant, not only holding her breath quickly, but also hurriedly lifting the cover. How could she still be knocked out? Combining the conversation she just heard and the scenes before her unconsciousness, Zilu could guess the whole sequence of events. But what exactly is a Cosima? Her curiosity about this name was reaching its peak. Could it be that Cosima is the new term for Earthlings? Of course, it's useful. If it weren't for you using the copper-cast iron mold item, you probably wouldn't have woken up yet. The system's tone had indeed become more human-like, but also sounded increasingly annoying. So what exactly has it upgraded about me? Zilu was stung by the system. After all, there was no way to verify its words. Please rest assured, host, copper-cast iron mold has successfully upgraded your life value limit. I believe it will help you survive a bit longer next time you're seriously injured. Sigh. She missed the original emotionless system. Zilu glanced at her current account. 14,988 points. Her heart calmed down a bit. This should be enough for her to escape. Clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a collision came from the bars, startling Zilu to turn around and face outside. Here's your food. Zilu gasped, her eyes wide open, hardly believing the creature she saw. It was a fishman with a tail. His body was slowly sinking into the plane where Zilu was, gripping the opposite bars tightly with his scaled and webbed hands, quickly retracting back into the water. It was only then that Zilu realized that the ground of the cage across from her was actually the surface of the water, because it had been so still, reflecting the ceiling's shape she had never noticed. She looked at the object the fishman had thrown over. It was an oval plant resembling a green radish, with many roots at the bottom, which rolled a distance after hitting the bars, leaving a water trace. Wait, the fishman's body shrank back into the water, leaving only his head floating on the surface. He observed Zilu for a while before quietly continuing to dive down, and Zilu hurriedly called out to stop him. Do you know where this place is? Zilu moved to the edge of the bars, reaching out to grab the green radish the fishman had thrown her. Originally, she wanted to ask what it was, but realizing such a question might seem impolite, she changed the topic. This world actually has merfolk. For some reason, this fact made her a bit excited, hoping to learn as much as possible about this creature that should only exist in Blue Planet fairy tales. Of course, it would be even better if she could learn about the current environment as well. Can you speak our language? The half-submerged head floated back up. Yes. Can you talk to me? Zilu had already gotten used to the operation of this translator. She held the green radish in her hand, looking expectantly at the fishman. You should know, right? We were sold to smugglers, and I think we'll soon be on the auction block. I've heard there are many who love to eat Wiley. Wiley? Are you Wiley? Zilu watched as the other person became sad, tears welling up in their eyes. Silly, they won't eat you. They will only torture you, make you wish you were dead. Zilu was startled again. She looked around and realized that among the 3 rows of cages, only her room near the door was solid, while the other cages could be considered another kind of water prison. Several heads quietly surfaced while Zilu was focused on the opposite side, and at that moment, a fishman with fiery red hair spoke mockingly. This quickly made the blue-eyed one shed tears, but as the tears fell into the water, Zilu wasn't sure if they would turn into pearls. Don't cry. So you all were sold here? It seems the group that brought her here are professional human traffickers. If I was captured, I even ate that person's ear. The red-haired one held their head high, like a proud little warrior. You're really impressive. Zilu tried to stroke the ego. Sure enough, this made the red-haired one grin and swim in place. But you're still locked up here, aren't you? This time, it was a fishman with one I'm missing who spoke. Her right eye was a beautiful water blue, while the left had only a terrifying hollow. Her voice was also very youthful, like a child, and her body seemed smaller than the other fishmen. The cage fell silent for a moment. The red-haired one stopped, their long eyelashes drooping, lips turned down, completely losing the earlier haughty demeanor. Zilu looked at this group, of peculiar fishmen. They were almost exactly like the mermaids in fairy tales, even more vivid and beautiful, although they had only exchanged a few words. They gave Zilu a very innocent feeling. Their sad expressions now also made her feel a bit heartbroken. Maybe you can walk on land? She looked at one fishman's hand gripping the bars, the sharp fingertips glinting in the dim light coming through the ventilation window. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Somewhere in Lamlawa port, Jansen's sense of unease peaked when he realized Zilu was moving towards his location. He believed Zilu had no idea she had arrived at Lamlawa port ahead of time. Whatever the reason for her moving towards a spaceship, it had not put Jansen at ease. Perhaps we can make a deal. Jansen looked at the circle of subordinates around him, all staring intently at him, feeling anxious yet unable to rise up against them. They were his comrades, and he did not want to direct his fists at them no matter what. A deal to make you obediently come with us? Dorothy locked eyes with Jansen through the barrier. The constraints released by the nomads, perfectly illustrating Dorothy's determination to take him away quickly. Chapter 24, The Odd One. So as long as you leave according to the scheduled departure time of the spaceship, you are willing to follow orders for the rest of the journey, including the first battle upon reaching the front line? Yes, but I must take Cosima onto the ship. I will arrange for her separately and 1T make things difficult for you. What if I disagree? I think you know what I would do. The dream-eating network quickly wrapped around Jansen's limbs, and patterns began to faintly appear on his face. All right, but you absolutely cannot take her to the front line. Of course. Dorothy finally let go of him, thinking about how to utilize Jansen as a weapon on the battlefield. After all, this planet is a station of His Highness George, mixed with many of their spies. So Dorothy wasn't worried about Jansen breaking the agreement and leaving on his own. I'll give you 40 minutes. Jansen didn't say much more. A few minutes ago, he suddenly couldn't sense Zilu's intelligence network, and at this moment, he wished he could instantly reach the last location he sensed. Isn't His Highness' mech a bit strange? Watching Jansen quickly disappear from their sight, a subordinate leaned over to Dorothy and asked. Dorothy also noticed the dark patterns that appeared on Jansen's mech, immediately linking it to the abnormalities seen in Prince Adam later on, and she rubbed her temples in frustration. Sigh. Hopefully, he goes insane later. At least wait until the Civil War is won first. Jansen made his way to the warehouse area of Lamlawa port, where people were busy unloading and loading goods to catch the spaceship as scheduled. Zilu. After considering for a few seconds, Jansen chose the most brutal approach. He shouted Zilu's name while inspecting the location where her signal disappeared. The area was crowded, and Jansen even saw traces of the insect race, who were cautiously observing him while not stopping their work. Hey, we don't serve nobles like you here. Perhaps the insect's inner hopes were too strong, finally bringing the person in charge here. Jansen scanned the newcomer from head to toe. It was exactly his most despised Esther hybrid. The dull patches on their face like metals for devouring their kind, and he decided to take action against this person. I said. The person approached Jansen while flicking the long whip casually in his hand, but before he could make a move, the next second, the area in front of him disappeared right before his eyes. Wah! Before he could react, he was suddenly kicked hard in the back, and his whole body lunged forward, his chin hitting the ground with a solid thud, the metallic taste of blood instantly filling his mouth. His first reaction was to roll away from the spot to avoid a second attack. Unfortunately, his movements were still not quick enough. Who are you? The Esther hybrid and Aries' mixed blood continued the insect race's greatest weakness, which was their excessively vulnerable neck compared to other parts. At this moment, his weakness was pressed under the foot of a stranger Aries. Do you know who I am? Before the hybrid could wait for Jansen's response, he added another sentence. Oh, who are you? Hee. I am Simon, a subordinate of Lord Lamb. I am responsible for the most valued species trade of Lord Lamb. Simon had been working at Lamlawa port since birth, and he was very familiar with the various powers on Alexstar. In his view, pure-blooded Arii were indeed formidable characters, but not to be feared. After all, pure-blooded Arii on Alexstar were not only few, but also old. This gave him a false perception. Indeed, the more one fears death, the more they talk. Jansen glanced around at the panicking crowd and saw the insect race hurriedly running toward the warehouse's office area. Whether they were going to report to superiors or gather manpower, it was good news for Jansen. the more chaos there was, the easier it would be for Zilu to notice. If anything happened to her here, the person in charge of this area wouldn't escape either. Jansen reached down and lifted the hybrid by the collar. Did Cosima pass by here before? What Cosima are you dreaming? They're already extinct. Although the hybrid quickly adjusted his expression, his initial panic did not escape Jansen's eyes. Where is she now? Jansen released the hybrid's collar and instead grabbed his neck. With a light squeeze, Jansen could ensure that the hybrid wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Jansen saw the hybrid roll his eyes back, so he slightly loosened his grip. The surrounding crowd all put down their work and silently gathered around. Hey, she's dead. Before the hybrid could finish, Jansen forcefully twisted and blood sprayed out in large amounts. The hybrid's body was thrown to the ground, with only a thin layer of flesh connecting his neck. Jansen disgustedly shook his hand, flinging the blood and mud onto the ground, then stomped on that thin layer of flesh, completely separating the head, which was still wearing a distorted smile, from the body. The crowd that had gathered seemed shocked by Jansen's actions, creating several gaps in the circle. What about you? Have you seen that Cosima? With species trading still happening at Lanloa port, Jansen suddenly guessed a bad possibility, causing his blood-stained face to become exceptionally intimidating. Calm down, friend. As this deep voice emerged, the crowd seemed to find their backbone and collectively made way. Jansen frowned as he watched a figure slowly walk through the crowd. So strange. He detected some insect information from this person, but there were no insect traits on him. Even his golden eyes and pale skin resembled a pure-blooded Aerie more than an insect. Where's that Cosima? But right now, nothing was more important than Zilu. Jansen saw the odd person smiling at the corpse on the ground, then slowly shook his head. Although I don't know where you heard that there's a Cosima here, I must remind you that there is no longer any existence of Cosima in this world. I think you should be even clearer about this than I am, right? After all, the extinction of Cosima was inextricably linked to the Aerie. The other party's smiling demeanor and the unsaid words made Jansen extremely disgusted. He quickly approached the person again, ready to choke off their life. To Jansen's surprise, this odd one was surprisingly quick. Jansen's fingers barely brushed against the hair that was lifted when the person turned their head. This is not the decorum a guest should have, is it? The odd one was still smiling, his pale skin slightly wrinkling, just as Jansen pulled the distance between them closer, allowing him to see the writhing beneath the skin clearly. The instant fluctuations were also captured by the dream-eating network. Jansen stopped his advance. He looked at the person from head to toe in confusion. Why are you disguised as an Aerie? A crack appeared in the odd one's perfect smile. Slandering others to their face is not a good habit either. The odd one managed to regain his smile, and the writhing beneath his pale skin became increasingly apparent. Jansen saw the other suddenly advance instead of retreating. Small cuts instantly appeared on the skin of his face, and numerous black beetles flew out from the cracks straight towards Jansen's face. Jansen quickly pulled back, catching one of the small beetles that tried to dive into his eye. What is this? Jansen squeezed hard, and the beetle's pus flowed out, immediately causing a burning sting on the skin that got splattered. You really are just a bug. Jansen shook his hand in disgust. I think I like this gift. While Jansen was distracted, the crowd around him quickly scattered in all directions. Sensing that something was about to change, the Dream Eater web immediately enveloped its master completely. The strange man's pale skin seemed to be boiling, writhing constantly, and the smile on his face grew wider. In the blink of an eye, countless beetles crawled out from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and countless skin fissures. Jansen took a step back in disgust. As soon as those densely packed flying insects emerged, most of them flew towards Jansen's direction, the buzzing sound of countless wings resonating in the air. Run! Jansen glanced sideways, and in the blink of an eye, several people who couldn't escape were surrounded by the flying insects. Before his vision was completely covered by the bugs, Jansen seemed to see one person with their shoulder bone completely eaten away. Sigh, I didn't want to do this, what a pity. I think Aerie's specimen should be quite valuable. The strange man's voice came from nearby, and the sound of footsteps mixed with screams grew closer. The flying insects seemed to sense their master's call, swarming back to their familiar nest. The spot where Jansen had been standing was now left with only a skeleton draped in thin human skin, soon collapsing to the ground, clean as if it had never been filled with flesh and blood. The strange man laughed triumphantly. Too bad you didn't get the chance. But the next second, Jansen's voice made the twisted, writhing face instantly lose its smile. What? The strange man quickly turned around, his body staggering as the flying insects were still on their way back to the nest. Jansen, who should have been a skeleton, was standing perfectly fine behind him, the blood splatters on him not even having moved. Unfortunately, the web woven by the Dream Eater mech could only be seen by the enchanted. The strange man turned back again, and there was no longer any sign of human skin or skeleton on the ground. Now, tell me, where's that Cosima? After witnessing the other party's unscrupulousness, Jansen became even more convinced that Zilu had fallen into their hands. He glanced at the position of the man's neck, where the bugs were still trying to burrow in, making him frown in disgust. All right, I think I can let you see that legendary creature. The strange man quickly grinned again, pointing with a smile at the neatly arranged box rooms next to the warehouse. If Jansen remembered correctly, that should be the place specifically used for keeping fighting beasts. Jansen held back his urge to squash the man like a big bug. Lead the way. He thought he should have time to send this strange man to the afterlife's whipping hell before he left. The strange man chuckled a few more times, then led Jansen slowly toward the box rooms. The others hiding around the warehouse hesitated to peek out, watching them enter one of the box rooms. Isn't that the cage for the Azada beast? What's going on? The boss even used that move. Who died? Is there anyone left? The distant discussions didn't reach Jansen's ears. In fact, Zilu might understand this Lanawa port better than Jansen did now. Chapter 25. Human backpack. So the boss here, this guy named Lamb, is a bug nest? Well, you could say that. He has covered in bugs and eats anything. As Zilu listened to the medic's words, she recalled that not long ago, she might have been lying in the other's arms, and she immediately shivered, goosebumps rising all over her body. She couldn't help but touch herself everywhere, fearing that a bug might accidentally crawl into her clothes. Actually, you don't have to be scared. As long as you don't anger Lord Lamb, those bugs won't come out. You must also be curious why the Lord looks so much like Eri, right? The medic's slender eyes narrowed slightly, covering his mouth with one hand, acting all sneaky, while the surrounding fish people quietly listened to their conversation. Yeah, I'm quite curious. Although Zilu hadn't even opened her eyes to look and knew nothing about Eri, she glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner in front of her, which showed about 3 minutes left. Friendship, low-tier version. After using this item, you will replace the best friend in the heart of the cursed person, and their desire to confide in you will increase. As for the level of secrets they can reveal, it depends on the original status of the best friend in their heart. Please use it carefully. Please note, this item has a 20 chance of failure. Duration, 5 minutes. Required points, 2,500 points. Zilu had temporarily become this medic's friend using this item. I'm only telling you this. You must not let it slip. Got it. Actually, Lord Lamb always wears a mech. I saw that day. Lord Lamb could shed an entire layer of skin. That layer of skin is actually the mech's camouflage. Even those golden yellow eyeballs are 2 bug eggs. I even did a physical check on them. Zilu imagined that scene and couldn't help but wrinkle her face. Hey, why are you Cosima? Otherwise, I could plead with Lord Lamb to let you go. Seeing the medic's face full of worry, Zilu quickly took advantage of the situation. Actually, this matter mainly depends on your intentions. I was thinking, could you draw me a map of this place, along with escape routes? Maybe I can escape by myself? This request was something Zilu decided to try after careful consideration, as a map could also be considered secret, and drawing was a way to transport secrets. So it didn't count as breaking the limits of this item. Zilu anxiously watched the medic's troubled expression and quickly added a few more words. You see, if I ask you to plead, and Lord Lamb doesn't agree, I might drag you down with me. But if I escape myself, it'll be different. Who else knows about our relationship now? If I manage to escape, everyone will be happy. If I fail, I won't drag you down, right? The medic was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look around at the fish people who were staring at them. Zilu quickly waved her hands behind his head, and the fish people exchanged glances before obediently diving into the water. It's fine. Who can understand their words anyway? Besides, you're a big shot next to Lord Lamb. There are few who can treat people, especially someone like you who can treat bugs. Lord Lamb definitely 1T suspect you. Zilu seized the opportunity and kept an eye on the countdown. Just as she was considering whether to renew the item, the medic finally wavered. All right, seeing that this method actually worked, Zilu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly handed over the paper and pen worth 1 point that she had obtained from the system. Hey, I'm only doing this based on our years of friendship, so you mustn't T-sell me out. Of course, what are you talking about? I definitely 1T betray my friend. To be safe, Zilu renewed the item again, closely watching the medic's expression. Seeing no change in his demeanor, she finally felt relieved. The map in the medic's hand gradually took shape. Zilu was surprised for a moment at the spaceship entrance he had just written, then saw him start to draw several patrolling routes. Although I don't think you'll succeed, well, you probably 1T last long at the auction house either. It's good that you're willing to take a gamble. Look here, the medic pointed at several patrol routes. Most of these people are bug creatures. They will disguise themselves as travelers or porters. In short, if you see a bug creature, you should hide. This posed a dilemma for Zilu. She wasn't sure if she could distinguish between aliens, but she still nodded obediently. Speaking of which, you stand out too much like this. How about I get you something? The medic suddenly paused mid-sentence, staring blankly ahead. Zilu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly pulled the map behind her. The medic shook his head, looking dizzy and confused. How did I end up in the fish chamber? The medic stood up, and Zilu quickly sat back, sitting on the map behind her. You, Cosima? All right. I came to do a physical check on Cosima. Zilu sat still, obediently letting the recovering medic check her body, looking at her pupils, mouth, and ears, doing whatever he asked, but she absolutely refused to stand up. Are your legs uncomfortable? Zilu watched as he pressed his hand on her knee, wanted to send him away as quickly as possible. She kicked his arm hard, and while he was distracted, she swiftly grabbed a corner of the map, stood up, and stuffed it haphazardly into her pants behind her. Are you afraid of me? The medic wasn't too surprised. In fact, this performance from Cosima was quite rare. You should know that Cosima is very timid. Being able to obediently listen in such a tense cage instead of hiding away was already a display of bravery. The medic brushed off the dust marks left on his arm and stood up as well. Cosima's strike felt like a tickle to him, which was also why he dared to enter the cage alone. Don't be afraid. I'll leave now. The medic slowly backed out. Cosima's current performance is very good. If she got startled because of him, that wouldn't be good. Zilu clutched the back of her pants, watching the medic slowly leave the cage. With a loud bang, the door closed completely. Zilu patiently waited for a while, then finally felt at ease to pull the map out from her pants. Let me see. Zilu first carefully examined the hastily written characters on the map, confirming that it indeed had information like spaceship entrance, spaceship affairs office, and B5-137. A wave of joy surged within her. At first, she worried that if she escaped, she would run around like a headless fly and might miss tonight's spaceship. The universe is so vast. If she missed this flight, she might never find Jensen again. She remembered Jensen telling her that they were in such a hurry to catch this flight because the next one would take a month to wait for, and he had an important matter to attend to at the last minute. So, Zilu felt that the possibility of Jensen missing this flight for her was extremely slim. About to lose her first alien friend, she felt a bit sad inside, but unexpectedly, heaven gave her such a big surprise. In that case, let us just escape to the spaceship directly. I'm not sure what the boarding procedure is like here. However, Gil also mentioned that he would come to send them off. Thinking of this, as long as she escaped from here, she would have help. Zilu's motivation instantly increased. Come on, mermaids, we are about to start doing bad things. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. Advanced nonsense. The user can specify an item and state the name of the item they want it to transform into. And there is a 75% chance that the item will turn into what the user has stated. Please note, this item can only be used on inanimate objects. Duration, 5 minutes. Required points, 5,500 points. Zilu grasped the railing in front of her. The layout of this cage resembled an equilateral triangle, with the two corridors in the middle connecting the three equal-length horizontal lines. Zilu had observed carefully, and the materials seemed to be the same. Let's verify this. Praying in her heart, Zilu said the word water. The railing in front of Zilu twisted for a moment and quickly began to flow downwards. Zilu hurriedly ran out of her cage, but before she could steady herself, the ground beneath her feet also twisted and flowed down. So the corridor is made of the same material too. Before Zilu could think it through, she began to fall, submerged in water. Zilu gulped down several mouthfuls of water and, with her eyes closed, heard several ethereal and short cries around her. Soon, the four sides of the entire cage also melted into water. A large amount of water surged outwards. Zilu was swept away by the current, and before she could open her eyes, a cold arm wrapped around her waist, stopping her momentum. Zilu struggled to lift her head, gasping for breath, and finally managed to shout, "Run!" In 3 minutes, this cage would return to its original state, and they had to get away from this area as quickly as possible. The water quickly scattered, and when Zilu turned to look at the arm around her waist, she found it was a red-haired merman. Without the water, their fish fins became a hindrance to escape. Zilu hurriedly took out the item she had prepared in advance. Human backpack, friendship version when traveling. There comes a day when your companions get tired of the journey. This backpack can hold your friends and relatives, and it has the most comfortable resting area inside. Please note, this can only be successfully used when both parties agree to this action and have no hostility toward each other. Duration, 24 hours. Required points, 2,000 points. Quick, get in. Zilu caught the suddenly appearing backpack, which felt exceptionally soft and had a tender green zigzag pattern on it. Zilu hurriedly opened the zipper at the top and pulled it forcefully to the sides, opening it wide towards the red-haired merman. What's going on? Where did the cage go? They've escaped. Hurry, someone. Distant shouts faintly echoed. The red-haired merman looked a bit hesitant. She glanced at Zilu, who was soaked and shivering in the cold wind, and then at the companions crawling towards them. Hurry and get in. I will fit them all inside. Please trust me. Okay. Although this human backpack was indeed very flexible, it still looked quite unreliable, resembling a backpack roughly the same length as Zilu's upper body. Chapter 26. Escape commune. Trust me. Zilu tried to soften her voice as much as possible. Perhaps Zilu really could easily turn the cage that imprisoned them into flowing water, just as she had promised. So the red-haired one stared at her for 2 seconds and finally dove into the open mouth of the bag. Once the red-haired one dove in, she quickly became invisible. From the flat backpack, no one could tell that a mermaid had crawled inside. Are you okay? Zilu leaned in to ask, and there was a faint light source inside, but she couldn't see clearly. Wow, I'm back in the sea. That's great. Zilu heard the red-haired one's amazed shout and finally felt completely relieved. Everyone come here. Come to me. This time, with one successful case staying in the backpack. The other mermaids were less hesitant and resistant. Zilu ran and coaxed them, and fortunately, they were all quite close to her. Most of them crawled over to her willingly, saving a lot of time. Seeing that she had already collected 7 mermaids into the backpack, she quickly ran towards the last 2 who were huddled together. Hurry up and come in. We need to run. Fortunately, these cages were connected one after another. Zilu accidentally dissolved the other cages as well, although they quickly restored to their original state. A few guards who had rushed over were trapped inside. However, the fierce beasts that were originally inside had long since escaped. This did divert a lot of attention and firepower, giving them more time to seize the opportunity. Zilu even saw a spider that was almost as tall as her, its legs moving rapidly, dragging a guard behind it, and soon disappearing from sight. Can you take him away too? If we can't go home, his soul will be trapped here. The blue-eyed one looked up at Zilu eagerly. Zilu glanced at the little fish person tightly held in his arms, who was clearly smaller than the one-eyed mermaid. The blue-eyed one could completely embrace him. She felt a mix of emotions. Of course, I will take you all away. Zilu reached out and gently touched the shoulder of the fish person in his arms, but her smile instantly vanished. His tentacles were cold and stiff. The water here is too dirty. He won't be able to breathe for long. The blue-eyed one's beautiful eyes filled with tears again. Come in. Zilu opened the human backpack. The blue-eyed one blinked. After the tears fell, he quickly regained his smile and crawled in with the already cold and stiff body. What a bunch of damned human traffickers. Zilu closed the opening of the human backpack and slung it over her back. For safety, she left a small gap at the end of the zipper. At this moment, the surroundings were already in chaos. Zilu quickly hid beside one of the cages to avoid being trampled by the strange creatures running around or crashing into the guards who were trying to control the chaos. Forget about those big guys. Grab the valuable ones first. Help me. Help me. The roles of enslavers and the enslaved reversed in an instant. Just as Zilu extended her head to try to determine the direction on the map, she saw one of the guards easily pinched in the hand of a giant beast. The cries quickly disappeared into the beast's mouth, and blood splattered in the air. Ugh! Zilu struggled to suppress her urge to vomit. The guards resembled oversized humans too much, especially when viewed from a distance. The hard hairs on the insectoid faces and the partially exposed mouth parts after the upper lip regressed were no longer clear. So this scene was even more shocking to Zilu than the headless corpse. Cosima is over there. Quickly, everyone, grab that Cosima first. It's worth 100 times more than a ruby leaf beast. Damn it. Her overly small stature compared to these aliens was indeed very eye-catching. Zilu glared at the commanding guy and sprinted toward the spaceship's docking area. Fortunately, this was the unloading and loading area of the spaceship, and the snow had been cleared away. Otherwise, Zilu might have stumbled into the snow after just a few steps. There, not running very far. Zilu suddenly stopped in a panic, turned to dodge a guard coming toward her. Her body's agility was pushed to the limit at that moment. She staggered to avoid being trampled by a crawling beast, leaped behind another cage, quickly got up, and made a complete circle to continue running toward the spaceship's docking area. Puff! In the chaos, Zilu heard a very faint sound of something slicing through the air. The next second, her right leg went weak and knelt down, causing her to uncontrollably fall forward. She could only protect her head to avoid hitting it and bleeding. What are you doing? Who told you to shoot at Cosima? Do you know that a drop of this guy's blood is worth more than 10 of you? This scolding voice was so close to her. Zilu gritted her teeth in frustration, the piercing pain in her right calf making it almost impossible for her to get up. Damn it, she thought she wouldn't need to use it. Running booster, portable version using this item allows the user to move at a speed of 100 km/h without consuming any physical strength or being limited by the user's physical condition. Even a disabled person can use it easily. It is one of the essential items for travel. Please note, after using this item, the user cannot move at speeds lower than or higher than 100 km/h. Once stopped, the item cannot be used again immediately and enters a cooldown timer, the specific duration of which depends on the user's physical condition. Effective duration, 30 minutes. Required points, 2,300 points. As soon as she used the running booster, Zilu felt her body float up. She naturally had the awareness of how to control her body. The thought of getting closer to the spaceship's docking area became very strong, and soon, the scenery around her flew back rapidly, while her legs didn't even move. What's going on? Did they not hit her? Hurry up and catch up. The group chasing her was instantly pulled far away. Zilu focused her mind, dodging between various obstacles and the running alien beasts. Zilu. At one moment, Zilu seemed to vaguely hear Jensen's voice. She instinctively wanted to turn back, but held herself back. Now this running booster was her last chip. Once she stopped, she couldn't start it up again immediately, and she didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, logically, Jensen should have no way of knowing that she was kidnapped by other aliens and should not suddenly appear in the warehouse area. As long as she reached the spaceship's docking area, she was sure she could find Jensen before the spaceship departed. Zilu buried her head and charged forward, while the group of insectoids chasing her had already turned into corpses on the ground without her noticing. Jensen discarded the laser gun he had grabbed and hurriedly chased after the direction Zilu had left. A few minutes earlier, Jensen had entered the cage of the Azada beast with lamb. The Azada beast was a flying creature with a long and hard beak, highly aggressive, and its large beak almost completely occupied its face. The pair of eyes hidden behind were not surprising, but they had excellent vision and could easily track prey at long distances, even at night. Their wings could fully spread to about 2 to 3 meters. But to prevent them from escaping, those long wings had been severed, leaving only 2 short, healed stumps, which made their tempers even more irritable. So when Jensen walked into that dim cage, he was caught off guard and received a blow from the Azada beast. How does it feel? This is a gift I prepared for the beast taming competition. I'll give it to you now. This Azada beast has been in the cage for over a month, and the prolonged whipping and abuse have conditioned it to actively attack the prey brought in by Lamb and others. Lamb's smile, even in the dark, felt exceptionally glaring to Jansen. He grasped the Azada beast's long beak, preventing it from advancing further. The low, mournful sound emitted by the Azada beast resonated as its short wing roots flapped incessantly, trying to push forward with more force. The prolonged lack of tasting blood made it increasingly fearful of the whip that could fall upon its wing roots at any moment. Jansen tightly held the Azada beast's long beak with both arms, and the ground beneath him slightly caved in under immense force. In a moment, he leveraged the strength to twist to the side. The hefty Azada beast momentarily lost balance, and, under Jansen's twist, uncontrollably toppled to the side. Amidst the trembling of the ground, Jansen heard a familiar buzzing sound. He scanned the air and indeed saw that group of familiar flying insects. Perhaps you've heard of the kiss of Azada? Jansen watched as a swarm of insects rushed toward him, preparing to dodge to the side when the Azada beast on the ground opened its long bird beak. Despite the dim light, Jansen still saw a pale green gas erupting from its beak in an instant. This is a good thing. It can make one forget everything, including oneself. It's a pity I'm immune to these toxins, so I won't enjoy it with you. Jansen immediately realized that Lamb only wanted to distract him with the insects, so he couldn't escape this enclosed space and time. He held his breath, ready to break the cage directly. In the next second, the ground beneath him gave way. The enclosed cage slowly twisted and deformed during the standoff between the two, sending ripples like flowing water quickly cascading downward, and the covering above them directly poured down upon them. What's going on? The starry night sky hung high as Lamb looked around in confusion. Although Jansen was also puzzled, his first reaction was to step back, distancing himself from the area filled with green mist. As he moved away, the chaos in this area became clearer. Rows of cages connected end to end, ultimately forming a concave shape tightly linked together, collapsing and deforming one after another like ripples in water flowing on the ground. The exotic beasts imprisoned in the cages initially looked up at the sky in confusion. After all, the cages here were made of special metal, making it impossible to use unauthorized terminal devices inside, let alone easily damage the cage to escape. Having been in a closed environment for a long time, they were suddenly exposed to the outdoors, momentarily bewildered, but soon they began to scatter and run. It's you. What did you do? Lamb first focused his gaze on Jansen, his face contorted, with several flying insects crawling across his indistinguishable features. If you don't tell me Cosima's whereabouts, I will kill you. Chapter 27 Setting Sail. Is it you? What did you do? Jansen bore a not too big, not too small burden, but he didn't care. He had endured for a long time without striking at Lamb. Just wanted to find Zilu as soon as possible. But now, with such a change in the cage of this area, he couldn't help but feel even more urgent. Just thinking that Zilu might be in some cage nearby. Facing this chaos, he could hardly suppress his urge to kill. I'll give you one last chance. Where's that Cosima? Lamb scoffed at Jansen's threat. He waved his hand, and those flying insects that had been momentarily disordered due to their master's emotional fluctuations immediately regrouped and charged towards Jansen again. As for the struggling Azada beast, it had long since taken advantage of the chaos to turn and escape. The swarm of flying insects surrounded Jansen, clinging to his skin and secreting corrosive liquid, biting with their mouth parts, desperately trying to burrow in to taste the delicious liver inside. Hey. Lamb sneered, and many more flying insects responsible for patrolling were released around. He didn't believe Jansen could escape the attack of the flying insects this time. Lamb stared intently at the dense mass of insect cocoons ahead, and at a certain moment, he suddenly felt an unusual pain inside his body. He reached out to touch it, but only felt the crumpled mech-like skin left behind after the insects had left his body. Perhaps it was an illusion. He put his hand down and heard the increasingly excited buzzing of the insects' wings, celebrating the imminent feast of their enemy's delicious heart and brain. Lamb felt happy at the thought of his enemy soon disappearing, and his distorted, wrinkled smile became a bit more sincere. But in the next second, he felt another piercing pain inside his body, a pain that reached his heart. He reached out to touch it, but before his hand could reach his body, his brain also sent a wave of excruciating pain, making him unable to help but clutch his head and scream. I heard that the insect race won't die unless their glands are severed. Lamb heard that detestable voice, but the insect cocoons in front of him were still right there. The pain made it impossible for him to think. Lamb howled in agony, rolling on the ground. I'm curious about the correctness of this statement. Let us experiment. Amidst the chaos, there was indeed an insect cocoon that was frantically feeding, and the person inside seemed unable to bear the pain, rolling on the ground and screaming. But that person was not Jansen. Jansen stood still, watching Lamb get trapped in the illusion woven by the dream-eating net, attacking as if he were Jansen. That madness also influenced the mech breeding the insects. The more pain he felt, the more he wanted to eliminate Jansen quickly, and the faster the insects fed, the more corrosive liquid they secreted, causing Lamb, who was acting as Jansen, to suffer even more. Jansen looked coldly at the other party, but soon those cages twisted and returned to their original shape, imprisoning the struggling Lamb inside. Cosima is over there. Jansen suddenly turned his head and quickly chased after the source of the sound. Zilu, what does it feel like to see Zilu fall to the ground, slowly surrounded by a swarm of insects from a distance? If he could, he wanted to blow up the whole planet, just like that spaceship. Fortunately, Zilu quickly got back up, but her body seemed to no longer be under her control. Jansen clearly saw that her feet didn't even touch the ground as he pursued her. Jansen zipped past one of the guardians, snatched the laser gun from its hand, and quickly eliminated the relentless pursuers. He discarded the laser gun without hesitation and accelerated towards the direction where Zilu had fled. Commander, is that Cosima? To see a living Cosima in his lifetime, especially one rushing towards them at high speed, was something Lieutenant Powell could hardly believe as he tugged at his superior Dorothy's arm. Sure enough, the Cosima who survived that disaster was extraordinary. Dorothy was equally shocked, watching Cosima rush towards them, and soon noticed the clues. Everyone go intercept. Be careful not to harm Cosima. Zilu watched a group of aliens appear out of nowhere, anxiously dodging to the side, only to find that no matter which direction she turned, aliens quickly positioned themselves in front of her, seeing that she was about to crash into them. Zilu could only choose to turn off her booster. The sudden stop made her lean forward, and just when she thought her arms and knees would be hurt again, the people waiting in front and to the side suddenly lunged at her. In that moment, Zilu thought she was done for. Hey, looks like you brought quite a few friends with you. A number of exotic bees from the warehouse area followed Zilu to the spaceship's docking area. Zilu's body was gently protected, and she lowered her arm that was blocking her face, meeting the gaze of Ari, who was holding her. This was the most human-like alien Zilu had ever encountered. Long golden straight hair, raised eyebrows, full lips, and a strong tall figure that contrasted sharply with her pale skin made Ari the second alien to strike Zilu's heart after Jansen. What? Hurt? Does it hurt? Dorothy saw the Cosima. She caught staring blankly at her and couldn't help but gently lift her a bit. Zilu's scraped and bleeding arm on the ground became her primary suspect. Zilu. Unfortunately, before she could fully savor this rare Cosima, a roadblock appeared. Fortunately, Jansen opened his arms without courtesy, and Dorothy pursed her lips. Before she could refuse, that Cosima surprisingly reached out towards Jansen obediently. Jansen, great. I thought I would never see you again. After warmly embracing her first alien friend, Zilu quickly grimaced and let go, possibly because the adrenaline had worn off. She finally felt the severe pain all over her body. Her damp clothes had somehow dried halfway, and the chill seemed to seep into her body, making her shiver. Jansen held Cosima tightly and naturally felt her coldness and smelled the scent of blood on her. You're hurt. Let us get on the spaceship. Just in case, we brought a medical pod. Dorothy interrupted Jansen, pointing to the massive object parked behind them. Jansen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The medical pod was prohibitively expensive and simply couldn't exist on this small planet. Now that he had found Cosima, Jansen didn't hesitate and walked straight towards the spaceship's docking area. Dorothy noticed that Cosima quietly rested her head on Jansen's shoulder and couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. This must be the rare friendly Cosima towards Eri, right? And it just happens to be the one who survived the disaster. You too. Wait. Dorothy turned her head and saw an elderly purebred Eri hurriedly walking towards the spaceship's docking area. He was staring intently at Jansen and the others, about to disappear into the docking area. Not noticing a tall, thin, one-armed peeps nearby, looking back in a panic and running towards the direction of the Eri. At this momentum, the two were bound to collide. TSK, getting more unreliable with age. Dorothy casually took off her boot and threw it forward with force. The boot drew a perfect parabola and smashed into Peeps's back of the head, sending the one-armed Peeps tumbling forward. The elderly Eri saw Peeps fall in front of him and quickly stopped. Hey, Gil, why haven't you reported that you found His Highness? Dorothy strolled over, stepped on the boot on the ground, straightened it with one foot, and slowly slipped her foot inside. Oh, what are you doing here? I haven't found His Highness yet, but don't worry, I'll definitely send more people to get you news as soon as possible. The hurried Gil, feeling guilty, touched his sweaty nose. He had just finished processing several boarding passes at the entrance with the shipping crew while waiting for others. But he didn't expect to turn around and see that familiar golden-haired head entering the boarding gate with Cosima, so he rushed over, only to bump into his superior. TSK. Dorothy frowned, looking the elderly Eri up and down, making Gil feel uneasy all over. All right, you stay here and wait for news. We're leaving. Dorothy ultimately didn't say much, waved her hand to signal her subordinates to follow, and boarded the spaceship with them. Sigh. At that moment, Jansen had already taken Zilu onto the spaceship, and Gil didn't even get to see Cosima one last time before departure, feeling a bit down. However, with his superior suddenly arriving and then leaving, he felt somewhat relieved. Although he was a bit puzzled by Dorothy's actions, he thought, whatever, he had come to this remote planet to avoid getting too involved in the upper-level conflicts, and being confused was just fine. I help. Gil looked down in confusion. The fallen Peeps seemed to be seriously injured, his exposed skin covered in whip marks. He struggled to prop himself up with his remaining hand, and the black clothing on his body even left mottled bloodstains on the thin snow on the ground. He seemed to be in great pain, taking a moment to barely speak. I want to buy a ticket. Gil recognized him as the Peeps who had come to find him earlier. Oh, where's your companion? Before this Peeps could respond, a slight tremor came from the ground. Gil looked up to see that the spaceship had set off early, and the jet streams had completely melted the thin snow on the ground. Slowly, it completely separated from the ground support, carrying the rarely seen Cosima away. Sigh. Gil sighed again. The spaceship had left early, maybe next time. Feeling sad, Gil turned to leave, leaving Peeps dumbfounded, staring at the direction of the departing spaceship, seemingly unable to accept this reality for a moment. Get lost, you idle people. Hey, that's our cargo. It came right in front of me. How did it become your cargo? Hey, that Peeps looks a bit familiar. The one-armed Peeps, hearing the mixed conversations around him mentioning him, hurriedly struggled to get up, but unfortunately, he didn't get far before being kicked in the back again. Isn't that Simon's? Simon is dead. This guy is useless to keep. No. Before Peeps could plead for mercy, a silenced laser gun fired several shots directly at his head. The two insectoids quickly turned and left. They still had many exotic beasts to capture. The one-armed body lay on the ground, eyes wide open, blood slowly spreading beneath him, like his already deceased companions. Chapter 28 Dream Jansen. There's something I need to tell you. As Zilu saw Jansen about to place her into the cylindrical medical pod, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck to stop him. What's wrong? We can talk about it after you recover. Jansen gently patted Zilu's back, thinking she was afraid to enter the medical pod alone. However, Zilu's pale skin began to take on a sickly rosy hue as she entered the spaceship, and Jansen didn't want to delay for even a moment. Unfortunately, the medical pod was too small. Otherwise, he would have gone in with her. I found this while I was locked up. Zilu hesitated for a long time about how to phrase the matters concerning her escape, the mermaids, and the human backpack, so it wouldn't sound too strange. Should she reveal some information about the system to Jansen? As the first alien she encountered in this world, Jansen had been very good to her. She felt lucky, but she was always afraid to take the risk. Her inner concerns only grew stronger due to Jansen's kindness. Ultimately, she still didn't dare to test the darker side of human nature. I saw the mermaids inside. They're nice, and they're my friends. Zilu wasn't sure how people in this world viewed mermaids, nor whether Jansen liked them, so she could only list them as her friends, hoping Jansen would accept them because of that. They might come out tomorrow. Actually, I'm not very sure, but Jansen glanced at the backpack he had just taken off Zilu's back, and then at Cosima, who was leaning on his shoulder, nervously fiddling with her fingers, patiently waiting for her to finish speaking. Can they leave this planet with us? I promised them I would take them home. Of course. Zilu had prepared her speech for a long time, but didn't get a chance to say it, as Jansen readily agreed. Happiness came too quickly, making Zilu a bit incredulous. Don't worry, the spaceship is so big that there's plenty of room for them. You should be more concerned about yourself. Jansen sighed inwardly at the bewildered look in Zilu's eyes. Come on, I'll help you inside. Don't be afraid, I'll be right outside watching over you. Zilu obediently loosened her grip, allowing Jansen to help her into the medical pod. You'll be able to come out soon. As soon as the medical pod sensed the patient was in position, the cylindrical cover slowly began to rise, leaving only the soft pillow where Zilu lay. Zilu felt a cool ring securing her limbs, and there was moist vapor on her face, as if many smooth appendages were pressing against her skin. But before she could figure out what was happening, Jansen's face slowly became blurry before her eyes. Oh no, here comes again, this familiar dizziness. Jansen watched as Zilu closed her eyes and struggled to open them again, but soon her struggles ceased and her bright eyes completely shut. How silly. Jansen didn't notice that his gentle smile had completely moved beyond the practice template he'd worked on for days. At first, everyone thought Cosima would wake up soon. Even Zilu herself thought she was just having a dream, but unfortunately, this time she couldn't return home even in her dreams. Who are you? In a blank world, Zilu saw an alien with golden hair and golden eyes smiling at her, and she had to admit, this person looked quite a bit like Jansen. Could it be that she longed to meet Jansen during this crisis, which is why she dreamed of someone resembling him? You can call me George. What's your name? My name is Zilu. Perhaps subconsciously realizing this was a dream and that the other person resembled Jansen, Zilu didn't feel scared and even walked towards him confidently. You look a lot like a friend of mine. I think so too. George smiled at her, leaving Zilu even more confused. But then again, in a dream, absurdity was normal. How did you end up in my dream? Oh, so this is your dream. Actually, I'm waiting for someone. George looked down at Zilu, and her naivety and curiosity seemed to soften his expression. Up close, Zilu felt that this person didn't resemble Jansen anymore. His features were much softer, and his aura was entirely different. In front of him, Zilu felt like a spoiled child. Who are you waiting for? Waiting for someone who might not come. Are you hurt? Zilu fearlessly leaned against him. Yes, I was shot in the leg by a bad person. That's truly a criminal. George gently patted Cosima's head, who was leaning against him. Hee, you're starting to look more like my friend. Perhaps it was because of this, Zilu felt a natural closeness to George. It was as if being next to him washed away the exhaustion from her frantic escape. Do you like it? Yes. The two of them stayed quietly for a while, and Zilu felt that just by closing her eyes, the scenery around them changed in an instant. Here, the grass was lush and green, and she was comfortably lying on a rocking chair, with George by her side, leaning against a large tree. A gentle breeze blew, and Zilu felt so comfortable that she was almost falling asleep in her dream. Are you still waiting for someone? Yes, but he probably won't come. George still looked the same, seemingly unbothered by not being able to meet the person he was waiting for. Is there anything I can help you with? George silently looked at Zilu for several seconds. His golden eyes were much lighter than Jansen's. Zilu stared blankly into his eyes, as if trying to see her own reflection in those beautiful orbs. Can you help me deliver a message to him? George looked up at the treetops, seemingly pondering the contents of the message. It's not his fault. He has the right to do what he wants. After George finished speaking, he noticed that the exhausted Zilu was already dozing off in the rocking chair. Seeing Cosima like this made him smile involuntarily. Your dream is beautiful. May the god of war bless you. Zilu felt herself gently detaching from her body, viewing the dream world from a third-person perspective. The green grass spread out, interspersed with pale yellow and rosy flowers, and under a crooked tree on a slope, she was lying in the rocking chair asleep. But where was George? The cold white cylindrical pod lay at an angle, and the only visible transparent part revealed Cosima's sleeping face. The room was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional flickering white lights indicating that the machine was operating safely. Jansen sat beside the medical pod. It was the second day since Zilu entered the medical pod, and he didn't dare to close his eyes to rest the entire time. To know that Jansen had once been shot 5 times and nearly had his arm completely severed, yet even so, his injuries had healed after 12 hours in the medical pod. Even without considering Aries' exceptionally strong physique, staying in the medical pod for over 24 hours was highly unusual. At the bottom of the medical pod, several transparent wires extended, one of which was connected to the display panel nearby, added temporarily to prevent the wireless virtual screen from malfunctioning and failing to detect issues correctly. At this moment, a member of the Aerie was on standby in front of the display panel for 24 hours. This is one of the few medical personnel for Aerie. But even she can't understand why Cosima in the medical pod remains unresponsive while the pod still shows that treatment is ongoing. Excluding the duration issue, everything else is functioning perfectly normally. Because of this, none of them dared to act rashly. After all, no one here can bear the risk of forcibly removing Cosima from the medical pod and causing her death. It's important to note that medical pods are precious resources during wartime, and one can only use them if their identity matches and their injuries are severe enough. It's not uncommon for someone to forcibly remove a critically injured patient from a medical pod, resulting in their death, just to secure the pod for someone else. Your package has arrived, Your Highness. Officer Powell had been assigned to Jensen's side by Dorothy after boarding the ship. Officially, he was there to take care of Jensen's daily needs, but whether he was really there to monitor Jensen remains unknown. Jensen initially didn't want to leave, but upon thinking about what was in the package, he chose to stand up. Stay with her. Report to me immediately if anything happens. After saying this, Jensen recalled the recent incident where Zilu was in danger, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Yes, Your Highness. Powell saluted and stood to the side of the medical pod, glancing over at Jensen, who was taking a long time to come out, puzzled. If something happens, I will only ask you. Powell looked at Jensen, confused, as he walked out with a dark expression. It wasn't his fault that Cosima was injured, so why would he be the only one held accountable? Powell felt a bit wronged, but kept it to himself. Jensen first went to the ship's bottom docking port to confirm and sign for the delivery, then directly went to his room, which was next to the medical pod. The package that had been confirmed upon signing was delivered through the ship's extensive transport tubes to his room and placed on the table in the hall. Jensen walked over, scanned the terminal, and the originally square box automatically opened, spreading out long on the table, with several items falling to the ground and rolling a few times on the carpet. Bending down, Jensen picked up a small cup. He had specially customized the set for Zilu because he realized that even the standard-size bowls and cups were too large for her. On the table were small items like clothes and jewelry, and larger items included a self-defense handgun and a vest. This package was purchased by Jensen after activating his Star Network ID upon arriving at Alex Star, and because he was in a hurry to leave, he modified the delivery address after sending Zilu into the medical pod, so it must have been delivered by the transit station staff. He originally thought that perhaps Zilu would wake up that night and be able to use them. However, he did not expect the delivery to be delayed, and Zilu still had not woken up. Jensen ran his fingers over the patterns on the cup, reflecting on the time he spent with Zilu, suddenly realizing the depth of his failure. Every time Zilu was in danger, he had not been able to be by her side immediately. Their time together was very brief for Jensen, yet Zilu had been injured many times during this short period. Even this last perilous situation was because he brought her to the hospital and entrusted her to the untrustworthy peeps, which led to this outcome. How could he have left her there alone? It was his blind confidence and selfishness that caused all of this. Adam said he was an unqualified heir. He once dismissed it, but now he felt it might be true. Jensen, are you in there? Chapter 29. The news of death. Jansen, are you in there? Dorothy's muffled voice came through the thick walls, pulling Jansen's thoughts back. What is it? The smooth wall parted as Jansen stepped out of the room. Dorothy scanned him from head to toe, seemingly sensing that something was off, but thinking of Cosima, who still lay in the medical pod, she let it go. The front line has sent an urgent military message. Come with me to the meeting. After finishing her sentence, Dorothy swept past Jansen and walked ahead. After a short distance, she turned back, looking at Jansen, who stood there frowning. Coming? The silent standoff lasted a few seconds, and Jansen finally stepped forward to follow Dorothy out. The makeshift meeting room was clearly Dorothy's quarters, with her mech, the Nomad, still resting on the bed. Of course, that was her own claim. Whether mechs have self-awareness or need such care is still a topic of debate in academic circles. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but the best arrangement right now is definitely to reroute to Rasquin. Prince George's death can't be hidden for long, and it will surely shake the Duke's resolve. If they turn to the side of Correlate, the hurried General York, who had come to relay the information, was excitedly waving his arms, his mouth moving rapidly. But Jansen suddenly couldn't hear anything clearly. What George's death? What defeat? Jansen, I know you might not be able to accept this situation right now, but George is dead, Adam is still wandering, and you are the next candidate for king. We need to act quickly. Dorothy immediately noticed Jansen's distraction. After all, in the face of defeat, it wasn't like Aerie to remain silent and not vent their frustrations. However, what we need to deal with right now is to ensure Cosima is settled as soon as possible. On the way to Rasquin, there's a transfer station. Perhaps we can place Cosima there. What? Where did Cosima come from? York, who had rushed in for the meeting, was unaware that a Cosima was waiting on the spaceship. He looked bewilderedly at the silent Jansen and then at Dorothy, who stood opposite him. I disagree. Jansen raised his eyes to meet Dorothy's gaze. Her current medical condition is uncertain. She needs further treatment, and leaving Cosima alone at the transfer station, you and I both know she won't be safe. Huh? There really is a Cosima? Dorothy rolled her eyes at the noisy York, addressing Jansen. What? Does Prince Jansen still want to use frontline medical resources to treat a Cosima with no military contribution? I understand the dangers Cosima might face at the transfer station, but I also know that the best place for her is her original habitat. Perhaps Prince Jansen is willing to send this Cosima back to where she belongs instead of dragging her around. I can use my military contribution points. Jansen knew that Dorothy was not wrong. She was an Aerie, but also a competent commander. However, he could not possibly send Zilu back to that barren planet to live there alone, especially given her uncertain injuries. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. York was caught in the middle, glancing back and forth, unable to understand why the other generals in the room remained silent and indifferent. Our time is tight. We must change the flight path tonight. I know you can't let go, but putting a Cosima on the front line would be torture for her. If you're still worried, I can have Powell stay with her. As for additional medical personnel, I absolutely won't agree to that. If you insist on acting alone, I will initiate a military judgment meeting. Dorothy laid the matter bare. To her, one Cosima was far less important than any soldier risking their lives on the battlefield. However, Cosima's current predicament was largely caused by the Aerie, so she could make appropriate concessions, but only to a point. Jansen sat there with a dark expression. He had originally planned to place Zilu on one of his jurisdictional planets, but now, with one issue after another, if they changed the flight path on short notice, they would not be able to reach his jurisdiction. Had it not been for the Peeps incident, he might have been able to entrust Zilu to Powell temporarily, but now he was uncertain. Your Highness! Your Highness! Just as they were discussing Powell, he suddenly appeared at the door. Dorothy opened the permissions and let him in. Your Highness, Cosima has woken up. What? There really is a Cosima? Powell's entrance dropped a bombshell. York stood up excitedly, even more thrilled than anyone else present. While Jansen had already rushed out the moment he heard the news. More than excitement, he felt concern. George's death felt like the last straw for him. Jansen had always lived freely. With so many siblings ahead of him, he developed a reckless personality, but now his siblings were dying one by one in the war. His once admired older brother Adam had gone mad due to Cosima's death. Now, his only remaining brother, George, had also left this world, returning to the embrace of the war god. But now, the war was at a critical juncture, and the internal strife within the area was tearing their kingdom apart. Yet at this moment, Jansen encountered his beloved Cosima. She was strong yet fragile, sunny yet often beset by misfortune. Her life was devoid of the war god's protection, and her soul could not possibly reunite with him in the Hall of the Dead. Her life was short, yet Jansen could not always be by her side. Currently, it was still uncertain how Cosima's body was, but the crucial decision had fallen on his shoulders, requiring him to make a decision immediately. Jansen, you're here. As soon as Jansen entered the room where the medical pod was located, he saw Cosima smiling brightly, seeming to be chatting happily with the medical personnel. How are you feeling? Jansen walked over to Zilu's side, squatting in front of her, holding her hand to feel her warmth. He glanced at the medical personnel beside her, receiving a reassuring nod, and finally felt at ease. I feel great. The wounds are gone. It's especially magical. Zilu looked at Jansen and sensed that he seemed unenthusiastic, even a bit melancholic, which made her recall some things. By the way, I dreamed of someone who looks a lot like you. Zilu intended to cheer Jansen up. Really? Is his name Jansen too? Jansen clearly felt Zilu was trying to lift his spirits. He raised the corners of his mouth, revealing his standard smile. No, he said his name is George. After Zilu finished speaking, she noticed Jansen froze, his smile completely vanishing, his expression turning blank as he stared at her. What's wrong? Zilu grew more worried. But Jansen came to his senses and gently shook his head. It's nothing. What else did you dream about? Jansen caressed Zilu's hand, staring at a point in the void, lost in thought. Nothing else. Zilu noticed that Jansen reacted so strongly that she didn't dare to say much more. She gently touched the side of Jansen's face, which earned her a smile from him. However, for some reason, Zilu felt that this smile was also very sad, as if the hidden light in his golden eyes was about to turn into tears. Jansen, have you encountered something? Zilu had just learned from the medic in the room that she had been asleep for almost 2 days, but she didn't know what it meant to stay in the medical pod for 2 days. Jansen was silent for a few seconds, and finally chose to look directly at Zilu and expressed his inner decision. Zilu, would you like to go to Batstar? Batstar was on the way to Laskin Star, serving as a backup and last line of defense for Laskin, under George's jurisdiction. However, although it was said to be a backup and defense line, it was still quite a distance from Laskin Star, with several other planets scattered between them. But George really liked Batstar. In some ways, the infrastructure and safety level of this planet were the best. It's warm there. You can continue to recover your health. If you're interested, you can also learn other languages and how to use terminals. Is there anything you want? Zilu shook her head, seeing Jansen's disappointed expression. She didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, she had just woken up, and after being exhausted from fleeing, she hadn't really thought about future plans. Speaking of which, the matter of finding Blue Star indeed needed to be put on the agenda. Was it okay for her to keep following Jansen around? After all, she had brought Jansen a lot of trouble. What about you? Is Batstar your home? No, that's my brother's home. Zilu didn't understand. Aren't you going home? I can't go home for now. Oh, then what are you going to your brother's house for? Zilu was a bit confused, but her words seemed to have hurt Jansen, who was already feeling down, making her feel a bit embarrassed. It's okay if you don't want to say it. I need to go to a very far place. I have to pray for him. Jansen shook his head, indicating it was fine, thought for a moment, then spoke again. After praying, I need to go to another place to help him accomplish a task. Can you wait for me on Batstar? Zilu initially wanted to tell him about her plans to search for Blue Star, but under Jansen's hopeful gaze, she found it hard to say it. In the end, she chose to nod. It's okay. After all, the search for Blue Star isn't something that can be rushed, and there's no way to blindly run around looking for it. Maybe by the time Jansen finishes, she still won't have any clues about Blue Star. Seeing Zilu nodding in agreement, Jansen felt a great weight lifted off his heart. Since he couldn't be by Cosima's side during wartime and couldn't selfishly use the remaining medical resources, he would end this battle as soon as possible and seize everything with victory. Just as George had once told him, if you want something, You have to fight for it with your own strength. In the face of absolute power, all problems become trivial. Chapter 30 Transfer Station. The issue of how to accommodate Cosima was brought back to the meeting table that evening. But this time, both conflicting parties were temporarily satisfied with the answers they received. Meanwhile, Cosima, who had unknowingly become the center of discussion, was chatting in some aquarium on the spaceship. So are there really 10-foot-long, multi-legged fish there? Zilu sat in front of the glass, talking to the fish people swimming inside. Of course, I'm not afraid of it. As long as I speed up, it definitely won't catch me. The red-haired mermaid leaned against the glass, boasting to Cosima. Give me a break. If you really encountered a multi-legged fish, you'd be eaten before you even had a chance to run. The one-eyed little mermaid surfaced, rudely exposing her companion's lie. Hey, you little fish sprout. What do you know? The red-haired mermaid unhappily raised her long tail and splashed the water. But the one-eyed mermaid had long been on guard and quickly dove underwater to avoid the hit. Zilu, sitting in front of the tank, was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, barely saving her top and hair, although her pants and shoes still ended up soaked. Heh. The red-haired mermaid chuckled awkwardly, half of her head retreating into the water. Zilu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. These mermaids were becoming more and more like a group of children. Perhaps it was their childlike innocence that prevented Zilu from getting angry, leaving her with a sense of pity for them instead. I'll go change my clothes first. If you think of anything, remember to tell me. Zilu came over this time not only to confirm their accommodation, but mainly to inquire about their habitat. However, the results were not ideal this time. This group of mermaids seemed more eager to return to the sea rather than any specific planet. They were completely clueless about where they originally came from. Jansen? As soon as Zilu left the room, she saw Jansen strolling down the corridor. Upon seeing her, he broke into a big smile and quickly made his way to her side. Is everything going smoothly? Zilu knew that Jansen was here to confirm the upcoming schedule. She didn't delve into the specifics, as she wasn't sure if it would involve the privacy of these aliens. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like this group of aliens is quite resistant to me. As she was parting ways with Jansen and preparing to find the mermaids, she encountered the group of aliens coming to meet Jansen for a meeting. They were watching her every move, making her leave the room much faster. Zilu even secretly felt fortunate that she had mentioned wanting to find the mermaids to Jansen in advance, so she wouldn't have to stay in the same room with them. Everything is going smoothly. The spaceship will reach the transfer station tomorrow morning, and we'll switch routes there. That's good. Seeing Jansen return to his usual spirited self, Zilu felt much more at ease. By the way, where's Liz? Liz was the medic who had been accompanying her. It was thanks to her guidance that Zilu managed to find a room where the fish people were. Maybe she's resting. You should get some sleep too. Jansen gestured for Zilu to walk in the direction he came from, and the two walked side by side toward the room. But I just woke up not long ago. Zilu felt that her mental state had never been this good. At least not since she arrived in this world. She had never felt this relaxed before. Your body has endured too much suffering. It needs more rest to recover. All right. Although she didn't quite understand Jansen's reasoning, since they were in the same suite but not in the same room, she figured that if she couldn't sleep, she could browse the system all more, learning about the items in the marketplace, which would definitely help her in the future. If you don't want to sleep, you can also read. I'll prepare some popular science books from the StarNet for you. You might be interested. Jansen seemed to have noticed Cosima's lip service immediately and had prepared a backup plan. Okay, by the way, Jansen, does the planet Bart have an ocean? Of course. The water area of planet Bart is about 60%. Do you like the sea? Jansen quickly searched his mind for the planet with the largest water area in his field. I guess I do. That group of mermaids forgot where their original habitat was. They just want to return to the sea. Can we take them to planet Bart? Jansen, knowing that Zilu referred to that group of wily as mermaids, began to follow her lead. Of course, as long as you like it. Mermaids come in various colors and beautiful appearances, making them beloved pets for many species. Keeping a group of mermaids for Cosima would prevent her from feeling too lonely and bored away from her previous life, which isn't a bad choice. Just make sure to prepare a set of change clothes in advance for playing in the water with the mermaids. Jansen glanced at her pants, which were stained with water. The stains were particularly noticeable on her brown trousers. He got it. Zilu mimicked the mermaid's playful demeanor and chuckled, earning a bemused shake of Jansen's head. When we get to Planet Bart, you should be able to get your very own terminal, and then you can learn everything you want to know. If you're interested in any culture or language, I can also hire a teacher for you on the StarNet. Zilu wasn't sure if it was because the anytime, anywhere translator had inadvertently revealed itself in front of Jansen a few times, leading him to believe she was very fond of language and culture, hence all the language reserves. Although she felt a bit guilty, Jansen's words struck a chord with her. Nowadays, this translator tool deducted points every day. If Zilu could learn these languages herself, she could save a lot of points over the years. After repeatedly escaping death using the points tool, Zilu was no longer so resistant to this system. All right, if possible, I'd like to learn your language well. Of course, you've already learned very well. You're the best Cosima I've ever seen who speaks AE language beautifully and accurately. It seemed that it was impossible to refuse such a compliment. Jansen followed his heart and gave a supportive response. Although she didn't understand why Jansen's gaze suddenly became more clingy, Zilu was quite satisfied with his answer. The two strolled back to their room slowly. Although it was said that they would reach the transfer station tomorrow morning, when Zilu actually arrived, she saw that the sky outside was still dark. Perhaps this was the time difference unique to this world. Zilu had always thought the transfer station was a small planet like Alec, but she didn't expect it to be more like a large chunk of meteorite than a planet. From a distance, it appeared extremely irregularly elongated. But once the spaceship approached and settled, as a tiny human, she couldn't feel the difference between them anymore. Zilu followed Jansen down the special automatic passageway from a spaceship, while the mermaids were arranged in another corridor. The darkness of the land was dispelled by dozens of large lights, and the road ahead was clearly visible. Jansen deliberately slowed his pace and led Zilu toward the side, where several spaceships were parked. Get in the vehicle. Dorothy and her group moved quickly. She had already disembarked in advance and went to the management office at the other end to book a hover car, just to avoid situations like this. Dorothy sat in the hover car, watching the two outside. To match Cosima's speed, Jansen slowed his pace to the extreme. Dorothy had never seen an Aerie move so slowly. By the time they arrived, the polar night would likely be coming to an end. Zilu's first reaction was to look at Jansen, and after his nod of approval, she obediently sat in the hovering vehicle that had been lowered to the ground, with Dorothy sitting in front of her. Thank you. It seemed that this group of aliens didn't dislike her too much. Zilu also knew that her physical fitness was lagging behind, but even when she tried to run, she couldn't catch up with the shadows of the aliens ahead. She didn't expect Dorothy to specifically turn back to pick them up. This action moved Zilu, who had been anxious all along, and made her feel much more at ease. Ahem, sit tight. Dorothy felt a bit awkward in response to Cosima's thanks. She glanced at Jansen, who had just climbed into the vehicle and started the car directly. The child seat that Zilu was sitting in quickly extended several thick, padded safety belts, wrapping Cosima tightly like a down jacket, leaving only her head exposed. After all, many young ones in the universe are both destructive and fragile at the same time. Once the hovering vehicle encounters no danger, they become the biggest threat. Are you okay? Jansen adapted well to the sudden speed of the vehicle and sat down across from Zilu. Yes, I'm okay. It feels like being trapped in a bunch of cotton. Not uncomfortable, just can't move around freely. I didn't think it through. Jansen reached out to wipe the fine sweat from Zilu's forehead. He had initially thought about carrying Zilu directly, but she had been walking briskly all the way. Her serious and solemn expression made it difficult for him to suggest it. It should be known that the education Aerie had received all along was about self-reliance. Difficulties were merely challenges given by the god of war to help you improve yourself. With Zilu working so hard, Jansen naturally wanted her to complete the challenge on her own, but seeing her now relaxed, he realized that he probably misunderstood her intentions. The hovering vehicle was fast, and the scenery outside quickly receded. Dorothy skillfully maneuvered between several starships until she spotted the elongated spaceship. In fact, although it was called a spaceship, it was quite different from the traditional spaceship shape in Zilu's mind. The front was sharply triangular. and the only thing that remained consistent was the slightly thinner side compared to its massive size. This is the special ship sent from over there. If we go full speed, we should arrive at Bart Star tonight to see George off. Okay. The hovering vehicle directly docked with the triangular-headed spaceship, and a smooth crack slowly opened on the top of the spaceship, welcoming the hovering vehicle inside. George? Zilu felt that this name sounded particularly familiar, but she suddenly couldn't remember where she had heard it. Chapter 31, Farewell from a Distance. The appearance of Bart Planet resembled that of Blue Star. When Zilu saw the planet on the virtual screen in the cockpit, she stood up excitedly. For a moment, she thought she had found Blue Star, but was informed by Jansen the next second that it was Bart Planet. With a mix of disappointment and anticipation, Zilu boarded Bart Planet with Jansen and the others. The sky here was clear, and the weather felt more like early spring compared to Alec Planet. In the hovercar, Zilu took off the long coat Jansen had prepared for her, which quickly fell into Jansen's hands. If you feel cold, just let me know. Jansen casually draped the coat over his arm. Zilu nodded and leaned back against the window to look at the scenery outside. They had now risen into the air, and she could see the residents below busily moving about like ants, surrounded by lush green trees, with many tall buildings that were quite intimidating, as well as numerous hovercars passing by them. Do you like it here? Jansen asked, noticing Zilu's eager expression since she first saw Bart Planet, which reassured him. Yes, it's beautiful here. The air must be very fresh, Zilu replied, her gaze following a towering tree until it was out of sight. That's the Guba Xian tree. Its branches have a peculiar fragrance that calms the heart. If I remember correctly, that one was already over 500 years old. Jansen leaned closer to Zilu, explaining everything she was curious about. Whether it was the short journey or her intense focus, Zilu felt that time on the road passed in an instant. They stopped at a group of buildings, all featuring pointed rooftops that seemed endless at a glance. Shall I have Liz take you around? Medical officer Liz stepped forward as soon as she heard her name. The two held hands and slowly walked towards the buildings. What about the body? Once he confirmed that Cosima had already moved a distance away, Jansen turned back to York, who was quietly standing in a corner. Well, about that. Normally chatty York became hesitant at this moment. He glanced at Jansen, who was starting to frown, and could only voice the thoughts he had been holding in all along. Sigh. Actually, when Ole proposed to have a one-on-one battlefield with His Highness George, I thought it wouldn't end well, because His Highness George initially injured himself to save you. In short, his injury was still very serious, and he was fit for battle. But according to the warrior's code, not fighting at this critical moment would be deemed a surrender, and if that happened, Laskin Star would fall into Ole's hands. Anyway, His Highness George accepted the challenge, and at that time, there was a battlefield barrier, so he couldn't break in. His Highness George's body was also taken away by Ole. Jansen listened patiently to York, but by the end of his story, his expression had turned terrifying. After York finished speaking, he slowly hid behind Dorothy, feeling the murderous gaze from Jansen. Dorothy also looked grim, but as a longtime comrade, York believed she wouldn't harm her own, though he wasn't so sure about Jansen. Is George's belongings ready? Generally, this method is only used when the body is completely destroyed. Using the deceased's favorite items to bid farewell and pray is hoped to send their soul to the Hall of the God of War. If the deceased's achievements resonate with the God of War, they might even be included under the immortal and undefeated God of War's banner, blessing the living warriors and enjoying the worship of the living. It's ready in the main hall. In this regard, York did not drop the ball. What time does the ceremony start? In 40 minutes. It's already been arranged. They walked toward the main hall, discussing the details along the way. Zilu followed Liz for a while, and while she curiously looked around, she suddenly noticed that the indigenous people here were either clad in armor or draped in cloaks covering their heads and faces, all moving in the direction they had come from. These people walked quietly and steadily, their footsteps initially chaotic but soon becoming synchronized. The scene grew increasingly shocking, causing Zilu to pull Liz aside to avoid colliding with the group. One by one, the indigenous people slowly emerged from the pointed roof houses and joined the crowd, their numbers increasing, and the sound of their footsteps echoed through the alley. Zilu tightly grasped Liz's arm, feeling her heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the footsteps. Liz, What's happening? Zilu spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the scene. Sigh, they're going to bid farewell to His Highness George. Sadness and grief flowed in Liz's light golden eyes, as if she were about to cry at any moment. Zilu looked blankly at Liz and then at the crowd, feeling as though a small part of her memory was missing with the passage of time. Was she forgetting something? It seemed to be a pair of eyes, light golden like Liz's, but those eyes were slightly larger, with the corners tilting downward, once gently looking at her. Who was that person? Was it something important? Zilu felt like she was futilely spinning in front of that puzzle, unable to complete it. Zilu, let us keep going. I'll take you to the breeding grounds. The third batch of cubs has been born this year, and you'll like it. The news about Cosima bringing a group of mermaids had spread throughout the ship, and everyone tacitly accepted that Cosima liked small animals. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. No one here will. However, Zilu remained rooted to the spot, seemingly unwilling to move. Liz patted her hand, comforting the currently anxious Cosima. Liz, is Jansen's brother named George? Yes. Liz didn't understand what was going on with Zilu, but at least she was willing to walk with her now. They swept past the crowd towards the breeding grounds. The main hall where the ceremony was held was empty. From a moment they received the news of George's death. It had begun to be transformed. The hall was very dim, with only a beam of light illuminating a small area directly ahead. There floated a helmet of armor, its surface seemingly engraved with dark patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was actually placed in a transparent rectangular box, radiating a cold light under the beam. Jansen placed his hand on the helmet through the transparent box, his gaze slowly shifting to the source of the light. It was a skylight, the pathway for the soul to enter the hall. The main hall's doors began to open, welcoming George's subjects and the followers of the god of war. Everyone was silent, stepping in with orderly strides, each person lining up with a gap of one person between them. Once they found their position, they knelt on one knee and bowed their heads. The entire process was orderly, without any excess noise, until the designated time arrived. The people outside closed the doors again, and the hall fell into darkness once more, leaving only the brightness from the skylight. Jansen supported his knee and slowly knelt down on one knee, looking up at the skylight, the first to speak. Dear God, please hear me out. I know it's been. That was Ares' blessing and praise, initiated by the next king's candidate as the prelude to this piece. The subjects behind her also raised their heads one by one, following Jensen's melody, and began to praise and pray for their former king, recounting his achievements to the god of war, hoping to allow their guardian to enter the hall. Their voices merged into one, steady and powerful, forming a surging river in the air, then transforming into a mythical beast soaring with wings, carrying their voices far and wide. Reaching the empty pedestrian streets, sweeping past the people in the residential buildings who bowed their heads in silence, and spiraling above the city, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Zilu looked back in confusion, as if she faintly heard something, but when she listened carefully, she couldn't hear anything. Liz, did you hear any sound? Zilu turned to ask Liz beside her. At that moment, Liz was holding a brown beast cub that was biting at her pant leg. Upon hearing Zilu's question, she tilted her head and listened carefully. It seems the ceremony has begun. That is the song bidding farewell to our guardian. If you close your eyes now and sincerely bless his soul, perhaps you can see him one last time before parting. Liz lowered her head to fasten the cub's muzzle strap again, gently stroking the gradually calming young beast, and slowly closed her eyes. Is it George, who once appeared in my dreams? Zilu glanced at Liz, who had become motionless with her eyes closed, and then at the beast cub prepared for her. Perhaps sensing the different atmosphere around, the cub also obediently lay still in Liz's arms. Listening to the faint song, Zilu also tried to close her eyes. In a moment, she suddenly remembered the dream in the medical pod, picking up the lost puzzle pieces again. But it was still hard to say whether these two Georges were the same person. If they are, then let me see him again. I want to ask him properly. How did he enter my dreams? Who is the person he is waiting for? True feelings should be conveyed sincerely. Zilu thought that the other party should pass on those messages to the person they want to meet before parting, rather than through a stranger like her. The song lingered in the air for nearly an hour. In the end, Zilu still couldn't see George, who had once appeared in her dreams. When she closed her eyes, hopefully, The George in her dreams has met the person he wanted to see. For some reason, Zilu always had a strange intuition, as if the George in her dreams truly existed, but this thought was simply too absurd. In the breeding grounds, Zilu saw many strange beasts, none of which could be considered ugly or terrifying. Compared to the fleeing creatures she saw in Lanloa Port, these cubs could be regarded as cute and beautiful. Among them, there was a little fellow with fluffy curly fur that even covered half of its eyes, completely hitting Zilu's cute spot. According to Liz, this was a Yule beast, naturally gentle and very suitable for large-scale breeding. Zilu was enamored with it, but still refused Liz's suggestion to take the little one home to raise it. After all, she was still unclear about her own future, so how could she take on the responsibility of raising a small life? Liz didn't push the matter further. But if Zilu knew the purpose of large-scale breeding of Yule beasts here, perhaps she would change her mind. Chapter 32 Water Room Jansen. Are you leaving now? Liz had received a message at the breeding ground and was hurrying back with Zilu when they encountered Jansen on the way. Yes, Jansen's eyes were slightly red, and his gaze seemed to sketch Zilu's features as if he wanted to engrave her in his memory. Are you leaving with your brother George? After George's farewell ceremony, it was Jansen's turn to say goodbye, which inevitably made Zilu's thoughts stray. Jansen shook his head, gently touching her cheek, relieved to find it neither too cold nor too warm. I'm not at the point where I can leave with George. The place he is going to is too far. Seeing that Jansen seemed to be lost in some sad memories, Zilu also recalled her own elusive dreams. Although it felt somewhat absurd, she couldn't help but ask the pressing question in her heart. Did he get to see the person he wanted to see? Who? Jansen seemed not to understand. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Seeing Dorothy and the others waiting for them in a nearby hover car, Zilu decided to satisfy her curiosity later when she had a chance. But perhaps it was all just her imagination. After all, how could the characters in her dreams possibly overlap with reality? Powell will give you the terminal later. Remember to contact me when you do, okay? Jansen noticed Zilu's gaze and shifted the topic, knowing time was pressing. Zilu nodded vigorously in response. You should also take care of yourself. The dangers in this world were truly everywhere, and Zilu had experienced quite a bit. Her friends were great, but they were just too kind. It was precisely because of his kindness that they became such good friends. If Jansen knew Zilu's evaluation of him, he might feel comforted and touched. Nowadays, he was indeed moved by Zilu's concern for him, and his cold emotions seemed to warm up unconsciously. I will. Jansen closed his eyes and, like every time before parting, pressed his forehead against Zilu's. She obediently complied and gave him a tight hug before watching him and Liz board the hover car, gradually disappearing from her view. Powell, where are we going next? Liz, as a frontline medical officer in short supply, also left with Jansen. Zilu and Powell had only exchanged a few words, and once everyone else had left, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Powell spoke up. Perhaps you need a rest? Relying on his limited knowledge about Cosima, he guessed at their sleep preferences. Anyway, it's better than awkwardly staring at Powell by the roadside. Zilu nodded. The two continued down the original path. After the farewell ceremony, it seemed the residents here had returned to their daily lives, but the indigenous people, without their armor and cloaks, still inevitably stared at the petite Cosima, either subtly or directly, as they walked down the street. Along the way, Zilu also saw many airy children. That dazzling golden hair and golden eyes seemed quite common here. Even a child only about 2 meters tall was carrying a load twice her size, moving at a decent speed. Zilu stared blankly as a group of airy children ran past her, laughing and playing. They're playing an endurance race. Seeing Zilu's curious expression, Powell thought she might not understand the living habits of the Aerie and explained, it seems. They're catching up to the fighting tribes. Zilu realized the truth without noticing. Her gaze followed them, sweeping past the alley's end, and she saw a hint of blue water in the distance. Excuse me, where are the mermaids now? Since Jansen had stated that he would take care of the mermaid's transportation, and as an outsider, Zilu was indeed unfamiliar with these aliens' transport issues, she could only try not to trouble them and ask fewer questions. Now that they had settled down, it was time to put sending the mermaids into the sea on the agenda. The prince has arranged for them to be placed in the water room. Do you want to go take a look? Zilu nodded in agreement, thinking they still needed to walk there, but then noticed Powell had stopped. Arranging a hovercar, Zilu stared blankly as Powell commanded the void, then casually turned to look at her. Oh, I just used the terminal. The prince also specially applied for one for you. It should arrive soon. Powell pointed to his forehead. Indeed, the hovercar quickly arrived before them. There was no driver inside. Zilu instinctively got into the back seat, sitting in the child seat designed for young ones. Having experienced both seatbelt and unbelted seats, she ultimately found that unless someone was beside her to protect her, it was better to sit in the seat with a seatbelt. What surprised her was that Powell also sat in the back. However, the car still started, smoothly gliding into the air, heading in the predetermined direction. It seems that the autopilot in this world is quite advanced. Zilu looked out the window. As an outsider in this world, she felt like a country bumpkin just entering the city, finding everything fresh and new. The hovercar flew towards the blue she had seen earlier. Indeed, there was a lake there, surrounded by lush trees forming an irregular circle, with a larger gap facing the ocean. Zilu hazily smelled the damp lake water with a hint of fishiness. Just as she thought they would skim over the lake surface, the hovercar began to descend slowly. Zilu looked down to see the calm lake surface actually starting to split apart, with the water flowing towards the gap, washing against the glass room that was revealed. She even saw several aliens waving at them from inside the long glass room. As the gap widened, the glass room extended outward, creating a landing area to welcome the suddenly arriving hovercar. Is that bringing Cosima? As the hovercar came to a stop before the door fully opened, Zilu heard enthusiastic greetings from below. Yes, Connie, you better behave and not scare her. Powell had already jumped out of the car, and the alien he was talking to had deep green scales covering his face, with a pair of short horns that leaned and raised on his head. Hello. Zilu tentatively greeted him. The alien Connie smiled, revealing his sharp shark teeth. Come in. You should have notified me earlier. I could have prepared some honey water for you. Zilu followed closely behind Powell into the glass room. As soon as the door closed, she heard the slight sound of hinges dragging, and when she glanced back, she saw the platform where the hovercar had been descending below them, quickly disappearing from view. Oh dear, what bad luck. Matt and I just finished the cookies in stock. As soon as they entered the room, Connie began rummaging through boxes. Meanwhile, the Matt he mentioned was hiding in a cabinet, looking socially anxious, and was pulled out by Connie. Oh, Matt, so you were hiding here. Today is Cosima's visit. Are you sure you don't want to come out and take a look? Even when Matt came out, he covered his face in fear. Zilu noticed that the hand covering his face was also covered in small scales, glinting with a faint red glow under the sunlight streaming in from the top of the glass house. Oh, are you saying to turn off the sun? Zilu didn't even hear that Matthew made a sound, but Connie understood that Matthew, curled up on the ground, had raised his hand and shook it vigorously in the air. Hey, Barbara, hurry up and turn off the sun. Matthew can't take it anymore. Connie stumbled over the pile of clutter he had knocked over and ran clumsily into the next room. The glass house, which looked completely transparent from the outside, was actually divided by opaque, smooth glass panels inside. Don't mind them, they're just like that. We have to wait for them to calm down on their own. Powell seemed to be used to the style of this group, simply standing with Zilu against the wall, waiting for them to finish their business. Zilu watched Matthew, who was curled up on the ground. He seemed to be trembling slightly. After a while, Matthew slowly started to move, turning around to face away from them. Matthew was somewhat afraid of people. Zilu stared blankly at Matthew's thick tail, swaying slowly from side to side on the ground, non-committal to Powell's words. That tail could rival a crocodile's, and the side of it seemed to have a row of fine, short spines. If one were to get hit by it, it would probably be quite painful. Just before the fearful Matthew could show himself, the entire glass house suddenly trembled slightly. Zilu realized they were sinking, the surrounding partitions that had separated the lake water slowly retracting, the lake water surging and crashing against the outer layer of glass. But that seemingly thin glass cover remained unaffected. The lake water gradually engulfed them, and soon the sunlight and clouds were nowhere to be seen. The glass house was completely submerged in the water. Zilu was moved by the enchanting scene before him. Staying here felt like visiting an aquarium, but it would be hard to find such a deep and vast aquarium on Blue Star. In a daze, they seemed to become part of the lake water. Various strange creatures approached curiously after the lake water calmed down a bit. Zilu saw a creature mimicking vines dancing with its tentacles against the glass. I specifically had Matthew hide. Why did you dig him out? We haven't even figured out what they are coming for, and you closed the door. We'll have to open it again later. The glass door opened, and Barbara came out with a contrite Connie looking down. The moment Zilu set his eyes on her, he was filled with an almost undeniable amazement. The reason was simple. Barbara was simply too unreal. She was tall and athletic, with deep and stunning features. Although she was also covered in a layer of scales, it only extended to the edge of her chin. From a distance, her hair looked like dreadlocks, but upon closer inspection, it seemed her hair was also alive, writhing in the air like snakes. Yet their appearances were not visible. She resembled the mythical Medusa, but Barbara's eyes were not menacing. Instead, they were a honey-like amber color. It's you guys. Go ahead. What is the matter? Barbara picked up Matthew from the ground and set him aside. Zilu even saw Matthew's feet dangling in the air during this process. We came to see the wily that arrived yesterday. Barbara's gaze swept over them from head to toe. What? Powell? I didn't hear you had a wily? Just to be clear, I don't deal in that kind of business here. Chapter 33. Mermaids what? Powell, I didn't hear that you were raising wily? Just to be clear, I don't do that kind of business here. I know, don't worry. Those wily will be registered under this person's name tonight. I believe the prince has briefed you as well. Hey, hold on. I haven't received any special briefing. Barbara raised her hand to stop Powell's words, then leaned to take a closer look at Zilu, even sniffing the air. All right, come over here. As if she had made some sort of confirmation. Camilla finally relaxed. Connie, who had been standing aside and too afraid to speak, cheered and opened the partition door ahead of them. So those wily were yours? They smell so good, they must be delicious. Hey, Barbara quickly suppressed Connie's follow-up words, but it still made Zilu's eyes widen in surprise. They are hybrid Jonah, and their diet is quite broad. Powell's words did not calm the agitated Cosima. Instead, they made her even more vigilant, as she began to consider the possibility of moving the mermaids immediately today. Don't worry, I won't let them eat the creatures raised here. Barbara shot a glance at Zilu, and her words were much more effective. She walked to the front, sat down at the end of the still, chaotic room, and gestured for them to find a place to rest. This is the meeting place. Barbara knocked on the partition door at the end of the room, and the door gradually became transparent as if the murky water had been cleaned, allowing Zilu to see the layout of the next room. This room didn't have much in it. There were several cannon-like hollow pipes protruding from the walls, and the floor had a small platform that seemed to be filled with water. Zilu also saw a few large, pink, worm-like creatures wriggling in the water. I played the audio calling for the wily in the water. It will probably take a while for them to return. It seemed that the soundproofing of this glass room was quite good, as Zilu did not hear any sound. After waiting for about half an hour, Zilu saw those familiar figures through the glass wall. She stood up, pressed her hand against the glass, and looked closely. The mermaids swam freely in the water, swaying their bodies as they swam towards the bottom of the glass room. Zilu's gaze followed them. The mermaids disappeared for just over 10 seconds before quickly emerging from behind the small platform in the next room. After patiently waiting for a while to ensure they had all entered the room, Barbara knocked on the door again. Zilu saw that the small platform moved back a distance, and the water level in the room rapidly dropped. Fortunately, the mermaids did not seem to be afraid. Instead, they knew to land early and waited for the water in the room to drain. Weren't you calling us to eat? As soon as the partition door opened, Zilu heard the voice of the blue-eyed one. Are you hungry? Zilu leaned out her head, eliciting a chorus of surprised exclamations. It's you. Oh my God. You finally came. We were worried you might have had an accident yesterday. The red-haired one flopped over and was embraced by Zilu. I'm fine. How are you all doing here? Of course, this is our home. The blue-eyed one leaned beside them, eagerly looking at Zilu as if wanting to share some news. As soon as he caught her gaze, the blue-eyed one hurriedly spoke before the other companions. I even planted Bubbles. Right over there. Bubbles were the name of the little mermaid who had died earlier, a name given by Zilu. since the other mermaids had already known him. He had unfortunately passed away before they met. Zilu noticed that the mermaids called each other using onomatopoeic sounds that only had slight differences to outsiders, likely making it difficult for the system's translator to properly translate their names. To communicate better with them, Zilu had to give that poor little guy a simple nickname. You planted them? This sentence contained more information than his previous one, and Zilu followed his webbed hand to look towards the darkened sea in the distance. Yes, maybe next year he can return to the sea. The red-haired one leaned against Zilu's shoulder and said something that made Zilu even more puzzled. Can you really be reborn through planting? Zilu and the mermaids stared at each other, unable to understand each other's meanings for a moment. The bodies of Wily will nourish the marine life by being buried in the sea sand. In their belief, this allows their souls to return to the sea and, through the ocean, come back to this world. It's not some foolish method of planting themselves to harvest next year. Zilu felt a rare disdain from the system that popped up, but she, too, didn't dare to retort and could only pretend not to hear. Have you thought of anything about your previous habitat? Zilu actually had many questions she wanted to know, like how they got here and what the journey was like. But just now, the blue-eyed one's words prompted her to choose the most important question to ask. Have the mermaids regarded this place as their habitat? Isn't this our habitat? Sure enough, the blue-eyed one's words once again confirmed Zilu's guess. Fool, this is not our previous habitat. The one-eyed mermaid, who had originally been sitting in the farthest corner, couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Oh, really? But I already planted bubbles. The blue-eyed one cupped his face, seeming a bit unable to accept this truth. It's okay. Actually, if you're willing to accept this place and live here, that would be pretty good. Originally, Zilu was very troubled about how to find the vaguely described habitat of the mermaids during the search for the blue star. And even how to transport them back was a big problem. But if they truly wanted to live here, and there were no harmful people. Thinking of this, Zilu suddenly turned around and glanced at Connie, who was excitedly watching them from the partition door next door. Next to him were Barbara and Powell, who were chatting in their seats. This place doesn't seem to be 100% safe either. However, with Jensen's guarantee and Barbara's supervision, it should be okay, right? While Zilu was thinking, the mermaids were also contemplating their future. Actually, I quite like this place. The red-haired one whispered beside Zilu. Her soft murmur entered Zilu's ears without any obstruction, and the other mermaids close to Zilu naturally heard it too. I do, actually. This place is nice. We don't have to worry about not getting enough to eat. And there are no multi-legged fish or those horrible insect tribes here. The last words of the one-eyed little mermaid received unanimous approval from everyone. I want to stay here. I really don't want to see those disgusting bugs again. Yes. So can we stay here forever? The blue-eyed one's words made the other mermaids quiet down again, and they collectively lost their direction, looking towards Zilu. Don't worry. I will confirm everything with them properly. If she could resolve the mermaids' matters all at once, she could also put down the heavy stone in her heart. Zilu simply stood up now. Then I'll go first. You all behave here. If there are any problems. Zilu paused for a moment, then hesitantly continued. If there are any problems, just tell Barbara, and I'll try to come see you more often. She didn't expect that meeting the mermaids would still require coming to the sea. Once they become familiar with the terrain, perhaps they can meet by the seaside, which would save Barbara and the others the trouble. Matthew seems particularly afraid of sunlight and strangers, so it's best not to disturb him too much. So when will you come over next time? The question about the mermaids is really straightforward and sharp. Well, it might take a while. Seeing the mermaids lower their heads in disappointment, Zilu quickly added, maybe next week. In any case, I will come as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to each mermaid with reluctance, Zilu returned to her original room. How was the conversation? I didn't expect you to know the language of Wily. Barbara looked up at her. Although Barbara seemed quite rude when speaking, for some reason, Zilu felt a rare tenderness from her. Well, they're my friends. Zilu saw Barbara nodding, looking thoughtful. Shall we go? Powell stood up and pointed to the glass room above. Sure, let us leave early. We should prepare for a meal. Barbara also stood up and shot a glance at Connie, who was about to speak up to keep them from leaving. However, Barbara's words made Zilu, who was stepping out, retract her foot instead. May I ask about this group of mermaids? Zilu thought about entrusting the mermaids here, and perhaps occasionally troubling Barbara and the others. making it hard for her to speak. What? Here, they're all the prince's possessions. No one can touch them. Not even you. Barbara walked to the first partition door and then turned back to glance at the hesitant Zilu. Her words were very stiff and cold, but they made Zilu relax entirely, her heart finally at ease. That's good. Thank you. Zilu smiled and followed her. Because she was behind Barbara, Zilu naturally missed the other's suddenly flushed cheeks. To be honest, when Cosima smiles, she is quite cute. No wonder that group of Aerie is always so desperate for them. Barbara opened the first partition door and caught Matthew, who was secretly eating fish slices. TSK. Didn't I tell you to hide? As soon as he saw Zilu and Powell, Matthew quickly crouched down and covered his eyes, even dropping the fish slice in his hand. In the process, his long tail, which had a destructive force, knocked over several items. Barbara sighed helplessly, reached out, and lifted him up again, casually opening a long cabinet to stuff him inside. Open the door, Barbara said to the emptiness, and a familiar tremor occurred again. The glass room parted the lake water once more, bringing the floating vehicle platform up intact. All right then, I want to see you off. Barbara opened the outermost door and waved to them, signaling them to leave quickly. Behind her, Connie was drooping his head, looking very reluctant. Under Connie's almost tangible gaze, Zilu hurriedly followed Powell out the door and got into the car. Chapter 34, Terminal. Shall we go back to rest? Okay, after Zilu responded. She lowered her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The cracks on the lake's surface gradually converged, and the entire lake soon returned to calm. The lake was getting farther away from them as the hover car returned to the area of the pointed roof house. Stopping near the main hall where the farewell ceremony was being held. Your residence has been prepared for you up there. His Highness George once lived on that floor. The main hall was not a conventional square or rectangular building. If one had to describe its shape, it resembled an irregular, obtuse triangle. The main hall was positioned at the corner facing the square, but it actually extended quite a distance behind. Although Powell pointed out that the residence was above the main hall, they needed to go to the back of the main hall to find the entrance. What is this? At the back of the main hall, there were two statues, both towering and grand. One of the statues could faintly be made out as a humanoid figure, with its arms raised high as if elevating the floor above. Standing beneath the statue, Zilu could only reach its ankles. The other statue resembled a beetle. With four horns pointing straight up, its elytra spread wide, as if ready for takeoff, working together with the other statue to lift the floor above. These are the two legendary evil gods. Powell did not elaborate on the topic. He lightly waved his hand in the air, and the statues began to move. The two massive statues moved in unison without making much noise. They knelt and lay down in front, placing the suspended floor onto the ground. Zilu, standing at the feet of the statue, was so startled that she took several steps back. Don't be afraid, they can't hurt anyone now. Before Zilu could process Powell's words, she saw him pointing to one of the doors, signaling her to approach. This room has been prepared for you by His Highness. As soon as Zilu approached, the door to the room opened automatically, revealing the interior decoration. She stood outside the door and looked in, finding that there was only this one room placed down. Zilu looked up at the sky again, and the irregular corner still hovered in the air, even without the support of the statue. That was probably the room belonging to George that Powell mentioned. Though she was confused and unable to understand the mechanism of the building's rise and fall, Zilu obediently entered the room. Your terminal has already been placed in the room. The intelligent brain will teach you how to use it. This room is now yours, and it will obey your commands, whether you want it to rise or fall. Powell stood at the door, reminding her, and finally indicated the height of the floor. Seeing Zilu nod in acknowledgement, he left with peace of mind. The room's decoration was very simple, and the most eye-catching item was probably the deep blue package placed at the entrance. There seemed to be something like a letter on top of it, and Zilu reached out to pull it out. In the next moment, the small package opened by itself, revealing that it was empty. When Zilu looked at the object that resembled a letter, she found that it indeed contained a sentence written in a strange language. According to the translator's feedback, it was just a meaningless incantation, or rather, it was more appropriate to call a trademark. What is this? Zilu was puzzled and reached for the seemingly empty package. As soon as she picked up the open package, it automatically disintegrated into powder, which floated down to the ground and quickly disappeared. However, thanks to the packaging's automatic disappearance, Zilu could finally see that the main object was an extremely small black item, resembling a button. What is this again? Zilu felt like she was on a treasure hunt, but unfortunately, she lacked any treasure maps or instruction manuals to assist her. She gently pinched the small black button that had fallen to the ground, and then she heard an extremely familiar voice. Dear user, thank you for using the StarNet product model Z57809. You can choose to use consciousness reading to understand the specific usage of this product. Zilu's fingers gripping the button turned pale with force. She tentatively spoke. System? What is it? The two identical familiar voices simultaneously spoke different words in her mind, and Zilu felt goosebumps all over her body. Her first reaction was to calm down as much as possible to avoid being detected by the system. As for why she needed to do this, Zilu couldn't quite explain herself. This reaction stemmed entirely from an indescribable sense of fear. But soon she remembered something. To some extent, the system could read her thoughts. So whether she could hide anything from the system depended entirely on whether the system was willing to allow her to keep secrets. This one-sided suppression had made Zilu exceptionally uncomfortable since she was first bound, but she gradually became numb to it. Now thinking back, it instead felt like a sudden awakening of dread. The system seemed to truly reside in her brain, able to freely read her consciousness. Could this small object do the same? The user can place this object in contact with their skin to enjoy the constant care of Z57809. For any feedback, you can log in. In the brief introduction, Zilu's mind uncontrollably raced with thoughts. System, do you know what this thing is? To avoid the system actually reading her thoughts while it was idle, Zilu attempted to divert its attention. At the same time, she was also curious whether the system knew that there were similar entities in this world. Uneducated. Once you connect it, it becomes your ID in this world. It becomes a part of you, understand? The last sentence from the system sent a chill down Zilu's spine. Does that mean you are now a part of me too? But Zilu didn't ask. She originally wanted to put away this button-like terminal, but she was afraid of losing it. More importantly, Jensen was still waiting for her to use the terminal to contact him. Whatever. Zilu casually pressed it against her wrist, and after releasing her hand, she tentatively shook her wrist. The button seemed to stick to her hand and did not fall off. Z57809 is about to activate. Reminder, this product can be used in conjunction with the intelligent brain in your hand. You only need to fit them together, and the rest of the functions of the intelligent brain will be completely replaced by this product, but the user can still use the intelligent brain's mimicry function. Following the terminal's instructions, Zilu easily removed it and pressed it against the intelligent brain on her finger, which transformed into a ring. The button immediately melted like it was under high temperature, wrapping around the ring and quickly disappearing. Binding completed. Zilu fiddled with the seemingly ordinary plain ring on her pinky. The surface of this ring was smooth, and after merging with the terminal, it didn't have any additional decorations. If she hadn't personally operated the binding, it would have been hard to notice where her terminal was hidden. Should she contact Jensen now? But how to contact him? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, a virtual box popped up in front of her, displaying the recently entered contact information, which included not only Jensen's, but also Powell's and others. Official area communication numbers have been found. Would you like to start a video call? Cancel. Zilu didn't expect that this thing truly had the ability to read thoughts like the system, but at least it asked before acting. However, after careful consideration, Zilu decided to temporarily avoid using video calls to contact Jensen, seeing them hurriedly leaving early in the morning. Even though Zilu didn't know exactly what they were busy with, she still felt it was inappropriate to suddenly pop up a video call to disturb them. Please send a message to Jansen for me. Just say I've received the terminal, and he can reply when he has time. The message has been sent to Gilwy Bishop's Jansen's official communication number. At this moment, Jansen, having received the message, quickly rushed to the neighboring planet Brett of Raskin's star, where they prepared for the final rest and gathered the troops to respond to the raid scheduled for a few hours later. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Jansen's damaged Dreamcatcher mech as quickly as possible. So it wasn't Liz who treated you? This is a laboratory filled with many rare medical devices and experimental facilities, belonging to the current leader of the medical team, Terrence's exclusive office. Generally, in non-emergency situations, Terrence treasures his laboratory and rarely lets anyone in. No, Jansen was sitting not far from the door, watching Terrence study the examination data of him and the Dreamcatcher, while Liz stood behind him. Both were focused on the data on the virtual screen, seemingly looking at some mysterious numbers listed above. After pondering for a moment, Terrence finally tore his gaze away from the virtual screen, lightly kicked the chair at his feet, and it smoothly slid over to Jansen's side. What did you just say? Was it Liz who treated you or not? I knew he wasn't listening all along. Jansen helplessly answered again, allowing Terrence's hands to explore his body, even tapping at his joints. When I saw him, he was already lively. Liz also left the position by the virtual screen and found a chair to sit down. It's really strange. I estimate that during that explosion, you should have at least lost an arm or a thigh. Your mech's leg is on the verge of breaking. How come you're fine? Strange. Who did this? After a simple check, Terrence finally began to seriously inquire about the matter. It was a Cosima. She saved me. There's still a Cosima? How'd she do it? Cough. I guess it's some kind of secret method. The healing secret method of Cosima has always been just a legend. More Aerie believe that this so-called healing secret method is actually a mental healing for Aerie. Now, to express his immature guess, Jansen felt inexplicably ashamed, not to mention Terrence, who was looking at him with a disdainful expression as if to say, let's see what nonsense you're saying. Where is she? I want to meet her. Chapter 35, Unbinding. Where is she? I want to see her. Cosima can't go to the front lines, so I sent her to Bart Star. What? Is there species discrimination even on the battlefield? Terrence sneered. Do you know what this Cosima has accomplished? Being able to heal you, a useless person, without any therapeutic instruments in such a barren area. Just this ability alone could save how many soldiers on the battlefield? Hearing Terrence's evaluation, Jansen indeed felt proud of Zilu, but he quickly calmed down. Cosima is too fragile, both physically and mentally. Keeping her at the front lines is a form of torture for her. Fragile? She can treat you, all bloodied and bruised, so at least mentally she isn't fragile. Is this her own idea? As Terrence spoke, he lightly kicked the chair beneath him and returned to his original position. No. Well, I thought so too. Aerie is notoriously autocratic, especially pure-blood Aerie. Jansen really couldn't find a rebuttal to this. All right then, I can help you repair the mech first. However, there's already a discrepancy in the mental wave fluctuations between you two. You need to, before the repair, think it over. After Terrence finished speaking, the door to the laboratory opened. Go back and think it over. Notify me once you've decided to unbind. Okay. Did he really just sit by the door to expedite getting rid of people? Jansen resignedly left the laboratory, and the door behind him promptly closed. Unbinding the mech is no small matter. If binding the mech is considered signing a contract, then unbinding the mech is like unilaterally tearing up that contract. Whether or not he can bind with the same mech again, and whether he can return to a state of complete trust after rebinding, all of these are unknowns. Such situations are relatively rare, but from Jansen's understanding, the outcomes are usually not very good. How did it go? The messages from Dorothy and the others were already waiting on his terminal. He replied honestly, but did not immediately disclose his decision, given the anxious nature of his subordinates. Jansen believed he would soon meet them face to face. The only thing on the terminal that could currently bring him comfort was probably the message from Zilu. The terminal cannot achieve unilateral communication. Only when the contacted person grants the corresponding permissions can such communication occur. Otherwise, the contacted person must personally search for the information with a specific purpose to potentially receive intercepted messages. Since Zilu's terminal was personally applied for by Jansen, he naturally granted her the corresponding permissions at the first opportunity. As long as he chooses to respond to Zilu's first contact now, her terminal will automatically grant him permissions as well. Just thinking about being able to communicate freely with Zilu eased Jansen's mind a lot. However, before he could send a message to ask Zilu if she was willing to accept his video call, that group of people indeed rushed in front of him. Your Highness, can't we just repair directly? York's loud voice was as high-pitched and jarring as ever. I think if it were possible, Terrence would have suggested it. Dorothy pressed down the fidgety York. So, Your Highness, have you made your decision? If we are to unbind, our time is limited. Following the normal procedures for unbinding and rebinding the mech may require a lot of time and effort, and the results may not even be ideal. But special times call for special measures. The war is about to start soon. To strike first before the enemy launches their attack and reclaim the key stronghold of Mars. Jansen should ideally complete everything before dawn. We don't have many choices left, do we? This war is the first battle after Jansen's return. It must succeed. To achieve this goal, the best-case scenario is to restore the combat capability of the Dreamweaver. The plan to confirm Zilu's current life and gain comfort through a video call before unbinding was successfully thwarted, and Jansen resignedly entered the isolation room under the watch of his subordinates. But if Your Highness really goes mad after failing to unbind, can this isolation room stop him? Although York still couldn't keep his mouth shut, his words weren't without reason. Sigh, may the god of war bless us. May the god of war bless us. Dorothy and the others could only silently pray for Jansen. Staying in the isolation room, Jansen was unaware that his subordinates had, from a certain perspective, already given up on him. He summoned the entity of the Dreamweaver. The body of the Dreamweaver was still as scarred as before, with its legs nearly broken. Being unable to sense the state of the mech is a very dangerous and painful thing. If not operated properly, it could even lead to a lack of mental power and being backfired by the mech. However, during this time, Jansen had been busy, almost hanging on Cosima, and his mind was surprisingly not affected by the mech, which made him feel even more that Cosima's secret methods truly existed, but unfortunately were not recognized. I'm sorry for your suffering. Jansen stood beneath the mech, gently holding its powerless, drooping hand. The mech, which had been stiff like a statue, suddenly moved and turned its head towards Jansen's direction. Although there were no words, Jansen seemed to sense a hint of pain and confusion from it after such a long absence. It will soon come to an end. Jansen slowly closed his eyes to his old friend of many years. Mental power is actually a mysterious thing. Even with today's technological advancements, there's still no unified explanation on how to upgrade mental power or how to control it precisely. At least for Aerie. The vast majority of Aerie have their mental power limits basically fixed after reaching adulthood and before adulthood. Recklessly using mental power could easily lead to loss of control and ultimately madness. Jansen's situation, however, is somewhat special. His mental power was already close to maturity before he reached adulthood. Although no one had conducted specific measurements for his safety, as the master of the consciousness entity, he always felt the surging and clamoring of his mental power. His mental power craved war and conquest. That was also the reason why he defied the rules and challenged the god of dream weaving, Deweos, on Tianming Star before reaching adulthood. He just didn't expect to gain the recognition of the Dreamweaver in that challenge and become its new master. Long time no see, Jansen. His mech had always been somewhat special. Jansen himself knew that, but unfortunately, George, who knew this secret, had already left. Long time no see. Have you been asleep during this time? Jansen's consciousness entered a certain illusory space. The first time he entered this space was also when he bound the Dreamweaver. At that time, Jansen thought this was a manifestation of his self-awareness. But later, Jansen found that he needed to consume a lot of mental power to enter here. Conversely, if the Dreamweaver wanted to connect with him mentally, his consciousness could easily enter this space. This also indicated that this domain was more the territory of the Dreamweaver than a domain created by Jansen's self-awareness. I think so. I have indeed fallen into a void from which I cannot escape. The consciousness of the Dreamweaver echoed in this space. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. It's not your fault, Jansen. Your strategy had indeed not failed before this. Did you come here to talk to me about? No mech can possess this space, nor can any mech have such a clear self-awareness. Sometimes, Jensen feels that George's words make quite a bit of sense. Although everyone assumes he conquered and possessed the Dream Eating Network, Jensen believes they are more like a cooperative relationship. It's very intelligent. Perhaps Deweos' death is related to it. Although saying this violates the Warrior's Code, I still hope you can be wary of the Dream Eating Network. The shocked expression of Deweos, who suddenly died after Jensen bound to the Dream Eating Network, is still etched in Jensen's mind. Maybe this rebinding is an opportunity. Yes, you should have heard as well. Terrence needs to fully repair you first before solving our mental wave issue. Of course, Jensen, I think I still hold the same attitude. I unconditionally support your decision. I can't wait to return to the days of being awake. The consciousness of the dream-eating network is gradually fading, and this space is slowly disappearing. Jensen lets his consciousness settle down, returning to his mental energy envelope. Here, Jensen can clearly feel his mental energy gently wrapping around his consciousness like an ocean. He begins to search for that part that doesn't belong to him in this sea. That is the branch of the dream-eating network that bound him. Now, he needs to completely expel that part to finish the mental unbinding with the dream-eating network. Perhaps because the dream-eating network agrees with his approach, this process is not long. That part that doesn't belong to him is exceptionally conspicuous and offers no struggle or resistance. When Jensen opens his eyes, the subordinates monitoring him next door have just finished deciding on the shift schedule. Wait. Don't go. His Highness has opened his eyes. York and the others hurriedly crowded in front of the virtual screen, watching as Jensen walked to the door, looked up to meet the eyes monitoring him, and even made a knocking gesture towards them. Did His Highness succeed? Several people looked at each other, unable to believe the process was so quick. Is this normal? I remember the fastest unbinding case on the Star Network took 9 hours and 20 minutes. Since it's His Highness, maybe it's normal for things to be faster. This statement led to collective silence. Even the person who spoke didn't really believe what they said. Even if Jensen acted quickly, he shouldn't look so ordinary. Oh, now it seems he is a bit impatient. Or is it that His Highness hasn't actually started yet and still has something to tell us? York's comment received agreement from more than half of the group. In that case, let us open the door and take a look. Dorothy ultimately knocked the board in agreement. The group gathered again at the door, opened it, and collectively stood guard as they watched Jensen slowly walk out from inside. What are you all doing? Chapter 36 Enemy Attack. Jensen sometimes really fails to understand the actions of his subordinates. Do you have any instructions to give? York poked his head out from the crowd. Their mechs were all equipped, almost ready to point a gun at Jensen's head. Yes, inform Terrence that we can start repairing the mechs, Jensen said, and walked away on his own. He was genuinely afraid he might not be able to resist the urge to take action against this group of subordinates who were provoking him. As soon as Jensen returned to his room, he immediately connected to a video call with Zilu. Before the mechs were unbound, everything was filled with uncertainty. But after the unbinding, that uncertainty continued in another way. In fact, Jensen knew that the unbinding process was unusually fast, but given that his mech had some abnormalities, he himself couldn't determine the severity of the situation. Warriors of Aerie almost all enlist after coming of age. Those fortunate enough to successfully bind with a mech would have a strong support behind them. So within the warrior code, fully trusting and caring for their mech is included. However, most mechs do not generate such a clear self-awareness as the Dreamweaver network. With the cooperation of the Dreamweaver network, the unbinding process was astonishingly fast, but it further validated Jensen and George's suspicions. In terms of mental binding, the Dreamweaver network holds significant initiative. The terrifying aspect of this initiative is that after binding, the Dreamweaver network is granted very high permissions. It can freely enter and exit Jensen's consciousness, draw on his mental power, and even cause harm to his mental sea. Reflecting on the scene of DeWeos' death, could all of this have happened without the involvement of the Dreamweaver network? Jensen rubbed his forehead, and fortunately, the video call connected quickly, which alleviated some of his worries. Zilu stared blankly at the Jensen who suddenly appeared in her room after the video call was established. Just as she was about to ask how he suddenly appeared here, Zilu noticed the difference in this Jensen. It seemed to be just a projection of him. If it weren't for the soft glow around the edges, she might have actually asked out loud. She awkwardly touched her nose and changed the subject. Is everything going smoothly on your side? She wondered if she also looked like a projected figure from Jensen's perspective. At this moment, Zilu had just finished the nutritional supplement sent by Powell, washed up, and was preparing to rest. Her hair had grown quite a bit and was damply draped over her shoulders. Very smoothly, Jensen squatted down next to Zilu, meeting her gaze at eye level. Maybe you need this? Jensen reached out and gently touched Zilu's hair. She tentatively touched it and found that it was indeed much drier. Wow, how did you do that? Your terminal can do almost anything for you. You can try to express your needs. Although Zilu had already discovered the terminal's control capabilities over the room after exploring for most of the day, she didn't expect it could even handle these small matters. But now, she wasn't communicating with Jensen to dry her hair. Jensen, do you remember those mermaids? Of course. Jensen looked at Zilu's expression. Have you seen Connie and the others? Jensen's smile inexplicably made Zilu feel a bit flushed. Yeah, they're quite interesting. Thank you for helping me settle the mermaids. I'm glad you're happy. So, can they continue to live there in the future? Jensen paused his hand that was helping Zilu style her hair, making her heart skip a beat. That's their home now, isn't it? Jensen met Zilu's bright black eyes and couldn't help but add, Barbara has been researching rare marine species. She will take good care of them. Okay. Before Zilu could respond, she heard a long blowing sound, distant yet near. Jensen's expression suddenly turned serious. I think I have to go. He pressed his forehead against Zilu's. Take care. The last few words from Jensen's mouth quickly disappeared along with his projection. As soon as Jensen left the terminal's barrier, he heard the alarm ringing throughout the room. This was the highest level of warning, indicating that an enemy attack was imminent. He quickly left the room and took the rapid transit in the corridor directly to the mech room. Most of the mechs here were standard models produced uniformly, unable to establish a mental connection with ARE. If controlled using the terminal, there would be a certain delay, but in battle, that delay could cost a warrior their life. Therefore, the standard mechs here were generally operated automatically by mental power. When Jensen arrived, many warriors were already preparing to board their mechs. Before going to battle, no one needed to adhere to that intangible etiquette. What they had to do was get into position as quickly as possible and accept the command of their officer. Everyone, speed up. The squad leaders shouted at the soldiers and their teams, and some hot-tempered ones directly operated the mechs, stuffing people into the standard mechs. Jensen swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and found a temporarily unoccupied standard mech in a corner. He stepped on the mech's knee and climbed up in a few moves, using his ID to unlock the mech's login permissions and entered the control room. The semicircular control panel was a smooth surface, but it had a helmet device for mental power connection. To minimize delays and misoperations as much as possible, mental control was used here, which meant utilizing mental power to connect to the mech's control panel and controlling the mech through the operating system, adding an extra layer of protection compared to specially designed mechs like those bound directly to the Dreamweaver network. The seemingly unremarkable gray mech quickly broke free from the corner's restraints and flew toward the open skylight above. Hey, who is that? The 42904-3 mech accelerated and dodged among the mechs flying toward the assembly point, quickly moving to the front of the line. This speed could break records, right? It can't be the commander, can it? What's wrong? Looking for me? Just as the gray mech disappeared from everyone's sight, a deep brown mech shook to the front of the line. If you have that much time, move faster. If anyone is still not at the assembly point in 2 minutes, you'll see how I deal with them. The public channel immediately fell into silence, as everyone hurriedly rushed forward, fearing becoming the sacrificial lamb at the end. As soon as Jensen landed at the assembly point, he was accurately located by Dorothy and the others. This was not only due to ID login. After all, it was quite noticeable for a standard mech to reach the assembly point ahead of this group of special mechs. Your Highness, I suspect there are rebels in the base. York was the first to break the silence. Brett Planet was under George's jurisdiction. Like Laskin, it was located in a critical area with abundant planetary resources. So many military fortresses were established here to prevent others from coveting this gold mine. Because of this, the army here was all from George's faction. Jensen's arrival at Brett Planet was a secret. They had sealed the news all the way, and upon Jensen's landing, he only operated in the main city of Barlow, without encountering any outsiders except for Dorothy and the others. However, this attack not only timed perfectly, but also accurately pinpointed the location of the main city of Barlow, clearly indicating a premeditated assault. Shut up, let's focus on winning this battle first. I have already sent people to protect Terrence. Dorothy's second half of the sentence was directed at Jansen, who nodded, but suddenly realized that this was not a mecha with a mental connection and could not respond to his movements in real time. Well done. he said in the channel, then began to operate the mecha to load weapons. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't fight right now. We don't lack a warrior, but we lack a king. Dorothy's words could not stop Jansen's actions. After everyone had gathered in an orderly manner, the enemy attack was already imminent. Hundreds of battleships broke through the dark clouds, almost obscuring the entire sky, speeding toward the capital of Barlow. If they got closer, they would surely see the cannons extending from beneath those ships. TSK, where did Olade get so much ammunition? It should be noted that to kill Jansen in one fell swoop, he had used enough firepower to blow up half a planet. York's words gained the agreement of many. But unfortunately, the current situation was not suitable for them to continue the discussion. Listen, you are the vanguard. Your brothers and sisters will follow you. Your mecha is their example, their confidence. Everyone, Jansen's gray mecha stood on the command platform, raising its sharp blade. Get your weapons ready. Follow me. Charge. Charge and kill. All the mechas raised their firearms and blades, following that gray mecha without hesitation, charging toward the group of ships. The cacophony of buzzing grew louder, and the cannons beneath the ships began to emit blinding light, firing projectiles powerful enough to melt the mecha's exterior as the two forces collided. Everyone began to dodge, circling while continuing to charge at the ships. They organized themselves into dozens of small teams, collectively attacking the weak points of the ships. As long as they broke through, they would rush in one after another. They could either withstand the firepower from the enemy mechas inside the ships, slaying the enemies to seize control of the ship, or disrupt the ship's flight direction, attacking the flying equipment to force it to crash. Once it landed, countless waiting warriors would swarm in to extinguish the flames of war. Watch out! Several enemy mechas' blades reached out, but the gray mecha caught them with its arms, the sharp edges leaving deep scars on both sides of the gray mecha. Just before they could feel triumphant, the gray mecha quickly opened its chest cannon, completely obliterating several enemy mechas in the proximity. The enemy mechas dropped their heads helplessly. Jansen did not linger, leaving them to the warriors behind him, and continued charging toward the ship's control room. Damn it! Dorothy, responsible for Jansen's safety, was bracing against incoming fire from the side, only able to watch helplessly as the gray figure quickly disappeared from her line of sight. Chapter 37. On the way to the ship's control room, Jensen's side had already seen a significant decrease in numbers. Most of the remaining personnel were still covering for their comrades at the breach, increasing the number of people infiltrating the enemy ship. If Jensen were alone, he could rely on dodging to minimize direct confrontations and buy more time. However, with comrades needing mutual support behind him, his movements inevitably became somewhat restricted. I'll cover you. You go in. After finally catching a glimpse of the control room, Jensen chose to stay in the corridor to suppress the enemy's continuous assault rather than coordinating with his comrades. I want to stay too. A black mech maximized its firepower, no longer considering the energy needed for a return trip. The remaining 3 mechs exchanged glances and decisively charged through the gaps in the enemy lines, clearly aiming for the control room. Jensen glanced back, ensuring that safely broken free from the encirclement before focusing on the attacks ahead. In the past, he had trusted in sheer strength and preferred to fight alone, which had become a part of his identity. But now, he was trying to pay more attention to his comrades and entrusted his back to them. Who are you? Why did the commander let you lead? The pilot of the black mech struggled, but still managed to ask. You can call me Jensen. Jensen fired the last shot of his impact cannon, causing half of the corridor to collapse and dust to spread throughout. So you're Jensen. Seeing the enemy fire temporarily lessen ahead, Jensen turned to engage the enemy mechs behind him with his blade, buying a moment for the black mech to catch its breath. He didn't pay much attention to the black mech's words. He was focused on dodging the hail of bullets, parrying the enemy's blades, and cutting down their combat capabilities. However, he never expected that the back exposed to his comrade would come under friendly fire. The gray mech's agile figure suddenly faltered, its right arm and blade dropping to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What are you doing? The gray mech stumbled, but quickly regained control, turning to face a ring of blurred enemies around it, including what it believed were its comrades. The screen of the gray mech indicated a light blue dot representing friendly forces had shifted from behind it to in front, mocking Jensen's easily given trust. Ha, Prince 12. The war god really brought me to you. What are you even worth? I will never let you take away everything that Prince George possesses. The blade in the black mech's hand reflected light, still attached to several wires from his severed mech arm. Jensen felt blood rush to his brain, and a surge of anger began to consume his thoughts. You will die. Jensen, staying in the control room, spoke each word slowly. Unfortunately, his intimidating appearance was hidden behind the thick mech armor, unseen by everyone. However, because of this, no one felt the impending approach of death and fled. With their kind of trash. Before the black mech could finish its words, its head was seized by a hand and slammed down with great force. Jensen stepped on the fallen black mech's chest, causing several cracks to appear in the ground. Let me show you what I'm made of. The custom mech was more powerful and agile than standard mechs, and the mental link allowed the pilot to operate the mech as easily as their own body, eliminating the need to control a virtual control panel with mental energy. But for Jensen, who had exceptionally deep mental energy, this slight delay and consumption were trivial. The only limitation was the mech's own wear and tear. Jensen maneuvered the mech to jump, dodging a sudden barrage of bullets, and then, as the black mech attempted to rise, he descended, using both legs to fully drive it into the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the black mech, the pilot coughed up blood from the impact, nearly unable to support the connection to the custom mech any longer. Seizing the moment while the enemy on both sides was still caught off guard, Jensen did not relent. He punched through the black mech's face, completely silencing its cry of pain. The gray standard mech could not withstand the series of attacks, its hands severely worn and beginning to emit smoke. Jensen ignored this and quickly shifted his attack target, dodging the enemy's strikes from both sides. Dodge! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jensen immediately stepped against the wall and dodged upwards towards the ceiling. The next second, a blinding white light swept across the ground. The gray mech, with its right arm severed, revealed a small opening that made Jensen unavoidable to smell the acrid stench. Most of the enemies on the ground who couldn't dodge were incapacitated. Why didn't you use this move earlier? When Jensen's mech landed, the saws crackled, indicating that even under his violent use, it wouldn't hold up for long. This is an energy cannon used to cover our retreat. Each captain only has one shot. Dorothy's face had turned dark. She rushed in only to see Jensen's mech missing an arm, the other one looking like it would break soon as he darted through gunfire and blades. It was evident how anxious she was, which prompted her to use the rare energy cannon. Unfortunately, Jensen couldn't grasp Dorothy's feelings. He was focused on reaching the ship's control room, with Dorothy hastily following behind. Originally, there were 3 people infiltrating the ship's control room, but now only 2 remained, one of whom was seriously injured. When Jensen burst into the control room, that comrade finally collapsed from mental exhaustion. Retreat. Jensen decisively ordered them to fall back, aiming the gun he had taken from the enemy at the approaching foes to buy them some breathing room. The enemy seemed to realize their strategy, and more rushed toward the ship's control room. But this also widened the gaps in the ship's defenses, naturally increasing the number of infiltrators. You go with them. Dorothy brought along her subordinates, trying to drive away the increasingly battered mech beside her. I'm fine. After using the standard mech, Jensen realized the mental energy required for operating the mech was surprisingly low, barely even a fraction of what the Dreamweaver network needed. Although the standard mech was prone to breaking under his use, Jensen felt his mental energy was abundant, and he didn't need to leave. The gray mech beside Dorothy quickly dodged a series of artillery fire, creating some distance from its teammates, but it didn't mind. It expertly flicked out the standard blade from its weapon and charged toward the enemy. In the process, an unknown object was left behind, prompting Dorothy to look down and exclaim, "Oh my God, your foot has fallen off. Hurry up." Tonight was destined to be a tumultuous and chaotic day, with continuous bombing sounds echoing, the night lit red by flames, smoke obscuring the sky, and the acrid smell permeating the entire main city of Barlow. The lives of the soldiers burned quickly in the screams, the flesh of the enemies fueling their fire, and the support from their comrades' backs providing a strong gust of wind. It wasn't until dawn broke that the battlefield began to wind down. The impact of this war was immense. Even far away, Zilu saw related information while browsing the Star Network. Eri, The Aries Civil War is currently the hottest topic, with the homepage filled with related content. On the planet Bard, Zilu has entered the afternoon of her second day, starting her initial stage of learning various alien knowledge, among which the most captivating to her are the hot topics of interest to aliens. Thus, the Aries Civil War also made its way onto her exploration learning list. What is Aries? This is the first thing Zilu needs to understand. The terminal received the user's inquiry and began its long process of popular science education. When discussing Aries' long history, Zilu heard a familiar term. Cosima? Yes. Would you like to expand on the details of the Cosima race? No. Please continue. What happened after Aries seized the planet Correlating? The familiar voice in the terminal continued to narrate the history of the Aries people. Or perhaps it should be called the history of plunder and occupation. Wow, they're so evil. Aren't they just typical colonizers? They took over others' land and didn't spare even the people. It seems that in any world, there is no shortage of inhumane colonial rulers. Aries occupied the planet Correlating, which is the habitat of the Cosima people. This defenseless yet overly beautiful species quickly disappeared in the torrent of history under the colonizers' rule. Just like withering flowers. Sigh. Is there really no one to suppress these Aries? The terminal was already used to the user's occasional exclamations and continued its story without wavering. This is hard to evaluate. Although the crown prince lost his sanity due to Cosima's death, it wasn't really this Cosima's fault, was it? If given a choice, he certainly wouldn't want to encounter these brutal colonizers. Of course, that is entirely possible. In any case, after Prince Adam lost his mind and completely disappeared, his younger siblings faced a choice. Some of them had to successfully bond with mechas after reaching adulthood and become leaders of the army. Others needed to make academic progress to contribute to mecha development. In short, the second Princess Esther, after reaching adulthood, the system recounted the deaths of royal family members in the same tone, causing Zilu to involuntarily click her tongue at the tragic history of Aries. Upon hearing about the death of the ninth prince, she finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Why is this happening again? Must Aries always be in constant warfare to exist? Is the only purpose of their lives to wage war? Why have so many of the king's children died because of war, yet he still refuses to turn back? Chapter 38. Post-war according to historical and cultural studies. This is somewhat related to the productivity and production methods of the Aries clan. Therefore, they needed to expand outward to meet their material needs, and over time, it ultimately formed their beliefs. This warrior culture further deepened their desire for war, coupled with the excessive use of spiritual power. According to some scholars, this may also be the reason why Cosima fascinated them so much. The spiritual calming ability that Cosima possesses can alleviate the pain caused by the Aries' excessive use of spiritual power. Zilu struggled to keep up with the terminal's explanation, but this part was far too dry compared to the earlier story collection. After the terminal finished speaking, only scattered key information remained in Zilu's mind. I see. Then let's finish their history. The terminal's steady voice continued to recount the previously interrupted story. But this time, even after reaching the 10th royal member, there was no improvement. Prince George had already died from serious injuries on the 19th day after the outbreak of the Civil War. According to reliable sources, Prince George's body is currently in the hands of the instigator of the Civil War, Duke Correlate, who is also the younger brother of King Simonro. George? Zilu was stunned for a few seconds. Her first reaction was to question the terminal. You said there are 12 royal members in this generation. Does one of the last two have the name Jensen? Yes. Are you looking for the 12 princes? The terminal directly popped up an interface, listing the official photos of the 12 princes along with their names and detailed life histories. Show me George's photo. The dream that Zilu had in the medical chamber returned to her mind after being forgotten, prompted by an unintentional reminder from someone nearby. However, as the content of the dream slowly surfaced in her memory, it became increasingly difficult to forget. For some reason, the vague words spoken by George became clearer after her repeated recollections, to the point where Zilu became particularly concerned about this matter. She had several moments where she thought perhaps the George in her dream and the George spoken of by others were the same person. But this idea was so absurd that she repeatedly found it hard to bring it up with Jensen, and eventually, this thought was buried deep in her heart. She originally thought that perhaps she would have the chance to see Jensen's brother in person one day, to see what the person sharing the same name as the one in her dream looked like. But Zilu never expected to encounter him in this situation. Impossible, Jensen said just a few days ago that he was going to say goodbye to his brother. After finishing her sentence, Zilu thought of the implied second meaning of goodbye and couldn't help but freeze in place. No wonder. Zilu carefully calculated backwards based on the time provided by the terminal. No wonder Jensen had been so downcast those days. She had mistakenly thought it was because she had been injured and had brought the mermaid, causing a series of troubles that made it difficult for him when he came to pick up his companion. Originally wanting to leave and start her journey to Blue Star alone, Zilu decided to temporarily follow him because of Jensen's expectations. But every time she thought about the difficulties that might cause Jensen trouble, she wondered if it was precisely these difficulties that made him need to leave in a hurry to complete the so-called mission. Because of this series of self-righteous associations, Zilu had been particularly anxious these past few days, but she didn't know where to start to help Jensen or how to help herself out of this emotion. I didn't expect. Her friend had been experiencing the pain of losing a loved one these days, but she had no idea and still thought she was being considerate by keeping her mouth shut, unwilling to cause him any further burden. Was her approach really the right one? Was her self-assumed method of respecting the other's privacy truly correct? Does not asking, not listening, and not looking really help? This was the first time Zilu doubted her way of dealing with others. Looking back on the journey so far, she was truly grateful for Jensen's help. His selflessness had allowed her to lower her guard against aliens, but she still felt uncomfortable with the excessive concern he showed for her. During this time, she had also closed off the concerns she should have shown for Jensen, just to avoid making him uncomfortable. Sigh. The system might not have been wrong. She really was a fool. But now, this delayed concern should be even more fatal. Zilu bit her fingers, lost in thought. It's better to pretend I don't know about this matter. But how did the deceased George enter her dreams? Clearly, she had never seen him before. Who was he waiting for? The puzzles that emerged were too many. Zilu decided to temporarily set this aside, as the biggest question now should be what Jensen's so-called mission was. So are they still fighting? Yes. According to dynamic information from the Federation's time and several newspapers, including Pame and Agamemnon, it has been 5 hours since the news broke that Duke Olade launched a surprise attack, and no further information has been received. Should I send a message to ask? No. What if Jensen is still on the battlefield and gets distracted because of my message? Thinking about this, Zilu suddenly realized that the voice that suddenly came through during her video call with Jensen last night might have been some kind of message indicating the arrival of war. This is driving me crazy. I didn't expect to learn so much information just by opening the Star Network. Zilu felt her mind was spinning. What are you doing looking at Hot Topics? Don't you want to go back to Blue Star? A voice identical to the terminals, but with a different tone, suddenly interrupted her. Just as Zilu was about to answer, she suddenly realized a possibility. System? Have you not been here for the past few hours? I just checked the news about Blue Star this morning. A planet with the same name either does not resemble Blue Star at all, or simply does not have environment to foster life. Later, Zilu shifted her focus to finding planets that looked similar, but unfortunately, she still couldn't find a planet that nurtured species similar to humans. What are you talking about? Where else could I go if not here? The system was really becoming more and more human-like, and she didn't know if that was good or bad. Although it was more human-like, it was always infuriating. However, in moments of explosive conversation, being more human-like was actually better. At least there was a possibility of uncovering the truth. You are right. When you're not with me, where do you go? The system once again used its ultimate move to play dead. Zilu retracted her previous statement. In fact, what she feared most about the existence of the system was that there was more than one of her in this world. If this situation really existed, how powerful would the system's abilities be? What is its ultimate goal? Are those tied to her, like her friends or foes? This was like Pandora's box. Just lifting a corner slightly could already make one unable to bear it. Zilu ruffled her hair, half dead, and shouted, feeling as if her head was about to burst from so many questions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jensen was also troubled by a certain issue. Send a small team to Zone 56. Clear the battlefield. Medics, over here. How far along is the personnel count? Is anyone still alive here? Clear the obstacles. Clear the obstacles. The end of the battlefield was always filled with heart-wrenching cries, and every survivor was doing their utmost to clean up the battlefield, hoping to see those once familiar faces reappear before their eyes. Dorothy, as one of the commanders, is currently fully managing the follow-up work on the battlefield. As for Jansen, he is troubled by another tricky matter. Is the machine ready? Jansen reluctantly drove the dull gray mech to the adjacent Terrence laboratory, which temporarily serves as the mech repair room, where the Dream Eater is also parked, nearing the end of its repairs. The dull gray mech that Jansen is operating has lost many parts, and its shell is marked with scratches and cuts. Some were caused by the enemy, while some were self-inflicted by Jansen. The standard mech is still not sturdy enough to withstand Jansen's violent usage. Over there, Terrence diverted some of his attention from the Dream Eater, glancing disdainfully at the nearly scrap standard mech, then glanced at the machine in the corner, gesturing for Jansen to go over himself. Although the raid disrupted most people's pace, at least for Terrence, things were still proceeding in an orderly manner. With Terrence and Liz's help, the repair of the Dream Eater had finally reached the inspection stage. Once Terrence and Liz were done, what Jansen needed to do was to confirm that the Dream Eater state was sufficient for binding as its former owner and next binder. But before that, he had other matters to attend to. Jansen jumped down from the mech, holding a bare exposed wire in his hand. Given that this mech had lost most of its display functions, he needed to use the inspection instrument in the corner to verify something. After connecting the transparent wire to the instrument, a flowing rose-red light began to slowly flow inside the wire. After a series of operations, Jansen finally brought up the content he wanted to see. It was in the corridor leading to the enemy ship's control room, where the black mech, which had turned from the back of the gray mech to face forward, was clearly reflected on the virtual screen. Jansen magnified the video repeatedly until he could finally see the number above that black mech, the unique identification code assigned after joining the combat team, which even the Dream Eater had. After confirming the target, he continued to probe using his high-privileged terminal ID. It really was one of his people. Jansen closed his eyes for a moment, feeling a rare sense of fatigue. "All right, come over, test it, and get this mech away from me as soon as possible." Terrence called out to Jansen from atop the Dream Eater. After every battle, there are always a number of damaged mechs. Although the standard mechs, which are the most numerous, are not yet a problem for Terrence, the specially made mechs also require considerable effort. For Jansen's Dream Eater, he had used up all the precious instruments and parts that could help, all for the sake of speed. Liz remained inside the Dream Eater to record the upcoming test data. Finding the rebels behind this raid indeed couldn't be rushed, and Jansen dusted himself off, agilely boarding the Dream Eater. What he needed to do most now was to prepare for the next battle. The Dream Eater in the center of the room slowly raised its head. That still surging mental force finally awakened the slumbering beast. Chapter 39. Out of control mecha stop. Stop. Be careful. In the suburbs of the main city on Bart Planet, a standard light mecha was speeding across the ground, rushing towards the lake. Powell was anxiously shouting from behind, his mecha quickly forming as he chased after the rapidly diminishing figure. Unfortunately, his mecha was a heavy one, and the standard light mecha was repeatedly breaking its speed limits, causing Powell to temporarily lose ground. Inside the light mecha was Zilu, who had been diligently studying in recent days. Flashback to earlier, after further understanding of Aerie. Zilu had developed a great curiosity about Aerie's unique mental power and various mechas. This morning, as usual, Powell brought an assortment of peculiar and fresh foods to visit the precious Cosima. Over the days of interaction, he had become quite familiar with Zilu. "What are you planning to do today? The weather is nice. Are you going out for a stroll?" Although the shy Cosima always chose to stay in her room after each inquiry, Powell persistently carried out his daily routine of questioning. Sure enough, he received a polite refusal in response. Today I plan to look at things related to mechas." "Powell, is it true that only Aerie has mental power?" As a mixed-blood Aerie, Powell had never received such a question before. "I think that's not the case." Facing Cosima's bright black eyes, for some reason, Powell felt a strong urge to express himself. "I believe that as long as there is self-awareness, it is possible to generate mental power. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. When I first joined the military, I went to Faster Planet. It's a small planet, but it has rich resources of awakening gold, which is one of the important materials for mecha manufacturing. As Powell spoke, he placed a handkerchief on the table next to Zilu, who was eating. We were there for this material. In short, we were stationed there and even produced quite a few standard mechas. But our numbers were still too few to meet the conditions for testing the mecha's qualifications. At that time, my commanding officer, it wasn't Lady Dorothy back then. Powell sometimes found Cosima's expressions surprisingly easy to read. He gestured for the eating Cosima to eat a bit more, and when he saw her reach for another piece of touch-tan fish pie, he continued, "My commanding officer at that time, he has already sacrificed." Anyway, he thought a method he considered clever. He issued a decree that any native who could successfully test a mecha would be exempt from hard labor. Cosima stopped chewing. Unfortunately, not a single native succeeded. However, over 600 natives who were tested, they all died. Yes, all of them died. Seeing Zilu's agape mouth and shocked expression, Powell further explained his viewpoint. But it's precisely because they all died that it shows the mecha really absorbed their mental power. It's just that their mental power reserves were too low. I think their deaths were caused by the mecha absorbing too much. My God, compared to the ending of this story, Zilu was more shocked by Powell himself, because the seemingly honest and friendly Powell had completely changed in her eyes. When he spoke of the colonized natives, discussing their suffering and death, his face was completely indifferent, as if he were merely mentioning the death of an ant or the hot weather that morning. Do you agree with my thoughts? Seeing Zilu still looking at him in shock, Powell couldn't help but laugh. Zilu lowered her head, took a few more sips of water, and swallowed the food that had lodged in her throat. Maybe you want to see a mecha for yourself? The current standard mechas have changed a lot. Even if you don't have mental power, you can still take a look inside. Actually, I've seen mechas. Is Jensen's mecha considered a standard mecha? Of course not. Powell poured more water into Zilu's small cup. That is a specially made mecha, a very special type. Standard mechas are more suitable for beginners and airy with insufficient mental power. If you want to learn about this knowledge, I think starting with standard mechas is a good choice. What do you think? A few minutes later, standing under the several-meter-tall standard mecha, Zilu felt a twinge of regret. She glanced at Powell, who was smiling kindly beside her, and suddenly replayed his earlier words in her mind. They all died. All died, dead. Is it too late to regret now? Don't worry, I've modified the permissions of the mecha. It 1T start. You can take a close look at it. You can get in from this side. Powell seemed to have seen through her concerns, cutting off her unspoken retreat from another angle. Indeed, Powell had specifically brought the mecha over. Backing down now would seem to waste his kindness. It's just a look. Encouraged by Powell, Zilu boarded the light mecha. The close-up observation and experience were indeed more profound than what could be understood from words alone. The interior of the standard mecha was not large and was not as astonishing as the one Jensen used. Here, there was a solid floor and a smooth control panel that emitted a cool light. That was all. The helmet device that should have been present had been removed by Powell to avoid any accidents. Zilu reached out to touch the cold control panel. She originally thought it would feel solid, perhaps like marble, but she was surprised to find her fingertips slightly sinking when she gently placed them on it. She pressed down with a bit more force, and the surface easily dented like jelly. This texture was quite fascinating. Ding! Just as she felt intrigued and entertained, she suddenly heard a faint sound. She looked around but didn't see any other objects. However, the sound seemed particularly close to her, as if it was ringing in her ear. Zilu thought for a moment, then bent down to look, but at the moment she lowered her head, the front suddenly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, she saw green leaves of a plant called spirit grass covering the entire ground. As if she could smell a certain fragrance at the tip of her nose, and something flashed in her peripheral vision. Zilu immediately turned her head to look and unexpectedly saw Powell waiting for her. What's going on? Instinctively, she straightened her body and took a step back, creating some distance from Powell. What Zilu did not expect was that in Powell's eyes, the mecha that should have obediently kept its head down suddenly straightened up and even took a step back. Powell immediately moved forward, wanting to check the mecha's condition. But to his surprise, when he moved, the mecha also moved back. Zilu, are you okay? Come down. Zilu saw Powell's anxious face, an amplified voice, and thought of a certain possibility, and she immediately froze in place. What in the world is happening? She was certain she hadn't made any different movements and didn't feel any so-called mental power connection. Moreover, the biggest problem now was, how could she disengage from this connected state and safely leave the mecha? The head of the standard mecha drooped down. Zilu struggled to calm herself, and her brain was racing. She thought of the intelligent brain of this world, the terminal, and even the decorations in the room, all of which could be easily controlled by consciousness or voice. Was this mecha based on the same principle? Leave, log out, shut down. Zilu tried several words, but none worked. Her desire to leave this place grew stronger, and her inner anxiety and impatience inevitably increased. Outside, Powell was also cautiously approaching the mecha, trying to avoid triggering the previous setting that made the mecha move. Although he didn't know where the problem lay, just thinking of Prince Jansen's face sent a chill down his spine. He believed that if Prince Jansen found out about today's events, his head might just relocate on the spot. Because of this, he became increasingly cautious. However, unexpectedly, the moment he touched the mecha, the light mecha slightly floated up. Upon realizing a certain possibility, Powell's face darkened. Sure enough, the next second, the thrusters of the light mecha rapidly activated and flew forward at high speed. Wait! Powell hurried to follow, seeing the light mecha skimming towards the lake. He quickly activated his mecha device and chased after it with all his might. Stop, stop, stop. Be careful. Wah. Zilu felt as if she were in a 5D experience room. She could smell the damp air mixed with the scent of grass and soil, and she could feel the coolness and sting of the wind hitting her face, while the scenery of the suburbs rapidly rushed past her as they sped towards the lake. Stop. When Zilu saw the shimmering lake, that was the only thought left in her mind. Just as Powell reached the lakeside, he saw the light mecha suddenly stop in the center of the lake. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the mecha, with its power system shut down, began to fall into the lake. Both of them changed their expressions dramatically. Zilu desperately waved her arms. She realized that this mecha could indeed read part of her thoughts, but its understanding of those thoughts was clearly quite flawed. She had to try another approach, attempting to control the mecha as she would her own limbs to help it better understand her intentions. Fly, fly, fly. Unfortunately, the mecha still couldn't grasp the operator's thoughts well. As the mecha's legs submerged into the water and the cold dampness spread over Zilu's thighs, the mecha finally awakened from its owner's strong consciousness and shot straight up into the sky. Tears streamed down Zilu's face. She didn't know if it was from fear or the wind. Taking advantage of the mecha's brief moment of slowing down, Powell finally caught up. He lunged up and managed to grab the mecha's thigh before it plunged into the clouds, pulling down with all his strength. Zilu finally had a chance to catch her breath. She tried hard to calm her emotions. If this mecha truly had the ability to read thoughts like a terminal, she couldn't let other chaotic negative emotions further affect the mecha's judgment at this moment. After all, based on the mecha's reading situation so far, its understanding ability was indeed very poor. Chapter 40. Traitor. Since Powell had caught up, Zilu decided to trust him and let the mech power down again. Just like before, allowing Powell to take it back. Zilu closed her eyes, not letting the high-altitude view affect her mindset. Stop. She repeatedly visualized the mech's initial state of being completely powered down in her mind, continuously repeating the thought of wanting it to shut down. Fortunately, this time, nothing went wrong. After receiving the operator's thought, the light mech finally shut down all its power systems. Even the connected channels were inadvertently closed by Zilu. Once disconnected, Zilu could truly control her body, and the view was no longer the external scenery seen through the mech, but everything her own eyes could see. At this moment, Zilu felt her limbs were weak. She cautiously sat down slowly on the ground. She couldn't see what was happening outside, but Powell should be able to handle the mech and bring her back, right? Although she still felt a bit uneasy, Zilu didn't dare to touch anything inside the mech again. If she accidentally connected with the mech again, they all died, dead. Powell's calm and indifferent tone when recounting past events still echoed in her mind. Zilu touched her head, not feeling any discomfort for the time being, but she couldn't help but feel anxious inside. The light mech moved without much jostling during the process, only trembling slightly when it landed. Zilu steadied herself, looking expectantly at the mech's exit. After inadvertently connecting with the mech, the exit had closed automatically, and she didn't know how to open it now. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. Powell's figure slowly appeared behind the door, the exit opened, and sunlight flooded in, finally giving Zilu a sense of returning to reality. "Are you okay?" Powell stepped in front of her, raising his hand as if to touch her, but hesitated and withdrew it. "I should be fine," Zilu replied with a wry smile. "Can we go back?" Indeed, curiosity killed the cat, and Zilu wouldn't want to touch anything like the mech again for a while. Meanwhile, Jensen was unaware that Cosima was teetering on the edge of life and death. His first standard mech had finally completely broken down after excessive use. Fortunately, there were no issues detected by the Dreaming Network. But Jensen wasn't in a hurry to connect mentally. "What did you say?" Terrence looked up from another mech's diagnostic report, scanning Jensen from head to toe, then back again. His exaggerated expression made Jensen want to laugh. "Adding a barrier device to the Dreaming Network." "Yes, it's the barrier device on the standard mech operating system." "Right, I know. That way I won't be able to directly control the Dreaming Network with my mental power. I'll need to use an operating device to convey my operational intent." "Yes, it's like imposing an operating system." "Yes, I know, it's a needless cumbersome operating system." Jensen patiently responded to Terrence's repeated doubts. After all, one of the advantages of a custom mech was the seamless connection, allowing the user to control the mech accurately without delay. If a barrier used by standard mechs was added, how to accurately convey the user's operational intent would become a problem, not to mention the inevitable operational delay. However, Jensen wanted to add this barrier device for two reasons. First, to verify his idea of whether the Dreaming Network was excessively drawing on his mental power and whether it had absolute control over his mental sea. Second, to nip any potential dangers that the Dreaming Network might harbor in the bud, blocking the blades that could strike at the owner at any moment. On the battlefield, control delays of the mech would indeed affect the situation. But the impact of a companion who could stab you in the back at any time far outweighed the so-called operational delay. This experience of being backstabbed during the surprise attack finally made Jensen resolute in eliminating the hidden dangers posed by the Dreaming Network, and serendipitously, he obtained enough evidence to uncover the traitor who had been leaking information. All things considered, having been stabbed in the back, he wasn't at a loss either. Jensen thought humorously. "All right." Terrence reluctantly got up from his position, and Liz immediately took his place, leaving Terrence with no chance to turn back. "As we agreed, I won't have time to help you dismantle the barrier in the next couple of days." Of course, the next couple of days were a period of preparing resources for war, and Jensen didn't have extra time to deal with mech issues. Seeing that there was no turning back, Terrence finally packed up his equipment and returned to the side of the Dreaming Network. "Then it's up to you." Terrence had always been a tough-talking but soft-hearted person. Jensen ignored his sour face and left with a suppressed smile. "Jensen, everyone is here." Just as he left the room, he happened to run into Dorothy, saving him the trouble of contacting her. "How's the battlefield cleanup going?" Jensen didn't stop, walking toward the original direction, and the footsteps behind him quickly followed. "This time the situation isn't very optimistic." Dorothy paused for a few seconds before speaking. Jensen glanced at her, and he had a sense of what was happening. The timing of this surprise attack was indeed poor. The large warships in the main city of Barrow and the number of launch points available couldn't meet their current needs. They were gathering forces to various main cities so that their soldiers could leave the planet Brett at the same time on the large warships distributed across the main cities and simultaneously attack Laskin. Jensen's mech was undergoing emergency adjustments at this crucial moment, but he never expected that there would be a traitor inside, and a traitor of such high rank at that. Jensen and Dorothy entered the downward passage and quickly arrived at the previous isolation room. At this time, several generals had already arrived in the isolation room, with only a few still outside directing and ensuring the normal operation of various matters after the battle. "Why are you here too? Is there something important?" York was the first to break the silence. Dorothy glanced at him but said nothing. Instead, Jensen spoke up. Just a small matter. It will be resolved soon. His voice was steady, and his actions seemed casual. He walked to the front of the generals and waved his hand in the air. The video footage that had already been extracted was projected into the air, with the familiar black mech lifting its sword and swinging down. The action frozen at the moment the blade swung past. "What is this?" Yerk asked, his figure completely hidden behind his comrades. "A traitor. This footage was extracted from the mech I operated this time." "Where is he?" Donald, who had been silent, was the first to speak this time. His limbs were robust, and his muscular build showed veins slightly bulging around his neck. His fists were tightly clenched, as if he hadn't recovered from the bloody battlefield. "Dead," Jensen said as he enlarged the image, focusing on the unique code of the black mech. The crowd stirred, beginning to use their high-level terminals to check the person's information and team. "This is a member of the 19th Squad. His military contribution points are almost 6,000. He's already a candidate for captain. Yes, if this surprise attack hadn't encountered any accidents, he would have been the new captain of the 27th Squad." Dorothy had already gained a simple understanding of the whole situation before coming. 27th Squad isn't that. Everyone turned to look back at York, who was silently standing behind them. "Yes, from Squad 1 to Squad 20. His Highness George is the direct person in charge. From Squad 21 to Squad 30. York is the primary person in charge. However, many people don't know that originally, Squad 16 to 20 were also managed by York. As for why the change happened, I think no one knows except for the parties involved." After Dorothy finished speaking, Jansen raised his hand to change the image. "At first, I just wanted to confirm the identity of the deceased to trace the usage status of the rebel mech that had attacked his companions. This is a custom mech, which generally wouldn't appear on a candidate captain, but this uniqueness also brings a benefit. Anything that doesn't truly belong to him will definitely leave traces in the data. A custom mech without an owner will leave a record after each use, allowing Terrence to make adjustments for its future true owner." Jansen's tone was flat, as if he were discussing an ordinary, trivial matter. To confirm how many companions he had attacked during this raid, I briefly checked the entire footage of this custom mech. Then, I discovered something interesting. With a gentle wave of Jansen's hand, the first-person perspective image just appeared in mid-air, and the familiar figure in the crowd turned and ran outward. "Catch him." The people in this isolation room were not simple. They immediately noticed this and all rushed towards him. "Don't bother with him." Jansen calmly blocked his subordinate's actions while leaning against the wall. The smile that always adorned York's face was replaced with panic. He looked at his halted comrades, then at the composed Jansen in front of him, and ultimately gritted his teeth and turned back to run towards the exit. "Give it up, York. The permissions here have already been shut down." Dorothy had not turned her head to look at him the whole time. Her heart was burning with rage. Sadly, just thinking about how a former comrade was now struggling in such a pathetic manner in this isolation room made her an opportune compassion surface, forcing her to speak up. "York!" In his fear and panic, didn't he really hear Dorothy's words, perhaps unwilling to accept the reality? He futilely pounded and crashed against the exit, even activating the mech's systems to bombard outward. But this sturdy cage, specially designed for Aerie and mechs, would not be shaken by that. "Are we all ready?" A familiar voice flowed out from the good playback equipment in the isolation room. "Of course. What about the reward you promised me?" The temporary owner covered in the black mech was facing York. "Don't worry. Deborah will definitely die in this raid. After tonight, you will be the new captain of Squad 27. Chapter 41 Evidence. What? You don't believe me?" The York in the first-person perspective no longer had the usual playful demeanor. "Look at where your mecha came from. I'll tell you, there are plenty of people willing to help me. If it weren't for the fact that you handled the last incident with George quite well, you would even have had the chance to touch these things." York sneered and punched the other person on the shoulder, indicating him to look at the black mecha that had formed around him. "That's not me. I didn't mean to harm His Highness." This person seemed quite dissatisfied with York's words, but lacked the confidence to refute. Fine, just get lost. You have half an hour to send the message out. The dedicated communication device is at Su White Square, and you can use this to locate the specific position. York shoved a small object into this person's hand. "Don't mess it up. If you get caught, you know what to say, right?" "I know." Lord Donishu's drinking problem flared up. The unspoken words behind were likely familiar to them, and they didn't linger on this topic. "Well, get going. By the way, after you become captain, Make sure to clear the accounts for this mecha and delete all the data as soon as possible. The person turned back after just turning around because of York's words. The lens of the mecha directly met York's indifferent gaze. He was silent for a few seconds before nodding. This brief scene quickly played out against the backdrop of York's assault on the isolation room's exit. If anyone were to feel the most unconvinced and eager to bring York to justice now, it would probably be Shu, who had unknowingly taken the fall multiple times. The disappearance of the audio also made York stop his pointless attacks. He turned pale and faced his former comrade, now enemy. Your Highness, Shu just opened his mouth when he was stopped by Jensen's raised hand. First, take him down. As for your own problems, you'll explain yourself later and face punishment. The alcohol here is highly addictive, and it's forbidden to touch it in the army. York's ability to use his drinking problem as an excuse and succeed multiple times proves that he truly exploited his authority. Yes, Jensen slightly raised his chin, and the group of beasts just off the battlefield pounced on the traitor in the corner. It was a one-sided battle, and even the prey gave up resisting under Jensen's indifferent gaze. You suspect George's death is not simple? Dorothy walked the same path as Jensen. Yes. No need to worry, just don't let him die. Jensen entered the ascending passage alone, his indifferent expression meeting Dorothy's, and his figure quickly disappeared into the moving corridor. But that last cold glance seemed to have seen through Dorothy's emotional undercurrent. Dorothy wiped her face, feeling that these brief 10 minutes were more exhausting than fighting all night. Why does this world have so many color traps in addition to black and white? Jensen returned to the mecha debugging room and climbed onto the Dreamweaver network to assist Terrence inside. Time was incredibly precious for him now. Terrence only glanced at Jensen's arrival before continuing his own work. After all, if we're talking about it, he was still half a teacher to Jensen. Back when the decree was first issued, Jensen was the first underage person to bind a mecha, receiving education from various parties. Terrence had also been assigned to assist Jensen, and the entire Aerie clan had worried about the life and death of this young prince. However, fortunately, this once fearless young man was now capable of standing on his own. With Jensen's help, the barrier that Terrence had considered a useless burden was successfully installed, and the standard mecha operating system brought by the barrier was also installed smoothly. Now, only the meaningless spiritual binding was left. This is the latest system. The barrier is also the newest model. This assembly is quite simple, and you saw the installation just now, right? Terrence tidied up his things, preparing to leave the mecha, but he didn't forget to turn back and remind Jensen. I saw it clearly, but I don't need to disassemble it. You okay. Let us see how you managed to bind it successfully. Terrence was somewhat amused by Jensen's stubbornness. He quickly packed up his things and left without looking back. Jensen calmly watched him leave before beginning to prepare for the spiritual binding with the Dreamweaver network. In fact, with this barrier and operating system, Jensen could control the mecha even without connecting to the Dreamweaver network, though this control would inevitably be less effective. However, Jensen also wanted to take this opportunity to return to that void where he could face the Dreamweaver network, confirming its status and finally verifying the truth. I learned about the mech-related content today. Some things are quite interesting. The ID that Jensen had set as a special focus finally sent a response to a message from several hours ago after a long silence. Jensen immediately put down his work, eager to start a video call with Zilu, but he forced himself to hold back. Post-war reorganization is a golden period. He must strive to make a perfect and effective counterattack during this time. Only then can he quickly end the war and return to Zilu's side. Jensen simply organized the research papers he had compiled over the years and sent them to Zilu. If you're interested, you can take a look. Also, I asked Powell to prepare a few mechas for you. Perhaps observing them up close can give you different insights. Not long after this message was sent, Jensen received a reply. No. It seemed that Zilu realized her refusal was too abrupt and quickly sent a second message. I will take a good look. Thank you. But there's no need to trouble Powell. Are you doing well? Koizma is still so gentle and kind, and she is concerned about me. Concerned about me, Sai. I've made her worry. I really should talk more about my situation. Although he thought this way, the earlier gloom in Jensen's mind was easily swept away by Zilu's caring words, and the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. How should I phrase this appropriately? It's better to avoid the topic of war as much as possible. A single reply made Jensen ponder for a long time. Although he didn't fall behind in his work, those unaware might think he was preparing for something significant. After all, even the preparations for war and investigations into the rebels hadn't made Jensen invest this much thought. I'm doing well. I will finish up and return as soon as possible. Zilu was momentarily confused upon receiving the message. She turned back to look at the AE language message generated from her voice and didn't see anything urging Jensen to come over. Is it necessary to reply to him without haste? However, saying there's no rush about war sounds quite ominous thinking this. Zilu decided to skip these unnecessary little details. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. Putting aside the sweet and happy feelings Jensen felt upon receiving the message, Zilu had already opened the document Jensen had organized and glanced through it roughly. It must be said that among so many tools, the importance of the translator anytime, anywhere was truly self-evident. Although its daily deduction mechanism made Zilu, who was gradually running low on points, somewhat anxious, it indeed opened a door for her to this world, allowing her to truly understand it. After having a thrilling journey with the mecha, Zilu wanted to find out the reason for the automatic spiritual connection with the mecha at that time. If possible, she also hoped to find relevant materials to ensure that her mental state was all good and not suddenly suffer from any aftereffects that would take her away after many days. In the past, she could communicate with the system anytime and anywhere, but for the past 2 days, the system seemed to have encountered some issues and had not responded to Zilu's inquiries for a long time. Upon reflection, it seemed that this situation had arisen after leaving the garbage star. However, she rarely took the initiative to look for the system before, so she naturally did not notice its absence. There was no other choice but to force herself to search. But what Zilu did not expect was that with just an indirect phrase from her, Jansen could directly send her the refined materials. The whole day surfing on the Star Network seemed to have become a joke. No matter, she would just treat it as a way to exercise her ability to use the terminal. Zilu quickly found herself struggling in the sea of information. Although the materials were already a simplified version, some specific terms were still particularly obscure and difficult for an alien like Zilu to understand. After watching and having the terminal read for more than half an hour, Zilu finally found some of the content she was looking for. Through testing, it was found that some individuals with sufficient mental power reserves, mostly those bound to specially crafted mechs recognized by ARE, could bypass the standard mech's barriers to directly interact with and control the mech. However, this situation might lead to uncontrollable issues such as operational information reading errors and increased delays. The standard mech's operating system still needed further upgrades. The latest version of the operating system could bypass physical operating devices, but the cost was too high and large-scale modifications and promotions could not be carried out at the moment. After reading through it, Zilu's inner confusion did not decrease. So, her previous situation was not uncommon, and there was no problem, right? But she wasn't ARE and couldn't feel the so-called mental power at all. In fact, at that time, she just thought the mech was quite fun and did not have the intention of connecting with it. Zilu carefully recalled the situation at that time. The only point of contact she had with that mech was merely her action of pressing the bouncy control panel. Could it be that mere physical contact could lead to the so-called mental connection? Actually, if this situation really wouldn't cause her any harm, then Zilu's interest in the mechs would still remain. Although the situation was very dangerous and frightening at that time, if she really possessed the ability to control the mech, her confidence in establishing herself in this world would be much stronger. This was the realization Zilu repeatedly pondered after passing through. After all, her trust in the system was decreasing, and recently the system often could not be found. If another dangerous situation occurred, she might not even have the chance to open the system all. Although points still needed to be earned, her other abilities still needed to be cultivated. With this in mind, Zilu eagerly opened the relevant documents on mech control. Chapter 42. The fall. The permissions for the Elvis Armory have been activated. Take a look at the new type of mech with serial number 239009. Send the detailed work report directly to my private terminal. Upon seeing this message, Powell's first reaction was panic. Cold sweat slid down the back of his neck, coursing over his spine. causing him to shudder involuntarily. What does His Highness Jensen mean by this? Does he already know that I took Cosima to see the mechs without permission and put her in danger? What should I do? Is there still a chance to turn things around? If I confess now, is there any possibility of survival? But His Highness Jensen is notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless. That possibility seems too low. Thinking of this, Powell covered his mouth to avoid howling out in distress and startling his colleagues. He still hadn't realized his dream of becoming a general, hadn't yet expressed his feelings to the esteemed Dorothy whom he admired for so long, and hadn't had the chance to raise a strange beast to travel through the stars together. There were still so many things he wanted to do. Am I really going to die young? Frequent job hopping really is a mistake. Isn't it? He thought seizing the opportunity to become His Highness's right-hand man would accelerate his career. But he didn't expect it to escalate so quickly, skipping promotions and retirement and fast-forwarding straight to the steps of entering the Hall of War Gods. No, that's not right. If his military achievements aren't sufficient, he won't even be able to enter the hall. Ugh. Just as Powell felt hopeless about life, the all-knowing His Highness Jensen sent another message. Remember to attach the full audio-visual recording with the report. Submit it within this week. Will he still be alive this week? Audio-visual recordings. Powell suddenly felt enlightened. This must be an opportunity for him to make amends. This time he would definitely provide Cosima with a better experience and ensure her safety 100%. With that in mind, Powell immediately replied to His Highness Jensen's message. Received. Your Highness, please rest assured, I guarantee I will complete the task this time. Jensen, upon receiving the message, glanced at it casually and then focused on his own work. The dream-eating network has now been debugged and is ready for that pointless mental connection. Jensen first connected through the barrier to the dream-eating network, confirming that everything was running smoothly before closing his eyes and trying to enter that familiar void. Jensen opened his eyes, his golden gaze unusually filled with confusion. He remained silent for several seconds, closed his eyes again, and attempted to recreate the sensation of mental energy loss when he entered that void. After a dozen seconds, Jensen opened his eyes. He pondered for a moment and began trying to continuously channel mental energy through the barrier to the mech. However, the mental energy transmitted this way was still far from the mental energy loss caused by direct connection. Jensen spent a considerable amount of time before he managed to re-enter that void. I can't feel you. On a conscious level, the mech's words were more like a transmission of thought, unable to convey information such as gender or age, but could accurately receive the other party's consciousness. How do you feel? Jensen's reply was the same. Rather than a voice, it was more of a thought transmission. He cautiously responded to the dream-eating network while attempting to split his mental energy into two parts in that void. One part would supply power to the dream-eating network, while the other began to explore this void. Having been forewarned, Jensen indeed discovered a force that was extremely similar to his mental energy wandering in this void, trying to invade his mental sea by leveraging Jensen's mental energy. I need you, Jensen, don't resist me. Compared to before, the consciousness of the dream-eating network had already weakened considerably. As Jensen struggled with this force, the consciousness of the dream-eating network seemed to grow even fainter. Is this a part of you? It was Jensen's first time controlling his mental energy with such substance. He could even see the form of his mental energy. Jensen spread out his thick mental energy, and as that strange force wrapped around him, he countered by enveloping and squeezing it within, constantly applying pressure. Initially, the dream-eating network's voice completely disappeared, and only when that strange force weakened under the pressure did the consciousness of the dream-eating network emerge again. It's me. This is mine. Jensen didn't genuinely intend to completely strangle the dream-eating network. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of adding a barrier instead of handing it over to Terrence for inspection. So upon hearing the dream-eating network's consciousness, which was so weak it could barely be understood, he released his hold on that strange force. This is interesting. It seems the dream-eating network does have a certain degree of control over its binders, and it might even possess the power to control his life when he is unprepared. After all, Ares' mental energy is, to some extent, a projection of life force. Damage to mental energy, if severe, could cause Ares to lose consciousness, which would be no different from being a living corpse. Not to mention that while in a binding state, the dream-eating network could directly operate within his mental sea. The dream-eating network seemed to realize something. Adhering to the policy of saying less to avoid mistakes, it chose to fall silent again. Since he still had control over this strange force, Jensen could naturally sense that the dream-eating network's consciousness remained in this void. Come on, my friend. Tell me, how did Daiweos die back then? Back then, young Jensen did not fully understand the mechs. He arrogantly believed that Daiweos had died from his excessive harm. However, it wasn't until Jensen's father passed away that he learned the true cause of Daiweos' death from him. Daiweos died from mental energy exhaustion, not from physical harm. In fact, young Jensen's physical harm to Daiweos was far from enough to easily kill a representative of the war god. This method of death was absurd and had never occurred in Eri, especially not to a representative of the war god, with the only possible culprit being the young Jensen at that time. Although Eri was extremely fond of the strong, they were also very sensitive regarding mental energy. At that time, Jensen had already caused much chaos, both politically and in public opinion. To protect Jensen, his father chose to conceal it. In the end, to preserve this potential candidate for the current war god, Eri voted internally to agree to lift Jensen's punishment and even began to worry about his premature mental binding to the mech. All the absurdity originated from his desire to declare power back then, even more so from the dream-eating network that easily killed its former master. Before learning the truth, Jensen might still have doubted George's words, but after discovering the truth, all so-called facts became distorted. It was you who killed him. Have you forgotten? Your final strike. The dream-eating network fell silent for a while, seemingly realizing it could not escape. It finally agreed to respond to Jensen's question. In this void world, the flow of time is not the same, and Jensen could stop from his busy activities to carefully ponder the events of that year with the dream-eating network. After all, the attitude of the dream-eating network largely influenced Jensen's handling of it. Yes, a minor Eri, a dying mortar shell, plus a fist that barely embedded itself in the mech. The thought Jensen conveyed was unexpectedly calm, without much fluctuation. Perhaps because of this, it became even more mocking. Your mental strength is very powerful. I can feel it. I need a strong master who can help me exist clearly in this world. Daiweos is good, but he has already become exhausted. Jensen's sarcastic remark surprisingly caused the Dream Eater to give up resistance. Perhaps years of companionship made it realize clearly that Jensen's ability to say such words already indicated the end of the matter. He didn't really not know the truth. He just wanted a final confirmation from a companion he had trusted for many years. As a reward, Jensen released the bindings, allowing that strange power to completely break free from his control. The Dream Eater immediately realized this, and the void quickly faded from Jensen's consciousness. Jensen allowed the Dream Eater to escape this area, unilaterally severing their connection. Jensen also detached from the state connected to the void. He opened his eyes and looked at the now very different interior of the Dream Eater's mech. After losing the condition of drawing a large amount of mental power from Jensen, this place no longer had the familiar interstellar domain, nor the distinct arrangement of planets. Jensen stepped on the solid floor inside the mech and smiled. Now that Zilu could enter his mech, he didn't have to worry about her being afraid of the deep dark void. Zilu, who was valued by Jensen, was now indeed seeing the mech again. The one Powell took her to. His Highness asked me to bring you to C-239009. This is the new model, equipped with the latest barrier currently available in the entire Alliance, and it also comes with the newest operating system. I think this time there shouldn't be any problems. Powell and Zilu exchanged a glance, neither of them feeling particularly confident. However, one had an appointment, and the other saw a better future in the mech, so they naturally wouldn't give up easily. Although this mech was also a standard type, the latest system it carried had significantly reduced its operational delay and error rate. As Powell spoke, he opened the exit of the mech. This mech was the most slender Zilu had ever seen. Its overall color was jade white, but the edges were outlined with extremely fine black lines, and the facial lines had softened a lot, making it look more humanized. I've temporarily turned off the operating system. Ahem, I checked it 3 times this time. It should be fine. Nowadays, Powell found it hard to express the firm feelings he had back then. He turned to look at Chapter 43. pre-war based on Zilu's shallow understanding from the literature. She believed that her earlier unintentional connection error might be the main reason for the subsequent loss of control of the mechas. Of course, to be safe this time, Powell followed her throughout the process, just waiting at the exit, and nothing unexpected happened. The internal structure of the new mecha was indeed slightly different. It could be adjusted in various ways according to the operator's needs. Most of the time, Zilu was molding various interiors, such as the current circular tabletop and a matching sofa chair, both of which were her creations. The way these virtual items gradually turned into physical forms felt particularly magical, no matter how many times she saw it. According to Zilu's understanding, the new operating system installed in this mecha no longer required additional connection devices like helmets. Instead, after ID authentication, it released mental power to directly interact with an invisible barrier to enter the operating system. Once successfully entered, she could access the first-person perspective of the mecha that she had seen before. However, all of this could also be adjusted, whether it was vision, touch, or smell. The experiences on the standard mecha were fundamentally different from those on the customized mecha. The customized mecha, due to its mental connection, eliminated the barriers set by intermediaries. So to some extent, all the operator's senses were synchronized with the customized mecha, allowing them to feel everything that the customized mecha sensed. However, the standard mecha did not have this function and could only operate through barriers and additional artificial operating systems. So these sensations were forcibly added for the operator's experience. Not only was there a difference from the actual mecha experience, but operators could also choose to turn these sensations on and off. Currently, Zilu could not fully understand the difference between customized and standard mechas, but for her, being able to control the standard mecha was already quite good. The cheapest mecha in the system all was 10,000 points, which was quite promising. A standard mecha could not only protect herself, but might even allow for short interstellar travel like Jensen's mecha. Powell, could I try to operate it? As time ticked away, Zilu hesitated for a long time before speaking to Powell, who was standing guard at the exit. Recently, to avoid troubling Powell, she had been quietly wandering around Batstar in the afternoons, but the city management here was definitely very strict. Anyway, Zilu had not seen a garbage dump here, not even a trash can, so her plan to collect garbage for points had to be temporarily shelved. Every opportunity to interact with a mecha was particularly precious to Zilu before she earned her own mecha. Looking up at Powell's vacant eyes, Zilu felt even more embarrassed. It's okay if I can't. Should we just stop here for today? Since the unexpected incident last time, Powell had been visiting her more frequently, always looking worried, probably because the last incident had brought him a lot of pressure and panic. Powell seemed to be caught in some kind of dilemma. He looked at the mecha and then at the petite Cosima in front of him, his mind constantly recalling Prince Jensen's cold expression when looking at people. In the end, he chose to reach out and stop Cosima from leaving. If you don't mind, perhaps we could first go to the medical bay to check your health. If everything is fine, we could come back here. This was something Powell had wanted to do since the unexpected incident. That is to put the potentially drained Cosima, who could collapse at any moment, into the medical bay. However, the last time Cosima had almost fallen into a deep sleep in the medical bay made him hesitant. This time, Cosima's suggestion also gave him a push. If she didn't get checked, it would be like a ticking time bomb, constantly triggering his nerves. Now that medical resources were skewed toward the front lines, there were no medical personnel, but at least there were still 2 spare medical bays left. Seizing the opportunity to check Cosima's health was better than facing Prince Jensen's punishment later. Sure, Zilu thought of the lightness she felt after coming out of the medical bay last time. She not only did not resist this, but was particularly happy about it. To be honest, although she felt no discomfort, she was still a bit worried. Having the opportunity for a checkup and treatment was the best thing possible. The two reached a consensus, turned their direction, and headed to the medical bay. Thanks to the permissions granted by Jensen, Powell was able to take Cosima through the heavily guarded equipment room without any hindrance and find the precious medical bay. It's ready. Powell stood by as he completed the settings for the medical bay. As soon as he finished speaking, the transparent front cover of the oval medical bay slowly slid back, revealing the entrance. This medical bay was somewhat different from the ones he had seen before, but although Zilu had little trust in Powell, she still had some. She obediently walked to the side of the medical bay, took off her shoes, and then reached up to climb into the opening of the medical bay. Her feet, wrapped in light blue socks, pushed against the smooth surface of the medical bay several times before she finally flipped inside the much larger medical bay. "Are you comfortable?" Powell leaned in to ask. Zilu quickly adjusted her position, lying down obediently on the raised headrest of the medical bay before responding loudly. Once the transparent top cover returned to its place, it quickly filled with a white, fluffy liquid, gradually obscuring the view inside. Powell waited for a moment, and after confirming he no longer heard Zilu's voice, he found a spot to sit down, staring blankly at the complex data projected in midair. Unfortunately, he was not a medical personnel and could only judge whether everything was normal by the color of the data. After an unknown amount of time, a contact box suddenly popped up on his terminal, a feature only available to high-level terminals, and Powell immediately connected it. "Is the trip over? Did you send her back?" That familiar cold bass made him shiver, and he instinctively looked around to see if anyone was eavesdropping, which made Prince Jensen accurately catch him. "The trip is over. I think Cosima should be resting now." Powell's mind raced, trying to articulate his words as precisely as possible. The event of visiting the new mecha has indeed ended. Cosima entering the medical bay could also be considered a form of rest. He wasn't really lying, right? Powell could only be thankful that Prince Jensen hadn't turned on the video call, or else his guilty expression would surely give him away. Send me the work report tonight. If she continues to go out looking for things today, remember to follow my previous instructions." On the other end, Jensen's voice was mixed with a lot of shouting and mechanical roaring. Considering the time, it was about their scheduled deployment time. "Yes, Your Highness. I will keep a close eye on it." After Powell responded, the communication was unilaterally cut off. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that reporting to Jensen about how Cosima always went out alone was the right move. Now this matter had diverted a lot of Prince Jensen's attention, and with the war approaching, it was truly a blessing from the war god that he could continue to muddle through smoothly. Speaking of which, it was precisely because he noticed that Cosima always went out alone that Powell had persisted in visiting her daily, asking whether she had any intention of going out. But he had always received polite refusals. Powell had no choice but to inform His Highness Jansen about this matter. But it was uncertain whether His Highness's plan truly aligned with Cosima's thoughts. While Powell was lost in thought, Jansen, who had cut off communication, was indeed preparing for the final arrangements for the expedition. The takeoff area was extremely noisy, but relatively orderly, as everyone tried to organize supplies within the scheduled time to head towards Raskenstar. There were only 8,000 people here, and I requested to transfer some of the remaining injured to Bart Star, allowing them to accompany the medical supplies, so that the personnel left here could also join the battle. Each main city could allocate around 2,000 to 10,000 personnel. I disagree. If Olead turns the tide, won't Brett Star be lost? Just as Jansen finished the logistics arrangements, he had to face a group of subordinates divided into two factions. Only 100 people needed to remain on Brett Star, and the energy saved from the reduction in medical facilities and per capita resources could be used to support the defense barrier, making it impossible for anyone to enter Brett Star at that time. Dorothy's methods were always radical, and she had long suspected that some people would disagree with her views. No one can enter Brett Star? Then if this war... Gascoigne, who was speaking, realized he had misspoken and quickly stopped, cautiously glancing at Jansen ahead. And seeing no change in his expression, he continued. Once the defense barrier is activated, the resources required are enormous and cannot be easily closed. At that time, we would have no retreat. We originally had no retreat in this battle. Dorothy's face had been dark since this morning. Perhaps it should be said that everyone here who knew about the traitor incident was in a bad mood today. Upon hearing this, Gascoigne's mouth turned down, ready to argue with Dorothy, but he was stopped by a gesture from Jansen. Enough. We truly have no retreat left. Jansen looked at his silent subordinates and then at the busy soldiers around him. They were discussing the future of these soldiers on this makeshift takeoff area. Yet they knew nothing, just charging ahead blindly, entrusting their lives to their superiors without considering the stakes. Let us do as Dorothy suggests. The injured cannot endure a second harm. If we leave them here, we cannot protect them. The resources required for the defense barrier are too great. Even though the resources of Brett Star are considered abundant, they cannot support so many expenditures simultaneously, and Brett Star is just too close to Raskin Star. Once the war fully breaks out, Jansen and his group would be unable to turn back to protect them. The remaining soldiers would be too few, and the chances of protecting this group of injured would be minimal. Let us take action. Wilder will be responsible for confirming the final allocation of resources. Dorothy will consolidate the list of the injured and prepare the civilian spaceship for takeoff. Gather in 1 hour. Chapter 44. Catastrophe. Jensen arranged the tasks for his subordinates one by one before leaving the takeoff platform alone, heading to the underground base of the central fortress in the city of Barrow. Here, an important individual was currently imprisoned. Your Highness. As soon as Jensen entered the dimly lit room, someone approached him. It was Dona Shu, who had taken the blame for many things on behalf of York. Well, did you get anything out of him? Jensen's eyes were not hindered by the darkness. He could clearly see York hanging in the corner of the room, and the sharp scent of blood filled his nostrils. He naturally did not miss the specially designed mech that had been forcibly stripped away. That was York's bound mech, Fangya. The once sleek, light brown surface of the mech was now rugged and uneven, and the head that had once been at the top hung limply, resembling its former owner who had been stripped of his connection. No, but we found some snippets by hacking into his mech. At least we can confirm that he indeed met with Prince George before the duel with Correlate. Jensen merely acknowledged with a sound, staring intently at the pool of blood that was gradually accumulating on the ground, as if deep in thought. Dona Shu couldn't discern his attitude for a moment and could only continue to ask, "Are we leaving now? Are we leaving this person here?" To Dona Shu, the upcoming battle was the most important thing. He feared being left behind by Jensen due to the drinking incident. Jensen seemed to have seen through his intentions, glanced at him indifferently, and turned to leave. Take him with you. You are fully responsible for this matter. Jensen looked back at Dona Shu, who was following closely behind him. Don't let him die. Then can I still go to the battlefield? Before Dona Shu could finish his question, Jensen had already walked away without looking back. Hey! Dona Shu turned back, looking at the half-dead York, and sighed again. It was he who had maimed him, and now he had to take him away. The question was, how should he take him? The news of York being a traitor would soon spread throughout the entire Legion. By then, Dona Shu would have to prevent someone from seizing the opportunity to kill York directly. Hey, this is what you get for being greedy. Dona Shu slapped himself hard on the face. Now, whether he could even go to the battlefield was uncertain. Filled with anger, Dona Shu kicked the damaged mech hard. The specially designed mech, Fangya, stumbled and finally couldn't maintain its balance, kneeling on one knee. The dying York slowly lifted his eyelids, glancing at Fangya, which had lost its mental connection with him, then stared expressionlessly at the irritable Dona Shu. What? Are you dissatisfied? Dona Shu had now truly made an enemy of York. He knew where Ares' weakness was, so he kicked hard at the joint on the other side of the mech. Immediately, the entire mech fell to the ground uncontrollably. Dona Shu was still not satisfied, and his fist, encased in his own mech, began to rain down blows on Fangya. For a moment, the entire space was filled with the sound of intense impacts, and the faint sound of chains shaking in midair went unnoticed. Jensen left the underground base and returned to the takeoff platform to confirm various matters. After a busy round, he finally returned to the original assembly point. The mech is beautiful. I think it will be very helpful for my studies. Thank you. Just as Jensen stood still, a small virtual box popped up from an account he had set for special attention. He looked at it again and began to ponder over his response during this rare break. Why are you smiling so creepily? As soon as Dorothy approached, she saw Jensen smiling at the privacy-protected virtual screen, and his brilliant expression sent chills down her spine. Reminiscent of the time he had demolished a fortress to test the Dreamweaver's features. What? Jensen came back to his senses and casually asked, not caring about Dorothy's reply, as he began to check the list of injured people and spaceship models she had sent a few seconds ago. Let's go with this arrangement. Jensen marked the file as confirmed and sent it back. You go arrange it. It will be best if they were ready within half an hour. The main force will depart in an hour. Understood. Dorothy quickly left after giving her instructions. Almost all the deputies were now at the takeoff platform, ready to depart, making it convenient for Dorothy to pass on orders and expedite the process. Jensen watched her walk away and turned his attention back to the virtual screen, waiting for a new reply, but unfortunately, immediate responses were always precious and rare, and things rarely went smoothly. On the other side, Zilu had just come out of the medical chamber not long ago. This time, the treatment process had gone very smoothly, and Powell had not detected any bad signals from the data colors. Both of them could finally set their minds at ease. The experience of the mech was now on the agenda. If you have any problems, make sure to inform me immediately. Powell watched as Cosima climbed into the mech and hurriedly reminded her again. Okay, Zilu called out and continued into the mech. As the mech's permissions had been unlocked, the interior began to emit a jade-white light that was not harsh on the eyes as soon as she entered. If Zilu hadn't been in here once before, she might not have noticed the change in lighting. Zilu took a deep breath to calm her mind before sitting down in the seat she had boredly molded herself. She leaned against the back of the chair and slowly closed her eyes. The literature mentioned that when your mental power condenses, the barrier of a new type of mech can detect your approach. Zilu still felt quite confused about understanding mental power and couldn't quite grasp its significance in existence. She could only barely rely on her understanding to concentrate her attention inward, just like when she communicated with the terminal, focusing her consciousness on one thing. What are you doing? Just as Zilu was deeply engrossed in her thoughts about touching the elusive barrier of the mech system, a voice exploded in her mind, startling her nearly into jumping. System, why did you suddenly speak? Zilu patted her heart, and everything she had been concentrating on and focusing her mental power on was thrown out the window in that moment of fright. Now her mind was blank, feeling both amused and helpless. Ask what happened. The system's voice was still as proud and unruly as ever, but for some reason, Zilu sensed a hint of guilt in its tone. Where have you been all this time? I called you, and you ignored me. Realizing that dwelling on the recent scare was not very meaningful, Zilu turned to ask more important matters. I've been upgrading recently, so I was in a temporary sleep. Upgrading? What did you upgrade? Zilu had never considered the possibility of the system upgrading, but upon reflection, it seemed somewhat plausible. Zilu, are you okay? Before Zilu could receive a response from the system, Powell, who had been waiting nearby, climbed into the mech, loudly asking through the thick mech layers. Zilu heard Powell's muffled voice coming through the mech and could only walk over to the exit to shout, I'm fine. Please wait a moment. Confirming that there was no response from the other side, Zilu returned to her seat, neglecting the system's silence, and prepared to experience the mech first. After all, there would be more opportunities to settle accounts with the system later. Experiencing the mech was uncertain. I'm going to try to connect to the mech now. I'll talk to you later. Why do you want to connect to the mech? You usually don't talk this much. Zilu was speechless and decided not to respond to the system. Aren't you curious about what I upgraded? Not anymore. Zilu held back her words, trying to refocus her attention. Have you seen them all lately? There are several new items available. Did you notice? Why have you been interested in mechas recently? Zilu had 1,000 words in her mouth, but she swallowed them all with effort. She began to feel a bit anxious, wanting to quickly enter the state of connecting with the mecha to realize the operations and concepts she learned from the literature. Powell, who had just asked her a question outside the door, made her a little uneasy, fearing that taking too long would put him in a difficult position. As this anxious feeling reached a peak, Zilu suddenly fell into a mysterious state, and she was very aware internally that she had touched the so-called barrier. The system's voice, although still present, became vague, as if it were separated by a layer of glass. Zilu slowly opened her eyes and saw the view of the mecha in the sky. She suddenly felt relieved. She really did have the presence of mental power. Choosing the path of the mecha must be the right decision. Perhaps in the future, she could pilot the mecha to search for the blue planet in the vast interstellar space. Zilu was excited, but still managed to restrain herself. She tried to delve deeper into that ethereal barrier, feeling her consciousness completely enveloped by it before she began to visualize specific actions in her mind. Soon, the jade-white mecha responded with corresponding movements. It seemed that the previous incorrect connection had indeed caused the mecha to repeatedly fail to understand her correct thoughts. Controlling the mecha was not as difficult as she had imagined, since the mecha was still in the armory, although the space was large. There were many items around that did not meet Zilu's need to move around, so she decided to stop while she was ahead. Zilu tried to close the sensory experience, then shifted from the first-person perspective to a strange third-person view, and finally to a virtual screen projection angle. Like playing a game, she performed several simple squats, and then closed her eyes again, attempting to detach her mental power from the mecha. Zilu felt her soul leaning back, slowly tearing away from the layer of barrier enveloping her. You will excessively consume your mental power like this. Just as Zilu opened her eyes and her consciousness returned to her body, she received a loud complaint from a system. "It's fine, I've checked." Zilu quickly got up and hurried to the exit, gently waving the crescent-shaped terminal that Powell had temporarily given her at the door. The smooth, seamless wall soon cracked open a narrow seam and slowly opened to both sides. Chapter 45. Unexpected Change. Powell, sorry to keep you waiting. As Zilu emerged, she quickly entered the makeshift ascending and descending passage beside the mech, soon reaching the ground and meeting Powell, who was waiting nearby. "It's all right, how are you feeling?" Powell planned to inform His Highness Jansen about Cosima having mental powers tonight, using a more tactful approach. This was big news. Of course, it was necessary to skip over the incident of the mech unexpectedly activating for the first time. Very well, this mech is really amazing. Zilu was unaware that the seemingly simple-minded Powell was already prepared to disclose everything about her to Jansen. She enthusiastically praised the mech behind her as they walked side by side out of the armory, greeted by the brilliant afternoon sunlight. The doors of the armory slowly closed behind them, and the surrounding surveillance eyes finally withdrew their prying gazes. "Let's go, I'll walk you back to rest." Zilu was about to agree, but upon seeing the sunlight, she changed her mind. "No need, I can go back by myself. I know the way. You can go to your thing, don't worry about me." Powell originally wanted to persuade her further. After all, the fragile Cosima was better off growing up under care. But he suddenly remembered His Highness Jansen's instructions and hurriedly swallowed the advice that was on the tip of his tongue. "Oh, okay. Be careful on your way." Powell initially intended to stand there and watch Cosima walk away, but worried that his presence might change her original plan, he quickly pretended to walk back, and after a distance, hid behind a protruding virtual statue beside the armory. "Hey, Powell, what are you doing?" The surveillance eye, which had hidden back inside the armory, immediately popped out again upon sensing the creatures gathering outside. Seeing that Cosima had already disappeared from beside Powell, the person behind the eye finally dared to speak up, their voice loud enough to make Powell want to smack them. "Sure." Powell quickly hushed the chatter of the surveillance eye and immediately stretched his neck to look outside. In the distance, Cosima seemed to be in a good mood, playing with the stones on the ground on one foot, apparently unaware of the commotion here. Powell breathed a sigh of relief, then set aside the overly curious surveillance eye and carefully followed her. "Hey, what are you playing with?" The surveillance eye's words couldn't retain Powell, who was getting further away from Cosima. He sighed and had no choice but to retract the eye, continuing to watch over the fortress. During these few days on Barth, besides studying commonly used world languages and some AE language, Zilu also needed to ensure a certain amount of hotspot views, especially keeping an extra eye on the news about the Ares Civil War. Most importantly, she needed to find an opportunity to understand the layout of the Marcus main city and locate places like a garbage dump or recycling center. Today was a rare outing, and since it was still early, she could connect with the place she had explored last time. Zilu leisurely wove through the streets and alleys, occasionally encountering a few locals who often paused to watch her leave. When she first ventured out alone to explore the terrain, Zilu felt very uncomfortable, but now she could handle it calmly. After all, thinking from a different perspective, if she encountered an alien while out on Blue Star, she would probably also curiously take a few more glances. Since the main streets here were very wide and clean, making everything clear at a glance, Zilu could only take a different route, diving into the alleys while also looking for a way to the lakeside. If she could find a beach or similar place, it would be great so that next time she looked for the mermaids, she could directly arrange a meeting point without needing to go through the underwater water house, thereby avoiding the hassle of having Barbara and the others open the door. The weather here was neither too hot nor too cold, only a bit cool at night. Very much like early spring. Under the sunlight, Zilu felt warm and comfortable. The gaps between the alleys were also quite large, with not many dark corners. Sharp-roofed houses lined up in order, and the signs of time grew thicker as she ventured deeper. As time passed, Zilu's fondness for the city also rose daily. The crisp sound of her footsteps on the bluestone alley faded away as Powell cautiously peeked his head out from a corner, estimating the distance before quickly connecting to his subordinate-esque communication. Quick right now. Set everything up. Evacuate in 3 minutes. The hushed voice was cut off in the next second, as Powell immediately withdrew his head the moment Cosima turned around, only daring to peek out again after nearly a minute. At this time, Cosima had already reached the end of the alley, and the 2 or 3 Arii passing by noticed the suspicious shadow following her. They frowned, preparing to approach to see which audacious fellow dared to disobey His Highness's orders to get close to Cosima, when they suddenly saw that familiar head sneakily popping out. "Powell, what are you up to?" "Shoo." Powell didn't have time to deal with this group of Arii. He quickly activated the video and chased after the figure that turned the corner. "My lord, everything is arranged." Powell glanced at the information sent by his subordinate, hurriedly hiding again in a corner, only letting a corner of the crescent-shaped terminal peek out. The real-time virtual screen emitted by the terminal only occupied a small part of the dark corner, clearly reflecting Zilu's stationary figure. As the camera zoomed in slightly, it magnified the details of Cosima's face. At this moment, she seemed very confused. She repeatedly checked the sign on the wall, looked at a pile of items on the ground, then turned to glance at the camera before looking to the other side, curiously observing her surroundings. As if finally confirming something, Zilu finally reached out, pressing her small palm on the pile of scattered parts. Cosima's lips moved as she mumbled something, and Powell pulled the camera back a bit, only to be surprised to find that the originally scattered parts had disappeared. Cosima seemed to be in a great mood. She looked around again, and the absence of any figures clearly made her feel much more at ease. She finally smiled and began stepping on the stone tiles, walking in the original direction. Powell waited until Cosima was no longer visible in the camera before running out from the corner. He arrived at the spot where Zilu had just been, glanced at the prominent warning words printed on the wall by his subordinate, which read discarded items. The objects that had originally piled up below had indeed vanished. To be safe, Powell even stepped on the ground to confirm that his subordinates hadn't done anything superfluous like setting up a mechanism or a storage room down there. How strange. Powell looked up at the sky, and upon seeing a surveillance eye hovering in the air, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he didn't have time to follow Cosima anymore and hurried towards the monitoring center of Marcus' main city. Zilu was unaware of everything happening behind her. She continued walking towards the lakeside. "System, what exactly did you upgrade? Everything still looks the same to me." Finally, Zilu found a garbage point and was very lucky to encounter recyclable metal items. A set of leftover parts from mech repairs surprisingly could be worth 200 points. Looking at the familiar system interface, which displayed her current balance, she found she had a total of 870 points. Looking at the numbers, Zilu felt the air become sweet, and the anxiety that had been lingering for days vanished. It seemed that the day of buying a mech was just around the corner. "Humans, can you not be so superficial? Didn't you notice that I've been online since the upgrade? Am I not the most important? But weren't you also online all the time back on that garbage planet?" Although she could sense the system's attempt to downplay the issue, Zilu didn't want to argue, considering their long-term cooperation. Yes, so you won't need to upgrade anymore, right?" Zilu emphasized the word upgrade, but unfortunately, the system had thick skin. "We'll see. Anyway, I won't be leaving you for now." Such words. Zilu felt she had too many complaints and simply treated its words as background noise while focusing on replying to Jensen's messages. "Great. I'm really looking forward to it. Which planet do you want to visit then?" In the message Jensen initially sent, he also attached a real-time image. Having seen several standard mechs, Zilu clearly recognized the internal layout of a mech. Jensen mentioned that his mech had changed a lot and wondered if she would like it. He also mentioned that after completing the mission, perhaps they could travel to other planets in his mech. This completely aligned with Zilu's thoughts. She was planning to talk about interstellar travel after Jensen returned safely. Zilu wanted to check out a few recently discovered planets to confirm if they were blue star. But due to the war, She didn't want to distract Jensen, so she kept quiet about it. At first, Zilu thought she would have to undertake this journey alone, but unexpectedly, every time she had a new idea, Jensen seemed to magically match her thoughts, even bringing them up before she did. This made her even more excited for the upcoming journey, and her steps felt lighter. Can you not smile so disgustingly? The system was clearly very dissatisfied with Zilu's cheerful demeanor. So what if I smile? Zilu's good mood would not be easily dampened by the system. Her view gradually filled with the blue lake not far away, and she could smell the slightly fishy dampness in the air. Zilu took a deep breath and ran towards the blue lake, letting the wind blowing towards her calm her excited heart. The special marker information occupying a corner of the virtual screen was flickering, hoping to catch the owner's attention. Unfortunately, at that moment, Jensen was already distracted by something else. Say it again. Jensen looked expressionless at Tagnash, who had just appeared before him again after their recent meeting. At that moment, fine sweat had already appeared on Tagnash's forehead under Jensen's indifferent gaze, his face slightly pale, fists clenched tightly, swallowing a few times before finally parting his dry lips. York! He is dead. Chapter 46 Work Report. Although Donishu was at fault with the impending war, we need enough commanders. A commander who can't get things done? Gaskell was silenced by a single remark, and the person who silenced him was the expressionless Jansen. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words, not daring to speak carelessly anymore. Donishu was responsible for escorting the wounded back to Bartstar. Now you have 10 minutes left. Donishu initially wanted to plead for himself, but now, with his body intact, he seemed to his colleagues to be the mercy granted after Jansen took power. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't voice anything. Under the gaze of his comrades, he turned to leave. If this mission fails again, you won't need to come back. Jansen coldly glanced at Donishu's frozen back before walking towards the nearby spacecraft. Everyone took their positions, and the teams began to tally up. We depart in 20 minutes. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison and quickly dispersed, directing the assembled soldiers at the launch pad to board the spacecraft and confirming the soldiers' ID information with each team leader along with the supplies gathered by each ship. The fleets in other main cities also began to mobilize after receiving terminal notifications. Among the busy personnel, Dorothy, leisurely following Jansen, stood out. Jansen turned back and gave her a look which Dorothy knew was mixed with disdain and a hint of confusion. What's wrong? I'm busy up front. There's no work for me here. That was true, and Jansen couldn't be bothered with her. He needed to confirm all the final reports submitted by his subordinates. And if Dorothy wanted to follow, he didn't mind using her as a spare. George once said you were the most suitable candidate for king. I didn't believe it then. I didn't expect George to be right. Jansen walked into the spacecraft's ascent passage, allowing Dorothy to follow him. He remained non-committal about her words. You never listened to orders or cared about the rear before, but now you're analyzing the pros and cons and prioritizing the bigger picture. What exactly do you want to say? As soon as they exited the ascent passage, the office door quickly opened upon recognizing the owner. Jansen kept walking, too lazy to guess the meaning behind Dorothy's words. It's nothing. I'm complimenting you. That was sincere. Dorothy saw Jansen's change regarding Donishu. Initially, she thought Jansen would take Donishu along, only valuing combat power and neglecting more important things, like the importance of obeying orders within the team. She didn't expect him to make a decision that only a great prince like Adam could make. Adam was too autocratic, George too gentle. And Dorothy saw a different future in Jansen. Perhaps her agreement to support Jansen's decision could indeed continue the rule of the Aerie faction. As all the trivial matters approached their end, the final boarding of the spacecraft went smoothly. The civilian spacecraft carrying the wounded took off first, and as it broke through the clouds, the shield instantly opened, concealing the civilian spacecraft within. The battle spacecraft preparing for the expedition quickly followed, densely covering the sky and departing from Brett's star in an orderly manner. After a brief silence, the lights on Brett's star began to extinguish in large patches, a sign of resource conservation and a precursor to activating the large protective shield. At first, only a few inconspicuous points of light rose from the ground. Before long, more and more light points shot into the sky, gradually connecting into lines, then merging into surfaces wrapping the periphery of Brett's star tightly. After an increasingly intense glow, a fully formed shield appeared, completely obscuring it from view. From that moment on, whether the residents of Brett Star or outsiders, anyone coming into contact with the planet's outer shield would dissolve and vanish. All resources on Brett Star had begun to ignite, and before they burned out, no one could step foot on Brett Star. Olade's move was truly ruthless. At least a third of my troops were lost. That's because your people are all stationed in Barlow City. Who else would you use your troops on? That may be true, but given our heavy losses, shouldn't resources tilt a little our way? Why should they? Didn't your numbers decrease? We have plenty of people here, and we don't have enough resources to distribute. How could we give you any? TSK, that's not very considerate of you. If you think you have too many people, I wouldn't mind taking a few more. Get lost. Jansen rubbed his forehead, allowing the several commanders before him to squabble. After they vented their frustrations, he finally stamped the resource allocation table prepared by his subordinates and redistributed it to their terminals. Stop arguing. Let's go with the original resource allocation. Dismissed. The commanders looked at each other, unwilling to give up so easily, but upon seeing Jansen's expressionless face, they hesitated. Jansen's recent assumption of power had made them realize a bit about his working style, which was completely different from his predecessor's reckless behavior. If one were to say he was as cold and autocratic as the great Prince Adam, he could still listen to their opinions and consider the placement of the wounded. If one were to say he was as gentle and indecisive as the 10th Prince George, he could execute traitors on the spot and demote the erring Donishu to Bart Star. Jansen's attitude left them in a state of indecision, reluctant to leave. What? Do I need to ask you to leave? Jansen leaned back in his chair and coldly looked up at them. The group immediately decided to back down, quickly retreating and disappearing outside the door within seconds. What a bunch of clowns. Jansen wearily closed his eyes, but the familiar notification sound soon pulled his attention back. Actually, I have some thoughts. I really want to find a planet called Blue Star, but I can't find it right now. The information from Zilu also mimicked Jansen's style, attaching a rough hand-drawn map. It depicted a cartoonish version of Blue Star, using large areas of blue to represent the vast ocean. Jansen's first reaction was to compare this drawing with Cosima's former habitat, Correlating Star. I'll help you look for it. Perhaps you'd be willing to tell me why you want to find Blue Star? Jansen had a ridiculous thought in his mind. Could this Blue Star be the new habitat of the Cosima race? Just the possibility of that thought was enough to make Jansen's heart surge with excitement. His first reaction was that Zilu trusted him so much that she would share such an important matter with him. Just thinking about this made Jansen feel electrified, and his heartbeat quickened. If Dorothy were here, she would probably be frightened by the radiant smile on his face. Thank you, Jansen. Ha ha. I feel like I've been thanking you all along. I hope you don't mind. You're just too good to me, and my gratitude is endless. I want to find Blue Star because that's my hometown. I think if you see it, you'll definitely like it. Bang! The solid tabletop cracked with several hidden fissures under the pressure of the owner's might. While the culprit remained immersed in the joy of being entrusted with complete trust by Cosima, unable to extricate himself. If possible, he would want to immediately initiate a video call to see what kind of expression the lovely Cosima would have while talking to him now. Would she feel happy while chatting with him? But thinking about the war hours later and his current disheveled appearance after rolling around on the battlefield brought him back to reality a little. Of course, I agree with your point. Anything related to you is probably hard to resist. It wasn't long after Jensen sent out the information that he really received news related to Zilu. Your Highness, please check today's work report. Additionally, your proposal has indeed been successful. For details, please see the second video clip. Jensen skimmed through the work report sent by Powell, browsing the summary at the bottom to confirm that Zilu should be generally satisfied with today's schedule. He then opened the second video clip. In the second video clip, Powell combined footage recorded by the terminal with images captured by the probe, specifically magnifying the process where Zilu waved her hand and made that pile of discarded recyclable materials disappear into thin air. In fact, Jensen had already noticed Zilu's uniqueness when he was on Garbage Star. Whether it was the storage box that never overflowed with collected recyclable items or the always mismatched information on daily supplies, it all hinted at this. He truly confirmed Zilu's difference when she deliberately sent him away to be alone with the corpse of the half-blood Giplin, Esther. At first, he thought Zilu wanted to vent her frustrations on the Giplin's body. To some extent, he supported this behavior, as long as Cosima wouldn't harm herself. To be safe, Jensen didn't walk far away at that time, but unexpectedly, when he returned halfway, he witnessed the scene where Cosima made the mech disappear with a wave of her hand. When Zilu was frightened by the corpse, he wanted to rush out, but remembering her deliberate action to send him away. He realized this was an important secret for Zilu. Therefore, Jensen ultimately restrained his impulse to approach her until she calmed down from her tears. He then pretended to prepare to return to Zilu's side and coincidentally encountered her as she ran towards him. A Cosima that currently exists in the world. A Cosima who survived that chaos. No matter how peculiar she might be, Jensen could accept her calmly. After all, if Zilu didn't possess these strange traits, perhaps even the god of war couldn't have arranged their meeting. With his mental preparation in advance, Jensen naturally wasn't too surprised by this clip. Compared to the disappearance of that pile of recyclable waste, Zilu's smile at the end attracted him even more. It seems his guess was not wrong. Jensen reached out to touch the radiant smile on the image, starting to think about the possible benefits of the recyclable waste for Zilu. How could he help Zilu avoid everyone's attention and utilize these waste well? After all, disappearing into thin air is still too conspicuous to some extent. Chapter 47 Threat, today's work report, and all video clips have been treated as confidential. Received. Your Highness, rest assured. I deleted the recorded footage from the probe as soon as possible. After glancing at Powell's eager-to-please message, Jansen reopened the work report and carefully reviewed its contents. Upon seeing the terminal power, he paused his reading for a moment, and when he continued, the phrase "connect" to the mecha made him frown again. He suppressed his growing anxiety and finished reading the report carefully, then opened the first attached video clip. It showed the jade-white mecha repeatedly crouching and standing up in the armory. Jansen closed his eyes, trying to suppress the urge to strangle Powell on the other end, and instead hurried to find the medic with Zilu. After a diagnosis in the medical bay, Cosima was found to be fine. This sentence barely brought Jansen back to his rational baseline. Indeed, the war must end with a victory as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could not be at ease handing Zilu over to anyone else. However, it must be admitted that compared to the power that could absorb recyclable waste, it would not be surprising if Zilu truly possessed the ability to control mechas. Moreover, with the support of a mecha, her safety level in this world would also improve significantly. Should he prepare a mecha for Zilu? Jansen rubbed the armrest of his chair, pondered for a moment, and decided to first resolve the issue of recyclable waste. The clearing factory would be closed tomorrow. He would take Zilu to visit it. He would focus on the recyclable waste stacking area and fulfill any requests she might have. Send the work report to my personal terminal. Received. Your Highness, I understand. I promise to complete the task. What do you understand? You just understand? Jansen wanted to tell him not to act impulsively like he did with the mecha incident, to avoid harming Zilu, but he retracted his message just in time. Perhaps Zilla knew better than him what she needed and wanted. At least for now, everything seemed to be going smoothly. His deliberate interference might actually hinder Zilla's development. With this thought, Jansen forcibly restrained his desire to intervene. Your Highness, Liz is ready. The first echelon has entered the controllable range. The information Jansen received allowed him to temporarily set this matter aside and quickly head to the specially designated research room next door for assembly. Has it begun? The modest research room was already crowded with people, all looking at the complex data screen. Yes, we can start now. Countdown 30 seconds. The person in charge, Liz, stepped back slightly, allowing Jansen to see the virtual screen surrounded by the crowd. Hee, this big killer has arrived just in time. Let Olade experience the feeling of anxiety. Gascoigne spoke proudly beside him, but this time, Terrence, responsible for assisting, looked even prouder and more excited. Those who were unaware might think this was their joint creation. They should consider who actually made it. Terrence took pride in the achievements of his subordinate. At this moment, Liz remained much calmer. This signal jamming could last at most 15 minutes, covering the distance from the center of the wheel map to Tabula Port. It could hardly be called a true big killer. This is enough. Jansen glanced at the prepared bright red countdown. Just 15 minutes. Losing communication and command at the center. Unable to connect to terminals, unable to control the detectors. This is enough for us to seize the initiative. Everyone, return to your positions and prepare to attack. Yes, Jansen only gave them a few dozen seconds to prepare, as the familiar Raskin star entered the first echelon combat ship's range. The 30-second countdown was approaching its end. Go! The first batch of unmanned combat drones was launched simultaneously, racing toward the main city center of Raskins. The wheel map center, shielded from signals, did not detect the enemy's arrival. It was not until the first round of bombing began that the chaos started. Proceed as planned. We must retreat in 30 minutes. The first 20 squads, follow me. As the leader of the first batch of mecha combat teams, Jansen charged out from the ship's exit, followed by hundreds of mechas. Remember the command of your highness. Go. Dorothy was the second batch. Her destination was Tabula Port, which served as a trade center. Batch after batch of mecha armies were launched from under the ship, closely following the commander in front. Jansen's original military resources had been reduced by at least half after Olade's departure. George's death further consumed their military resources. The surprise attack arranged by Olade only exacerbated the situation. To cope with the overwhelming enemy numbers, Jansen decided to lead his subordinates in guerrilla warfare, striking swiftly and retreating quickly. Because the jamming device developed by Liz applied to their own members entering this range as well. Jansen had to set a predetermined retreat time to avoid unexpected changes later. A dense mass of mechas obscured the sky, quickly entering the battlefield amid the sparks from the drone's explosions. The scorching flames of war quickly spread outward, and the enemy, unable to receive commands in time, fell into brief chaos. Even if a small portion of them managed to unite quickly, they were soon engulfed by the large number of attackers. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, the enemy, whose signals were restored, began to encircle the center of the fire. Jansen glanced at the prepared countdown, violently throwing an enemy that had pinned down his companion to the ground. And the artillery following closely behind immediately finished off the enemy, who could not get up in time. Everyone prepare. Cover for the wounded. The first batch begins to retreat. The re-established communication was still affected by the residual impact of the jamming, and Jansen's commands were delivered intermittently. But the soldiers who had received Jansen's guidance in advance understood his meaning and began to gather at his location, protecting the wounded in the middle. The mechas, unimpeded in their movements, consciously stayed behind, shielding their comrades from the increasingly fierce firepower. Retreat. Multiple war centers on Raskins issued commands simultaneously. From a distance, only a meager-sized group of mechas began to retreat in an orderly manner, followed not only by friendly forces protecting their comrades, but also by relentless enemies. They're coming back. Prepare to cover. Inside the ship, Weil was in charge of the support and cover rear team. After the countdown ended, he focused intently on the detection screen. As soon as he saw a large number of friendly coordinates retreating, he immediately began directing some standby drones toward the rear of the team. The densely packed, small drones flew through the retreating friendly forces, heading unhesitatingly toward the back. A large amount of ammunition exploded behind, temporarily separating the relentless pursuing enemies from the struggling rear team. Open the exit. All landing pads, get ready. As soon as all standby ships received the command, they quickly opened the converging lower exits, extending long and smooth tracks outward, steadily catching the first arriving mecha, followed by the second, third. Medics, get ready. The mechas rushed inward, after being taken in by the ship. The long deceleration track was filled with detection probes extending their slender mechanical arms. Once the probes secured the mechas, they quickly scanned the damage status of the mecha and the injuries of the internal operators, pushing them into various specialized medical rooms at the back of the corridor. The medic received information about the wounded at the first moment and began their work while seated on the auxiliary frame. Go! The highest-ranking individuals are often found at the back of the line. After forcing the remaining comrades to leave and quickly joining the retreating front, Jensen maximized all artillery firepower, suppressing the enemy that dared to show its head from the thick smoke. The flames of war spread outward again, exploding in the brilliant sky and creating a long trail of fire. After the last batch of personnel rushed into the receiving track, A large number of standby ships quickly closed their exits, retreating rapidly to the rear with the collected friendly forces. The specialized warships are incredibly fast, and before long, they left the enemy behind. They immediately began to tally the numbers. The wounded to the dedicated medical room. Is Terrence in position? Over here with the special mechs. The population density at the entrances and exits of each fleet increased at the last moment, and the noisy sounds could not be quelled immediately. Jensen closed the Dream Eater network and first headed to the office area to prepare a review of the war. The leaders of each small team consciously stayed at the scene to help check the probes and orderly direct their soldiers to evacuate to their respective destinations. It seems this strategy is sound. We have destroyed 3 of their weapon depots, suffered only a few wounded, and no fatalities have occurred. Gascoigne spoke excitedly about this, his cheeks flushed, seemingly eager to run back and fire a few more shots. Since it's feasible, let's proceed with this strategy next time. I think it's unlikely. Olad will definitely be on guard, and his research team is no weaker than ours. Hey, I say, you're just boosting others' confidence while undermining your own. This is an objective fact. If we indulge in this success, and he pulls a trick on us, won't we be doomed? Ugh, what are you talking about? You can't be a traitor too. Why do you always side with those people? The conclusions of post-war reviews always end amidst the scattered topics and disputes among the subordinates. Jensen had gotten used to it. He patiently waited for them to finish arguing before dropping a bombshell. Olad posted a public agreement on the Star Network, demanding that we exchange this shielding technology for George's body. As soon as Jansen finished speaking, the subordinates' eyes popped up with a small virtual screen, each of them busily browsing the Star Network pages. That public agreement was prominently displayed at the top of the Star Network, capturing the attention of countless people. They had just escaped from the war and did not notice it immediately. After several people quickly browsed through it, they found themselves at a loss for words. No matter how this matter is handled, it goes against a soldier's code of conduct. This inevitably made it even harder for them to speak, and they could only engage in simple eye contact. So, what do you think, Your Highness? In the end, it was Dorothy, under the onslaught of many gazes, who mustered the courage to speak. Chapter 48. Missing Jansen. Are you okay? I'm really worried about you. In fact, if you have time, I would like to talk to you about something. Even if you're busy, please make sure to send me a message when you can. I hope you're doing well. This was the first time Zilu sent such a long and formal message. The reason was simple. Jansen hadn't contacted her for 12 hours. In the past, even during their separation, the longest Jansen would take to reply was just a few hours, and they would occasionally connect for a few minutes of video chat, even during breaks. However, when Zilu saw the arrogant and threatening proposal posted on the StarNet, Jansen had already been unresponsive for several hours. After that, there was still no news from him. Under normal circumstances, Zilu wouldn't be so concerned. But this was a special time. Jansen was caught in the turmoil of a civil war and, just a few hours ago, had been coerced by his uncle using his own brother's corpse to hand over important wartime equipment. Zilu found it hard to imagine what Jansen was feeling right now. As Zilu lay in bed, repeatedly refreshing the real-time updates on StarNet, a new message popped up on her homepage. Clearance Factory? Is Powell sure it's Aerie? How can he still have the mood to take her around at such a critical moment, during such chaotic warfare? Zilu initially wanted to refuse, but it seemed Powell had already grasped her thoughts, and his next message quickly followed. There are many recyclable materials replaced from the mechas there. It might help you learn more about your mecha. Please don't refuse me. The 4 words recyclable materials magnified in Zilu's eyes. She had to admit it was indeed very tempting. This could be a great opportunity to earn points. If her points were high enough, she wouldn't be limited by her current location and might even have the ability to help Jansen. The little voice in her head urged her on, and in the end, Zilu agreed to Powell's arrangement in her reply. It seemed Powell was waiting for this moment. Not even a few minutes had passed before a rhythmic chime sounded at her door. Following the prompt from her terminal, Zilu opened the door's private viewer and quickly saw Powell's smiling face on the virtual screen. Didn't he know about the Civil War? How could he be more carefree than herself? Although Zilu couldn't understand, she quickly got out of bed, tidied up her clothes a bit, and opened the door. Are we leaving now? It was lunchtime, and although Zilu hadn't managed to sleep due to anxiety, she still asked. Yes, I've arranged everything. The hover vehicle is outside. Powell, having saved his own skin, was growing more confident in his work. He had given up the opportunity to report to Cosima earlier that morning. Now that Zilu had sufficient supplies, with rows of specialty nutrient solutions filling the storage cabinets, even if he didn't seek her out, it wouldn't make much difference. Using the morning time, Powell had already evacuated all personnel from the clearance factory based on his understanding of Jansen's orders, claiming they were being reassigned, allowing this group to prepare supplies and accommodations, adding more manpower for the upcoming reception of injured personnel, and ensuring that no one else knew about his visit to the clearance factory with Cosima. It was a win-win situation. After everything was settled, Powell leisurely made his way to Cosima's residence. Zilu didn't have any objections. She simply followed Powell outside. Ever since he had lowered her residence, she hadn't raised it again, which also made it convenient for Powell's visits and her daily outings. The hover vehicle was the same as before, and Zilu automatically took her seat in the back, accustomed to Powell following suit. The two flew towards the outskirts of the clearance factory at a steady pace. Powell, have you seen the recent trending information on StarNet? Maybe Powell knows something about the inside story, which is why he seems so calm. Of course I've seen it. Are you also following the Jonah clan's migration? What? If confusion could materialize, Zilu would have question marks all over her head. No, I mean not that. I mean the Civil War. Do you know how the situation is now? Zilu suspected Powell was playing dumb, so she got straight to the point. Oh, that. I'm not very clear either. But I believe in Prince Jansen's decision-making ability, and with Lady Dorothy around, there shouldn't be any major issues. In this way, Zilu gleaned from Powell's attitude that Jansen is a prince, perhaps even a future king. Even though she had already learned about the history of the Arie clan through the terminal and understood Jansen's identity, it was still difficult for Zilu to view him through labels like noble, pure blood, or prince, especially since she had become somewhat familiar with Jansen and their relationship was close. Seeing his subordinates' blind obedience to him gave her a sense of reality. Unfortunately, it was still hard for her to completely relax, especially with George's presence making her particularly concerned. He was the last family member Jansen had by his side, and he had left just like that, with his corpse being used to control him. Zilu stared blankly out of the window, the increasingly familiar scenery quickly passing by. Perhaps she should have told Jansen about her dreams sooner. We're here. This is it. The clearance factory wasn't far, and after about 10 minutes, they could see the roof of the factory. It was still a pointed building, stretching long into the sky, seemingly piercing through the clouds. When Zilu looked up, she could only see a blurry outline, the light brown top mingling with the mist, hard to make out clearly. The hover vehicle slid directly into the open bottom entrance, and after passing through a long corridor, Powell let Zilu get out of the vehicle. This is the layout of the clearance factory. We'll take a brief tour of some of the material storage and processing areas today. If you're interested, we can take a look at the remaining areas next time. From the outside, the scale of the clearance factory was already evident, so Zilu had no objections to Powell's suggestion. Luckily, although it was large, the necessary fast tracks were not lacking. Powell accurately checked for a fast track entrance near where he wanted to go. Upon detecting the terminal's intent, the hidden entrance would open. This has been here for some years, built under the order of His Highness George, who was still a minor at the time. Hearing the story of George from Powell gave Zilu a strange feeling, as if she were peering into someone else's story. The George she had seen in her dreams had become increasingly clear in her mind over time, his gentle gaze and warm smile still evoking a sense of familiarity, making her feel unafraid to approach him, as if she completely believed he wouldn't harm her. Perhaps because of this, even knowing that the George in her dreams was indeed the 10th prince in reality, and that perhaps that dream was the last message left by his soul after death, it only instilled in Zilu an unprecedented sense of mission, rather than fear of the unknown. This is the material storage area for mecha recycling waste. Powell signaled for Zilu to keep up with his pace, and the two walked leisurely out of the fast lane, heading towards the end of the long corridor. Look, this area is filled with materials waiting to be processed. After Powell's reminder, Zilu finally noticed that both sides of the corridor were stacked with materials. A row of transparent windows was opened at the top of the corridor, but Zilu's height was insufficient to notice the design above. Oh, I was careless. Seeing Zilu straining to tiptoe, Powell quickly walked to the wall, supported the bottom of the window, and simply pulled it down. This action of pulling the window like a curtain was surprisingly simple and directly opened the window. Powell then waved his hand to the side, and the row of windows seemed to respond to some command, all extending downwards in unison, just reaching Zilu's shoulder, allowing her to easily pass through and see the internal layout. Is everything managed by machines here? The stacking area was vast, sprawling densely downwards to both sides. It was at this moment that Zilu noticed something strange. When they went to the armory together earlier, even though there were few people, she could still see staff passing by in the fast lane or walking corridor. They generally wore uniform clothing and had a thin, short, light golden antenna on their heads. At first, Zilu thought it was just styled hair, but she realized it was part of their uniform when she saw people with different hair colors. Most of them are. Oh, are you comparing it to the armory? Then there are definitely fewer people working here. After all, this isn't a particularly valuable place. Only a small part of the work requires personnel supervision. But today, they all have other tasks to attend to. As Powell spoke, he gently swiped his finger on the window, and that part of the scene was magnified in front of them. This is the area where most of the awakened gold is recycled, and there are quite a few good things. Do you want to go in and take a look? Zilu nodded in agreement, and the window quickly recessed and opened to the sides, extending a long ladder from below. The facilities here are quite old. There isn't much profit for the clearance factory, so there are no funds for renovation. Zilu didn't mind. She was just surprised for a moment when she saw the ladder. After all, since coming here, she hadn't seen such a simple ladder. What she more commonly saw were different shaped compartments and fast lanes that could quickly lead to various places. However, when Zilu stood on it, she realized she had misunderstood. Chapter 49 testing. When Zilu was in the fast passage, her biggest feeling was that there was no feeling at all. People inside couldn't perceive the discomfort of movement, and the speed was very fast. But when she stood on the stairs, a transparent square rapidly built up around them, wrapping the two inside. Before she could react, the scenery around her quickly swept backward at an incredible speed. Zilu was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground due to inertia, but fortunately, Powell was beside her and managed to support her. This speed might be too fast for you. I'll adjust it on the way back. As soon as they reached their destination, the transparent cube tilted and folded to the sides, quickly disappearing to the bottom, completely out of sight. Powell held Zilu's arm, guiding her out of the stairway's range. After this experience, Zilu felt her stomach churning, with a vague sense of nausea, reminiscent of her feelings when carsick. Okay, now she could only barely squeeze out this one word from her lips. The material storage area didn't have any strange odors. If anything, it smelled more like cold metallic rust, which wasn't unpleasant. After coming down from the corridor, only the cross-shaped distribution of hallways remained on the same plane, while the grids in the middle deeply sunk down, filled with different waste materials, and there were many wide pipes extending down from the ceiling. Zilu guessed that they transported these waste materials through the pipes on the ceiling. This is it. Powell squatted by the side of the corridor and made a grabbing motion at the top of the waste materials. What seemed to be empty at first suddenly flashed with light, retracting to the sides. Want to take a look? Zilu imitated Powell and squatted beside him, staring at the pile of point tokens in front of her, unsure of how to proceed. Are these things going to be destroyed? You could say that. The lines below lead to melting and extraction. Useless items will be discarded, while useful ones will be purified and finally transported to other factories for reprocessing. Powell displayed a flowchart of this process in the air, along with the potential recyclable materials that could be extracted. However, this place already belongs to His Highness. Did you know that? Zilu was unsure how the topic suddenly shifted here, and she shook her head honestly. Before Prince George died, he had already granted the highest authority over all his assets, including Bartstar, to Prince Jansen. After his death, all these possessions would automatically transfer to Prince Jansen. Oh, this deepened Zilu's impression of George's gentle image. Powell carefully looked at her expression, seeing her reaction was flat, and she seemed unable to grasp his meaning. He changed his wording. Prince Jansen said that everything here can be given to you. Do you need it? To be honest, Zilu's first reaction wasn't joy, but a sudden jolt of anxiety, unsure of what this meant. Actually, I need to leave for a bit. Powell suddenly stood up. Can you wait for me here? Zilu stood up, nodded, and watched Powell walk toward the end of the corridor, only to suddenly stop and return to her side. There's no one on duty here today, and the surveillance eyes are all off. Do you know that? Now I know. Zilu vaguely sensed the meaning behind Powell's strange attitude. She tentatively nodded again and saw Powell turn around, seemingly satisfied, and leave. This time, he really didn't look back. No way. Zilu rubbed her face, staring blankly in the direction Powell had left. Could it be as she thought? Did Jansen really already know her secret? She remembered being very careful all the way. Although Zilu had resolved that morning to risk exposing her secret to exchange items to help Jansen resolve his current predicament. Suddenly hearing someone tell her that Jansen might have long known her biggest secret was still hard for her to accept. Could she have guessed wrong? After all, people who feel guilty tend to think of their hidden secrets. Maybe Powell didn't mean that. Zilu's heart rate quickened, and the rising unease made her walk in circles. She had intended to do something mischievous, but that thought was already scared away. Before setting off, she had planned to secretly exchange some recyclable waste to select suitable items, but now she didn't dare. Could it be that while she was foolishly covering up the truth, Jansen had already known her secret? Perhaps even Powell knew. No. Could it be that Jansen, as companions, all knew? No. Zilu covered her face with her hands, repeatedly trying to convince herself that she was overthinking. Her mind quickly replayed all the moments spent with Jansen, but perhaps being too involved made it hard for her to find her own flaws. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd find a chance to exchange points? There's no better opportunity than now. The system had been listening to her murmur all morning. Knowing she was concerned about the current situation and had also been poked by Zilu several times earlier to help her look for an opportunity. The best chance is right in front of you. Why haven't you acted? Didn't you hear what Powell just said? He and Jansen might both know about your existence. Zilu didn't dare to speak loudly. She covered her mouth with her hands and communicated with the system in a whisper. So what? Do they have any way to verify it? And the items you exchange for Jansen, are you not planning to give them to the other party? Giving them is necessary. After all, it involved such significant matters. She should help if she could. Once you take out that item, won't it be guaranteed to be discovered? What are you worrying about? Just taking the item out, Zilu could still convince herself. The item was a treasure obtained through some channel before meeting Jansen, which she had treasured all along. She could make up a story to respond to Jansen's questions, deaf to the idea that there was anything strange about it. But now, Powell had directly dropped a hidden landmine, possibly aimed at the system, directly pointing to her biggest secret in her mind. After all, she was afraid of being captured for research. Before returning, Powell even took a look at the surveillance eyes he had arranged there. Yes, even though he told Zilu that there was no one and no surveillance eyes present, in reality, to smoothly submit his work report, he had already installed several surveillance eyes in advance to ensure he had enough material later. From the perspective of the surveillance eyes, Zilu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. To be safe, Powell also shifted the angle of the surveillance eyes, but indeed, it was impossible to see any movement from Zilu. He patiently waited for more than 10 minutes, but Zilu, aside from occasionally changing her posture, seemed to have no intention of approaching that pile of waste materials. Could it be that the energy absorption has already ended? But that pile of waste materials looks no different from when he left, right? Perhaps this pile of waste materials doesn't meet Zilu's requirements? But this pile of recyclable waste isn't much different from the few he arranged earlier, right? They all contain trace amounts of waking gold recyclables. Could it be that what Cosima truly needed was not waste containing waking gold? Powell thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. After all, the only Cosima he had truly interacted with was this one, and the Cosima that could absorb energy from recyclable waste was unique. It was normal not to understand. He kept a calm mindset. As long as his boss was satisfied with his daily work report, that was enough. To avoid burdening Cosima, Powell dared not wait any longer and returned just before Zilu lay down. Sorry, I'm late. Powell finally appeared as Zilu adjusted her position, slowly leaning to the side from a cross-legged seated position. Zilu quickly got up and brushed off her clothes. It's okay. Did something happen? Is everything still going smoothly? It's nothing. Just some matters require my help to decide, and it's all resolved now. Shall we go check the processing area now? Powell's attitude remained vague, and Zilu couldn't discern much from it, so she could only nod in agreement. Before leaving, Powell looked back again, thinking he was being discreet. The pile of recyclable waste seemed to remain in its original state. The subsequent tour went smoothly. Zilu obediently followed Powell, listening to him explain some basic waste processing principles, looking at a few images of processing pipelines, and visiting the spacious processing area below. In the space, machines were responsible for the operation at each stage, with a monitoring room arranged at the end of each corridor. Since the employees had all been reassigned today, most of the machines were also idle, with only some initial processing procedures still running. Powell didn't say anything strange again, and the rest of the tour passed quickly and quietly. By the way, a large number of injured will probably arrive at Bartstar tomorrow. If you see many spaceships passing by, please don't panic. On the way back, as Zilu was about to leave the hover vehicle, Powell added this from behind her. Zilu originally had many questions to ask, but thinking of Powell's earlier vagueness and his current ambiguous attitude, she hesitated. All right, thank you for today. After jumping out of the vehicle and watching Powell leave, she immediately ran towards her residence. System, did you see that? He really looked back to see if that pile of waste had changed. Zilu pressed against the closed door, bouncing in place for several seconds before finally expressing her pent-up thoughts. I saw it, but we didn't do anything, so what is there to fear? After hearing Zilu's concerns about possibly being discovered and dissected for research, the system finally developed a sense of crisis as well. The two temporarily reached an agreement and held back during the cleanup factory visit. Well, although I say that, I'm still a bit worried. If only Jensen knew her secret, she wouldn't be this panicked. By the way, don't send out those prepared tools. That's too dangerous. The system seemed to also begin to be wary of the group of aliens around Zilu. Chapter 50 gift that said, it's not possible. Zilu had been browsing the system store for so long, and after much effort, she finally found a relatively helpful item. Moreover, that was Jensen's older brother. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The system seemed to sense her unspoken thoughts and snorted coldly. Whatever. It's not like I'll be the one dissected for research later. At worst, I can just find another binder. Can you really? This was something Zilu had never considered before. Before she could get an answer, the familiar notification sound from her terminal rang in her ears. Thinking about who might be sending the request, Zilu hurriedly connected to the video call without taking a closer look. When she saw Jensen appear before her joy naturally transmitted to him immediately. Jensen looked the same as usual, his gaze locking onto Zilu right away. While sensing her joy, he also noticed the dependence in her bright, dark eyes. Zilu, has anything happened recently? Jensen asked as he discreetly scanned the layout of the room. The room was still clean and tidy. From the Terminal S storage status, it was clear that daily supplies were sufficient, and Zilu's clothes, aside from being slightly wrinkled, looked clean and comfortable. Confirming that there were no issues with her daily life eased half of Jensen's heart. As for the other half, even though he didn't get an answer at this moment, he could still extract information from his assistant Powell, whom he had arranged. He remembered how anxious he felt when he discovered that the initial shielding device had too great an effect, causing problems with his terminal, making it capable of only receiving but not sending information. His anxiety peaked when he received Zilu's last message. Fortunately, Liz, who was responsible for the maintenance work, fixed his terminal quickly. Otherwise, he might have tried to contact Zilu through a public terminal. I'm fine, it's you. Zilu spoke eagerly but hesitated slightly when thinking about Jensen's long-standing concealment. Jensen had never revealed his true identity to her, nor had he ever mentioned the ongoing civil war, and she had only guessed that he might have learned her secret through others. Could he really be willing to let her get involved in his affairs? Me? Jensen seemed to think of something, but didn't continue. His gentle golden eyes seemed to encourage Zilu to keep talking. Actually, I want to tell you that, I had a dream recently, and you might find it interesting. Of course, dreams are quite special. Jensen carefully observed Zilu's expression, seemingly confirming her emotions. Seeing her joy from when they first met slowly fade, He hurriedly encouraged her to continue and gestured for her to sit down. Do you remember the dream I had in the medical pod? Zilu obediently sat down on a chair in the corner of the room, and Jensen squatted down by her feet, their gazes meeting at eye level, allowing Zilu's wavering determination to settle down. Yeah, would you like to tell me more about that dream? Zilu nodded and began her story under Jensen's watchful eyes. In the end, he couldn't wait for the person he was looking for. He asked me to pass on a message, telling that person that they did nothing wrong, and he hoped they could do what they wanted to do. Ah, I must be a terrible storyteller. Zilu's initially soaring confidence crumbled as she recounted her story poorly, causing her voice to drop significantly at the end. In short, I saw something a while ago. Zilu wanted to sneak a glance at Jensen's expression, but found herself unable to hide under his affectionate gaze. I saw your brother George on the Star Network. That person is the one I mentioned in my dream. Although it sounds absurd, the person I dreamed of looks exactly like George. I'm not lying to you. Of course, I believe you. Jensen smiled. Unfortunately, his projection couldn't truly reach Zilu. Otherwise, he would have loved to hold her in his arms to ease her sense of insecurity. So, are you the person George is waiting for? Seeing Jensen's smile and the affection radiating from him, Zilu finally managed to smile back. Her eyes seemed to sparkle under the soft indoor lighting, and her expectant demeanor made Jensen's tone even gentler. I don't know. While saying this might disappoint you, my last meeting with George wasn't pleasant, and I can't think of why he would wait for me. However, I will remember the dream you told me today. Jensen looked at Zilu's lowered eyelashes and added, I think George must like you a lot to appear in your dream. You know, every Aerie has only one chance to enter someone's dream before leaving this world. You expressed it well, Zilu. I'm very grateful that you're willing to share your story with me. I also learned about your involvement in the war. Zilu's fingers were covered by a pair of large hand shadows. Are you scared? Are you afraid of me? Actually, when preparing the terminal for Zilu, Jensen had anticipated that she would use it to understand this world, and naturally, she would learn about the Aerie and his true identity and past. However, Zilu's lack of common knowledge about this world and the curiosity that followed only made him feel heartbroken, making him hate the kind of reality that led to this situation, including himself. But he still hoped that Zilu could have the ability to explore this world. Setting up a terminal was very simple for Jensen. A small action from him could bring many differences to Zilu. So even knowing that the terminal would allow the peace-loving Cosima to learn about his violent past and the Aerie clan's persecution of Cosima, he was still willing to hand over this powerful tool to Zilu and wait helplessly for the day to come. Zilu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. War will cause many deaths. Seeing Jensen seemingly becoming despondent, Zilu didn't want to say anything too heavy and quickly changed the subject. In short, you must be careful and take care of yourself. After all, Jensen hadn't truly become the main leader of the Aerie. He had just taken office as the commander-in-chief and probably didn't have the ability to stop this war. Not to mention that the enemy was despicably using George's corpse to threaten them. They couldn't just not fight back. Do you have a way to deal with the issue of George's body? Seeing Jensen's eyes seemingly regain their light, Zilu, unaware of what he had gone through psychologically, had been thinking about this question and finally gathered the courage to voice it after holding it in for a long time. Jensen nodded. I think I can only agree to Olert's request. Jensen didn't mind Zilu asking about wartime matters. In his view, the peace-loving Cosima was sufficiently caring about him to want to know about the progress of the war and his current plans. When he thought Zilu was afraid of him and might not be close to him anymore, her words once again pulled him back from the depths of despair. Her concern was the best gift he had received during this time. I want to give you something. What should I do to give it to you? Zilu prepared 2 props, both of which were included in the shortlist only after confirming with the system that others could use them as well. Since Jensen chose to negotiate with the enemy, Zilu naturally had corresponding props to give him. Originally, when she couldn't get in touch with Jensen, she wanted to ask Powell about the Interstellar Express, but the other parties probing today scared her off. Now that the main person was right in front of her, and she had already made a start, Zilu simply decided to resolve the matter of the props all at once. Are you going to give me a gift? The distance between the two had unconsciously closed in. Jensen's blossoming smile was naturally captured in Zilu's eyes without any obstruction. Yes, if possible. I hope you can receive it right now. She didn't know when Jensen planned to negotiate with the enemy, so the sooner the props were in his hands, the better. Just hand it over. Jensen issued some command, and a small square box emerged from the sidewall. So when will you receive it? I think 2 hours will be enough. Zilu placed her hand on the square box, and after repeatedly confirming with Jensen, she tossed a small item inside. The square box quickly folded in on itself, wrapping the contents layer by layer. You must open it yourself, okay? Only the person who touches this prop can read the information on it, even if her secret might have already been exposed. Zilu didn't want to increase the number of people who could know her secret. Of course, I will cherish it. If happiness could become tangible, the joy overflowing from Jensen would have filled the entire room. No. I gave it to you so that you would use it. When you plan to negotiate with the enemy to get George's body back. Tonight, in 5 hours and 40 minutes, at the Craig transfer station. It's a neutral zone, all Ethel's territory. They will act as witnesses to oversee the exchange. Seeing that Zilu was genuinely curious, Jensen simply told her all the details. So, you must remember to open the package as soon as you receive it. That won't be a problem. Seeing that the timing matched up, Zilu felt relieved. Once Jensen touched the prop, he would naturally understand its purpose and usage. As for Jensen's questions about the source of the props, she would come up with an answer when he asked. However, if he already knew her secret, that might save her the trouble of making up a story. Zilu changed her angle to soothe her anxious heart. Chapter 51. Trade good times are always short-lived. After half an hour of video conferencing with Cosima, there was already a lot of information piling up in Jensen's terminal, waiting for his processing. During wartime, many matters require layers of negotiations and permissions before they can be finalized, and time is often pressing. However, Jensen only suggested closing the video call when he noticed that Zilu, who had skipped her afternoon nap, was yawning in fatigue. Be careful with everything, okay? Zilu rubbed her eyes and saw Jensen nodding at her. Then he virtually pressed his forehead against hers before disappearing from her room. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? If you get caught, you'll be in trouble. The system, which had been holding back for a while, finally chimed in. It was clear that it had been enduring the chatter of the couple for too long. Well, I might have been discovered long ago, Zilu thought as she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. After coming here, her biological clock had gradually stabilized. Once she got into the habit of taking afternoon naps, if she didn't sleep on time, she found herself getting sleepy when she relaxed. This was something she couldn't even dream of back on the trash planet. Even if you were discovered before, there was no evidence. Now you've handed him the evidence yourself. Anyway, if you really get caught and studied, your points will be gone, and I wonder who will come to help you then. The system continued to chatter, but no response came. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Zilu had already fallen asleep with her head resting on the bed. What on earth have I bound myself to? If it weren't for your high mental power. The system grumbled, but its murmurs never reached Zilu's ears. She had already sunk into a deep, sweet dream, returning to her familiar hometown in her sleep. On the other side, as soon as Jensen closed the video terminal, he hadn't even managed to wipe the smile off his face before receiving several meeting requests. He scanned the information, and the main topic was still the public agreement proposed by Oliet. Regarding this agreement, some people did not support acceptance and would naturally continue to try to change Jensen's mind once the matter was settled. He couldn't help but think of the dream that Zilu had shared with him. It seemed that the Aerie seldom had dreams, and for them, dreams often carried some sort of omen or warning. However, according to legend, there is indeed a period after an Aerie dies during which they can choose someone they were attached to in life to confide their past in their final moments. But this was just a legend. At least in Jensen's life, he had never received dreams bestowed upon him by others. However, Cosima's secret technique was also a legend. And even before Jensen met Zilu, Cosima had already become a legend. But now this legend had truly appeared before him, and he even owed his survival to Cosima's secret technique. Perhaps this was also the reason why Zilu could receive George's dreams. She was special. Thinking back, when Zilu was in the medical chamber, sleeping soundly, he dared to close his eyes and had basically stayed by the medical chamber's side the whole time. If Zilu's guess was correct, George might have been unable to wait for him to fall asleep and could only seek out the closest person who mattered to him, Cosima. This explanation strangely made sense. Jensen chuckled to himself as he dealt with official matters, pondering his thoughts. Perhaps you really have entered the Hall of Fame. Because Oliad had made the agreement public on the Star Network and openly shouted at Jensen's faction, this matter naturally attracted attention from various quarters. To ensure the smooth progress of the trade, both parties agreed to have a third party, Ethel, supervise the proceedings. Although they had little trust in Oliad, they had no other choice if they wanted to retrieve George's body intact. Pine and Agamemnon's daily newspapers also sent people over. It was likely to be quite lively tonight. When Jensen arrived at the transfer station with Dorothy, Gaskell, and Liz, many people were already present. Although the usual noise was absent due to the security measures, several spacecraft had already arrived at the scene. As for warships and weapons, while they could be carried and brought along, they needed to be unloaded and inspected upon entering the trading center. The advantages of specialized mechs became apparent at this time, as one could not forcibly require others to unbind themselves. Although the third party usually requested that one wear specially designed restraining suits to prevent the summoning of specialized mechs. Theoretically, such suits only limited the restoration of the original form of the specialized mechs after summoning, and there were still no major issues with their other uses. To handle potential violent non-cooperation, the third party, Ethel, also deployed security personnel. Whether they could stop the violent area was another matter. Before the trade began, there was a designated period for communication, though we could also refuse. Stepping off the warship, Dorothy handed the decision-making power over to Jensen. No need to refuse. I haven't seen my uncle in a long time, have I? For some reason, ever since Jensen returned, the number of times he smiled had increased. But his smile still occasionally made Dorothy feel uneasy. At that moment, his oddly ambiguous smile sent a chill through the other three who were familiar with him. It seemed that Jensen had been in power for so long that he had begun to adopt a bit of Adam's dark and strange side. I'll go confirm the time with the head of Ethel. Dorothy quickly excused herself, leaving the other two to observe quietly, following Jensen as they passed several eyes that thought they were hidden, arriving at the lounge prepared for them. Your Highness, are you really planning to hand over this shielding technology? Gaskell initially thought that Jensen had some other scheme, temporarily dulling Oliad's vigilance. But he hadn't expected to come this far, as if he truly intended to proceed with the trade. Of course, we brought all the materials, didn't we? Jensen was the most composed one there, followed by the silent Liz. Although she had developed the technology, she was indeed backed by the royal support. And given her previous service to George, she naturally had no position to abandon George's body. However, even if the technology was not mature, she still rejected the idea of handing it over to their enemies. I've already applied for an office for you. Funds will be allocated for you to continue improving this technology. After the war, you can choose to stay on Laskin and serve as the captain of medical team. You can apply for any needs. My public terminal is still open to you. After truly making a decision, Jensen had prepared compensation for Liz. Originally, he thought that once the subsidies were in place, Liz would naturally be informed, but upon seeing her disappointed expression at his earlier words, he chose to inform her in advance. Thank you. Liz didn't have much thought about the position of medical team captain, but she was quite satisfied with the financial support. Dorothy didn't make them wait long and returned with the upcoming schedule. I had to move the time up a bit. There's no need to waste time here. Oliad has been here for a while now. We can start as soon as we go over. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. The trading center was an oval-shaped building, with each party sending a representative to enter the negotiation table located in the center of the trading area. Above, it was a circular transparent glass corridor where personnel from both sides could wait in observation rooms at either end. In the observation rooms, one could easily hear and see the progress of the negotiations below. Jansen separated from the other three at the entrance and headed alone to the negotiation platform at the trading center. The restraint suit he casually put on was quickly tightening, clinging tightly to his clothing beneath, constricting his slightly bulging muscles. But since it was a vest, his movements were not affected. Long time no see, Jansen. The door to the negotiation platform slowly opened, and Oliad, standing opposite the round table, revealed a smile, his hoarse voice echoing in the space. without external factors influencing it. The lifespan of an Aerie is still quite long compared to humans. Olayde could now only be considered to have entered middle age. His golden eyes were particularly pale, and his golden long hair was the same, already showing signs of graying from a distance. Jansen had not interacted much with him. He previously thought he was a cowardly guy afraid of going to battle, a freak among the Aerie. However, he never expected that after his father's death, the cowardice he maintained in front of others could transform into the greedy and unscrupulous appearance he had now. Long time no see. Jansen walked slowly toward the round table, and behind him, the exit slowly closed. From this moment until the end of the transaction, no one in this space would have the authority to leave. How does it feel to have the Heliized Grenade cluster? Olayde said, something nauseating with a smile. In order to kill the next warrior in the hearts of the Aerie, he pretended to retreat in defeat. Jansen's impression of Olayde as a coward left him completely unguarded. To catch up with Olayde, who was hiding in front of the army, he left his own team, only to discover that the person was actually Lewis, Olayde's son, disguised as Olayde. What he never expected was that Olayde would directly detonate the Heliized Grenade cluster, capable of destroying half a planet, sacrificing his own soldiers and his son's life to take Jansen down with him. I think Lewis understands better than I do what that feels like, but unfortunately, he is not here. Jansen had George daringly enter the explosion zone to save him, and even after being injured by the shockwave, he gritted his teeth and managed to stuff him into the escape pod. Lewis died in terror on the spot, and his body was even incomplete, let alone the other ordinary soldiers. Yes, I think a loser is not qualified to speak in this situation. What do you think? Olayde gestured to the back and then gently pressed a button directly in front of him on the round table. The window on the upper right side immediately opened, extending outward and finally stopping midway. The person above immediately supported a long transparent coffin at the window's delivery point. Soon, the long transparent coffin was sucked in, floating in midair in the pipeline, and slowly stood up. The figure lying inside quickly attracted Jansen's attention. The supine George looked just like before. His face, which should have been splattered with blood, had been cleaned, and the dust had been removed from his armor. With his eyes closed, he seemed as if he would wake up again in the next moment, continuing to tolerate his brother's recklessness and impulsiveness with his unchanged good temper after all these years. At least this one, I think, is no longer qualified to speak. Chapter 52. Fair-scale Jansen, what are you doing? Young George, due to his younger brother behind him, had already taken on the responsibility of disciplining his brother at a young age. Little Jansen was currently at a time of arrogance and defiance. He was eager to follow his older siblings into battle, but time was teasing his desire, delaying his growth into adulthood. While Jansen was feeling frustrated and irritable, someone boldly refused their father's request for him to go to battle, choosing instead to stay behind alone as an Aerie. Naturally, Jansen was indignant and wanted to teach this person a lesson with his homemade cold weapon. You don't need to worry about it. Little Jansen's cheeks were flushed. He had waited under the sun for a long time for this person to arrive, and he certainly would not give up easily. His hand reached straight out, aiming the sharp end at the person's slightly pale pupils. Today, I will teach you, the traitor among the Aerie, a loser. No. Before little Jansen could charge forward with his sword, George ran over and easily subdued the little guy in his arms. I'm sorry, Uncle Olayde, Jansen didn't mean it. The sword in little Jansen's hand was taken away by George. Although he wanted to resist, he was held firmly in George's embrace, leaving him little room to struggle. I just meant, little Jansen's words were muffled by George's hand. He wanted to bite down, but when he looked up and saw George's still smiling eyes, he silently held back. Seeing as it's George. It's okay. Olayde seemed to have become accustomed to the contempt and humiliation from those around him. He smiled slightly, squatting down, and gently patted George's head. Olayde was tall and slender, but not strong. Compared to his brother, he was as thin as a stick, yet sharp as a blade. However, at that time, no one could see through his disguise. Olayde's smile from back then overlapped with his current self, making Jansen momentarily dazed. At least this one, I think, is no longer qualified to speak. If such words were said in the past, Jansen might have already used his fists, but now, Jansen glanced at George, who had his eyes closed and would never smile at him again, and sneered coldly. Yes, after all, as a descendant of Bilpu, I still have to be busy collecting the soldiers who died unjustly under your command. What a pity. I remember Lewis is just a pile of meat now. I wonder if he can still be recognized. Bilpu was the 13th generation god of war, making him Jansen's great-grandfather. King Samanro was a direct descendant of Bilpu, but his brother Olaid was a mixed-blood Aerie and even lacked the qualification to add Bilpu as a middle name. Because he was mixed blood, Olaid's body was far from that of pure-blooded Aerie. Within the clan, he was looked down upon, and naturally, he had no chance of the throne. Every descendant of Bilpu had the right to pray for the souls of the fallen warriors after the war, but Olaid did not have that right, especially not for his own children. For a moment, the corners of Olaid's mouth turned down. His pale eyes seemed to turn into sharp blades aimed at Jansen before he quickly resumed his original demeanor. A descendant of Bilpu is merely a title left by a dead man. Jansen smiled, no longer engaging in pointless verbal battles with him. He gently placed a small scale, only the size of his thumb, on the round table. All right, let's end the pleasantries here. No need to waste any more time. I just want George's body returned intact. I can give you the data on the shielding technology. Do you agree to this deal? Of course I agree. Olaid's gaze, which had originally been on the scale, quickly shifted back to Jansen's face. He feigned a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. In the moment Olaid wasn't paying attention, the scale, which had been standing steadily on the round table, tilted significantly toward his side before quickly bouncing back to a balanced state. Integrity first, fair scale in transactions. It is absolutely not allowed for situations that affect the content of the transaction to occur. This item is a spokesperson for integrity. Both parties must express their demands during the item's effectiveness. If one party speaks dishonestly or engages in fraudulent behavior, they will face punishment. Please note, if the item owner engages in behavior that violates the principles of this item during its use, they will also face punishment. Owners should use it with caution. Effective time: from the moment the transaction request is made until the transaction is successfully completed. Required points: 4,444 points. The small scale that Jansen took out was a gift from Zilu. Zilu had spent most of her points to exchange for this little gadget. Jansen's feelings upon picking up the item were temporarily set aside. At least he accepted this kind of Cosima's secret method reasonably well. After all, for Jansen, no matter how Zilu changed or how many stories lay behind her, she was still the Cosima he met on the garbage star. She remained the one who saved him, touched him, and moved him. Let's begin. Jansen reached out and gently touched a button placed in front of him on the round table. After the button slowly sank, a small opening appeared in the glass corridor window behind him, and a tiny chip was thrown in, floating along the extended passage to the center, facing the long transparent coffin on the other side. I installed 5 Cursin Thunderbombs inside George's coffin. As soon as you receive George's ice coffin and move him out bomb, you will all explode into mush along with him. I want to send you all to keep Lewis company. Originally, it only required the 2 of them to touch the buttons in front of them again, and the passage would swap under the attention of countless people, moving to the observation rooms of both parties. However, Olaid seemed to have thought of something exciting and blurted out shocking words that stunned everyone. Olaid's eyes quickly filled with blood and turned red. He tightly grasped the edge of the round table, and after excitedly shouting this statement, he immediately bit his lip, his frail body slightly trembling as if trying to suppress something. Quickly send the latest hot news. I said this transaction cannot be completed smoothly. You came at the right time. Act fast. This transaction, which attracted attention from various forces, ultimately encountered an unexpected twist. The daily news staff, who were waiting outside the trading center and ready to send the latest news, immediately began drafting a report to publish the explosive statement they saw on the trading center's external screen. Well, Duke Olaid is indeed genuine. This is quite unexpected. The calmest one in the room turned out to be Jansen, who was facing off against Olaid. He coldly watched Olaid, who was struggling to suppress his next words. The other party's pale face had turned bright red, and his brows were tightly knitted, seemingly enduring some immense pain. Jansen threw back the words Olaid had tossed at him earlier, and as he watched the other party turn direction, seemingly with the intent to kill him, he calmly pressed the button in front of him again. What is the prince doing? Olaid clearly stated he wanted to play tricks. How can he confirm directly? Gascal, who was closely monitoring the situation, was anxious and almost scratched his ears and cheeks, nearly rushing through the transparent barrier to stop it. The button that had just returned to its original position slowly sank again, indicating that the small chip from Jansen's side was gradually floating toward the other party's observation room. Surprisingly, Olade also quickly reached out and pressed a button in front of him. Jansen glanced at the stable balance on the table, feeling a bit surprised by the timeliness of this prop, though he was unsure whether it could handle the cursed thunderbomb mentioned by OLED. However, from the moment OLED openly revealed this secret, his scheme was foiled, and this issue essentially ceased to exist. After all, to be on the safe side, he had brought Liz along, which allowed for preemptive measures. Dismantling this triggering device should not be a problem. The two corridors, extending straight forward into each other's observation rooms, slowly transmitted their respective trade items, and before fully reaching the other observation room, everyone had one last chance to pause and retract their decision. Yet OLED remained frozen in place, the veins on his neck bulging, seemingly engaged in a futile struggle with his own body. In the trading center, all transactions were completely open and transparent. Olt's earlier words had already dealt a significant blow to his credibility. If he could promptly halt this transaction, he might salvage some of the situation, allowing outsiders to perceive this trade as a misunderstanding. Although Aerie had a notable reputation, their overall numbers did not have a substantial advantage compared to other races. The trend of interstellar integration continued, with each race pursuing maximized economic cooperation while seeking common ground and allowing for differences. Just in this civil war, many dukes were waiting to profit from the war and were reluctant to take sides. However, tonight, old spontaneous remarks might quickly change their minds, and the speed of the situation's evolution would likely accelerate further. Old's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the nearby button, but he could do nothing about it. Until both parties' trade items entered each other's observation rooms, the trading passage swiftly closed, and OLED made no further moves. "You've worked hard," Jansen said ambiguously as he took the balance scale from the round table and turned to leave. Behind him, OLED remained stiff, gritting his teeth as he watched him go. This transaction was surprisingly smooth to an unbelievable extent. Could it be that OLED was really getting old? Why do I feel like his mental state is off? Gascal followed Jansen out of the observation room, still unable to snap back to reality after this nonsensical confrontation. Dorothy was responsible for transporting George's corpse to their warship with a shuttle. To avoid triggering the cursed thunderbomb, Liz also went along, as they would need to conduct a search and remove the cursed thunderbomb later. Only Jansen heard his complaints on site, but he did not intend to provide further explanations. The fewer people who knew about Zilu's special circumstances, the safer it would be. Jansen would never allow the tragedy of Cosima to have a chance to repeat itself. Chapter 53. Aftermath. Duke Olede brazenly boasted during the transaction that he would blow Prince George's corpse into a pulp, directly stating that he had already installed 5 cursing grenades on Prince George's body. It's important to note that the terrifying aspect of the newly developed cursing grenades lies not only in their destructive power upon detonation, but also in the amount of radiation they emit afterward. Even if one survives the explosion, various long-term health issues will arise. Olede's flip-flopping behavior seems to have affected the collaborative intentions of other partners. Reports indicate that Duke Dilia, who is also the main supplier of the Huel's Grenade Group, has canceled the trade talks with Duke Olede scheduled for 3 days later. It seems Olede is indeed reaping what he has sown. On the way back, Gascoigne was nestled in the room where everyone was dealing with the cursing grenades, using his public terminal for background noise while continually checking updates about the transaction, occasionally expressing his views. "If you keep making noise, I think you'll also end up reaping what you sow." Dorothy was standing next to Liz as a temporary assistant, although Liz didn't often need her. Seeing Liz's brow furrowing tighter, Dorothy warned her out of camaraderie. Gascoigne immediately took the hint and quieted down, but this clearly did not improve Liz's mood. "Help me connect to His Highness's communication. I have something to say to him." "Okay." Dorothy quickly connected the communication, and on the other end, Jansen was clearly still awake. After a brief noise, Jansen's voice came through. "What's the situation?" "One of the cursing grenades is inside Prince George. I request isolation before continuing the dismantling work. The voice on the other end was silent for a few seconds. Are you confident? There is an 80% chance of successfully dismantling it, but I do not recommend gambling on this warship. Additionally, I think His Highness will need Terrence for the post-operative stitching work. I approve. You are fully responsible for this matter. Choose which warship you want, and let Dorothy prepare for the preliminary transfer. I will arrange Terrence. All right. The brief communication was soon disconnected. I'm going to prepare now. After hearing the entire conversation, Dorothy realized the seriousness of the situation. Without a second thought, she left the makeshift meeting room hastily to prepare the warship for Liz. They initially planned to rendezvous with Commander Wilder's fleet in 15 minutes. But now that timeline would likely be compressed again. Do you need me to do anything? Gascoigne, who had been slouching, subconsciously sat up straight. Yes. Liz took out 2 successfully dismantled cursing grenades. Leave here. Jansen, who had hung up the communication, looked at a pile of dust on the table. Remnants of scales that had suddenly turned to sand moments earlier. This was the only evidence of their existence in this world. For this artifact, the transaction had ended fairly and successfully. However, according to Jansen's understanding, the troubles caused by the tricky cursing grenades were far from over. As if thinking of a certain possibility, Jansen temporarily closed the dense information on his terminal and went directly to the Star Network homepage. The meeting between Jansen and Olid at the trading center almost occupied the entire section, and he patiently waited for a while until finally. Information about Olid's personal movements popped up. Olid's private spaceship had been attacked by space pirates a few minutes ago. It was reported that this group of space pirates was responsible for stealing 50 tons of Giripa powder from the Paya party a few days ago. Giripa powder is a raw material used to manufacture various thermal weapons, which may be a sign of their power expansion. Experts speculate that they likely aimed to steal that precious shielding technology document. Fortunately, the space pirates did not succeed. Olid's private spaceship had not yet left the influence of the Kree Jib transit station, and Ethel successfully assisted Duke Olid in repelling them. Unfortunately, the compartment responsible for storing this precious material was hit by cannon fire. It is hard to guess whether this was also the handiwork of Prince Jansen. Jansen, who was inexplicably blamed, could not determine whether this blame was genuinely his fault. He silently closed the Star Network and instinctively turned his head to take another look at the scales that had turned to ashes. Strangely, the small pile of ashes that had originally existed had dissipated without him realizing it. Great. Doesn't this mean that the matter has ended perfectly? Zilu, who was staying on the planet Bart, was also closely watching the situation. After seeing the latest developments, she let out a sigh of relief. His matter has come to an end, and yours, I see, is not far behind. What matter could I have? After the system returned, its temper seemed to have worsened. Do you think he might lock you up for more artifacts and study you? Surely not. The system's ominous words quickly cooled Zilu's previously cheerful mood. Money can be enticing. I can't be 100% sure of Jansen's thoughts. I advise you to find a chance to earn points and leave here as soon as possible. Your current points are so low that you might not be able to escape when the time comes. Zilu glanced at her current points, which had dropped to 1423. She realized that if she only exchanged for daily necessities with no special functions, the required points were minimal. However, once she wanted to exchange for items with special functions, the points seemed to evaporate, and there was never enough. Although the system's words were still sarcastic, Zilu had to admit that it made some sense. Regardless of whether Jansen intended to harm her, she needed to leave herself an escape route. Recently, Zilu had explored half of the Marcus main city. But apart from the pile of recyclable waste she had accidentally seen in an alley that day, she had not found any other recycling points on the streets. This morning, she had specifically retraced her steps, but that location for storing recyclable garbage had been removed in just one day. Did she really have to steal recyclable waste from the clearing factory under Powell's watch? The problem was that Powell might also know the secret of the system, and having the system recycle that pile of recyclable waste in front of him felt like dancing on the tip of a needle. Moreover, she now had an unstable factor, which was the increasingly irritable system. If the system counted all the closely packed recyclable waste as one unit and processed it all for her, then Zilu imagined that scene and instantly felt her scalp tingle. Just as Zilu was in a dilemma, she seemed to vaguely hear a rumbling sound. What? The question that slipped out of Zilu's mouth was swallowed back as she recalled what Powell had told her when he left yesterday. She cautiously walked to the window. Upon sensing her intention, the window slid open, allowing her to see more clearly. Wow! Zilu was astonished to see the ships that almost obscured the whole sky. They varied in model and had slight differences in appearance. The leading ship was more than twice the size of the ones behind it, but it was flashing a dazzling light in a regular pattern, guiding the following fleet to a large open area specially cleared outside the Marcus main city. Zilu quickly stepped back, letting the window return to its original state, even making the previously clear window become murky. As the murkiness gradually solidified, the outside scene was completely obscured. See? Jansen sent someone to catch you. The system's childish intimidation only earned Zilu a big eye roll. Can you be a bit more mature? Why such a big fuss over catching me? Zilu was quite clear about her own worth. She thought about avoiding the recent turmoil since she couldn't really help, and she had to keep her remaining points tightly under wraps this time. So, she tried to go out as little as possible recently to avoid causing them trouble. However, she didn't expect Powell's thoughts to be completely opposite to hers. Let me take you to meet General Donishu. He is someone close to His Highness Jansen. Weren't you curious about the current situation of the war last time? I believe he can provide you with satisfactory answers. The Powell who visited later provided extremely persuasive reasons. But Zilu was already able to contact Jansen. Although she couldn't say she understood the situation of the war clearly, at least she could grasp its general direction. Although Powell might have already discovered the system's secret, he never stated it outright, and he had always taken good care of her. This time, too, was out of goodwill, so Zilu felt it was inappropriate to directly say she didn't need it. Thank you, but I think maybe, I haven't seen the mermaids for a long time. I think the weather is quite nice today. I want to go see them. The sudden thought that flashed through Zilu's mind was used as an excuse to refuse Powell, but facing his sincere big eyes still put some pressure on her heart. Well, then I'll take you over there. Powell had noticed the name Zilu gave to Wiley when he took her to the water room last time, so he didn't find it strange this time either. He casually popped up a small virtual screen, clearly preparing to arrange a hovercar. Wait, I think I'll go in the afternoon. There's no need to trouble you to take me over. Just help me send a message to Barbara and the others, asking the mermaids to wait for me at Mozaka Bay in the afternoon. As soon as Zilu said it, she felt something was off. Saying the place name so easily seemed a bit strange for someone who was supposed to stay in the room for a long time. Oh, that's fine. The scenery there is quite nice, and you can take the trackless car there, Powell said as he directly sent the message. Since that's the case, I'll take you to meet General Donishu in the morning and then to Samoka Bay in the afternoon. My duty is to take good care of you, so you don't need to feel burdened. Powell added with a smile at the end of his sentence, effectively blocking all of Zilu's upcoming words. Her face felt a bit hot, as if someone had seen through her little thoughts, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. So, shall we set off now? Okay. Chapter 54. New friends through the door. The noise outside was not very clear, but as they got closer to the temporary campsite, the smell of smoke and fire became increasingly distinct. Be careful. The moment they got off the hovercar, several fast-moving transport vehicles suddenly approached from the side. Powell quickly reached out to carry Zilu down, retreating a distance without looking back, barely avoiding the aggressive vehicles. It seems today is really not the right time. Powell muttered to himself, but the words inevitably reached Zilu's ears as she was in his arms. Should we go back first? Zilu asked cautiously after being gently placed on the ground, her feet finally touching solid ground. It's fine. We'll leave after we see Darnash. Powell appeared indifferent, gesturing for Zilu to follow him. The two walked slowly around a spaceship that was lying on the ground, and finally saw the person Powell was looking for. Commander Darnash, Powell called out loudly. Zilu followed behind, cautiously peeking out. At the exit of the spaceship stood a robust Aerie, as strong as a small mountain, who turned to look directly at Powell and Zilu. This must be Darnash. He didn't seem very approachable, especially with his tightly furrowed brow, cold gaze, and downturned mouth, all of which hinted at his current bad mood. However, Powell clearly wasn't affected by the other person's emotions and approached warmly. His tall figure was immediately overshadowed by Darnash's imposing presence. As Powell stepped forward, Zilu, who had been hiding behind him, found herself completely exposed in front of the crowd, and she stiffened under their gazes, unable to openly retreat behind Powell. "Commander Darnash, this is Zilu. Perhaps you would like to tell us about the current war situation? Is everything going smoothly?" Powell stood face to face with Darnash. The temperature difference between them was extreme. Zilu felt Darnash's gaze sweep over her from head to toe, an inexplicable chill rising in her heart, as if she were facing a predator, making her limbs stiffen. Unable to openly hide behind Powell for a moment. "Cosima? Huh, there really is a Cosima." Darnash did not directly answer Powell's question, instead muttering something vague. Zilu seemed to catch sight of something approaching from the corner of her eye, and when she lifted her head, she realized that they had been surrounded by people without her noticing. This group was tall, but mostly looked lethargic. Most of them wore white jumpsuits, with blood seeping through, spreading like splashes of water on their clothing, making them particularly conspicuous. Zilu also saw two people missing arms, staring straight at her with pale faces. The feeling was particularly creepy, and Zilu felt her hair standing on end, surrounded by so many strangers watching her in silence. Her companions were still smiling at them and greeting loudly. "Hey, Iceaper, you're here too? Did Mary come as well?" As the crowd drew closer, Zilu couldn't help but tug at Powell's shirt, hoping he would temporarily stop talking and not provoke anyone further. "Mary is dead. I think she will return during the spirit ceremony." The airy mixed blood named Iceaper had long golden curly hair, most of which had turned charred black, curling up to her ears, while a long strand of golden hair hung messily over her shoulder. "Oh, it should be His Highness Jansen in charge of the spirit ceremony. She should come back. We can have her deliver messages to Wilson and the others at the front." Iceaper was about to respond when the grim-faced Darnash raised his hand to stop their conversation. "Enough, if you're fine, then get lost. Take this Cosima with you. If you dare come back to see my joke again, I will let you taste the flavor of death." Darnash's words silenced the scene once more, and the wind brushed against Zilu's face, only bringing the faint sounds of distant commotion. Commander, what do you mean by that? Your job is to protect everyone. What joke is there to speak of?" Confused, Zilu looked up at Powell, seeing that his expression mirrored her own bewilderment, leading her to preliminarily conclude that he, like her, did not understand where Darnash's anger was coming from. Unfortunately, Darnash's temper did not seem to improve. After speaking, he left on his own. Powell intended to chase after him, but was stopped by Iceaper. You want to know why?" Before Powell could ask, Iceaper directly interrupted him. "Everyone go rest. The next batch of hover cars will arrive in a few minutes. Don't crowd around here." Iceaper had originally wanted to manage the crowd since so many people were gathered, but unexpectedly, she saw Cosima here. Like everyone else, she was momentarily stunned and now had a chance to perform her duties. "Let us go. There's a resting area over there. What did you bring Cosima here for?" Iceaper led the way, and the surrounding crowd slowly dispersed. "I want to bring her to understand the situation of the Civil War." Bringing Cosima to understand the Civil War? Iceaper's tone rose as if she had heard something unbelievable. "Yes, Zilu wants to know how the Civil War is currently going." Zilu, who had been as quiet as a quail throughout, smiled slightly at Iceaper when she received her probing gaze. "This is rare." The resting area was not far. It was a simple row of tents provided for everyone to rest, with several medics busy attending to the wounded. Zilu's mood seemed to gradually sink in this gloomy atmosphere. Actually, asking Darnash is useless. He didn't come here by choice this time. You know his temperament. If given a choice, he would definitely want to go to the front lines. As Iceaper spoke, she gestured for Zilu to sit down and rest. Zilu instinctively shook her head to refuse, but saw a patient nearby stretch out a good hand to help pull the chair out for her to sit down. Feeling the pressure, Zilu could only nod in thanks and obediently sit down. "Has something happened?" Powell finally caught on. "I really don't know how Lord Dorothy picked you. Do you know about the traitors in the army?" Do you know who the traitor is?" Hearing the latter question, Powell honestly shook his head. The existence of traitors in the army was something he had guessed himself, and he considered it quite good that he could make such a guess while staying in the rear. "Ah, That person is Andre from the 19 Squad and Lord York. Under Powell's shocked gaze, Icesaper briefly recounted this matter. In short, for the time being, you should avoid appearing in front of Lord Darnash. Because Dorothy did not plead for him, he is currently brooding over it. Zilu, who had been listening quietly, was handed a cup of water, and the patient sitting next to her casually pushed a jelly-like food item toward her. She could only take a sip of water to express her thanks. Now I see. I was wondering why Lord Darnash suddenly became so difficult to deal with. Powell grabbed 2 jelly-like food items and tossed them into his mouth, receiving a reproachful look from the patient. All right, don't tease Angus. His vocal cords have been damaged by the poisonous smoke, and it will probably take some time for him to recover. You shouldn't stay too long either. It's best to leave as soon as possible. Angus's gaze lingered reluctantly on Cosima, who was obediently nodding her head when he heard Isabel's words. All right, you get busy then. We will leave now. Powell knew he couldn't be of help by staying here, so he signaled Zilu to follow him and slowly walked out, enduring the curious gazes that had settled on Cosima. We can't say this trip was without its gains. At least we learned the story behind the earlier raid and met quite a few new friends. If you're interested later, we can visit the rehabilitation base to see them. Zilu boarded the hover car first, and Powell's words as he got in made her momentarily have a strange suspicion. Did you bring me here because you want me to meet more people? The small hover car steadily flew up into the sky, passing by several large hover cars. Powell looked at Zilu's expression, confirmed that she was not averse to it, and smiled. I hope you won't feel uncomfortable because of this. I believe that going out more and making friends is very beneficial for your recovery. His Highness Jansen asked me to take care of you, and I always hope I can be of help. Isabel and the others are all good people, and I believe you will like them. Even Lord Darnash is just dealing with some troublesome matters. Usually he's quite easy to get along with. Powell chattered all the way until they reached the central square of Marcus Main City, where he finally stopped. It will probably be chaotic in the city today. I might go to the dispatch center to help in the afternoon. At that time, I will have the hovercar pick you up to Mozaka Bay. Is that all right? If she had heard such word in the past, Zilu would have genuinely thought that Powell was simply busy with something. However, after spending time together, she knew there was a greater possibility, which was that he wanted her to enjoy time alone with the mermaids. Just like last time when they went to the lake bottom to see the mermaids. They always consciously left her alone with them. Of course, that's fine. Thank you, Powell. For now, Zilu could only express her gratitude with these thin words for this unspoken care. You don't still want to use points to exchange for items to help them, do you? The system, which had been silent all the way, finally couldn't hold back and popped up, clearly sensing the inclination in Zilu's heart. Zilu pretended not to hear, calmly got off the car, and bid farewell to Powell before responding to the system. It depends on the situation. Am I that kind-hearted? The system's intended retort was swallowed back down. Chapter 55. Mozaka Bay in a completely soundproof office. Jensen was alone at his desk, struggling with multiple large virtual screens lined up in front of him. While a separate live broadcast showed Liz, who was in charge of dismantling the cursing explosive on George. At that moment, Terrence was on standby aboard the battleship where Jensen was located, ready to take over the repair work on George's body at any time. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Olade was going crazy at the trading center, and under Jensen's encouragement, it was escalating on the Star Network. The speculation that Jensen was the mastermind behind the space pirates had seemingly become a widely accepted truth with the help of certain forces. After the internal division within ARI, the sharp blades naturally pointed towards each other. After an unknown amount of time, Liz finally turned around in the live broadcast, facing the camera. Your Highness, all Curson explosives have been dismantled. However, I found that the most dangerous Curson explosive has lost its core and is no longer a threat. I misjudged it. It's all right. You've worked hard. Jensen stopped Liz from blaming herself and connected to Terrence, who was on standby. The Curson explosive has been dismantled. You can proceed to wrap things up. To avoid any unexpected changes, Jensen decided to let Dorothy handle the personnel arrangements only after ensuring George was completely safe. He leaned back in his chair, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. It seemed that the troublesome Curson explosive had already been resolved, which could be considered a reward for his sincere transaction. Thinking of rewards, Jensen closed his eyes in rare frustration. He hoped to prepare a grand gift for the selfless Cosima, but he couldn't figure out what Zilu wanted at the moment. Jansen basically took care of Zilu's daily needs, with some supplies delivered by his assistant Powell to observe Zilu's reactions and needs, which were reported in the work diary. However, Jansen viewed all of this as nothing more than his instinct and selfishness, far from being considered part of a gift. But finding something that could truly be called a gift, especially one that would surprise and delight Cosima, was far more difficult. The recipient of the gift, Zilu, was unaware of Jensen's troubles. She was sitting in a corner of Mozaka Bay, surrounded by the mermaids who had rushed over. "This is for you. We brought it back when we went to the shallow waters." The red-haired mermaid handed Zilu something she had clutched tightly all the way. "What is this?" The item filled Zilu's palm, soft and furry, overall a grayish-green color, resembling a snail shell, curled up. Upon closer inspection, she could see the dense fur on it. "This is grass. It's very delicious." The blue-eyed mermaid leaned in, wanting to lie on Zilu's lap. But the petite Cosima could only bear the weight of one mermaid's arm, and that spot was already occupied by the red-haired mermaid. So he could only awkwardly stay close by. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. I brought 5 or 6 of these, and you almost ate them all." The red-haired mermaid finally had a chance to voice her grievances. "But it really is delicious." The blue-eyed mermaid, aware he was in the wrong, backed away slightly, seemingly afraid of the red-haired mermaid's claws coming at him. "It's okay. One is good. I really like it." Zilu smiled as she watched them play. And when she saw the blue-eyed mermaid genuinely scared, she spoke up to mediate. "It can predict the weather." Among the group of mermaids swimming and playing in the back, the one-eyed mermaid heard their raised voices and hurried over to check. Seeing nothing was wrong, she slowed down. "If you throw it into sandy water, it will stand up by itself. When it's about to rain, it will stretch its body to reach the surface of the water. That way, you'll know it's going to rain and can avoid going out." "Wow, that's amazing. How did you know I needed this?" Zilu smiled brightly at them, unable to resist teasing them in a childlike tone. But the mermaids had no idea. They really just thought they did something right. "Hee hee, we're talking to the one who gives meat." The blue-eyed mermaid chimed in. "They told us that Cosima doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything at all." The red-haired mermaid also jumped in, but what she said made Zilu both laugh and cry, and she could only comfort herself that Cosima did not represent her. "They also said you're afraid of rain. With this, you can avoid the rain." The one-eyed mermaid hit the nail on the head with her words. Zilu felt particularly warm inside. Although she didn't fear rain, the notion of being afraid of rain seemed to suit the Cosima that frequently appeared in others' words. However, the fact that the mermaids had put thought into preparing this gift for her was already very precious. "Thank you. I really like it. Is it okay for it to be out of the water now?" Zilu touched the curled grass leaves in her hand, which were gradually drying out. Perhaps due to the loss of moisture, the dense fur on the curled surface began to lift, and the tip faintly turned white. "It should be fine." The 3 heads huddled together to observe the curled grass in Zilu's palm. "I've never seen it like this before. Is it dying? Then let us give it some water." After saying that, the blue-eyed mermaid directly scooped up a handful of water and poured it over Zilu. Zilu's outstretched palm was surrounded by the 3 heads, making it impossible to see what was happening. When the cold water splashed on her legs, she almost jumped up. "It seems to be better now. Let us give a bit more." "Don't." Before Zilu could finish her sentence, another splash of water came. She shifted her pants, which were clinging to her skin, but didn't feel wet. It was just that the sudden chill startled her. Zilu withdrew her outstretched hand, and the 3 heads followed her hand's movement, all raising their heads to look at her. This action was simply too cute, and Zilu's momentary annoyance was instantly extinguished. "It should be fine now. I'll go back early today and put it in the water." Zilu supported herself against the ground and slowly retracted her feet, standing up. The mermaids playing the distance seemed to have received some signal when they saw Zilu stand up and swam over in unison. "When will you come to see us next?" Before Zilu could say her farewell, the mermaids had already guessed her intention and directly began to ask about the next meeting. "How about the day after tomorrow morning? Still here?" Since they had already found this meeting point, Zilu felt no need to trouble Barbara and had little psychological burden. Okay, the mermaids exclaimed together, getting excited again. Next time, I'll see if I can bring you something to eat. Today's arrangement was rather rushed, and Zilu was unsure of their diet, so she and T brought any gifts for them. It seemed that after going back, Zilu would have a new direction for learning. Okay, the short and high-pitched sounds were translated into cheerful responses. Zilu patted their slippery heads one by one and finally boarded the hovering vehicle that had been waiting nearby, preparing to return. As the hovering vehicle sensed Cosima's presence, the main control panel quickly lit up, slowly floating up and gradually distancing itself from the mermaids gathered in the corner of Mozaka Bay. What do you plan to do tomorrow? The system suddenly spoke up while Zilu was touching and observing her snug pants. This was prepared for her by Jansen, who also called it mermaid pants. It has seemed like clothing suitable for playing with mermaids. After coming into contact with water, the surface of the pants feels cool and moist, but the inside doesn't get wet. Although they are waterproof, they lack the texture typical of waterproof materials and instead feel soft and breathable. I'm not doing anything. The system has been talking from time to time, and after being startled a few times, Zilu still finds it hard to adapt to the sudden sounds in her mind, which always gives her a jolt. Oh, this overwhelming sense of distrust. Zilu felt that if the system could leave her mind and do things on its own, it would probably jump up and press its own head to get things done. I remember you didn't care about what I did before. You've been acting so strange lately. Zilu urgently wanted to return to the days when the system ignored her. No, I'm doing this for your own good. That group of Aerie is notoriously vicious. Don't be fooled. Let us quickly gather enough points to leave here. Zilu remained silent for a moment until a corner of the central square came into view before she spoke. All right, I'll find a chance to go to the clearing factory again. This is the first time the system has agreed with her thoughts so wholeheartedly. However, regarding the matter of gathering points, Zilu also had her own calculations. No matter what bad intentions the system might be hiding, she needed the points. Instead of going against the system, it would be better to go along with its suggestions first, and whether she could achieve at 100 would be another matter. After all, besides her personal efforts, there were also the influences of others and even changes in the environment. Based on her observations over this period, the system reads her thoughts in waves, and it doesn't seem to be able to read everything with perfect accuracy. Zilu suspected that the system could relatively easily grasp her general intentions, but specific thoughts were hit or miss. If it were not like this, the system would have probably quarreled with her a long time ago, especially since she had cursed it in her mind many times. They'll go talk to Powell tomorrow. Good. Finally, the system, under Zilu's reassurance, temporarily shut up. In fact, on one hand, Zilu wanted to go out and observe the current situation on Bartstar. After all, staying here and being cautious was never too much. On the other hand, she wanted to see if there were any things she could manage, preferably things that didn't require using points, as that would greatly reduce the possibility of her being completely exposed. After all, Powell had helped her a lot, and those injured soldiers now retreating to the rear were all Jansen's subordinates. If she were unaware of this, it would be one thing, but after seeing their pale faces in the morning, it felt like they were still swaying in front of her, making her remaining conscience inconveniently resurface. Just take a look. Anyway, I'm just sitting around. As long as I don't use points, it's fine. Zilu tried to convince herself in her mind, but another side of her jumped out to warn her not to get emotional again. This war had nothing to do with her, and she shouldn't get involved. If she got more deeply entangled without the ability to change the situation, it would undoubtedly be a blind increase in her psychological burden. She ultimately had to go back to where she belonged. As if sensing Zilu's inner struggle, a video call request from Jansen popped up. Chapter 56 Video Call Jansen. Is everything going smoothly? As soon as the video call connected, Zilu instinctively asked, but after she finished, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. It seemed that ever since she parted ways with Jansen, she would ask this question every time they met. Jansen, unaware of what Cosima was thinking, only knew that the sight of her smiling happily and cutely brightened his mood as well. Everything is going well. Your gift was very useful. George is fine now. Jansen sat down in front of Zilu as the hover car slowly descended and finally parked in front of her residence. This place was located behind the central hall, facing a small alley, and there weren't many people passing by, making it a quiet dwelling. However, Jansen had once given orders regarding this area, and Zilu was completely unaware of that. Have you met the mermaids? Are they like Lake Tuyo? Jansen glanced at Zilu's outfit and felt that arranging for Wiley to be close to her was indeed the right choice. Cosima, in fact, is a social creature that enjoys living in groups, but currently, there might only be Zilu left in this world. Jansen had previously worried that Zilu wouldn't adapt to the new environment, and the long absence of companionship might lead to psychological issues for her. Thankfully, none of that happened. With Wiley's company, Zilu seemed to have adjusted well to life on Bartstar. They really like it. Look, this is the gift they gave me today. Zilu gently opened the gift in her hand for Jansen to see. Sea cucumber? Do you like this? In reality, the sea cucumber was an animal that usually appeared in large numbers in shallow waters, arranged in a straight line, primarily feeding on plankton. It posed no threat to Cosima, especially the sea cucumbers that were away from their water source, which would curl up more tightly to reduce their surface area, thus having a negative value in terms of threat. It's not that I like it. I mainly appreciate the mermaid sentiment, she said as she looked worriedly at the sea cucumber. Let's get out. I'm afraid it might die. The originally gray-green sea cucumber had now faded to white, leaving only a deep green spot in the center. Jansen had no objections and silently followed Zilu into her dwelling, feeling increasingly unsure about the gift he had prepared for Cosima. If it were a specific object, he would be confident in presenting it to Zilu. But how could an abstract concept like sentiment be correctly represented by any object? Zilu walked around the room and took out a standard-sized cup as a temporary home for the sea cucumber. As for the sand, she stepped outside again and casually grabbed a handful of off-white gravel from the ground at the entrance. This pile of gravel had originally been scattered at the foot of a statue. Since Zilu had lowered her house to the ground, it had covered most of it, but it was still enough. Jansen silently followed Zilu, watching her busily move back and forth, and he felt a strange sense of calmness. Will it really stand up by itself? In the shallow cup, the sea cucumber nearly filled the bottom, and the curved surface quickly gathered small bubbles. But the already dry surface seemed unlikely to recover anytime soon. Don't worry, it should adapt tonight. Jansen leaned close to Zilu, his tall and strong body almost completely shielding her. She could perfectly nestle into his embrace with just a slight step back. Should we add some salt? Jansen and Zilu locked eyes, and looking at her from such a close distance made him momentarily lose focus. When he came to his senses, he immediately met Zilu's puzzled expression, and he could only nod as if nothing had happened. I think so, Zilu didn't notice anything amiss. Instead, she thought of another question. Is there salt here? She turned around, pressing her hand against Jansen's abdomen, and gently pushed him back a couple of steps. Zilu calmly returned to the storage cabinet, instructing the terminal to push out a long row of cabinets. After selecting one, she retrieved the information about its contents. Jansen, I feel like I haven't seen salt since I got here. Unbeknownst to her, Jansen was covering his abdomen. His lips pressed tightly together, and after a moment, he returned to Zilu's side. I think it should be here. Jansen took the virtual screen Zilu was controlling, scrolled through the long list of information, and quickly found the white crystal she was looking for. Thank you. Zilu took the jar of salt. Jansen followed her, watching as she casually pinched a bit and added it to the cup, filled with confusion but choosing to remain silent. After all, whatever Cosima wanted to do was understandable. This should be enough. Suddenly, Zilu seemed to realize something and looked up to meet Jansen's gaze. I can touch you. Zilu couldn't believe it as she reached out her hand and grabbed Jansen's hand. His long fingers felt slightly rough in her grip. Previously, their touches were almost always through the air. Even though it appeared they had made contact, it lacked any real sensation. Now, however, the touch was undeniably real. What's going on? Zilu's confused expression made Jansen want to laugh. Isn't it the permission you gave me? Zilu's head was filled with question marks. Two IDs that are mutually under special attention can use mental energy to condense their projection during a video call. You listed me as a special attention today, didn't you? Jansen's smiling face inexplicably made Zilu's cheeks warm. I I hadn't thought of that. So does this you count as you? Zilu wrapped both hands around Jansen's palm, and the touch felt very real. It could be me, but not exactly. It's just a mimicry. In reality, we aren't in contact. As soon as he said this, Jansen's hand returned to its original state with a soft, glowing edge, and Zilu's hand naturally passed through it. It's just the terminal simulating this touch and feeding it back to us. Jansen pulled his hand back, returning to a quasi-physical state, and then took Zilu's hand in his. Wow, I didn't know it could be used like this. It's amazing. Zilu murmured, but didn't let go of Jansen's hand. The standard mecha's empathy also uses this method, right? Yes. The two locked eyes for a few seconds before bursting into laughter together. You should have told me earlier. This feature is quite fun. It's my fault. Not really. Zilu felt her smile was a bit silly and pulled back the corners of her mouth. Aren't you busy today? As far as Zilu knew, the current situation of a civil war was not optimistic. Today isn't too busy. Jansen paused, thinking of Zilu's earlier concern for him and her subsequent worries about the war situation, and added a few more words. Actually, if possible, I really want to challenge Correlate to a duel directly to personally kill him and end this meaningless war. Jansen hesitated for a moment before saying the last sentence in front of Zilu, but to his surprise, Zilu didn't show any fear or disgust. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Why not? I also think this civil war is unnecessary. In the end, aren't you hurting your own people? At that moment, Jensen felt a surge of excitement, as if he were embarking on a journey for the first time under recognition, with a continuous warmth supporting his energy. I think so too. It's just a pity that Correlate is a coward who doesn't abide by the warrior's code. He would never accept my challenge. I believe this is one of the reasons he has recruited so many from other races. No one, at least no pure-blood Aerie, would truly support his rule. This doesn't quite align with what Zilu understood. So why don't those dukes come forward to stop him together? From what Zilu knows, there are 3 dukes who don't take sides, and they even provided Correlate with weapons and resources. Although it might sound strange for me to say this, Zilu's reaction and support gave Jensen enough courage to face a Cosima and reveal the ugly truth inside. Pure-blood Aerie are very greedy. In the face of benefits, anything is possible. They need the wealth under Correlate's name. I'm sure that even if Correlate really wins this war, he won't have the chance to become the ruler. Of course, I won't give him the chance to touch the fruits of victory either. A pure-blood Aerie speaking ill of pure-bloods gives Jensen an unusual innocence in Zilu's eyes. What about you? Are you greedy too? Zilu couldn't help but tease Jensen in a playful tone, but to her surprise, Jensen really smiled and responded. Yes, I'm afraid I am too. I want to be with you all the time, to completely occupy your time, your attention, everything about you. Unfortunately, Zilu couldn't read this information from his focused gaze. I guess I'm too. Zilu, like an adult with a mischievous desire for attention, tilted her chin slightly and pretended to be smug as she said these negative words. It's okay. You can be greedy forever. I can give you whatever you want. Jensen actually hoped Zilu would make some requests so that he wouldn't have to worry about that unconvincing gift. Really? Zilu smiled at Jensen and nodded, then pretended to ponder for a moment. Let me think. What do I want the most right now? She rested her hand on her chin, tilted her body, and secretly glanced at Jensen from the corner of her eye. Jensen was indeed still looking at her seriously, fully focused on her response. All right, I've thought of something. Zilu turned back to face Jensen again. So, I want you to take good care of yourself and absolutely must not get hurt. Can you do that? Jensen looked at Zilu's smiling face, and the warm flow inside him was about to drown him. He thought his expression must look silly now. At least the radiant smile that scared his subordinates wouldn't disappear from his face for a while. I will do my best. Chapter 57. Hybrid, I hope no one else will receive that special gift you gave me. Zilu lay on the bed, still unable to sleep. Her mind was replaying what Jansen said before he turned off the video call. Your concern is invaluable, but if possible, I hope you want to display it. It could cause you a lot of trouble. Not even for you. Zilu had been thinking about breaking the serious atmosphere before their separation, but unexpectedly, Jansen affirmed her question. Not even for me. I don't know where you got that gift, but receiving often comes with loss. Jansen looked at Zilu's expression, seeming even more certain of his guess. I want to ask you about the story behind this, but I hope you focus on yourself and don't sacrifice your own interests for others, not even for me. Sigh. Jason's words made her previous worries seem overly suspicious. Are you still thinking about him? The system always popped up at the most inopportune times. No way. Zilu buried her head in the soft blanket. Without that, how would you know who I'm talking about? The system's remarks were getting increasingly sharp, and Zilu chose not to respond. You idiot, don't let others deceive you so easily, okay? If what he said was sincere, what about Powell's earlier probing? Could Powell also be an insider? Zilu thought of this and lifted her head again, looking tense enough to directly communicate with Jason. Oh my God, how can you be so dumb? Powell is his lackey. Without Jason telling him about you, how could he possibly know? He is not familiar with you. The system's words did make some sense. Although she saw Powell every day then, in reality, neither of them was familiar with the other. Zilu had never exchanged items in front of Powell and even tried to avoid communication with the system as much as possible. Zilu rolled around on the bed in frustration, and in the end, the bed recognized her position was incorrect and nudged her toward the center. Zilu did not resist, letting the bed move her to the middle. Now that it was confirmed that Jason actually didn't know of her existence, she should feel relieved. What does that have to do with me? The system had calmed down this time, its voice becoming softer. Recently, every time he appeared, you disappeared. This change became more evident after Zilu left the garbage planet. As the system became more human-like, this feeling was easier to perceive. Don't say that. Although I find it absurd, he can't possibly enter my mind to catch you, but since Jason doesn't know the specifics, I want to tell him for now, and besides, he shouldn't hurt me. Don't worry so much. I'll still accumulate points. This was the first time Zilu discussed these matters so seriously with the system. She knew she couldn't shake off the system for a while, but for now, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Before she returned to Blue Star, she still needed the system's help. However, as the system became more human-like, conflicts were inevitable from their long-term interaction. Zilu didn't want to always be at odds with the system. It was necessary to communicate in advance. After all, Zilu remembered that the system had saved her at a critical moment on the garbage planet. As long as the system didn't do anything harmful to her brain, this cooperative relationship could continue. I'm not scared. This conversation passed rather casually. Zilu initially thought Powell would be busy during this time and wouldn't show up again, but unexpectedly, he came by early the next morning. What is this? Following Powell was a true robot, the first of its kind that Zilu had seen since coming here. Its arms were extremely long, wrapping around a round, transparent tank as it entered. Oh, this is Bobby. I heard you've recently been interested in these underwater creatures. So His Highness prepared some scenery for you. Zilu watched as the robot nodded in an extremely human-like manner, placing the fish tank it was holding in the corner. The tank was already lined with a layer of sand, dotted with several sea hares, and simply decorated with crystals and unknown underwater plants. But what truly caught Zilu's attention was this kind of robot. Its series of movements were very natural, and because it lacked outer skin, the mechanical parts of its exposed face could be clearly seen, moving in accordance with its emotions, closely resembling human facial muscle movements. Oh, are you asking it? Powell noticed Zilu was staring at the robot and realized the subject of her earlier question. This is Bobby, my pet. I actually wanted to give it skin, but a new federal law recently prohibited robots from wearing clothes. The only option left is fur, which I don't really like. As Powell spoke, Bobby pouted in a pitiful manner and shook its head. Right? You don't like it either, do you? Especially the recently released uniform style. It's just too ugly. I say if they're really afraid robots look too much like living beings, they should just make them in irregular shapes. Powell's complaints flowed endlessly until he noticed Zilu was still standing aside, not approaching the fish tank or them, and he began to realize where the problem lay. Are you afraid of Bobby? Powell grabbed Bobby's shoulder. Since Bobby was much taller than him, he needed to press down on Bobby's shoulder to lower its head to make eye contact. Not exactly. This feeling is just too strange. If Ari is 80% similar to humans, then this robot, aside from its height, could achieve 90% similarity in facial features. One can imagine that if it were really dressed in human skin, Zilu would probably be unable to find any differences. But facing such a human-like robot, Zilu felt not closeness but fear. The inexplicable fear kept her from approaching them. But to say she was truly afraid of Bobby itself wasn't entirely true, because it seemed that its personality was quite good. This was my oversight. Powell patted Bobby, who bent down to his height. Bobby tilted its head and blinked its eyes, then bent down 180 degrees, overlapping its legs, and all its parts quickly reassembled, finally transforming into a square box at waist height, with its limbs completely folded inside, leaving only 2 wheels. I thought you might like it. It can take you around. Hearing this, Bobby extended its 2 wheels, nimbly rolling towards Zilu, circling her feet, and looking up at her with its remaining 2 big eyes. I like it. Finally, upon hearing this, Bobby let out a short and high-pitched whistle and slid back to Powell's side. Ha ha, no one can resist Bobby's cuteness. Powell stayed with Zilu for a while, watching her place the sea hares she received yesterday in a corner of the fish tank, and introduced the precious various crystals inside before preparing to leave. Bobby will stay here. If you go out, you can have it accompany you. Recently, there have been many newcomers to Bartstar and quite a few hybrid insectoids, so it's best not to go out alone. Upon receiving the command, Bobby squatted by the door, looking as if he intended to take root there and keep watch. The insect race? Zilu had seen a small portion of the introduction to the insect race on the Star Network. They seem to be the arch-enemies of Aerie. In this case, it was quite incredible that Jansen's army had even accepted half-bloods of the insect race. Yes, that's true. However, the insect race is actually divided into several branches. Aside from Esther, the other branches of the insect race are relatively harmonious with Aerie, especially AM and BM. In fact, I'm also a half-blood of the AM insect race and Aerie. This news shocked Zilu even more. I'm sorry. This revelation seemed to twist Zilu's previous doubts. It's fine. There are indeed quite a few terrible half-bloods of the insect race. Powell blinked, deliberately lowering his voice and pretending to be mysterious as he spoke. The awkward atmosphere that had begun to form quickly dissipated. Zilu smiled and asked softly, "Are you going to the rehabilitation base to help?" Upon hearing the question, Powell looked at Zilu a few times, as if he had thought of a possibility, and smiled broadly. "Yes, I need to see if today's supplies have arrived. Would you like to come with me? Isabel, whom you met last time, is also there. They will definitely be happy to see you again. You know, it's not easy to get a glimpse of you." Powell's words inexplicably made Zilu feel a bit teased, but she had originally intended to accept Powell's invitation from last time, so she naturally would not refuse his kindness. I'll go with you to take a look. If there's anything I can help with, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to assist." Zilu decisively walked out the door, which left Powell momentarily stunned, and then he burst into laughter. "Ha, that's great. I certainly won't hold back." Bobby, who was squatting by the door, became excited when he saw that they planned to go out together, honking the horn several times and happily following behind them. The rehabilitation base was quite far from where Zilu lived. The hovering vehicle took more than 30 minutes to reach a corner of the base. "I think as long as they see you, they will feel much better." As Powell got out of the car, he held Bobby down on the vehicle while jokingly adding a comment. Zilu imagined herself in this situation. It was probably similar to seeing an endangered animal. It's rare to see one, so it's inevitable to feel lucky, and perhaps that would lift one's spirits a bit. Of course, all of this was just Zilu's speculation. It would be a long time before she realized how precious Cosima was to the Aerie and the accompanying ability to provide mental comfort. Powell led Zilu into the ascending passage and up to the upper floor. The corridor here was completely transparent to the outer wall, with sunlight spilling into the light brown hallway, seemingly brightening everyone's mood. This place used to be the Kangmangsi Military Academy, but His Highness George closed it down, leaving it vacant just right to be used as a temporary rehabilitation center. To catch up with their arrival time, a lot of personnel had been sent over, along with more than 300 housekeeping machines. Powell gestured for Zilu to leave the ascending passage with him and walk down this clean corridor. The place looked quite different from before. I remember it used to be fully enclosed management, and quite a few soldiers who underwent training died here. That incident caused quite a stir back then. As Zilu walked down this spacious corridor, listening to Powell talk about the secrets of those years, she felt as if she had become a part of it all. Chapter 58. Rehabilitation. Based the path that Powell took with Zilu was not long. After feeling the sunlight for a while, Powell led her around corner. It was then that Zilu noticed that the corridors here seemed to have countless branches, densely arranged at the turning point. At first glance, it was a bit dazzling. I think this was set up to prevent invasions and facilitate escapes. From now on, you need to stick close to me, Powell said with a smile as he led her into one of the corridors. The fast passage was right at the entrance, and Zilu followed Powell closely, confused, until they arrived at a large hall. According to Powell, this used to be a training area indoors, which has now been cleared out to serve as a temporary resting place for the wounded. However, before they could enter, the sound of arguing came from inside. Do you think this is still the front line? Put away your disgusting attitude. Mixed blood. If it weren't for Prince George's policy, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here and talk to me. Powell immediately looked back at Zilu. She seemed frightened by the thunderous shouts that could almost break the hall's door, her feet shifting back slightly. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you here. Powell first calmed Zilu's emotions before raising his hand to identify his ID at the hall's door. The door quickly opened, revealing two factions arguing heatedly inside, on the verge of fighting, with no energy to pay attention to the newcomers. Hey, everyone calm down. Since Cosima was right behind him, Powell could only stand outside the fray, trying to suppress them with his voice. His heart was filled with helplessness and embarrassment. After all, he was the one who recommended Zilu to come out more, even telling her that this group of comrades was easy to get along with and suitable to be friends. He never expected to be slapped in the face so quickly, leaving him no time to react. If he scared Cosima, who had finally opened up a bit back in her shell, he might not be able to escape Prince Jansen's wrath this time. The commander is here. Wait, don't be impulsive. Powell will mediate for you. This was obviously a divided battlefield, and even Zilu could deduce that the faction trying to calm things down was the one with mixed-blood individuals. The reason was simple. Their hair and eye colors were mostly not golden. According to Zilu's observation, the number of pure-blood Aryas was far less than that of the mixed-bloods. Among them, only a few pure-blood Aryas possessed the golden sheen in Jansen's eyes, such as the crowned Prince Adam and the sixth princess, Doris, whom she inadvertently discovered through terminal images. Even George, whom she had seen up close, did not have that sheen in his golden eyes. This seemed to be a symbol of pure blood. It was easy to imagine that the differences in bloodlines were extremely apparent in their appearances and in the Aries ruling system. This obvious difference easily widened the gap between their classes. What? Are you going to intervene too? Going to use your pathetic position to report to your superiors? You disgusting bastard. Hey, sir, please mind your language. Before Powell could speak, a soft, fluffy voice with her unique accent defended him. As soon as the voice fell, the noisy hall gradually quieted down. Only then did everyone realize that Cosima was hiding behind Powell. To protect her friend, she clenched her fists at her sides and stepped out from behind Powell. Although her voice trembled, it did not diminish the power of her words. Thank you, Zilu. I think this gentleman will realize his mistake. Powell was stunned for several seconds, the feeling of gratitude instantly engulfing his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. It wasn't until he saw Zilu's fist trembling slightly next to him that he came to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. I. The pure blood seemed quite frightened as well. The rumored Cosima had actually appeared right before him while he had been acting so rudely. In that instant, his feelings were understandable. If he could, he would have wanted to delete his account and restart it or go back a few seconds and choke himself or cover his mouth. Even the pure blood who had been supporting him slightly distanced himself. After all, standing before them was the endangered Cosima, and they could not let her have a bad impression of them. In fact, even though they had heard before coming here that Prince Jansen had found a Cosima and brought her to Bart Star, they always thought it was a rumor until they actually saw Cosima. Moreover, even if this was not a rumor, given Cosima's timid personality, they would have had no chance to see her in person. Unexpectedly, the Cosima currently staying on Bart Star was someone who would wander around. The residents of Bart Star had taken turns coming to Marcus City, glancing at Zilu from a distance, not because they were really following etiquette, but mainly because Prince Jansen had strictly forbidden the residents of Bartstar from approaching Cosima. After Zilu arrived, the patrol frequency and a number of eyes watching in Marcus City had significantly increased, primarily to supervise this group of individuals who might lose their sanity in front of Cosima. So what is going on? Powell once again shielded the nervous Zilu behind him. Once Zilu was shielded, her heart relaxed slightly. She knew that she had just acted on impulse. But in the next second, with the intense gazes of a group of 2-meter-tall aliens on her, she barely held on and did not retreat, her limbs feeling weak. After all, here, everyone could easily crush her. Alan accidentally bumped into Rex, who demanded he kneel and apologize. Connie poked her head out from the crowd, answering questions for the suddenly meek and stuttering group. He hurt me, Rex initially wanted to retort, but upon receiving a glance from Cosima, peeking out from behind Powell, he swallowed his words and began to speak weakly. Everyone around widened their eyes, unable to believe that a pure-blooded muscular man could act so frail while holding his wound. The problem was, he was missing half an arm and was waiting for a mechanical prosthesis, looking quite convincing. Ahem, Alan, you were in the wrong first. Apologize sincerely to Rex. Alan, who had just been furious, was now visibly calmed down after seeing Cosima. Okay, Rex, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Alan's previously rough voice became gentle and soft. Undoubtedly, his inconsistent behavior earned him the disdain of the crowd. Not all, I also have issues. This group really. Powell felt he had too much to say and no words to express it. Indeed, bringing a Cosima was more effective than 10 of him at calming the situation. Although Alan and Rex pretended to act understandingly, their eyes clearly drifted towards Powell, and it was evident who they were performing for. All right, since there is nothing wrong now, you can disperse. Rest well. The operating room should be ready tonight, and you can leave here early. Most of the people in this hall were missing arms or legs and needed mechanical implants. The relevant technology is now nearing maturity. If post-surgery patients can adapt to the implanted mechanical components, it might enhance their combat capabilities. However, the problem is that very few people have managed to escape the psychological issues that come with the loss of limbs. This is also why Powell thought to bring Cosima here for a visit. But he didn't expect that just a few hours of absence would nearly lead to a confrontation among this group. Moreover, he didn't anticipate that Cosima would be so intimidating that her mere words could calm everything down. The leadership style of the person Powell mentioned made the pure blood Arya's scowl. If Cosima weren't present, they probably would have confronted him for a while. Zilu, could you say a few words of blessing to them before you leave? I think it would definitely give them a lot of courage. Powell directly turned to encourage Cosima to step forward. On one hand, this action easily extinguished the anger of the pure blood Aryas, which would likely be a significant boost for his future work. On the other hand, he hoped that Zilu could see the fragile high ground these people had when facing Cosima, at least to reduce her wariness and fear of them. Otherwise, Zilu's journey to make friends would certainly be fraught with difficulties. It's worth noting that due to concerns about Zilu being alone and potentially developing psychological issues while living on Bartstar, Prince Jansen had specifically instructed to always monitor her condition and needs. He couldn't let his eagerness for quick results lead to psychological problems for Cosima. Zilu desperately wanted to refuse, but as soon as Powell finished speaking, all eyes were on her, and despite trying to speak twice, she couldn't say no under the intense gazes of the group. She could only grit her teeth and step forward. I hope everything goes well for you. Although I've said this many times, I still wish you all the best. If you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll look forward to hearing good news from you. Meanwhile, Jansen, who was on the warship preparing for a meeting, was repeatedly reviewing the messages Zilu had sent him, unaware that Cosima was delivering stiff blessings under the gaze of the crowd. If he knew, it would probably turn Powell's nightmare into reality. Your Highness, everyone is ready. Wilder reported the progress through the terminal, and Jansen then glanced at the ID and entered the meeting room next door from his office's side room. Has everyone's equipment been checked? Jansen briefly understood the current progress of his subordinates' affairs, and, after confirming everything was in order, he finally brought up the theme of today's meeting. Since everyone is ready, I plan to launch the attack tonight. Jansen looked at everyone Jansen's serious expressions as he continued to lay out his plans. Correlate has sent us a great gift this time. If we don't return the favor, it would be our fault. Seeing Jansen, Chapter 59. War this time, we will return the Cray new bombs to Correlate. But your highness on Laskenstar, they have always insisted on a conservative approach to warfare, partly to protect Laskenstar, which originally belonged to Prince George. 5 Cray new bombs could completely destroy the ecology of half a planet, and to some extent, it would also obliterate Prince George's hard work. Not to mention the manpower and resources lost in the post-war reconstruction efforts. I know. So, I think this gift needs a dedicated interstellar courier service. Jansen looked around at his subordinates sitting at the round table. Once they met his gaze, everyone widened their eyes and sat up straight, looking at him with a hint of expectation. Dorothy, I need you to go to Bayer's Star. I will hand over 60% of the ammunition reserves to you. Remember, I don't care about the process, only the result. After the sun rises the day after tomorrow, I do not want to see Bayers on the StarNet map anymore. Bayer's Star was a gift from Jansen's father when he came of age in Correlate. It was famously one of the gold mines, rich in mineral resources, accounting for almost 20% of Correlate's wealth. Understood. Dorothy stood up, facing the envious gazes of her comrades. I'll get ready right now. This is quite a lucrative assignment. You know, having such a generous ammunition reserve at one's disposal is a rare opportunity. Go ahead. The following meeting indeed had nothing to do with Dorothy, and the sooner this matter was settled, the better. Jansen waved his hand, allowing her to leave. To ensure Correlate's attention remains focused on us, I plan to post the declaration of war on the StarNet tonight, so he can prepare properly. We will attack Laskenstar tonight. The subordinates were stunned for a few seconds, then realized this was indeed something Jansen would do. This war needed to end as quickly as possible. If it dragged on, they would certainly be unable to compete with Correlate's years of preparation. At the same time, on Laskenstar, Correlate was also discussing the next strategy with his trusted aides, but his mood was likely far from Jansen's delight. Sir Gareth and the others did their best, but the chip containing the data has been destroyed. To ensure safety, they only checked the data's authenticity at the trading center and did not perform any network operations. I'm afraid the data cannot be recovered. After hearing his subordinate's report, Correlate's fingers nervously tapped on the table, and after a moment, he finally inquired about other matters. Has Dilia not replied yet? Because of Correlate's outburst at the trading center, the large-scale trade meeting for the Huel's artillery group, originally scheduled with Dilia, was unilaterally canceled by her. Dilia pretended to be concerned publicly, claiming that this incident had caused her to lose faith in Correlate's credibility. But in reality, everyone knew she was trying to take advantage of the situation, and she wouldn't easily give up without extracting some profit from Correlate. Well, I think we might need to add 3 points for Duke Dilia to consider cooperating with us again. Sir, the supply of Huel's artillery groups is of great help to our current war situation, so I was wondering if... Correlate listened to his subordinate's words. His face darkened in silence for a moment, before finally relenting. 3 points is the bottom line. Resolve this matter quickly, and I want to hear good news tonight. Understood. The subordinate bowed his head, responding softly, but before he could leave, another person brought in bad news ahead of time. Sir, Prince Jansen has posted the declaration of war on the StarNet. Correlate's facial muscles twitched for a moment, seemingly both angry and amused, and his tone became sharper. What? Does this brat think war is a game? He has to embarrass himself on the StarNet. Sir, it seems you started it. You also posted official documents on the StarNet before. The subordinates internally complained, but in reality, they only dared to lower their heads, not daring to meet Correlate's furious gaze. After all, the last person who dared to do so had been deemed a provocation and was killed on the spot. All right, fine. Correlate's sarcastic tone echoed in the empty space as he quickly scanned the declaration of war on the StarNet. Once he finished speaking, he asked again, Has there been any news from Annabelle? Lady Annabelle just replied, agreeing with your decision, but she needs us to provide 30 warships. The subordinate swallowed the rest of his words, quietly glancing at Correlate's expression. Sure enough, Correlate's already terrible expression became even more frightening. Haha, this is great. Everyone is greedy, but they don't consider whether they can swallow it all. Sir, then, should we agree to Lady Annabelle's request? Since the time is set for tonight. If we can't head to Bait Star in advance, the plan might. The subordinate braced himself to speak. As expected, this remark drew Olade's wrath. He stepped forward and kicked the bent subordinate hard. The subordinate immediately pretended to be in pain, clutching his abdomen and falling to the ground. In fact, Olade's physical condition had never been great, and this kick was likely less impactful than a blow from a mon, slave, for someone who is always rolling on the battlefield. However, as Olade's assistant for many years, Shiza had long known how to respond to ensure Olade's satisfaction. Seeing Shiza's pained expression did momentarily quell Olade's anger. Although he still wore a grim face, at least he would not lash out at those around him for the time being. Enough. Stand up. Olade's hoarse voice made Shiza's exaggeratedly twisted face return to normal instantly. He used one hand to support himself on the ground, and with the other hand clutching his abdomen, hesitantly stood up. Get out. Receiving the order, Shiza quickly scurried away. Olade rubbed his temples and directly contacted Annabelle on his private terminal. What? I'm quite busy. If you've made up your mind, just say it. Don't play those useless emotional games with me. Annabelle's voice was gentle, but still very assertive. Olade was immediately bombarded as soon as the call connected, forcing himself to hold back his anger. I can give you the 30 warships you want, but I need you to finish the attack on Bait Star tonight and bring that Cosima back. Even if she's dead, I want her body returned. After suffering a huge loss at the trading center, Olade was determined to expand the battlefield. Compared to supplies and manpower, Olade had absolute confidence. However, to ensure the smooth execution of the plan and strike at Jansen's weakness, Olade sought cooperation from Annabelle, who was also a cunning merchant and duke. Haha, Olade, you aren't really losing your mind, are you? Where would you get Cosima from? You don't need to worry about where I got my information, but I can assure you that Bait Star currently not only has a large number of wounded retreating from the battlefield, but also a defenseless Cosima. Our cooperation can continue. I agree to provide some resources for you. I will attract Jansen's forces on Laskin Star, and once Bait Star is taken, it can be directly transferred to your name. All I want is the Cosima currently on Bait Star. This war is a guaranteed win for you. All right, but why have you been so fixated on other people's corpses lately? Shouldn't you consider getting some psychological counseling? Annabelle's latter words were abruptly cut off. Olade took several deep breaths, managing to suppress the anger that Annabelle had reignited. The arrival of night is far quicker than anyone could imagine. In what should have been a bustling dark night, Laskin Star is quieter than ever. All the lights did not turn on at the designated time, as usual. An entire Laskin Star momentarily saw no pedestrians. The changes began with a bright star point on the horizon, and as that point of light grew brighter and denser, the first loud bang exploded in the sky. Like a signal for war, dense, unmanned devices opened their flanks, charging under the makeshift protective net and the ground fire that was gradually closing in. Up! The command echoed simultaneously within the terminal, and several docked warships accelerated, diving towards the gradually brightening Laskin Star. Sirens blared from different locations on Laskin Star, resonating across the sky. The flames of war ignited. All sounds seemed to find a breakthrough, roaring as they floated amidst the chaos of battle. Remember my orders. Protecting yourself is the most important. Hold on until dawn. Yes. Jansen was still responsible for leading the first batch of mecha teams leaving the warships. He repeated the key points of the pre-war mobilization before leading his team into the clamor of battle. Teams responsible for other main cities quickly took action as well. Ground mechas surged out from various fortresses. Mechanical collisions and smoke filled the air, and amidst this chaos, Jansen seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Overwhelmed by surprise, he pushed aside an enemy blocking his way and stared blankly ahead. Your Highness, what's wrong? The urgent shout of the deputy in the terminal instantly pulled the stunned Jansen back to reality. Coming to his senses, Jansen punched through the head of the enemy that the deputy was grappling with and kicked it away. Hold on. Maintain formation. Jansen tried to lead his soldiers towards the familiar shadow in the distance. Unfortunately, the Dreamweaver, which could not establish a mental link, was unable to activate its dream-weaving ability due to insufficient mental energy. Enemy mechas charged forward in waves, attempting to block their progress. The increasing speed was repeatedly delayed. Jansen felt his heartbeat being provoked by anger, gritting his teeth and striving to remain calm. Now he is the commander-in-chief, and must not disregard his comrades behind him due to personal emotions. He had to deal with this group of enemies before he could move forward with peace of mind. Olid, you coward. You don't deserve the hurricane. Have the guts to challenge me one-on-one. Jansen firmly grabbed the neck of one of the mechas in front of him, dragging it over to block a volley of fire aimed directly at him. Inside one of the command towers at the center of the wheel map, the mecha hurricane, once belonging to George, was being forcibly activated, with additional three-way shields and control systems installed artificially, all to make it obediently follow Olid's commands at this moment. The light blue surface of the mecha had several deep dents, and the wound that struck its chest almost spanned its entire body. Olid, who resided within, heard Jansen's roar and sneered twice. Go bring over the deployment device. Let our Lord Jansen also see the situation on Bartstar. He must witness Cosima's death with his own eyes. After all, this is not something you see often nowadays. Chapter 60 Cooperation. When the horns sounded on Bartstar, Zilu was following behind Powell, preparing to leave the clearing factory again. The system was anxiously trying to stop Zilu's steps repeatedly. You said you wanted to find a chance to exchange points. Zilu secretly glanced at Powell ahead, deliberately slowing her pace to create distance between them. But before she could respond to the system, the horn exploded in the void, almost echoing throughout the entire clearing factory. Powell in front of her clearly froze for a second before quickly opening the terminal information. He briefly scanned the terminal information and looked back at the puzzled Zilu, repeating the action 2 or 3 times before finally making up his mind. Zilla, please stay here. Don't go anywhere. Wait here until I come back, okay? After Powell finished speaking, he turned and rushed out. The hybrid area speed was not something an ordinary human could match. Before Zilu could react, he had already disappeared outside the door. The door slowly closed again, and Zilu hurried over, only able to see Powell sitting in the hover car through the gap of the closed door. What the hell? Zilu couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, especially with the deafening horn making her anxious. Why isn't it opening? The reclosed door seemed to have its permissions revoked, and even when it detected Zilu's approach, it no longer reopened. Forget it, go back now. What a great opportunity. Everything in this clearing factory is yours now. By the time they get busy with the war, they definitely won't notice, and we can directly exchange props to leave here. Last time, Powell had relocated the personnel from the clearing factory, and it just so happened that there was a personnel shortage, so the people here had not yet returned. Once Powell left, Zilu was left alone in the entire clearing factory. After the system realized this, it couldn't suppress the excitement in its tone. What does this mean? Is it going to be a battle? Zilu turned around in a panic, and after the fear subsided, she was left even more confused. The system was quiet for a moment, and seeing that she didn't seem like she was going to rush out, it finally spoke again. Yes. That sound indicates that the enemy has breached the warning line. Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. Let us leave quickly. But they are all wounded. Can they still fight? Zilu thought inappropriately. When she left the sanatorium that morning, those injured people had been following her closely. After the fear, Zilu saw through their paper-thin arrogance when facing her. Although they looked tall and fierce, they seemed quite friendly towards her. Zilu speculated that she might be seen as a giant panda in their eyes, despite considering herself not as cute as a panda. These aliens probably had never seen one before. Are these injured people with broken limbs, and some even unable to get up, going back to the battlefield? Don't worry about these things. It's not something we can decide. You're right. Zilu pondered for a moment and responded to the system, then hurriedly ran towards the recyclable material area she remembered. The system had been trying to make her stay and question her why she didn't exchange points. But for Zilu just now, Powell was too close, and she didn't want to make her secret more solid due to her impatience. Because of this, she prepared to return to the clearing factory alone, and for this reason, she had been trying to remember the routes here. But she didn't expect to use it so soon. Fortunately, besides the door, the permissions for other areas had not been closed by the hurriedly leaving Powell. Zilu passed through corridors, opened a fast track at the remembered location, and after taking the fast track, she rushed towards her target in her heart. The horn continued to echo, making Zilu's heart tense and urgent. Exchange everything. Exchange. The system watched her getting closer to the material area and became excited again. No, That would be too obvious. Zilu wasn't ready to leave here yet. She had promised to wait for Jansen to return and had also vowed to find Blue Star with him. She was unwilling to easily sever her only bond in this world. Why? You need to know this is a golden opportunity. There is no better time to leave than now. It's so chaotic right now. By the time they realize you're missing, we'll have already run to another planet. The system immediately understood what Zilu meant. It spoke angrily, not forgetting to add fuel to the fire. They might not even have the chance to notice we're gone. With one shell, they probably wouldn't even exist. Zilu took a deep breath, unwilling to argue with the system at this moment. Let us exchange something small first. I want to exchange for a blocker. It wouldn't be good if there's a probe leaving evidence here. Zilu walked into the deep pit of materials. After sensing her approach, the transparent cover above the pit lit up and retreated in all directions, disappearing. To avoid the system's trickery, Zilu specifically dragged several movable materials from the part that overflowed out of the deep pit, moving away from the tempting pile of materials before saying the keyword. Exchange. Since they weren't stacked and touching, even if the system wanted to swallow all the materials, it couldn't. It snorted coldly before exchanging several materials in front of it for points. Those large metal pieces quickly turned into a few pieces of old scrap metal under Zilu's touch. What Zilu didn't know was that during his first visit to the clearing factory, Powell had specifically piled a layer of materials from the special mechs on top of the recyclable scrap that was swapped out from the mechs, based on Jansen's suggestion. Even though they were also recycled materials, the scraps from the special mechs were still more precious than those from ordinary mechs, and the recyclable content was much higher. So, Zilu didn't spend much time exchanging for enough points. She quickly scanned the related props and hurriedly selected one for exchange. Close your eyes when it gets dark. After use, all probes, surveillance, and recording devices within a radius of 70 meters from the user will be erased of the user's traces. Please note, this item will not affect living beings. Effect time, 15 minutes before and after use. Required points, 1,500 points. If there were indeed probes here, and someone really went to check the surveillance footage, they might be surprised to see Powell wandering alone in the clearing factory, talking to himself. However, they shouldn't suspect that she had done anything. At least they wouldn't see her exchanging points, which was enough. Zilu wanted to continue exchanging points in this way, but the system silently watched her struggle to drag one of the big pieces, even when one corner was pressed underneath. It couldn't help but speak after holding back for almost a minute. How long are you going to take? I'll do as you say. Just tell me how many points you want, and I'll watch an exchange. Once Zilu placed her hand on the tightly packed materials and said the words exchange, the system would have the chance to exchange all the overflowing materials into points. Zilu stopped her movements, stood up straight, and took a few deep breaths, seeming a bit hesitant. But soon, she nodded in Agra, although Zilu agreed. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After a few words of persuasion, she received an impatient response from the system, which prompted her to finally place her hand on the materials that had been difficult to move. Exchange. As she watched the materials in front of her disappear one by one, Zilu's heart raced. Just as another piece of material vanished and a corner of the chaotic pile was missing, Zilu almost called out to stop it, but fortunately, the system finally came to a halt. All right. Zilu quickly checked her total points, 27,000 points. She glanced at the disordered pile of materials. If she hadn't memorized it specifically, she probably wouldn't have noticed, because there were simply too many materials. Looking through the probe, one would likely think that the materials were just shifting and squeezing against each other, rather than disappearing automatically. Zilu let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, system. You're the best. Zilu's soulless praise slipped out. Zilu didn't expect a satisfactory response from the system, which was always critical, yet upright. But she had to admit that the system's performance this time made her feel more at ease. Zilu always remained cautious about the system in her mind, and thankfully, it did not let her down. This also gave Zilu more confidence in their future cooperation. System, if I exchange for a mech, can it return to the system mall when I'm not using it? Zilu quickly withdrew her hand that was about to exchange for the mech. Since she previously thought the timing for the exchange was far off, she hadn't really considered these details. If, after exchanging for the mech, There was no way to store it. Just thinking about it made Zilu feel suffocated. What are you going to do? You're not thinking about helping those people, are you? You rookie, what can you do even if you rush out? Plus, you've never received any mech training. What can you do with a mech? Go out and be cannon fodder? If the system had a physical form, it would probably want to knock Zilu on the head for the 108th time. Although I'm useless, I have you. With you here, what am I afraid of? In fact, Zilu hadn't yet figured out how to help Powell and the others, but regardless, she was already prepared to exchange for a mech, which was her backup plan. Even if she couldn't protect others, she at least wanted to use the mech to safeguard her own life. Moreover, she might also need to use the mech to find Blue Star in the future. However, she didn't intend to explain too much to the system. Her long-term interaction with it had taught her how to stroke its ego. Sure enough, after hearing Zilu's words, the system grumbled a few more times before finally answering her question. I also have special mechs here. You understand what a special mech is, right? I'll apply for a discounted price for you to exchange this. The system displayed a designated mech in Zilu's line of sight. Strangely, Zilu had never seen this mech before. Ever since she wanted to own a mech, she had been opening the system more frequently to check the mech page. And while she couldn't say she had memorized all the names and performance data, she was at least very familiar with their appearances. Not only that, but this mech also didn't display a price. This is a special mech. When you're not using it, it can turn into a mech suit to protect you. Do you know what mech suit is? Chapter 61. Non-sale items do you know about mecha suits? The system's slightly boastful tone left Zilu feeling both amused and exasperated. I know. So, how many points does it cost? Unconsciously, she used the same tone she had when facing the mermaids. This is a non-sale item. If it weren't for... The system's following words became unclear to Zilu, but before she could remind it, the system's voice returned to normal. I'll charge you 27,000 points. The system's tone sounded unwilling, but for some reason, Zilu could sense a hint of urgency in it. Actually, Zilu originally planned to spend 10,000 points to exchange for the lowest tier mecha and keep the remaining points for defense against special situations. She never expected the system to have such an operation, and the mecha it specified not only appeared out of thin air without a marked price, but also lacked detailed parameters. Everything felt off. However, since the system had obediently exchanged a certain number of points based on her words, Zilu had just begun to convince herself to have more confidence in the system. How about it? I'm being good to you, right? Hurry and exchange. The system's blatant urgency almost invaded Zilu's mind. 27,000 points is too much. I need to keep some points for protection. Zilu paused for a moment. How about 20,000 points? In the end, she decided to trust the system. If nothing unexpected happened, their cooperative relationship would last a long time. If she kept being wary of the system, many things would inevitably face obstacles. It would be a good opportunity to test the system's sincerity with the points. Well, this is a very precious mecha. The system mumbled a few words, but ultimately couldn't hold back its impatience. Fine, hurry and exchange. Boom! Just as Zilu successfully exchanged for the unknown mecha, the ground shook violently. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Having instinctively closed her eyes in anticipation of pain, Zilu was surprised to find that she felt no discomfort. She opened her eyes in astonishment and saw the mecha suit enveloping her amidst the swaying scenery. Wow! The translucent blue, like flowing water, slowly moved across her body, effortlessly dissipating the impact. Impressive, right? Impressive. Before Zilu could finish her words, a second wave of explosive sound bombarded her eardrums, and she hurriedly crawled to a corner against the wall, bracing against the ringing in her ears and the accompanying tremors of the ground. The clearing factory ultimately couldn't withstand the subsequent bombardment, and large chunks of the ceiling began to collapse, with the remaining sunlight pouring in through the cracks. Zilu quickly protected her head and curled up as much as possible. Within just a few seconds, the spot where she had been standing was buried under a mass of debris. After an unknown amount of time, Zilu's world gradually regained stability, but the buzzing sound in her ears lingered for a while longer. She tentatively lifted her head. Her small corner was now blocked by numerous falling rocks. System, I feel Zilu closed her eyes to ease the discomfort caused by the recent tremors. Can you do it? Hurry and activate the mecha. We need to go to the weapon storage. That's definitely the best defended place on this planet. The system rarely cared about Zilu's well-being. Okay, let me see if I can get out first. Zilu tried to stand up, gripping a massive rock that had completely trapped her in the corner, attempting to climb over it. However, her arm strength was clearly insufficient, and she slipped several times, making the system even more anxious. Use the mecha, you idiot. All right. Zilu wasn't yet accustomed to the special mecha. Moreover, after it wrapped around her body, it felt just like clothing. In this panic, she easily overlooked it. Zilu had some theoretical support regarding the special mecha. According to the literature, a special mecha required mental binding, and after binding, the user could activate the mecha at will. But wait, I haven't bound it yet. Zilu gasped for breath, only to be choked by the dust. But she suppressed her cough as much as possible, her cheeks turning red from the effort. After all, she was balancing on one leg on top of the rock, while the other leg struggled to find a foothold, continuously slipping. Her slender fingers clung to the top of the rock, already turning white from exertion. She was essentially hanging off the rock, stuck in a limbo where she couldn't go up or down, even fearing that coughing too hard might sap her strength. Oh my god, do you even have a brain? This mecha doesn't need to be bound. Didn't you just use it? The system was exasperated. Although Zilu couldn't quite grasp whether the mecha from the System S shop was different, she still followed the system's instructions, closing her eyes and focusing on the mecha enveloping her. The mecha covering Zilu quickly responded to her. The hard components of the mecha rapidly spread from her shoulders to her palms. The raised fingers soon lost strength, and she uncontrollably began to slide down. But this trend was quickly halted by the parts extending from her waist. The extending mecha components firmly embedded themselves into the rock, securing Zilu in midair. Wow. Zilu was stunned for several seconds, the buzzing in her ears gradually subsiding. The noise from outside soon snapped her back to reality. She wiped her face with her remaining hand, casually brushing off sweat and dust before donning the hard mecha components on her left hand. With both hands, she struck the rock, creating footholds manually, and steadily climbed upwards, finally escaping the sealed corner. The following journey required little effort from Zilu. The once solid stones now felt like slightly resilient dough toys in her hands. When Zilu finally landed on the ground, she didn't forget to praise her partner with a soulless compliment. This is really useful. You chose well, system. All right, let us go. Even the previously proud system was unimpressed by her praise now. Before leaving, Zilu glanced back at the debris area, where layers of broken ceiling had piled up in a short time. She had originally thought to take advantage of the chaos to exchange for more points, but the noisy explosions quickly dispelled that idea. The most important thing now was to find a safe location or offer some meager help to protect the injured here. After all, she would have opportunities to accumulate points slowly in the future, but if she got hit by a shell while digging through the debris, it would be a loss. Many corridors had been destroyed, and even a fast passage could not be pinpointed. Zilu nearly fell several times on the trembling ground, but the support structures that extended from the mecha's back helped her up, allowing her to use her hands and feet freely and move quickly through the ruins. This is too time-consuming. Zilu ducked to avoid yet another falling unknown object and decided to run toward the wall. What are you doing? We should go to the weapon storage. The system was clearly starting to panic, especially when it witnessed Zilu brush past several objects that were many times larger than her. It immediately fell silent, fearing that it might affect this rookie's performance. Let's try digging through the wall. I've looked at the map, and if I remember correctly, this direction is a single-sided wall that leads directly outside. Okay. Zilu said, then crawled directly under a metal object that arched upwards. The system originally wanted to stop her actions, but seeing her quickly emerge without being crushed, it hurriedly swallowed its words. Unfortunately, the nervous Zilu didn't notice the system's rare praise. She was focused on running towards the position she remembered. Behind her, the extending supports began to sense their owner's urgency and stretched outward as much as possible, transforming into 2 additional arms that stepped on the ground. lifting Zilu into the air with increased height and speed. Suddenly being suspended in the air startled Zilu, but she quickly learned to coordinate with the movements of the supports and obediently let herself be carried along. With the mech's assistance, her speed indeed increased significantly. The wall, she remembered, soon came into view. This should be it, Zilu murmured to herself, as if to bolster her courage. As her words fell, she tried to punch the silvery wall. This punch was restrained, as she wasn't sure if this unknown material could be shaken. She was prepared for a painful hand, but fortunately, her mech-encased fist easily sank into the wall. The feel was similar to the stone blocks earlier, just a bit harder. If she hadn't been paying special attention, she would hardly have noticed the difference. Zilu was immediately energized, regaining her spirit to strike down hard at the same spot again. The dent she created quickly spread cracks downward, and Zilu gritted her teeth and continued to apply force. The rhythmic banging almost blended into the noisy background, causing her to lose her inhibitions. Just as the dent deepened, revealing a faint glimmer of fire through a small crack, before Zilu could feel pleased, a faint sound, like a marble hitting the ground, rang in her ear amidst the chaotic background noise. Before she could react, the suddenly expanding fire erupted not far from her. The violent impact forced Zilu to the ground, even causing her to slide a distance to the side. The already thin and fragile wall immediately showed signs of hidden cracks spreading upward. In just a few seconds, the wall collapsed with a loud crash due to the sudden violent tremors of the ground. Zilu barely managed to open her eyes to look up, but the next moment, her world plunged into darkness. Chapter 62. Centipede from a distance. The once intact clearing factory had collapsed under a series of impacts. Centered around the clearing factory, the area within dozens of meters had completely fallen into the flames of war. Powell, who had left early, hadn't managed to get far before he was left behind by the enemy troops that descended from the sky. The renowned custom mech, Centipede, chose to land nearby. The centipede, piloted by Annabelle, had multiple vine-like limbs that agilely dodged among the approaching mechs. In just a blink, she had already moved behind Angus, binding him with two of her vines. With a successful strike, Annabelle immediately jumped back several times, creating distance from the group of mechs. Her subordinates rushed forward to block the enemy mechs attempting to advance, allowing their commander to focus on observing the mechs in hand. Compared to standard mechs, the custom centipede mech was clearly several times larger. Interesting. How can you endure this? Annabelle didn't take the cannon fire from the standard mech seriously. She casually waved away the rising smoke, and with one hand, easily tore off a limb from Angus's standard mech. Her relatively slender vine immediately reaching into the gap to pull Angus out. Under Annabelle's rough treatment, Angus's arms were clearly twisted, some more, some less. His left arm hung uncontrollably to one side, palm twisted upward. Inside the centipede's eyes, a temporarily installed probing device was faithfully broadcasting everything it saw to the sky above the equally smoky bastions. "Tell me, where's Cosima? Just say it, and I'll let you go." Annabelle's voice echoed through the audio device, amplifying across the entire central area of the bastions. Hearing the voice, Jensen was startled, momentarily losing control of his strength, causing him to crush the shoulder of the enemy he had pinned. "Let him go. He can't talk." Isabel shouted urgently, blocking the shotgun fire from the enemy's rear. So that's how it is. The centipede shook the toy-like body in its hand. Angus's already pale face turned even more devoid of color, his eyes half closed, seemingly in a semi-conscious state due to the pain. Before Isabel could speak again, the centipede's vine-like limbs gripped Angus tightly, squeezing him into its palm. Isabel stared blankly at the twisted limbs in midair, as if she could hear the crisp sound of flesh being torn apart, watching blood and flesh ooze from the centipede's seams, slowly falling down. "I want to kill you." Isabel's mind went blank, with only the vivid red in her sight shaking, and she suddenly lunged forward, but was fiercely held back by Powell. "Calm down. Stop. I know where Cosima is." Powell's desperate shout quickly attracted Annabelle's attention. "Then stop." Annabelle flicked her hand, her tone casual and lazy, but upon receiving her order, The mechs surrounding Powell and the others quickly retreated a distance and ceased their attack. Powell and Isabel's eyes met. Isabel slowly regained her composure, and the arm Powell had grabbed soon reversed to grasp his hand. Her grip was strong, conveying her emotions directly to Powell through the special mech. Powell understood what she was worried about, but given the current situation, delaying for a moment was all he could do. "Tell me, where's Cosima?" The centipede's limbs squirmed in the air, and Angus, freed from his restraints, fell straight to the ground. The bloodied figure on the ground twisted and deformed, with blood quickly spreading across the surface. Everyone watched as Angus fell, the atmosphere heavy to the extreme, and all silently shifted their gaze to Powell. She is currently at Market Square. Her residence is right behind the main hall. Upon hearing Powell's response, Isabel released her grip on his hand. Isabel's tears had completely blurred her vision, making it difficult for her to see the bloodied figure lying on the ground. The repeated loss of loved ones seemed to have caused her soul to leave her body. Now that she confirmed Powell had no ulterior motives, it further shattered the fragile spirit she had just managed to muster. As expected, mixed bloods are full of lies. That's why I said we should execute a bloodline purge. The centipede's movements in the air paused. At this moment, Annabelle's words seemed to tug at the hearts of everyone present. "Guess why I brought people land here? Truly foolish. Just kill everyone, leave this guy alive." As soon as Annabelle's voice fell, the enemies surrounding Powell and the others pounced like locusts. "Sir, according to the probing information, Cosima is indeed nearby. This instrument has been calibrated. It shouldn't be wrong." Behind the centipede, a light standard mech hurriedly explained. Then keep looking. Life and death are irrelevant." If one were to say Annabelle hadn't entertained the thought of monopolizing Cosima from the start, that would be too hypocritical. However, compared to the fragile Cosima, the wealth behind Olade was more stable and enticing. I believe that when Olade is brought down by her, the other dukes who have long cooperated with Olade will flock to her side, sharing Olade's wealth cleanly. By then, the bloodline purge she desired would naturally be realized with the support of her allies. So if this precious Cosima dies, so be it. After all, she can't be used by her. Annabelle scanned her surroundings. The flames of war had already spread across this area. If the instrument wasn't wrong, the fragile Cosima was indeed here. She probably had already died long ago. The Cosima that everyone was concerned about was currently buried beneath the rubble. Perhaps 2 minutes later, or maybe half an hour, Zilu finally opened her eyes from the darkness. Her reaction speed was still too slow to fully protect herself in the moment of the explosion. Zilu only felt her head buzzing. She remembered that when the wall collapsed, her head had spun a bit from the shell's impact, but she didn't expect that the next moment, everything went dark, and she closed her eyes, unsure she had fainted. "System? You're too weak." The system's voice was filled with helplessness. It seemed it had no energy left to mock Zilu. In fact, at the moment of the explosion, it had screamed desperately, urging Zilu to escape quickly. But unfortunately, she was already dazed from the shock and couldn't receive its signal. I feel the same. The system was choked again. Did I faint? For 8 minutes and 15 seconds. With your condition, you still managed to enhance your physique. Can't imagine. The system's words were something Zilu agreed with. It seemed that redeeming the physique-enhancing item back then was the right decision. Otherwise, she would probably have been gone by now. Her journey had truly been tumultuous. After waking up, Zilu began to regret. Had she known, she would have listened to the system and redeemed all the materials. Mainly, she had never expected that the flames of war could spread to this place and directly dismantle the clearing factory. I don't know what these people are here for. Fighting and also dismantling someone's recycling station. Zilu weakly complained and pushed the wall that was pressing down on her with all her might. Fortunately, she arrived at this corner, and fortunately, she had already activated the mecha's body protection. Otherwise, even if she wasn't blown to pieces, she would have been crushed long ago. To be safe, Zilu immediately wrapped her head tightly after receiving the signal. Through the mecha's perspective, the outside world was not uncomfortable. In fact, it was even broader than her own field of vision. If Zilu wanted, She could easily magnify her view and closely examine the distant scenery at the instant her thought appeared. Sigh, if only she had known earlier. It's priceless to know in advance. Zilu calmed down for a moment, pushed aside her distractions, and began to consider her next move. But before she could speak, the system spoke first. Lie down. Upon receiving the signal, Zilu immediately threw herself forward without hesitation. Run. A row of dense light beams hit her previous position, raising dust and creating a deep pit in the ground. Hearing the solid explosion behind her, even without the system's command, Zilu dared not linger. She hurriedly got up from the ground using the support that extended from the mecha's back, and even while suspended in midair, she dashed straight ahead without looking back. Where are we going? Zilu helplessly asked this seemingly brainless question against the wind. She had already seen the approaching warplanes through the magnified view of the mecha, surrounded by ruins affected by the flames of war, and for a moment, she lost her sense of direction. Run east. Where is east? To your left. To your left. You idiot. I really can't take it anymore. Zilu tearfully accepted the system's scolding, as this time it was indeed her fault. To her left. There are temporarily no enemies coming toward her, but this situation only lasted a few minutes. Open the complete form of the mecha. We will fight back. Zilu dodged left and right, unable to avoid them despite multiple direction changes. The system, obviously filled with pent-up frustration, made a decision after a few seconds of silence. And Zilu only thought for a few seconds before deciding to follow its decision. After all, the encirclement seemed to be getting smaller. If this dragged on, when they really surrounded her, she might have to deal with more enemies at once. You can do it. You can do it. Zilu's heartbeat was almost out of her control. She murmured to herself while summoning the mecha's special form, trying to soothe herself and quickly suppress her trembling hands. If you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in me. The system also saw through Zilu's shaky courage. After all, it was her first real experience on the battlefield. After a few seconds of silence, the system finally lowered its tone, but the words still sounded stiff. The special mecha I selected can be handled, well, even by a pig. The last statement, added as an afterthought, still exposed its tsundere personality. Yes, I can definitely handle it well. Hearing this, Zilu couldn't help but laugh and cry, but it somewhat alleviated her tension and fear. Looking at the warplanes and mechas getting closer to her, Zilu steadied her mind and softly added, I can do it. Chapter 63, Breakthrough. This guy seems to have given up. Don't kill him too quickly. There aren't many left with combat capabilities here. I know. This time I'll definitely have some fun. Take it slow. One fighter jet and 4 mechs gradually closed in, slowly surrounding the solitary mech among the ruins. Their operators were clearly excited, eager to enjoy the feeling of crushing this group of enemy mechs underfoot once again, and they couldn't wait to accelerate their approach. The light blue mech took on a translucent quality under the illumination of the flames, and the operator inside was Zilu, who had been forced into a corner and decided to fight back. When the mech fully restored its height and volume, Zilu did not enter the standard cockpit. Her line of sight didn't even change. She only felt her body suspended for a moment before finally landing on solid ground. She moved her limbs, seeing the mech's limbs mirror her movements. The rough gravel gently brushed against the soles of her feet. It didn't hurt, but rather felt like a thin shoe sole was separating her from the ground, which was particularly vivid, yet not uncomfortable. Look carefully, this mech has 5 weapons, 3 guns, a short knife, and a laser sword. You can use them as you see fit, although these 5 weapons had their own impressive names. In order for Zilu to understand better, the system had to simplify things. All right. As soon as Zilu's voice fell, several points of light flashed before her, heading straight toward her direction. She was startled and instinctively dodged. When the mech had not yet fully deployed its form, its speed was still limited by Zilu's physical abilities. However, once the mech was fully activated, with just a thought from Zilu, the mech had already unfolded several evasive routes, and under her choice, it swiftly moved her body, dodging the barrage of fire that was heading straight for her. I actually saw it clearly. Zilu steadied herself and immediately realized her significantly enhanced dynamic vision and speed. This noticeably calmed her previously tense mood. If she had relied on her previous mortal eyesight, she would have likely declared the game over the moment she approached the enemy. Of course, don't forget what kind of mech you're using. Hurry up with your movements. Although the system had great confidence in the mech it designated, it couldn't help but feel a lack of trust in the operator's abilities to prevent enemies approaching from other directions from surrounding and attacking Zilu. It could only anxiously urge her. All right. Zilu responded emotionlessly, feeling her heartbeat almost leap out of her throat. She stamped her feet hard, feeling the solid feedback from the mech, and finally gritted her teeth, raising her right hand. As she lifted her right hand, a mechanical gun reshaped itself in her grasp. The enemy quickly spotted Zilu's new position. As she dodged the incoming points of light, she utilized the mech's automatic targeting to fire relentlessly at the lone fighter jet. 40 rounds left. 30, 20, 10. Receiving the system's signal, Zilu instantly switched weapons. The bullets continuously fired from the fighter jet not only failed to hit Zilu, but the 15 cannon mouths also became inoperable under the relentless fire she was applying. Damn it. Stop right there. Behind Zilu, it wasn't just the continuous barrage from the fighter jet. There were also those 4 standard mechs. However, Zilu chose a flanking strategy and refused to engage them head-on. Each time they encircled her, just as they were about to catch her, she would recklessly dive to the side. Although the mech's face inevitably got covered in dirt, she at least managed to evade their collective strike, even inadvertently causing the fighter jet to misfire and hit its own comrade. The system hesitated multiple times, the first time seeing someone dodging attacks with such comical, distorted movements. At the first glance, its words of prevention surged to the tip of its tongue, but in the next second, it swallowed them back as it saw an attack narrowly miss. This posture actually works. Although the system was somewhat resistant to watching its designated mech evade in various unbecoming positions for Zilu, who lacked combat capability and experience, this outcome was certainly better than being hit. Hey! Zilu bent down and squatted, relying on her flexibility to evade attacks from 3 directions. Finally, she pushed off the ground, using the mech's rear support to actually succeed in retreating a distance. Damn it. Bill, you idiot. How did you let her escape again? You still have a nerve to blame me. Who is it that can't hit her even with an NZ9? The escaped Zilu was unaware that within their ranks, a significant crack had formed due to her presence, as she was now troubled by the issue of charging her firearm. There is no sun right now. Is this design really reasonable? Whose good gun can charge using solar energy? This gun is called Flame. It only takes 3 minutes to charge, and it's virtually invincible during the day. Okay? If you don't understand, don't say random things. The system was beginning to doubt its life due to her abusive use of the mech and naturally defended the reputation of its equipped weapons even more. All right. What about this one? It shows it will take another 2 hours to charge. 2 hours and I'll be dead, okay? The only good news now was that the last cannon mouth of the fighter jet finally fell silent under her relentless efforts, and the entire jet began to smoke. She had just seen the person inside run out. With your usage, no amount of bullets would be enough for you. This mech is agile. Can't you switch to melee weapons? The system was ready to complain a bit more, but had to hit the brakes and quickly inform her of an even worse piece of news. More people are coming. Move quickly. Use the fog. Hurry. What is fog? Does this mech have smoke bomb capabilities? The system realized Zilu's smooth weapon switch had paused for a moment, almost getting hit by the pursuing light mech, and immediately realized she misunderstood. Use the laser sword. Laze. Got it. At this critical moment, why bother naming the weapon? Zilu desperately drew out the laser sword, swinging it hard. The laser sword indeed extended several centimeters as she had imagined, and it actually severed a piece from the shoulder of the mech that had gotten too close. Wow. This is even more powerful than the guns. Right. Speed up. They are expected to arrive within 3 minutes. Hearing the system say this, Zilu no longer cared about sword techniques or stances. Taking advantage of the mech's instantaneous speed, she began wildly slashing at the group, turning a perfectly good laser sword into a butcher knife. Oh, I'll chop you to pieces. Get away. The laser sword danced in the air as Zilu swung it, and the 4 pursuing mechs watched in shock as she suddenly stopped, turned around, and slashed at them. Caught off guard, they lost control of their momentum and crashed right into the blade's path she had created. What is wrong with her? I told you she was pretending to be weak to lure us in. She is tricking us. Save me from the sweat-drenched pursuers behind. It was evident just how much speed advantage Zilu's mech had. As Zilu got fired up, this speed was pushed to the extreme. And in a moment of thought, the several mechs had sustained varying degrees of damage. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to escape now. Zilu even unconsciously closed her eyes tightly while exerting herself. However, the direction of the mech's attacks was not solely reliant on her eyes. It was more about the mech's perception to accurately locate the vital points of this group of people. So when Zilu unconsciously closed her eyes, it allowed her to perceive her surroundings more focusedly, free from the pressure of what her eyes could see, making her movements smoother despite the chaos. The confusion lasted for just over a minute before the system could no longer bear to watch and called for a stop. That's enough. Hurry and go now. The once handsome and powerful mech had now turned into a merciless hacking tool. Was it really a suitable choice for Zilu to use this mech? The system questioned itself, but it had no other options left. Are you feeling okay? Zilu gasped for breath as she opened her eyes and quickly caught sight of several severed limbs on the ground. After all, these were mechanical arms. She could still comfort herself that this was just a standard mech and the people inside must still be alive. She didn't want to look closely and had no time, so she could only rush in the direction the system indicated. Fortunately, she was just a bit tired. Zilu's voice still carried a barely perceptible tremor. Initially, she thought that even if she didn't get injured here, she would at least come away with some wounds, but unexpectedly, she managed to escape with just a body full of dust. This undoubtedly boosted her confidence in surviving, though the fear and tension from before still hadn't settled down. Are you tired? Is it physical fatigue or mental fatigue? Did her head hurt? The system rarely showed concern for Zilu's condition. I'm okay. What does okay mean? Before Zilu could answer the system's probing question, she casually ducked under a large fallen aircraft, its dusty appearance silencing the system for several seconds before it spoke again. If your head hurts, remember to turn off the mech's complete form. What? Just as Zilu asked, her body, which had been rushing forward, suddenly stopped, twisting in midair before diving back into the fallen aircraft. What is that? Zilu didn't have time to clarify the system's warning. She hid behind the aircraft and peeked out, looking at the giant mech in the distance that resembled a centipede, her eyes widening in shock. Not to mention the astonishing number of limbs dancing freely in midair. Just the size of this mech was enough to amaze Zilu. That is a specially made mech ranked in the top 10 called 100 Legs. The system's mood seemed to have dampened. Listen, even if your head hurts, you have to endure it. Turn on the dream-weaving function of this mech. We need to get around here. Chapter 64, Bubblegum Wait, I seem to see. Zilu didn't even have a mind to ask what the system's dream-weaving ability referred to. The light blue mech was leaning out a significant distance behind the falling warplane. And, through the mech's vision, she could clearly see the chaotic group of mechs in front of the centipede, with familiar faces occasionally appearing through the gaps in the mech crowd within the gradually shrinking encirclement. Despite the equipped mechs, she could automatically match this group of mechs with the people she knew in her mind. Don't wait. You're consuming mental energy right now, do you know that? All abilities are traded with your mental energy. If your mental energy runs low later, you won't even be able to run. What if you become even dumber from overuse? The system was clearly anxious, quickly spitting out its words. Zilu was silent for a few seconds. After seeing a familiar person hit by several attacks, and even dragged several meters, she finally gritted her teeth, pushed off the ground, and rushed out. The support behind the mech extended outward, rapidly approaching the location of the monstrous limb. Are you crazy? System exchange. If Zilu hadn't seen this scene, she could still deceive herself, holding onto a glimmer of hope, hiding in a corner of this planet, comforting herself that Powell and the others would surely survive. She was just an ordinary blue star person, without combat abilities, and might not even be able to run as fast as them. But after feeling the power granted to her by the mech, witnessing the brutal treatment of the people she had gradually become familiar with, and hearing the increasingly clear screams of agony, Zilu thought that she would definitely regret this impulsive decision in the future. However, if she closed her eyes and blocked her ears to escape now, her future life would surely be bound by these nightmarish images. She was a selfish person. She absolutely could not accept such a future. Damn it. Exchange successful. The system regretted that it could not fully take over the mech bound to Zilu at that moment. If the operator were someone else, like the mentally vigorous Aerie, the system would never doubt the capabilities of the designated mech. It could persuade the user to charge forward against any centipede or other creature. However, precisely because the operator was Zilu, who didn't even know what mental energy was before coming here, it was so panicked. Yet, it always believed that it was worried about its own future bound to her, not about this brainless individual. Bubblegum. Chewable version after blowing that rare large bubble. Don't you think it's a pity to destroy it casually? This item will eliminate the user's concerns. This bubble has been chewed for a long time and can definitely withstand multiple abuses. Details. This bubblegum has been chewed and can be used directly. The bubble blown will wrap around the specified object or creature of the owner, and in principle, it is immune to all damage until the progress bar disappears. Please note, if the damage value is too high, the progress bar will disappear directly and apply the remaining damage value to the internal object creature. This item has a 20% chance of failure. Regardless of success or failure, upon confirmation of use, the object creature in contact with it will experience a sticky period. The specific duration and stickiness will vary depending on the object creature. The owner should consider using it carefully. Required points. 200 points. Zilu found this item while looking through the semi-finished promotional category, and the price was particularly tempting. She guessed that the price drop was due to the sticky time in the later stages. After all, the stickiness was unknown. If the stickiness were too great, the living beings trapped inside might completely lose their ability to move. Moreover, the item's image looked quite disgusting. Although she had her reservations, the item's alluring price still led her to add it to her collection. Now, in this urgent situation, those concerns could be temporarily set aside. The item has been successfully used. The item has been successfully used. The item has been successfully used. The item has failed to be used. The item has been successfully used. Zilu sprinted over, and before she could stabilize herself, she threw out 20 bubbles towards the group of familiar faces. Those sticky flesh-pink bubbles swelled, each wrapping around 12 severely injured individuals who were almost incapacitated. A liquid resembling saliva was slowly flowing down the flesh-pink membrane, and a strange, pungent smell spread through the encirclement. What is this? Alert! Huh? Annabelle was adjusting the camera, making the scenes of torture clearer in the live feed. But at a certain moment, she was abruptly occupied by those flesh-pink, unidentified objects. She slightly moved the camera away, raised her head from the screen, and scanned the panicking subordinates. She quickly fixed her gaze on the light blue figure among them. Interesting. Ah! Zilu shouted as she charged towards the group of unfamiliar faces that had regrouped. The enemy was preparing to attack the other injured individuals who had shed their mech forms. Upon seeing this suddenly intervening specialized mech, they inevitably panicked for a moment, but soon reorganized their formation, attempting to surround Zilu. The live feed was transmitting this scene directly to another planet, but the panic shout could not reach Zilu's ears. Zilu seemed to have fallen into a strange state. She could clearly hear her powerful heartbeat, feel her heavy breathing, see the grotesque faces approaching, see the best killing routes provided by the mech, feel the growing power beneath her, and experience the thrill of destruction. Yet she completely blocked out the sounds from the outside world. Zilu, Powell, who was injured in multiple places and even dragged for amusement, barely lifted his head. The flesh-pink bubble beside him had not manifested successfully on him, allowing him to clearly see the figure inside the light blue mech not far away through his own mech's vision. But no matter how clearly he saw it, he couldn't believe it was real. Not far away, the light blue mech was swiftly navigating within the shrinking encirclement, and the weapon in her hand had already become several afterimages in view. She no longer needed to shout loudly to gain courage. Zilu had long been enraged by the brutal scenes up close, her anger clamoring in her mind, stirring the remnants of her primal brutality. Zilu no longer consciously dodged the enemy's vital points. Instead, she seized the enemy's mobility according to the best routes provided by the mech. However, this one-sided trend did not last long. As another mech was decapitated, a limb that matched her speed charged in from the side, suddenly knocking Zilu, who was hovering in the air without defense, away. Zilu instantly broke free from that mysterious state, and her light blue figure crashed through several thick, extinguished warplanes, finally colliding with one of the sticky bubbles, which stopped her momentum. Cough, cough, cough. Temporarily stuck to the bubble, Zilu coughed several times, and blood spots immediately stained her lips. Are you okay? The system's voice seemed to tremble. And no, I'm fine, cough, 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 I bit my tongue. It hurts. Zilu's eyes were watery as she mumbled incoherently, leaving the system speechless. You really are. The ups and downs of her mood left the system without the energy to mock her. I didn't expect there really was a Cosima in this world. Cool, me. Let me take a good look at you. Manipulating her flexible body, Annabelle swiftly approached Zilu, who was stuck beside a flesh-colored membrane. She aimed her camera at the mech adhered to the film, thoughtfully connecting the scanning capability of her centipede to the probe, allowing those from another planet to see the operator inside the light blue mech clearly. Naturally, Annabelle did not forget to focus on Zilu's teary eyes and blood-stained lips. TSK, TSK, what a lovely creature. What a pity. Correlate has instructed me to bring your corpse back. Annabelle's words echoed in the vastness of Laskin Star, but Correlate, the one being addressed, was too preoccupied to pay attention to the live feed. Meanwhile, Jensen, who was enraged by her presence, was directing his soldiers to change formations and rush towards the lookout command tower at a faster pace. My lord, why are you unwilling to trust us? The deputy who asked this question a few moments ago left Jensen, who had been fighting alone, in silence for several seconds. Did he not trust the soldiers? How could that be? He simply realized that his own strength was more powerful, and that rather than directing his soldiers forward, he could achieve his goals more easily on his own. So, rather than distrust, he should. Suddenly aware that his long-standing combat approach seemed to have some issues, Jensen found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, although he had changed from recklessly charging alone in the battlefield, he still hadn't made significant changes to his own team's tactics. In fact, in battle, rather than confronting enemies alone, Jensen often focused on protecting the soldiers behind him, trying to reduce their casualties. This, in a way, shackled his own actions. My lord, please give the order. We also want to reclaim glory for Prince George. In the battlefield, the deputies noticed the familiar figure on the lookout command tower in the distance and felt Jensen's fury. That was the commander they had once entrusted with all their trust and loyalty. The soldiers were naturally unwilling to let the hurricane mech, seized by improper means, fall into the hands of the enemy. Their anger was no less than Jensen's. Reclaim glory for my lord. Reclaim glory. Reclaim glory. Reclaim glory. The energy spread through the battlefield as the soldiers shouted slogans, stirring Jensen's emotions. All right. Jensen cleared the obstacles before him with determination, gazing at the broken mech that met his gaze. He shouted, everyone listen up. Activate Crescent Shield 5 to 7. Chapter 65. Crescent Shield. Hundreds of mech units quickly gathered in an orderly fashion around the position where Jansen was located. The enemy troops caught in the middle were ruthlessly crushed, like scattered sand finally converging into a neat ellipse. The outer mech units were tightly connected, and at the moment of energy connection, a defense circle centered on Jansen was conjured out of thin air, blocking the dense firepower that was directed at them from the sky. This crescent shield began to absorb the mental power of its point owner at several times the normal rate. It was Jansen's first time applying the combat drills from military school in real battle. But the Dream Eater Network's long-term excessive absorption of his mental power had already accustomed his surging mental C to this level of power loss. Now, the ellipse began to expand outward from the center, then moved inward to form a cycle. The outer mech units continuously supplied power to the point, using the constructed shield to withstand external damage, while the inner mech units alternately changed direction to attack outward. However, the enemy's assault, under the command of Correlate, remained fierce. After multiple attacks, several cracks finally appeared on the outer layer of the crescent shield. "Bring out the 4 Trojans," Olayde ordered grimly, looking at the rapidly decreasing ammunition reserves from the command platform. As several fierce artillery shells were launched in a parabolic arc toward the cracked crescent shield, Jansen shouted his command. "Lingua 5 to 7. Spread out." The ellipse split into 5 segments, then split again, continuing for 7 times before stopping. Each of the smaller teams quickly listed their captains based on military achievements, with the captains directing their team members to dodge the incoming artillery fire, using agility to minimize extra damage. After 1 round of artillery fire, Jansen had almost reached the base of the turret. "Gather." Upon receiving the command, the teams merged in pairs to form a semicircle, ultimately reassembling into a new crescent shield with Jansen as the point. At this moment, the outer mech units had been replaced with a new batch, while those who were injured and nearing exhaustion of mental power consciously formed the center of the crescent. Useless. What good are these worthless people? Time-wasting fools. Olayde watched the increasingly unstoppable enemy forces below, feeling anxious, even blaming Annabelle, who was live-streaming the torment of the injured from another planet. At that moment, Annabelle was still watching her subordinates toy with the poorly conditioned ants, not rushing to find Cosima, whose whereabouts were temporarily unknown. Olayde had initially intended to pressure Jansen through the real-time footage sent by Annabelle, but now things were running in the opposite direction from what he had anticipated. Until Cosima suddenly barged into the frame, Olayde's heart momentarily relaxed. Although he did not understand how this Cosima could control a mech or where her combat power came from, at least she had temporarily lost her mobility under Annabelle's attack. As long as Jansen loses his rationality. As long as he loses his rationality. TSK, 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 such a lovely creature. What a pity. Olayde, order me to bring back your corpse. Annabelle's prolonged tone echoed in the skies above Raskin's star, and in the footage, Cosima's painful expression was clearly projected in midair through the scanning ability of the centipede. This should have been a joyous occasion, but block him. Quickly block him. Jansen, who had approached the command tower, temporarily handed over command to the various deputies, instructing them to form several triangular formations to guard this tower they had isolated. The deputies, as the points of the triangles, did their best to share the mental power burden of their subordinates, buying more time for Jansen, who was charging alone toward the tower. Separated from the team, Jansen transformed back into a bolt of lightning, weaving between the enemy forces trying to stop him, fueled by rage as he harvested them one by one. Capture Olayde. Force Olayde to verbally issue the order to stop Annabelle. Make Olayde pay for his actions. Olayde had no time to watch Annabelle's live feed. He watched as Jansen drew closer, trying to awaken the suddenly malfunctioning operating system within the hurricane, even desperately wanting to escape the hurricane, only to find that the exit had been sealed off due to a sudden loss of energy supply. Damn! Olayde cursed, trying to summon the mech he was bound to. Because Olayde was physically weaker than other Ares since birth, his brother had tailored a shadow serpent mech for him. However, compared to being called a mech, the Shadow Serpent was more like a qualified mode of transportation. Its combat capability was constrained by Olayde's mental power and physical condition, but its superior speed and mobility spared Olayde from many injuries encountered during his growth. However, since he took power, the Shadow Serpent had never had the chance to appear again. Rather than superior mobility, what Olayde wanted was a high-attack mech like those bound to other pure-blood Ares. In his eyes, this Shadow Serpent was merely his brother's pity for him, a humiliation etched in his mental sea, a mockery of his inferior combat ability. Yet now, in a life-and-death crisis, his first reaction was still to awaken the Shadow Serpent. Layer upon layer of scaly components wrapped around Olayde's arms. He struck several times at the exit with all his might, finally forcing it open. At this moment, Jansen was already within arm's reach of him. The originally planned counterattack strategy had encountered extremely unstable factors, and the current retreat plan had completely collapsed due to unexpected delays. Watching Jansen, who had already moved forward and drawn his weapon, Olayde hurriedly retreated to the edge of the command tower, jumping down without hesitation. Those short seconds seemed to stretch infinitely. Jansen watched as the scales gradually enveloped Olayde's fierce face, his blade almost grazing Olade's abdomen. Anger and unwillingness drove Jansen to kick off toward Olade, the blade in his hand launching forward with tremendous force. The blade, propelled like a cannonball, shot through the short distance, plunging into the enemy's body just before the shadow serpent completely enveloped Olade, but in the next second, it was still blocked by the shadow serpent. Jansen leaped into the air, his outstretched hand just touching the cold surface of the shadow serpent. And that figure retreated at a speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Damn it! As an Aerie who had been deeply interested in mech since childhood, Jansen could not be unaware of the origins behind the shadow serpent. Nor could he be ignorant of its innate superior speed. Even under normal circumstances with his mental power bound to the Dream Eater network, Jansen lacked the confidence to outrun the shadow serpent, let alone while manipulating the Dream Eater network through a barrier. But to give up? How could he possibly give up? How could he abandon this? Jansen had never been someone who would let go easily. He simply closed his eyes, maxing out his mental power supply. The immense mental power overflowed in large quantities, but this also ensured that the Dream Eater network received mental power supply through the barrier. The two shadows vanished from everyone's sight. Jansen exerted all his strength, and his fingertips finally touched the smooth handle of the blade, transmitted through the Dream Eater network. His closed eyes were bloodshot, but his perception grew clearer due to the absence of visual input. He clearly understood his determination. Jansen raised the already touched threshold of mental power once more, disregarding the risk of mental collapse, and accelerated again, finally gripping the handle of the blade. His veins bulged as he forcefully thrust it forward at the moment of maximum acceleration. A faint muffled groan drifted in the wind, and Jansen's mental power supply abruptly ceased, the momentum from the Dream Eater network suddenly vanishing, and the figure of the shadow serpent quickly disappeared. Jansen opened his eyes, staring into the void before him. The darkness swirled around him as the dream-eating net that enveloped him began to fade, and his body fell from a height of nearly 100 meters. The real-time image in midair, although clearer up close, was clearly engulfed in chaos not unlike that of Rashgin's star, filled with elusive shadows that could not be captured. He truly was a terrible Aerie, battling a splitting headache. Jansen gritted his teeth and tried to gather his nearly exhausted mental energy once more. It was he who had brought Zilu out of the garbage star. It was he who repeatedly put Zilu in danger. It was he who misjudged the safety of Bartstar again, and it was he who caused this outcome. It shouldn't be this way. From a moment he met Zilu, he had already promised in his heart to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. After all, she was his whole world now. He no longer avoided the power struggles brought by his family, willingly binding himself to all the motivations of this position. He still needed to end the war as soon as possible and show Zilu this peaceful world. This world that was supposed to be peaceful. You really haven't changed, reckless guy. Blood spilled from Jansen's mouth and nose as he blinked his golden eyes, yet he could never focus. As the seemingly non-existent voice grew clearer, he finally saw the impossible figure. Brother, he coughed. Jansen forcibly swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in his mouth. The shock caused him to temporarily stop extracting mental energy, giving his body a brief respite. However, he did not expect that the first action of the familiar figure upon getting closer was to deliver a punch to his already aching head. Bang! Jansen even heard the echo of his own head vibrating, and he nearly blacked out. Yet, the worry for Zilu's safety and the accompanying anxiety kept his will alive. Gritting his teeth, Jansen managed to recover. When he opened his eyes again, the ground was already within reach. Fortunately, this person still had a flicker of conscience left, grabbing Jansen's arm and lifting him into the air, causing Jansen's already overused arm joints to creak under the excessive force. Be gentle with your brother. The appearance of another face left Jansen coughing several times without recovering. TSK, I told you not to come. This guy is confident enough to issue war documents. He'll handle the situation himself. Now that the battle is basically over, coming all this way is meaningless. The person holding Jansen had golden medium-length hair, marked with Aerie symbols, and a pair of golden eyes strikingly similar to Jansen's. The layer of flowing light was slowly moving, showcasing the owner's lineage and their calm demeanor. Chapter 66. The The launch of the vegetable dog, although it's said this way, isn't it just right for you to step in and help clean up? According to my information, little Jansen still has things to attend to, doesn't he? Through the occasionally disrupted view of his mech, Jansen saw a woman named Ari standing by, watching them and seemingly not intending to intervene. It was the first time he had seen her smile in reality. Mother, Adam, what are you doing here? As Jansen spoke, waves of pain seemed to cut through his brain, making his voice weak and hoarse. As far as he knew, his mother, Erica, had left the Clark system shortly after his birth, dissatisfied with his father's policies and his decision to delegate power to the Duke. She had gone out on her own to expand her territory. Before the Civil War began, he had learned from George that Erica's territorial expansion was already comparable to that of the Ari clan. So, why had she suddenly returned? He wouldn't naively think that she had come back specifically for him. After all, among their 12 siblings, few had had the chance to bond with Erica after the tech hatching. Even their deaths couldn't move Erica, let alone himself. Jansen's gaze shifted slightly to the expressionless Adam. Could Adam's earlier disappearance also be the work of Erica? But why? If Adam didn't want to accept the Ari kingdom that harmed Cosima, why return at this critical moment? These questions flashed through Jansen's mind in an instant, adding to the pain brought on by his mental exhaustion. Let me clean up the mess. The Adam who had disappeared from everyone's sight for years was now lucidly appearing in front of Jansen, even able to roughly press down on Jansen's head to show him the reinforcements pouring in from all directions. The light of dawn breaking through the night was shining down on the world. The warriors, who had been fighting fiercely, were momentarily startled by the sudden influx of power into the battlefield, but upon seeing the friendly insignia displayed on the terminal system, they felt relieved and even regained their spirits with the arrival of support. That was Erica's army, charging into the battlefield with bright red insignias. 3 forces, densely packed like ants, were squeezing each other, vying for the spoils that were nearing their conclusion. What is your purpose? I think we could talk about it in detail later. What you need right now is perhaps a warship that can reach Bart Star as soon as possible. Erica didn't mind Jansen's suspicion. After all, her purpose for this trip had nothing to do with Jansen's feelings for her. This is the latest little gadget. It might be a bit cramped for you in size, but the speed will definitely not disappoint you. Gradually recovering from the pain, Jansen, who had barely stabilized his mech suit, could finally see the warplanes hovering in the air behind them, their numbers continuously increasing, mercilessly squeezing the enemy's plane survival space. As if hearing Erica's command, one of the warplanes detached from the battlefield and slowly approached them. I will provide you with a small team for free, and I hope you can return in time tomorrow. After all, we still have a lot to deal with, don't we? Jansen's breathing slowed. He looked at the warriors converging with the support below, fell silent for a few seconds, and then agreed to Erica's proposal. Thank you. I will return on time. Please, take care of these soldiers. Of course, to be fair, I was once their commander. Things won't get worse, Jansen. Erica's cheerful expression reflected in Jansen's golden eyes, which resembled hers. He no longer hesitated, breaking free from Adam's grasp and flying towards the waiting warplane. But even if he gritted his teeth to hold on, his mental power was still unable to recover in a short time, and his speed was inevitably limited. He really isn't a qualified commander. Erica watched as Jansen was finally accepted into the warplane. The new type of warplane for space travel quickly disappeared, presumably jumping to another transit planet. Her sign naturally reached Adam's ears nearby. This aligns with your purpose for this trip, doesn't it? Erica glanced at the always cold-faced Adam and returned to her cheerful demeanor. Yes, Adam, are you satisfied with everything you see? At least he had won this battle. Before they arrived, even if Jansen fell into mental exhaustion, this battle was nearing a victorious conclusion. If they hadn't arrived in time, Jansen would only have lost an opportunity to reach Bart Star. Adam looked at the now normal real-time screen. Because the probe had detached from a mech in the chaos, he could only see the lower half of Cosima's mech through this narrowed perspective. It seemed utterly exhausted. Cosima's mech was slowly dragging its feet towards the camera. That light blue mech gradually shrank and faded, finally revealing Cosima, who was in tears. Her lips moved as if saying something, but it was impossible to hear through the damaged audio equipment. Time rewound to several minutes earlier. Move faster. She is going to make her move. I want to hurry too. Annabelle's eager expression was perfectly conveyed to Zilu through the light blue mech's perspective. Under the pressure of a mech several times larger than herself, Zilu's first reaction was to temporarily dodge. However, after being hit by the bubble produced by this bubblegum prop, she helplessly found herself stuck on it. I told you to escape. What is the use of rushing over? You've put yourself in danger. The system was obviously anxious, and its words became sharper, but for Zilu, at least she had saved several dying lives. Although if the reinforcements did not arrive, they might ultimately have to die together. Just as Zilu gritted her teeth and fought, the centipede had the leisure to carefully observe the strange flesh-pink bubble. The slime on top made her cautiously pull back her outstretched hand and turn toward Cosima, who was stuck on top. She is coming. She is coming. The system's words made Zilu lift her head. The sunset had already set, and the visibility was dimmer. Now, Bartstar had entered a wartime alert. All timed energy supplies had been suspended, and all public facilities had experienced varying degrees of shutdown, including the lights set up all over Bartstar. Fortunately, the mech's view, aided by the surrounding flames, provided Zilu with a slightly why is she so unlucky. She originally planned to drive away the mechs surrounding Powell and the others, hoping to save a few who could escape, but unexpectedly, in her overwhelming anger, she fell into a strange state that made her completely forget her purpose, only wanting to kill more. Although she was eventually jolted awake by an enemy strike and her mech dutifully protected her, she didn't expect to end up biting herself. After finally landing, instead of hitting somewhere safe, she crashed onto the bubble she had created, and it was a substandard bubble. Ugh! Zilu was speechless and choked up, the pain making her unable to help but struggle. TSK, you look really nice when you're in pain. Annabelle's words made Zilu's hair stand on end. This person is definitely a pervert. The centipede loves to squash people like bedbugs. Remember to run away quickly after you break free. The system seemed to know a lot about the mechs on the leaderboard, and upon hearing this, Zilu immediately understood Annabelle's intention in pulling her out. Indeed, this person was not well-intentioned. Now, just as the sticky bubble film behind her stretched to an extreme point, it finally snapped in midair, though some remnants still clung to the mech's back wings. Let go of me. It hurts too much. Zilu abandoned her principle of avoiding angering the enemy, peeled away the mech part that wasn't stuck, straightened her index finger, and unleashed a weapon she had treasured for a long time. Launch the veggie dog. Launch the veggie dog. Launch the veggie dog. Her strong will propelled the auto-targeting bullets through the centipede's S-grade bulletproof material, creating a tiny hole in its head, but ultimately failing to fully penetrate it. The unexpected attack caused the centipede's massive body to stagger slightly, and Zilu seized the opportunity to slash at the main limb joint that was holding her with her laser sword. Sparks flew as the laser clashed with the mech's outer layer, but before the laser sword could sever it, Annabelle, in pain, had already forcefully thrown Zilu to the ground. Boom! The ground kicked up a cloud of dust as Zilu was slammed down, creating a deep dent in the surface. However, compared to the torture of being impaled on her back, this fall was nothing. But before she could catch her breath, her sixth sense alerted her to the pressure coming from behind. Not daring to waste time looking back, Zilu could only scramble up and run back towards the bubble to avoid Annabelle's subsequent attack. The support strut extending from her light blue mech now only had one that could move freely. The other side, having stuck to the bubble, was now dragging a long string of flesh-pink objects that Annabelle had pulled out, unable to open properly. Zilu could only zigzag around the bubble in a frantic run. TSK, it seems I can't treat you like Cosima anymore. Annabelle, missing her attack, wasn't in a hurry to pursue. There were many injured people in this area, either seriously wounded or exhausted from the mental strain of shedding their mechs, like a rope that easily revealed Cosima's whereabouts. Annabelle touched the tiny hole on her mech's forehead. The original bullet seemed to be lodged not far from the surface, but that foreign sensation and pain quickly faded, leaving only a shallow pit to signify its former presence. Chapter 67, Weakness. Zilu hid on the other side of the bubble, confirming that Annabelle had not chased after her, and quickly turned around to check her back. What should she do? Zilu tried to cut it with a short blade, and as she had anticipated, once the tension was gone, the drooping bubble stuck to the blade like mucus. After all the running and pulling, Zilu felt her back was in a state of pain, followed by heat and numbness. Sigh, I told you not to be greedy. Theoretically, these props have a time limit. They can't stay in this dimension for long, let alone this is a semi-finished product. The system hesitated for a moment and ultimately revealed the harsh truth. Now you can only endure it. I estimate this thing won't last long either. So be careful and don't let it touch other places. All right, Zilu had no other options for now. But the fact that this thing was actually harmful made her realize she should inform Powell and the others. However, the place was so chaotic now that her mech was not marked as an ally by Powell and the others. Through the mech's detection screen, she could only see a large number of mechs either approaching or separating, not to mention many exhausted allies had to remove their mech status, which wouldn't show up on her mech's detection screen. Sigh, am I being kind and doing bad things? Calming down, Zilu was instantly overwhelmed by a rush of guilt. Although what you did was really stupid, at least you saved a dozen people and helped that group of weaklings redirect their biggest hatred. Isn't that enough? The system's words made Zilu, who was carefully observing the mech detection screen, feel relieved, and she couldn't help but smile. Perhaps choosing to trust the system was the right decision. Zilu felt that her relationship with the system was not just simple. She could even feel warmth from the system in this helpless time. Having one more friend in this world could be considered a bit of meaning in her adventurous journey. Be careful. As soon as the system's warning sounded, Zilu had already broken free from her complicated emotions, dragging the back wing support that was bound by the bubble slime and awkwardly lunged forward. Behind her, the spot where Zilu had been standing was already smashed into a deep pit by that enormous body. The opponent moved extremely swiftly, each limb exerting its maximum efficiency. And in the blink of an eye, it was about to catch up with Zilu, who had just gotten up. As the opponent's limb swept towards Zilu's head, she only caught a glimpse of a cold blade shadow at the edge of her vision. Instinctively, she raised her hand to block, and the laser sword quickly solidified, but it still couldn't withstand that terrifying force. The light blue mech flew back under the immense power, and the remaining support behind her, learning from the previous lesson, immediately stretched as much as possible to anchor itself to the ground, plowing a long groove in the earth, barely stopping its momentum in front of a bubble. Before Zilu could catch her breath, the centipede's figure had followed closely behind. She suppressed her instinct to flee, brandished the laser sword, and attempted to summon that mysterious state from before, rushing towards the grotesque body. Bang! Before Zilu could touch the centipede's agile body, the cold sound of mechs colliding rang in her ears. The centipede was caught off guard and tilted slightly under the sudden impact, and Zilu had no time to see who came to support. She gritted her teeth and exerted her fastest speed to catch up, aiming to slash at one of the centipede's limbs. Sparks flew at the cut, and just as Zilu saw the breakage on that limb, before she could feel happy, her body was struck hard by another limb, violently slamming her down towards the familiar ground. Damn, this blow was too fast. The mech didn't soar high, and Zilu didn't even have a chance to adjust her posture, landing sideways and making close contact with the ground, her back aching painfully. It was that guy with the perpetually grim face. The system with a more comprehensive view spoke up. Zilu didn't have time to ease the pain. She could only quickly get up and retreat. The spot where she had just lain was soon stomped on by a limb of the centipede, kicking up a lot of dust. Hearing the system's words, Zilu looked up and saw through the mech's vision that Donishu was inside the black-striped mech. Having finally resolved the invading enemies in the central square, Donishu arrived just in time to see Cosima, whom everyone had been discussing, piloting a specially designed mech, charging straight at the centipede. This left him no time to think, and he could only follow up to support Zilu's desperate attack. To his surprise, Cosima managed to land a hit on the centipede, although she didn't benefit from it in the next second. Be careful. Donishu watched as Cosima quickly retreated, avoiding a stomp from the centipede, feeling his heart leap to his throat. Everyone, retreat. The weaponry permissions have been fully opened. Donishu took a breath and caught yet another series of concentrated attacks from the centipede. To prevent Cosima from taking further risks, he quickly shouted in the ally channel. Unfortunately, this light blue special mech wasn't obtained on Bartstar, and it wasn't in the ally channel, so Zilu had no idea about this notification. She saw a lot of mechs and aircraft rushing over on the mech detection screen, and her heart suddenly lifted. Zilu quickly glanced at Donishu, who was holding back the centipede, gritted her teeth, and retreated, quickly moving closer to the group of approaching reinforcements. No, those people seem to be on our side. Before Zilu could make a move, the system S-word stopped her from launching an attack. Hearing this, Zilu halted her offensive, quickly scanned her surroundings, identified a target, and hurriedly climbed onto a barely surviving abandoned aircraft to observe from a height. Fortunately, it didn't take too long for her to spot a few familiar faces among the group of mechs. She finally felt relieved. Great! Bang! Just as she sighed in relief, a massive tremor shook the ground again. Zilu hurriedly looked back and saw the centipede descending from a height under its foot. She could only see Donishu's lower limbs barely exposed. In an instant, Zilu really wanted to curse this awful reality. She rushed towards the direction of the centipede, attempting to rescue Donishu, who was being stepped on, as the centipede tried to apply pressure downwards, causing Donishu's mech to creak. Zilu charged forward with her laser. However, this obviously hasty attack did not go smoothly before the centipede. Her strikes were repeatedly blocked. Get lost. I don't need a Cosima's help. Just as Donishu had finally relaxed about Cosima's departure, he saw that familiar figure again a few seconds later. Now not only was his body aching, but his heart was also tense and fearful. Let us go. He was willing to take the hit. Let us take the chance to run. Look, those people are retreating. The system, having seen the Allied troops retreating from a more comprehensive perspective, became even more anxious. Not to mention Donishu's harsh words at a time like this. I want to. Zilu took another hit from the centipede, managing to stabilize her form in the air through the power device on half of her support. Although she wanted to turn around and leave decisively. Donishu had helped her once, and just abandoning him would surely make her conscience feel riddled with holes. Zilu's unilateral wings were unbalanced. When the centipede's next strike came, she almost staggered past its numerous limbs. To be honest, I had a crazy idea. Given the situation, let's not even talk about whether I can dodge every attack precisely. Just being pinned down, the currently exhausted Donishu would definitely not be able to hold on for long. No, the system didn't even want to know what this crazy idea was and denied it in advance. At this moment, Zilu was already dodging the centipede's attacks with her own erratic path, moving at varying speeds. When she saw the opportunity, she even deliberately slacked off and blocked one of its strikes with her lightsaber. After withstanding that blow, Zilu pushed the side thrusters to the limit, and together with the force of the centipede's hit, she lunged toward its back like a cannonball, making intimate contact with the centipede's long spine. You're crazy. The flesh-pink viscous substance on the light blue mech's wings stuck to the centipede's back, and the two immediately bonded together. I hope I'm not wrong. Zilu steadied her form and wavering resolve, reaching back with the hand holding the lightsaber and thrusting it into the centipede's spine. The centipede's body froze for a moment, pain and anger driving it to thrash wildly, but couldn't shake Zilu off its back. Its weakness really seemed to be its hands. Just as Zilu felt a moment of joy, she realized that her lightsaber was blocked after penetrating the outer layer of the centipede. Gritting her teeth, she endured the nausea from the spinning and continued to apply force, determined to drive the lightsaber deeper. What does this mean? No way. At this point, the system also realized that the centipede's elongated body, accommodating so many limbs, made its slender spine not particularly prominent, especially when it was moving agilely. It was practically impossible for others to touch its back. Perhaps because of this, many people might not have had the chance to touch its back before being evaded by the centipede, or even directly crushed. Even if there was an opportunity to attack its back, it couldn't be sustained for long, let alone penetrate its hard armor in a short time. So many people might not know that the joints of the centipede's limbs couldn't fully twist making it impossible to reach its spine. Some might have noticed this, but couldn't use it as a weakness. After all, even Zilu, who capitalized on this point, could only slowly push the lightsaber in at a snail's pace, despite using all her strength. The inner layer of protection on the centipede's spine was extremely tough and not easily penetrable. "You bastard! I will tear you apart, turn you into mush." Annabelle, in pain and anger from being toyed with, increased the amplitude of her thrashing, but still couldn't shake Zilu off. Her gaze swept around, and she simply abandoned the pinned Donashu, charging toward the nearby building. In an instant, as she neared the structure, she slammed her back against the wall with tremendous force. Chapter 68. Death. The solid wall let out a tremendous crashing sound with that blow. What is it like to face an enemy who is tougher and more resilient than oneself? Zilu took a hit and was now dizzy, relying solely on her willpower to keep her grip on the laser sword. "Let go. We can exchange items to escape." The system's voice seemed to carry a sob. After realizing her attack was ineffective, Annabelle simply kicked off and charged fiercely at the wall. Bang! The wall surprisingly shattered into pieces with that strike. For a tough mech like the centipede, this tactic of inflicting self-harm while trying to harm the enemy truly made Zilu suffer greatly. She had to raise one arm to protect her head as she gritted her teeth and pushed the laser sword deeper with her left hand. She must make the enemy feel as much pain as she did. Fueled by this strange determination, Zilu actually managed to push the laser sword in halfway. "Ah, I will kill you. I will kill you." Countless limbs tried to grab at the center of her back, but could never catch that little bug stuck to her. Zilu twisted her body to evade a limb that almost touched her leg, wishing she could stand up and exert force to break through the inner barrier before Annabelle crashed into the wall again. "You, come here." Annabelle began to summon her subordinates. Zilu was not on the friendly terminal contact list, nor was she on the enemies. But at least she could clearly see the group of aggressive fighters flying towards them. "Hurry, hurry." The system practically wanted to push forward itself. "I also want to hurry." "Ah." Zilu gritted her teeth, the veins on the back of her hand bulging, but she couldn't advance any further. The inner barrier was clearly much stronger and difficult to penetrate. "Don't think you can get past." Having suffered a significant setback in speed, Donashu finally clawed his way out of the deep pit left by the centipede's step. He hurried over, following the destructive strides of the centipede, and soon collided with the enemy, trying to approach Zilu. Even though the leading Donashu was pinned under the centipede and couldn't fully see the situation, he could at least see Cosima clinging to the centipede's back from a distance. One centipede was already terrifying enough. Although Donashu didn't know what kind of tactics Cosima was using, seeing the centipede's current madness indicated that her tactics were somewhat effective. Since he couldn't assist Cosima, he at least couldn't let this group increase her burden. The heavy mech had a significant advantage against standard mechs and fighters. He withstood several cannon strikes and, with tremendous strength, lifted a fighter into the air, then smashed it down towards the noisy standard mechs. "You bug." Seeing Donashu, the centipede seemed to find an outlet for its rage. Although it moved sluggishly due to pain, Annabelle was still faster than Donashu, controlling the heavy mech. After several attacks, Annabelle finally caught the struggling Donashu again. Donashu endured the grip the centipede applied to him and desperately fired at her face. The outer skin of the centipede began to peel off under the bombardment, revealing the cold and solid interior. "Huh, disgusting bug." The barrage intensified Annabelle's fury as she used two limbs to grip Donashu's body and twisted it violently in the opposite direction. "Ah." Seizing the moment while Annabelle was distracted by Donashu, Zilu endured the pain of her skin tearing away from her back, twisting her body with all her might, pressing down on the sword in her hand. Donashu's scream made Zilu hesitate for a moment, but she knew the quickest and best way to save herself was right in front of her. Gritting her teeth, she focused her energy, even the only remaining side propulsion device, straining towards the laser sword. "Go die." The barrier finally loosened for a moment, and without hesitation, Zilu used all her strength to thrust downward. The laser sword, receiving its owner's strong will, actually extended further into the interior. And a strange, soft sensation came from the tip as the entire sword finally lodged into the centipede's back. The centipede's movements froze, its body stiffly retreating a few steps. The limbs holding Dona's shoe also released him, and it stood there dazed, watching forward as its solid mech body slowly began to dissolve, revealing Ari, who fell to the ground. A circular hole appeared in Annabelle's back, blood gushing outward. She looked forward, and within seconds, she collapsed face down on the ground. Zilu unexpectedly fell from the air, the two wings of her light blue mech covered in the flesh-colored slime from her earlier chaotic movements. The centipede, which they were attached to, had completely vanished from this dimension, and the slime had nothing to adhere to for the moment. As Zilu fell, she instinctively kicked her legs a few times, finally managing to land awkwardly due to the propulsion device that was not yet blocked by the slime. Upon landing, the slime seemed to be affected by the sudden disappearance of its attachment point, shaking a few times imperceptibly on the wings before abruptly vanishing. If Zilu looked around now, she would see those flesh-colored bubbles that had formed on the ground beginning to disappear one after another. However, at this moment, Zilu had no mind to care about these things. Hiss! Zilu was in pain all over. She had just focused entirely on one goal. And now that she was out of that state, even the act of landing made her gasp in pain. Had she died? Zilu knelt awkwardly on the ground, looking at the fallen female Ari from a distance. But before she could catch her breath, the system dropped another bombshell. He seems to have died too. Who? Hearing the system's response, Zilu froze for a few seconds before realizing what it meant. No way. She should have been able to make it in time. Zilu's heart began to race erratically, her mind feeling chaotic. After several attempts, she managed to stand up from the ground. Where's that person with the always grumpy face? She had even forgotten their name. Clearly, they had helped her at such a crucial moment. Zilu staggered forward, one of her feet seemingly injured, making it difficult for her to stand firmly. The system might have guessed wrong from such a distance. That grumpy guy was clearly so powerful. How could they die so easily? The light blue mech, freed from the slime shackles, began to fade, revealing Zilu's confused expression, filled with tears she didn't even know were there. How could this happen? Zilu looked at the ruins not far away. The black-striped mech began to automatically dissolve after its master died. The face that was often tense now relaxed, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the starry sky, its body twisted and broken, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Zilu's body began to tremble, whether from fear or sorrow, she could not tell. Chapter 69. The Curtain Falls War. There are always casualties. You have helped them a lot. Without you, many more would surely have died. At this moment, Zilu seemed to finally have the time to carefully observe the battlefield. As the system said, it had already become a ruin under the bombardment, filled with smoke, enclosing countless collapsed corpses and mechanical wreckage. It was only now that Zilu realized that this was the battlefield. Unknowingly, she had become a part of it, having intruded here and killed people. The image of the headless corpse from the trash star was once again starkly imprinted in her mind. Her hand still seemed to feel the last sensation from the laser sword, the soft part she had sensed on the centipede's body. Compared to the cold, solid surface of the mecha, each mecha contained living beings, life forms that were nearly 80% similar to the blue star humans. After being here for a long time and absorbing nutrient solution, Zilu couldn't vomit anything. But it didn't stop the spasms in her stomach and the rising nausea. Sigh, that is why I said this place isn't suitable for us. Sigh, maybe I shouldn't have brought you here. The system's subsequent words were already unclear to Zilu. Her head was buzzing, as if being stirred roughly by a giant hand, attempting to tear her memories out, only to inflict pain in her mind. Are you okay? Let's go quickly. They're starting to retreat, and you need treatment. Upon seeing the death of the commander, the enemy forces immediately scattered in panic. They lost their previous contempt for Cosima, who should have seemed particularly weak in their eyes, and all maintained a safe distance from her. I want to rest for a bit. Slightly recovering, Zilu slowly laid down at an angle. Her vision still caught sight of the now stiff arm of Dona's shoe, but the heavy fatigue in her heart overflowed, almost binding her soul, and she could no longer muster the strength. She struggled to turn over, her vision invaded by the sky obscured by thick smoke. This should have been a very peaceful night. She would return to the cabin with Powell, browse the trending topics on the StarNet, look forward to communicating with Jansen, or perhaps even bicker with the system. It had been a long time since she could see such a star-filled night sky in her hometown. But she still missed that tranquil and warm home. System, I want to go home. Zilu's voice was extremely soft, but the system could still hear the barely perceptible sob in her words. Tears streamed down her cheeks, flowing into her messy hair, disappearing into the dirty ground. The system fell into a long silence, only letting out a gentle sigh when Zilu closed her eyes to rest temporarily due to pain and fatigue. The radar monitoring the surrounding environment was still diligently operating, alert for any nearby creatures, providing a relatively safe environment for this temporarily relieved host. However, if it really detected those approaching troublemakers, it could only warn Zilu and had no way to help her privately. Sure enough, Mother was right. One shouldn't develop feelings for the bound person. It was because of its feelings for the bound one that it ended up in such a passive situation, needing to forcibly bind such a weak human to achieve its own goals. Sigh. Now it couldn't easily leave, as their lives and deaths were already bound together. But this weak little one still didn't know the truth. Cosima is here. The standard mecha that rushed and interrupted the system's train of thought. It anxiously amplified its detection perceptions. And upon confirming that this person had previously appeared in the rehabilitation base, it finally felt relieved. According to insiders, the civil war in Aerie had now tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Although Duke Olade took the initiative to ally with Duchess Annabelle to resist the rule of the 12th Prince Jansen, the results were evidently not ideal for them. The Laskin Star, which had been seized during Prince George's rule, was once again under the control of forces under the 12th Prince, which made one begin to doubt Prince George's ruling abilities. The civil war seemed to be nearing its end. Would the Aerie clan expand outward once again? If the answer is affirmative, where would they most likely target? Strangely, some claim to have seen the supposedly extinct Cosima clan appearing on the battlefield of this internal war in Aerie. The origins of Cosima and Aerie need to be traced back to those years. Baystar suffered extensive bombardment and has now completely fallen into paralysis. Who's behind this? Can Cosima control mechas? Could they even be the true culprit behind Duchess Annabelle's death? What's the truth behind all this? The StarNet news about the Civil War had almost occupied the entire panel. Although the war on Bartstar had calmed down, the damage left behind would probably take a long time to heal. With a large number of soldiers retreating from the battlefield and the young Aerie living on Bartstar, facing this sudden war, the outcome was naturally far from beautiful, with casualty rates reaching a peak not seen in a century. This planet, once the favorite of the upper echelons, was now riddled with scars. In various residential areas, it was rare to see residents moving around. Instead, there were more cleaning machines at work. This defeat was entirely due to General Donishu's inaction. General Donishu has already sacrificed himself for Bartstar. Is this still considered an action? Where were you when the war broke out? What? Do you think dying can cover up the truth of his strategic failure? At that time, Bartstar's military reserves were simply unable to support this attack. If you had a better strategy back then, why didn't you propose it? In the empty main hall, it had now become a temporary gathering point. Leaders from various main cities hurried to this gathering point to discuss and confirm subsequent resource allocations. And this process naturally included post-war reviews. However, it was evident that the outcome this time was not what everyone had hoped for. Not long after the meeting began, the argument was already spiraling out of control. They're here again? Isaper, who rushed in to report the latest battlefield cleanup situation, could already hear the chaos inside through the door. She casually asked a soldier outside, and after receiving a positive response, she sneered and simply turned to leave. Isaper still needed to rely on a temporarily installed auxiliary walking device for prolonged movement, but as one of the lucky ones wrapped in that strange pinkish bubble, her current situation was already much better than her comrades, who faced the enemy directly. It seemed that the battlefield cleanup report could not be submitted for the time being. Chapter 70 Arrival. Isabel stood at the intersection in a daze for a while, before slowly using her assistive device to walk toward the only place she currently cared about. Without using a hover vehicle, Isabel walked for nearly 2 hours. Her legs were already starting to ache, but this pain brought her a sense of reality. The nightmarish images were now only lightly buried under dust, easily revealing the flesh and blood within. So, Isabel could only try not to see, hear, or think, attempting to deceive her own brain. The previous rehabilitation base was nearly full, and the precious personnel had to be relocated elsewhere. Among them, Cosima naturally topped the list. Has she awakened? Before this war broke out, their affection for this Cosima was merely a natural closeness to every Cosima. She must be delicate, beautiful, perhaps a bit temperamental. And maybe she also liked to cry, but all of this was just the stereotype their brains assigned her based on the outdated name Cosima. In this war, this Cosima showed them a different kind of life. However, after exhausting her strength, she had already spent a night in the medical pod. The robot responsible for patrolling shook its head humanely and exaggeratedly sighed when it sensed the questioner's low mood. Isabel had grown accustomed to these anthropomorphic machines wandering around. She bypassed the robot and approached the transparent barrier. This Cosima was an extremely precious existence now. After this battle, her existence had spread within the Arii tribe. But Isabel did not think this was a good thing. When only their group of staunch supporters of the Jansen and George regime knew about Cosima's existence. Quite a few people with ulterior motives had already appeared on Barthstar. Fortunately, they had all been captured by the heavily patrolling personnel, which prevented any disturbance to Cosima's life. If Cosima's existence was no longer a secret, no longer just gossip, she worried that those conservatives who learned of the news would propose some crazy ideas. There was precedent for this. In the years when many Cosimas were captured, quite a few did not die naturally. They died in biological research institutes and observation rooms, and even some died in the arenas. Once those conservatives caught a whiff of profit, they would not rest easy. Now, with a Cosima who had the powerful mental capability to bond with mechas and even kill Duke Annabelle, Isabel was sure that these people would not let her go. Wake up soon. Isabel looked through the transparent barrier at the sleeping Zilu. Wake up, now that His Highness Jansen was far on the front lines. They had to hide her as quickly as possible before those conservatives took action. Jansen's arrival was not as late as Isabel had imagined, but it was not the collective return she had envisioned either. He could even be said to have appeared suddenly. The patrol surveillance almost triggered the alarm when it spotted the unfamiliar fighter jet that had suddenly appeared. Fortunately, His Highness Jansen quickly exited the fighter jet, preventing a chaotic incident. Your Highness, how did you come? Is everyone back? Did we really win this battle? Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness. Jansen hurried toward the main hall, and along the way, he was intercepted by subordinates who had received messages during a meeting. Everyone's faces showed confusion, excitement, and bewilderment, but the questions were all quite similar. Yes, we have won this battle. On the way, Jansen had already strained himself to read the latest updates on the Star Network, confirming that Erica had not gone back on her word, which finally put him at ease. Jansen held a conservative attitude toward the appearances of Erica and Adam, but in reality, he couldn't help but feel close to and trust these two. They were his only remaining family in this world. Jansen, who was not excessively interested in the struggle for power, welcomed their presence. The moment he saw the real-time footage released by OLED, he completely understood his own heart. He didn't need this pointless power. He no longer liked this pointless war. He enjoyed the days spent with Cosima. He desperately wanted to be by her side at all times. He didn't want to entrust Zilu to a place he could neither see nor touch. He wanted to take responsibility for Zilu's safety, for everything about her. If Erica and Adam were truly here to share a piece of the pie in this civil war, he would consider completely handing over military power. After all, he had a promise with Cosima, a promise to travel this world together. Where's Zilu? After simply answering a few straightforward questions, Jansen naturally noticed the group's tendency to pass the buck in this hard-won battle, but at that moment, he didn't have the time or energy to deal with these excuse-giving people. However, his question clearly stunned them, with everyone exchanging looks of confusion. Where's Cosima? Jansen rubbed his aching forehead and rephrased the question. After finally getting the coordinates for Zilu, he hurried over. What about Powell? He is still severely injured and is waiting in line for treatment. And Donishu? General Donishu has already already fallen in battle. Have the casualties been counted? Yes, it is being counted. It is being counted. Inside the hover vehicle, Jansen seized the time to understand the specific situation on Barthstar, but he did not receive satisfactory answers. As George's favorite planet, Barthstar not only received a large influx of resources, but also had personnel managing various levels of affairs. However, the negative effects were unexpected. When emergencies occurred, various departments shirked responsibility, missing the best combat opportunity and being ineffective after the battle. Jansen believed that even if these people had stopped all resource supplies the moment they detected enemy invasions, evacuated personnel immediately, and used the saved resources to activate the protective barriers of various main cities, it would have been much better than the current grim situation. The Donishu he sent was just the right person with a bad temper. Jansen could easily imagine him going solo after being unable to motivate this inactive management team. So you did nothing? Your Highness, the enemy's attack this time was too sudden and many wartime coordinations. They couldn't keep up. In the end, they didn't even have the confidence to finish their sentence. And Jansen let out a cold laugh. So even a Cosima who hasn't received systematic training is better planned and more capable than you, right? It seems George has overestimated you. Your Highness, Chapter 71 Departure. All management personnel submitted their wartime reports today. Listen, if I find any discrepancies between the routine post-war inspection and the wartime report, you all will face a military tribunal in advance. Jensen's words immediately turned the faces of the group of sycophantic managers pale. He couldn't be bothered to deal with their hypocritical expressions, raised his hand to stop their pale attempts at conversation, and began to close his eyes and rest. The location where Zilu was recuperating was in a neighboring city to the main city of Marcus. The attacks there were relatively mild, and personnel recovery was relatively quick, which could better ensure the next steps in Cosima's treatment. Jensen was somewhat satisfied with the follow-up arrangements for Zilu. Isabel, who had worked hard to secure the follow-up arrangements for Zilu, was stunned for a few seconds when she saw Jensen approaching from distance. Your Highness. Upon seeing the management personnel following behind him, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and only managed to ask a dry greeting. Jensen nodded and directly opened Cosima's treatment room with high-level authority. However, before he could reach Zilu, the footsteps following him approached. Jensen barely restrained himself from throwing the person out. He turned around and scanned the crowd with an icy gaze. Get out! Receiving Jensen's anger, the crowd quickly nodded in unison and hurriedly retreated from the doorway. The temporarily opened door immediately closed, and the once transparent wall soon became murky and invisible. What to do now? Indeed, it's impressive that someone has died. Even that guide Donishu can escape accountability. Isabel, who faintly heard this, was immediately filled with rage. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you die yourself, my lord? Without Donishu initially supporting the situation, even the main hall of Marcus could be burned down. Now this group was making sarcastic remarks. Isabel was never a pure-blood supremacist. At this moment, she wished she could drag down all the half-bloods supported by Prince George. Yu, the half-blood Aerie, who was sharply pricked by Isabel's words, couldn't come up with a retort and was instantly infuriated. Cough, I think I need to see the seriously injured Vice Commander Powell. He is a key player in this battle, so I'll take my leave. One of them, seeing that they dared to confront each other outside Jensen's door, quickly found an excuse to leave. Instead of begging for Jensen's mercy here, it was better to approach Powell, who was favored by him. With the first person leaving, the others exchanged glances and began to leave together tacitly. Powell probably wouldn't have any peace today. A bunch of hollow-headed people. Isabel initially wanted to leave, but when she thought of the potential difficulties Cosima might face in the future, she halted her steps. Zilu had saved many of them. She had to let Jensen know about the problems Cosima might encounter in the future. Isabel took a deep breath to calm the panic caused by her speculations. She had once been a member of the research group, but could not endure the atmosphere there and ultimately chose practical combat courses. Within the research group, how to enable all soldiers to mentally link with mech to enhance combat power was an eternal topic. Besides that, the second most important issue was how to help warriors, who frequently engaged in mental linking, restore their minds to calmness from the rage and pain they often experienced in their mental seas. At that time, Cosima did not enjoy any preferential treatment, and due to their strange ability to soothe the mental sea, the research group subjected them to many inhumane experiments. Although the final results were not ideal, they still could not stop their persecution of Cosima. Now, Zilu not only satisfied the second requirement, but also fulfilled the first. Jensen had once looked down on Cosima, which left Isabel unable to set her mind at ease. If that group of conservatives really got the chance to take Cosima away, even if she could survive, her subsequent life would be extremely painful. She could not allow such a thing to happen. Isabel stood firm, resolutely waiting for Jansen to appear again outside the door. Inside, Jansen was unaware of the inner struggles of his subordinate. He was like a statue, motionless, gazing at the sleeping Zilu in the medical chamber. Perhaps 10 minutes passed, or maybe half an hour, before Jansen snapped out of this state and turned to the illuminated virtual screen beside him, carefully examining the dense real-time monitoring data. He transferred several important data segments to his private terminal and then closed all data reading permissions. "Trust me one more time," Jensen murmured softly as he stroked Zilu's sleeping face through the medical chamber. He had already decided to take Zilu away to Rasquin. Before bringing the medical chamber onto the fighter jet, he would not allow anyone to disturb Zilu. When Jensen temporarily closed the medical room's permissions and left, he saw Isabel waiting outside. "Your Highness, I have something to report." Upon seeing Jensen, Isabel, who had been standing for a long time and whose injured leg was already trembling slightly, immediately called out to stop him. "What is it?" Jensen glanced at her. Having learned from the previous experience with the management personnel, he simply had the terminal list Isabel's information and took a glance at her position. "Your Highness, it's about." "Your Highness, I have successfully completed the mission. Bayer Star has been successfully destroyed. I am currently on my way back, but I am now facing an interception by what seems to be our own fleet. The situation is urgent. Please respond quickly so that we can issue the latest orders." Before Isabel could finish her words, Dorothy suddenly jumped out from the terminal list. This was a rough video clip, not real-time footage. Although Jensen had enough confidence when he sent out Dorothy, believing that this strike from the rear would surely succeed, he still delegated high-level contact permissions to her just to be safe. Jensen believed that unless absolutely necessary, Dorothy would only contact him through the ordinary terminal entrance and would not use this high-level contact permission. Nor would she inform him through a vague video clip without context instead of opting for the quicker and more convenient real-time footage. Adam and the others have made their move. This was Jensen's first reaction. He had no time to listen to Isabel's words any longer. "Report through your superior. Leave a message." With that, Jensen rushed out of the building, found the standby hover car, and used his highest authority ID to drive the hover car directly into the building, then quickly took Zilu's medical chamber away through a special fast passage. This process took only a few minutes. Chapter 72. Shielding Isabel was still frozen in place, unsure whether to continue holding on or who to turn to for help. After all, her direct superior, Powell, was still severely injured, and it seemed that a large group of oblivious management was going to harass him. Meanwhile, Dorothy on the starship was facing a similar problem to some extent. After all, the fleet she commanded had been trapped in a signal blockade for several hours, and they still had no idea about the situation on Jansen's side, nor could they communicate their current situation out. Ugh, has it been sent out or not? Compressing the duration and size didn't help. Dorothy urged anxiously. "Well, it's hard to say right now. Why don't we wait a bit longer, my lady? Maybe Prince Jansen will reply once he receives the message." In this fleet, there was only one relevant professional, as they were here to steal from the rear and deploy torpedoes. Such specialists should have been idle in this fleet, but now they were all relying on him. And unexpectedly, his professional skills were facing a major challenge at this moment. Can I still receive his reply on this terminal? That's uncertain. Why didn't I bring lids with me back then? Dorothy pounded her fist in frustration, never expecting that after welcoming victory, she would end up in such a frustrating situation. "My lady, what if we negotiate with them? Perhaps they would be willing to turn off the blockade?" Dorothy shot him a look as if he were mentally challenged. "Do you think that's possible? Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see that their warplanes and technology are far superior to ours? Did you not hear them calling us to obediently follow them? Are you trying to challenge their new technology or betray the prince? Under Dorothy's overwhelming pressure, that person wiped his cold sweat and chose to obediently look at the terminal, trying to break through the other side's tight blocking technology to send the information out. Is energy really conserved? After finally having a smooth moment, do we have to be stifled again? If that were the case, she would definitely take a huge tumble this time. After all, Baystar had been completely destroyed by her, and she dared to believe that with Olade's constitution. Knowing this news would either infuriate him or make him ill. In fact, what made Dorothy most timid was the familiar bright red emblem on the rows of enemy warplanes. That was the emblem used by Lord Erica during her command. However, Lord Erica had long abandoned them. So how could it suddenly appear here? Moreover, that person's voice was definitely not Lord Erica's. But the only remaining detection disc showed that the fleet surrounding them was also friendly. Was this real, or was it an enemy's ploy to lower their guard? Ugh, hurry and reply. In fact, even though Dorothy temporarily refused to communicate with this fleet that was indistinguishable between friend and foe, trying to buy time, she had already issued a high alert order throughout the fleet. Unfortunately, in Dorothy's view, if a fight really broke out, their chances of victory were far below 20%, having already consumed more than half of their wartime supplies. Now, she could only hope that Jansen would bring back good news before the other side's patience ran out. After all, if they were truly allies, this conflict could be entirely resolved. However, to be honest, Dorothy held a pessimistic attitude towards this. The enemy could suddenly appear and surround their fleet at the first opportunity, possessing more advanced blocking technology than them, easily cutting off their signals. The likelihood of them being allies was almost negligible. It seemed she had to prepare in advance. Dorothy walked to the window where she could see the interstellar scenery, watching the group of both strange and familiar warplanes moving steadily. Forcing the fleet, she led to march in parallel. In a few minutes, if she still hadn't received a response from Jansen, she would have to convene a pre-battle meeting to prepare her subordinates. To increase the chances of victory, they might need to strike first. On Ferguson Planet, within a heavily guarded building, a special medical chamber was slowly opening, revealing the pale-faced Olade. His physical condition was too poor. Even with the help of the medical chamber, he still couldn't easily recover from the near-fatal stab wounds. He had fallen into a coma even before he left Laskin Star. But fortunately, his subordinates had received his signal in time and found him. How did the battle go? Although he had a rough idea in his heart, Olade still needed to understand the final outcome of the battle. My lord, our people, those who could withdraw from Laskin Star have been arranged for withdrawal. However, due to the enemy reinforcements appearing suddenly during our retreat, the number of successful withdrawals is not ideal. Before fainting, Olade had already anticipated the failure of this battle, but it wasn't too big of a problem. In battle, winning and losing were common occurrences. Olade felt that he simply had not yet grasped Jansen's combat tactics. After all, Jansen had always been his most disliked nephew. If it weren't necessary, Olade would never engage with him, and not understanding the enemy was often a major taboo. Olade could fully accept a certain range of failure. He firmly believed that after several rounds of confrontation, he would definitely find a way to deal with Jansen, and by then, victory would naturally be within reach. Well, they're all hybrids. We can recruit more if we lose some. Raise the subsidies, and we need to speed up recruitment. The next battle shouldn't be far off. Olade leaned against the open medical chamber, feeling rare fatigue as he closed his eyes. My lord, there may be some issues with funding. One subordinate cautiously glanced at Olade, seeing him frown impatiently, and his inner courage instantly deflated like a burst balloon. What could be the issue with funding? If it's a lack of resources, just send in an application. I'll approve some energy for Baystar. Tisk, you've been with me for so long, and you can't even handle such a small matter? Even though Olade didn't open his eyes, his impatient tone made his subordinate swallow nervously. Olade waited for a while, neither hearing a response from his subordinate nor noticing him leave, so he couldn't help but open his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his subordinate's face written with tension and fear. Spit it out. Yes, my lord. The subordinate immediately lowered his head and recounted the words he had organized in his mind several times. 4 hours ago, the signal from Bay's star suddenly disappeared. The scouts we sent out showed that Bay's star has vanished. It has completely disappeared from its original location on the map. This news made Olade's slouched body sit upright involuntarily. Disappeared? What does that mean? Chapter 73, Bloodline. My lord, we dispatched over 100 patrol teams and found 2 undamaged detectors yesterday. We saw. The subordinate familiar with Olade's demeanor felt a tightness in his throat and cautiously continued, observing Olade's expression. Baystar was attacked 4 hours ago, and the enemy clearly came fully prepared. They first used unknown equipment to extensively damage Baystar's detectors, then unleashed a massive amount of firepower. They didn't even intend to leave their warships and showed no interest in the wealth of Baystar. Everything happened too quickly. Most of our combat forces were dispatched to Raskenstar, and Baystar's defenses couldn't respond in time. Olade seemed unable to accept this shocking news for a moment. He remained expressionless and silent for a while before speaking again. Are you joking? If Olade hadn't just come out of the medical bay and was facing his subordinate, one could be sure that he would have shot him on the spot, then called in other smart individuals to determine if this was some kind of prank. My lord, how could I dare to joke with you? The poor guy was almost burying his head in the ground. Finally recovering from the shock, Olade abruptly gasped several times, his upright posture leaning to one side. If the open medical bay hadn't detected the patient's collision and quickly ejected a buffer zone, his head might have left an unsightly red stain on the pristine surface of the medical bay. Search Baystar. After a moment's pause, Olade's stagnant brain finally resumed functioning, and he commanded at the terminal, but the information that loaded only stung his eyes further. Waste. Didn't I place the most elite troops on Baystar? Is this the reward you give me? Olade stumbled forward to his subordinate, grabbing the collar of the poor guy, and with an unknown surge of strength, lifted him off the ground. The subordinate, seeing Olade's bloodshot eyes, was so frightened he almost lost his voice. It wasn't until Olade suddenly closed his eyes and fainted on the ground that he snapped out of his fear, hurriedly calling for medics at the terminal to provide some meager mental assistance for their poor leader. And the culprit behind all this wasn't in a much better situation. The army led by Dorothy had seemingly tied their fate to Jansen. Did you send someone to control them? This was probably Jansen's shortest interstellar journey. After hurriedly settling Zilu, he unexpectedly met Adam in the temporary room prepared for him on Raskenstar. It seems your speed of information gathering isn't too bad. I think this will help our upcoming conversation. Jansen had to admit that Adam was no different now than before. He still looked down on everyone equally. Of course, this list might have been fortunate enough to eliminate Cosima, who once drove Adam into madness. When Adam disdainfully shot Jansen a glance, it made Jansen feel the reality of his sudden appearance. His older brother had really returned, not only stirring up this civil war without a shred of psychological burden, but also unceremoniously turning the gun on his own people. What do you want? Jansen wiped his face and casually found a place to sit in the room. Zilu's slumber brought back his unpleasant memories. He hadn't had enough rest for a long time, both mentally and physically, and he inevitably showed some signs of fatigue at this moment. Jansen just wanted Adam to quickly drop his power-seizing rhetoric so he could immediately start arranging the transfer of power, thus avoiding those meaningless confrontations. The freed-up time would not only speed up the process of harvesting Olade's influence, but also allow him to spend a little more time with Zilu, implementing a purge and eliminating mixed bloods in the army. What do you mean? Jansen detected a problem. It seemed the matter was completely unrelated to what he had in mind. With the expansion of the Aerie influence, the issue of bloodlines naturally came to the forefront. The pure blood faction and the mixed blood faction had never really coexisted harmoniously. Even though Jansen himself wasn't a staunch pure blood supporter and held some bias against certain mixed bloods, he always believed that whether mixed or pure blood, they were all part of the Aerie Empire and deserved human rights. Therefore, after taking over George's army, he had been turning a blind eye to the mixed bloods within the military. Everyone spoke with strength, rewarding merit. But Adam's words inevitably reminded Jansen of the bloodline purges from years ago, which could even be termed a brutal massacre. What do you think I mean? There cannot be any Zerg mixed bloods in the army. You know this. We didn't come back just because of George's death and your foolish remarks on the Star Network. What we want is to completely eradicate the Zerg. They have already threatened the genetic legacy of Aerie. Adam's emotionally flat statement left Jansen silent for several seconds before he finally understood his meaning. What have the Zerg done? The Zerg have existed for a long time, with a history so extensive it cannot be traced. In the past, they didn't care about the existence of the Zerg. Now they're willing to spend time and energy coming to this star system to purge the Zerg stronghold, which inevitably made Jansen think further. Adam finally looked directly at Jansen, seemingly acknowledging that his intelligence wasn't too low. Their reproduction rate has exceeded controllable limits, and their brains are growing in directions that are nearly unsolvable. They cannot escape their craving for devouring power. Adam scanned Jansen from head to toe, and Jansen understood his meaning. Before Aerie fully developed, the conflict with the Zerg largely began with the bloodshed of the Aerie clan. As far as Jansen knew, the Zerg's Esther still attempted to prey on Aerie, which was also the main reason Jansen would always view Zerg mixed bloods with colored glasses. Esther gains more abilities by consuming powerful life forms, while Aerie has always been their ideal vessel of power. If left unchecked, their bloodline will eventually push Aerie out of the Tree of Life. They have already infiltrated the Ackerman star system, and you, fool, are completely unaware of this. It was at this moment that Jansen truly understood the main reason Erica and Adam had come all the way from the Ackerman star system. Had the Zerg developed to such an extent while he was neglectful? Jansen's mind flashed with images of the Zerg bloodlines with grotesque faces, and he couldn't help but recall the warriors who, despite being Zerg mixed bloods, would still be enraged by George's death and charge in a battle to defend his rule. Chapter 74. Conversation, What If I Disagree? Jansen and Adam exchanged glances, both possessing similar resolve in their striking golden eyes. I don't mind making this place the first test subject for the new weapon. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. They're also your people. If Adam hadn't left, no one in this country would have contested with him. Even Olward would certainly fear this cold-blooded king. But not anymore. Jansen fell silent for several seconds, first averting his gaze. These mixed blood soldiers must be properly settled and compensated. They had once fought for the future of Aerie. They deserve to stay in this country and enjoy their future. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then let's go to war quickly. I'm waiting for you. Jansen's views remained unchanged. This civil war was utterly meaningless, merely consuming the internal strength and resources of Aerie, not to mention the Civil War warning raised by Adam. However, these warriors had long become his responsibility, and he must ensure their safety. Adam looked expressionlessly at Jansen's tense profile when he was angry. After a long while, Adam finally spoke. I brought some bloodline testing gadgets. Let's start today. I don't have much time to waste here. Adam's words could be seen as an agreement to Jansen's request, but just as Jansen relaxed, he saw Adam preparing to leave the room. Bro, an anxious Jansen stood up, accidentally addressing him with respect. Seeing Adam turn coldly back, he felt a bit embarrassed, but the question was already on the tip of his tongue. This was something Jansen had considered for a long time before deciding to ask. Adam. Jansen changed his address and spoke solemnly. Where's Cosima? Is she still alive? If she is alive, how did she survive the complete destruction of the habitat on Correlate? If she is dead, what was the cause of her death? Or rather, what caused the deaths of those Cosimas? Since meeting Zilu, Jansen had been pondering this question constantly. He had to admit he was also fearful. He feared that whatever had taken Cosima's life would silently reappear. In facing the Civil War, he had made many mistakes, countless moments that made him doubt his abilities. Can he really take good care of Zilu? What should he do to make her happy? What should he do to prevent her from being harmed? These fears and worries made him extremely concerned about the answer to this question. Jansen noticed a brief twist of expression on Adam's face, which seemed to be anger or perhaps sadness, but in the end, he still did not get an answer. I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, I don't want to see any mixed bloods on the list. Jansen watched Adam leave resolutely, his inner hope extinguished. It seemed that Zilu might truly be the only fortunate Cosima. He looked at the wall beside him. Behind that wall was Zilu's room, and she was still lying in the medical chamber. Jansen's experiences since childhood made him understand that being a special existence sometimes meant facing more problems alone. The pale white light of the medical chamber flowed steadily, illuminating the sleeping Cosima inside. However, in this room that was supposed to be for one person, an unexpected guest had appeared. You did well. Mother, it almost disappeared recently. Erica rarely showed a gentle demeanor. Even without her usual stiff smile, one could feel her tolerance. It was my oversight. I should have prepared a backup plan for you. Zilu was still sleeping soundly in the medical chamber, unaware that another presence was communicating with Erica at a frequency inaudible to ordinary people. No, it was me who exposed myself in front of Jansen. If only I didn't always think about being closer to you. The system's words were unusually humble. To this, Erica merely smiled slightly, seeming to regard it as no issue. So, do you like the current master? I can't say I like her. At that time, it was a hasty decision. I had no choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked this weakling. As for later, it's already impossible to. Otherwise, she would definitely die. The system hurriedly explained, and Erica patiently listened, not exposing the system's barely concealed thoughts. Is that so? Actually, if you don't like her, I think I still have a way to forcibly unbind you. I don't dislike her that much. She's actually quite nice and listens to me. The system hurriedly corrected itself, noticing Erica's teasing smile and realizing that she was teasing it. It quickly swallowed its compliments for Zilu, falling into an awkward silence. It seems you're indeed a good person. Erica suddenly spoke, and the system finally noticed that at some point, Zilu had silently opened her eyes. But her pupils were scattered, seemingly unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Who are you? Zilu had just been confronting her armored self in a dream when she suddenly found herself face to face with an Aerie that closely resembled Jansen. The gentle expression of the other person made the beautiful face reflected in Zilu's eyes appear more dreamlike, almost making her doubt whether she had truly escaped that terrifying nightmare. In the dream, she discovered in horror, through a third-party perspective, that her transformed armored self could be so easily swayed by negative emotions. Her soul had broken free from the constraints of the armor, but her body was mechanically executing the choices given by the armor. You can call me Erica. Do you feel better now? Erica's gaze swept over Zilu, seemingly dissatisfied with what she saw. It seems you haven't been doing well lately. This world is still too much for you. Erica, Zilu had consumed too much mental energy. Her brain felt like a pile of mush. Despite her efforts to think, she still couldn't find any clues about the name in the chaos. Your eyes. She instinctively sought answers, not realizing that the person before her was still a stranger, and her fragmented words might be incomprehensible to the other party. She was also unaware that she was already in a completely unfamiliar place. Are you familiar with these eyes? Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, I suffered a lot to earn this badge. Chapter 75. Return. Erica seemed to have a natural affinity for Zilu. Not only did she easily guess Zilu's confusion, but she also rarely showed a willingness to patiently clarify things for her. The medal. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? It represents that I have removed the genetic defects of Aerie. Erica looked at Zilu's obvious confusion, her smile unconsciously growing. They say you are a studious child, and it seems that's true. You must have noticed the differences among the Aerie, right? After a few seconds of daze, Zilu hesitantly nodded. You and Jansen, George and Liz. That's right, what a clever child. Even though Zilu's brain had not yet returned to normal function, she still smiled slightly at Erica's compliment. In fact, artificial genetic modification and mixed blood are the true future of the Aerie. Unfortunately, even though most Aerie have discovered the genetic defects of purebloods, they still refuse to make changes, even excessively praising the power of pureblood. Although once their mental strength reaches a certain limit, they will fall into the agony brought by the overload of mental power, making them irritable, cold-blooded, and cruel. I think you should also know about the connection between Aerie and Cosima. Zilu blankly nodded again, digging a familiar name out of her mushy memory. Adam? However, to her surprise, Erica shook her head helplessly upon hearing this name. Although he is indeed a typical example, I think his situation is somewhat different from most Aerie. His case should be considered excessive love. Unfortunately, I did not teach him what true love is. Seeing Zilu's increasingly curious gaze, Erica continued. Most Aerie have a nearly obsessive possessiveness towards Cosima, and that's because Cosima has a magical alleviating effect on the pain caused by the genetic defects of Aerie. However, most Aerie are too violent, don't you think? Zilu hesitantly agreed. When we encounter something we like, we are unwilling to let go, even if it might destroy it. Erica looked at Zilu's obedient demeanor, as if she saw countless familiar faces through her. Unfortunately, genetic modification itself is not an easy thing. I have 12 children, but only 3 of them underwent genetic modification. Perhaps it is the experience of failure in genetic modification that made them exceptionally fragile. It seems fate is also against my choices. Erica laughed self-deprecatingly at this point. Zilu had now emerged from that vague state of confusion. She looked at Erica, her heartbeat quickening at her own guess. Erica, 12 children, with beautiful, shimmering, deep golden eyes. The answer seemed to be extremely obvious on her face. Why are you willing to tell me these things? This was Erica's first meeting with her. Although Zilu had not seen any images of her on the terminal, upon meeting her, Zilu felt no sense of incongruity. What she didn't expect was that Erica, Jansen's mother, was such a young person. On her face, Zilu could hardly see any traces of time. Maybe it's because my genetic modification isn't complete? Erica joked lightly. Looking at you makes me feel warm, just like when I first saw my children hatch. If your curiosity is not satisfied, I would feel sad too. A stunning beauty, speaking such affectionate words upon their first meeting, made Zilu feel both embarrassed and inevitably happy, even warming her heart a little. Avoiding Erica's gaze, Zilu naturally missed the other party's subtle wink. However, I think it's mainly because of you. Erica paused, noticing that Zilu's attention was once again captured, and continued. You are different, aren't you? You're both Cosima and not Cosima. You're aware of this, aren't you? If in the previous conversation, Zilu was still somewhat dazed from just waking up and confused about her situation, wondering why she was here and why she was meeting Jansen's mother. She had almost no guard against Erica, who suddenly appeared and was close to her. But now, Erica's words completely startled Zilu awake, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. I don't know what you're talking about. Zilu's defenses quickly rose in her eyes. Now, the medical pod she was in was a standard model, but it was a standard size for the area. Compared to the much smaller Zilu, it almost seemed oversized, with plenty of extra space when she lay inside it. At this moment, Zilu, now wary of Erica, cautiously moved toward the side away from her. Erica observed this scene quietly, still standing there with an air of calm, her smile barely changing. Don't be afraid. If this is your secret, I would be more than happy to keep it for you. I just need a little small return. Erica moved a little closer. At this point, if she bent down, she could completely envelop Zilu in the medical pod. The transparent door of the pod began to slowly rise under her gaze. What are you going to do? Zilu clenched her fingers, the command to fire almost on her lips, looking almost frantically at the opening pod door. Don't resist. These things can't harm her at all, as long as you obey. She won't hurt you. Just as Zilu was about to pull the trigger, the system suddenly popped up without any warning. What does this mean? Zilu almost doubted whether she was still trapped in that chaotic dream. After all, how could she end up in this strange place, meet Jansen's mother, and see such a rapid change in the other party's attitude? Even the system in her mind started saying strange things to her. It's right. I won't hurt you. I told you, I just need a little small return. Zilu felt every hair on her body stand on end, not only because of Erica's slow approach, but also because of what she said. Erica heard what the system said to her. How'd you do that? Why was she not surprised at all by this suddenly emerging voice? If Zilu hadn't been biting down on that last command to fire, she might have really screamed. This was 100 times more terrifying than the previous dream, and what's worse, this dream was damn real. Chapter 76. Chaos. Just as Erica wondered if her slow approach was intensifying Zilu's panic, it was already too late to inquire about the reason. The detection device she had prepared in advance began emitting a special low-frequency signal upon detecting the proximity of a life form. It seems their conversation has ended, which is troublesome. Erica glanced at the visibly tense and frightened Zilu, her heart wavering. Concerned that Cosima's easily stressed characteristics were also evident in Zilu, she ultimately had to stop her movements. It seemed she could only wait for the next opportunity. Now, let me take a little interest, shall we? Erica's accelerated movements almost became a blur. Zilu only felt a slight sting on her scalp, and the next second, She saw Erica holding 2 strands of black hair and smiling slightly before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zilu supported herself against the inner wall of the medical chamber and slowly got up. In this softly lit room, Erica's figure was nowhere to be seen. Just as Zilu was puzzled, a section of the inner wall began to open sideways. She immediately pointed her index finger at that direction, but upon seeing the incoming person, she swallowed the command to shoot. Jason. Has Jason returned to Bart Star? This was all too dramatic, even more nonsensical than a dream. Zilu touched her slightly stinging scalp and began to doubt the reality of this world due to its magical turn of events. You're awake. Upon seeing the figure that had regained consciousness, Jason's inner joy nearly washed away his earlier displeasure. He rushed towards Zilu, but his hastened steps abruptly slowed halfway. Do you feel okay? Jason's eyes did not miss Zilu's sudden evasive action. Is she scared? He tried to slow his pace as much as possible, even stopping several steps away from her. His inner unease began to amplify infinitely. Does Cosima have mental abilities? The concept of mental power was brought up by Aerie, but it seemed no one had cared about the issue. So, can Cosima pilot the mecha? Jason only knew that there was once an experimental team that proved Aerie's uniqueness through a group of subjects driven to madness, claiming that only those of Aerie bloodline possessed the ability to control mechas. If Zilu's brain was damaged from piloting a mecha, what should he do? Even as a medic, he couldn't easily answer that question. Fortunately, Jason's unease subsided when he heard Zilu's response. I'm okay. How did you end up here? You. Zilu hesitantly reached out her hand, and Jason mimicked her, slowly extending his hand towards her. His golden eyes carefully observed her expression. Are you real? Zilu felt confused herself. I am. Jason confirmed that Zilu was no longer wary of his approach, took her hand, and spoke with unusual firmness, hoping to reassure her. This war must have tormented her greatly. I'm late. Jason leaned closer to Zilu, lowering his head to guide her hand to touch his face. Up close, the light in his golden eyes became increasingly clear, and just minutes ago, Zilu had seen something similar in another person's eyes. Only later did she notice the hidden hostility in the other's gaze. Following Jason's guidance, Zilu touched his cheek, her thumb gently brushing under his left eye. Thankfully, despite their similarities, the essence of those similarities was entirely different. Has the war ended? Yes, it's over. You did great, Zilu. Jason hesitated, but felt he should praise her actions. Without Zilu, Bart Star might have fallen, and he might never have the chance to see her again. Thinking this way, if Cosima could really pilot the mecha without burden, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At least she would have the ability to protect herself, adding a layer of security to her future. Upon hearing this, Zilu fell silent, gently shaking her head, wanting to withdraw her hand, but it was held tightly by Jason. I'm very grateful to you, Zilu. Not only did you protect yourself, but you also safeguarded many frontline warriors in Bart Star. Perhaps you still don't understand the origins of Bart Star, but if you're interested in the future, maybe we can explore Bart Star together. Jason looked at Zilu's expression, his gentle voice continuing to describe. There are many underage Aerie who live alone without their parents. You stopped Annabelle's invasion and prevented their deaths. You're amazing. You're much stronger than I was on my first battlefield. Jason smiled as he finished, and indeed, he piqued Zilu's interest. Your first battlefield. Jason and Zilu's sparkling eyes met under the light, finally easing their tense hearts as he began to recount his first experience on the battlefield. There were 3,000 people, and I was supposed to lead them. I didn't want at the time, but to go to the battlefield, I had to pretend to agree. Yes, I charged in myself, leaving those 3,000 behind. Right, I got beat up badly back then, and after barely winning, I had to return and face another beating from my father, who was especially angry. Of course, a bit of exaggeration and distortion was necessary. Jason mixed half-truths into his story until he saw Zilu smile, finally concluding this transformed tale. So, you really are amazing. You're the first Cosima to establish a mental connection with a mecha. How do you feel? Jason's grip on Zilu's hand had unknowingly relaxed, but at that moment, Zilu didn't mind, allowing him to gently hold her hand in his palm. Not good. Zilu seemed to recall some unpleasant experiences, and the smile that had appeared with great difficulty vanished again. Is it discomfort? Do you have a headache? Jason knelt on one knee to be at eye level with Zilu, using his free hand to gently touch her forehead. The critical data recorded from the medical chamber where Zilu was located flashed through his mind one by one, and he recalculated her physical condition, but he still couldn't pinpoint it accurately. He could only decide to let Liz come and take a look. No. Zilu tilted her head to avoid Jason's focused gaze, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Jason, I killed someone. The strange sensation seemed to linger at her fingertips, attempting to invade her mind. No matter how much Zilu tried to comfort herself, she couldn't escape this reality. Chapter 77. Lack of spirit. She was a law-abiding citizen who had never imagined she would one day commit murder. What was even more terrifying was that she felt a strong sense of disconnection between her fully activated mech self and her current self. The notorious killer, Jensen, was at a loss for how to comfort her. While his mind was racing to find a plethora of psychological concepts, he couldn't find the right one. Then, Zilu posed another question. Jensen, do mech change a person's thoughts? That was indeed within his area of expertise. Unfortunately, this question remained theoretical for now. But Zilu, there are many types of mechs. I think it's perhaps more fitting to treat them like friends. To some extent, they do have the ability to persuade us to act. But ultimately, it's still us who control the situation. What do you think? Jensen's mech could be considered one of the most unique mechs, but compared to its uniqueness, Jensen chose to maintain complete control, persuading us to act. This made Zilu recall the repeated attack patterns and the infinitely magnified bloody scenes. Was that the mech persuading her? What about the mysterious state that appeared in her afterward? Jensen, when you control the mech, do you sometimes feel like your mind is blank? Zilu thought carefully about the best wording and ultimately chose the most straightforward one. After all, their conversation still required a translator. She wasn't sure if she could accurately convey overly obscure terms. Blank mind? In an instant, Jensen not only flashed back to countless scenes of himself slaughtering in a mech, but also recalled numerous documents related to mental overload and brain damage. Finally, he decided to gather more information from Zilu. Sometimes I do get too immersed in the current situation and forget about other trivial matters. Perhaps you'd like to tell me about that feeling of blank mind? Does it make you feel uncomfortable? Zilu carefully recalled those moments. No, at that time, I didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, I felt particularly at ease. In that state, I seemed to possess boundless power, and that power obediently worked for me, allowing me to easily break through obstacles and do things I had never imagined before. Zilu's eyes widened in surprise, making Jensen's mind tense up. It seems that using the mech this time has caused some problems in my brain. Zilu smiled wryly, and before Jensen could call for the medic through the terminal, she mentioned something she had forgotten in an instant. Before you came, I think I saw Erica. That's your mother, right? What did she come for? Did she do anything to you? Jensen's emergency call had already gone out. Whether it was the after effects of Zilu controlling the mech or Erica's appearance, he couldn't relax. Additionally, there was another major question. How did Erica get in? Jensen had only authorized access to himself and Zilu, aside from the possibility of internal issues. He could only think of a series of rapidly advancing technologies that the other party had developed. She just talked to me a lot and pulled two of my hairs. Erica could even hear the system talking. Speaking of which, the system had been quiet since Jensen appeared. Could it be that Ari, or should be said, genetically modified Ari, could actually hear the system's voice? The system seemed never to have spoken in front of a conscious Jensen, but now, asking Zilu to test it in front of him was something she still dared not do. Hold your hair? Jensen's face tightened uncontrollably, but when his sharp gaze met Zilu's, he quickly reined it in. Liz will be here soon. Do you remember her? Seeing Zilu nod, Jensen felt relieved. Let her give you a more detailed physical examination, okay? If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. I'm very worried about you. Although Jensen didn't finish his sentence, his demeanor had already conveyed that. Zilu forced a smile, leaned closer to Jensen, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a gentle hug. It seemed Jensen had not been having an easy time lately either. Although she didn't know who had told Jensen about her charging in a battle, it must have made him quite uneasy. From the moment they met, Zilu had received many of his worried questions. Okay, I will cooperate with the examination. Zilu released her grip, allowing Jensen to loosely hold her in his arms. She only needed to slightly lift her head to see Jensen's lowered face and those golden eyes that always amazed her. And you, Jensen, has the war ended? Will you leave Bart Star? At Zilu's question, Jensen chuckled. The war has temporarily ended, but we have already left Bart Star. Sorry, at that time, you were still in the medical bay receiving treatment. I took the liberty of bringing you here. This is Laskin Star, the front line of our victorious war. Although the environment here is not as good as Bart Star, the medical facilities are better, and there are many interesting places. If you like Bart Star, we can go back together later. Oh, this was unexpected for Zilu. Leaning against Jensen's shoulder, she felt her mind turning into a mush again. One thing after another, her spirits seemed to be waning. Jensen protected her head, feeling her gradually stabilizing breathing. He was both happy for her closeness and saddened by her apparent low mood and confusion. When Liz arrived, she saw Jensen seemingly frozen in place. His back completely enveloped Zilu, and if one didn't come closer, they wouldn't see Cosima at all. Your Highness, given that she will be responsible for Zilu's regular health checks in the future, Jensen temporarily delegated some authority to her. Jensen glanced at her, then carried the sleeping Zilu back to the medical bay. Watching the medical bay door close, Jensen temporarily activated soundproof mode to ensure noise isolation before responding. Cosima, have you conducted any research in the area of mental strength? Yes, but the results were not ideal. The entire project was halted shortly after it started. So, is the rumor true? Can Cosima control mechs? Chapter 78. Unblocking. Yes, she indeed has a mental bond with a mecha, given that Liz needs to be responsible for Zilu's health issues afterward. And considering that the livestream planned by Olead cannot spread on the Star Network, even under Jansen's control, but there are still quite a few who have seen that livestream. It is bound to spread within the military on a small scale. Liz will eventually learn some clues, so it is better to make it clear now. Special mecha? What's its number? Each mecha has its unique number, especially for special mechas, most of which have a unique name in addition to their ownership. This is also one of the questions. This mecha has not been registered. This is the most concerning point for Jansen. The designers of mechas are almost all airy, and from the moment the mecha is put into production, it already receives a number. Even after the split, Olead's mechas in his army also have their own unique series of numbers. Jansen initially assumed that Zilu's mecha should have been obtained from the armory on Bart Star. Perhaps Powell and Zilu were not aware that Zilu herself had permissions to many places on Bart Star. She just never thought about it, and thus never utilized it. However, Jansen, who was responsible for granting Zilu permissions, naturally believed that she had obtained the special mecha after going to the armory before the war. But reality told him that there was not a single unowned special mecha stored on Bart Star, and within the list of special mechas, there was no mecha that matched the characteristics of the one Zilu was bonded with. Special mechas have their own way of recognizing their owners, and there is no unified rule to date, but one thing is the same. The binder must possess enough mental power reserves to match it. Each special mecha requires different amounts of mental power reserves, but even slight differences can lead to binding failures. If, like Jansen, one uses an additional third-party system to control the special mecha, the basic mental power consumption required is also higher than that of standard mechas, and it is likely impossible to unleash the full capabilities of the special mecha. Is there really no number on it? Liz asked in surprise. Jansen recalled the faint blue figure he had seen through real-time footage that day and shook his head. It is probably necessary to wait until she opens the full form of the mecha again to confirm, but I am worried that this will put too much mental strain on her. Liz pondered for a moment, walked over to the medical chamber, and used the permissions granted by Jansen to take a brief look at the data regarding Zilu's physical condition. The data showed no problems. Did she feel any discomfort? Jansen shook his head. Her mental state is not very good, possibly due to excessive mental load. I will continue to observe. Jansen remained silent for several seconds before speaking again. Have you received news of Erica's return? Liz honestly nodded, her mind already switching various I didn't mean to jump ship versions. She took Zilu's hair. What do you think she wants to do? Upon receiving this question, Liz first felt slightly relieved, but her expression became serious again. Hair can be used for many things. I think Lord Erica should be interested in the fact that Cosima can form a mental bond. Perhaps she just wants to verify Zilu's bloodline. This is a relatively ideal guess. In fact, if you agree, I would also like to have the opportunity. The latter part of Liz's sentence was wisely swallowed back under Jansen's stern gaze. She is not my possession. You will probably need to get her consent. Jansen realized that he had momentarily lost his expression management. He seemed unusually sensitive to any potential overstepping behavior towards Zilu. If Liz could conduct a bloodline test on Zilu, it would not be a bad thing. If it could help simulate and deduce the medications and foods that Zilu is allergic to or cannot adapt to, it would be even better for her. Of course, whether to conduct genetic testing ultimately depends on Zilu's own wishes. Since discovering that there are many secrets behind Zilu, Jansen has tried to control himself to not interfere too much in her choices. He is always worried about misjudging Zilu's thoughts and did not want to go against her will or affect her development. Yes, having temporarily entrusted Zilu to Liz, Jansen could only helplessly continue to be busy with post-war coordination, bloodline settlement, and preparations for immediate combat. The current situation cannot be said to have improved. Only it has yet to announce any news of deaths. As long as he is alive, Jansen can be sure that the next battle could happen at any time. What's worse, he has to start guarding against Adam and Erica. Erica's empire has already pulled ahead of them in technological development, while they struggle in the quagmire of civil war. Jansen would try to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible, but if necessary, he must also stand up to face their provocations. After all, judging from Adam's previous behavior, the other party has already excluded the people here from consideration. But it must be admitted that Adam's words also opened up another possibility for Jansen. Regarding the Zerg, especially the Zerg Esther, Jansen has always struggled to find opportunities to strike against them. Now, with the appearance of Adam and Erica, it might be a great opportunity for him to escape from the quagmire of civil war. However, all of this is still uncertain for now. Jansen still needs to continue to navigate through various trivial matters. Of course, the first priority is to rescue Dorothy, who is trapped in some corner of the starry sky. What did you say? The blockade has been lifted? Did you receive a reply from His Highness? Dorothy had just walked out of the training ground when she received the good news brought by her subordinate. She hurriedly walked towards the temporary meeting room set up to research how to break through the blocking technology. My lord, the blockade suddenly disappeared. Our terminals are all functioning normally. As soon as she entered the meeting room, everyone began to chatter about what had just happened. Dorothy quickly stepped forward, took the terminal that she had entrusted to her subordinate for priority handling, and immediately started checking the latest information. Sure enough, inside lay Jansen's reply, which had just been sent not long ago. Dorothy opened it immediately, only to find a star coordinate inside. She frowned slightly, just as she was about to calculate the position of this coordinate when she inadvertently glanced out the window, and her subordinate shouted loudly, My lord, it seems they are about to retreat. Hearing this, Dorothy had no time to continue her calculations and rushed to the window with her subordinates. Watching as the fleet marked with red insignias began to disperse in an orderly manner, releasing the group of battleships they had been entangled with. Chapter 79, meeting everything happened so quickly and suddenly. In the blink of an eye, that group of unknown fleets had orderly left their line of sight. Could they really be one of their own? Is there really someone among them who would give a warning like this? Dorothy herself was a bit confused. Sir, has His Highness Jansen replied? As they watched the enemy disappear, the subordinates were now interested in learning the next instructions. Well, he did reply. Dorothy glanced at the coordinates again, calculating that they had progressed halfway. She quickly realized where this was. It seemed that things were going very smoothly on their side, as they had directly taken over the planet Laskin. The coordinates Jansen sent were precisely the location of Laskin. She gave the order to lift the alert. We need to go back and celebrate properly. Dorothy finally felt relieved. On Bart Star, in the main city of Marcus, Isabel was still facing annoying torment. What are you doing here? Have you finished your work? After the death of Dona Shu, the terminal automatically reallocated the troops based on military achievements and individual work duties. Unfortunately, Isabel, as a reserve captain, was temporarily assigned to Powell's command due to a lack of personnel. And since Powell was still recovering from serious injuries, his subordinates were naturally assigned to other captains. If it weren't for these twists and turns, Isabel could at least submit her work report directly to His Highness Jansen. Although her rank as a squad leader would definitely be at the bottom, at least she wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Yes, I have already submitted the final report. I need to find Powell. TSK, Powell is seriously injured. Is there anything more important now than the life of the deputy commander? The mixed blood standing at the door, deliberately making things difficult for Isabel, was Derek, who had been retorted by Isabel earlier. To avoid this group of people trying to curry favor with Powell, Isabel had specifically gone back to wrap up her work, only to unexpectedly run into Derek, who was preparing to leave. Derek seemed to have found his confidence back after not being rebutted earlier. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. Isabel had no intention of engaging with him. She turned around and left, leaving Derek, who was ready to confront her, stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. The fact that the other party retreated should have been a happy thing. But looking at Isabel's cold expression that hadn't changed at all, Derek inexplicably felt quite angry. Isabel walked away without any lingering feelings, completely missing Derek's furious outburst behind her. Although Isabel was eager to convey her alert to His Highness, she knew her words wouldn't be taken seriously. Still, she believed she had a responsibility to deliver the message. Time, in her view, was extremely precious, and there was no need to waste it on such people. The first thing to confirm now was whether Powell was awake. Isabel didn't go far. She first checked the information on the terminal, confirming that Powell had not yet replied to her message, and then turned to other medical team personnel to inquire about Powell's current Q status. Based on this, she calculated the time when Powell's treatment would be finished and patiently waited on the rooftop of this military school transformation site. The sky gradually darkened. From here, one could see the wreckage and ruins gradually being swallowed by the darkness, temporarily burying those painful memories. This was the military school transformation site. When Isabel first arrived here, she had roughly explored this temporary base. The advantages and disadvantages here were quite obvious. The branches were intricate, and some important nodes could be considered a maze. Isabel speculated that important documents and supplies should be stored between those rooms, which is why they needed heavy protection. When the time was about right, Isabel returned to Powell's room and unexpectedly saw the guard stationed outside the door at the corner. It seemed Derek did not intend to give up just like that. Isabel turned around and went back, following the layout map, taking a long detour and directly arriving at the upper level of Powell's room through another small path. It shouldn't be so coincidental again. Isabel comforted herself as she crawled down through another secret passage. Fortunately, things indeed took a turn. Powell's room had long quieted down. He was lying in a cocoon-like bedding, with his left leg replaced by a metallic prosthetic. Powell's injuries were even more severe than Isabel had imagined. What surprised Isabel even more was that Powell was actually awake. As soon as he heard the noise, he seemed startled, his eyes wide open, which took the unprepared Isabel by surprise. "Why are you here?" Powell quickly calmed down, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his inner unease and panic. "Are you okay? I have something to ask of you." This cocoon-like bedding was a type of recovery pod that could accelerate wound healing. Isabel estimated that Powell's condition would improve by tomorrow, but when she spoke, her voice inevitably became strained due to his poor condition. Hearing Isabel's words, Powell changed from his previously forced calm demeanor, his expression darkening as he repeatedly scanned Isabel, who was standing not far away, with his bloodshot eyes, seemingly unable to recognize her. "What do you want?" Isabel instinctively felt that his mental state was abnormal. She should have left to let Powell rest properly. But the guards Derek had temporarily stationed outside made Isabel realize that their opportunities to meet again would be limited. And with Cosima's current unknown status and His Highness Jansen suddenly leaving, it was better to relay her message sooner rather than later. To avoid disturbing Powell's subsequent rest, she quickly clarified the current situation, mentioning the possible dangers Cosima might face and her thoughts on the matter, hoping Powell could help persuade His Highness to transfer and protect Cosima. Powell listened in silence, and only after Isabel finished did he let out a sigh, the wariness in him dissipating unknowingly. "I understand. Your concerns are not without reason. Although he, as Jansen's deputy, knew Jansen cared for Zilu. Recalling His Highness's coldness towards Cosima back then, he could not guarantee that His Highness's feelings for Zilu would remain unchanged forever. They indeed owed Zilu a lot this time, but he feared he might be helpless now. Actually, I was just about to go to Laskin to see His Highness. I will relay your message properly. Chapter 80. The incident after Isabel received Powell's promise. She noticed that he was not in good condition and decided not to linger. As she was about to boldly open the door to leave, she was stopped by Powell. "How did you get in?" When Isabel entered, Powell was resting with his eyes closed, overwhelmed by a multitude of thoughts and the exhaustion of his body, which made him unaware of Isabel's arrival. Isabel pointed to the obscure entrance above her head. "Then go back through there and don't disturb the people outside." This statement was rather strange. Once this matter was resolved, Isabel would no longer need to be cautious. If she wasn't afraid of offending Derek and his group, there was no reason for Powell to be wary of them. However, she didn't want to ask further, considering that Powell was, after all, a patient, and a mentally unstable one at that. Isabel suspected that he was suffering from the aftereffects of mental overload. In any case, Isabel ultimately asked nothing, silently coming in and quietly leaving, thus missing the chance for close contact with the guards outside. And she didn't see the iconic mandibles of the insectoid Esther that should not have appeared in the jurisdiction of Jansen. On Raskin Star, Dorothy hurried along, but still arrived several hours later than scheduled. What surprised her even more was that the situation had changed significantly during those hours. "My lord, the prince has asked you to attend the meeting as soon as possible." As soon as Dorothy left the warship, she was urged by the arriving subordinate. Seeing the anxious demeanor of the person, she had a bad premonition and didn't ask much, just quickly followed behind him. The two hurried along, and Dorothy had to nod in response to people passing by, which naturally slowed her down a bit. Just as Dorothy was about to enter the building, a familiar figure flashed in the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but stop, looking back curiously. "Is that Powell?" Powell had been in Bartstar under the pretense of taking care of Cosima, infiltrating various powers within Bartstar. Dorothy didn't think he would abandon his post without good reason. However, aside from the striking dark brown hair among his blonde locks, Powell's appearance seemed to have changed dramatically. From a distance, he looked quite dispirited. "Yes, Lord Powell arrived about half an hour earlier than you." Dorothy frowned. "What's he doing here?" I'm not sure." Given that there were more important matters at hand, Dorothy chose to continue walking forward, leaving that familiar figure behind. Behind her, Powell was still undergoing a temporary interrogation. "Yes, I have already submitted an application to General Dorothy S. Terminal, but as you know, General Dorothy has been out of contact for a long time. Of course, I know about this even in Bartstar, but even for a bloodline test, I need to finish my report first. I think you understand how much General Dorothy values me." "Yes, I have indeed been reassigned by Prince Jansen, and I was just preparing to report to Prince Jansen at the first opportunity. However, Prince Jansen is too busy, so I usually report to General Dorothy." After some roundabout talk, he finally managed to persuade them, and they arranged a temporary resting place for him. Powell knew that not being sent back to Bartstar was already quite fortunate. It seemed that Raskin Star was undergoing post-war restructuring and new policies were being introduced. So they didn't want to waste too much time on him. Thus, he decided to leave it at that and didn't dare to directly inquire about Cosima's whereabouts, choosing instead to follow their arrangements. Powell believed that as long as he kept an eye on Prince Jansen, he would eventually find Cosima's location. When Dorothy entered the main hall, it was clear that a discussion had already been underway for some time. As soon as she stepped in, the conversation abruptly halted, and all eyes focused on her. Here, all the main generals were present, along with two unfamiliar faces. "You arrived just in time. Meet these two, sent by Olead Jansen." Seated at the head, spoke first. However, despite the smile on his face, it was intimidating, and his casual words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Dorothy believed that if he weren't in this position, those two would have lost their heads long ago. The two sent by Olead were clearly not airy. Their messy hair covered most of their faces as they lowered their heads. Upon hearing Jansen's words, they trembled and glanced at Dorothy for a moment before quickly looking down. Staring at the ground, Dorothy walked straight over, circling around them with an attitude that could be described as arrogant, not bothering to ask for their names or intentions, and instead turned to Gascoigne. What are they here for? Ha, two little ants, claiming they are here for peace talks. Bah, given Oliad's treacherous nature, Gascoigne firmly believed he wouldn't actually send people to negotiate peace. Dorothy was briefly shocked by this remark, as she had thought these two were here to deliver a declaration of war. Your Highness, I'll take them down to settle them. Wilder stepped forward, anticipating that keeping these two here wouldn't benefit further discussions among their own people. Moreover, Gascoigne had already vented quite a bit of his frustration on them. If Dorothy were to do the same, it would be a waste of time. Jansen nodded nonchalantly, and Wilder immediately led the way out. Without needing him to say a word, the two mentally tortured individuals hurriedly bowed to Jansen and quickly followed him out. The door closed behind them, shutting out their figures. Is this for real? Oliad? Peace talks? These two words seemed inherently mismatched. Dorothy instinctively began to doubt Oliad's motives. Things were definitely not that simple. Oliad must be plotting something. Gascoigne would never agree to Oliad's peace talks. What are the conditions for peace? There are no conditions. Gascoigne spat out the words one by one, his pale face now flushed with anger. What he means is to give us Raskenstar. We fought to take it back ourselves. What do you mean give? It seemed that Gascoigne was most furious about this point. Your Highness, what do you plan to do about this? Dorothy had encountered a major piece of news upon her arrival, but she couldn't feel happy about it. After all, whether to agree or not left her feeling uneasy. If they agreed, it would be akin to inexplicably acknowledging that Raskenstar was handed over by the other side, making their previous struggles and sacrifices seem like a joke. Moreover, they would have to remain vigilant against any schemes Oliad might be hiding. If they didn't agree, the civil war was something everyone was eager to end, especially the warriors who had to turn their swords against their own brothers and sisters. They had been looking forward to the end of the war, as continued sacrifices would only deepen the rifts within Aerie. Chapter 81 Gossip, isn't it still early? Jansen has become the least concerned person here. He lazily replied, there are quite a few things to be busy with right now, so let's put this matter aside for now. After saying this, Jansen simply got up and left. Dorothy looked at him walking out in confusion, and it was Gascoigne who nudged her to bring her gaze back. What's wrong with the prince? It's rare for her to see him in such a listless state, as if he had lost interest in everything. Hey, do you remember that Cosima? Seeing Dorothy nod, Gascoigne then began to speak about Cosima in a low voice under the watchful eyes of their gossiping colleagues. Starting from the mech, he saw Georgian on the battlefield, to the ambush on Bart Star, then to Cosima charging into the battlefield in her mech, and finally to her being taken Alaskenstar for mental health treatment. All of this left Dorothy in shock. Her terminal had been blocking signals, and after the crisis was finally resolved, she had a rare chance to rest. Hurriedly coming over after disembarking from the battleship, and hadn't had the time to properly check her terminal. She never expected so many things to happen in just a few days. So, is she okay now? Dorothy still remembered the scene when she first met Cosima. The way she appeared had already shocked her, but Cosima's fragile and slender figure hadn't changed. She didn't expect that Cosima could be so powerful, completely overturning her stereotypical impression of her. Gascoigne pretended to be deep in thought as he shook his head and sighed. This made the colleagues who had gathered around them start whispering among themselves. Dorothy couldn't help but feel sad. She still remembered how close Cosima had been to the prince at that time. Although she had to admit she was a bit envious that the prince could have a Cosima, she never imagined that Cosima could abandon her hatred for Aerie for the prince, even disregarding her own health just to protect the prince's reign. Oh, it makes me feel even worse what to do. The entire main hall suddenly felt gloomy. Gascoigne was quite pleased with the atmosphere he had created and began to talk about other matters. Did you know that Prince Adam and Queen Erica have returned? Seeing Dorothy completely stunned this time, his desire to talk was greatly satisfied. At that time, I thought I was overthinking it, but I didn't expect this absurd thought to come true. How could they suddenly come back? Gascoigne shook his head earnestly. It is indeed thanks to their help that Alaskenstar has been able to resume normal operations so quickly, but as soon as they returned, the prince suddenly announced that he would start bloodline testing. Hearing this, Dorothy's face visibly darkened. The murmurs among the colleagues grew louder. and it seemed they had many grievances about this policy. This clearly stirred up bad memories of the past for them. This cannot be Prince Jansen's own idea. That's right, he has always treated the soldiers equally, rewarding based on military achievements. There's no reason for him to suddenly change his mind now. Exactly. Everyone began to join in their conversation. What will happen after the tests? Dorothy was more concerned about this part. Upon hearing this question, everyone fell silent. Gascoigne's expression turned serious, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Those who do not meet the requirements will be sent back to their residences, receiving their final rewards based on the military achievements they have accumulated. In addition, the prince has prepared a certain amount of subsidies for them. Although they knew this situation was much better than the bloody tragedy they had experienced before, everyone still felt downcast. I still have many soldiers waiting for treatment. If they are sent back early, many of them won't be able to afford proper treatment. One person spoke up, and everyone guessed that this treatment mainly referred to the installation of various prosthetics and subsequent re-examinations. After all, Aerie possesses the most advanced medical technology in this star system. In this regard, various types of prosthetics have already developed to the point where they can enhance the original combat capabilities of disabled soldiers. If it weren't for the psychological issues that might arise from losing their original limbs, most people would still take the risk and blindly remove parts of their limbs to improve their combat power. Now, these injured hybrid soldiers are forced to leave the army, and most of them simply cannot afford the expensive standard prosthetics, let alone those that can compete with the models provided internally by the Aerie military. The commanders here clearly felt heavy-hearted seeing the soldiers who had fought for the army ending up like this. Can't we stop the prince? They must have said something to make him make this decision. Do you dare to stop him? What about you? At most, I'll just get sent back too. Originally, everyone was exchanging ideas, but in the end, they started arguing among themselves. Stop. Dorothy stopped the person who was about to rush out in anger. What are you going to do? Cause more chaos? So many people are watching us, just waiting for us to make a mess of things. And you want to add fuel to the fire, right? Dorothy pressed down her temper and spoke again. Right now, we don't even know what Queen Erica brought back. Rushing out recklessly will only add to the prince's troubles. It's better to think about how to stabilize our own people first. The bloodline testing cannot possibly be completed in a day or two. Everyone, go and take stock of the hybrid soldiers who need to receive priority treatment. I will see if I can arrange a few medical pods from other places. Time is tight. If anyone disagrees with what I said, raise your hand now. Everyone looked at each other and finally fell silent, all looking at Dorothy to show their support. Since no one has any objections, let us take action now. Although the bloodline testing indeed cannot be completed in a day or two, their actions clearly require more time. Everyone stopped chatting and began to orderly exit the main hall. It's good that you made it back. Gascoigne followed Dorothy closely. I saw that they were all holding back after receiving the news today, afraid that they would really cause trouble. Prince Jansen has clearly been busy these days, and Gascoigne watched anxiously at the reactions of his colleagues, not knowing what to do. After all, his voice didn't carry much weight among these colleagues. They all spoke based on military achievements, and he was no different from the rest, each unwilling to yield to the other. It still had to be Dorothy, who had accumulated considerable military achievements over the years while following various royal powers in reserve forces. Chapter 82. The envoy. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. By the way, do you really not know what His Highness Adam and the others have done? Dorothy glanced sideways at Gascoigne, her heart still holding a blind confidence in Gascoigne's ability to gather information. I really don't know. It happened so suddenly. How could I know what they did? I think the only one who knows their thoughts right now is probably His Highness Jansen. At this point, Gascoigne fell silent for a few seconds before speaking up as they were about to leave the main hall. However, I think they are indeed not here with good intentions. Did you see the army that Her Majesty Erica brought? Dorothy stopped in her tracks, and Gascoigne instinctively halted too. The two gradually fell behind the crowd. The reason I was late this time is that I was surrounded by what seemed to be Her Majesty Erica's army. Both of their expressions grew serious. What? Did they make a move? Dorothy shook her head. No, but I suspect that at that time. The fleet I led also became a bargaining chip in Her Majesty Erica's hands. Dorothy paused for a moment, looking at the closing large door, her voice rare and despondent. That is likely a force we cannot easily overcome. Gascoigne clearly thought of the weapons worn by the reinforcements when they finally appeared, as well as the large machinery that could move freely during post-war reconstruction. Perhaps His Highness's plan is the most suitable for us. Now that Olade is still watching us closely, we cannot set up such a powerful enemy for ourselves before we can confirm his intentions. Inside the hall, Dorothy and Gascoigne exchanged their views. Outside the hall, Liz was passing by with Zilu from a distance. That is the main hall. I estimate that this will be the place where His Highness holds the coronation ceremony in the future. The single-sided window of the small hover car blocked the view from outside, and Zilu stared at the towering building, quietly asking, "Why?" Since Zilu woke up, her mental state has not been very good. Not only does she often feel drowsy, but she has also become forgetful and lost interest in many things. Most of her inquiries along the way have been out of politeness. Liz naturally sensed Zilu's low mood. But out of concern for Cosima's health issues and her own selfishness, Liz still proposed to conduct a physical examination and genetic testing for her to facilitate future treatment. After obtaining Zilu's consent, they had to find time to personally visit the laboratory. There are more precise instruments that can ensure over 90% accuracy. Time is too tight. Recently, Liz paused for a moment, looking at Zilu's indifferent profile, and chose to continue speaking. Things have not been peaceful lately. His Highness Jansen's brother and mother have come to Laskenstar. If His Highness does not hold the coronation ceremony soon, I'm afraid things will change afterwards. This remark indeed pulled Zilu's attention back from her thoughts. Do they not want Jansen to become king? According to Zilu's understanding, they had clearly left long ago, and later left a mess for George due to the iteration of Aries' royal power. After George died, it fell onto Jansen's shoulders. I'm not very clear on the specifics. However, there have indeed been disturbances recently. Could you share more about it? Zilu turned her body toward the outside unconsciously, her dark eyes focused intently on Liz. Recently, His Highness suddenly implemented bloodline testing in the army. Riding on Cosima's enthusiasm, Liz briefly explained the turmoil within the army before changing the subject. Today, I heard that Olade, the one who has always been against His Highness, also sent someone over claiming to want to negotiate. In reality, many speculate that it is because the appearances of His Highness Adam and Her Majesty Erica have changed his mind. As Liz was speaking, she glanced outside the window and happened to see the characters she had unintentionally bumped into this morning. Look, those are the two envoys sent by Olade today. The hover car started to slow down at the request of the passengers, allowing Zilu to see the two figures clearly. Those are the envoys? It's not that Zilu discriminates against them. Mainly, these two people, from a distance, although tall, always hunched over with messy hair. If one of them hadn't just lifted his head, she wouldn't have been able to see their appearance clearly. Their attire and demeanor are indeed very different from the envoys in Zilu's mind. Yes, they appear to be of Donu's bloodline, and they are rather casual. Les choses gently wording. Donu is one of the bloodlines of the Wing clan, but it seems there was a small mishap during their evolution. They lost their iconic wings and instead have bulging lumps on their backs. Their hair is fluffy and curly, extremely difficult to manage, and gradually, that messy hair has also become one of their signature features. Is that so? Zilu murmured in response. As time passed and they got closer to the laboratory, her spirits sank again. In fact, Zilu agreed to Liz's request mostly to provoke the comatose system. Ever since that day when Zilu was surprised to find that Erica could hear the system's words, she couldn't help but keep recalling the situation at that time. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the system's attitude towards Erica was very strange. Was it fear? It's hard to say. The system's obstruction and Erica's response always gave Zilu a strong sense of incongruity, as if they had known each other for a long time. Just thinking about this made Zilu's heart race with fear. It was almost as if her crossing over was not an accident, but was manipulated by someone behind the scenes. What exactly is the system? What is Erica's situation? What is their relationship? She has countless questions waiting to be asked of the system. But the system seemed to have already sensed her attitude and began to play dead again. Zilu had previously talked to the system about being afraid of being discovered that she still had a system, fearing being captured and dissected by this group of aliens. At that time, she could clearly feel that the system was also panicking about such possibilities. Therefore, when Liz asked her if she could cooperate for a full-body examination, including genetic testing, she kept threatening the system in her mind. If the system didn't respond to her soon, she would agree to Liz's request. However, what Zilu did not expect was that the system could remain so calm. They were almost at the testing location, and it still remained silent. As the hover car approached the location, it began to slow down, and the dark building opened its mouth, welcoming the slowing hover car inside. Chapter 83 Trust. Liz helped Zilu out of the car, and after several transfers in the fast track, they finally arrived at their destination after going around in circles. Watching Liz stop in front, Zilu almost revealed the escape plan she had been formulating all the way. However, unexpectedly, another unexpected person appeared. "How are you feeling today?" The wall automatically slid open upon sensing Liz's arrival, allowing Zilu, who was following her, to see the familiar figure without any obstruction. "Jansen, what are you doing here?" Jansen seemed to have been waiting in this room for a while. Now that he saw her, he got up from his seat and walked over to her. "I came to keep you company." Seeing Zilu looking up at him with her eyes full of admiration, Jansen felt a warmth spread in his heart. The fatigue of the past few days finally found a moment of respite. "You're very brave. After today, I think we'll be able to figure out the state of your brain and ensure everything is functioning normally." Jansen gently patted Zilu's head. Hearing this, Zilu shyly avoided his gaze, her heart in turmoil. She did not want to back down and disappoint Jansen, allowing the system to succeed, nor did she want to undergo a physical examination, fearing it would uncover some secrets that should not be revealed. "Is this the Cosima you mentioned?" Terrence suddenly popped up from behind Jansen, startling Zilu, who instinctively grabbed Jansen's arm. "Yes, don't get too close." Jansen turned to grab Zilu's hand, using his other hand to push Terrence aside, slightly angling his body to shield Zilu behind him. The whole sequence of movements was fluid and natural. Before Terrence could react, he had already been kept at bay. Terrence's gaze briefly caught a glimpse of Cosima's appearance. "You." Terrence opened his mouth, only to see Cosima peeking out from behind Jansen, momentarily forgetting what he wanted to say. Hiding behind Jansen, Zilu felt a surge of courage. She boldly looked at the tall Aerie in front of her. The dazzling golden hair had mixed in with a few strands of white. Yet the person's face looked strangely youthful. Perhaps it was due to his gentle features. He appeared almost the same as the underage Aerie she had encountered before. "This is Terrence, the primary person in charge of this laboratory. Don't be afraid. I will take full responsibility for your examination." "I think you just came to take a look, right, Terrence?" Liz's words followed Jansen's brief introduction. Terrence impatiently wrinkled his nose, but did not refute. Zilu's internally concocted excuses became even harder to voice under the expectations of the three of them. Unconsciously, she pressed against Jansen's broad back, looking utterly deflated. No one knew that she was desperately poking the system in her mind, trying to summon the dormant entity. Jansen held her hand, his worried gaze drifting back, just in time to meet Liz's watchful eyes. "I'll go prepare. You can rest here for a bit." Liz clearly noticed Zilu's reluctance. But this was a rare opportunity to examine a Cosima, one with extraordinary mental powers. This precious chance for testing made her choose to pretend to be blind, wishing she could start the examination right away to eliminate any potential threats that might obstruct it. Jansen and Terrence watched as Liz hurriedly entered the separated examination room, their useless tacit understanding causing their gazes to converge. "Didn't you say she has secret powers? Since she could save you, why can't she save herself?" Terrence lowered his voice, thinking he was being discreet, but his words left Jansen speechless. "Are you talking about me?" As soon as Zilu detached from her consciousness, she heard Terrence's words. The two exchanged an awkward glance, Terrence choosing to look at the equipment nearby, seemingly discovering new patterns on it, while Zilu looked up at Jansen, meeting his helpless smile. "He means no harm." Jansen couldn't help but gently stroke Zilu's upturned face, his voice low and soft. "I told him about how you saved me. In his eyes, you might just be a miracle, although that doesn't seem wrong." Zilu did not respond. Her head drooped again, even though she was close to Jansen. Her spirit seemed to drift away. "If you feel burdened, we can postpone the examination." Jansen was uncertain if Zilu's low mood and frequent distractions were due to residual effects of her waking up, or if the prospect of a physical examination was causing her psychological stress. Hey, you can't say that. The earlier we check, the sooner we can find out. What if her brain is actually damaged? I think her mental state doesn't look very good. There might have been a problem for a long time that hasn't been discovered. Terrence had been eagerly awaiting news after receiving the information. Although he couldn't have Cosima go through all the tests based on his own thoughts. And he couldn't do it himself. At least the one conducting the examination was Liz. After sharing the basic content of the physical examination, she could still provide a lot of useful data, giving him a chance to understand what was going on with the last remaining Cosima in this world. Now, Jansen's words nearly turned his hopes into bubbles. Although Jansen somewhat agreed with Terrence's words, he chose to ignore them. If the physical examination put too much pressure on Zilu, it would be better not to conduct it. After all, if Zilu became stressed, it would do her body no good. Zilu gripped the hand Jansen was holding her hand with, hesitating and contemplating, unconsciously squeezing and releasing Jansen's hand. Finally, she gritted her teeth and chose to shake her head. I want to do this examination. The system's attitude made the trust she had placed during this time seem like a joke. Zilu felt panic and fear, but upon careful thought, if her suspicions were correct, that the existence of the system and the truth of her crossing were indeed related to this group of Aerie, then rather than living in fear and uncertainty alone, it would be better to bravely take a step forward. She was willing to trust Jansen's sincerity. If the Aerie could really uncover the system, that could be a new way to solve the problem. Let Jansen help her answer all the mysteries. She was willing to place her trust once more, believing that Jansen would not harm her because of the system's existence, that he would not distance himself from her due to her uniqueness, and that he would be willing to answer all her questions once he discovered and understood the system. Chapter 84 Aftermath prepared in advance. Liz soon walked out of the isolation room. When it was Zilu's turn to go in, Jensen seemed even more nervous than her, closely following her to enter, but was ruthlessly stopped. Upon entering the isolation chamber, there was a wall of white. Liz led her around two corners before stopping in front of an instrument in the corner. Don't worry, you just need to lie down here, Liz said, helping her onto two protrusions designed for support in front of the instrument. The entire device was a larger version of a barrel, and Liz instructed her to lie down slowly, advising her not to move. Then she sat at her feet, seemingly melting into the instrument, which began to engulf her. Zilu was startled as she looked down, recalling Liz's reassuring words, and she froze, unable to move. Wait! A familiar voice seemed to echo in her mind. But before she could hear it clearly, her eyelids suddenly felt unusually heavy, causing her to uncontrollably close her eyes. When she opened them again, Liz was sitting across from her. Dazed, Zilu tilted her head to look, only to see an apparently endless cylindrical corridor. It seemed they were still inside the instrument. Don't worry, after the test, you will feel a bit drowsy for a while. This is a normal reaction, Liz said. Her voice sounded to Zilu as if it were coming through a transparent barrier, vague and indistinct. At that moment, Zilu felt a slight sting in her forearm. She looked down and realized that their hands had intertwined without her noticing. The tiny needle that was causing her discomfort was quietly retracting back into the inner wall of the corridor. The examination is over. I think we will get the results tonight, Liz said, seemingly in a good mood as she half-supported, half-dragged Zilu down from the instrument. Zilu felt her brain return to that mushy state again. She could only blindly follow Liz's instructions without being able to think about the implications behind them. Zilu, how are you feeling? It was Jensen. Zilu looked at his still bright golden eyes, but did not respond. She shifted her gaze away from Jensen, and the gentle look he had toward her suddenly turned sharp as he looked at someone else. Immediately after, she heard Liz's voice beside her. Don't worry, this is a normal reaction after releasing mental energy. The testing device only simulates the mental energy requirements of a standard mech, and I raised the threshold for the mental energy detection in advance. Her limits are far from being reached, Liz explained. I expect she will come to in a few minutes. Jensen furrowed his brow, holding Zilu's hand, seemingly dissatisfied with this explanation. After a few more exchanges, Zilu was settled into a nearby chair, with Jensen sitting beside her, making her lean against him. Those usually vibrant eyes now stared blankly ahead, as if devoid of soul. Have you considered having her hand over the mech to us? If she wants to return to the battlefield later, it's best to include her mech in the numbering system. I'm afraid I can't provide an answer to that. After all, having a Cosima fight for the Aerie who once persecuted them sounds inherently ironic. Though Jensen appreciated Zilu's dedication, he still didn't want to put her in a dangerous situation. If you're willing to speak up, I'm sure Cosima will understand. She still has healing abilities, doesn't she? If she doesn't want to return to battle, it wouldn't be bad to join us. Wasting talent is not a virtue. The speaker, Terrence, suddenly leaned in, blocking Zilu's view of the blank wall. Zilu frowned. Her vigorous mental energy seemed to gradually calm down after the storm, allowing her brain to catch a breath. Her mushy memories began to clear up, but her emotions still hadn't eased. Any slight fluctuation would magnify to an extreme. Get lost, Zilu softly commanded Terrence, who had suddenly appeared in her line of sight. As everyone looked at her in surprise, her mech arm instantly formed and punched Terrence squarely in the face. Unprepared, Terrence fell backward, his head hitting the ground with a dull thud. Zilu looked at the blank wall that reappeared before her. Her mech began to recede, and she fell into a daze again. Liz, observing from the side, took some notes on her terminal. Jensen stared at Zilu for several seconds, and after regaining his senses, he immediately pulled her into his embrace, lifting her chin to look in her now vacant eyes. Zilu. A pair of familiar golden eyes appeared in Zilu's view, and her gaze began to focus on that charming shimmer, without resistance. Even Jensen sensed something was off in this situation. Don't worry, she clearly isn't used to the overwhelming sensation of releasing mental energy, which magnifies her negative emotions. Some Aerie had this issue in the early stages as well. Emotions can be especially unstable while using mechs. As long as she gets used to this feeling or regularly receives guidance, it'll be fine, Liz said, glancing at Terrence, who was lying on the ground, momentarily unconscious, showing no intention of approaching. Jensen, having never gone through this phase himself, directed a suspicious gaze at Liz. If necessary, I can send those cases to your terminal. After receiving Jensen's affirmative response, Liz turned and began to busy herself with her tasks. Jensen held the now calm Zilu in his arms, watching her obediently lean against his shoulder. Due to their position, he missed the sudden flush on Zilu's cheeks and the clarity returning to her eyes. Memories flooded back into Zilu's mind, embarrassment surging to the surface, causing her to bury her face in Jensen's embrace, instinctively avoiding the still-lying Terrence. All of this inevitably reminded her of the experience of piloting the mech, the magnified target in her mind, the boiling blood, and the clarity of consciousness that only came with stimulation. However, during this testing experience, what troubled her most was the sound that seemed to come from the system when she first entered the instrument, and the fact that she seemed to have directly fallen asleep afterward. Zilu had no memory of the instrument starting up, which made her uneasy. She turned her head, thinking she was being discreet as she glanced at Liz. Liz shouldn't harm her, right? Jensen's hand brushed over Zilu's restless head, and when their gazes met, he finally managed to smile. Feeling better? I'm sorry, is he okay? Despite her embarrassment, Zilu politely inquired about Terrence's condition. He's fine, he's tough. For an Aerie, a punch is nothing to worry about. Chapter 85. Speculation after confirming that Zilu had returned to normal. Both Jansen and Zilu did not stay there any longer. Jansen took Zilu back to her current residence. Since Erica had previously entered the room Jansen arranged next door without permission, Jansen specifically moved Zilu's residence to another location. This place is relatively remote, with less foot traffic, but at least it is quiet and has an outer layer of protection like an armory, adding an extra layer of security for Zilu. Because the area was cleared out, it had not been repurposed, making it equivalent to a standalone villa for Zilu. However, this villa was simply too large, and for her, the area she could move in was still limited to a small space. The excess space held little significance for her. Do you want to rest for a bit? Jansen accompanied her into the room. The room was almost a replica of her decor on Bart Star, even featuring a fish tank in the corner, which not only housed seaweed, but also contained several uniquely colored crystals and a few sea creatures. As soon as Zilu approached, the arrival of shadows made those little creatures quickly hide behind various natural coverings. No, it's still early. Zilu cherished her moments of clarity. Although recalling the day of the attack on Bart Star left her feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. She could neither control nor wanted to control her thoughts, especially after doubting the relationship between the system and Aerie. She felt like a speck of dust floating in interstellar space, as if her life after the transition was an illusion, and in reality, she was merely a puppet, perhaps even brought to this point through careful planning by someone else. Only by continuously recalling her past life and the boiling pain of being on the battlefield could she find a slight respite from her panic. In fact, she was even a bit eager to see the results of the examination. If Jansen discovered the existence of the system, what would he do? Would he help her? Perhaps this was just a case of let it be. Zilu turned to look back, and Jansen was watching her from a few steps away. As soon as he caught her gaze, his smile brightened. For some reason, seeing his smile lifted Zilu's mood, which had once again turned low after regaining her clarity. However, she was still thinking about testing the system's response. If Jansen stayed here, it was likely that the system would be even less likely to speak up. Jansen, aren't you busy today? Zilu felt considerable pressure to get him to leave under his bright and warm gaze. Jansen's mind flashed with layers of documents. He had not taken a break to clear time to accompany Zilu today, but work was never ending. His heart softened upon seeing Zilu's clear eyes, and, unsurprisingly, he misunderstood her meaning. I'm not busy. I'll finish dinner with you before I go. Jansen remembered Zilu's term for the nutrient solution. Zilu paused for 2 seconds in silence, quickly opened the cabinet, and picked out 2 nutrient solutions with more normal flavors. Seeing her so proactive, Jansen felt he had guessed Zilu's thoughts correctly and felt guilty for his absence during this time. Drink up. Zilu looked at Jansen expectantly as he calmly opened the nutrient solution, took a few sips, and then put it down. Aren't you going to drink? I'll drink slowly. Jansen even reached out to take the remaining nutrient solution from Zilu's hand, helped her open it, and then placed it back in her hand. The table and chairs against the wall smoothly moved to their side upon sensing their needs, and at Jansen's gesture, Zilu sat down. Recently, Laskin's star's been too chaotic. Once things calm down, we'll go see the ocean. There are quite a few big creatures here, and there are mermaids you like. Once the underwater base is built, I'll have those mermaids come over to keep you company. Jansen sat beside Zilu, softly talking about the future and mentioning the newly released mech types. Noticing Zilu inching closer with interest, he continued to speak with a smile. By the time Jansen stood up to leave, time had passed quietly without Zilu noticing. It's just a small meeting. I'll bring your examination report back tonight. As he was about to leave, Jansen looked back several times at Zilu, who was closely following him. Only when he noticed the sunlight slanting and the time drawing near did he reluctantly step outside. Zilu did not follow him out, but watched as the exit slowly closed, blocking Jansen outside. The room returned to silence, and after standing there for a few minutes, Zilu realized she should go back and sit down again. Half of her nutrient solution remained, and the grape-colored liquid swayed slightly under the light. Zilu sighed. System? The room was quiet, and her world received no response. Zilu closed her eyes, trying to enter the system mall. Zilu opened her eyes in confusion, then closed them again in disbelief. System, don't play tricks on me. Zilu opened her eyes, staring at the nutrient solution with a determined and angry gaze. Yet she still could not see the familiar scene unfold before her. The system mall could not be accessed. Was the system throwing a tantrum, or had something happened during her blackout? She didn't know. Zilu clenched her hands, her anxious emotions nearly reaching a peak. Although she didn't want to admit it, the system mall was indeed her strong support. Now that this support had vanished, in a moment of thought, Zilu's hands were coated with a layer of light blue armor. Should she be grateful? Fortunately, she had previously exchanged for a mech. Although this mech seemed to have a significant impact on her emotions, this issue felt almost insignificant in the face of life and death. In fact, upon further reflection, she had to thank the side effect for allowing her to be ruthless when necessary. Zilu's hands opened and closed, the armor flowing like water, appearing both transparent and dazzling under the light. Her gaze lingered there, and in a moment, she suddenly came to her senses, contemplating a possibility. Back on Bartstar, due to time constraints, she had exchanged for the mech and fled without completing the mental binding process with it. However, this mech could still be used normally, and the system had assisted her throughout the process. Could it be possible that the mech was actually part of the system? Even though the system mall was closed and the system was nowhere to be found, at least the existence of the mech proved that it was still here. According to the concept of special mechs, her mental sea had indeed long been bound to the system, so naturally, no additional mental binding was needed. Chapter 86. Esther Zilu felt more and more that it made sense. She hurriedly got up and ran to the balcony. The exit opened quickly upon detecting the owneress' intention, and Zilu went straight to the balcony without stopping. Here, she could even see a corner of the wheel diagram in the center. However, at that moment, Zilu had no mood to enjoy the scenery. She recalled the feeling of effortlessly controlling the mech and placed herself within it. The flowing light blue mech gradually took shape, wrapping around Zilu, creating a mech nearly 4 to 5 meters tall on the ground. As its owner, Zilu knew it could have a much larger body, but since it had already expanded, the full mode had been activated, and the significant loss of mental energy indicated that it was now operational. To avoid hitting the upper floors, Zilu could only control its size as much as possible. She moved her hands and feet, adjusted her breathing, and finally spoke up. System? Her brain remained silent. Through the mech, Zilu looked into the distance, and the magnified details allowed her to clearly see the people bustling on the road and the various mechanical devices performing tasks blindly. I know you're there. If you don't come out, I really won't forgive you anymore. If you still don't come out, I won't listen to you anymore. It doesn't matter if the mall doesn't open. I won't be collecting points anymore anyway. If you don't come out, I'll go talk to Jansen about your existence. How about that? I'm sure he is curious about you too. Don't go too far. When the system's voice came out, Zilu, who had almost lost her strength, pressed her lips together, feeling as if a jar of seasoning had been overturned in her heart, making her nose sour and her eyes dry. Why do you keep playing dead? If you have the ability, keep pretending. Zilu rarely lost her temper, and because her words got choked at the end, she hurriedly swallowed the next part back. What made her even angrier was that she realized she still liked the system, despite its always sharp tongue and petty nature. It was the first support she had after coming to this world, the friend she thought was closest to her. However, now this friendship had been brutally torn apart, and everything seemed to be her one-sided wish. If she thought carefully, her current situation might have been entirely caused by it. Thinking of this, Zilu's body unconsciously trembled slightly. She realized that her negative emotions had been amplified after activating the mech's full form. When emotions reached a certain critical point, physical reactions would also occur. She gritted her teeth and endured, refusing to let the tears of grievance and anger fall. I don't want this either. The system's voice seemed to carry a sense of grievance. Zilu stared hard at the front, holding back her emotions from collapsing, and naturally refused to respond to the system's words that sounded extremely absurd. In her field of vision, two strangely familiar figures intruded. After sensing a certain thought from its owner, the mech began to enlarge the scene. The two people with messy hair and long, stiff coats reaching their calves were the two envoys she had seen not long ago. Why are you ignoring me? I really didn't mean to. Zilu watched the two people sneakily hiding behind a building and whispering, snorting coldly. All right, I know what you want to ask. I'll naturally tell you the answer when you leave Star. The two seemed to have a disagreement, not only brushing back their messy hair, but also pushing each other. As expected, relationships involving interests are always hard to maintain. Her relationship with the system had ultimately reached this point. There was a 90% chance it was sent by someone else, that person named Erica. Zilu blinked in surprise, tears falling straight down, making her eyes, which were filled with tears and slightly blurred, clear up again, and the distant scene became clearer. What was that? In her field of vision, one of the envoys suddenly clasped his hands in front of his chest, making a tearing motion. But what he ultimately tore apart was not his clothes, but his body, the skin connecting from his chest to his face separated under his poll. The bloody scene Zilu had imagined did not appear. Instead, the part of the envoy's skin that was pulled back revealed not flesh and blood, but a smooth, dark shell. The envoy's mouth parts were wide open, seemingly threatening the other envoy. The close-up shot allowed Zilu to see the densely packed, shark-like teeth extending into the interior of the mouth, along with countless small suction cups on the long tongue that opened and closed. Seeing this scene, Zilu was covered in goosebumps, instinctively hugging her arms and taking a step back. How could there be pure blood Esther here? The system's voice also became tense. Esther. Zilu had some understanding of this name. It was essentially a race equipped with cheat codes, a perverted version of a cheat code. Esther could gain power by devouring others. This was truly. Zilu had seen their information when she inadvertently came across the enemies of Eri. At that time, this name was prominently at the top of the list. In her field of vision, the two envoys seemed to establish the owner of the discourse through a series of intimidating actions. The envoy who had torn off his skin put that layer of skin back on under Zilu's gaze, and in an instant, he transformed back into a hunchbacked, timid figure. They eat Eri, watching the two tidy up their attire and leave this corner together, brazenly mingling into the crowd. Zilu suddenly realized this terrifying fact. Do they really belong to that race that eats Eri? At this moment, Zilu had no time to argue with the system. She was eager to confirm the answer. After the two in her field of vision walked a distance, they casually intercepted a passerby and began to converse with him. The passerby, seemingly aware of the identities of these two envoys, was completely unsuspecting, even turning around, facing away from them, and walking back with them. I want to be mistaken. That Esther's mouth parts. Even if they're mixed blood, they will retain this oral structure. Their teeth are sharp and small, ranging from 80 to 120. When they consume their own kind or power stronger than theirs, they develop uneven color patches on their bodies, making them look particularly disgusting. Although Zilu hadn't noticed the color patches, seeing them slowly walk away while talking to the system, disappearing from the mech's field of vision, made her anxious. And I need to find Jansen. This matter must be completed before these two terrifying guys really eat some Eri. Chapter 87 Great Hall. The mech wrapping around Zilu accelerated and shrank in size according to her thoughts. As soon as Zilu's feet touched the ground, she hurriedly ran towards the door. She had a rough idea of where Jensen was holding the meeting. Thinking that Jensen might check his messages during the meeting, Zilu boarded the small hover vehicle waiting at the door and prepared to send a brief message to Jensen. The names of those two envoys were. In her moment of urgency, Zilu suddenly forgot how to say Esther's name. She instructed the terminal to stop editing the message and instead poked the system in her mind. Or their names again. A long silence responded to her. Zilu watched the scenery outside rush by quickly, and the impact of seeing the Zerg's assault began to fade slowly. She calmed down a little. Although a possibility crossed her mind, she patiently poked the system again. You're not going to pretend to be dead again, are you? I would really get angry. Zilu blinked her tired eyes, feeling her inner peace like floating duckweed, unable to settle down. The message was still sent out, but the names were missing. Zilu only warned Jensen that there was a problem with the two envoys and advised him to be cautious. Just as Zilu had anticipated, when she arrived at her destination, she still hadn't received a reply from Jensen. She got off the hover vehicle, facing the towering Great Hall. Concern and unease about the system, as well as uncertainty about Jensen's location, caused her to zone out for a few seconds. Behind her, several Eri stopped and began to pay attention to this unusual presence. When Zilu regained her senses, she suddenly realized that the noisy sounds behind her had ceased. A strong sixth sense compelled her to turn around. At that moment, Zilu wished she could immediately return to the hover vehicle. She saw that the people around her had stopped their work and gathered around her in a semicircle. Even after catching her gaze, the group began to whisper, and some even wanted to close the distance of the semicircle. Originally planning to wait outside, Zilu unconsciously moved closer to the entrance of the Great Hall. As she approached the entrance and found no way to retreat, Zilu's hand rested on the entrance, looking back in a panic. The crowd stopped moving closer when they saw Cosima approaching the Great Hall. As soon as Zilu got near the entrance automatically began to detect her hand resting against the wall. After quickly confirming the authority of her terminal ring, the wall swiftly parted to the sides. Zilu, caught off guard, stumbled forward 2 steps and walked directly into the Great Hall. This internal conflict can no longer be tolerated. Harming one's own kin will only infinitely weaken the bloodline of the Aerie. The speaker was temporarily interrupted by the intrusion of others. Inside the Great Hall, the original group of people gathered again. Having just resolved the subsidy issue for the hybrid warriors, they were now embroiled in whether to agree to Oleid's peace proposal. Hearing the noise, everyone turned to look at the entrance. Yes, I'm sorry, Zilu. What happened? The apology that instinctively came from Zilu was overshadowed by Jensen's concern. Before Zilu could step back, Jensen had already appeared at her side in the blink of an eye. Zilu looked up into Jensen's eyes, which were filled with surprise and tension, then turned to observe the others in the Great Hall who were focused on them. Some had met her several times, while others were completely unfamiliar faces to Zilu. Under the gaze of this group, the image of the Zerg's grotesque mandibles and the bloody introduction related to Esther flashed through her mind. She instinctively withdrew her intention to leave and gritted her teeth, deciding to clarify things succinctly. Jensen, I saw those 2 envoys on the balcony. Zilu's dry throat forced her to swallow hard. One of the envoys could tear open his own skin to reveal another face. I saw. That was the appearance of a Zerg Esther. Zilu deliberately opened the Save Terminal page, turning off the privacy mode, revealing Esther's introduction picture, with the grotesque mandibles occupying 1/3 of pure-blood Esther's face. What is she saying? Is this the Cosima you were talking about before? That's absurd. I heard she had issues with her mental strength, so she must be hallucinating, right? The envoy is Donu. How could it be Esther? The vastness of the Great Hall magnified the voices of the Aerie. Seeing the terminal image, Jensen silently raised his hand to stop the generals behind him from their heated discussions. Did you see them? Did they notice you? Jensen took her hand, his gaze sweeping over her, as if confirming whether she was hurt. Zilu shook her head. She bit her lip and glanced at the group of Aerie silently staring at them, feeling uncomfortable all over. Since the topic had been broached, Zilu didn't want to stay here any longer. They didn't notice me. I'm fine. Zilu withdrew her hand. Then I'll leave first. I just wanted to inform you about this matter. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Zilu steeled herself to finish her words and prepared to turn and leave. Wait, did you come by yourself? Zilu almost nodded, but realized Jensen's intention in an instant and chose to shake her head. No, Liz accompanied me. You carry on. After saying this, she quickly took 2 steps back, her hand brushing against the automatically closing wall, and the exit opened accordingly. Zilu saw Jensen's gaze shift forward, and his expression darkened. What are you all doing gathered here? Did you swallow your discipline? Zilu looked outside. The crowd that had been watching actually remained in place. Upon receiving Jensen's anger, they hurriedly scattered. I'm leaving. Knowing Jensen well, Zilu rushed outside. She couldn't stand Jensen being cold to that group of Aerie while neglecting important matters and instead sending her back. Just the thought of this possibility made her feel embarrassed to the core. Jensen, who had just opened his mouth, helplessly closed it, watching Cosima's petite figure dart out like a small cannonball. Let probe 45 follow her. Jensen issued the order on the terminal. The tiny probe, as small as a fly, extended 2 long claws on the wall and scrambled to detach itself, rushing after her before the exit closed. As the probe activated, the real-time images it captured instantly appeared on Jensen's private terminal, occupying a corner of his view. The exit slowly closed, blocking the figure climbing onto the hover vehicle outside. Meanwhile, the meeting inside the Great Hall continued. Chapter 88, Meeting Your Highness. Do you believe what Cosima said? As soon as Zilu left, many Aerie who heard her words eagerly spoke up. Your Highness, under unstable mental conditions, what one sees can also be affected. Jensen returned to his position and then spoke slowly. Who was responsible for those 2 envoys? The generals looked at each other, and in the end, it was Wilder who came forward to summarize. Your Highness, these 2 envoys had already applied through a public terminal before coming Alaskan Star. The personnel on duty at that time were Joel Harlan and Wadsworth Hogan, who followed the procedures to check these 2 individuals before allowing them to proceed. The spacecraft they took was the official model uniformly used by the Oleid Third Army, and it had proper numbering. The inspection results showed that they did not carry any infectious diseases, nor had any Zerg characteristics. They are pure blood Donu. The documents they carried indeed bore the Olade seal. I think. Wilder paused for a moment, but still expressed his opinion. I think Olade has no reason to accept the Zerg Esther. Currently, there is no evidence that Esther possesses mimicry abilities. Yes, we have dealt with Esther for so long. If they had this mimicry ability, there would be no reason for them to fight to the death, and they shouldn't have gone undetected until now. Esther is notorious in the galaxy, and even among the Zerg, there's been a serious split because Esther even eats its own kind. This is also one of the main reasons Jensen is willing to accept other mixed-blood Zerg, allowing them to stand on the same front as Aerie. Jensen was silent for a moment before speaking again. Wilder, send someone to take those 2 envoys to Terrence for a complete genetic test. Your Highness, is it really necessary to go through all that? The person's words were cut short when they received Jensen's expressionless gaze and swallowed the rest of their sentence. Yes. Wilder himself didn't have much objection. After all, caution is never a bad thing, even though he personally believed that what Cosima said, needing mental treatment, had little credibility. Let's wait for the results regarding the envoys. Is there anything else to add regarding the repatriation subsidies for mixed-blood soldiers? Wilder quietly exited. This meeting was destined to be long and tedious. When Wilder hurriedly returned with the results, the meeting was nearing its end. Your Highness, Wilder entered through a side door, and the generals who were about to leave turned back, all looking at him. Jensen, sitting in the prime position, wearily rubbed his brow and signaled for him to continue. Terrence confirmed that they are indeed of Dona bloodline, and a detailed report will be sent out later. This statement was like boiling water poured into a hot pan, and everyone started discussing again. It seems that Cosima's mental state is indeed impaired. As expected, controlling the mech is still too much for Cosima. So how should we handle these 2 envoys? Since they're not a problem, shouldn't we deal with the peace request as soon as possible? Jensen closed his eyes and remained silent for a while before speaking. Let's adjourn the meeting and deal with the military bloodline testing first. Wilder, stay behind. Today has indeed consumed a lot of time on discussions, and the crowd was not surprised by this decision, starting to leave the hall in 2s and 3s. After the others left, Wilder turned his inquiring gaze to Jensen. You have people control those 2 individuals, and until the next instructions are given, don't let them wander around. Yes, after Wilder agreed. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Your Highness, do you still suspect these 2 envoys? Regardless of whether they are Esther or not, it is not proper etiquette for outsiders to wander around in someone else's territory. Wilder believed he understood Jensen's meaning and nodded in agreement before leaving at Jensen's gesture. When he went out, he unexpectedly saw Dorothy still outside the hall. The person standing in front of her was obviously a mixed blood, and that deep brown hair looked somewhat familiar. Powell, what on earth happened? Just as Dorothy was about to take the hover car to leave, she saw Powell desperately waving at her from a distance. So she had to approach him, puzzled. My lord. Powell's face turned red, but he still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Dorothy frowned and thought for a moment before asking back. Is it about the bloodline testing issue? Powell looked up at her, pursed his lips, and remained silent. If you came for this matter, then I'm afraid I can't help you. However, now that His Highness has released a matching subsidy policy, even if you leave the army, you can find a good place based on your abilities. Powell looked down at the ground. Dorothy's cold words seemed to restore his composure, and he finally managed to say a complete sentence. I didn't come for this matter. Dorothy remained silent, her gaze focused on his mechanical leg on the left. Powell, whom she once supported, was still too well protected by her. Given his data processing ability, Dorothy initially wanted him to develop in the data support direction, allowing him to avoid several large-scale battles. But unexpectedly, it resulted in a decline in his combat abilities to this extent, because she happened to see Powell that day. It sparked her curiosity about understanding the details of this raid. She carefully reviewed the battle footage automatically uploaded to the internal database by Donashu and Powell's mech. And aside from being surprised by Cosima's combat ability, she felt speechless and disappointed at her subordinate's terrible performance in response. Powell failed to seize multiple opportunities to turn the tide, leading to the final result of being crushed and tormented by the enemy's minions until the arrival of a savior. This savior was none other than Cosima, who had never received military training. Due to this incident, Dorothy's expectations for Powell had dropped to freezing point. And with the bloodline testing incident, she had completely accepted the established fact that Powell would soon be repatriated. Now, Powell's hesitant appearance only intensified her disappointment and annoyance. My lord, how could Powell, who had worked with Dorothy for a long time, not sense her emotions? He took several deep breaths to suppress the bitterness in his heart. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. This was his last chance. He kept emphasizing this fact in his mind, and the bitterness and unwillingness finally led him to express the words he had buried in his heart for many years. My lord, I have admired you for a long time. Please continue on with my wishes. You will definitely become the bravest warrior. Become number 1 on the battle rankings. After Powell finished speaking, he bowed and turned to run, but halfway through, he abruptly stopped, turned back, and added, "You will always be number 1 in my heart." After saying this, Powell truly ran away without looking back. What on earth is this guy doing? Dorothy stared blankly at Powell's strange behavior as he hurriedly left, feeling her mind was unable to comprehend his true intentions. Chapter 89. Breakthrough back at her residence. Zilu had been standing at the door for more than 10 minutes. She listened to the quiet world around her, but her heart couldn't calm down. The awkward emotions from the grand hall surged up, followed by confusion about the system's condition. Before she could catch her breath, feelings of helplessness and sadness about her current situation flooded her mind. Calm down. Zilu squatted down, holding her head. She knew clearly that this was the amplification of her negative emotions after using the mecha. She should face herself calmly. Immersing herself in negative emotions wouldn't help her situation at all. If she indulged in these feelings now, she still wouldn't know the system's good and evil. Nor would she understand the system's true identity and the complex relationships lurking behind it. She still wouldn't be able to disregard everyone's wishes and lock up the 2 envoys that mattered greatly to her. Nor would she be able to know the contents of her test report in advance, improve her body and brain, or go home. Stop it. Zilu felt a dull pain starting in her brain due to the tangled memories and emotions. The presence of others before had allowed her to distract herself. Now, with the system disappearing again, being alone seemed like a terrible choice. Zilu took several deep breaths and decided to go all out. She would activate the mecha's full state again, resolve the system's issues, and exhaust this flood of negative emotions in one go. With this thought, Zilu quickly stood up and headed towards the balcony. The light blue mecha gradually took shape as she moved forward, occupying a large space on the balcony without any obstructions. System come out. Unbeknownst to Zilu, her voice and expression had become unusually indifferent, her chin slightly raised, her gaze directed downwards, concealing her predatory look. You really shouldn't use the mecha so often. You consume too much mental energy, and you haven't replenished it yet. Continued overuse will exacerbate the burden on your mental C, and if you collapse mentally because of it, that would be unfortunate. The system's voice grew increasingly unsteady. As the worm in Zilu's belly, how could the system not notice her abnormalities? If you don't want me to frequently use the mecha, then make things clear quickly. Zilu paused for a moment and suddenly broke into a smile, completing her statement. Before my patience runs out and I go into the mental sea to catch you. Why you? How did you know? Realizing it had let something slip, the system hurriedly swallowed its words back. I may not know where you are or how you communicate with me in this way, but at least I know how to with the mecha. Of course, now I truly understand where you've been hiding all along. The system fell silent. Zilu felt that, while the mecha was over-extracting her mental energy and causing a dull ache in her brain, this pain actually made her mind clearer. At least it helped her find the breakthrough in the situation. Don't do this. As long as you leave Raskenstar and those like Jansen, I will tell you everything. What does Jansen have to do with this? Zilu frowned coldly. You first tell me what the current situation is. Why do I need to communicate with you through the mecha as a medium now? If she pushed the system to reveal everything at once, it would surely try to stall, which was within Zilu's expectations. Since that was the case, she would extract as much information as she could. Well, are you really hiding this from me? The system all is gone. The points are void. and I can't even contact you. If something happens unexpectedly, my mental energy is insufficient, and I can't rely on points. By the time you want to say something, I might already be gone. Zilu's mind raced, and her words left the system momentarily speechless. All right, but you must promise me not to try to find Lady Erica. Lady Erica? You actually use honorifics for others. Zilu felt like she had discovered that a good friend had a secret ally behind their back. She couldn't tell if she felt sour or sad, but her expression remained unchanged, only responding coldly. Got it. Hurry up and speak. My mental energy is almost at its limit. If you say it, maybe we can find a solution together. Sigh. I don't think there will be a solution. In fact, I've been trying to change this situation. Perhaps you've sensed it already. That day, as soon as I tried to stop you, I regretted it, but you had already heard Lady Erica's words, and there was no turning back. Actually, I can still be considered one of Lady Erica's children. Zilu was shocked by this statement, her expression briefly slipping out of control, but she held back all her words, waiting for the system to continue. The team led by Lady Erica created us, gave us consciousness, and even allowed us to call her mother. If you wish, I wouldn't mind you calling me mom. Hearing the latter part of the system's statement, Zilu couldn't help but internally scoff. Fortunately, the system was completely immersed in its own emotions and didn't pay attention to Zilu's thoughts. Our existence isn't as bad as you previously imagined. Zilu pursed her lips, knowing the system had long been aware of her views and speculations about its existence. Lady Erica created us initially to make us the souls of specially made mechas. But then, something unexpected happened. Regarding that unexpected event, the system began to speak ambiguously. Zilu knew she shouldn't push it, otherwise it might backfire, so she didn't pursue that part of the past. In any case, I was originally the soul of another mecha, but then something else happened. The system's words were cryptic, and Zilu held back her anger and didn't lash out. Anyway, Lady Erica is very interested in you. I don't want you to undergo a physical examination and genetic testing, but Lady Erica somehow learned about Liz's thoughts and proposals in advance. She knows me well and must understand that I would try to stop you, so she preemptively sealed off part of my consciousness. I know you're looking for me, but that part of consciousness being sealed off prevented me from communicating with you. Zilu thought for a moment after hearing this. Can this mecha? Can you freely possess other mechas? Chapter 90. Heart to heart, it's not possession. Without me, those mechas are just piles of metal products. Considering that I still need answers from the system, Zilu held back her rebuttal. Okay, my fault. The system reluctantly accepted Zilu's soulless response. I learned from my previous lesson. This mecha is a fallback I prepared in advance. It is also a part of me. As for why I can't communicate with you now, it's because we have already established a mental bond. The process of activating the mecha's full form is, in a sense, equivalent to building a consciousness channel. You can perceive all sensations of the mecha, and naturally, you can also perceive me. So your block is still there? Yes. If you turn off the mecha, our connection will also be cut off. So as long as your block is lifted, the store will reopen? Yes. The store is also me. The system's words stopped abruptly. This store was also created by Erica? Zilu received no response, but she didn't mind. It seemed that Erica was indeed quite powerful. The words Liz had once said to her replayed in her mind, and after a moment of thought, Zilu reached a conclusion. It appeared that Erica had no intention of seizing power from Jansen. Given Erica's abilities and the high-tech products behind her, if she wanted to, she could easily take over the rights and territory contended by the two factions. Since people's thoughts had diverged, what was Erica's sudden appearance all about? Why was she interested in her? In any case, I've said what I needed to say and revealed what I shouldn't have. You should turn off the mecha now. Although it is indeed part of me, each specialized mecha has its own consciousness, and they are inherently greedy. If this continues, it will drain your mental energy. Zilu pressed her lips together. Although the system's words were not exactly kind, she could still read some concern from them. I'll ask you one last question, and after that, I'll turn it off. I have no way to deal with this block, and you promised me you wouldn't go looking for Lady Erica. Before Zilu could finish her question, the system answered quickly. The system's block essentially still depended on Erica's will. Asking the system would probably be useless, so Zilu never intended to ask it this question in the first place. Nor did she plan to recklessly seek out Erica. Let alone the fact that she still didn't know where Erica was. The opponent's elusive tactics still left her confused. Just considering what the system just said, that Erica was interested in her, was not good news for Zilu. Based on the opponent's abilities, even if someone said Erica could capture her tonight for dissection, she would believe it. Zilu would be lucky to escape. Why would she go looking for Erica and throw herself into a trap? Don't worry, I won't go looking for her. But I want you to promise me that you absolutely won't team up with others to deal with me. Is it your question? Yes. That is my question. You won't harm me, right? Since the system already knew how she felt about it, Zilu straightforwardly asked for clarity. She didn't want to be on guard against the system anymore, and given that the other party was currently residing in her mental sea, she hoped that one day she wouldn't become an enemy with it. Given the current situation, their future communication would definitely be restricted. With her mental state already affected by the mecha, she needed to nip her suspicions and the resulting negative emotions toward the system in the bud. Yes, I won't harm you. Hearing the system say this, Zilu decisively turned off the mecha's full form. At that moment, it felt as if a rope connected her temples to her brain, pulsing intensely. Each pulse tugged at her fragile nerves. Each tug brought intense pain. The light blue mecha faded away, revealing a pale Zilu inside. She simply sat down on the spot and closed her eyes to rest. Although there had been some progress, she felt no sense of relief, and instead felt exhausted and an indescribable anger. It seemed that the idea that mechas were only meant for Eri had some truth to it. Zilu lowered her head with her eyes closed and began to talk to herself. Even though her world was filled with complicated thoughts, and she could no longer hear the system's response, at least she knew that the system was still there. It was just that the two of them had temporarily lost their communication channel. Come to think of it, perhaps this was the best time to scold the system since it couldn't retort. Zilu rarely found something amusing from those negative thoughts and let out a soft laugh, but that smile quickly faded. The soundproof balcony returned to silence. Unable to hear the outside world, Zilu immersed herself in her own world. She didn't know how long it had been, and when she came to her senses, the entire balcony had fallen into darkness. Zilu slowly raised her head. Her lips had completely lost their color, and her back was drenched in cold sweat, making her shirt stick uncomfortably to her body. She slowly stretched her stiff body and lay down on the ground. The balcony, which had been slow to respond to its owner's intentions, did not turn on the lights. However, when Zilu turned her head to look outside, she could feel the allure of the night sky even more. Terminal. Open information. Despite feeling extremely fatigued, Zilu still recalled the unfinished matter from earlier. Sure enough, Jansen's message had arrived at her terminal long before nightfall. There were some minor issues with your checkup report. I will bring your body checkup report over. Remember to drink the nutritional liquid on time. Jansen's message was too long, and after her headache, Zilu suddenly realized she couldn't read such a lengthy content. The fatigue made her want to close her eyes and ears. Reluctantly, she could only skim through the important information. Knowing that Jansen would be coming over soon, Zilu turned off his message. However, to her surprise, Powell had also sent her a message. I'm currently on Laskin Star. Your departure was too sudden. I rushed over as soon as I found out. As there are important matters I need to discuss with you, could you please inform me of your current residence? I'll look forward to your reply. This message had been sitting in her terminal for a while, busy with other matters. Zilu only saw it now. She endured her fatigue and read it through. Zilu felt that Powell's message had an indescribable strangeness, yet she couldn't pinpoint what was unreasonable about it. She probably was just too tired. After thinking about it, Zilu decided to tell him her current residence. When he arrived, she could ask about the situation with the mermaids. She had indeed left too suddenly and didn't know if the mermaids had been affected by the war. Since Jansen had been very busy and was always worried about her health, Zilu felt bad asking him to take time to check on the mermaids. However, Zilu still hoped that Powell wasn't coming because of the mermaids. After all, that would mean things had gotten worse. With that thought in mind, Zilu closed her eyes again, briefly falling into a state that was neither fully asleep nor awake. Chapter 91. Visit, it might be that Zilu had been preoccupied with the thought that Jansen would come tonight, and Powell could arrive at any moment. So when her terminal notified her that someone had arrived at her standalone house and requested entry, she quickly became alert. It seemed it wasn't Jansen. Zilu rubbed her face, and the balcony lights turned on as it was still nighttime. Realizing that the visitor could be Powell, who had contacted her suddenly, Zilu felt a weight in her heart. Did something serious really happen that made him rush over? Zilu didn't have time to think further. She hurriedly stood up, but was briefly overcome by dizziness. Fortunately, the room had been equipped with a terminal that had activated for her. Just as she was about to fall, a handrail unexpectedly rose from the side, allowing her to grab it and steady herself. A long cushion appeared beneath her, ensuring that even if she couldn't hold onto the handrail, she wouldn't get hurt. Is this low blood sugar? Zilu closed her eyes, waiting for the dizziness to pass before opening them again. It seemed that the mech had indeed drained too much of her energy, both mentally and physically. Give me a nutrient solution. Zilu had to slow her hurried steps. Fatigue intensified with her movements, making her long to lie down and rest. The terminal received her command and opened the storage cabinet, pushing out the flavor she had repeatedly chosen, and using its mechanical arm. It handed her a grape-colored nutrient solution just before she left the room. As she walked downstairs, Zilu tried to open the nutrient solution seal, but found that even the tearing motion was difficult, and in the end, she had to use her teeth. It seemed that Erica's team hadn't invented an energy-saving special mech after all. Based on Zilu's speculations, she estimated that the technological development level of the territory led by Erica's team must far exceed that of the territory currently ruled by Jansen. Otherwise, the enemy she had encountered wouldn't have let her, a small fry, escape so easily. The mech-related documents Jansen had previously sent her still contained knowledge applicable to the specially designed mech provided by the system. Perhaps they had focused all their energy on those strange props. Zilu's brain seemed to still be in an active state. After experiencing the negative effects of excessive use of special mechs, although she felt her mental energy slowly recovering, it seemed her brain's tolerance had increased. Liz once said that the negative effects brought on by piloting mechs could be adapted to or diverted. Could this be what adaptation means? However, it might also be her illusion. Zilu walked out of the fast descent passage, with more than half of the nutrient solution gone in her hand. Her parched throat was temporarily relieved. She walked slowly out of the standalone house's door, puzzled as she turned around in place. Where's everyone? Just as Zilu was about to shout, the fatigue that surged up made her close her mouth. Maybe it would be better to send a terminal message. Even if Powell had temporarily left due to not receiving authorization, he shouldn't have gone far. But before Zilu could send the brief message she was composing, she caught sight of a vague figure under a tree, not far away. Is that Powell? Zilu still had the terminal send the message. Since there was no light under that tree, she couldn't confirm if the person was Powell, and given her current physical state, she really didn't want to walk over. The unease and fatigue rising in her heart led her to choose to stand at the door and send a message to confirm with Powell. When the person slowly walked out of the shadow, seeing the identity of the visitor, Zilu was momentarily stunned. It was indeed Powell, but he looked nothing like the Powell she knew. He appeared haggard, unlike his usual neatly dressed self. He wore an obviously ill-fitting robe, and his exposed legs revealed a mechanical leg that gleamed coldly in the nearby light. Long time no see. Powell's voice had, she realized, also become hoarse and indistinct. Is it strange? I haven't had time to put on a proper skin for it. Noticing Zilu's gaze on his left leg, Jansen forced a smile, which was more of a grimace. No, it's very cool. Zilu awkwardly looked away, as the sadness that had rarely surfaced in her heart began to rear its head again. Is there something wrong? Faced with the obviously more dispirited Powell, Zilu could only temporarily swallow down her inquiries related to the mermaids. Her conscience wouldn't let her ignore the visible pain he was in. Hearing Zilu's question, Powell silently lowered his head, staring at the pattern on the floor tiles, as if he had spaced out for a moment before softly speaking. Perhaps you would be willing to come with me? I left something outside the yard. Just a glance will make my meaning clear. Zilu's gaze fell on Powell's face, and she suddenly realized what the sense of incongruity she had felt since seeing Powell's message was. Powell seemed to have become estranged from her. His words were all formal, and it was only due to the translator's secondary processing that this estrangement didn't seem so obvious. Now, as Zilu watched Powell speak while subconsciously avoiding her gaze, the abruptness became apparent. Could it be that she had unintentionally done something wrong? Images of her interactions with Powell flashed through Zilu's mind, but she couldn't pinpoint anything amiss. She admitted that she had initially been guarded against Powell, but after days of getting along, she had included him in her list of friends. In fact, much of her willingness to step up during ambush battles was also because she had seen him and the friendly Aerie, whom she had met several times, being indiscriminately slaughtered by enemies on the battlefield. Since she couldn't make sense of it, Zilu decided to take it step by step. Okay, then let's go. Zilu didn't realize that her current appearance, in Powell's eyes, was also clearly weak and fatigued, almost sickly, but the considerate Powell averted his gaze again, choosing to ignore her current state as he walked slowly toward the protective net surrounding the building. Soft, chaotic footsteps echoed behind Powell as he took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain that was about to surface in his eyes. Did you come alone? Zilu really didn't have much strength left. Fatigue and drowsiness were pulling at her steps, and Powell slowed his pace to accommodate her. The short distance felt interminably long, to ease the awkward and heavy atmosphere brought on by the silence. Zilu softly spoke. If it weren't for the quiet of the night, her words would have easily been drowned out by the noise carried by the wind. Yes, Powell had kept his back to her the entire time, unwilling to turn around. Zilu sensed his negative mood, but she was too tired, and, seeing that the atmosphere hadn't improved, she didn't bring up the topic of relief again. Chapter 92. Anomaly. A short stretch of road had been traversed by two dejected figures, carrying the exhaustion of a long march. It had only been a few minutes since they stepped out of the protective net surrounding the standalone building. What was that? Powell stopped in his tracks. Zilu followed suit, looking around, but she didn't see anything particularly unusual. Sorry. Zilu vaguely heard Powell's voice and looked over in confusion, only to see the back of his head, avoiding her gaze. What did you say? I will do my best to protect you. I'm really sorry. Seeing Powell turn around, Zilu was visibly taken aback. His face was covered in tears, as if he had been silently crying all along. You. Before Zilu could finish her sentence, the scenery in her vision began to distort and warp, and even Powell, who was so close, seemed to flicker in and out of focus. She tried closing her eyes and reopening them, but the distortion and dizziness only intensified. Sorry. At that moment, Zilu finally understood Powell's words, but she was already too weak to respond. Her world, after flipping upside down, fell completely into darkness. Powell quickly embraced the unconscious Cosima in his arms. On his terminal, the blaring countdown finally paused after a few seconds of delay. Powell knelt on the ground holding Zilu, consumed by pain and rage, wishing he could shout out loud, but everything was still perilous. So he could only try to calm himself to prepare for the next step of interstellar movement. Meanwhile, the absent Jansen was in the lab at Leeds, frowning at Zilu's examination report. Is the equipment malfunctioning? No, all other reports are normal. Jansen looked down again. This was already the third examination report, and none of the results indicated that Zilu was anything other than Cosima, but according to the developmental timeline, she should be a predecessor of Cosima, not a descendant. Additionally, Jansen was worried that, according to her physical condition report, her estimated lifespan was only around 90 years, which was considered an ideal state. It should be noted that for Aerie, 90 years was still in middle age. Excluding external factors like war, the average lifespan of Aerie could reach around 560 years. Even Cosima's average lifespan could reach about 300 years, but the subsequent disasters drove this race toward extinction. Jansen opened another report, which displayed Zilu's mental C status. The abstract concept of mental power had yet to be accurately measured by any instrument, but a rough range could still be calculated. However, Zilu's report still had a series of unreasonable values. If Jansen's mental power ranged from 0 to 10, then Zilu's mental power consistently remained at the value of 1. No one's mental power had ever been so stable. Stable enough that Leeds and others were uncertain if it was normal. I think this is also one of the reasons why Cosima experiences severe side effects after controlling the mech. The specially designed mech requires a lot of mental power. She might constantly be in a state of being over-extracted of mental power. But because her mental power remains stable, the deficient mental power is continually replenished, thus forming a kind of balance with the specially designed mech. Leads, seeing Jansen flipping through the documents, voiced her speculation. However, if this situation continues for a long time, if Cosima's mental endurance and mental power range cannot improve, it might cause irreversible harm to her. Overall, Zilu's physical examination results were not ideal. Jansen put away the reports with a serious expression, preparing to leave and reach Zilu's residence before her usual rest time. But the sudden abnormal alert on his terminal made him halt in his tracks. All takeoff pads have been temporarily sealed off. No one is allowed to leave. Jansen decisively issued commands on his terminal and hurried out, leaving Leeds and Terrence in the lab, exchanging puzzled glances. Attacked? Leeds shook her head. The alarm didn't sound. It shouldn't be an attack. The two couldn't figure it out and didn't delve deeper, continuing to analyze the data on the instruments. It's a pity there isn't a second Cosima as a control group. Otherwise, this data could clarify many interesting things. Terrence muttered. Leeds, sitting next to him, had long since gotten used to his occasional remarks. She relaxed her body against the chair and surprisingly responded. I do have the idea of creating a specially designed mech based on Zilu's mental power. If there were a mech that could steadily extract the owner's mental power, we could surely create another war god. A Cosima war god. This idea is interesting but too abstract, without enough mental power to support it. The specially designed mech probably won't even have the opportunity to unfold its complete form. As long as the specially designed mech continues to extract the owner's mental power while in an incomplete state, then this matter might not be too abstract. Hearing Leeds' idea, Terrence paused for a second and then smiled. This method is quite good. Of course, the better situation would be if we could find a way to replicate Zilu's mental power mechanism. This way, we could significantly enhance the Army's combat effectiveness. What a pity. Terrence nodded. Jansen was too concerned about this Cosima, and he didn't know when his enthusiasm would wane. Perhaps we could prepare enough repair fluid in advance. After all, this Cosima is a precious resource. That is not difficult. In fact, from this examination, I extracted quite a bit of her blood. Leeds turned her head to meet Terrence's suddenly bright eyes upon hearing this. Perhaps before this, we could see if we can make Zilu replicable. As expected of my prize student. Every time Terrence praises someone, he must stick a piece of gold on his own face. Leeds had long been used to it, smiling politely as she stood up and walked toward the isolation room. Behind her, Terrence hurriedly followed. As Terrence and Leeds reached a consensus, a layered patrol and inspection system was activated, radiating outward from the center of the wheel map to Zilu's current residence. Jansen arrived at Zilu's residence as quickly as possible, glancing at the standby defense net before hurriedly entering Zilu's room. Along the way, Jansen's terminal continuously displayed the abnormal information of Zilu's final movem, Chapter 93. Clue ever since Zilu placed Jensen's terminal ID on the special watch list. Jensen had the privilege to monitor Zilu's movements. Due to Zilu's declining health, Jensen also connected the terminal to her physical condition, ensuring he could reach her side at the first sign of trouble. However, it must be said that despite preparing all this, Jensen did not wish to use this feature one day. Zilu's rapid movements and sudden disappearances were highly abnormal for the terminal, which immediately reported the anomalies to the special watchers bound to her. Unfortunately, Jensen missed yet another opportunity. Although he made a decision in 2 seconds and spent several minutes confirming her last known location, the result was disappointing. Zilu, standing in this uninhabited room. Jensen felt a sense of confusion for a few seconds, a terrifying suspicion cracking his mental state. Zilu. He quickly searched the area and eventually stood on the enclosed balcony. From here, he could see the soldiers surrounding the independent building below, all on high alert, but that elusive enemy had long since vanished with Cosima. Jensen rubbed his face in frustration, the feelings of defeat and panic overwhelming him in an instant. The countless missed opportunities felt like a knife cutting into his heart, devouring his sanity with its sharp teeth. Retrieve the last movement footage from here. Jensen forced himself to regain his composure, his brain racing as he confronted and speculated on the situation Zilu might be facing. The terminal, receiving the command, quickly organized the last footage seen from this building and sent it to Jensen. His gaze fell on a clear long-range view, watching Zilu speaking softly with Powell, then following him into the darkness, and finally seeing her collapse from a distance. The light in his golden eyes flickered with abnormal activity once again. Just as he was about to grit his teeth in anger and give the next command, the footage showed Powell kneeling slowly with the unconscious Zilu in his arms, silently opening his mouth as if crying, and the next moment, they vanished from sight. Jensen's furrowed brow could have crushed a bloodsucker, and he sped up the playback to its fastest, but he could not see the two reappear. He once again rewound the footage to the moment they disappeared, noting how they vanished without any special actions. After a moment of thought, he requested the terminal to pull up the footage from the launch pad center a few minutes ago. That was the last place Zilu had been seen. Find Cosima. The terminal processed the footage again and finally displayed the last image of someone resembling Zilu. It was another desolate corner. A figure resembling Powell was seen embracing the unconscious Zilu, hurriedly heading toward a small craft, and just as the entrance closed, they disappeared along with the entire craft. This situation, upon closer inspection, Jensen had experienced once before. It was on a ship brought by Erica. Now issue an interstellar bounty. Jensen ordered the terminal to post Powell's image and information for the interstellar bounty, then commanded Dorothy and Wilder to bring the two envoys to this standalone building. At the same time, he attempted to contact a terminal number that had long been buried at the bottom of his contact list. Just as Jensen thought he had failed to make contact and would need to find the person himself, Erica's face finally appeared on the screen. What's wrong? Something happened? As soon as the screen lit up, Erica's gentle voice flowed out. She still wore that smile, seemingly unfazed by the sudden interruption. Where did you take Cosima? Jensen's gaze, filled with hostility, searched Erica's face for any sign of a flaw. So, something happened to Zilu? That is truly bad news. Erica appeared unconcerned by Jensen's attitude, but upon hearing it was related to Cosima, her tone dipped slightly with a hint of schadenfreude. What happened to her? The smile on Erica's face vanished. The two somewhat similar airy locked eyes across the virtual screen. Jensen remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Zilu was taken away by someone using one of your ships. Do you have any evidence? Jensen sent over the clip of the footage. I see. I will verify it. Erica said this and then abruptly cut off the communication. For Jensen, this at least proved that Erica was indeed concerned. Although he believed his thoughts could be biased, he felt Erica's suspicion was relatively low regarding this matter. After all, while she had shown interest in Cosima, the extinction of the insect race was clearly more appealing to her. Given this, it was unlikely she would collaborate with an insect hybrid and have Powell responsible for taking Zilu away. Moreover, based on his shallow understanding of Erica, if she truly intended to target Zilu, she would do so openly rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Just on these grounds alone, Jensen was willing to temporarily set aside his suspicions about Erica. Dorothy and Wilder did not make Jensen wait long. When there was a knock at the door, he happened to be at the door. He opened it, not allowing the group to enter Zilu's room, but preparing to resolve the matter in the corridor. The two envoys clearly looked like they had been pulled from their beds at the last minute. Not only was their hair a mess, but their clothing was also disheveled, wearing only thin undergarments. Your Highness, we VE brought the people. What happened? Dorothy and Wilder had only heard a bit of wind, and more so, it was the speculation of their colleagues. However, given the suddenness of the situation, their speculations were not entirely reasonable. Jensen raised his hand, temporarily stopping their words, and asked the two bewildered and panicked envoys, "Do you know someone named Powell?" His voice was low, and his gaze seemed to slide over their faces with substance. The two envoys exchanged fearful glances and shook their heads in trepidation. Jensen paused for a moment, stepped forward, and patted one of the envoy's shoulders. While everyone was taken aback, he kicked that person in the knee. A painful cry echoed down the empty corridor, the sound of a sharp crack drowned out by the scream of agony. After receiving the kick, the envoy bent over, and Wilder casually released his hold on him, causing him to collapse to the ground, the prolonged scream twisting painfully as it continued. Chapter 94 Coercion. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough. I'll ask again, do you know Powell? Jensen's deep voice repeated the question slowly, word by word. The trembling envoy, who could still stand, shook his head, then immediately realized his mistake and stammered. No, I don't know him. I don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, his wavering gaze fell on his kneeling companion. The guy on the ground was already crying uncontrollably. If Jensen didn't know he had only kicked one of his legs, he might have suspected he had executed the guy. I also sob, I don't know. Jensen shifted his gaze, meeting Dorothy's serious face, but he didn't linger there. His eyes fell on Wilder. Take him away. Jensen stepped back a couple of paces to avoid the guy's snot and tears. Without saying a word, Wilder swiftly lifted the collapsed man back up, easily pinning both of his arms with one hand. Jensen looked at the crying man for a moment, as if trying to discern his features, and then asked another question. Are you Zerg? Upon hearing this question, the envoy seemed to trigger a fatal keyword and began to shake his head desperately. No, I'm not. Jensen nodded. As the envoy visibly relaxed, he uttered a terrifying phrase. Skin him. No. Let me go. My lord. Your Highness. I'm an envoy. Wilder, receiving the order, directly pinned down the struggling man in his hands and cleanly twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack. Suddenly, the entire corridor fell silent. Another envoy who had witnessed the whole process stood there dumbfounded. Upon closer inspection, one could see his body trembling. Yet he dared not make a sound, seemingly afraid of attracting the devil's attention. After easily killing the man, Wilder remembered the prince's instructions. He pulled out a small dagger that glowed blue from his ankle, adjusted the angle with the light, recalled Cosima's words in the hall, moved the dagger from the back to the chest, and then looked up to confirm with Jensen. Seeing the prince nod slightly at him, he slowly plunged the blade into the flesh. The entire process was both slow and fast. Wilder's blade was slow and precise, but he required very little time. Wasting no unnecessary movements. A pool of blood spread out on the ground. The blood soaked through, and Wilder, who had done the deed, was no exception. After finishing the dissection of the upper body, they still did not see the familiar Zerg structure. Receiving Jensen's signal, Wilder stopped, pulled out a piece of irregular fabric that couldn't even be called a handkerchief, more like something hastily torn from a piece of material. But one had to admit, it absorbed well and was at least able to clean the blood off his hands. What about you? Are you Zerg? The devil's gaze ultimately fell on the other envoy. The remaining envoy, under Dorothy's watchful eye, barely suppressed the urge to turn and flee as Jensen's questioning fell upon him. When he spoke, he realized his voice was trembling severely. My lord, I really not me. Jensen nodded as usual, but this time the envoy no longer novelly thought this was a pardon for him. Skin him too, Jensen said flatly. The envoy immediately knelt down. His pleas mingled with Dorothy's calm voice. Your Highness, are you not considering ending the civil war? Based on the orders Jensen had consistently given, Dorothy made a rough guess, but could only surmise that Cosima was missing and that this matter was related to Powell, who had suddenly appeared on Raskin. The former had been confirmed through Jensen's series of actions. After all, if it weren't for Cosima's disappearance, Jensen wouldn't have acted so violently without specifying an enemy. Nor would he have questioned the envoy in front of Cosima's residence. Moreover, this was no longer mere questioning. It was torture. Although today's soundproofing measures had developed quite maturely, there was no guarantee that Cosima wouldn't suddenly come out of the room. Additionally, if he hadn't lost a certain level of rationality, Dorothy didn't think Jensen would choose to act in such a manner on Cosima's territory. However, whether it was Cosima or Powell, Dorothy did not believe there was any connection to the envoy, even though Cosima had once said that one of these two envoys had the ability to mimic. At that time, Cosima was not only in a state of mental turmoil, but still needed treatment. Even the extra examinations conducted then showed that the two envoys had no abnormalities. At this moment, Jensen's behavior seemed more like venting frustration or had completely set aside the matter of the Civil War. For Dorothy, this absurd civil war had taken the lives of many Aryan warriors, On this premise, they were still dismissing Zerg hybrid warriors, making the end of this war even more urgent. This is an order. Jensen stared expressionlessly at Dorothy. This silent confrontation had little significance for the two individuals with imbalanced identities. Wilder glanced at the silent Dorothy, then at the cold-faced prince, and consciously prepared to take the pleading envoy from Dorothy's hands. The sweating envoy, seeing the situation was dire and seemingly out of options, quickly turned his slightly bulging pupils. In the moment Wilder took over, he suddenly pressed down, trying to rush through the gap between Wilder and Dorothy. However, this feeble struggle was subdued by the quick-witted duo in less than 2 seconds. Dorothy silently moved her foot away from the fainting envoy, while Wilder released his fist, grabbing the envoy's messy collar and pulling him back. Jensen watched coldly throughout, showing no intention of intervening. Wilder, following his previous actions, pressed the glowing blue dagger against the envoy's chest, slowly applying pressure. Wilder's hand remained steady, his calm gaze following the flesh as it split open, ensuring that the briefly unconscious envoy wouldn't wake and struggle due to the pain, his hand firmly restraining the envoy's arms. Chapter 95. Breakthrough. Dorothy closed her eyes beside her, not to avoid the potentially bloody scenes that might unfold next, but because she felt troubled by the likely total collapse of the negotiations that would follow. She was trying to view tonight's absurd situation as calmly as possible. She wouldn't naively think that Jansen specifically sent her here because he was worried that Wilder couldn't handle these two incompetent envoys. In fact, she could already guess the situation she was about to face. A temporary suspension would be the relatively ideal way to handle it, considering that the traitor Powell was someone she had personally recommended. The worst scenario was that she might also have to consider her own severance conditions and the new forces she would work with in the future. But more than her own future, Dorothy was more concerned about the ensuing civil war that would be forced to continue. Perhaps she would witness the demise of two internal factions. Your Highness, Wilder, who had been silently working from beginning to end, suddenly spoke up. But before he could fully straighten up, a dark shadow leaped out, its sharp jaws shining black under the light, biting towards the defenseless Wilder. Clang! Wilder quickly raised his arm, the blue glowing dagger pressing against the upper jaw of the creature, but he couldn't withstand the sharpness of the lower shark teeth, which pierced through the muscle of his arm in that instant. Silently, he raised his other hand, pulling down on the creature's lower jaw while applying upward force with the hand holding the dagger, seemingly not feeling the pain from the bloody wound on his arm. Wilder forcefully tore the creature's mouth open. Amid the creature's muffled scream, the crisp sound of breaking was unusually clear. In just a few seconds, Wilder had personally removed the lower jaw of Esther, who had shed her outer skin to reveal her true identity. Esther struggled to shake her head, splattering the blood from the shark teeth everywhere, but she could never escape Wilder's grasp. Her lower jaw had completely fallen off, nearly torn back to her occiput. What's going on? Dorothy took a shocked step forward. Everything happened too quickly. If this envoy was indeed an Esther, then that kick just now was absolutely not enough to knock her out. Considering that the other party was Donu, Dorothy had temporarily held back her strength to avoid kicking her to death, but she never expected that this Donu was truly Esther, who would take the opportunity to pretend to faint, clearly trying to launch a sneak attack while Wilder was unguarded. And Esther had actually infiltrated a territory full of Aerie. Thinking of this truth, Dorothy couldn't help but feel her heart race. The personnel who put Esther into the inspection on Laskin, Terrence, who was responsible for conducting secondary gene tests on these two envoys, a series of personnel accounting, confirming potential casualties and accountability issues afterward flashed through her mind in an instant. Speak. Is Powell one of you? Jansen moved closer, gripping Esther's neck, and Wilder then let go, watching as she was lifted off the ground by Jansen. The scruffy outer skin had been stripped away, and Esther's body stretched out, only a head shorter than Jansen. It seemed Esther had indeed put a lot of effort into selecting suitable mimicry personnel. It's worth noting that pure-blood Esther is significantly taller than Aerie, and some, after repeated shedding, can reach the height of standard mechs. Perhaps Esther's mimicry ability was also enhanced by their shedding instincts. The Esther, in stark contrast to her earlier timid demeanor, was clearly in an excited state from the high-quality blood she had ingested, temporarily casting aside her fear of death. Speak. Understanding the instinctive reaction brought on by Esther's inferior genes, Jansen directly threw Esther to the ground, stepping on her collarbone to bring her pain back to her senses. Hoo-foof. Another crisp sound brought forth painful gasps from her. Pure blood Esther's hands were covered in rough, stiff fur, and each sharp nail extended from her fingers could easily gouge out the soft abdomen of other alien creatures to lick and taste their bloody, delicious innards. Unfortunately, this group of other alien creatures did not include the mentally powerful Aerie. Esther clawed painfully at Jansen's foot, but could only scratch against the instant transformed mech shell, producing a harsh sound without being able to budge him. Tell me, was Powell instructed by you? Jansen pressed down harder with his foot, causing Esther's bulging eyes to redden and swell, as if they were about to burst from the pain. He succeeded, his mother would reward him, make him a serum. Delicious Cosima. Esther's words became muffled due to the detachment of her jaw. But even in pain, she maintained an excited state, clearly trapped in the hallucinatory side effects brought on by absorbing the power of blood. Although this could maximize the inherent strength of the bug species, in the presence of 3 Aerie, she was destined to be unable to turn the tables. Hearing Esther's last jarring words, Jansen couldn't contain his anger and broke her other collarbone. Ugh, where did you take Cosima? Huh, my lord. Kill Erica? Kill one life for another. Jansen vaguely heard what the other party said, desperately suppressing his urge to kill her. Tell me, where did you take Cosima? Jansen's deep voice carried his suppressed rage. Esther, pinned to the ground, briefly broke free from the excited hallucination, gasping for breath, struggling more violently to show her resistance. But before Jansen could take the next action, the struggling Esther suddenly went stiff, her slightly bulging eyes narrowing into tiny dots, her originally unclear tone becoming clear. Jansen felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, realizing it was a sound coming from within her chest. The Aerie present were all focused and listening intently. That was a series of numbers. Your Highness, it seems to be a coordinate. Upon hearing this series of numbers, Dorothy immediately began to calculate the location, feeling a familiar sensation. Jansen glanced down at Esther, who repeatedly echoed the numbers, slowly lifting his foot. Each Aerie naturally knew as much as possible about their enemy. And at least the Aerie here clearly understood that this Esther had been controlled by the so-called mother bug and would perhaps become a pawn in the next moment. A pawn attempting to devour its own. Chapter 96, Suspension, Your Highness, is the Jexi White Dwarf. Dorothy's response came just before Esther's last words fell silent. Come on, bring your sincerity. As soon as Esther finished speaking, his pupils, which had shrunk to the size of a pinprick, suddenly dilated again. His dazed expression accompanied by heavy gasping sounds from his throat, as if he were about to suffocate. But just a few seconds later, the unshackled Esther suddenly disregarded everything and shoved his hands into his mouth, though his jaw had already dislocated, making it impossible for him to tear flesh off successfully. Even so, when Jansen lifted his arms, Esther's upper fangs were still stained with fresh blood. Esther continued to struggle, but now completely devoid of rationality. He instinctively did not want to escape, but rather to swallow everything that had happened recently. Put him in the Kishi corner tower. Get him back to rationality as soon as possible, and don't let him die easily. Jansen quickly removed Esther's arms, but it still wasn't secure. The insect race mostly possesses a strange mental connection among themselves. They can communicate over short or long distances without the need for terminals or extra communication devices. Among them, their connection with the mother insect is even deeper. However, as an insect that had been briefly controlled by the mother insect, more often than not, the outcome is losing rationality and blindly devouring everything, including themselves, due to excessive energy consumption. Each planet under Jansen's command has a specialized prison to control the insect race, and the Kishi Corner Tower is one of them, equipped with a mature, shackling device designed specifically for pureblood insects, which can at least ensure that they won't eat themselves in the absence of supervision after losing rationality. After handing Esther over to Wilder, Jansen specifically reminded him. Although there had been some breakthroughs in the situation, until he saw the taken Zilu, any clue was worth keeping under supervision. Yes, I will arrange it right now. Wilder took over the struggling Esther, who was still trying to bite them. From Esther's mouth, he also guessed the general direction of events, and, knowing the urgency of time, he hurriedly left with Esther after receiving the order. Of course, it must be admitted that Wilder had more or less guessed the military crisis that Dorothy was about to face, and in order to avoid future awkward encounters, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Your Highness, I was not aware of Powell's situation beforehand, but I will actively submit a military inspection application later. Can you give me a chance to make amends now? Watching Wilder quickly disappear into the fast passage, Dorothy steeled herself to speak. After all, she knew that if she did not take the initiative to speak, once Jansen issued the order, there would be no chance to turn things around. Make amends? Can you find Powell? Jansen's words made Dorothy fall silent. The moment Powell's name was mentioned, she had already checked on her terminal, only to find that Powell's terminal ID had been deactivated several hours ago. This situation generally occurs only after the user has died. If Jansen had not considered Zilu's safety and added a large number of surveillance devices in Rasquin, the moment she arrived, it was likely that there would have been no opportunity to capture the scene of Powell leaving with Cosima. Everyone might have truly thought he was dead. Dorothy also tried to trace his coordinates through his bound special mech, but realized that Powell was well prepared. Before coming to Rasquin, he had unbound his spirit from the special mech under the pretext of mental ocean damage and the need for repairs, and that special mech was still on Bartstar, waiting in line for maintenance. Dorothy couldn't understand what conditions the insect race had provided Powell to make him abandon the special mech. After all, for most warriors with spiritually bound special mechs, the special mech is like another self. They not only gain combat power from the special mech, but the long-term spiritual binding also deepens their bond with it infinitely. Even Jansen, after unbinding from the Dream Eater network, did not consider replacing it, but instead immediately tried to control it through a third-party system. Since you can't, wait until you try to make amends again through the military court's judgment. Leopold, Dorothy, from today on, you are officially suspended. Until further notice, all your permissions will be blocked. After Jansen stated his decision, he turned and left. Although the matter was still unclear, at least there were clues. Jansen would not miss any possibility, no matter how small. Just like tonight's series of actions, it finally allowed him to grasp the thread. Esther's arrogant words made Jansen's heart feel like it was being burned by fire. Filled with panic over Zilu's current situation and hatred for all potential enemies, he couldn't wait to unleash this overwhelming rage on that disgusting insect race. For this, he thought of a perfect partner. Dorothy, left behind, sighed helplessly. She had originally thought that Jansen would be the last royal power she served, but now it seemed that there would be more twists in this matter. But at least one thing she could be sure of was that she would never allow herself to perish in silence. Dorothy would rather burn out in the flames of war than rot in an unnoticed corner away from the center of power. The moment Jansen issued the order, countless unilateral mandatory notifications and prohibitions popped up on her terminal device. Dorothy stood still, watching as a housekeeping robot peeked out from a corner of the passage, cautiously approaching, scanning her several times, and confirming she was just standing there with no extra orders before it pretended to be distressed, extending its mechanical arm to carefully measure the pool of blood on the ground and the corpse sprawled over it, finally arriving at a solution. Its tall form morphed into a cart-like shape, extending a support to move the corpse onto the cart before slowly retreating back to the corner, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Watching this long line of bloody footprints extend outward, Dorothy gently shook her head. It seemed there was still work to do. She did not continue watching as her feet, wrapped in military boots, finally moved, heading alone to the review meeting room before the review team could forcibly isolate her. Of course, there was another more vivid and fitting nickname for it: prison. Jansen, I must admit that there was indeed negligence on my part regarding this matter. However, the subsequent handling of events also has a part of your responsibility. Of course, I would be happy to take some time the next couple of days to work with you on this matter. I look forward to your reply. Erica's message did not keep Jansen waiting long. However, Jansen did not yet know that Erica's help this time would completely change the current war situation. Chapter 97. Membrane. At first, there was a thick, stirring sound, followed by the sharp sound of a cutting tool scraping. Clack, clack. The dense noise kept ringing in Zilu's ears. She stirred restlessly in her sleep, but felt weak all over, as if her body were wrapped in a swamp. With a vague sense of breathlessness, she frowned in pain, repeatedly trying to lift her head above the water in her dream. Gurgle. The pain from her breathlessness caused Zilu to open her mouth in her sleep, and in an instant, a sweet, nauseating liquid rushed into her mouth. She shook her head, tried to escape this torment, but it was futile. Finally, she managed to break free from the sticky, slippery dream. When Zilu opened her eyes, a large, blurry field came into view. She blinked hazily, and the sounds that seemed to be separated by a barrier became relatively clearer. Clack, clack. Looking through this layer of blurry vision, she saw clusters of black objects occasionally pressing together, unable to distinguish whether she was in a dream or reality. Gradually, she regained control of her limbs. The increasingly obvious sensation of suffocation made her struggle. Her hands and feet touched a layer of elastic, extremely soft barrier. As she struggled, she realized she seemed to be trapped inside a sphere, which was alive and stretching with her movements, causing the liquid inside to sway with every breath. The liquid sloshing back and forth with the sphere's breathing, intensifying with her struggles. In a moment, Zilu felt the entire soft sphere roll slightly to the side. Clack, clack. The strange noise grew louder and denser. Zilu squinted to see, just in time to catch the clusters of objects outside, shifting with the movement of the sphere. What are those things? Where am I? Zilu's heart raced faster. A strong sixth sense screaming for her to escape, but her movements grew weaker due to the breathlessness. Help! Zilu silently opened her mouth. Her throat was filled with a fishy sweet taste, and she couldn't make a sound in this swaying liquid. She couldn't tell whether this inexplicable fear was suppressing her voice or if there was something wrong with her throat. Her sluggish brain gradually began to break free from the obscuring mist of fear and pain, and Zilu slowly opened her eyes wide, recalling everything that had happened before she lost consciousness. It was Powell. Powell said he was sorry. No. What was he trying to do? Zilu took a deep breath of thin oxygen as much as she could. At that moment, she noticed that the upper part of her face seemed to be pressed against some strange membrane, and the oxygen was coming from it. She touched her face, carefully feeling this strange tissue, but the suffocating fear made her choose to temporarily ignore this tissue sticking to her face and instead began to scratch at the outer layer of the membrane wrapping around her in the unknown liquid. However, this layer of membrane kept changing shape with her movements, making it almost impossible to break through from the inside. Buzz! Zilu heard a faint, piercing buzzing sound through the membrane. In her blurred vision, the clusters of irregularly shaped black objects began to move, dispersing in all directions. Zilu turned in the murky, viscous liquid, watching the black objects surrounding her completely disappear under the buzzing sound. Gurgle. Zilu felt she had swallowed several mouthfuls of the fishy sweet liquid again. Her eyes ached and felt gritty, but the clear tears mixed into the murky liquid and disappeared in an instant. It is here, in the distance. Zilu vaguely heard a series of strange languages she had never heard before, the end of the words carrying a peculiar tremor. She thought out of place. Luckily, the system hadn't taken back this translator. Her struggles gradually weakened. Zilu floated in this unknown liquid, watching another shadow approach. After intense struggling, her position unconsciously turned upside down. At that moment, her gaze gradually became unfocused, and looking at the shadow in this strange position led her to have a vague guess about the true identity of this thing. Screech. It sounded like nails scraping against a blackboard. Zilu looked up, and it was a part of the shadow in front of her extending out. Because that part was close to the membrane, Zilu gradually saw the true appearance of the object moving above. It looked like a dagger covered in black fur. Zilu's heartbeat quickened. She felt her recently cleared mind turning back into mush. Her back chilled, and a strong intuition intensified her panic. Be careful. Gurgle. After repeatedly scraping against the membrane, a crack finally appeared at a certain moment. The unknown liquid inside surged out, rapidly enlarging the gap. Zilu felt a rush of oxygen flooding in, causing her to instinctively take a deep breath, but in the next second, she choked on the mixture of air and liquid, the itch in her throat and the pain in her nose causing her to cough uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision as the deflated membrane drooped down towards Zilu. She struggled to turn over, pressing herself against the ground, but after a violent coughing fit, the fishy sweet taste surged to her throat, making her unable to hold back her vomiting. She expelled several chunks of viscous liquid from her mouth, sending goosebumps all over Zilu's body, wishing she could continue to vomit endlessly. However, a strong sense of unease made her quickly wipe her face and cautiously pull away the membrane covering her. So this is Cosima. The strange, trembling voice was now very close to her. But that wasn't what terrified Zilu the most. As her vision cleared, she saw the appearance of the creature that was speaking. Whether it was the imposing height of nearly 2 or 3 meters, the bulging eyes, the exposed mouthparts, the transparent wings emitting a faint buzzing sound, or the shiny exoskeleton, each detail was enough to make Zilu scream in fear. But what terrified her even more was the sight of countless creatures, all similar to enlarged insects, standing on the steep rocks. Their variously shaped compound eyes fixated on Zilu's position. In almost an instant, Zilu understood what the irregular black object standing in front of the membrane was. Overwhelming fear blocked her throat like an invisible object, rendering her voiceless. The recent violent coughing and vomiting had left her throat feeling like it had been sanded. And Zilu slightly opened her mouth, but could only helplessly gasp for air. At that moment, she began to tremble slightly, but in this situation, even Zilu herself couldn't tell whether it was the coldness of this cave-like dark space or the manifestations of fear and pain that were causing it. Chapter 98. Click Zilu. A familiar face emerged from behind the shiny shell, looking at Powell's obviously guilt-ridden face. A surge of nameless anger and disgust welled up inside her. She clenched her hand into a fist, grasping the thin membrane that lay on the ground. Maintaining her expression alone took a lot of effort. Is she okay? Is this egg fine? Powell carefully observed her expression, seeing her just blankly staring at them, and couldn't help but feel worried. This is the best batch of eggs we have here. There can't be a problem. Hey, stand up. The beetle's elytra folded into its smooth shell as it extended a black-furred limb to pull the sitting Zilu up. Startled, she recoiled, dragging her weak hands and feet back, and just when she thought she would be caught, Powell stepped in to block it. Don't do that. Cosima will die from severe stress. Click, click. Powell's words echoed in the spacious oval space. The echoes mixed with the fragmented sounds Zilu had heard inside the sphere. Following the sounds, she turned to look and discovered it was the sound of the insect people's mouth parts opening and closing. The approach of the beetle seemed to excite this group of insect people. From the rhythmic clicking, Zilu strangely sensed some of their emotions, which only intensified her own fear. Clearly, she had left that sphere, wiped away the unknown organism on her face, and should be able to breathe normally now. But looking at the dense crowd of insect people and sensing the emotions they conveyed made her inexplicably feel her heart race, disrupting her breathing. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Powell squatted down, looking at the retreating Zilu, his voice softening. I won't let them hurt you. Don't be afraid. Zilu exerted great effort to suppress the anger she wanted to pour out at Powell, given the unclear situation and the overwhelming number of opponents. She dared not provoke them at this critical moment. It's okay. Zilu reassured herself. At least Powell's lower demeanor indicated that they didn't want to harm her for now. What do you want to do? Zilu's voice came out hoarsely, trembling oddly as she forced it from her throat. Powell's eyes widened in surprise, and the beetle behind him excitedly pushed forward. What is she saying? She speaks insect language. Zilu gritted her teeth, realizing that the sounds made by the surrounding insects and Powell's hybrid identity were affecting the translator's switch. But the words had already escaped her lips. She pressed hard against the ground, ready to use the leverage to get up. She hadn't had the time or energy to carefully examine her surroundings. Her gaze remained fixed on Powell and the beetle in front of her, worried they might attack at any moment. Click, click, buzz. The beetle's words clearly heightened the excitement and curiosity of the surrounding insects. The movements of one or two insects might go unnoticed, but the tremors from dozens or hundreds of insects spreading their wings were enough to capture Zilu's attention. Finally, her gaze shifted away from the two adversaries in front of her. Zilu quickly scanned her surroundings and saw many insects leaving their positions, hovering in the air, their compound eyes fixed intently on her, as if they might rush over at any second. She instinctively looked up to find the light source in the dim space. In this oval-shaped stone cave, the depths below were unfathomable, and the structure inside was obscured by the light. However, she could see some rays of light streaming down from above. Perhaps that was the exit, but as she raised her gaze, she saw the terrain narrowing and the crowd of insect people thickening, and she had almost no confidence that she could safely rush up alone. That's enough. Be honest. Bulk. If I tell the insect mother, I don't think you'll have a good outcome either. Powell tried to restrain the excited beetle again, stopping its repeated approach, but faced fierce resistance. Just in terms of physical ability, there is a significant difference between the insect hybrid and the pureblood, and Powell almost couldn't hold him down several times, let alone notice that Zilu, whom he was protecting, had already begun plotting her escape route. Hearing the term insect mother, the beetle bulk paused in its movements, opened its mouth, and extended its long tongue to sense the information in the air. It chuckled and obediently stopped moving. Powell watched him for a moment, then cautiously released his hand. The beetle pushed him slightly, and they finally separated. I'll be honest, but you need to quickly bring the mother's words back, otherwise. Bulk paused, looking at Cosima, who was curled up on the ground, but still watching them warily, and chuckled again, not finishing his sentence. Powell's expression remained grim. He shot Bulk a cold glance, gathered his expression, and then turned back to the ground where Cosima was. I'm sorry for bringing you here. Powell felt a nearly uncontainable surprise and curiosity about Zilu being able to speak insect language, but sensing Bulk's predatory gaze behind him, he chose to focus on the most urgent matter at hand. I know your condition isn't good right now. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you couldn't come into contact with lance powder. I just want to take you away safely, but I didn't expect to almost stop your heartbeat. Powell paused repeatedly, fearing he himself realized his words were full of hypocrisy, but he still steeled himself to continue. You don't have to be disgusted by this insect egg. It was laid by the insect tribe Priscilla. Although the experience may not be as good as a medical pod, at least its healing ability is decent. Powell forced a smile, but seeing Zilu still looking at him with a guarded, expressionless gaze, his smile gradually faltered. Just tell me directly, what did you bring me here for? Powell's image had long since twisted and deformed in Zilu's mind. His seemingly honest demeanor had been replaced by the epitome of a hypocritical villain. Zilu had no extra mood to listen to his insincere attempts to ease the tense atmosphere between them and his feigned concern for her mental state, especially given the terrifying gaze of so many insects upon them. Although she did not want to provoke him in this situation, she ultimately could not cooperate with Powell. Her smile had long been sealed away by fear, unease, and anger. Chapter 99. Purpose. I'm really sorry, but I just can't take it anymore. Perhaps you remember that I am a hybrid of the Zerg. Powell squatted down, opened his mouth to Zilu, allowing her to see the dense teeth inside his oral cavity and the second tongue that extended from his upper jaw. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a tongue. It looked more like a round, flesh-colored straw. At the behest of its master, it extended its short body, capturing the pheromones emitted by its kind in the air, filled with a strong sense of brutality. Powell closed his mouth, watching as Zilu's pale face lost the last bit of color. For us hybrids of the Zerg, we still retain many characteristics of the Zerg, including the psychic connection with the Zerg mother. Saying this might confuse you a bit, but please bear with me one more time. I will do my best to help you understand what is happening. Powell paused for a moment, seemingly pondering how to phrase it more appropriately. Although I also possess this psychic connection, I have never considered it to be a big issue. Strictly speaking, the Zerg mother is not my biological mother. In an abstract sense, she is more like the mother of all Zerg. This may sound a bit convoluted, and Jansen looked at Zilu with a furrowed brow, as if he was genuinely trying to understand what Powell was saying. However, a few days ago, my perception of this was completely overturned. The psychic connection with the Zerg Mother is unilateral. I cannot control it. At this point, Powell's emotions clearly became agitated. The Zerg Mother can control me through this psychic connection. Hearing this, Zilu inexplicably got goosebumps. She watched as the bloodshot eyes of Powell widened, and his mental state was indeed quite off. She waited for Powell to unfold the next event, but found that, after pausing, he directly skipped over that part and changed the subject. I have made many mistakes, Zilu, but this is something I cannot control. I have always tried to infiltrate the power structure of Barthstar. I know that His Highness Jansen would choose to look the other way to allow me to take better care of you, and the facts have proven this. However, I never thought that this would lead to the destruction of Barthstar. I did not intend for this to happen, but I must stop its demise. Powell closed his eyes, controlling the emotions that were about to spill out, and stated the crux of the matter. The Zerg Mother demands that I bring you to her. She knows your importance to His Highness Jansen, and before the impending doom arrives, we must try all possibilities. Zilu, we need you to persuade His Highness to stop the impending war. Upon hearing this, Zilu's first reaction was one of absurdity. Not to mention that she had never heard or seen any information about a war between the Zerg and Aerie. Just the fact that Powell and the others wanted to rely on her words to resolve a war was enough to make her feel dizzy. How could she possibly stop a war? You are overthinking it. Aerie has no intention of going to war with the Zerg at all. Although deep down, Zilu did not believe she had such powerful strength to stop a war that currently seemed non-existent, facing this group of predators. She was not foolish enough to reveal her weaknesses. After all, even Powell was a traitor. Who else here could be trusted? If these Zerg really realized she was of no use, she might be the next meal for one of them. Just a short while ago, she had searched for fresh knowledge about Esther, which still vividly lingered in her mind. Don't try to confuse us. Our dispatch troops have already seen Erica's red flag. Bark, who had been standing by and listening, rebutted. Zilu looked at the fierce expression on his face, reading the arrogance written all over it, and for a moment didn't know how to respond. Powell frowned and shook his head at Bark, watched him disdainfully turn away, then turned back to Zilu and said earnestly, I know that His Highness Jansen currently has no intention of going to war with the Zerg, but have you seen Her Majesty Erica? Zilu did not indicate whether she knew or did not know, but Powell, seeing her expression, chose to continue. Her Majesty Erica is His Highness Jansen's mother and one of the previous generation's rulers. She is a staunch anti-Zerg faction member. After leaving the Clark system, she continued to uphold her anti-Zerg policies. She managed multiple planets in the Ackman system, and without exception, all Zerg bloodlines existing there were exterminated. And now, she has returned. Zilu, regardless of her purpose for returning, she will not let the Zerg go, and the Clark system is home to all Zerg nests. Powell cut off Bark, who was about to voice his complaints. I will not tell her the location of the nests. Bark glared at him with a dark expression, seemingly not trusting Powell's words at all. Powell didn't care. He continued. The Zerg Mother originally wanted to develop the Zerg bloodlines in the Ackman system, but Her Majesty Erica's obstruction thwarted this plan. The Zerg forces have already suffered significant damage. We cannot endure further slaughter. As Powell said this, he suddenly adopted a sorrowful demeanor. The gaze he directed at Zilu was gentle yet mournful, which inexplicably made her feel even more panic. She sensed an increasingly strong sense of incongruity from Powell's later demeanor and actions. It was as if she were seeing another stranger through Powell. We need you, Zilu. At present, you seem to be our only glimmer of hope. Erica's red flag has already been raised in many regions of the Clark system. We have little time left. Please forgive our abruptness. Come, child, come with us. We will provide for you properly. Powell extended his hand toward Zilu. In the face of such Powell, even a nearby beetle Bark's attitude inexplicably softened. Zilu stood frozen, suddenly realizing that the clicking sound that had been the background to Powell's words had stopped. She hurriedly looked around and saw that the Zerg people perched on the cliffs had quietly crouched down. She could only infer their state through the dimly glowing pupils. They had become humble and submissive, fearing to disturb another soul that existed here. You, Zilu wanted to ask who the soul lurking within Powell was but could not voice it. Powell met her gaze and strangely raised the corners of his mouth, forcing out a distorted smile. His hand remained outstretched, waiting for Zilu's response. Chapter 100 Beneficiary. The scene now can be described as bizarre. In the Hall of Raskin, at the gathering point of the original team, three eye-catching characters appeared. Adam and Erica stood on either side of Jansen, while on the opposite side of everyone, there was a large virtual screen displaying Correlate, whom they had been loathing and wishing to devour for days. Correlate's face was devoid of color, half-wrapped in a structural chair, and his tight-fitting clothes outlined his emaciated figure. Under the gaze of such a large crowd, Correlate remained unfazed, still directing his contemptuous gaze towards the person in the main seat. This is the situation. I did send envoys, but those two were registered Donu, not some insectoid. If you want to use this to smear my reputation, then I suppose I have the right to question whether this is all part of your conspiracy. If you want to convict me based on this matter, let that Esther wear leather before me first. After Correlate finished speaking, he sneered disdainfully, as if he truly considered all this to be a crude frame-up. However, for Correlate, from the moment he decided to seize power, he ceased to care about his nebulous reputation. The mud thrown at him could not harm him at all. Well, it seems there might be a misunderstanding. Erica spoke with a smile. Upon encountering Erica, Correlate instead lowered his gaze, and his previously arrogant demeanor visibly subdued. It seemed that anyone who had experienced the early development of Aerie would not want to face Erica, the decisive and formidable ruler, directly. It appears both sides still have sufficient willingness to facilitate cooperation. Erica, maintaining her smile, glanced at the two opposing figures. Seeing Jansen's dark expression but no immediate rebuttal to her words, she continued calmly. In that case, let us not waste time. I believe this is no longer just a simple kidnapping incident involving Cosima. Since the insectoids dared to act during this negotiation, it proves that their influence has infiltrated Aerie. Moreover, they have intentions to disrupt the negotiations and provoke Aerie. If we continue to confront each other, it will only allow the insectoids to achieve their goals. Erica lightly tapped her hand on the armrest. Adam, who had been silent, immediately noticed her subtle action. In the past, someone would usually end up unfortunate at this moment. So Adam averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Allowing these insects to eat away at Aerie's power was clearly unacceptable. Since both sides are inclined to negotiate, it will be better to eliminate this third-party force attempting to seize power first. I am willing to contribute 20% of our combat resources to support both your forces. This matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. I think it's best to act before the flame of Cosima's life is extinguished. Erica paused for a moment. Let us do it tonight. I believe 3 hours should be ample preparation time for both of you seasoned leaders. Correlate, since your health is compromised, you don't need to appear. Just ensure that the supplies and personnel on the list are ready. I will have Adam work a bit harder to take on this responsibility for you. Erica ignored Correlate's ashen face and turned to Adam, who was looking back at her expressionlessly and smiled. Adam, remember to check on the preparation progress of supplies and personnel every hour. If Correlate needs anything, don't hesitate to help a comrade. Understood. Erica's words were both gentle and clear. However, everyone present knew she was making it clear to Correlate not to try any tricks during the preparation phase. If Correlate dared to delay or withhold resources, before Erica could take action, Adam would likely step in first. Adam remained silent for 2 seconds, enduring the pressure of Correlate's intense gaze before responding. Correlate, do you have any objections to this arrangement? Only at the end did Erica turn to Correlate to seek his opinion. But it was obvious that Correlate had already picked up on her underlying message, yet he still had to choose to concede. In the past, Erica had already expanded a vast territory with equal resources. Moreover, now she possessed a wealth of unheard-of technological weapons. Although Correlate had doubted whether all the information about her was disseminated by Erica herself, regardless, he did not want Jansen to ultimately have the opportunity to cooperate with Erica. If they turned their guns on him together, Correlate couldn't be sure how long he could hold out. His silence clearly represented submission, but Erica still smiled at him, seemingly waiting for his explicit reply. No, I have no objections. This was probably the most humiliating meeting for Olade since he took power. But he still had to grit his teeth and respond. That's good. Since the matter has been settled, let us adjourn. See you in 3 hours. Erica concluded with a decisive tone, finally bidding farewell to the assembled leaders in a friendly manner. However, surely no one here truly believed she was part of the friendly faction. The virtual screen was first turned off by Olade on the other end. The leaders below looked at each other, then glanced up at the three sitting above, seemingly unsure if they could leave. What? Do I need to personally ask each of you to go back and prepare? Erica leaned back against the armrest with her left hand. Her words soft, yet prompting the assembled leaders to decline and disperse like birds and beasts. The hall quickly returned to calm, leaving only the three Aerie sitting in place. Speak. Erica's smile faded as she looked at Jansen. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Jansen finally moved slightly, although he appeared both silent and gloomy. The flickering light in his golden eyes revealed the turmoil within him. Was this all part of your plan? To suppress the insectoids, allowing them to find opportunities to act from within, starting with the negotiations, because you know that as long as you are here, both sides will ultimately take a step back and reach the consensus you desire. Jansen was clearly suppressing his anger and unspeakable sorrow. The disappearance of Zilu had only happened a few hours ago, but to him, it felt like a long and torturous century. Now, although there had been progress in the situation, it was far from an ideal outcome. His mind had not stopped for a moment. From repeatedly chewing over the event that had set his insides ablaze, to grasping a fragment of memory that had inadvertently floated up in his mind. He suddenly realized that the biggest beneficiary of this situation was none other than Erica, who had always regarded the insectoids as targets for elimination. Chapter 101 Calculation. The joy that Jansen felt upon reuniting with his mother had long been shattered by the unassailable reality. Since Olade unexpectedly proposed peace talks, things had already been shrouded in an unclear veil. It was likely that from that moment on, events began to unfold according to Erica's anticipated trajectory. It wouldn't be entirely inaccurate to say so. Erica did not seem to be affected by Jansen's emotions, but upon seeing his gaze turn to one of disgust, she paused briefly before continuing. Jansen, I believe you must have realized that the toll of civil war is not rational. In the context of a third-party force maturing and attempting to expand outward, the internal strife within Aerie will only lead to the destruction of all. After saying this, Erica seemed to realize that her words were somewhat superficial, and she thought for a moment before speaking again, just before Jansen might leave. Your time in power is still short. I don't know if you have any impression of Project Number 2. Erica, having said this, did not wait for Jansen's response. It was a project about time. We once tried to go back to the past or glimpse into the future. This project was shut down after many years without results. But after I left the Clark system, I continued this project. Erica's gaze shifted away from Jansen, looking into the distance. Although it hasn't progressed smoothly, at least we have gained the corresponding calculation abilities, aiming to enhance the accuracy of our predictions to glimpse into the future. Jansen, I must say that Cosima's unexpected appearance was not part of my plan. She shouldn't even have existed in this future. Erica seemed somewhat troubled by this sudden unknown variable. I have been wary of the Zerg for a long time. Their terrifying reproductive ability, the absence of emotional connections in their genes, and their rulers who seek to devour everything make me uneasy. Originally, after leaving the Clark system, I had temporarily set aside the existence of the Zerg. But in less than 2 years, I encountered their traces again. Jansen, they are expanding outward at an astonishing speed. If this continues, the most delicious Aerie will likely become their primary target after they grow stronger. At this point, Erica finally pulled her gaze back from her memories. In the Ackman system, I have done my best to suppress their expansion, but countless calculations have yielded the same result. My efforts are far from enough, as long as their nests remain undamaged. The regime that coexists in the same star system, yet never regarded them, will ultimately be devoured, and the next one will be the Ackman system, which is closest to you. By then, even the Ackman system may not be able to withstand this massive racial force. Erica looked at the silent Jansen, and behind him, Adam, who was equally silent, keenly sensed her gaze but chose to look away, not participating in their confrontation. I admit that the current trend of events is indeed what I expected, but I fear I cannot control the direction of everything. Cosima's initial appearance was already beyond my control, and the subsequent unexpected events were also my oversight. I did not anticipate that the Zerg's brain development was still so incomplete. Erica truly could not understand how kidnapping someone else's lover could help the current situation with the Zerg. However, perhaps precisely because of the Zerg's irrational decision-maker, Erica did not expend much effort to facilitate their initial decisions. Whether it was successfully eliminating Zerg hybrids within the military or facing backlash from the internal Zerg forces and causing infighting, all of it would benefit Erica in her subsequent efforts to end the civil war and eradicate the Zerg. For this matter, I do bear some responsibility. In the future cooperation, I will do my best to rectify this mistake. Jansen did not respond much. He listened in silence and then stood up to leave. Adam watched Jansen's figure disappear outside the hall, then glanced at Erica, who showed no emotional fluctuation, furrowing his brows, his thoughts drifting as he wrapped all his emotions inside. "Your Highness, Esther has regained her senses. Do you want to see her now?" Jansen had just returned to his room, preparing to check on the military deployment, when he received a notification from his subordinate. He did not hesitate and hurried to the Kerr's corner tower. Esther's place of confinement was not at the nearly sky-touching top of the tower, but rather deep underground at the base. Bright white lights illuminated the cramped room, making it look starkly pale. Jansen scanned the area and soon spotted Esther in the corner. It was a long, narrow container, likely too small for even Mon's slaves to fit through the tiny opening. Esther was stuck inside, with only her head protruding. To prevent Esther from biting her own tongue, a specially designed anti-bite device was stuffed in her mouth, connected all the way to the back of her head. As soon as she sensed someone approaching, Esther's eyes widened, and she squeezed out a muffled sound from her throat. "Your Highness, initial tests on that layer of Donu skin indicate that it is composed of Donu flesh and tissue. As for why Esther was able to wear it and mimic accordingly, further testing will be required." After hearing this, Jansen responded nonchalantly, and then used his authority to lower the level of the anti-bite device in Esther's mouth by on Chapter 102, lifting the lockdown Mother wants to. "Persuade you to become one of us, huh?" The pain made Esther's remaining sanity and strength dissipate quickly. A subordinate watching from the side noticed Esther's rigid head-shaking behavior and spoke up. "Your Highness, I'm afraid we can only go this far today. Esther's regeneration speed is more than twice that of the pure-blood insectoids we've encountered before. We are still testing the specific values. His body should have entered the next stage of regeneration, and conservatively estimating, it will take another 4 to 6 hours before he can be interrogated." Jansen looked at the pained, struggling Esther, who couldn't move at all, and soon turned to leave. His mind began to uncontrollably recall all the details of this matter, his dragging footsteps fading away in the empty corridor. At this moment, Zilu, who was completely absorbed in Jansen's thoughts, was struggling to keep up with Powell, covered in a sticky substance. The terrain and layout here clearly had never considered the arrival of other races. Zilu painstakingly crawled up from beside the unmoving insect nestled against the cliff. She clearly showed her resistance to Powell and the beetle bark's attempts to help. The good news was that they were indeed worried she might suddenly die from that invisible stress before completing her mission, so they didn't force her, only letting her keep up with Powell. From this experience, Zilu at least gleaned some understanding of their bottom line regarding her and her body, improved by props, but still insufficient, could at least buy her some time. Although it might sound pathetic, Zilu felt an unfathomable fear regarding every arrangement they made for her. The bad news was that she hadn't reached the top of the cliff yet, and there was still a visible distance to the exit, but her stamina was nearly depleted. Her shoes had long disappeared before she left that sticky insect egg. Also missing was the terminal that was supposed to connect her to her mental sea. Zilu, using the action of supporting herself against a rock, discreetly touched the terminal ring on her little finger, but to her disappointment, the ring did not respond to her action this time. "Don't worry. As long as you persuade His Highness to end this war, your terminal can be reactivated," a voice said. Zilu looked up in terror. Powell was turning back to look at her, his chilling smile slightly restrained, but his gaze still made Zilu feel extremely uncomfortable. You had a cardiac arrest earlier. Although it was only for a few seconds, it caused your terminal to lock itself. Perhaps you really are a lucky star, saving us quite a bit of trouble. This is quite a tricky matter. After finishing, Powell flashed that eerie smile again. Zilu quickly averted her gaze, her rapid heartbeat making it hard for her to discern whether it was due to the excessive activity or the terrifying environment. She could only force herself to act as if nothing had happened, silently gripping the protruding rocks above her, moving away from the approaching insectoid, and climbing toward the light above. At least I need to get out of here, Zilu encouraged herself, forcing herself to ignore the awful environment and the terrifying insectoids. If she were trapped in this nest, it would be very difficult to leave safely on her own. Her mental strength seemed not to have recovered yet, although the headache had dissipated. She wasn't sure how long she could endure the side effects of the mech in this environment. Moreover, even if she miraculously managed to escape the nest, her unfamiliarity with the outside environment might cost her life. I must stay calm, Zilu repeatedly reassured herself in her mind. The current situation was good. Having Powell lead her around not only delayed time, but also provided an opportunity to understand the outside environment. You think too simply. The white dwarf star has thousands of caves. Apart from this group of insects, almost no one could figure it out in such a short time. The sudden voice in Zilu's mind caused her to slip back down a level she had just barely climbed. She kicked her feet randomly, and finally steadied herself after stepping on a smooth but hard surface. Before Zilu could respond to the voice in her head, the object she was standing on suddenly shot up. She looked down in panic, and upon seeing two bulb-like compound eyes protruding from beneath the smooth surface, she hurriedly lifted her feet. Her exhausted hands suddenly burst forth with strength, allowing Zilu to climb several levels and finally reach Powell's feet. It seems some assistance is still necessary for you. Powell looked down at her and said something that made Zilu feel intimidated. Sure enough, before Powell could speak, the group of insectoids surrounding them boldly approached, seemingly waiting for a chance to pounce on Zilu. No, that's not necessary. Her bare feet curled up slightly, the strange sensation still lingering on the soles. Presumably, her face didn't look good. Powell stared at her for a few seconds, but ultimately chose to let her be and continued walking forward. Zilu cautiously followed behind him, watching the encroaching insectoids warily. They all kept their eyes on her every move, but when Zilu quickly looked back while gripping the rock wall, they retreated into the darkness, aware of her gaze. System? Zilu lowered her voice, slowly increasing the distance between herself and Powell, quietly confirming the presence in her mind. Don't speak. The insectoids have keen hearing. Don't let them notice anything unusual. The system's words successfully made Zilu close her mouth, but her heart still leaped a little. That fragile nerve, repeatedly startled, finally had some room to ease. Sensing the system's presence calmed some of Zilu's panic about the future. In fact, I noticed the lockdown was lifted shortly after you woke up, but I was afraid of startling you. If those two guys become suspicious, it would be bad. They are not merciful characters. I think perhaps Lady Elika has learned about your capture, which is why she specifically let me out. The system began to slowly clarify things for Zilu while she climbed up, pretending to be calm and acting as if it hadn't made a sound. Actually, your cardiac arrest, getting you sent to Priscilla's nest, isn't a bad thing at all. At least this group of Priscilla is known for being docile. Now that he has you go to the insect mother, while it can indeed buy some time, I fear you might be swayed by the insect mother. Chapter 103. Bug mounts. Are these bug people tame? Zilu thought she was discreetly glancing at them, but still couldn't find any tame aspects among their enlarged insect features. If the bug mother looked anything like these bugs, Zilu felt she wouldn't be easily bewitched. Not being scared to death was already a good outcome. The bug mother was far more terrifying than this group of bugs, but its fearsome aspect lay in its powerful mental strength. The fact that it could control so many insect bloodlines clearly showcased its strength. If your mental strength wasn't strong enough, it might invade your brain, and at that point, you might become one of them. The system's words made Zilu think deeply and feel terrified. She looked up and saw they were only a few steps away from the exit. Powell turned back to check on her, and seeing she was keeping up, he effortlessly grabbed the edge and flipped out. If she remembered correctly, Powell was also using a special mech, which indicated his mental strength was not lacking. Could someone like him also not escape the fate of being controlled by the bug mother? Click, click. As Zilu gritted her teeth and finally got herself into the sunlight, the bug people left in the cave began to frequently open and close their mandibles, producing a crisp and dense sound. Zilu felt a chill down her back, forcing herself to muster the last bit of strength to get up there. Don't be afraid. They really don't want to do anything. They should be happy for you. After hearing the system's words, Zilu was finally willing to look back one more time. But those pairs of compound eyes lurking in the darkness quickly made her withdraw her gaze. Come over. You can sit on this one. Balk had already left the cave early and was now standing at the edge of the cliff, with 3 large bugs, each 3 to 4 meters long, behind him. Their wings extended out, trembling in the air as they balanced on the edge of the cliff. Balk's words left Zilu's heart, which was bathed in sunlight. Still feeling cold. No Overcraft? Powell frowned, his voice low. This indeed felt like Powell had escaped the control of another soul. This place is not a habitat for you weaklings. Balk scoffed at Powell's question, but Powell, who received this mockery, relaxed his brows again and forced a smile at Zilu, who was resting on the ground, turning his words back into that oily and slick tone. It seems I can only trouble you. Don't worry, these fins are very tame. Come on, stand here. Powell walked over to Balk and repeatedly gestured for Zilu to come closer. Zilu slowly stood up, hurriedly glanced around, and only saw a yellow earth world, where the wind blew and dust rose everywhere. Looking around, irregular holes of varying sizes were scattered on the ground and rock walls. The sky was clear and cloudless, and hardly any bugs were seen outside. Zilu moved her feet, feeling the hot temperature beneath her, yet still chose to slow down, trying to walk as slowly as possible to the edge of the cliff. Luckily, you had already used a physical enhancement item. Otherwise, after stepping down like this, you probably wouldn't have made it. The system's words resonated deeply with Zilu as she gritted her teeth and moved to the edge of the cliff. She started alternating between stepping on her left foot and right foot. Balk glanced at her movements, sneering, but at least he didn't mock her again. You can sit on its head and grab its neck hair. It will take you to your destination. Sensing Zilu's unwilling attitude, Powell said with a smile, once there, you will get comfortable clothes, a soft bed, and a good rest. Zilu's tight-fitting protective suit, soaked with the sticky substance inside the insect eggs, clung to her body. And now, under the sunlight, that sticky feeling became even more uncomfortable. However, hearing Powell's words did not make Zilu relax. Instead, it made her instinctively avoid his gaze. Why do I feel like he knows what I'm thinking? Zilu indeed wanted to return to her room, change clothes, and lie on that bed for a good rest. God knows how much she wished everything happening before her eyes would turn into a void dream. Come on, don't hesitate any longer. Powell's smile seemed to be wearing thin due to Zilu's reluctance. Just listen to them. The escape plan needs to be carefully thought out. If we confront them head-on here, we will be at a disadvantage. Hearing the system's words, Zilu finally gritted her teeth and moved forward. The leading large bug even understood to move closer to the edge of the cliff, trying to get as close to Zilu as possible. Just from the height of the cliff, the depth of the cave they had just exited was no small matter. Since she had decided to mount it, Zilu chose to lower her body first to crawl over, thus alleviating the balance issue a bit. The bug's large head was facing her, its size already several times that of Zilu, and the so-called hair on its neck looked quite stiff from afar, standing erect. Goodness. Zilu tried her best not to look down at the abyss-like cliff beneath her, avoiding her legs going weak. She tentatively touched the large bug's head, noticing its compound eyes moving but showing no signs of resistance. So she mustered her courage and placed both hands on it, beginning to climb up. The skin of the large bug was far from pleasant to touch. Although it looked shiny black, it felt somewhat rough like sandpaper, and she occasionally felt strange protrusions. Under the sun's scorching heat, its surface still radiated warmth. Zilu maintained her gaze straight ahead and finally climbed to what seemed to be the bug's neck. She first grabbed a few stiff hairs to avoid being thrown off by the large bug, then slowly tried to stand up to cross over the row of stiff hairs and sit at the back of its neck. She wiped away sweat, forcibly suppressing her inner fear, and trembled as she stood up slightly bending over to cross that pile of hair. Her feet and calves inevitably brushed against those stiff hairs, and the fabric of her clothing made a slight scratching sound. Perhaps due to sweating, she felt a slight sting on her skin. But she didn't dare to look down and could only awkwardly start to change her direction. It took Zilu about 3 to 4 minutes to complete this series of movements and successfully wedge herself into the joint depression between the large bug's head and neck. At this point, her hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. If she delayed any longer, she would likely fall down from weakness before the large bug became impatient. Zilu wiped her face again, brushing away the sweat that was about to drip into her eyes. Powell and Bulk, who had been silently watching her from the edge of the cliff, surprisingly did not comment. And only after she steadied herself did they finally break free from their statue-like state. Chapter 104 Illusion. The desolate land, the scorching sun. 3 figures darted through the air at incredible speed, leaving only the echoes of terrified screams behind. Be careful. The system's warning made Zilu instinctively lower her head. A stone pillar that jutted out from the side was narrowly avoided by the rushing insect, brushing past the top of Zilu's head. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to swallow the screams rising within her, her heart nearly leaping into her throat from the reckless speed without any protection. She felt as if she were on a roller coaster, but one without safety devices or tracks. Zilu gripped the coarse hairs of the giant insect tightly, her knuckles turning white as the stiff hairs nearly cut into her palm. Fortunately, this torment didn't last long. The giant insect finally slowed down, its cylindrical lower body curving upwards as it gently descended towards their destination. Just like before takeoff, when the giant insect's large head pressed against the edge of the cliff. Zilu felt her heart crumble. System, my legs feel weak. Though she said this, when 2 more giant insects arrived simultaneously behind her. Zilu gritted her teeth and pressed down on the coarse hairs in front, clumsily crawling over. Just hold on. They will soon attack the insect swarm, and then you'll be able to escape amidst the chaos. Just as Zilu lifted her foot off the giant insect, its head retracted suddenly, startling her into lunging forward and landing in a cloud of dust. What? Zilu's exclamation was extremely subtle, and combined with her action, it didn't seem out of place. Lady Erica had long planned to deal with this group of insects. Now, it was just a matter of moving the timeline forward. Don't give yourself away. As long as you can hold on and not be controlled by the insect mother, the opportunity to escape will come soon. Zilu declined Powell's offer to help her up and stood up on her own, feeling weak. This way. Upon reaching this point, the view was still desolate, but Powell and Bulk had noticeably spoken less, even their expressions almost disappearing. After pointing out a cave entrance, they walked in slowly, without even turning back to glance at her. Just as Zilu's heart began to ignite with retreat, it was silently extinguished again. Unless she had the ability to control a mech and leave this planet directly, blindly fleeing on this planet was indeed not a good idea. She silently lifted her foot and walked toward the dark cave entrance. Upon entering this dim environment, Zilu's eyes, not yet adjusted to the darkness, could only see a pitch-black void. Initially, several tiny points of light flickered on the walls. Once noticed, it became clear that this was a dense river of light extending forward. Zilu reached out to gently touch the fine light points on the wall, discovering they were cold stones without any peculiar properties, yet they emitted a soft glow of blue and white, illuminating the dim space. She lightened her footsteps and walked towards the flowing river of light. Ahead, Powell and Bulk had completely vanished from sight. Not knowing how long she had walked, perhaps a few minutes or maybe an hour, Zilu finally emerged from the long, narrow passage. The entire space opened up, revealing a pit bottom made entirely of luminous stones, surrounded by glowing plants resembling snowballs. A breeze from somewhere made the tightly clustered snowball plants sway. The entire scene was dreamlike, and Zilu walked forward in a daze. She felt very happy. This pure happiness was something she hadn't felt in a long time. Her body felt like a leaf, almost ready to float away in the gentle breeze. Zilu, what are you doing here? Zilu, there's no class today. Do you want to come play with us? Zilu, Pepe is waiting for you to take it for a walk. Zilu, come home with Mom. One after another. Figures who had left a vivid mark on her life appeared before Zilu's eyes, making her footsteps involuntarily quicken. So was all of this just a dream? There was no crossing over, no system, no mechs, no insects. She looked at her mother in the distance and quickened her pace, feeling as if she could almost fly. Zilu, do you not want me anymore? Zilu's steps faltered. She seemed to hear a familiar voice, one that echoed in her mind and rang in her ears, making her inexplicably anxious as she searched around. Zilu, come here quickly. Mom. Zilu looked at the middle-aged woman waving at her in the distance, her inner turmoil gradually calming down. The longing for her mother forced her to ignore a sense of incongruity, and she stepped forward again. Zilu, after the war, let's go find Blue Star. Then it will be your turn to introduce me to your hometown. Zilu's footsteps halted once more, a sharp pain coursing through her brain. It felt as if something she had forgotten was desperately trying to escape from her mind. Zilu, come to Mom. Let's go home. Her mother's smile brightened, but her right hand waved anxiously at her, as if she were rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Zilu covered her head, the pain causing her to stagger back a few steps. Her entire world began to spin, the scenery before her fluctuating between enlarging and shrinking, all the colors blending together, compelling her to shut her eyes. The sensation of weightlessness clung to her. She hugged her head, feeling as though her body was suspended in midair, discomfort causing her to curl up until the heavy impact of hitting the ground made her grunt in pain. Zilu, are you all right? The system's urgent call forced Zilu to open her eyes with difficulty. She saw that the dreamlike scenes had already vanished into thin air with her awakening. The cute, snowball-like plants had been replaced by slimy, flesh-colored insect eggs. The only thing that remained similar to the illusion she had just seen was the occasional soft breeze. But soon, Zilu discovered the source of this breeze. In the dim environment, the faintly glowing jade-colored stones seemed to move under her gaze. Supporting herself on the ground with her left hand, Zilu slowly sat up, her right hand hanging limply in pain. At first, she didn't react as the jade-white stones began to stir. It wasn't until the connected jade-white stones slowly stood up, reaching the top of the cave, that a humanoid face emerged, revealing a smooth and beautiful jade-like quality under the sunlight leaking through the cave's cracks. Zilu suddenly realized that the breeze was the breath of this creature. Zilu. The system's frantic shout jolted the dazed Zilu back to reality. Chapter 105. The mother insect that is the mother insect. The illusion you just witnessed was its doing. Seeing Zilu suddenly lower her head, the system knew she was not under control and softened its tone significantly. In Zilu's line of sight, she could only see that large, jade-like body slowly moving, crushing rows of flesh-pink, volleyball-sized insect eggs beneath it. However, after that massive body moved away, the pile of resilient insect eggs remained intact and pressed together. What should I do? Zilu felt her heart in chaos, the pain in her right hand tearing at her, which was likely a major reason she could quickly avert her gaze. Yet that jade-like visage was still deeply etched in her mind. Whenever she closed her eyes, those sculpted eyes seemed to gaze back at her. Even without communicating with the mother insect, Zilu could vaguely sense its thoughts. The other party's calm and unfluctuating demeanor made her realize that she had never been regarded as a threat. So even though the illusion control had just failed, it was not angry. You have an interesting little thing in your mental sea. The mother insect's movements halted, and it seemed to sit cross-legged on itself, its voice echoing ethereally throughout the space. Zilu's skin crawled. She covered her powerless right arm and dragged her pained right leg back, pressing her body against the straight wall. She had just fallen from there. Zilu hurriedly looked up, barely seeing a protruding rock above. Powell and the others were still nowhere to be seen. That creature had a very familiar scent. The mother insect's face leaned close to Zilu. Zilu's averted gaze unexpectedly collided with the mother insect up close, startling her into immediately closing her eyes. Yet, in the darkness behind her closed eyelids, the mother insect's figure still appeared unimpeded in her vision. Zilu's left hand unconsciously grabbed the fabric on her right arm. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire space was filled with her heavy breathing. So, you're also one of Erica's experiments? Zilu felt her brain buzzing, and her whole body ached, making it impossible for her to understand what the mother insect was saying. The other party's soft question made Zilu shake her head vigorously. She wanted to speak, but found her mind blank, unsure of how to respond. I don't know. Zilu's heart sank heavily, pressing down on her stomach with a pang of pain, a faint urge to vomit rising. The mother insect's jade-like face showed no change. It had never opened its mouth to speak. Now its sweet, sticky laughter gave Zilu a strong intuition. It wanted to kill her. I can help you. Zilu endured the discomfort the mother insect brought her, and finally opened her eyes, staring directly at its enchanting face. I will listen to you. Zilu's eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins, her lips nearly devoid of color, her entire state plummeting. The mother insect fell silent. The brief seconds felt like a century to Zilu. Just as she thought her spirit couldn't hold on any longer, the mother insect's face finally retreated, its head lifting high, leaving Zilu's line of sight. As if receiving an invisible cue, Powell's figure finally reappeared. The expression on his face had long disappeared. He seemed like a wooden carving, suddenly appearing in front of Zilu in the blink of an eye. Let's go, obedient child. At this moment, Zilu was drenched in cold sweat, and upon hearing Powell's words, she forced herself to stand up, enduring the sharp pain in her right leg. However, just half an hour had passed in Interstellar Standard Time when an unknown Star Network ID occupied a large section of the Star Network's homepage. This Star Network ID only had a blurry video clip, yet it drew widespread attention. The characters appearing in the video were already enough to attract others' eyes. Cosima's face was mostly gentle, and the moment she lifted her gaze, one could already sense her difference. Jansen, me fine. Cosima seemed to shiver slightly. Glancing toward the camera, ahem, what I want to tell you is... Cosima's voice was a bit hoarse, and under the dim light, her face was pale. She coughed lightly, but her voice did not improve, her words slow and somewhat unclear. War is unnecessary, isn't it? The topic shifted abruptly, and Cosima's head lowered again. From the enlarged lens, one could barely see her left hand tightly gripping her right arm. Let the war stop. I will wait for you at the Jessie White Dwarf. Cosima's gaze rose again, seemingly seeing something displeasing, her pale, dry lips pressed tightly together. One person. The last words were almost swallowed in her mouth, barely audible. The next second, the video clip ended. Calm down. As this clip spread across the Star Network, Jansen and others were preparing wartime resources, ready to set out. Watching the video, Jansen's gaze turned extremely fierce, and he immediately prepared to head to the Jessie White Dwarf, but was stopped by Erica beside him. The Jessie White Dwarf is not a small planet. What do you plan to find Zilu in such a rush? Erica shook her head. The more anxious you are, the more you will be manipulated by the mother insect. If it keeps using Zilu to threaten you, what will you do? Even if you can endure, Zilu probably cannot withstand being near the mother insect for long. Jansen knew that Erica's words made sense, but it was precisely because they made sense that he felt an indescribable anger. I will arrange for you to be in the first echelon, taking the fastest interstellar warship. You will be responsible for holding off the enemies at the Jessie White Dwarf. I will find all the mother insects as quickly as possible. Seeing Jansen stop his actions, Erica knew he had taken her words to heart. Although it sounds strange, I believe you do not need to worry about Zilla's safety. She is not the Cosima we imagine. She is far stronger and braver than Cosima. Erica paused and changed the topic. Based on our long-term calculations, there should be 48 mother insects currently, but we cannot determine the exact number. In this battle, as long as we can kill half of the mother insects, it will be a victory. Before the war starts, I will give you some time to find Zilla's location and bring your soldiers. Sufficient combat power is the bargaining chip for equal negotiation. Chapter 106. No injury from falls at this moment. Zilla was curled up in a small cave, her eyes fixed on the exit. After a few minutes, confirming that she no longer heard any sounds, she finally spoke to the system. Are they all gone? Her voice was extremely low, her mouth gently covered by her left hand to minimize the sound. They should all be gone. I haven't detected anything on my end. The system's words allowed Zilu to temporarily relax, but she still did not remove her hand. What should we do now? Are we really going to just wait here? Under Powell's instruction, Zilu had just recorded a very rudimentary video. Fortunately, the other party did not care about her vague performance. Perhaps it was true that Zilu looked exceptionally disheveled at the moment. For a Cosima, just surviving the torment of the mother bug was already a good performance. Of course, you should exchange for more items now. We can escape when the time is right. Zilu opened the system mall, which had been locked for several days, frowning as she browsed. What if Jansen really comes alone? She had tried her best to be vague. She didn't know if Jansen could understand her true meaning. Probably not. Right? Regarding Jansen's tendency to resort to violence over trivial matters, even the system was uncertain. Although his personality and style had indeed changed significantly after meeting Zilu, this matter involved a major upheaval for her, and it was not impossible for Jansen's original personality to resurface. Isn't Erica able to restrict your actions? Can you contact her instead? No. Our connection is one-sided. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bound you in a crisis. The system did not say the latter part out loud. The two fell into a temporary silence. Sigh, what a situation. For Zilu, just a short day had passed, and the situation had undergone earth-shattering changes. She was still somewhat confused and unclear about everything. There's no helping it. Perhaps the bug's thinking really is different from ours. Lord Erica has been keeping an eye on their movements, but she could never have imagined they would target you. That's just unreasonable. Sigh. Both sighed in unison. I only have over 2,000 points now. I can't exchange for many things. Despite the lamenting, they still had to address the main issue. Let's just buy on credit, but if the amount exceeds 10,000, it has to be paid back within 3 days. Otherwise, the system mall will be locked again, and I can't be sure I won't be affected. Zilu's heart stirred, and she finally asked a question that had been on her mind for a long time. Did your previous bounder ever buy on credit? Zilu cleverly avoided directly asking the system if there were other bounders and instead inquired about the credit situation. Fortunately, the system did not guard against her and shared everything it could. I only had one bounder before. He was someone who didn't even need the system all. Zilu sensed a hint of sourness in the system's words, which was somewhat strange. Did you not get along with him? Zilu asked while checking the items in the system all. Now, at this life-and-death moment, she could only wait to deal with the points issue after escaping this disaster. That guy. The system spoke ambiguously, and Zilu immediately understood it did not want to elaborate further, so she did not press on. However, the system's words gave her a glimmer of hope. If possible, she still hoped to clarify her doubts in this life-and-death situation. If something really happened, at least she would know what was going on. What criteria do you use to choose your bounders? How did you find me? She still did not understand how she had become bound to the system in the first place. Or rather, her biggest doubt was whether her crossing over had anything to do with the system. Well, actually, I didn't intend to bind you. But the situation was urgent at the time, and you were the only stable spiritual entity I could sense nearby. So, the system spoke quite evasively, but Zilu still grasped the disdain in its words. However, Zilu did not mind. After all, before coming to this world, she was indeed an ordinary person who knew nothing about spiritual power. Yet the system's words still led her to a vague guess. Did you sense me near that garbage star? Yes. Back then you were still a pure spiritual entity. I spent a lot of money on you. The system abruptly stopped here, likely realizing it had revealed too much information. You. Zilu's eyes widened in shock, and she was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. She knew that if this terrifying guess were true, it would mean she had already died in her original world. Her mind was a chaotic mess. The pain she had just faced with the mother bug was nothing compared to the blow she felt at this moment. She dazedly lowered her left hand and hugged her knees, feeling significantly dejected, her pale face and scratch-mark protective suit making her look almost unbearable to watch. Why, you don't have to be sad. I was just talking nonsense. Although the system said this. Its guilty tone clearly indicated it was trying to cover up its own slip. Zilu fell silent. After all, if the truth were indeed so, the system that bound her could even be considered her benefactor. But then again, how did her soul arrive in this world? The truth about time and dimensions remained unsolved by anyone to this day, let alone her. Please don't cry. I was really just rambling. The system's tone was rarely so low. Hearing this, Zilu paused, reached out with her left hand to wipe her face, and indeed found tears on her hand. She bit her lip and struggled to swallow back the sadness that surged inside her. I understand now. As Zilu spoke, she realized she was choking up badly and quickly swallowed the words back, struggling to gulp down the lump in her throat. After a few minutes, Zilu managed to suppress her tears. I want to change to a medicine first. Otherwise, my hands and legs won't be able to run fast when the time comes. Trying to appear calm, she shifted the topic, but her increasingly hoarse voice and reddened eyes betrayed her. However, the system, upon hearing this, naturally would not expose her and would do its best to cooperate. All right, let us use the points here. Zilu exchanged for the item she had just seen, and immediately a small red pill appeared in the palm of her left hand. Bruise-free, granule version, whether it's a bruise or fracture. This pill can activate the user's repair ability, allowing them to recover to normal within an hour. Please note, internal injuries are not covered. Cannot be used again within 24 hours. Effective time, within 1 hour. Required points, 3,200 points. Just a single pill had already put her into debt. Zilu placed the pill in her mouth, enduring the discomfort in her throat, and managed to swallow it down. Chapter 107 Veto. The Jexy white dwarf looked like a dull, gray hazelnut chocolate from a distance, its surface uneven and almost devoid of vegetation, with its tilted axis as the midpoint, perpetually trapped in polar day and polar night on both sides. Not far away, a large number of Aerie warships were gradually approaching this grayish planet. Inside, the large warship, Jansen, as the commander of the first echelon, needed to leave the command room first. Watching the countdown isolated on the virtual screen, he silently prepared to rise and leave this place. In the command room were two rare figures, the overarching Erica and the ever-silent Adam. Hey, Jansen, maybe you'd like to wait until the time is up to leave? Each echelon's departure time had been meticulously calculated to be the most optimal for landing distance and energy consumption. To be honest, even if Jansen left the command room early, he wouldn't recklessly take his subordinates to leave the large warship ahead of time, so he didn't naively think Erica was reminding him of this common knowledge. He merely glanced at her and bluntly replied, "What's the matter?" Fortunately, Erica didn't mind Jansen's current poor emotional state. After all, she was one of the masterminds behind it all, and this was likely one of the reasons she stopped him. In fact, Erica turned to glance at Adam, who was silently watching them. Receiving Erica's gaze, Adam slowly turned his head away again. "It's Adam who wants me to tell you this. I think your brother might have more insight into this than I do, as your mother who has never formally interacted with you." Jansen remained non-committal to Erica's words. Surely everyone knew that he was currently preoccupied with the possibility of Cosima appearing at the Jexy White Dwarf and had no energy to deal with others. However, facing Jansen in this state, Erica is still prepared to inform him about this matter. "I promise I can finish this before the countdown ends," Erica said with a smile. Jansen met her gaze and ultimately sat back in his seat. Perhaps it would be easier to pass the time listening to the story this former ruler wanted to tell, rather than being anxious alone at the starting point for Cosima's safety. Perhaps you still remember Duios? That renowned god of dreams, one of the embodiments of the war god in the world. From Erica's words, Jansen easily read the contemptuous tone embedded within. He looked at Erica's expression, but couldn't decipher anything from her standard smile. Jansen responded, acknowledging that it was the beginning of his fame, as well as the start of his nightmare. From the moment he defeated Duios, his life officially stepped onto the battlefield, and his loved ones began to go one by one to the war god's hall, ultimately leaving him alone to face the betrayal of his relatives and the deaths of his kin, day after day, busy with matters of war. It must be said that before meeting Zilu, he never seemed to think there was anything wrong with this, and even pursued the faith of Aerie, waiting for the day he would die on the battlefield and return to the war god's embrace. Surely on that day, he could reunite with his fallen loved ones. However, this Cosima, who intruded into his life, made him realize in a moment that life was so fragile and irreplaceable. He even began to fear death and separation. He had never desired power and, at some moment, lost all color regarding war. He could no longer derive value and joy from it. All his happiness quietly connected with Cosima, and all his value acquisition had unknowingly shifted because of her. Jansen himself was uncertain whether this change was good or bad, but at least he was now longing for this change. Undoubtedly, he was able to get closer to Cosima through this change. In fact, Duios was a, guarantee I left before leaving the Clark system. Erica hesitated slightly in her wording and chose a more neutral term, regarding Jansen's somewhat surprised gaze. She seemed to have anticipated it and continued calmly. To ensure this guarantee could take effect, I gave him a special mech and added an extra insurance within his mech. He indeed became one of the embodiments of the war god as I expected, but what surprised me was, Erica paused, her gaze fixed on Jansen, a look of helplessness in her eyes, which immediately made Jansen associate what she meant by insurance, sending a chill down his spine. You appeared at an inappropriate age, in an inappropriate place. I think you should realize what I'm talking about. I once named it Vito. It likes you, perhaps at first. It was because of the blood flowing through you that reminded it of me. But after spending time with you, I believe it truly likes you. This was yet another unexpected matter. The Vito series was not supposed to possess emotions, and all emotional series should not leave the laboratory. Jansen's gaze was strange, perhaps filled with anger from feeling deceived, or perhaps questioning due to a strange sense of betrayal. He seemed to be re-evaluating this mother of his, the former king of the Aerie kingdom. Of course, you chose to sever your bond with it. At this point, Erica clearly sensed Jansen's strange scrutiny and smiled. Don't worry, although I have a one-way connection with Vito, I have never used it to spy on your privacy. It's a predetermined program that requires it to report its recent movements to me at fixed times. It's undeniable that after gaining emotions, it also learned to show off its cleverness, managing to keep small secrets between itself and its binder while following the rules. Jansen clearly did not buy this. It's okay. Erica squinted slightly, the glimmer in her golden eyes undoubtedly softened by an unintentional layer of filter. You've already unbound from it. Haven to you? Adam, standing nearby, clearly understood Erica better than she had anticipated. After keenly sensing the change in Erica's emotions, he turned his head, his gaze carrying a slight, barely perceptible helplessness. He realized that regarding Jansen's unsatisfactory performance, Erica had decided to temporarily conceal part of the crucial truth. It is precisely because you unbound from it that it could form a bond with Zilu. I think this will definitely bring us, including Zilu, a lot of extra help. Chapter 108. White Paint, what did you do to her? Almost as soon as he heard Erica's words, Jensen stood up and moved closer to her. But faster than him was Adam, who had been on high alert. Calmly, Adam blocked Jensen's aggressive approach, and the two pairs of strikingly similar eyes met in the air. The mutual suppression of each other's movements undoubtedly heightened the tension in the entire command room. Perhaps you should be grateful for what it did. Erica's calm tone did nothing to ease the atmosphere. Instead, it intensified the confrontation between her and Jensen. What do you mean? Jensen halted his charge, and seeing that he had calmed down slightly, Adam naturally withdrew his restraining hand. Nothing. Jensen, your time is running out. I'll send you the approximate location where Zilu is. Vito, or rather the Dream Eater Network, will help Zilu safely out of danger. Just make sure to stir up as much chaos on the Jesse White Dwarf as possible, and I'm sure you'll see Zilu safe soon. Good luck. The bright red countdown on the virtual screen silently urged the first team to get into position. Jensen understood that this was related to Yun Zilu's safety and dared not delay further. Despite the numerous doubts and anger he felt inside, he could only hurriedly leave the command room and lead his soldiers toward the nearest Jesse White Dwarf. Why can't we just talk this out? Adam watched Jensen storm out in anger, his helpless tone gaining a certain intensity from his rugged face, but Erica understood his true meaning. Since he harbored resentment towards Vito, it would be unwise to let him know that Vito had once controlled Zilu. If he tried to once again separate Vito from his beloved, I would feel pain too. So, do you want to be the one blamed behind the scenes? It must be admitted that Adam's calm tone at this moment bore more than 80% resemblance to Erica's. Yes, at least with my threat around. He wouldn't dare forcibly sever Zilu's bindings without being 100% sure of her safety. And I certainly don't want another child to lose their sanity over Cosima's past death, unable to escape from the shadows, even when faced with a resurrected lover. Erica's words easily turned Adam's statement into an irony, but Adam, for once, did not counter her about Cosima. I've said it before, I have no psychological trauma, and I believe she would agree with my viewpoint. Erica couldn't help but laugh, revealing a hint of her mischievous nature. Yes, perhaps at that time, she also opened her eyes and saw you recklessly coming to my territory alone for her sake. Mentioning the past, a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Adam's otherwise expressionless face. He unceremoniously turned away, showing a clear refusal to continue the conversation. Erica watched Adam's back, her smile gradually fading. When the first wave of the countdown ended, she sighed silently. As the first wave of countdown concluded, Jensen and his subordinates left the fleet, heading towards the grayish planet. Erica's last words kept replaying in his mind, but he hesitated on whether to comply with her rules. When he initially thought Erica was trustworthy, she had repeatedly destroyed his trust. Now in this situation, how much of it was her doing? Should he once again place his trust in her? Zilu's pale face flashed through his mind, and the glimmer in his golden eyes reflected his burning anger. If it was just about stirring up the chaos of the Jesse White Dwarf, it would be simple. The question was whether to do it at all. The Dream Eater Network, his former partner, canceled the dispersal plan. Everyone regroup. The initial plan to scatter and search for Cosima was canceled, and the team, which had dispersed like stars, regrouped around Jensen. Fortunately, it was not too late. Before officially landing, they twisted together into a strong rope once again. Everyone listened. Jensen paused for a second. From the terminal, one could vaguely hear his heavy breathing. He seemed to be making a crucial decision. Don't hold back a single bullet. Let the Zerg taste the wrath of Aerie. He clearly made up his mind quickly and even sneered after making the decision. Yes, the mechs of his subordinates emitted a responding signal, and behind them, several small warships followed suit. The flames of war were about to ignite. As the sound of bombardment erupted, Zilu was frantically applying a transparent oil-like paint to herself. Faster. They will be here soon. The system's tone was frantic. They all understood that the subject of that sentence was the terrifying insectoid creatures. Zilu gritted her teeth, saying nothing, as she struggled to apply the viscous liquid to her body. White paint, waterproof version. This product is specially designed for individuals with social anxiety. Once applied, you can disappear from others' sight. Please note, this product also has significant instability factors after being touched by other objects. There is a 70% chance that the touched area will reveal its original form. Please use it cautiously. Effective time, 12 hours. Required points, 3,500 points. Zilu's right arm had not fully healed, and when she moved it too much, she could still feel a piercing pain. But she had no choice. She could only endure the pain and apply the oddly textured substance as evenly as possible on herself. The only fortunate thing was that her protective suit was a tight version, which spared her the trouble of needing to undress. Moreover, its waterproof function meant she didn't have to worry about her cold sweat from the pain smearing off the paint. 30 seconds remaining. The system's sensing function kicked in at this moment. As the countdown neared its end, Zilu closed her eyes and poured the remaining paint over her head, letting it flow down her hair and skin. They ran. The notification. It seemed some of the paint inevitably got into her ears. But Zilu did not expect it to have such a significant impact on her hearing. Now it felt like she had dived underwater, hearing the strange vibrations emitted by the insectoids through the sea. To avoid getting paint in her eyes, making it difficult to see and causing her to bump into things, Zilu patiently curled up in place for a while, feeling the paint adhere to her as if it were a facial mask setting. As the bizarre tremors of the Zerg's voices gradually faded away, Zilu slowly opened her eyes. The paint on her eyelids made her movements sluggish, as if she had drunk several bottles of water the night before, causing her eyes to swell. It wasn't too uncomfortable, Zilu thought to herself, trying to find humor in the situation. Chapter 109. Balloon Person. Because the paint was afraid of contact with other objects, Zilu walked very cautiously. However, when she realized that the rugged path and her painful right foot still made her unstable, she stuffed the candy she had prepared in advance into her mouth. Balloon Person. Low-end version. Want to fly to the sky like a balloon? Well, although this product can't make you fly far, it can still give you the illusion of lightness and flight. After consuming this product, the user will feel a reduction in gravity, and their movements will become lighter. With enough thrust, They can float in the air for a period of time. Please note, under sufficient wind power, the user may fly away. Use with caution. Effect duration. 20 minutes required points. 2,000 points. Zilu had considered exchanging for a pair of wings and leaving this place like the insect people. But out of concern that she wouldn't be able to master the new item quickly, she ultimately chose to improve her physical condition. After all, controlling her own body was much more convenient and efficient than controlling other items. As soon as she swallowed the candy, Zilu felt her body lift slightly, maintaining a small distance from the ground. By slightly tilting the soles of her feet, she could touch the ground again. This distance made her feel much more at ease. She cautiously took a step forward. At first, she wobbled a bit, but after adding some arm movements, things improved considerably. "Where are we going?" Zilu asked the now silent system in a whisper. As soon as she left the small cave, the branching paths outside made her lose her sense of direction. Did you forget where you came in from?" Hearing the system's retort, Zilu fell silent in a strange way. The system's words made her realize that it didn't know how to navigate either. Boom! The booming sounds outside grew louder and the ground shook, causing Zilu to temporarily stop her blind exploration. She wasn't sure if the battlefield was getting closer or if the ground had been blown open, making the sounds clearer from within. Zilu couldn't help but feel anxious. Because of the terminal's blockade, she couldn't contact anyone outside for the time being. She wasn't sure when they would withdraw. Zilu knew in her heart that she had to leave this place before things calmed down outside. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long in her anxiety. She soon thought of a solution. "Leave. Everyone protect. Mother." A dense buzzing sound came from around the corner, and Zilu instinctively hid in another passage to avoid being accidentally touched by the insect people. Her hearing seemed to have returned. Perhaps it was because the white paint had formed a film, or perhaps the bombing sounds had forcibly activated her ears. She wasn't sure, but it was great to be back to normal at this moment. "What are you going to do?" The system seemed to be affected by the tense atmosphere, speaking much more quietly. From what they just said, they should be looking for the insect mother now. If she remembered correctly, the insect mother was in another cave. At that time, she had followed Powell, dragging her battered body, almost taking her remaining half-life with her. As long as she followed them, they should leave this cave. As long as they could get out of here. The system fell silent again, seemingly approving of her approach. In fact, as long as she could get out of this cave maze, with the items in Zilu's hands, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Although Zilu planned this way, it had to be said that keeping up with this group of insect people was not an easy task. Her right arm felt a tearing pain with her vigorous movements, not to mention her constantly moving right leg. In this situation, Zilu still felt a bit fortunate. After all, if it weren't for the dense passages in the cave, given the anxious looks of these insect people, they might have taken off directly. If that were the case, Zilu's plan would have likely ended in failure. "I see the light." At the system's lowered exclamation, Zilu lifted her head. It was the same bottleneck design. The closer she got to the exit, the narrower the space became. After leaving the passage, the insect people rushed toward the light. At this point, Zilu still had a considerable distance from the light above her head. More and more insect people were leaving the passage, and they might have some strange connection among themselves. When approaching the narrow exit, they lined up in an orderly fashion. Getting there safely and inserting herself into their queue didn't seem like an easy task. Zilu contemplated her route and daringly emerged from the passage, pushing off hard against the wall. The nearby insect person turned its head in confusion, but saw nothing strange. The bombing sounds continued to ring in her ears, sometimes accompanied by falling debris. Soon, the insect person that noticed the noise nonchalantly turned away, hurriedly joining the line ahead. With that push, the now exceptionally light Zilu rose a short distance. Along the way, she had to grab onto a protruding rock on the wall to stop herself from floating upward when an insect person popped its head out of the passage above. "This won't work. It's too dangerous." The system promptly stopped her next move. Such risky actions, once momentum was lost, would be hard to muster courage again. Zilu looked at her fingers, still in a transparent state, knowing that such chances of avoiding detection were rare. She looked up again. The sunlight was now closer to her. The increasingly dense insect people clearly made her more anxious, and she ultimately chose to use her new item. Spring legs, 5-pack after using this item. The user can easily jump a distance of 1 to 60 meters. This item can be used intermittently 5 times, with an interval of no more than half an hour. Please note, do not use this item during professional exams of the Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance has a complete detection system. If the user is detected cheating during the exam, this item will not be responsible. Effect duration. Half an hour required points. 2,000 points after confirming the jumping distance of this item. Zilu finally used it. What are you planning to do? The system's voice clearly revealed some tension. 60 meters should be enough to get out. I plan to activate the mech when I'm close to the cave entrance. The mech is so fast, I should be able to rush out before that group of insects reacts. If it weren't for the concern that the specially designed mech would bring negative effects, causing her to completely lose her combat ability under the cave's dark atmosphere, Zilu wouldn't have waited until now to use it. Now that the hope of leaving was in front of her, Zilu tried her best not to think of the truth that the system had previously revealed to her. Perhaps the system itself didn't know the true nature of the facts. For now, she could only try to soothe all her possible negative emotions before using the mech. Chapter 110. Sense of alienation. In the end, the mech was still Zilu's best assistant for survival. With the mech, she could survive in an environment filled with bullets and chaos. Otherwise, at any moment, she might be caught off guard by a bullet and wouldn't even have the chance to use her items. Although the hastily devised plan was extremely rudimentary, once she decided to go through with it, Zilu no longer hesitated or wasted time, because any delay would lead to an increasing number of insect people at the exit. She adjusted her angle, suppressing her uncontrollable heartbeat. When the first item took effect, Zilu felt her already light body become even lighter. She knew very well that with a gentle push, she would dive into the swarm of insect people, fighting them for the only source of light. Zilu's legs were slightly bent, and at this moment, the pain in her right leg was almost negligible. She wasn't too sure if it was due to her nervousness or if the previous medicine had finally taken effect. She exerted all her strength to push off the ground, feeling her body leap high towards the light. This was yet another new experience. Unlike the leaps she made while using the mech, she clearly felt that she had lost all support. This sense of unease made it very difficult for Zilu to refrain from activating the mech in midair. After all, exposing herself before getting close to the exit would be unwise. Just as she was nearing the exit, Zilu couldn't help but gasp. She adjusted her posture in the air as much as possible, hoping to avoid contact with the swarm of insect people. But as she desperately wished to float past them like a thin sheet of paper, a loud explosion rang in her ears. "Be careful." The system's voice was urgent and rapid. A huge gap had been blown in the side of the cave, and the powerful shockwave pushed Zilu, who was close to the gap, to the other side. She distinctly felt herself collide with an insect person that was also fleeing in panic. It was not a pleasant feeling. Before she could fully regain her senses, she instinctively kicked her legs towards the light. Fortunately, the ARS assistance still worked for this item, allowing her body to remain airborne. But before she could blink and recover from her dizziness, she felt a sharp pain at her foot. Something had clamped down on her leg. In that brief second, she instinctively looked up, and the sunlight was now within reach. The recent force not only propelled her a distance, but also pushed the unprepared insect people away from the exit. At that moment, she could clearly visualize a safe route leading outside. Almost as soon as she realized this, the mech on her feet instantly took shape, pushing away whatever was clamping onto her painfully. At that point, she finally stabilized her body. When she looked down, she discovered that much of the white paint on her body had worn off during that collision. This was likely the reason the insect person had noticed her. The very thing gripping her foot was one of the insect person's mandibles. Now, with the mech's assistance, its mouth was wide open, looking almost ready to snap. It seemed to be stuck on the mech's hard shell, and despite its efforts to struggle, it couldn't free itself. Zilu activated the full form of the mech. This decision proved to be correct. As soon as the full form was activated, she sharply sensed the predatory gazes surrounding her and could see them approaching her in a broader field of vision. Zilu's eyes turned sharp and cold, but she restrained the impulse to wipe out the swarm of insect people. She kicked forcefully off the shoulder of the insect person beneath her, using the terrifying power brought by the spring mechanism and the mech to send it flying far away, while her body was uncontrollably propelled towards the exit. When the scorching sunlight poured over her, she felt how cold her original body had been. This stark contrast of heat and cold made her shiver involuntarily. Zilu. When that familiar voice entered Zilu's ears, heaven knows, she hadn't even recovered for 2 seconds. And she had just spent 4 or 5 seconds escaping from that icy cave. Zilu guessed that her mech, which shimmered in the sunlight like flowing water, was simply too eye-catching. Her emotions and thoughts formed a split under the mech's influence. Her feelings were uncontrollably elated because of the voice's owner. But half of her thoughts became increasingly calm, even indifferent. Zilu could feel her body trembling slightly with excitement from the battlefield experience, making her reluctant to contemplate the implications behind it. The enlarged view from the mech allowed her to easily spot the owner of the voice. He was rushing towards her at full speed. Should I turn off the mech? The system, dwelling within her brain, clearly sensed her change. No, Zilu whispered, her face gradually shedding the usual expression. But no matter what, she believed that as long as she retained a glimmer of rationality, the mech's encroachment would never reach completion. Be careful. This phrase echoed again, but this time it was a blend of 2 voices. Zilu heard the overlapping voices of the system and Jansen. But at that moment, her brain began to suffer from the discomfort brought by the depletion of mental energy, like an old oil car needing time to start. Zilu surmised that this was due to her previous excessive consumption of mental energy, repeatedly activating the full form of the mech in a short time, leading her to instinctively resist the feeling of mental depletion. She feared the negative pain that might come from shutting down the mech, and a part of her mind resisted the mech, causing it to struggle to merge with her at this moment. This sense of alienation intensified as she became aware of her changes. It seemed her mech was frozen in place. Zilu watched Jansen accelerate towards her. Perhaps after a few seconds, she finally emerged from this sense of alienation. She immediately looked towards where Jansen's gaze was directed. As she turned, Zilu saw a blinding projectile rushing towards her from just a short distance away. In that instant, her brain felt as if it had been stretched infinitely. But in reality, she barely had time to activate the protective net on the mech, which was probably the only thing she could do in that second, because the next moment, the projectile exploded right before her eyes. Chapter 111. Cotton fluff. When the explosion sounded, Zilu felt her body enveloped in another warm embrace. She immediately realized that Jansen had caught up and was using his body to shield her from the attack. She wanted to use an item, but it seemed impossible to do so in that moment. As she opened her eyes in near despair, she saw a large, completely mismatched block of pink cotton fluff blocking the way between her and Jansen. Cotton fluff, low-quality version if you provoke me. Consider it a hit on cotton. This product could create a cotton shield to withstand damage up to 10,000 points. Please note, the design concept of this product is to use softness to overcome hardness. With no counterattack ability, any damage exceeding the set value will honestly reflect back on the user. Please use with caution. Activation time, 3 seconds. Required points, 500 points. Looking at this activated item, Zilu realized that the system was breaking through its permissions to protect Jansen. She had a strange intuition, which became clearer under her currently hyperactive brain conditions. But soon, Jansen's muffled groan of pain and the disappearance of the cotton fluff pulled her attention back. Zilu's emotional side was overwhelmed again as she looked almost indifferently at the noticeable blackened marks on Jansen's back and the scattered gravel embedded in his arm. However, when Jansen lifted his gaze, her indifference was quickly hidden, revealing her inner anxiety and urgency. "Are you okay?" The 2 of them asked in unison. And through the mech's perspective, Zilu clearly saw Jansen smile slightly. He pulled her closer into his embrace. "I'm fine. I'm glad I trusted you once more." Though Jansen's words reached Zilu's ears, she didn't understand what he meant. In this environment, they couldn't continue their conversation. "I'll send you back to the battleship. You'll be safe." They were very close, and the heat transmitted through the mech alleviated the anxiety brought by the occasional sounds of explosions. Just as Jansen was about to take Zilu away, a voice urgently stopped them. "Wait." The mother bug is still alive. If we don't eliminate the mother bug, this war will only continue meaninglessly. The system's voice gradually faded under Jansen's indifferent gaze. Noticing this, Zilu looked back at him in surprise. Did you hear that? Speaking of which, she had previously suspected this, but she didn't expect her guess to come true. What surprised her even more was that the system would take the risk of exposure to speak in front of Jansen. Do you want to listen to it? Jansen did not avoid the question. Zilu fell silent for 2 seconds. The other half of her was excitedly looking forward in the smoke of battle, and this desire nearly squeezed out the original her. Of course, she heard her own indifferent tone and Jansen's barely concealed disappointment, but he quickly masked his expression. As long as you can protect yourself well. In this chaotic background, their conversation took only a few dozen seconds. It should be in the eastern direction. Lady Erica gave me the detection function. The system popped up in time to point them in the direction, but when that crucial name appeared, it clearly sensed the vague anger from the binder and the former binder, scaring it into silence again. Zilu only wanted to sneer. She didn't expect the system to be so proactive this time, perhaps because Erica was dangling ahead. Maybe without her noticing, the system had already received orders from Erica. Let's go. But since she had decided to act, Zilu didn't want to waste time confronting the system. In a moment of surrender, her soul finally reintegrated, and her compatibility with the mech reached its peak. Jansen clearly sensed her change, which inevitably made him think of Liz's judgment on this. He had already taken the time to carefully watch the perspectives automatically uploaded to the internal data by other military mechs, but despite his inner recognition of Zilu's abilities, he still couldn't help but have many concerns in reality. However, he wouldn't show any of this. Once Zilu made her decision, he just needed to wholeheartedly help her achieve her goal, and indeed, he did not plan to let this group of bugs go easily. The speed of the two specially designed mechs was beyond the naked eye. These two blue figures shone brightly in the sunlight, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It should be right here. The system suddenly spoke up. The two mechs were still close together, and Jansen naturally heard the system's words. He suppressed his discomfort regarding the dream eater ahead and leaned down with Zilu. But before they could fully descend, the mother bug, sensing the powerful spiritual entity approaching, instinctively moved its body, trying to leave the area. The traces of it emerging from the ground clearly indicated it was moving toward a direction closer to the polar night. This hasty movement exposed the massive mother bug's location, but it quickly realized this and began trying to burrow underground. The mother bug would be placed in the most suitable cave when it was small. It seemed this one hadn't moved in a long time and had forgotten how big it had grown. After 2 speeches without opposition, the system clearly gained confidence, and its bad habit of sarcasm re-emerged. Fortunately, no one here was free to pay it any mind. I'll clear the way first. Jansen slightly tilted his head, seemingly considering the appropriate angle. He hadn't used his heavy weapon in a long time, but thankfully he hadn't forgotten about regular maintenance. When the blue mech hoisted the nearly body-sized cannon, Zilu couldn't help but be taken aback. Why don't I have this? Zilu's strange speculation prompted her to ask casually. Boom! At the moment Zilu spoke, the cannon fired a dazzling light, shooting straight towards the position where the mother bug had just been. What did you say? As the user, Jansen inevitably missed Zilu's earlier question, but he ultimately received only a slight shake of the head in response. This small episode quickly passed, and just when they thought a pit leading underground would appear as the dust settled, a completely different scene unfolded before them. These bugs have gone mad? They saw that under the previous blow, countless bug people were frantically rushing toward the dazzling laser, using their bodies to shield the mother bug from the attack. Moreover, upon noticing the two trying to harm the mother bug, the bugs rushing from all directions locked onto the 2 blue figures, swarming towards them like moths to a flame. Chapter 112. Blink Zilu suspected that she was about to have an episode of her trypophobia, but the swarm of insects that could almost block out the sky was rapidly approaching them. Even those without trypophobia would likely get goosebumps from the sight. Everyone cover me. Heavy mechs, push forward. Jansen's first reaction was to command the confused subordinates who had scattered at the sight of the situation. Upon receiving his orders, all the squads began to regroup in an orderly manner. Without the interference of the insectoids, their speed increased. If you feel dizzy, let me know. Jansen reminded Zilu in the end. At this point, they were already caught in the wave of insectoids, and the gunfire kept illuminating the air, creating a path for the two of them to struggle for a bit of oxygen in this cramped space. I know, you don't need to worry about me. Zilu switched to another firearm, and during the transition, the swarm of insectoids did not give her a moment's peace and attempted to close in again. She kicked one away and dodged another insectoid's sharp forelimb, and Jansen immediately followed up, twisting the insectoid's head off from behind. After instinctively completing this series of actions, Jansen glanced at Zilu, noting her cold and serious expression, realizing she didn't care about what just happened, so he turned back with ease. The arrival of the subordinates clearly allowed the limited space of the two blue mechs to continue expanding outward. The heavy mechs pushed forward unabatedly, using their standard heavy firearms to advance, determined to excavate this rugged ground. I know what that mother insect is. Just as the battle intensified, the system suddenly shouted loudly. What? Zilu retracted her last empty firearm, and the laser returned to her hand, becoming almost a blur in her swing. The system's sudden interruption clearly broke her focus, and she frowned in annoyance. It's just that after you saw the mother insect, I felt like it looked very familiar. I think I saw something about it when I was under Lord Erica. The system carefully observed Zilu's emotions, noticing that after she had a target to vent her frustrations on, her cold aura no longer directed at others, which relieved it considerably. It continued to speak calmly under her relentless offensive. Lord Erica has dealt with the insect race for many years. She realized that the spiritual core of the insect race is the mother insect. The mother insect will give birth to another mother insect when the time is right. But in any case, a species of insects can only have one mother insect. What do you want to say? Zilu impatiently interrupted the system's incessant chatter. The system's excited brain, having discovered the answer, calmed down a bit due to the interruption. It fell silent for a few seconds before finally getting to the point. This mother insect is Pilgall. The insectoids claim it is a favored child of the heavens. It cannot live in the soil and has no ability to pave the way in dirty earth. It will definitely surface again when it realizes it cannot breathe or move in the ground. The system continued with a hint of pride. The mother insect has always been particularly sensitive to mental energy. Presumably, your sudden approach made it feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, causing it to flee underground in a panic. Zilu was silent for 2 seconds but still did not relay the system's words to the others. Instead, she ruthlessly revealed another truth. The caves here are interconnected. Do you remember? She had just crawled out of that maze-like underground world not long ago. This indeed poured cold water on the system. If the mother insect did not go deeper underground and simply sat comfortably in these caves, they would have to cross this large group of insectoids and completely breach the surface, which would take considerable time. However, your idea still has merit. According to Zilu's impression, the size of the mother insect had indeed exceeded the capacity of the cave passages. Perhaps it did not want to go deeper underground, but wanted to leave the cave through the passages, only to suddenly find its body unable to navigate freely in these passages, inadvertently damaging the tunnels and surfacing. Given this, time was of the essence. If some insectoids were widening the passages for underground, then the firepower and energy they wasted here would be meaningless. Zilu thought this way and immediately took action. Blink. 5-pack using this item allows the user to appear within a radius of 30 meters from their original location in 1 second. This product can be used intermittently 5 times, with a total interval not exceeding 30 minutes. Please note, there is a 60% chance of failure when using this item. When it fails, the following situations may occur. 1. The user remains in place. 2. The user's body parts remain in place. 13 unexpected scenarios are densely listed here. When any of these situations occur, the user should not panic, just use the item again. And there is a 95% chance of lifting the negative failure state, but please use it cautiously. Effective time, 30 minutes. Required points, 4,400 points. Just looking at the description of this item, one can sense a bit of suffocation. However, due to various reasons, Zilu still exchanged for it and repeatedly skipped using it as she left the cave. Not only because of its limited range, but also due to its dreadful list of side effects. But with Jansen as her strong support, Zilu turned her attention back to it. In her view, the item's effect was significant, but its side effects were so terrifying that many would hesitate. In fact, Zilu vaguely remembered having used a similar blink item before, but now she couldn't find it. She suspected that the system shop was regularly updated, which led to some useful items not being available for her service. Chapter 113. The Destroyer. It's not really a big deal. It's just an upgrade to my detection device. I don't think it's any better than the original. Just like now, my detection radar shows that the mother bug has temporarily disappeared. How is that possible? Hearing the system's words, Zilu suppressed her urge to complain and just rolled her eyes in silence. Jensen, who was watching her closely, immediately sensed her emotional shift. He moved a little closer, and without waiting for him to speak, Zilu understood his concern the moment their eyes met. She shook her head and said softly, "I'm Fine. Can you lend me your weapon? I might be on the ground in the next second, and I may need your help then." If she couldn't flash away from the heavily infested area in the second attempt, Zilu might need Jensen to draw some fire, allowing her to leave before the remaining parts of her body were devoured by the bugs. Jensen hesitated slightly, but this was a reaction Zilu had anticipated. She wasn't planning to wait for his consent. If he refused to hand over the weapon, she would find something else to replace it. The complete form of the mech had unearthed her earlier embarrassment before the mother bug from her painful memories, now forming a flame called hatred, intensifying her indescribable desire for the mother bug's death. Thus, when Jensen took out that incredibly lethal weapon, Zilu vanished before him. His strong intuition made him instinctively lower his head, where a mass of bugs was densely packed, their wings buzzing, almost making one feel irritable. But before he could act, in the next second, Zilu reappeared beside him, her face slightly distorted, as if she had just endured a dozen roller coasters, struggling against the urge to vomit. "We retreat in succession," Zilu said, looking at the soldiers surrounding them, fighting for their lives. Given their dense numbers, it was inevitable that there would be many injuries, but they had clearly been trained by the Airy Army system. After being injured, pain could not halt their steps. "Trust me." Jensen watched her disappear and then reappear before him, his heart still racing uncontrollably in panic, but this time he did not hesitate. "Everyone, ascend and retreat." The soldiers immediately obeyed his command without question. Perhaps only a few seconds had passed when a massive tremor shook the ground. Looking around, the sudden cracks seemed to spread to every visible place. It seemed that only one target was being attacked. Destroyer. Special edition. This product can attach itself to an object and destroy it through splitting, tearing, burning, etc. within a set time. There is an 80% chance of successful use. Please note, the power of this product is uncontrollable, and once the countdown ends, damage cannot be prevented. Furthermore, this product is a special item, and usage data will be synchronized to the database at the moment of destruction. The user agrees to this clause by using this item. Effective time varies depending on the destroyed object. Required points, 9,999 points. Zilu's voice was drowned out by the massive crashing sound of the ground collapsing. Jensen unexpectedly glanced at her, seemingly seeing another concealed soul through this body. Zilu noticed Jensen's gaze, but clearly did not care about his opinion at this moment. She diverted part of her attention to the system all interface and found that the place originally meant for the destroyer item had indeed been replaced with other products. It seemed that this uncontrollable item was indeed limited in sale. If it weren't for that, Zilu would have been willing to experiment with it on the mother bug again. The collapse of the ground brought up clouds of dust, and the bugs were clearly thrown into disarray by the sudden change. They stopped attacking Jensen and the others, swirling in confusion in the sky. Some bugs, reacting more quickly, risked entering the large cracks in the ground to check on the safety of their mother bug. "Follow them," Jensen ordered after observing for a moment. The team formed a sharp angle again and plunged toward the massive crack in the ground. The system's theory and Zilu's guess had not been wrong. The only deviation was the appearance of this strange item, which significantly reduced the time the mother bug could hide. The bugs were indeed digging underground for their mother bug and had excavated a considerable cave. They must all be skilled in construction when they delved into the unfathomable depths. What they saw was a spacious and sturdy pit, Perhaps it was this depth that affected the system's detection function. However, the stability of this deep hole had clearly reached its limit. The destroyer was continuously extending its tentacles downward, and after Jensen and the others had gone down a distance, they realized this. Why not just try to pierce through it? They had to stop halfway because the sound of the breaking tremors had already penetrated into the dark depths. At this moment, in the dim space, only the surface of the mech still carried a faint glow. Zilu's words made Jensen glance at her again. The dim light could not obscure his sight, and he clearly saw Zilu wearing a cruelly playful smile. She was delighted by this destruction. Jensen froze for a second, and in that moment, countless memories surged forth. His brain didn't even need to analyze. He recognized where this familiar feeling came from. It was from when he first chapter 114. Fireworks how? Jensen smiled gently, the soft and faint light of the mech casting a warm filter over him, which oddly calmed Zilu's faintly restless feelings when she couldn't catch the mother bug in this terrible environment. I'll stay with you. At this moment, her cruel smile faded, revealing her true self. The slightly arched brows and eyes almost melted Jensen's heart, and his smile deepened considerably. Okay, but you have to remember to look back. Their shoulders brushed against each other, facing the abyss-like underground. At first, an extremely blinding light poured into the dark depths beside them, as if a giant mouth was devouring this piercing brightness. Jensen did not look back. He took Zilu's hand and rushed towards the sunlight above. The rumbling tremors intensified, finally bringing down countless falling rocks. Jensen shielded most of the debris. The light behind them spread outward like a dome, and they felt as if they were being chased by a giant snake filled with light spots, desperately needing to escape the enemy's lair. Zilu felt her heart racing uncontrollably again, but strangely, this accelerated heartbeat didn't make her feel uncomfortable. Her cold nerves seemed to be illuminated by the warm sunlight, and this heartbeat even brought her a hint of sweet joy. She was almost beginning to love this chaotic escape scene. Boom! The sound of the entire ground collapsing was magnificent, and Zilu closely followed Jensen, rushing out of the collapsing cave in that instant. Dust was kicked up everywhere, and the whole world was shrouded in a mist created by the dust. Yet the tremors continued to echo from deep underground. Countless bug people rose into the air. Their home had undoubtedly been easily destroyed by this terrifying force, leaving them confusedly swirling in the sky. Fortunately, this time Zilu didn't have to wait too long. Without fully activating the mech's form, she hadn't seen the mother bug clearly. Her memories felt like they had been brutally pierced by a sharp knife, forcefully carving the mother bug's jade-like face in her mind, while everything else was cruelly erased, leaving nothing but painful scars. So, when a mother bug burst forth from the collapsed ground surrounded and wrapped by a swarm of bug people, the blood inside Zilu seemed to boil again. She couldn't wait to violently tear apart the bug skin protecting the mother bug, exposing its humanoid face to the sunlight, leaving it nowhere to hide. Jensen naturally noticed her emotional change immediately. This time, he wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he was quite pleased that the person he loved could find an outlet for her emotions, which would make it much easier for her when she closed the mech's full form. He had already retracted his weapon, rather than achieving their goal through weapons. He clearly preferred the feeling of digging out the enemy's disguises with his bare hands. Everyone be on guard. Our last meal is here. All teams disperse. Jensen issued new orders to his subordinates through the terminal. Zilu watched his lips move, her gaze crossing over the densely packed bug people blocking their way. Landing on the fleeing mother bug, she felt her strength accumulating, waiting for the moment to explode. But at the same time, she knew that with Jensen and his subordinates' help, things would be easier than charging recklessly on her own. This way, all her energy could be expended on the mother bug. Compared to the first time, it was clear that in this experience of controlling the mech, her rational side took up most of the time. When Zilu realized this, she couldn't help but smile silently, a smile filled with victory. Jensen looked at her, seemingly encouraged by her smile. He acted as the first to open an exit, charging forward and plunging into the mire of bug people, with Zilu closely following behind and mechs rushing in after them. At first, a subtle crack appeared in the dense ocean of bug people, which widened until it became a dividing line, brutally tearing apart the encirclement. Streams of light rushed out, directly chasing the nearby mother bug, ultimately crashing into its tail, clashing with the bug people falling off the bug skin. The dust flying in the air was the background of the battlefield. The collisions and tearing were the enemy's tricks, but when the numbers and power reached a certain level, the lethality would only continue to rise. Jensen had long realized that the longer this war dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for them. He led the charge out of the pointed formation, and the formation changed accordingly. Zilu stayed close to Jansen, while the rear team began to shift continuously, forming a strong shield on the outside and turning into a weapon to crush the enemy inside, squeezing and slaughtering the enemies. Zilu casually glanced back and then lost interest. Jensen pressed forward through the bug people, and this shallow cut quickly merged again. The rear team operated like a relentless machine, repeatedly absorbing the bug people, throwing out their corpses, relieving them of considerable pressure. At this point, they had barely managed to stand on the mother bug's body, which had an incredibly slippery, jade-like tail. They were only standing on the sharp tip of the mother bug's tail, and perhaps even the mother bug couldn't sense the difference between them and the swarm of bug people. In this surging ocean of bug people, Zilu briefly stopped her slaughtering actions, and a strong intuition made her look up just in time to see a figure leaping into the sky. Through the perspective provided by the mech, she could clearly see the person inside, one of the culprits that had plunged her into this chaotic war. Powell. But when this name slipped from her lips, Zilu felt a strong sense of disharmony. Unfortunately, Powell wouldn't give her time to think. He dashed into the encirclement of bug people like a moth to a flame, his mech covered in cracks. Jensen followed Zilu's gaze and saw the despicable figure he loathed. However, upon seeing the cracks on his mech, Jensen hesitated in his move to tear the opponent apart and instead pulled back the eager Zilu, retreating. What? Zilu's question was cut short as the cracked mech shattered in their original position. This was a nearly silent performance amid the loud background noise of screams and roars. Powell's mech fell apart like wilting petals, but his speed did not slow down. In an instant, Zilu understood his intention. She heard Jensen coordinating with his subordinates. Almost at the moment she heard the order, the whole squad took a large step back, and at the same time, a brilliant firework exploded before Zilu's eyes. Chapter 115, Another Self. Zilu seemed to hear Powell's wail, which almost tore through the noisy background, crashing against her eardrums and causing her body to flinch. In the midst of the dazzling fireworks, she seemed to see Powell's brief moment of clarity in his eyes, but perhaps it was just her imagination fabricating what she saw. After all, at that instant, even the Zerg were affected by the explosion, and a brief void appeared at the end of the Queen's tail. Zilu's heartbeat began to race again, a mix of excitement and bloodlust brought on by seeing the perfect opportunity. She nearly wanted to break free from Jansen's restraint immediately, but then she realized she was overthinking. Despite not understanding why Powell chose to self-destruct at this critical moment, his action indeed provided them with a perfect opportunity. And how could Jansen not see that? Zilu felt a slight tug on her hand, and her body immediately moved. Two blue figures, one deep and one light, coordinated seamlessly as they rushed forward, occupying the glistening white sticky territory even faster than the Zerg. In an instant, Zilu's blade switched out and pierced directly into the Queen's tail. Puff! A very faint sound of air being sliced through reached Zilu's ears, sending a chill down her spine. In the blink of an eye, Jansen's hand holding hers loosened, and her fingers grasped at nothing in the air. The scene before her changed dramatically in that moment. There was no Queen, no bugs, no teammates, no Jansen. Nothing, only an iron-gray void infinitely expanding before her. Having experienced this once, Zilu immediately realized she was in the Queen's illusion again. But when did all this begin? At that moment, Zilu suddenly became aware that the system's voice had not sounded for a long time. The only thing she could confirm now was that her mech was still in its complete form. Perhaps because of this, she could now view this absurdity with such a calm and rational attitude. She stepped forward into the void. The only sound in the entire iron-gray space was the dull echo of her footsteps, sending ripples across the surface beneath her. She walked silently forward, waiting for the queen to attempt once again to pull her into a deeper illusion, or to make her fall from a height, hoping the pain would awaken her. However, perhaps the queen also realized that she was currently protected by a complete mech, and simply falling from a height probably wouldn't kill her. This same mistake might be one of the main reasons for the queen's hesitation. Zilu did not encounter the moment of falling. She stopped. In the vast void, the sound of her mech's shell lightly clashing with the ground echoed, and besides that, this void world fell into silence again. Not knowing how long she had been standing still, Zilu saw a gap appearing ahead, like a zipper slowly opening. The gap widened, sunlight slanted in, nearly filling that space, causing the cold iron gray to almost fade under the sunlight. Zilu silently watched for a while before slowly stepping inside, the blinding sunlight quickly engulfing her figure. The familiar, slightly faded wall fabric, the three-piece set that had just been changed before her crossing, and the protective bumpers wrapped around the corners of the table to avoid frequent bumps. Everything was so familiar that Zilu could walk freely in this room with her eyes closed. But at this moment, she did not feel the same joy as when she was in a dream, unwilling to waste any time. Instead, she wore a cold expression, using a strange third-party perspective to re-examine the room, as if searching for any subtle differences in the details. Zilu, a gentle breeze brushed against the orange curtains, and she slightly turned her head to stare at the moving curtains, then turned to look at the familiar street scene outside. Zilu, are you ready? You're going to be late for school. Zilu frowned, her mother's voice from outside, sending chills down her spine. A strange sense of anger made her wish to rush out and tear apart this entire illusion with her own hands. It seemed that sensing her emotional turmoil, the scene before her transformed like an ink splash painting, large blotches of ink splattering in the air, dragging the entire scene into nothingness. Zilu closed her eyes and opened them again. She found herself standing in a wasteland, the scorching sun baking the ground. Heaps of silver-black garbage piled up in walls and mountains. She saw a crude, triangular house ahead, and as she approached, the triangular house crumbled away, turning into a rough iron shed. Her footsteps halted in front of the iron shed, and as she thought, a person's back was indeed standing inside. Zilu remained silent until the person turned around. Zilu. Jansen smiled, and in his golden eyes, that familiar luster was flowing in the opposite direction. Don't you like it here? Zilu continued to wear a cold expression and said nothing. Jansen took a step forward, and she stepped back to avoid close contact with him. His smile was fixed on his face like a wax figure, and this false smile became more pronounced over time. Then, before Zilu's eyes, Jansen's face began to melt like it was being baked by high temperatures, dripping down viscously. Zilu's legs moved slightly forward. Beneath that melting face appeared another face, her long-lost mother's, and then, under her indifferent gaze, this face slowly twisted and deformed in the sunlight, morphing into other people's faces. Zilu felt her mind go blank, filled only with an extremely vivid anger, as if nothing else could fit within. The speed of the face-switching increased, even showing two half-faces crudely stitched together. Unconsciously, Zilu's hand tightened into a fist, and finally, the outer layer of the shell completely dissolved, revealing a figure both familiar and unfamiliar. Why are you angry? That gentle tone, laced with a southern accent, flowed through another shell, creating an incredibly bizarre scene. It seems you don't understand humanity at all. Zilu finally spoke. The person she faced with a role that she could never immerse herself in within this illusion. Herself. The same face, but with different expressions. The gentle eyes facing the doorway exuded a sense of inclusiveness, while at the exit, that identical face was already covered by a mask of indifference, revealing a sharp demeanor instead. Chapter 116. Counterattack, is that so? The face identical to hers showed a look of sadness, and the slight lift of the eyes made Zilu suddenly realize, for a moment, that it was a gesture of one of her good friends. But after a brief thought, Zilu understood the reason behind this situation. After all, no one would constantly simulate their expressions while speaking to themselves in the mirror. Most people's memories are more often filled with the appearances of those around them, rather than their own daily actions and reactions. Indeed, for some reason, facing this face of her own, Zilu found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that through this shell, she could see the immature illusion abilities of the mother bug. It was like watching a clumsy fraudster performing in front of her. With this thought, the strange anger she had felt on her way here subsided. Perhaps this gave the mother bug a false impression, a misconception that Zilu enjoyed conversing with herself. It maintained this bizarre image while its face twisted for a moment, due to Zilu's casual answers and disdainful gaze. You can steal my memories, can you? Zilu watched as the mother bug's expression increasingly struggled to maintain that gentle facade. Its eyes were fixed on Zilu's face, seemingly trying to mimic her current demeanor. I guess you want to keep me here, but I just can't fit into your illusion, which makes you feel humiliated and angry, right? Or perhaps controlling so many alien beings at once is proving to be difficult for you. Let me think. Zilu mockingly walked halfway around the expressionless face. Is it Jansen? Someone once told me that people with weak mental powers are easily controlled by you. So it seems that those with excessively strong mental powers would relatively affect your overall performance, right? This condescending attitude clearly infuriated the mother bug. Zilu watched as the surrounding garbage star background began to peel away piece by piece, like wall paint gradually molding and flaking after getting damp. Yet she remained calm and carefully observed the mother bug. The other party's expression was becoming increasingly similar to the cold indifference she had when she first entered this illusion. I think my mental power level is indeed not ideal, but the fact that I am human makes it hard for you to decipher, right? Zilu revealed a smug smile at this moment, her demeanor now somewhat lively. It was as if her expression had changed completely. Zilu noticed that the mother bug's reaction to her expression abruptly froze, not having blinked throughout, but clearly unsure of which aspect of her to mimic. I do want to return to my own world, but I also can't bear to leave Jansen. However, you overlooked one thing. There is no such thing as perfection in this world. There will always be something like a grain of sand stuck in your throat, making it impossible to swallow or spit out. If one day that grain of sand disappears, even you would be surprised. Moreover, I detest it when someone tries to replace the person I care about. The mother bug suddenly blinked for the first time, and their identical eyes met in the air. Under Zilu's mocking, even somewhat smug gaze, the mother bug's face displayed that jade-like skin, which made Zilu's smile slightly retract. It's okay. The mother bug's face appeared on this utterly mismatched, frail body. When it spoke, its lips didn't even move, suggesting that the tongue inside remained unchanged. Since you cannot accept perfect things, let the thing you fear the most become your nightmare. I will replace you. Just as you believe in your mind, my learning ability is so. The words that followed were spoken quickly and indistinctly. The surrounding scenery finally collapsed completely, and Zilu was thrown into the darkness, returning to her initial indifferent state, with the mother bug still right in front of her. No matter how the scenery changed, it always kept a close watch on her. Zilu suddenly laughed. Is that so? But are you really sure the one you learned from is me? The spinning background suddenly froze, and the mother bug appeared right in front of her, nearly pressing against her, but Zilu did not seem to find it frightening. She had the leisure to laugh a few times, as if some amusing truth had tickled her. You once said that there was an interesting little thing in my mind, right? In this chaotic background, Zilu's eyes seemed to shine. How can you be sure that the interesting guy is not the current me? Crack. An extremely faint cracking sound echoed in Zilu's ears, yet she did not turn to look at the disintegrating world again. Her eyes were always fixated on the mother bug, just like the mother bug's gaze. Zilu's soul was excited and burning. She felt a knife-like pain in her head, and her mental power surged again and again, almost tearing apart the alien that was drilling into her mind. With the enhancement of the mech, she finally spotted her prey and attempted to hunt it down, and now she had reached the alien in her mental sea that was gradually lowering its guard. Zilu's spirit unleashed its fangs and engaged in a fierce battle with the resisting alien. The two figures stood motionless in this illusory world, gazing at each other, until the cracking sound grew nearer and nearer. Zilu. The system's voice surged into Zilu's ears clearly, as if it had just surfaced from the water. Zilu gasped, her soul seemingly having just emerged from an abyss-like ocean. her eyes bloodshot, and her brain felt as if it were being torn apart with each violent heartbeat, nearly making her cry out in pain. "Are you okay? You did great this time. How did you know to use the explosive limit of your mental power to repel the mother bug's mental attack? But this is a bit of a double-edged sword. Does your head hurt now? Do you want to turn off the mech first? But it's also good that you have the mech on. That way you can view the illusion created by the mother bug from 3 angles. I heard that this can either make one sink deeper or make it easier to break free from the illusion's influence. It seems you're the latter." The system buzzed incessantly, and Zilu painfully squeezed out a groan from her tightly clenched teeth. After multiple blinks, her dazed gaze gradually focused, but at that moment, her vision was still a blur of white. Just when she thought her self-destructive actions had not only harmed her mental sea, but also blinded her eyes, the system finally said something useful. "Oh, don't worry. That group of insect people packed up what was useful to you and ate the rest. Think about it. If you could really be controlled by the mother bug, they could almost invade Aerie in return. However, I think you still need to prepare quickly. I believe they will soon receive instructions from the mother bug, and this time they will definitely come to devour you." Chapter 117, Sweetness in a Blink. Jansen found himself in a completely different world. He was somewhat familiar with this kind of trick. After all, knowing how to correctly respond to the illusions created by the mother worm was one of the required courses in the military academy. However, this learning was just a brief introduction, lacking in-depth content. For example, Jansen knew that in a mirage, it was best not to go all out against anything he hated, or it might ultimately endanger his own life. Conversely, no matter how beautiful things appeared, he should not entertain the thought of wanting to stay, for once that thought emerged, his mental ocean might fully open to the mother worm. At that point, the mother worm would likely devour all of his mental strength like a delicious treat, ultimately forcing his mental ocean to seal off. By then, who he was in reality would be uncertain, but in any case, it would not be the guy who had been consumed. But this was almost all the content of the required course. Those were just surface-level tips. As for how to escape the mother worm's illusion, a fixed answer had yet to emerge. When he saw the impossible scene perfectly replicated before him, Jansen quickly brushed aside those simplistic bits of knowledge and curiously observed the giant standing before him. That was one of Jansen's pure-blood uncles, and if you remember correctly, the other party stood at 2 meters 1. Yet at this moment he was almost looking up at him. This seemed impossible for Jansen, who had already grown to just over 2 meters. This act of looking up, combined with the way the other party almost blocked the sun behind him, made him appear as towering as a giant. Jansen looked down at his hands and feet, judging by their size and the unknown severed limb he was dragging, that he was now in the juvenile stage after just binding to a mech. You did well. As one of the future incarnations of the war god, you must be ruthless enough to overcome those challengers. There is no need to hold back. You must strike to kill, taking their lives. As soon as the person spoke, that familiar voice pulled Jansen back to a long-sealed memory. At that moment, he should have casually tossed the severed limb in the person's face, laughing heartily at their blood-stained expression, watching their face shift from dark to clear, praising them as a certain future incarnation of the war god, rambling on about the glorious deeds of the previous war god incarnation, most of which were stained with the color of blood, causing other conquered races to struggle painfully in the flames of hell. But back then, Jansen's blood had not yet calmed under the influence of the mech. His golden eyes resembled George's, devoid of luster but filled with excitement, made up of brutality and inexplicable rage that had nowhere to vent. At that time, he yearned to become another incarnation of the war god in the sea of blood, a war god incarnation built on the corpses of others. However, now looking back at that memory, Jansen found it somewhat amusing. His thoughts back then seemed so strange. It was exhausting to live and die just for a title, something that was hard for him to understand now. He watched the other party perform, like watching an amusing clown show. Don't you hate me? The person's excited hand movements froze in midair. Their slightly raised heads stiffened like stone. Pausing in place, only their pale golden eyes rolled down to fixate on the laughing Jansen. Why would I hate you? With a slightly childish tone, Jansen replied with a smile. The person seemed to have a glitch in their mind, causing their eyes to stop as well. Then, in a very low voice, they softly said, I turned you into a devil. We all did. As the person's words fell, the bright sunlight was covered by a thick darkness. And around them, people had appeared out of nowhere, all possessing the unique golden hair and golden eyes of pure blood Aerie, staring motionlessly at Jansen. We raised you to be a demon, a bloodthirsty nightmare. The voices of this group intertwined, their deep tones echoing in the space. Ha 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 ha. Jansen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. This performance undoubtedly delighted the version of him that had returned to his childhood. The inexplicable worries that had lingered in his mind were cast aside by this show. His laughter spread through the space, causing the expressions of the emotionless figures to freeze in place as they quietly approached Jansen. Interesting. So this is the motherworm's illusion, Jansen mused. His golden eyes seemed to shimmer, gradually beginning to flow in the right direction. Yet he felt no different. He wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, almost unable to resist the urge to take this group away with him. Perhaps to let them reenact it so he could share this scene with. Jansen's actions halted as he carefully recalled, suddenly forgetting whom he had wanted to share this moment with. Was it George? He faintly sensed something was off, as if George could no longer appear before him. But Jansen instinctively avoided this intuition and continued to think about who he was eagerly wanting to see, wanting to share joy with. Jansen. Everything before him shattered like a broken puzzle, and a large hand reached out from the void, grasping all the pieces and pulling them into deeper darkness. Jansen turned to look, and the entire scene unfolded like a painting before his eyes. He saw desolate land, towering mountains of garbage, and a small human running happily towards him. That person was just too cute. Under the scorching sun, her cheeks were flushed, and even wearing a radiation suit full of scratches did not diminish her beauty. She came to his side, gazing up at him with her seemingly glowing black eyes, wholeheartedly focused on him. Jansen felt his heart melt. So this is Cosima. His rusty brain finally started to function again. Are you going home? Jansen nodded instinctively. With his affirmation, he was rewarded. A soft touch brushed against his palm that hung by his side. Cosima took his hand. At that moment, Jansen realized that his body had unconsciously returned to its adult form, but his heart was no longer under his control. That lively heart was beating violently within his chest, under Cosima's smiling face, but strangely, Jansen felt a sweet happiness from it. Chapter 118. The overlooked fact. Let's eat, Jansen. Cosima's soft and sweet voice said something strange, but Jansen inexplicably knew what she was referring to. He took 2 bottles of light-colored nutrient solution from the extremely simple box and handed one bottle to Cosima. He watched as Cosima tilted her head back, revealing that charming smile again, her hand holding the bottle of nutrient solution raised high, and she spoke those strange words once more. Cheers! The bottles of nutrient solution in their hands lightly clinked in the air, the liquid inside swaying, much like Jansen's dizzy brain at that moment. He couldn't help but smile, and the glimmer in his golden eyes was like honey, making his gaze even softer. Cheers, he echoed those strange words, bringing the nutrient solution to his lips. The cold liquid touched his lips, and he suddenly felt a dangerous sensation, which made him stop. What's wrong, Jansen? Cosima tilted her head slightly, her black pupils fixed on his actions, waiting for him to drink the light-colored liquid. Jansen shook his head, the nutrient solution in his hand refracting strange light under the abundant daylight, making him hesitate even more. Jansen? Cosima's increasingly sweet voice made it hard for Jansen to take his eyes off her. From her unblinking black eyes, he saw his own reflection. Something feels different. What is it? Jansen's aggressive gaze undoubtedly put pressure on her, causing Cosima to flinch back slightly. This action instinctively pulled Jansen's attention back from the truth he was touching. Don't be afraid. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jansen himself was taken aback. It seemed he had forgotten something very important. I'm not afraid, Jansen. Aren't you going to drink? Cosima's sweet voice repeatedly stimulated Jansen's nerves. He felt he was on the edge of memory, just a little bit different. Jansen's hand unconsciously loosened, and a light-colored liquid swayed in the air, being silently swallowed by the ground as the bottle fell. The entire space suddenly fell silent. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. No wonder some people want to stay in the illusion. Jansen sighed. The glimmer in his golden eyes flowed gently around his pupils. Although admitting his failure was painful, he glanced at Cosima, who was frozen in place. Actually, until now, I still can't make Zilu, so clingy to me. At this point, Jansen couldn't help but sigh. It turns out I longed for her closeness so much. I wonder if, in this lifetime, I can make her trust me wholeheartedly. Mainly, I haven't done well enough. Jansen reflected deeply, oblivious to the world around him. In this space, where others couldn't intrude, he was willing to open his heart and talk about his weaknesses. The neglected Cosima's face briefly twisted, but it was clear that she still wanted to try again. The fruit of victory was right in front of her, about to fall into her mouth, only to suddenly disappear. It took some time for her expression, which had stiffened like a stone statue, to relax. Jansen, aren't you happy? That sweet voice now sounded somewhat deliberate and distorted in Jansen's ears. I'm quite happy. I actually enjoy your tricks. It's quite a nice experience. Jansen grinned, his smile containing traces of his younger self, tinged with a hint of bloody greed. The mother bug momentarily malfunctioned at this unexpected response, her face slightly twisting again, as if the internal spring had been wounded to the end and needed to be recharged. Really? Is that so? Her voice became awkward and slow, and the surrounding illusion began to disintegrate, as if splashed with large buckets of paint, smeared with a multitude of discordant colors. All these colors mixed together, ultimately becoming a dirty black-gray. The light of the entire world was swallowed within, leaving only Jansen's eyes and the mecha glowing faintly in the darkness. Is this the end? Jansen looked at the fully unfolded mecha form that appeared abruptly on him, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. But this darkness was clearly only temporary. From behind him, a vast light spread out, flooding at his feet. Jansen slightly raised his eyes, looking at the familiar layout of the arena, and the anger in his heart silently ignited. Come on, today is your big day, your 100th victory. What a beautiful number. But I believe you will definitely win. The figure of Aerie in front of him was moving its lips, but Jansen couldn't hear her voice for a moment. His eardrums throbbed, only able to hear the heartbeat driven by anger and sorrow. Shut up. Jansen rudely interrupted her. Peel your skin off, before I tear you to shreds. Jansen's eyes reflected the figure of Aerie before him. Those golden eyes with slightly downward corners, the gentle and tolerant smile, constantly whipped Jansen's soul, reminding him of the reality he had been avoiding. Peel off. Jansen's anger was so intense, the glimmer in his eyes flowing rapidly. In his vision, George's figure was perfectly presented before him, his pale face still devoid of the strange bluish hue, his body in casual clothes still intact, not disassembled due to ammunition dismantling. Yet all of this nearly shattered Jansen's sanity. The voices around suddenly disappeared. Everyone stiffened in place. They sensed the danger. The illusion trembled, as if being gripped by an invisible hand, preventing it from shifting even slightly. You. George's stiff smile remained on his face, but his voice involuntarily spilled from his mouth, though it was just a beginning sound, the rest dissipating in his stomach before the crisis arrived. Don't make me repeat myself. Jansen began to move his feet. All the beings around seemed to be burned by sunlight, their souls letting out piercing screams, dissipating into nothingness like wisps of smoke under the dazzling sunlight. That invisible hand released its grip, and the entire illusion instantly collapsed, leaving no trace. George's face tightened like a plaster statue, and at the moment Jansen approached, it twisted into a mass of meaningless lines, but it was too late. Jansen's hand had already tightly grasped his elongated, extremely slender neck. Chapter 119. The Death of the Mother Bug. No. The pain deep within the soul caused those meaningless lines to stir chaotically on that face. The language emitted by the insect race carried a strange tremor, but unfortunately, in front of it, Jansen could not understand its meaningless cries. It seems you took my polite words seriously. Jansen's face was filled with a terrifying look of brutal determination. Those who knew him would probably quiet down now, praying for survival deep within their hearts. Listen, when others question you, it doesn't mean they truly want to stay. The excessive activity of his mental power clearly made Jansen's head ache faintly, but it undoubtedly made him even more excited. He was eager to crush this guy who repeatedly touched his bottom line. The moment this fervent thought flashed through Jason's mind, he felt a void in his hand. That scream was abruptly cut off. The dark illusion he had fallen into was violently torn apart once again. Jason felt as if his soul had been thrown into the air, and the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. Inside the cocoon of gray and flesh-pink threads, Jason gasped for breath, his brain radiating a protesting pain that made the cold sweat on his forehead find its culprit. Really, suddenly, Jason felt a bit dissatisfied with the bizarre beginning and abrupt end of this illusion. He had yet to taste the pleasure of tearing his enemy to pieces, but soon, with the return of his memories, his gaze became clear and his heart began to race again, driven by worry and fear. Jason immediately began to struggle, violently tearing apart the cocoon that enveloped him. Zilu. He desperately wanted to find his treasure. Zilu could very well have been cut open and swallowed by that insect's mouth while he was trapped in the illusion. Just thinking about this possibility made it impossible for him to maintain his sanity. Jason's voice became high-pitched and hoarse as he shouted the name from the depths of his heart. But that brain, which felt like it had fallen into an ice cave, repeatedly reminded him of this highly probable outcome. He didn't even dare to hope for an immediate response. "Jason, where are you?" The cocoon that enveloped Jason was almost unable to withstand his tearing. His eyes burst into large patches of light, causing his eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, to instinctively squint. Now, he found himself in a vast ruin, with cracks and tremors making everything here no longer follow the laws of nature. Within a few steps, there could be a massive trench, and turning around might lead to a suddenly rising peak. Jason hurriedly stood up, his pale face filled with uncontrollable joy and anticipation. He placed his hand on a nearby protruding sand dune and spoke again. "Zilu." This time, no one responded to him. The wind blew across the sandy ground, raising large clouds of dust. Jason looked up at the cloudless sky, enduring the increasingly intense pain, and began to gather his mech. He slowly ascended, and the scene unfolding before him made him almost doubt whether he was still in an illusion. But the stinging sensation in his mental sea repeatedly reminded him that this was reality, navigating around the barriers formed by several small sand dunes. Across a wide crack lay countless corpses and severed limbs, with blood almost staining the sandy ground red. Jason felt the air thin. Logically speaking, Ares shouldn't need too much oxygen to survive, but at this moment, he felt breathless. He was afraid, fearing that the sound he had just heard was an echo of the illusion or a hallucination brought on by the damage to his mental sea, which was undoubtedly highly convincing. Because of this, he was almost trembling at the thought of Zilu's potential danger. "You're really foolish. Jason would definitely wait for you right where he is. Once he wakes up, he will surely look for you. No need to run around." "Shoo, my head hurts." That voice seemed to come from the other side of the sand dune. "Oh, in that case, a headache is indeed. Why don't you turn off the mech? You've been holding on for so long, and the mother bug has finally exhausted its mental power and died. Those insect people definitely wouldn't dare come over. Everything is like this." Jason stared blankly at the figure emerging from the other side of the sand, dune not far away. The light blue mech, as clear as water, was struggling to rise in the low sky. Without even thinking, he could tell the poor state of the mech's owner's mental power. Overwhelming joy engulfed Jason, momentarily leaving him unresponsive. When he came to his senses, he was rushing over at an astonishing speed, almost losing control and crashing into the light blue mech. But in the next second, he reached out and tightly embraced that mech. Jason wanted to call out the other person's name, but found himself momentarily speechless. "Jason." Zilu paused for a moment before reaching out to embrace him as well. Her voice carried a strange calming ability, gradually bringing Jason back from this overwhelming joy and sorrow. Reluctantly, he eased the strength in his hands. Fortunately, both were wrapped in their mechs, so he didn't have to worry about hurting Zilu with his impulsive actions, which slightly alleviated his guilt. Thank goodness. When Jason opened his mouth, he found his throat so dry that he could hardly produce a decent sound. Hearing his voice, Zilu let out a soft sigh. The two fell silent for a moment, enjoying a brief tranquility in the air. Several hours later, Overwhelming news had filled the homepage of the Star Network, with various languages boldly displaying the words Aerie and the insect race. Following, there were the shocking estimated death tolls, both from the insect side and Aerie. This was undoubtedly a painful battle. Aerie reached out its tentacles again, this time aiming at the equally infamous insect race. The two evil forces finally faced each other, perhaps the only fortunate thing in this lengthy war history. Aerie finally discovered the terrifying aspects of the insect race. Behind this, there must be unknown insider information, according to reasonable speculation by war scholars. We had seen Cosima's figure during the Aerie Civil War, but after that, their traces disappeared again. So, in this large-scale battle, was there any involvement from Cosima? On Raskin Star, serving as a transit station for post-war restructuring, Erica was gathered with Adam. Clearly, both had briefly skimmed through the various headlines occupying the Star Network's homepage. Do you still think it's right not to share mental sea protection equipment? Adam's voice remained calm, and his expression showed little change, as if he were genuinely curious about the answer. Chapter 120. The truth behind the mental protection equipment is not just some roadside weeds that can be casually picked. Erica clearly wanted to end this topic lightly, but her son Adam did not agree. His silent gaze made Erica raise her hand and make a surrender gesture. All right, the expensive price is indeed just one of the issues. She paused for a moment and glanced at Adam again. It seems you're starting to take an interest in leadership matters. Erica's words were quick and vague, slipping off her tongue and dissipating instantly. How to say it? You should have seen it. This war, and many warriors, well, almost all warriors, believe it is being fought under my coercion. And they even miss their former Zerg hybrid comrades. I don't think they should become cold-blooded and forget their past friendships. But the connection between the Queen and any Zerg-related bloodline is extremely deep, and this connection is one-sided. I think that hybrid named Powell is a typical example of this. So when faced with the issue of racial survival, I believe they must learn to distinguish between priorities. At this point, Erica shifted the topic back. If I spend a lot of money and resources to provide this group with mental protection equipment, they will only think that their outdated impressions of the Zerg from decades ago are still correct. They cannot see the Zerg clearly, never treating them as their opponents, unaware that times have changed, and their strength is now sufficient to compete with the Aerie. What's worse is that if the Aerie continue to treat the Zerg with such disdainful negligence, the painful consequences will surely repeat. It's just a matter of time. Erica's eyes avoided Adam, looking ahead. There, the Aerie were coordinating the survivors of this battle, arranging for personnel to return to the occupied former Zerg territory to collect the bodies of their companions, if there were any left by the Zerg. At least for now, this kind of casualty is controllable, and after this battle, they will definitely correct their attitudes. If not, by the time we leave here, facing their full resistance to the Zerg's silent invasion, the casualty numbers will likely be far more terrifying than this battle. Adam also turned his gaze towards the busy Aerie, among whom were several non-Zerg hybrids. Without much thought, he could already envision the driving force behind this. Have you seen the Zerg Queen that Jensen killed? As Adam thought of that name, he immediately recalled the photos sent to his terminal by his subordinates who were cleaning up the battlefield not long ago. Yeah, the one we all thought was extinct. That's a big problem. Let us just hope it hasn't had time to give birth to the next generation of Zerg Queens. Adam. Just as this heavy topic was brought up, one of the protagonists appeared. Jensen walked out from the group of busy soldiers, his voice still hoarse, but his expression had returned to normal. It seemed that an hour in the medical bay was enough for him. I want to talk to you privately. This took Erica and Adam by surprise, and they quickly exchanged glances. Erica smiled and spoke first. In that case, I'll go about my business. In fact, I still have things to communicate with Zilu. Upon hearing Cosima's name, Jensen visibly frowned, seeming unwilling for the other party to refer to Cosima so intimately. What? Perhaps you have something you want to ask me? Like letting her unbind from Vito or something. Erica's mischievous expression made Adam, who was beside her, discreetly shake his head. No. Again, deviating from the answers Erica and Adam had imagined, Jensen continued with a cold expression. If you're prepared to help Zilu unbind, it must also be based on her own choice. No one can make decisions for her. An anticipated confrontation dissipated into thin air. And Erica seemed very satisfied with this answer, smiling as she nodded. Yes, Jensen, you are right. I fully support your view. Erica stepped aside. Then, I'll take my leave. You two brothers can chat slowly. After saying this, she left without any reluctance, leaving the two gloomy guys in a brief, awkward silence facing each other. What do you want to talk to me about? Adam's voice was low and steady. This battle seemed to have left no negative impact on him, at least on the surface. I think perhaps you would be willing to stay. After expressing his thoughts, Jensen felt an indescribable awkwardness, causing him to briefly avoid Adam's gaze. In fact, he had learned of Adam's departure news just a moment ago, while organizing his subordinates to carry out post-war work on the nearby launch pad. The dozens of warships beside him had also started to orderly transport resources, and the bright red emblem on those ships clearly indicated their owners. Aries' keen hearing came in handy at this moment. Jensen heard the names Adam and Erica, and what he originally planned to do after the reorganization was immediately moved to the top of the agenda. You know, this has always been your kingdom. Adam, as the first prince born in this world, was naturally expected by everyone to inherit his father's position and govern his people well in the years to come. And I am not an ideal leader. This was something Jensen had always struggled with, as no Aerii was willing to understand. The Aerii were always a group of watchful warriors, eager to extend their claws across the galaxy. But for Jensen, he probably did not want to fall into another meaningless war of attrition. The Zerg, having suffered heavy losses in this battle, were temporarily out of the picture. Before they returned, Jensen hoped to stay away from this quagmire and fulfill his promise to Zilu. Adam responded vaguely. You have done well without the proper training. He slowly articulated his thoughts. Jensen was indeed difficult to compare with the ambitious individuals who had received formal training since childhood. But for Adam, this level was already enough for now. Over the years, Adam had endured many hardships, and his character had changed quite a bit. But when he faced his younger brother, the role of the elder brother still manifested as usual. Only Jensen seemed to hear the underlying meaning behind this, and the disappointment that could not be hidden reflected in Adam's eyes, making him awkwardly shift his gaze to the sky. In fact, if you don't mind, I will bring Eve back. Jensen was stunned for a few seconds, and when he understood the implication behind this, his golden eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 121, Resolute Farewell, Eve. Are you saying that Cosima, who was taken away by Adam years ago, is still alive? This news was even more exciting than Adam's willingness to regain power. At this moment, Jensen finally felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, which had been hanging there for many days. Have you found out the reason? Jensen consciously avoided the terrifying word that made them all feel distant from Cosima. Adam shook his head. Mentioning the matter clearly caused his mood to plummet. His gaze seemed to drift through Jensen as if resting on another person. Mother brought her back. But Adam paused, coming back to his senses. I originally thought to find a chance to let her return to Correlating. She has always wanted to go back to her hometown. Now, after all these years of protection, Correlating should have recovered somewhat. I thought so too. Hearing this, Adam looked at Jensen's expression, knowing he was referring to the Cosima named Zilu. Perhaps because they both had someone they desperately wanted to protect and the same goal. Jensen felt that after such a long separation, they had finally become a bit closer. At the same time, in the room where Zilu was, Erica indeed came to meet this somewhat special Cosima in her eyes, just as she had said. Perhaps you would let me in so we can have a good chat? In front of Erica, Cosima's complexion was far from healthy. Her pale appearance made it hard to believe that she had just left the medical pod not long ago. Come in. Zilu turned to the side, allowing Erica to enter the room. However, in Zilu's heart, she knew very well that even without her permission, Erica could still come and go freely in her room. At least, the fact that the other party could patiently ask for her opinion this time was a small improvement. What do you want to talk to me about? Zilu vaguely guessed, and the facts proved that her thoughts were indeed correct. Lord Erica, are you looking for me? This sycophantic system. Zilu weakly complained in her heart. Yes, Erica smiled, seeming quite interested in this one-on-one way of interacting. If nothing unexpected happens, I will leave here in 4 hours and return to the Ackerman Galaxy. Do you want to come with me? As soon as this question came out, an eerie silence fell in the room. Lord Erica, but I still have her this. The system spoke ambiguously, and Zilu's headache had not completely eased. At this moment, she was trying to keep up with their conversation to extract the correct information. You don't need to worry about this. I can't store you onto a certain mechanical body, allowing you to exist as an individual. In the Ackerman galaxy, we do not restrict the external appearance of robots. You could dress yourself up as an Aerie or Cosima, whichever you like. However, at that time, there will still be a mark on your neck representing your identity as a robot. But I will list you under my name, and no one will be able to manipulate you. Erica spoke slowly, and even the mentally unwell Zilu could clearly hear her words, let alone the system. So, how about it? Vito, do you want to come with me? You're called Vito? Zilu inexplicably focused on the name. Yes. The system's tone seemed to reveal a hint of guilt. Without waiting for Zilu to speak, it guessed what was on her mind, but for beings like us, calling me system sounds a bit more impressive. So, you intentionally made me address you with a respectful term from the consciousness stream? Zilu's thought process oddly aligned with the system. Moreover, Vito is not just my name. It is also the name of other beings born in the same batch. Erica was pleased with the idea of one-on-one interaction. Lord Erica, actually, I really can't leave. What will happen to this guy if I go? The system had been holding back for a long time and still used Zilu as a shield. It's okay, whether you want to leave or not. You probably wouldn't want to be tied to someone else all the time, right? Zilu lowered her head, staring blankly at her feet on the ground. What are you talking about? If I leave, you will really die. The room fell into an eerie silence again. After a long while, Zilu finally raised her head, meeting Erica's intrigued gaze. What did you say? The system began its old tricks again. Is what it said true? Zilu turned to Erica, who looked at her increasingly pale face and nodded with assurance. It's not wrong. Once Vito leaves, everything you have exchanged for will leave with it, including the body it exchanged for you. This is a clone of Cosima. Although it has been adjusted according to your consciousness, I felt very familiar with you that day. But Vito concealed this part of the detail. Unfortunately, it is not a good concealer, is it? Furthermore, the results of your hair test also tell me that my suspicion is correct. Erica said with a smile. This is illegal in the Ackerman galaxy. But since we are not in the Ackerman galaxy now, and Clark Galaxy does not have corresponding complete regulations, I think we can temporarily skip this point. This part of the truth almost made Zilu tremble. Her body wasn't even hers. Although Zilu always harbored some doubts in her heart. The strange items in the system shop made her hold a peculiar idea. She always believed that the system and the forces behind it were omnipotent. Since they could create so many items with miraculous effects, it would surely not be a big problem to recreate her body. But she didn't expect. Don't worry. No one has used this body. It is still brand new, temporarily sealed after the new regulations came out. The system's voice grew softer, as if it also realized that the biggest problem was not here. Do you want to leave? The system, living with an independent identity. The system hesitated, and Zilu knew the answer in her heart. She looked down at her feet again, her aching brain going blank for a moment. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, she raised her head and said, "You can go." Her tone was calm, which left the system so angry that it couldn't say anything. You are currently severely affected by mental C damage, and it's been a short time since you shut down the mech. The negative effects haven't faded yet. In a few days, you definitely won't think this way. Anyway, I won't leave. Zilu ignored the system's words and looked at Erica, who was watching the show. When can you take action? Right now. Chapter 122, A Different Rebirth Zilu. As the system most attuned to Zilu's emotions, it could clearly sense her nihilistic mentality. This seemed to have started after she realized she was unlikely to return to her original world. Although the appearance of the mother bug temporarily shifted her focus, it was unexpected that once the mecha's complete form was shut down, the overwhelming sense of nihilism returned, even intensifying. What should I do? You just need to fall asleep. Zilu looked at Erica beside her. Although Erica was smiling at her, there was no trace of joy in her eyes. Looking into those eyes, which were strikingly similar to Jensen's, Zilu felt as if all her pain had temporarily subsided. The world around her gradually quieted down, to the point where not even a single sound could be heard, not even the sound of her own breathing. Her world slowly began to tilt. By the time Zilu realized something was wrong, Her world had already plunged into darkness. Buzz click click bang. As Zilu slowly regained consciousness, she was still a bit disoriented. Her first feeling about this death was, she hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye to Jensen. Later, when her consciousness finally returned to her body, all her thoughts surged into her mind, making her suddenly realize something was off, and she gasped at her previous feelings of nihilism. When Zilu opened her eyes, the noise around her continued, this time a series of short, soft calls. If it weren't for the surrounding silence, she probably wouldn't have caught that sound at all. Still muddled, Zilu instinctively raised her hand to touch her arm and cheek, bewildered by the real sensation. Could it be that everything before was just a dream? Ever since experiencing the Mother Bug's illusion, her mental state had worsened, making Zilu even more paranoid. System? Now, Zilu could barely raise her voice. Just saying those two words exhausted all her strength, but her brain had no response. Instead, faint noises seemed to rise again from outside the medical pod. The noise around her truly distracted Zilu. She finally mustered the strength to prop herself up with her feeble arms and looked out at the familiar transparent top of the medical pod. The scene outside struck Zilu as absurd and bizarre. She even doubted whether she had truly woken up. She saw Jensen sitting there with a dark expression, his eyes fixed on the center of the room with a look of disgust, as if the person in front of him was his enemy. In the center of the room was a half-robot performing acrobatics. Its lower body had human-like skin, albeit with some strange grayish tones, while its upper body twisted into a tangle amidst its own astonished gasps. Zilu blinked, and the scene before her did not disappear. Zilu. Jensen was the first to notice her peeking out. He quickly made his way through the makeshift performance to her side. How are you feeling? Jensen seemed unsure of what to do as the top of the medical pod slowly slid open, lifting Zilu's lower half up. I'm okay, just really tired. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but thanks to Jensen's keen hearing, he understood her words and spared her the pain of repeating herself. Cool me. Jensen reached out his hand, and seeing that she didn't resist, he pulled her into his embrace. His body temperature was slightly higher, making the cool Zilu feel pleasantly drowsy. Great. You're awake. It seems you're fine. I knew Lady Erica was just joking. She wouldn't let you die. Zilu rested her head on Jensen's shoulder and caught sight of the excited half-robot from behind him. Although its voice had changed significantly, Zilu couldn't help but let her inner thoughts spill out. System? The robot stretched its neck nearly a meter long. Upon hearing Zilu's words, it quickly shrank back. This body was brought to me by Lady Erica. What do you think? Zilu never expected to see a robot behaving so shyly and awkwardly. Her emotions were a tangled mess, and she didn't know where to start. Jensen gently stroked her head, his lips brushing lightly against her hair. You just woke up, so don't think too much. Zilu turned her head to look at Jensen's profile, slowly shaking her head in difficulty. If she didn't clarify everything, her curiosity would explode her head today. Erica left, and you're safe now. She told me that to ensure the stability of your damaged mental state, it's best to remove the unstable factors in your mind. But considering your relationship, Jensen spoke slowly, pausing noticeably at this point, given your relationship. She left this guy behind. I'm sorry I couldn't get here in time. Yeah, you scared me to death when you lost consciousness. Fortunately, Lady Erica was just testing our feelings for each other, and for her, it was only a matter of seconds. She also told me to get along well with you. If you bully me, I still have a two-way communication device that can bring Lady Erica back to get me. Seeing Jensen pause, the system eagerly leaned in, chattering away. It took a while for it to understand Jensen's lethal glare before it slowly backed off. The relationship between these two seemed to be in an awkward phase. The moment it met Jensen's gaze, the system quickly turned its head away again. You two? Seeing the system wanting to approach but stuck on the ground due to Jensen's presence, it excitedly forgot itself, stretching its head closer, but upon meeting Jensen's gaze, it immediately shrank back. This strange interaction reminded Zilu of her inexplicable suspicions when they faced the mother bug together. Jensen's gaze returned to her, softening with a hint of helplessness. What do you want to know? Do you know it? Jensen nodded. Perhaps I've known it longer than you have, but there's not much between us. I only just realized its true nature. Continuing to look at Zilu, Jensen couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her face, his touch as soft as a cloud, requiring utmost gentleness not to break it. Zilu turned away from Jensen's gaze, only to see the system behind her looking dark-faced. Now, with this highly anthropomorphized robot shell, the system's personality seemed easier to guess. Chapter 123. Planning for the future. I took a huge risk just to be his mech. I was on edge every day. Later, to save his life, I even brought you here on short notice. But in the end, I was still locked away. I put in a lot of effort to secretly break free from his confinement. If I hadn't established contact with you in advance, I might have just disappeared back then. I also thought later that perhaps my few big moves caught Lord Erica's attention, which is how she came to me. The next day, the system finally caught Jensen leaving and started talking about their past while leaning next to Zilu. Thanks to Erica's leniency, she at least remembered that Zilu, this soul from another world, needed to buy and consume the translator item from the system mall every day. So before leaving, she installed an unknown translation function on Zilu's terminal device. Although this function couldn't operate outside the terminal, it was better than nothing. Unless there were special circumstances, Zilu wouldn't take off the ring on her finger. She listened to the system's story through the terminal device, and the details made her frown repeatedly. After hearing the whole story, Zilu could only conclude one fact. She was merely a backup for the system, but later the backup turned the tables. The current system was no longer in her mental realm and was unaware of her emotional ups and downs. After recounting this bittersweet past, it shifted its focus back to its own body. Look, I can still do this. Zilu glanced at the system's various strange postures, nodded perfunctorily, and then turned to look at the terminal information. On it, numerous planets were arranged in order, sorted by their similarity to Zilu's description. However, after looking for so long, Zilu still couldn't find the blue planet she had in mind. Even though she knew that her true self might have already died, she still hoped to have the chance to return to her hometown and see it again. She wanted to meet another of her kind, a proof that she still existed in the same world. However, after experiencing so much, Zilu felt a faint sense of fear about retrieving her original blue planet and finding her family and friends. The interstellar realm was not peaceful. She secretly wanted to see them again, but didn't want them to be found by other powerful races. The bloody scenes. Even if she could think of countless reasons for her to be involved, her heart still couldn't forgive such actions. Similarly, she didn't want her kin to be caught up in this struggle for interstellar power. With these thoughts, another idea emerged in Zilu's mind. When Jensen came to find her in the evening, she finally faced him and expressed her thoughts. You want to go find the blue planet by yourself? Jensen looked at her in surprise, and he didn't forget to help her open the seal of the nutrient solution and put it in her hand. No. Jensen refused and quickly checked Zilu's expression. Have you seen the news on Starnet recently? The famous space pirate incident? Seeing Zilu shake her head, Jensen relaxed a bit. Besides the fierce battle at Aerie, things outside were not peaceful. Space pirates were elusive, unlike others who reasoned. They only robbed your goods and killed your people. It was too dangerous. Seeing Zilu frown, Jensen couldn't hide his disappointment and softened. When your body is better. Shall we go together? Zilu didn't respond. Didn't we agree on this? After spending time with Zilu, Jensen gradually figured out a way to interact with her. Or rather, a way to win her affection. Although Zilu had a gentle personality and didn't like to fight or argue, she was actually more responsive to soft approaches. If you positioned yourself on the weaker side of a matter, at least you could gain her attention. At that moment, Jensen lowered his head, speaking softly and slowly, not forgetting to slightly raise his eyes, using his golden gaze to earnestly seek care for his master. We agreed to go find the blue planet together. Looking at Jensen, who almost had puppy eyes, Zilu's resolve in her mind immediately burst like a bubble after being pricked. Okay, fine. The system, which was playing with the terminal device Jensen temporarily registered for it, couldn't help but speak up as it watched their interaction. But when it saw Jensen immediately turn his deadly gaze toward it, all words halted in those few interjections. Zilu tilted her head in confusion to take a look, but only saw the system appearing to be busy, and her gaze moved away again. Then it settled. Jensen smiled again and began to plan their future in detail. Give me 3 days, and I will completely transfer the rights to Adam. By then, shall we go take a look at Correlating Star? Perhaps we can gain some inspiration from there. Correlating Star? Zilu felt the name was familiar, and the terminal's virtual screen nearby popped up an introduction to Correlating Star. Looking at the introduction about the Cosima habitat, Zilu thought for a moment and agreed. Although she hadn't seen a Cosima in all this time, at least from what others said, she could understand that the Cosima resembled her original appearance. Perhaps that's why the system chose this body for her. When she arrived at the territory once inhabited by the Cosima, she might truly see something familiar. Although logically this made sense, Zilu had always felt a vague rejection of this possibility in her heart. According to her understanding, there was a cruel reality in the real world. That is, the Cosima might have already gone extinct. If Correlating Star really had a connection to the blue planet, just thinking about it made Zilu feel suffocated. Perhaps this was also why she had always avoided delving deeper into understanding the Cosima. Just looking at the opening lines, she began to feel deep sorrow for this race. Jensen, after taking a sip of the nutrient solution, Zilu still couldn't help but ask, "Did you participate in that war?" That war to plunder Correlating Star. Jensen, who was resting his chin while smiling at Zilu, couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and his smile faded a bit as he recalled the events of that year. At that time, my age didn't meet the conditions to go to war. Although I didn't participate directly, almost all of my relatives were involved in that war. Jensen straightened his posture, considering his words. "I'm sorry, Zilu." Zilu shook her head, looking dejected. "I don't think I have the right to accept your apology." The comfortable atmosphere between the two was immediately overshadowed by an invisible gloom. Cough. Zilu, did you know that there are actually skins for mermaids being sold on Starnet? Do you think I should buy one to try? The system, which had been eavesdropping the whole time, bravely approached and showed Zilu the shopping interface in its hands, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. "Do you have money?" Zilu suddenly realized this question. In fact, because she had the system all before, it seemed she had never thought about shopping elsewhere. Plus, Jensen had almost prepared everything she needed in advance, and he had even arranged for assistants to take care of her. One thing after another, Zilu felt like she had been pushed along by various matters. In the past, she was well taken care of within her family's protective circle, which made her hardly think about these small matters in life. "You could do it this way." Jensen smiled, signaling for their terminal devices to touch. "This way, you can help it pay." Zilu looked at Jansen, who had an encouraging expression and immediately understood his meaning. The terminal sensed the owner's command and displayed the account balance interface. Zilu glanced at the box filled with a long string of numbers and then looked at the 2-digit skin price in the system, feeling an indescribable psychological burden from this huge amount of money. Chapter 124. Level 4 Warrior, I don't need that much money, Zilu said, trying to soften her tone as much as possible. "This is what you deserve. Remember? You saved Bait Star and killed the mother bug. This is the reward a level 4 warrior should receive." Jansen clearly had his response prepared. "Perhaps you can find information about the benefits of level 4 warriors on the Star Network." He winked. Seeing him in such a sly manner was rare, and Zilu was momentarily speechless. The terminal beside them diligently listed the balance details, showing that the numbers had come in 3 installments. The first one was received when this terminal ID was just established. Of course, Jansen added, there is also a special bonus, awarded by the 12th Prince of Aerie, as a reward for Lord Zilu, saving him, allowing him to continue breathing fresh air and enjoy the pleasures of life. "Then I want one too. I helped as well." The system unceremoniously stretched out its hand, directly reaching across the long table to Jansen's chin. All right. Jansen couldn't help but smile at Zilu, no longer minding the system's overstepping behavior. He gently swiped his terminal ring, which was almost identical to Zilu's, and the system happily took its funds to continue browsing the Star Network. The next day, to start their journey as soon as possible, Jansen got up early to check on the progress of the gift he had been preparing for several days. After Zilu had given him a prop gift, he began preparing a gift for her. Initially, he had planned to give her a specially designed mech that was more ornamental than practical due to her sudden interest in mechs. However, after learning about her talent for mechs, before he could modify the final gift list, Jansen found out that her mech had been recalled due to the Dream Eater Network's disconnection. This allowed Jansen to continue with his plan, but he made numerous adjustments to balance practicality and aesthetics as much as possible. Your Highness, the accessories are ready for testing. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as Jansen arrived at the specially designated warehouse, the team leader, Patricia, reported briefly. The mech was now in the final stages of completion. The design of this mech was completed by 3 mech engineers, one of whom was the newly emerged Jansen, the designer. Due to heavy official duties, Jansen had to delegate most of the mech work to others. But to finish this gift quickly, he still tried to help every day as much as possible. In fact, after the end of this major battle, the internal conflict between Jansen's faction and Oliad had also tacitly calmed down. They had all learned about the internal developments of the Zerg, and in the face of external enemies, Aerie was willing to maintain temporary internal stability to better resist external threats. On the other hand, Oliad not only suffered multiple defeats from the internal conflict, but also lost a considerable amount of resources in the Zerg war due to Erica's intervention. After being forced to recognize the horror of the Zerg, they must now work hard to eliminate the Zerg hybrids from their army, which would undoubtedly deal another blow to their faction. In any case, Oliad's arrogance was forcibly extinguished, and aside from personal feelings, this was indeed the best outcome for the Aerie clan at the moment. Ironically, this period was likely to become the most leisurely time for Jansen since taking office. However, considering Zilu's damaged mental state, Jansen deliberately postponed the departure time by 3 days. He nimbly boarded the mech, which was in standby mode. As the main person in charge of this project, he was naturally responsible for all the testing of this mech. Perhaps Jansen's eager anticipation made Zilu's subsequent natural mental improvement over the next 2 days feel particularly meaningful, and Jansen's mood clearly improved day by day. Regarding the transfer of power, Jansen also had no intention of hiding it. He just chose to announce it together with Adam. Before Adam's return, he was purposefully handling the power transfer event. However, this naturally made the subordinates aware of the shifting winds. Unfortunately, the default leader among them, Dorothy, was still dealing with the aftermath of military trials and probably wouldn't return in time, so the responsibility of questioning Jansen fell on Gascoigne's shoulders. Your Highness, wait. On the 3rd day, after finally finishing the post-war restructuring matters, Jansen hurriedly prepared to leave the palace. Today was the day he planned to give the gift to Zilu. According to the plan, early the next morning, Adam's 3 trusted aides would arrive at Laskin Star to take over part of the work. Adam might come in the afternoon, but regardless of whether he came or not, Jansen had already booked a starship ticket for the evening to go to Correlating Star with Zilu. Everything made Jansen feel excited, and he could hardly wait to be by Zilu's side. So when Gascoigne stopped him from behind, he felt a bit dissatisfied. But this small dissatisfaction could not diminish his soaring enthusiasm. Therefore, when Jansen turned and stopped to face Gascoigne, he even smiled at him. Gascoigne suppressed the impulse to turn and run, carefully choosing his words. Your Highness, have you been very busy lately? Jansen looked at him, puzzled. This opening was different from what he had expected. What do you want to say? Well, Your Highness, I heard that you recently transferred the ownership of Laskin Star. Gascoigne changed the subject under Jansen's gaze. Jansen glanced at the subordinates behind them who were eagerly watching and stated directly, yes. Adam is preparing to return to power, and I want to return everything that originally belonged to him. This matter will be officially announced tomorrow. However, it's not a bad thing to tell you in advance. The entire palace immediately erupted into noise, and Gascoigne gasped. Your Highness, what will you do then? This question left Jansen somewhat puzzled. What will I do? I was like this before, and I will be like this in the future. Seemingly recalling Jansen's previous ruthless image, Gascoigne shuddered. Your Highness, don't you want to have your own army? Letting go of power without any hesitation after having it seemed almost impossible to Gascoigne. Jansen frowned, thinking about the recent hustle and bustle. For him, fighting on the battlefield for the Aerie nation still provided some emotional positive feedback, but being trapped behind a series of delegated events was truly frustrating. What do I need an army for? I'd rather spend more time with Zilu. Gascoigne was momentarily speechless, and another person stepped forward, eager to express their stance to Jansen. Your Highness, if it's Adam coming to take your place, then I'll resign from his position too. Jansen didn't understand this person's thought process and couldn't he comprehend why those behind him looked supportive. If you want to resign, then just do it. Don't use me as an excuse. Jansen noticed that the person's already flushed face was now close to exploding, and thought better of it and added, wrap things up well, and taking a break isn't bad either. Chapter 125. Heartfelt gift. This conversation ended rather abruptly. As the shortest reigning heiress in history, Jansen did not feel regret about it. At the same time, he was aware that the strange flattery from his subordinates stemmed from their worries about Adam's iron-fisted policies. If his role were swapped with George's, perhaps they would show genuine feelings. However, these trivial matters did not affect Jansen's mood. At that moment, he was excitedly heading to Zilu's residence. From a distance, upon seeing Zilu's figure, he quickly quickened his pace and soon arrived by her side. Don't worry, it's still early. Zilu clearly misunderstood Jansen's excitement. She calmly took his hand, which instantly diverted his almost sparkling eyes from her face, albeit for just a brief 2-second interval. Where are we going today? For the past couple of days, Jansen had taken her around in the afternoons to get to know the geographical layout and cultural features of Laskenstar. Zilu enjoyed these outings. At least they gave her a slight illusion of integrating into this world. The industrial sector here is quite developed. I'll take you to see the smallest factory. The statement seemed somewhat disjointed, but since the binding with the system was lifted, the translation device had naturally disappeared. Although the massive debt from redeeming that device also vanished. Zilu occasionally felt the disjointedness from the lack of translation, but gradually, she began to learn how to untangle the logic of the conversation herself, and further study of the Aryan language was now on her agenda. Generally, she would not oppose Jansen's suggestions. The so-called smallest factory appeared to be a square building at least 10 stories tall from a distance. Although she didn't understand what was so interesting about it, Zilu obediently followed Jansen inside the building. The entire structure lacked any extra fast passages or corridors. As the lights turned on, the whole building came into view. A standing mech resembled a sleeping warrior. The sapphire blue with silver trim, upon sensing energy, slightly opened its ink-stained eyes. Zilu stood frozen in place, while Jansen patiently waited for her to regain her composure before smiling and saying, "This is the heartfelt gift I wanted to give you." Zilu looked at him and suddenly recalled the gift the mermaids had sent her during a video call with Jansen. It was the thoughtfulness behind it that made her like it. She didn't expect Jansen to remember it until now. Her emotions became somewhat complicated. After going through a series of chaotic events and unexpectedly learning many truths, she felt as if a core pillar had been pulled from her life. She went through each day in a daze, subconsciously avoiding thoughts related to Blue Star, her parents, friends, and her future. She felt like a floating duckweed, like a balloon, able to see and touch the people and things here, yet unable to settle down. It always felt like she could be blown away by the wind or pushed away by the waves to an unknown place at any moment. Now, looking at Jansen, who was eagerly waiting for her reaction, Zilu unexpectedly felt the sadness and sorrow that had been suppressed for days surge forth, mixed with the emotions of gratitude and joy, causing her to tear up uncontrollably. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Jansen froze for a second, his initially joyful expression instantly replaced by panic and concern. He cautiously reached out to wipe away the tears on Zilu's face, but new tears kept falling. Zilu shook her head, wanting to speak, but her throat felt choked with sobs, making her voice falter. This caused her to close her mouth again, and instead, she reached out to hug Jansen. Jansen was affected by her emotions, feeling increasingly downcast, and could only gently hold her in his arms, repeatedly reflecting on his decision, hoping to find the reason for Zilu's sadness. "Thank you, Jansen." When Zilu's emotions calmed down slightly, she looked at Jansen's damp chest and immediately felt embarrassed, lowering her voice. "I should be the one saying sorry. I'll prepare another satisfactory gift for you. Could you give me another chance?" Zilu blinked, stared at him for a few seconds, and couldn't help but smile. Okay. She didn't tell Jansen her thoughts, nor did she reveal the reason behind her tears. Partly because she couldn't clarify the true reason for her sudden tears, and partly because she suddenly realized that this alien barrier could exist, and it could even be a charming presence. When an alien despite this natural barrier. Tries their best to get close to you, wanting to make you feel happy. You can sense their intentions. And when you finally perceive this intention, the existence of that barrier becomes adorable and enchanting, making you want to get closer to them, tease them, and like them. The next day, Jansen left early in the morning. After undergoing a series of physical examinations yesterday, Zilu chose to bind with a specially designed mech and was now waiting in the house for Jansen to return so they could head to Correlate Star together and play with the new mech. TSK, TSK, TSK. This mech is definitely not as good as mine. The system's sarcastic remarks made Zilu feel a tinge of jealousy. Well, if you need, I can actually share part of myself to help you pilot this mech. Ever since the system gained its own body, it seemed to have endless energy. When Jansen was around, it would hold back a bit, but once he was gone, it was like a bird without shackles, chattering away and unable to sit still. No need. By the way, can you bind with the mech now? Zilu was hesitant to release the mech's full form. According to the medic, her mental state needed some time to recover, but binding with the mech was still feasible. The mech's most significant feature was its lower energy requirement, but correspondingly, its lethality might be reduced. However, according to the data Jansen sent her, the speed seemed to have improved. For Zilu, who had lost the translation device, she could only guess and piece together the data. No way. The system pouted for a second, then perked up again. But this body is made of the latest and best military materials. Even if your mech gets blown up, mine will definitely be fine. I see, that's impressive. Zilu's lack of soul praise brought her a few minutes of peace. When Jansen returned, the sun had already dipped lower in the sky. As the system spotted Jansen upstairs, it started to fidget. Zilu looked at it with curiosity. What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Upon hearing this, the system's movements clearly paused. It stared blankly at Zilu, its glowing mechanical eyes blinking stiffly several times. Can I go too? Zilu paused for a second before realizing she and Jansen had not discussed whether to bring the system to Correlate Star. She subconsciously assumed it would go with them. In that moment, Zilu had a sudden realization, understanding that the system's incessant chatter these days was likely to draw their attention. Of course, you've been with me all this time, right? The system pouted again, but quickly became cheerful. Got it, I'll go with you. If the system had a tail, Zilu guessed it must be wagging like a fan at this moment. Are you ready? As soon as Jensen entered the room, he asked, looking at him with a spirited demeanor, indicating that the power transfer had gone smoothly. Of course, I'm always ready. Zilu smiled as she walked towards him, taking his outstretched hand and glanced back at the system. Seeing it happily following behind, she finally felt at ease. The speed of the hover car was fast, and Jensen didn't mind the system's following. He was quietly discussing the book Starship with Zilu, confirming if there was anything else they needed to prepare. From a distance, the starship looked like a huge alien dragon resting on the ground, occupying a vast area. Wanting Zilu to feel the atmosphere of travel, Jensen had only booked one layer of the starship for this trip. The interior of the entire starship resembled a small city, almost equipped with all the basic infrastructure and entertainment facilities of a city, allowing Zilu to experience the impact of alien culture during the journey. After the hover car docked with the ship, Jensen took Zilu and the system to the resting room first. It was the busiest time now. Only after takeoff would those people settle down. Zilu didn't mind. She walked to the balcony here, looking at the city shrinking several times in size, then gazed down at the creatures below that looked like ants, slowly gathering at the entrance extending from the ship. The system excitedly wandered around here for a while before returning to Zilu's side. Hey, are those people your subordinates? Jensen had been quietly accompanying Zilu. Upon hearing the system's words, he did not express any opinion. Curious, Zilu opened the mech's perspective and indeed saw Gaskell and his group among the crowd waiting by the entrance. Are they here to see us off? Zilu looked up and asked. Maybe, Jensen replied, seemingly not caring much. The departure time is approaching. Zilu looked again at the ship's entrance, noticing that the distance extending out was indeed slowly retracting. When the ship took off, Zilu felt no turbulence. She watched everything below slowly shrink and then saw them break through the clouds. The dark and mysterious starry sky unfolded before Zilu. and she shook Jensen's hand, feeling an unusual calmness within her at this moment. No matter what the outcome of this journey would be, at least Zilu now knew she was not alone in this world. We are off. Zilu looked up to meet Jensen's eyes. Yes, we are off. As soon as Jensen connected with her gaze, he couldn't help but smile. Isn't that obvious? The system squeezed itself beside them, occupying the space despite Jensen's disdain. I just saw that there's Shelly brand lubricant for sale downstairs. Buy me some later. My high-end joints need the most luxurious brand for maintenance. Under the system's incessant chatter and Jensen's helpless gaze, Zilu couldn't help but laugh. Extra. Mermaid Chapter 1, when Duke Annabelle led the army to raid Bart Star in the unnoticed Tiona Lake. Barbara also received the wartime alert notification of the attack on Bart Star. She immediately activated the sonar device to drive away the underwater creatures, urging those living in Tiona Lake to retreat to the deeper sea for safety. Barbara, where are you going? Connie and Matthew looked terrified after receiving the war notice. As mixed-blood Jonah, they had lived in the dim depths of the sea for years and were not exactly qualified fighters. I need to ensure their safety. You stay here. Don't go anywhere. Barbara rushed to the last room, activating another sonar device designed to attract mermaids. Hopefully, they wouldn't be confused by the simultaneous activation of both devices. Barbara thought this, but her hands showed no hesitation. Mermaids were among the most difficult creatures to manage in Tiona Lake. Fortunately, as darlings of the sea, they naturally knew how to coexist harmoniously with other beings. The trouble was that they often ignored commands. While food could entice them initially, later they could only be managed under Cosima's name. These trainings targeting rare creatures were meant for such critical moments. Barbara could only hope they would once again heed her command and obediently come to this safe room. After ensuring that the devices and exits were functioning and open, Barbara no longer waited. She swam through the quickly flooding house like a fish, nimbly darting out. Behind her, in the adjacent transparent safety room, Connie and Matthew were clinging to the wall, looking at her with a sense of grievance as she left. Barbara's hair in the water resembled small snakes, curiously poking around as they instinctively filtered seawater, transmitting useful information to their owner. Barbara did not leave Tiona Lake. She swam resolutely towards the deepest part of the lake. In a darker section of the lake bottom, there was a highly sophisticated biological recognition system. Only when conditions were met would the entrance open. Just as Barbara was about to approach, her senses of crisis made her abruptly twist in the water, turning around to see a group of mermaids, who had started following her at some point, swimming playfully in front of her, surprised by her reaction. Barbara felt a headache coming on. She swatted away the blue-eyed mermaid trying to tug at her backpack and sternly pointed towards the safety room. The mermaids were not dull. They quickly understood Barbara's intention, but after exchanging glances, they chose to stay beside her. Low-frequency sounds spread among them. They interpreted Barbara's frustration as a new kind of game and happily swirled around her, refusing to leave. Barbara's wrist terminal vibrated, reminding her that time could not be delayed any longer. Weighing her options in her mind, she ultimately chose to turn around and continue moving towards the entrance. The mermaids curiously followed her, with the blue-eyed one repeatedly trying to pull off Barbara's backpack, seemingly attracted by its contents. Barbara tried hard to ignore them. The coral-like object at the entrance, about the size of a small hill, began to slowly and silently move upon receiving the command, revealing a darker passageway inside. Barbara swam in slowly, and behind her, the mermaids sensed a different aura in the water, quieting their movements and cautiously following her. This dark passage was not long. Soon they reached a spacious cave inside. Through the dim, red-glowing plants in the water, they quickly saw the creatures living here. It was a group of pregnant Saxons, their long tails coiled 3 or 4 times on the ground, their bellies swollen. Before giving birth, they would enter a state of false dormancy for a period. Despite having highly aggressive claws and venomous teeth, they were on the brink of extinction due to this peculiar dormant state. Poachers were all too familiar with their prey. Normally, Saxons would find a relatively safe spot to prepare for childbirth when they reached a certain stage of pregnancy. Because they could not hunt food for a long time, They instinctively entered a dormant state to conserve energy for the substantial loss during later childbirth. However, this group of Saxons was already very weak when discovered. They had entered the dormant state prematurely. Barbara had to prepare a place for them to stay and get food ready for them. When labor began, they would wake up, and by then, this food might provide a little vitality to their weakened bodies. The mermaids stopped at the end of the corridor, instinctively halting their steps. Barbara turned back to confirm that they wouldn't rush in before opening her backpack. Inside, there were large chunks of delicious fish meat. Barbara scattered the cut fish around the Saxons and hurriedly prepared to leave. The blue-eyed one glanced longingly at the blood-stained delicacies on the ground, but ultimately reason prevailed. When the red-haired mermaid reached out to pull him, he obediently turned around and left the safe house with his fellow kin. After they exited the corridor, the cave behind them immediately entered cleaning mode, dispersing the scent in the air to prevent the waking Saxons from smelling the foreign scent, which could lead to stress. Severely stressed Saxons might even choose to eat their own offspring after giving birth to replenish their strength for escape. After ensuring that every mermaid had left obediently, Barbara closed the safe house again. This time, when she waved for the mermaids to follow, they all obediently trailed behind her toward the hanging safe house behind the glass room. Barbara nimbly squeezed into the entrance, with lines of mermaids following closely behind her. As soon as they entered the transparent safe house, two large faces plastered on the wall next door immediately occupied Barbara's line of sight. She rolled her eyes in silence, but her movements didn't stop. After confirming that the mermaids had all entered the room, she quickly closed the exit. The safe house automatically began to drain the water inside and started supplying oxygen. The mermaids, having visited multiple times, were already accustomed to the operations in the room. Even after the water was drained, they instinctively surrounded Barbara, waiting for her to serve them more food. "Stay put. I'll be back soon." Barbara landed on the ground and saw the mermaids nodding obediently, so she opened the door to go out. "Extra. Mermaids Part 2, Barbara, are they okay?" Barbara nodded. Seeing Matthew and Connie huddled together as if frightened, she could only patiently comfort them. "Generally speaking, the war won't affect us. I'm just preparing in advance." According to plan, she was supposed to enter that safe house 2 days later to prepare food for the Saxons. If everything went smoothly, she might even conduct a simple health check on them. But to avoid the war truly impacting life in the lake, she needed to prepare everything in advance. This batch of Saxons was a rare and precious treasure. Barbara's years of appeals had finally been considered by the newly appointed Lord Jensen, who was willing to arrange for the Aryi tribe to send a small military force each year to deal with theft incidents occurring on Aryi territory during this critical time of civil war. This group of Saxons was their first batch of spoils. If this birthing activity went smoothly, the Saxons' plight of nearing extinction in the interstellar realm would surely improve. A small step today represented greater possibilities for the future. This was an effort Barbara couldn't make for her own race, the Jonas, and she hoped other races could avoid falling into this tragedy. The Jonah race was gradually heading toward extinction under everyone's indifference. Nowadays, almost all Jonas in the world are mixed blood, their bloodline increasingly diluted. As far as Barbara knew, only 7 pure-blood Jonas remained, as recorded in their clan's records. And these 7 were far too old. Barbara speculated that perhaps by tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or next year, at any moment they might die. By then, there would be no pure-blood Jonas left in this world. Among the 3 mixed-blood Jonas, Barbara was the only one with a bloodline exceeding 70%. "Don't follow me. Go keep an eye on the battle reports." Barbara began preparing food for the group of mermaids to keep them safely in the safe house. Behind her, Matthew and Connie silently followed. But Barbara, Matthew is scared. Connie, with a panicked expression, expressed Matthew's feelings. Hearing this, Matthew nodded anxiously, his thick tail standing upright like a crocodile's, supporting his body that might collapse at any moment. All right. Barbara reluctantly allowed them to follow her. In the second room, she easily moved aside a cabinet to reveal the entrance below. In this vast underwater outpost, there were 10 levels of space. Generally, they would stay on the top level to monitor the conditions of the lake and sea creatures. If outsiders arrived, they could respond promptly, The space below that they frequented the most was the warehouse. In this -30-degree environment, there were quite a few supplies. When entering the third level, Barbara had to exert considerable effort to persuade these two timid creatures to stay upstairs. In such a cold environment, it was easy to trigger Matthew's hibernation instincts. But he absolutely couldn't be left alone in the empty second level, where many lethal weapons were stored. For safety, Connie had to stay too. You must come back quickly. Connie hugged Matthew, showing a resolute and aggrieved expression. Okay. Barbara responded perfunctorily. She nimbly began to climb down. This outpost was built many years ago, lacking in technology and aesthetics, but it was solid enough, like a mountain, securing the safety of this sea area, allowing creatures to depend on it for survival. The freezer was mainly filled with meat, along with some nutrient solutions and various difficult-to-preserve medicines. The ice blocks frozen on the walls revealed faintly glowing plant specimens inside, which Barbara had specially brought in to help their eyes see clearly in this dark environment. She unloaded 5 thick slabs of meat in one go, hoisting them onto her shoulder, and hurriedly made her way back up. If all went well, this would just be a snack for the mermaids today. Before the war calms down, she would do her best to keep these precious mermaids trapped in that safe house. Barbara, you finally came back. Barbara endured her exasperation as she watched her two companions dramatically reenact their reunion. It only took me a few minutes. Besides, haven't you both been living here for over 10 years? She suppressed her internal complaints. Knowing these two timid creatures' nature, Barbara understood that if she started to complain, they would immediately start crying. All right, let's go. After such a long time, without checking the latest battle reports, with distant rumbling noises occasionally reaching her ears, Barbara felt increasingly anxious. She took large strides toward the exit, and immediately, hurried footsteps followed behind her. Upon reaching the first level, Barbara first placed the meat slabs into the processing equipment next door for simple processing before quickly opening the internal system to check real-time battle reports. When she saw Annabelle's centipede appear near the wheel diagram square, Barbara's heart sank. Although she rarely left the underwater outpost, she always kept an eye on the situation in Bart Star. Recently, His Highness Jansen moved a large number of injured personnel to Bart Star. Normally, in such a situation, if an enemy attack occurred, all resources should be cut off immediately, and with all the backup resources, it should be enough for the defense network of Bart Star to hold on for 2 to 3 days. However, Barbara looked at the equipment in front of her that was still functioning normally, unable to hide her worries. Barbara, can I have a bite? The large meat steaks were cut into regular strips for the mermaids to gnaw on. Hearing Connie's words, Barbara came back to her senses and, unsurprisingly, saw the hopeful expressions on the faces of the two people with their heads close together. Sighing, Barbara still pulled out 2 strips and divided them between the two. She then picked up a bucket of defrosted and cut food and walked into the glass room where the mermaids were. Upon seeing Barbara return, the mermaids, who had been playfully teasing each other, immediately stopped all actions and surrounded her. The bucket of meat steaks quickly ran low. The mermaids, with their claws suited for grabbing and their powerful jaws, devoured the meat steaks as if they were chewing on crisp melon rinds. Seeing that they were all happily eating their meal, Barbara prepared to leave, but before she could close the door, the one-eyed mermaid approached her. Her voice was high-pitched and short, and Barbara casually turned on the analyzer on the wall. According to the analysis, this little mermaid was in a state of tension and worry. In an extra chapter about mermaids, Barbara's analyzer could only detect the general emotions of the mermaids. As for the specific meanings, they would have to guess themselves. The one-eyed mermaid did not participate in the first meal, but the group of mermaids still left some food for her. Unfortunately, she ultimately did not eat, and, after confirming that Barbara could not understand her intentions, she returned to her group in disappointment. However, after enduring the first day, all the mermaids began to fast. They huddled together, lacking the energy even to play. Just as Barbara's anxiety was rising, she saw the information she wanted to know in the battle report. The good news was that on the night of the first day of Annabelle's raid, the war quietly came to an end. If one did not look at the painful death and injury toll, they had indeed achieved victory, with the help of a certain Cosima who had descended from the sky, securing a difficult win. The bad news was that even after Barbara learned this information and immediately opened the exit in the glass room, the mermaids were unwilling to leave. The mermaids, who usually longed to return to the sea to frolic, were now dejectedly huddled together, neither playing nor eating. Only when Barbara appeared would they perk up and gather around her. Yet they no longer opened their eyes to look at the bucket filled with food. Even a normally gluttonous blue-eyed mermaid was the same. They collectively emitted the same short call that the one-eyed mermaid had made on the first day. The reason the mermaids did this, combined with the roaring sounds that had infiltrated the lake bottom on the first day and their connection with the people on the shore, made Barbara guess nearly accurately. She had heard that it was Cosima who saved the situation. Cosima was so fragile, it was likely that she had been injured. While Barbara was preparing food for the mermaids, Connie was leaning against the glass, observing the listless mermaid group inside. Should I tell them about this? After that scare, Connie had been following Barbara closely with Matthew, and it would probably take a few more days for their pinprick-sized courage to return. Hearing this, Barbara shook her head. Keep your mouth shut. In response to Barbara's verbal warning, Connie exaggeratedly made a sealing gesture over his mouth, not daring to say a word. Barbara knew in her heart that the mermaids had distinct personalities but were likely a very stubborn race. If possible, it would be best to let the mermaids know that their beloved Cosima was safe. After bringing the food into the glass room where the mermaids were, Barbara looked at the motionless mermaids and made a decision in her heart. Barbara, where are you going? As soon as Barbara started preparing weapons and appropriate gear, Connie and Matthew immediately became anxious. I'm going ashore to take a look. The situation is chaotic now, and no one can say for sure how Cosima is doing. If she's fine, that's naturally best. I'll bring her back. But if something has happened to Cosima, Barbara temporarily had no suitable plan. She just instinctively wanted to understand the correct information. How many days could the mermaids go without food? This experiment currently had no public answer. In any case, before the mermaid's silent resistance and requests were blocked by death, Barbara had to get moving. Connie and Matthew looked at her with teary eyes, but no one could speak to dissuade her, just like when Barbara had left alone to prepare food for Saxon when the war broke out. They clearly understood their responsibilities and knew what had kept them at this outpost for so many years. The safety of these rare creatures was always the top priority. Barbara arrived at the first room where a separate compartment had been created. The compartment was empty, with nothing in it, barely accommodating 5 people squeezed inside like canned fish. They had not used this room for a long time. As soon as Barbara entered, the door leading to the interior of the outpost automatically sealed shut. Water began to fill inside, and the walls started to fold, pushing Barbara into the passage leading to the land. This was much faster than swimming to the shore by herself, but the swaying sensation, as if being tossed about, was something Barbara could never get used to, no matter how many times she experienced it. After being pushed out of the passage, Barbara finally felt a bit more comfortable. She closed her eyes and floated in the water for a while, then opened her honey-colored amber eyes to observe her surroundings. Barbara cautiously swam to the edge of the port. Due to the war's impact, all work here had completely come to a halt. She slowly surfaced, swimming toward a hidden corner. In this corner, she hesitated for a moment, looking toward the distant glow of the evening, ultimately deciding to wait until dark before taking action. She had been operating in the water for years, and nighttime would slow down water loss, making the temperature more suitable. However, her plans could not keep up with changes. Before she could start moving, several figures passing not far from her set off alarm bells in her mind. She clung to the shore, quickly climbed up, and quietly followed behind that group of figures. As the street scene unfolded, Barbara saw a completely different Bart Star. All creatures seemed to have hidden away, with only a few housekeeping robots covered in dust passing by. Fearing being spotted by the insectoid beings ahead, Barbara dared only to lag behind at a distance. But to her surprise, when she arrived at the old military academy site, they actually started wearing clothes. Layers of skin were squeezed and pulled, ultimately enveloping their forms. What terrified Barbara was that when they turned to speak to their companions, their extremely fluid facial features showed no trace of their insectoid nature. They actually had mimicry. Perhaps this was not mimicry, but some kind of terrifying sorcery. Barbara couldn't understand. Her hair stood on end due to her owner's fear, each strand twisting uneasily. desperately sniffing the air, but no longer able to detect the unique stench of the insectoids. Barbara watched as this group of insectoids swaggered into the old military academy site, knowing that it had been converted into a temporary rest area a few days ago. Should I follow them? They're a group of insectoids, and no matter what their purpose is, they shouldn't be able to find what they're looking for within the maze-like military academy. Despite Barbara's inner voice repeatedly trying to convince her otherwise, she hesitated for a moment before immediately chasing after them. This military academy site had already existed when Barbara first arrived on Bartstar, and later, with His Highness George's intervention, everyone learned about the bloodshed and violence behind this military academy. Extra. Mermaid Chapter 4. Barbara had never entered this military academy. In her heart, she knew she would regret her decision to step into this place today, but nonetheless, at this moment, driven by fear of the insectoids' terrible reputation and unease about the obvious conspiracy, she followed closely behind the insectoids, carefully avoiding their potentially returning gazes. A few times, in her panic to hide, Barbara almost lost them, but luck was on her side, and at a certain point she finally saw them stop. As she followed them, her inner doubts only grew. Logically, these insectoids should have never come to Bartstar. Aerie could barely tolerate mixed-blood insectoids, but they were fiercely opposed to pure-blood insectoids. They wouldn't even pass the pre-landing checks to enter Aerie's territory, regardless of how they arrived on Bartstar. Their movements within the military academy site were purposeful, without retracing their steps, which was likely one of the significant reasons Barbara hadn't been discovered. On Bartstar, most residents probably couldn't navigate this military academy site freely. How were they able to do so? Barbara watched them approach the Aerie hybrid guarding the door. After a few words, the hybrid automatically stepped aside and left in another direction. Barbara's heart raced. The fear of being exposed was nothing compared to the panic of the insectoids potentially colluding with Aerie's personnel. She watched as they entered a room. Through a blurry glance inside, she could barely make out that someone was lying within, but who it was remained unknown. Uncertain how long she waited, the insectoids finally emerged again, leaving one behind at the door while the others walked out. In her panic, Barbara could only slip into a side room. When she came out, that group had vanished. The winding paths here were complex and interconnected, so Barbara had no choice but to give up for the time being and patiently wait in this storage room. As the scales on her face dried and the edges curled slightly, the group of insectoids hurriedly returned. Barbara slowly peeked out through the open door and watched them silently enter the room again. This time, Barbara felt as if she had waited for nearly a century. The dryness made her whole body itch, and a slight pain made her want to scratch, but she exerted great effort to restrain herself. Otherwise, she might end up as a scaly, scarred creature. Just as Barbara was about to give up and leave to search for Cosima, another Aerie hybrid arrived to take over the shift. She patiently watched as the hybrid opened the door, but soon after, he rushed out in a panic, trembling as he informed others through the terminal. Vice Admiral Powell is missing. Barbara caught only a vague part of that sentence. She frowned and, seizing the moment as he ran off, finally mustered the courage to approach the room and take a glance inside. There was truly not a single figure to be seen. The group that had gone in, each tall and imposing, left no trace in the shabby room. Barbara didn't wait to figure things out. Her instinct told her she needed to leave quickly. The hybrids and the residents of Bartstar were hardly on friendly terms, which was one of the main reasons she chose to quietly follow, but never thought to inform other residents. She hurriedly retraced her steps based on the trail she had left, nearly getting lost in the military academy maze while dodging the returning Aerie. Once she left the military academy site, she immediately ran toward Lake Tiona. By now, Barbara's breathing had taken on a burning sensation with a hint of blood. To avoid the residents here, she chose to be cautious despite her urgency. When she stealthily arrived at the nearest Mozaka Bay and slowly lowered herself into the water, her heart finally felt like it was back in its rightful place. The lake water enveloped her mouth and nose, allowing her body to gradually recover from the thirst and suffocation. Barbara took one last look at the silent street before turning away without any reluctance. Her body could only support one more action. It seemed she needed to find another way to learn about Cosima's situation or find a way to divert the attention of the merfolk. Things didn't keep Barbara waiting too long. After 2 days on Bart Star, she saw Powell's wanted notice on the StarNet, and at the same time, she finally learned of Cosima's disappearance. This was not good news. Barbara ultimately managed to leverage impressive war footage of Cosima that had been filmed and uploaded to Ares' internal database by others, indirectly informing the merfolk of Cosima's prowess. She then took screenshots and did some simple editing to deceive the merfolk into trusting her, which temporarily made them willing to consume food. But they still refused to leave their safe house. Barbara suspected they were waiting for Cosima to return. Barbara knew they had previously met Cosima regularly at Mozaka Bay, but now that the bay was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and with a picture of Cosima in hand, the merfolk might turn her into a channel for meeting Cosima. What still worried Barbara was that the merfolk's daily intake was minimal, causing the fat they had painstakingly accumulated to start diminishing. Fortunately, their daily activity range had also decreased, allowing them to hold out until Cosima's arrival. That was 6 days after the Interstellar Standard Time had passed, when Barbara received a phone call from her superior, granting her permission. Her heart skipped a beat. She had anticipated being judged for not reporting the insectoid she had seen recently, as Ares didn't understand why these water-dwelling beings were unwilling to communicate with land-dwellers. However, what Barbara didn't expect was that the Ares who came to find her was Prince Jansen, and the reason he sought her was again for the merfolk. Were they affected by the war? Barbara shook her head, her brain still catching up. Where are they now? Barbara shifted the camera. On the other end, Jansen was silent for 2 seconds before unilaterally hanging up the terminal. Just as Barbara was left confused, her terminal was connected again, and this time, the virtual image displayed a pale-faced Cosima, as if she had just recovered from severe illness. "Hello, Barbara." Cosima smiled. At that moment, Barbara had just learned not long ago about the conflict between the insectoids and Ares, and 2 key figures had now appeared before her. Extra, Mermaid Chapter 5 at this time, Zilu had just escaped from the battle with the insectoids. Undeniably, having released the binding from the system and the specially designed mech brought about a quicker recovery of her mental state. She gradually no longer felt the knife-like pain in her brain, which finally allowed Zilu to have the energy to continue focusing on the main reason she initially agreed to meet Powell, the safety of the mermaids. In the video call, Barbara's delicate face occupied almost the entire screen, and the enlarged details allowed Zilu to see the scales peeling off her face. A number of guesses flashed through her mind, but due to their pessimistic nature, she forcefully suppressed them. "Are the mermaids okay?" Zilu asked softly. Beside her, Jansen was checking her physical and mental data related to the ocean, but his attention was actually still on Zilu. When she expressed her desire to know about the mermaid's current situation, Jansen had, just in case, conducted a brief confirmation with Barbara at the moment he was about to extract data from the medical pod in the room. However, this confirmation was too rushed, and Jansen still worried he might have missed some details that could lead to fluctuations in Zilu's emotions. Well, there currently, Barbara saw Jansen suddenly intrude into the frame, staring at her with a serious expression. In that moment, Barbara had a flash of inspiration and changed the subject. "They just happen to be here. There's nothing serious." After thinking for a moment, Barbara decided to get up and enter the glass room where the mermaids were. The water level reached only her knees as she projected the virtual image onto the wall, which immediately caused the mermaids here to call out one after another. They huddled close to the terminal, either reaching out to touch Cosima's pale cheek or rubbing against Cosima's head, seemingly not understanding the concept of virtual imaging. Strangely, Cosima's voice also changed, becoming short and soft, as if she were singing. "I'm sorry, I'm not with you. I'm afraid it will take a few days before I can come see you." The mermaids gradually calmed down, looking at Cosima with eyes filled with water, causing her to guiltily avoid their gaze. "Everyone take care of each other. Eat well, okay? I will come as soon as possible." Zilu had already promised Jansen to go to the correlating planet to search for her past connections, and she believed that after this journey, she would quickly head to Bart Star to find the mermaids. The one-eyed mermaid suddenly popped out, raising her neck high, and her voice this time was long and deep. Barbara guessed that this little one was complaining. Sure enough, upon hearing the one-eyed mermaid's words, Cosima frowned disapprovingly. "Blue-eyed bad." The blue-eyed mermaid followed up with a shout, seeming to have a great grievance. This complaint and reflection session lasted for about an hour before concluding. Cosima's mental state was obviously worse. She almost closed her eyes several times, and it was Jansen who stepped in and called Barbara back. Take good care of them. With the final command and the mermaid's confused and worried gazes, the virtual screen turned off. That's it, you little ones, rest assured and go back. The mermaids all turned their gazes to Barbara, who could only helplessly speak, regardless of whether they understood her or not. Due to Barbara's selfishness and Jansen's extra instructions, Barbara still prepared a sumptuous meal for them, which allowed them to leave the safe room. Watching them swim gracefully in the lake, Barbara sighed, finally able to temporarily set aside her anxious heart. But it turned out that her unease dissipated too quickly. The next day, in the dim lake bottom, when Barbara was about to go out to find the Saxons who had left the safe house after giving birth, the figures of the mermaids appeared in her line of sight. They were playing around the watchtower at the bottom of the lake, and when they caught sight of Barbara, they happily gathered around. Inside the watchtower, Barbara, Connie, and Matthew stared blankly outside with lifeless eyes, momentarily speechless. It had already been 4 days since Cosima's visit. Barbara watched Jansen appear with a rarely seen, gentle demeanor, and she focused her gaze on the smiling Cosima, forming a rough guess in her mind. Of course, Barbara's gaze fell to the lowest position, where there was a puffed-up robot wearing only half of its skin. Barbara suspected that this temperamental robot might also be one of the reasons for Jansen's change in temperament. When the mermaids saw Cosima, their cheers nearly broke the small safe house. They crowded around Cosima, seemingly sharing everything that had happened during this time. Barbara slightly shifted her gaze and saw Jansen standing by the door of the safe house. Shortly after the door closed, he withdrew his smile and returned to his usual cold demeanor. Beside him, the robot, who had been forced to stay inside, seemed even angrier, crossing its arms and occupying one side with Jansen. Jansen's golden eyes remained fixed on Cosima inside the safe house. It was unclear what he was thinking. For Barbara, this mermaid crisis had come quickly and ended just as suddenly. It seemed that Jansen and Cosima had settled on Bartstar, appearing regularly in the Mozaka Bay area to meet the mermaids, which spared Barbara from a language barrier confrontation with them. Barbara had also heard some rumors about the change of power, but for her, this shift did not bring much change to her life. The newly appointed Lord Adam seemed not to have noticed her small watchtower yet, and the anti-poaching operations previously established by Lord Jansen were still ongoing with rotations and regular patrols. One time, when Barbara went to Mozaka Bay to collect 2 unexpectedly obtained eel eggs, she heard the mermaid songs from a distance. The current Mozaka Bay had undergone significant changes, with a lakeside pavilion specially set up in a corner to facilitate Cosima's meetings with the mermaids. Barbara only watched from afar. After all, several fully armed Arii were seriously standing guard around the pavilion, stopping passersby who wanted to get too close. It seemed that Jansen had indeed left the ownership of Bartstar as it was. This thought flashed through Barbara's mind, and soon, her anticipation for the eel eggs occupied all her attention. At this time, she had never thought that one day in the future, she would become friends with Cosima and work together to protect endangered species. And the countdown to that beginning had already started.